Trying to force a contract on me? You're not even close. As the Empress arrogantly attempted to claim me as her own. This scornful taunt emerged from my yet-to-be-hatched form. She never expected that, even inside the egg, my psychic power as demon little dragon was strong enough to crush any contract. And she had no idea. The monstrous flames I'm brewing will soon make this world tremble. My name is Zhou Xuan, and I somehow transmigrated into a spirit beast ready to hatch, arriving in a world with highly developed beast taming civilization. The Beast Ruins, a place with strict hierarchies, consists of 9 layered worlds. The earthly fiend heaven where I reside is the lowest level world, and in this world, spirit beasts are the most inferior beings. To ascend from a lower tier world to a higher tier one, the only path is to pass the entrance exams for the 10 great beast taming academies. Now, I'm just an unhatched spiritual beast, and it seems the only way to survive is by attaching myself to a human. Just as I was filled with helplessness, the system appeared, and after binding, it even granted me the demon Salon template. This is the son of the fire demon Shangzhu from Jackie Chan Adventures, with terrifying innate physical prowess and inherited his father's fiery demonic energy. Without hesitation, I immediately chose to fuse with it. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing, the principal of Changya No. 1 High School, brought a group of students to the 10,000 Spirit Beast lair to select Spirit Beast eggs. In the crowd, there stood a cool and composed young girl named Leng Ningshuang, appearing relaxed yet inwardly tense. She is a reincarnator, a legendary empress in her previous life who broke through from the earthly fiend heaven to the law heaven, only to perish while charging toward the heaven beyond heavens. In this life, she vowed to fulfill what was left undone in her past life, and she knew there was a supreme being within the beast lair of 10,000 spirits. I, Zhou Xuan, deep within the 10,000 spirit beasts lair, found the process of fusing with the little demon dragon template anything but easy. The fire demonic energy ruthlessly reshaped my body, and just then, Leng Ningshuang found me. She wanted to forcibly contract me before my hatching. Sensing the coercive power of the contract, I inwardly scoffed. With the formidable mental strength of the demon wormling, I shattered the contract's golden shackles in an instant. Leng Ningshuang was astounded, for in her past life, she had successfully contracted numerous beasts. Forced contracts had never failed her before. Not only did I break through the contract, but I also demonstrated telepathic abilities, which left her utterly astonished. I demanded to know who she was and what she was doing there. Ningshuang Chen was quite candid. She openly admitted to being a reincarnator and even mentioned some of my distinctive traits. For instance, my demand for energy is extremely high, and possessing infinite energy seems to allow for limitless evolution. This really shocked me, because even I had only just learned about this trait through the system. Could she really be a reincarnator? Then, Leng Ningshuang began to outline a beautiful blueprint, as she was well aware of the various opportunities that lay ahead. For instance, the Changya City Grand Tournament a month later, where the winner can enter the Changya pool imbued with terrifying energy, and the Earth Capital Secret Realm 3 months later, which holds abundant rare treasures. She also proposed forming a soul contract with me, pledging to live and die together while wholeheartedly assisting me in becoming stronger. I felt a bit hesitant, but kept my guard up and asked why she wanted to contract with me. After all, she could have nurtured a group of spirit pets. Leng Ningshuang fell silent for a moment before radiating an aura of dominance, saying I was the X factor of this world. Only I could accomplish what she desired. Listening to her words, I fell into deep thought. In this world where spirit beasts reign supreme, becoming stronger alone must be fraught with countless difficulties. And collaborating with Leng Ningshuang seemed like a promising option. Thinking of the combination of a reincarnated soul and a time traveler, I couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Just what kind of waves could we create in this world? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, the fiery demonic energy around me erupted into the sky, turning half of the 10,000 spirit beast lair's heavens a blazing crimson. 004 isn't just a demon, it's a dragon? Such terrifying demonic energy. Could a spirit beast bearing demonic attributes have descended upon the 10,000 spirits beast den? As the entire sky above the 10,000 spirits beast den darkened and the overwhelming demonic energy surged in the distance, the few experts responsible for guarding the 10,000 spirits beast den immediately paled. Even Zhang Qing, who had previously maintained a stern expression, now wore a grave look as he gazed toward the direction of Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang. That sky-piercing demonic aura. Could such a beast truly exist within the 10,000 spirits beast den? Could this be something deliberately left behind by the higher-ups? To Zhang Qing, while the 10,000 spirits beast den housed a vast number of spirit beast eggs, these eggs had essentially all undergone a rigorous selection process. This world contains 16 elemental attributes: water, fire, grass, thunder, wind, beast, dragon, ice, earth, rock, spirit, malign, demon, machine, holy spirit, and fairy. Among these 16 attributes, the vast majority are common. However, the 5 attributes of dragon, demon, spirit, holy spirit, and evil entity are exceptionally rare. Dragons represent potential. Spirit pets with dragon attributes will reach at least the 3rd realm in their lifetime. As for the other 4 attributes, while not as inherently rare as dragon, each is cherished to the utmost degree. Logically speaking, such a high-tier attribute as demonic should never remain within the 10,000 spirits beast Denver. The current surge of demonic energy must mean that a spirit beast possessing this attribute has been contracted. This was precisely why Zhang Qing felt a pang of surprise. In that direction. I recall only Leng Ningshuang heading that way. Could it be that girl who contracted this spirit beast? Zhang Qing's mind raced as a faint smile touched his lips. For Zhang Qing, he wasn't the type of principal who delegated everything. He personally oversaw every detail of Longye First High's administration. The top students in every grade were naturally etched into his memory. Especially a top-tier genius like Leng Ningshuang coming from an ordinary family yet consistently dominating the top 3 spots on the grade rankings year after year. It would be impossible for Zhang Cheng not to remember her. Zhang Cheng held genuine admiration for Leng Ningshuang. The reason was simple: Zhang Qing himself had risen from poverty, working his way up step by step to become the principal of Changya No. 1 High School. He recognized her immense potential. But admiration aside, Zhang Cheng knew Ling Shuang's potential was formidable. Yet her background was too humble compared to the second-generation scions of prominent families. The gap in resources was not insignificant. In the early stages, she might keep pace. But once she contracted a spirit pet, the gap in spirit pets and resources would widen into a terrifying chasm. Yet now Leng Ningshuang had actually contracted a spirit pet with demonic attributes. Judging by the terrifying demonic aura it has displayed, its innate talent is undoubtedly exceptional. With the gap in spirit pets bridged, I'll slightly tilt resources in Leng Ningshuang's favor. Who knows? Perhaps Changye No. 1 High School could truly produce a prodigy from the common folk. If that happens, his achievements will undoubtedly reach new heights. Gaining the favor of higher-ups, he might very well be transferred to the capital. That would significantly lighten the debt burden on my shoulders. Leng Ningshuang, I hope you don't disappoint me. As he spoke, a towering lion appeared beside Zhang Qing, 2 meters tall at the shoulder, broad-shouldered and muscular, its entire body covered in a majestic dark blue mane. Wind lion, let's go check over there. With that, Zhang Qing effortlessly leapt onto the wind lion's back. A whirlwind swirled beneath the wind lion's paws as it charged at breakneck speed toward Zhou Xuan in Leng Ningshuang's location. Accompanying them were several guardians from the 10,000 spirits beast den. After all, the demonic energy was truly terrifying, and they were equally curious to see what kind of spirit beast could unleash such dreadful power. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuan, now fully fused with the demon dragon template, noticed his information panel had undergone a complete transformation. Host, Zhou Xuan. Power, unhatched. Attributes, dragon, demon, fire. Race, demon dragon. Talent, 4th tier, high. Talent tree, flaming demon aura. Skills, Tier 1 Dragon Claws, Tier 1 Demon Dragon Roar, Tier 1 Demon Fire. Evaluation, a true dragon bearing the bloodline of fire demons, your power is unmatched. Yet to rise above the rest in the beast ruins, this ability alone is far from sufficient. So my race changed to Demon Dragon? My rank has also risen from Tier 1 low to Tier 4 high. So this means that if I develop normally, I could become a 4th realm being? Zhou Xuan pondered as he studied his new information. Originally, Zhou Xuan had been quite excited about the template for the demonic dragon. The reason was simple. After all, the demon dragon was the son of the fire demon Saint Lord. Its abilities should be extraordinary. But seeing that his innate talent had only reached the upper tier of the 4th rank, to grow stronger, he would need to continuously devour energy and continue evolving. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Xuan's eyes began to gleam as he looked at Leng Ningshuang before him. For he knew this creature before him represented an inexhaustible treasure trove of boundless energy. His ability to grow rapidly depended entirely on this creature. Come on. Surrender your soul to me. Gazing at Leng Ningshuang, Zhou Xuan murmured like a demon. Yet in response to Zhou Xuan's demonic murmur, Leng Ningshuang's face showed no trace of fear. Instead, a madness unbecoming of her refined demeanor flickered across her features. The next moment, Leng Ningshuang extended her jade-like hand and placed it on Zhou Xuan's egg. She murmured an incantation softly. Moments later, Leng Ningshuang, who had seemed perfectly normal just before, suddenly grew weak. A ripple then appeared on Zhou Xuan's egg. This ripple was none other than Leng Ningshuang's soul. Indeed, the contract Leng Ningshuang had just cast was none other than. It was the highest form of soul contract within the covenant system. Once bound by this contract, she could never contract with another spirit beast in this lifetime. Feeling Leng Ningshuang's ripples, Zhou Xuan's eyes lit up. I didn't expect your beast mastering prowess to be so high caliber. In this world, beast tamers are ranked in tiers. The most obvious distinction lies in their beast master power. Beast taming power is scored out of 100. The higher the score, the purer the energy. Simultaneously, the potency of a spirit pet's skills increases with the master's beast control power. And Leng Ningshuang's beastmaster power quality has reached 99. Frankly, it's absolutely top tier. Therefore, Zhou Xuan's contract with Leng Ningshuang was far from disadvantageous. This exceptionally high-quality Beastmaster power would allow Zhou Xuan to unleash even greater combat prowess. The moment the beast control power within Leng Ningshuang surged into Zhou Xuan's body, a crisp crack echoed. The eggshell cracked open. The next second, sensing his shell had finally cracked, Zhou Xuan let out an excited roar to the heavens. A dragon's roar filled with terrifying pressure, like a demonic chant. Roar! The single roar caused every spirit beast egg within the 10,000 spirits den to tremble. Even the wind lion, who had just arrived and sat with a dashing, heroic bearing, halted in its tracks, too intimidated to advance. Dragonkin, these were exceptionally noble spirit pets. Though Zhou Xuan's strength was lacking, the innate racial suppression instilled fear in even low-tier spirit beasts. Now, Zhang Cheng sensed his wind lion trembling uncontrollably, while the dragon's roar, brimming with overwhelming pressure, echoed in his ears. Zhang Cheng, who had previously been baffled by Leng Ningshuang's insistence on a soul contract, now stood utterly transfixed before the egg, which had only cracked open a tiny fissure. A rare curse even escaped his lips. Not only does it possess demonic attributes, but it's also a bloody dragon? 005 is born. The dragon's roar shatters the night. At that moment, it wasn't just Zhang Cheng who was utterly flabbergasted. Even the staff from the 10,000 Spirits Beast Den who had rushed to the scene were stunned speechless. To be honest, they could understand a spirit beast with demonic attributes being left behind in the 10,000 Spirits Beast Den. After all, last year a spirit beast with holy attributes had appeared in the same place. Such occurrences were seen as the higher-ups' way of appeasing conflicts among the lower ranks. But damn it all, leaving a dragon bloodline within the 10,000 Spirits Beast Den? That was just beyond absurd. A dragon spawn. Even in the eternal heaven, such a being is exceedingly rare. And now there's one in the 10,000 Spirits Den? This is just too unreal. The staff found it all hard to believe. The dragon's roar was real, and its aura was real. Thus, the staff and Zhang Cheng stared at Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan, who hadn't fully emerged from his shell, their eyes going blank. Yet moments later, a look of greed began to surface in their eyes. After all, this was a dragon's offspring. A creature whose every part was a treasure. It was said that even non-dragon-blooded hungry spirit beasts could master dragon attribute skills by drinking dragon blood. Grinding dragon bones into powder and feeding it to spirit beasts could enhance their physical prowess. Not to mention that dragon liver and gallbladder were both rare and potent tonics. If you were to kill one and sell it, it would fetch at least 10 million. This would wipe out all the debt the group had accumulated from raising spirit beasts. But the moment greed flickered in their eyes, Zhang Cheng beside them instantly sensed it. In the next instant, a green eagle with a wingspan of 3 meters was summoned before him. Please remain where you are. If my eagle were to injure anyone, don't blame me for the trouble you bring upon yourselves. At the sight of the eagle before them, the staff's expressions darkened. They knew they stood no chance against this bird of prey. They had no choice but to stand down. As for Zhang Qing's eagerness to protect Leng Ningshuang, that was something he coveted. But unlike these lowly staff members, rather, he coveted the bright future that lay ahead of him. After all, this was a dragon's offspring. A spirit pet coveted by the noble families of Chang Shengshan. With proper cultivation, its future potential was limitless. Its combat prowess would rank among the absolute elite in the earth-themed heaven. Paired with Leng Ningshuang's innate talents, Zhang Cheng sensed a possibility Leng Ningshuang might truly break through the barriers and snatch a spot at one of the 10 great Beastmaster Academies from the bigwigs of Earth Capital. This was a spot in one of the 10 great Beastmaster Academies, a place that could potentially elevate one to the second realm, the illusory birth heaven. A realm countless beings in the earth-themed heaven dream of visiting. Consider this, Chanya First Academy has existed for over 300 years. Yet not a single student in its history had ever gained admission to the 10 great Beastmaster Academies. If Leng Ningshuang succeeded, Zhang Qing felt he wouldn't just get 10 million, he'd be worth 100 million in rewards. Such a cash cow wasn't something Zhang Cheng would give away for free. That's precisely why he shielded Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan. After Zhou Xuan let out a dragon's roar, the eggshell began to show very distinct cracks. The cracks were beautiful, resembling precious jewels. They spread from the top of the egg all the way to its base. The entire egg split open in two. The next moment, a small dragon, entirely olive green and resembling a tiny baby, appeared before Leng Ningshuang. Indeed, the little dragon was none other than Zhou Xuan himself. Though Zhou Xuan had fused with the template of the demonic dragon, he still appeared as a young child. Honestly, he didn't exude any sense of dominance. Instead, he gave off a strangely adorable vibe. Not only was his appearance adorable, but especially when he first appeared, with his hands on his hips, made him even cuter than he already was. Finally out of the egg. Breaking free from the shell, Zhou Xuan shook his tender arms and gave his head a slight wiggle. Though he appeared young, his every movement carried a seasoned, steady demeanor. Leng Ningshuang wasn't surprised by Zhou Xuan's state. After all, in his previous life, Zhou Xuan had been exactly this kind of person, low-key and steady, meticulous in his actions, rarely making mistakes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say his intelligence bordered on demonic. Even Leng Ningshuang, who had been hailed as the peerless empress in her previous life, had been tricked by Zhou Xuan several times. But now that they had forged a soul contract, Leng Ningshuang no longer feared Zhou Xuan's tricks. Just as Zhou Xuan finished speaking, Zhang Qing, riding the wind lion, arrived beside Leng Ningshuang. Throughout the journey, Zhang Qing hadn't once glanced at Leng Ningshuang. Instead, his gaze had remained fixed on Zhou Xuan. "Ningshuang, is this the spirit pet you contracted? Does it truly possess dragon blood?" Facing Zhang Qing's inquiry, Leng Ningshuang nodded. "Yes, headmaster." Whoa! Zhang Qing sucked in a sharp breath, but the next moment, he couldn't suppress the excitement surging within him. "I knew my senses weren't deceiving me. Ningshuang, you're absolutely incredible." Watching the excited Zhang Qing, Leng Ningshuang remained as cool and aloof as ever. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuan, standing nearby, scrutinized the wind lion beside Zhang Qing. A lion this size should be worth about 100 energy points after consumption, right? Just as Zhou Xuan considered taking a bite to test it, the wind lion seemed to sense his intent. It instinctively glared at Zhou Xuan, attempting to overpower him with its aura. Yet Zhou Xuan paid no heed to the wind lion's imposing pressure. Noticing Zhou Xuan's intent to act, Leng Ningshuang telepathically warned him. "Zhou Xuan, consuming spirit beasts won't boost you much. I happen to have a treasure perfectly suited for you to devour." Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak, Zhou Xuan inquired, "What kind of treasure?" "The fire jade pendant." Leng Ningshuang replied. "It's a jade pendant imbued with exceptionally potent flame energy. Such a pendant is extremely rare in the Earth Fiend realm, but I know who possesses one." At this point, Leng Ningshuang's icy demeanor shifted, a faint smile curling her lips. "But to get him to take the bait, we need to make a bigger splash. Emerging from the 10,000 spirits beast cave. Use every ounce of your strength to roar at the top of your lungs." Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan blinked slightly. Though he didn't understand her motives, as a reincarnated being who had forged a soul contract with him, she surely wouldn't harm him. "Ningshuang, let's go. I'll take you back to the academy first." As he spoke, Zhang Qing summoned back the Azure Eagle. Immediately, he led Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan toward the exit of the 10,000 spirits beast cave. The green eagle soared at incredible speed. Yet Zhou Xuan, nestled in Leng Ningshuang's soft, warm embrace, felt no discomfort whatsoever. The instant they left the 10,000 spirits beast cave, Leng Ningshuang's psychic connection activated. "Now!" Hearing this, Zhou Xuan instantly grasped Leng Ningshuang's meaning. He drew a sharp breath, concentrating his beast control power to its absolute peak. First tier skill, Dragon's Roar activated. A dragon's roar, piercing the heavens and chilling the soul, echoed throughout the entire Chang'e market. The roar echoed, instantly stunning everyone living in the long night market. "Holy crap, a dragon's roar? Has a dragon emerged from our Chang'e market? That dragon's roar is coming from the direction of the spirit beast den? No way, no way. Mom, am I hallucinating?" Hearing the dragon's roar, everyone in Chang'e City was stunned. Ordinary folk were stunned that a dragon had appeared in such a small city as Chang'e. The rulers of Chang'e City, however, were stunned that the spirit beast cavern had been thoroughly plundered. How could a dragon spawn still be here? In an instant, the Yan, Zhao, and Xian families of Chang'e were thrown into turmoil. Within the Yan family estate of Chang'e, Yanson, the strongest prodigy of the 37th generation, stood in the training ground, gazing toward the source of the dragon's roar. His eyes betrayed utter disbelief. This is impossible. How could a dragon bloodline be born in the 10,000 spirits beast den? 006 The Yan clan's scheme. The Empress's supreme spiritual medicine. The dragon's roar shattered the tranquil peace of Chang'e City. After all, this was a dragon. Not just in the long night market, even in the Earth Fiend heaven, such a sight was exceedingly rare. In an instant, the three major families of the long night market began investigating the source of this dragon's roar overnight. Yan family ancestral hall. Everyone, I trust you all heard the dragon's roar in the long night tonight? Speak up, what useful information have you uncovered? The head of the ancestral hall, a frail old man leaning on a cane, his hair streaked with gray and his face deeply wrinkled, swept his piercing gaze across the other four present. The elder was Yan Yuanzhou, the current head of the Yan family. "Eldest brother, I've confirmed it. A dragon spawn has indeed emerged from the 10,000 spirits beast den. Moreover, it's exceptionally well suited to our Yan family's fire elemental spirit pets." Responding to the elder's inquiry, Yan Yuanyan, the third head of the Yan family, spoke up. "Third brother's assessment isn't entirely accurate. That dragon spawn possesses not only dual fire and dragon attributes, but also the extremely rare demon attribute. Eldest brother, haven't we already plundered the 10,000 spirits beast den clean? How could a triple attribute dragon breed like this possibly appear in the 10,000 spirits cave? Could someone have tampered with it?" Yan Yuanzhu, the second in command of the Yan clan, frowned in confusion. "Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Dragon eggs are so precious that even if the staff didn't turn them in, they'd likely hoard them to sell on the black market. After all, a single dragon egg could fetch at least 50 million. Yan Yuanzhou dismissed his younger brother's theory. Perhaps Yan Yuanzhou's strength wasn't formidable, but his understanding of human nature had reached its pinnacle. When faced with absolute profit, even blood brothers could turn against each other. To abandon an asset capable of transforming one's life just to spite the Yin family? Those from the Earth Fiend Heaven likely haven't reached that level of scheming. So according to your reasoning, father, this dragon-blooded egg appeared out of nowhere? Overhearing the elder's conversation, Yan Lingfeng, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke up. That seems to be the only possibility. Or perhaps some old codger from the eternal heaven tossed it into the 10,000 spirits beast den. Those old fools fear the resources of Earth Fiend Heaven solidifying, preventing them from harvesting fresh prey. Their attempts to disrupt the balance of Earth Fiend Heaven aren't anything new. Yan Yuanzhou snorted coldly, his words dripping with contempt for the eternal heaven of the third world. His words even brimmed with hostility toward the immortal realm. Oof. But those old fools don't seem to realize that our Yin family hasn't sat atop the long night market's first-rate clan throne for 1,000 years by being pushovers. His gaze shifted to Yanson, who had remained silent throughout. Sooner, since this dragon seed egg originates from the 10,000 spirits beast's lair. Then this task falls to you. You need only do one thing. Disable that dragon spawn for me. Otherwise, once it grows to maturity, your status among the 10 great beast master academies may be jeopardized. Upon hearing Yan Yuanzhou's words, Yanson, who had remained silent, slowly rose to his feet. The next instant, a bird suddenly materialized on his shoulder. Half a meter long, with slanted eyes and a fiery red body, it looked strikingly exotic. Rest assured, Grandfather Headmaster. The Fire Demon Phoenix and I will never let you down. Hearing Yanson's words, Yan Yuanzhou remained silent, merely tapping his walking stick against the floor. With that, Yanson immediately bid farewell to the 4 people in the room and departed the ancestral home. As Yanson departed, the 4 remaining in the ancestral home resumed their conversation. However, it seemed some sort of barrier had been placed over the ancestral home. Even standing outside the door, Yanson could not hear a single word from within. Yet Yanson paid it no mind. Instead, he lifted his gaze toward the distant location of the 10,000 spirits beast's lair, his expression calm as he remarked, "Dragon bloodline, huh? So what? I, Yanson, fear no one." No sooner had Yanson spoken than the spirit beast by his side, the fire demon phoenix, spat forth a ball of flame from its beak. This flame was not the common fiery red. Instead, it was a demonic crimson, almost pinkish in hue. Caw! A piercing phoenix cry erupted from the fire demon phoenix's beak. The piercing cry was exceptionally loud. Sharp and piercing, it echoed throughout the entire Chang'e market, much like Zhou Xuan's demon dragon's roar. At the same time, Leng Ningshuang, who had just returned to her school dormitory, heard this phoenix cry surge from the sky. A faint smile began to curve the corners of her icy lips. It seemed Yanson had taken the bait. With that, the next phase of her plan would be much easier. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Leng Ningshuang knew Yanson all too well. The fire jade pendant she sought was right on Yanson's person. Now, Yanson's spirit pet, the fire demon phoenix, had responded. It was clear Yanson had become aware of Zhou Xuan's existence. Consequently, he would resort to underhanded tactics against Zhou Xuan. But true hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Now that Yanson had fallen into the trap, Leng Ningshuang naturally felt triumphant. Yet despite her satisfaction, Leng Ningshuang turned her gaze to Zhou Xuan, who was scrutinizing every corner of her room. She too fell into deep contemplation. Zhou Xuan's strength was undeniable. A spirit pet with 3 innate attributes. Among these 3 attributes were Dragon and Demon, 2 extremely rare high-tier attributes. As for talent, Leng Ningshuang had no cause for concern. But the one thing that troubled Leng Ningshuang was his combat prowess. By having Zhou Xuan deliberately expose himself, Yanson had already drawn attention. This meant that when she went to school tomorrow, Yanson would surely come looking for trouble. It wouldn't be surprising if he tried to cripple her spirit pet in the shadows, just like in her previous life. Therefore, Leng Ningshuang was genuinely worried about provoking Yanson now. If she couldn't defeat Yanson tomorrow, her entire plan would be derailed. Before she could speak her thoughts aloud. Knock, knock. Ningshuang, it's Zhang Cheng. Your contract dragon breed, this is no small matter. Rest assured, Principal, I'll definitely push through the opposition and secure ample resources for you. Still, resources like these require a formal request. But I have some things here, you can use them for now. I'll leave them by the door. I have other matters to attend to and must depart now. Before Leng Ningshuang could open the door, Zhang Cheng hurriedly departed. When Leng Ningshuang opened the door, she noticed a box waiting there. Opening the box, Leng Ningshuang discovered some truly remarkable items that caught her eye. Dragon blood grass, fire sparks, energy crystals. Indeed, it was her high potential that made these influential figures willing to invest. At this point, Leng Ningshuang glanced back at Zhou Xuan, who was already asleep, and let out a soft chuckle. With these resources, I can absolutely concoct a top-tier 1-star fire attribute spirit medicine. Once Zhou Xuan consumes this fire attribute spirit medicine, his growth will be nothing short of remarkable. With that, taking down the fire demon phoenix should be a piece of cake. 007 Unlocked Skill, Shadow Legion. Remember, Leng Ningshuang is the reincarnation of the Empress. In her previous life, she achieved the 9th realm entirely through her own efforts. That was the peak of the 9 realms. The mightiest combat power beyond the heavens. While luck certainly played a part in Leng Ningshuang's rise. But what mattered most was her relentless thirst for knowledge. In her previous life, beyond being known as the peerless Empress, Leng Ningshuang was also a god-tier alchemist. Alchemists are a type of support profession. Their core ability lies in blending different herbs to create potions of superior quality and efficacy. Leng Ningshuang's talent for alchemy was nothing short of extraordinary. Even within the realm of the laws of heaven, she would claim second place no one dared to claim first. Thus, upon seeing the resources Zhang Qing had gifted her, Leng Ningshuang instantly discerned the unique properties of each ingredient. Her mind was already formulating plans to refine these materials into potent elixirs. Leng Ningshuang was a woman of action. Upon seeing the resources in her hands, she wasted no time. She promptly took the resources back to her dorm. She promptly began crafting the elixir. Whether due to his recent birth or other reasons, Zhou Xuan remained in a deep slumber. But just as Zhou Xuan was sleeping soundly, he suddenly sensed an exceptionally pure energy fluctuation. Before Zhou Xuan's mind could process it, his body shot upright from the bed. Opening his eyes, Zhou Xuan noticed Leng Ningshuang brewing a medicinal decoction in the dormitory. The potion was a vivid crimson color, resembling fresh blood, yet Zhou Xuan could keenly sense the extraordinary fire element energy contained within it. Awake? Why not try the elixir I've prepared? Seeing Zhou Xuan approach, Leng Ningshuang smiled softly. You made this? Zhou Xuan glanced at the potion before him and asked in confusion. Before my rebirth, I was the Empress, after all. Concocting elixirs is still quite simple for me. But these are the only resources I can get my hands on now. This potion probably won't be very effective. Just drink this for now. Once I get my hands on more precious ingredients, I'll make you something better. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan blinked and walked over to the pot. Leng Ningshuang moved swiftly, scooping a bowl of fiery red medicinal broth for Zhou Xuan using a dormitory rice bowl. Not only did the medicinal broth appear fiery red, but when Zhou Xuan touched it with his hand, he could keenly sense its considerable heat. A rough estimate placed its temperature at no less than 150 degrees Celsius. Honestly, if Zhou Xuan didn't possess the bloodline of a fire demon, he might have scalded himself. Feeling the searing heat in his hands, Zhou Xuan glanced at Leng Ningshuang. Then he lifted the small bowl and downed it in one gulp. As the potion vanished down his throat, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 23 energy points. As the notification faded, Zhou Xuan noticed a change in his energy points display. Energy bar, 23,100. Seeing the change in his energy bar, Zhou Xuan's eyes lit up. Whoa, a single bowl of medicinal soup provided 23 energy points? If I were to drink the entire pot of medicinal soup, wouldn't that be enough to complete the first stage of energy acquisition? The thought lit up Zhou Xuan's eyes. His previously composed demeanor vanished, replaced by the ravenous hunger of a starving ghost. His gaze immediately fixated on the soup pot. Noticing Zhou Xuan's gaze, Leng Ningshuang seemed to sense something and hurriedly exclaimed, "Don't! The energy contained within this elixir is overwhelming. You haven't reached the first realm yet. Consuming too much will overwhelm your body." Leng Ningshuang's warning was well-intentioned, but Zhou Xuan, whose thirst for energy had reached its peak, wasn't about to listen to her now. With a single leap, Zhou Xuan plunged directly into the boiling pot. The pot was scalding hot. Yet such heat could not harm Zhou Xuan. Submerged in the pot, Zhou Xuan drew in a deep breath. Then, like a whale devouring fish and shrimp, he instantly sucked the entire pot of spiritual herbs into his belly. In an instant, Zhou Xuan's once flat stomach now bulged like a small rubber ball. If one were to pierce it with a thin needle, it would surely burst on the spot. As the massive amount of spiritual herbs flooded into his stomach, Leng Ningshuang beside him grew visibly anxious. Zhou Xuan, are you okay? The energy of these spiritual herbs is incredibly potent. Absorbing it all in one go is a bit too much. Before Leng Ningshuang could finish her sentence, the next scene left Leng Ningshuang utterly dumbfounded. For she suddenly saw Zhou Xuan's belly, which had been swollen like a small rubber ball, now rapidly deflating at a visible pace. More importantly, Zhou Xuan's aura surged at an astonishing rate. Stage 1. Second tier. Third tier. Originally just emerging with only stage 10 realm strength, Zhou Xuan had now, after consuming these medicinal soups, forcibly elevated his power to stage 30 realm. Though Zhou Xuan's current strength was only at the third tier of the 0 realm, For a newly born spirit pet, this level of power would normally take half a month to achieve. In truth, Leng Ningshuang wasn't entirely surprised by this sudden surge in power. The potion itself contained exceptionally potent energy. It would have been unusual for one to consume this entire pot and not reach the third tier. What truly astonished Leng Ningshuang, however, Zhou Xuan's digestive capacity was downright monstrous. He had devoured an entire cauldron of potent fire attribute elixir in one go, not only avoiding any physical strain but also nearly perfectly assimilating its energy. This was what truly astonished Leng Ningshuang. But then she recalled that Zhou Xuan was the formidable figure destined to drain the very depths of the sea of bitterness in the future. Digesting this small amount of elixir was hardly surprising. Here, Zhou Xuan had licked clean an entire cauldron of top-tier first-grade fire attribute elixir. Meanwhile, the system's voice sounded in Zhou Xuan's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 314 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully condensing 100 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the talent tree. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the new ability, Summon Shadow Legion Ninja Soldiers. As the system notification sounded, Zhou Xuan's detailed information appeared before his eyes. Host, Zhou Xuan. Power level, 0 realm, stage 3. Attributes, Dragon, Demon, Fire. Race, Demon Dragon. Talent, High Tier 4. Talent tree, Shadow Legion Ninja Soldier. Skills, Tier 1 Dragon Claw, Tier 1 Demon Dragon Roar, Tier 1 Demon Fire. Energy bar, 2,371,000. Evaluation, a true dragon bearing the bloodline of the fire demon, your power is unmatched. Yet to rise above in the beast realm, this ability alone is far from sufficient. You must grow stronger. 008 Talent Tree. Cold Frost Scheme. Talent Tree? After his energy bar reached 100, Zhou Xuan began examining the talent tree he had awakened. The current structure of the talent tree was simple. Zhou Xuan could see only 4 points. Among these 4 points, the one at the very bottom glowed with light. Gazing at this glowing point, Zhou Xuan could see detailed information. Shadow Legion, you have become the Shadow Emperor. You can now summon Shadow Ninja Soldiers. It seems that this talent being illuminated signifies I've mastered the Shadow Legion's abilities. However, judging by this serial number, the Shadow Legion seems to possess even greater capabilities. At this thought, Zhou Xuan's memory flashed back to the ghost masks from Jackie Chan's adventures. Each ghost mask represents a different sealed ghost shadow general. Among them, the Shadow Ninja Soldiers were arguably the weakest foot soldiers within the Shadow Legion. The exclusive armies of other Shadow Generals possessed combat strength far surpassing that of the Ninja Soldiers. It seemed this ability would need to be unlocked gradually. Looking at the unlit Shadow Legion icon in the upper corner of the Shadow Legion's highlight. Besides Shadow Legion, Zhou Xuan also noticed 2 other unlit ability names. Rabbit Talisman and Sky Demon Chi. A Rabbit Talisman? Among the 12 Zodiac Talismans, this ranked above average. Seeing the Rabbit Talisman appear before him, Zhou Xuan was somewhat surprised. He had some understanding of the 12 Zodiac Talismans. While most of these talismans weren't exactly useless. But at the very least, they were useless under normal circumstances. Take the Sheep Talisman's Soul Projection ability or the Tiger Talisman's Good-Evil Split, for instance. But the Rabbit Talisman, though it lacks the Ox Talisman's immense strength, or the Dragon Talisman's explosive power and ability to traverse time and space. But the Rabbit Talisman is fast. As the old saying goes, no martial art is invincible, but speed cannot be broken. In combat, agile footwork alone can place you halfway to invincibility. Though it's only a stage 1 Rabbit Talisman, it provides me with significant bonuses. And for just 1,000 energy points? That's a steal. As for the other unactivated skill, Sky Demon Chi, it's no slouch either. The Dragon Adventure Chronicles features 8 great demons. While the Sky Demon Shimu is widely acknowledged as the weakest. After all, Shimu's abilities are rather simplistic. But Shimu's inclusion among the 8 great demons means he possesses his own unique abilities and methods. What the Sky Demon Energy actually looks like? Even if I tried to imagine it, I wouldn't know. Still, unlocking these 3 abilities doesn't require much energy, just 1,000 points each. The cost effectiveness is relatively high. Therefore, for me, the most crucial task now remains absorbing a sufficiently massive quantity of energy. With that thought, Zhou Xuan turned his gaze to Leng Ningshuang beside him. Do you still have any of these spiritual herbs? Faced with the question, Leng Ningshuang looked surprised. You can still drink it? So you still have some? Zhou Xuan asked excitedly. None left. All the resources the principal sent are in that pot of soup. Leng Ningshuang pointed to the pot Zhou Xuan was standing beside. Then why ask if I can drink it? Zhou Xuan was slightly annoyed. Pure curiosity. Leng Ningshuang said. By the way, your aura feels very different. Did you awaken some new ability? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's question, Zhou Xuan didn't want to answer. Don't just sit there. Leng Ningshuang said with some displeasure. Tomorrow, we're bound to have a major battle. If you've truly awakened new abilities, show them to me. That way I can strategize for tomorrow's battle. After all, you don't want the fire jade pendant we've worked so hard to plan for to just slip away, do you? We only get one shot at this. Next time, that Yanson fellow won't fall for the same trick. Leng Ningshuang's words were highly calculated. Listening to Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan felt a little irritated, but upon hearing that they could get that fire jade pendant tomorrow, he finally glanced at Leng Ningshuang. He leapt up from the cauldron and landed on the floor. Come forth, Shadow Legion. Without any warning, without any preamble. 3 pairs of crimson eyes instantly appeared from the shadows behind Zhou Xuan. In the blink of an eye, these 3 pairs of crimson eyes detached from Zhou Xuan's back. The next second, 3 shadowy figures appeared beside Zhou Xuan. They were the size of adults, dressed like ninjas, but their skin was a dark gray. Shadow ninja soldiers? Seeing the 3 shadow ninja soldiers appear behind Zhou Xuan, Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but startle. How do you know them? Seeing Leng Ningshuang's astonished expression, Zhou Xuan asked in surprise. But then he thought about it. Leng Ningshuang was a reincarnated soul who knew his future path. Recognizing the shadow ninja soldiers wasn't all that surprising. As for Leng Ningshuang, she didn't merely recognize the shadow ninja soldiers, she had witnessed their terrifying power firsthand. After all, in her previous life, the wind, flower, snow, and moon faction of the eternal heaven had been wiped out by the shadow ninja soldiers. Wind, flower, snow, moon, one of Changshan's 4 elite legions. Yet before these shadow ninja soldiers, they offered not a shred of resistance. This alone demonstrated the formidable might of the shadow ninja soldiers. Leng Ningshuang had always believed that summoning shadow ninja soldiers required at least a 2nd realm, if not a 3rd realm, existence. Yet now, he had mastered them at the 0 realm. This truly astonished Leng Ningshuang. Yet amidst her astonishment, Leng Ningshuang, who had previously harbored concerns about Zhou Xuan's ability to secure a complete victory against Yanson's fire demon phoenix in tomorrow's battle, now felt not a shred of apprehension. After all, with the shadow ninja soldiers by his side, Yanson would likely need 3 fire demon phoenixes to reliably overcome Zhou Xuan. The combat strength issue was resolved. Now she only needed to figure out how to provoke Yanson's fury to its peak tomorrow. Pondering this, Leng Ningshuang fell silent for a moment. The next instant, a figure flashed through her mind. Xian Luochen, how could I have forgotten her? The Xian and Yin families had been at odds for ages. If Xian Luochen were to confront Yanson tomorrow, it would likely push Yanson's rage to 120%. In that case, getting Yanson to put up the fire jade pendant as a wager wouldn't be too difficult. Besides, the Xian family has something of mine too. A 2-for-1 deal would be splendid. As these thoughts formed, Leng Ningshuang's mind began to strategize. She then turned to Zhou Xuan and said, "You've just undergone incubation and consumed so many top-tier first-tier fire attribute spirit medicines. You really need to rest and recuperate now. After all, tomorrow's events will depend entirely on you." Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan nodded in understanding. "All right. I'll step out to handle some matters and return shortly." With that, Leng Ningshuang stepped out the door. Watching Leng Ningshuang depart, Zhou Xuan glanced at the cauldron beside him, still steaming with the freshly brewed elixir. He then looked at his newly enhanced strength and couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. It seems agreeing to this contract with Leng Ningshuang was a pretty good choice after all. I'm a bit curious. Just how fast my growth will accelerate with her help. 009 Double Agent Xian Luochen. Have you heard? Our school has a beast master who contracted a dragon blood. A dragon-blooded beast master? Holy crap, dude, you're not pulling my leg, right? Dragons appearing in a small place like our Chanya market? Exactly. Even in a place like Didi, a dragon appearing isn't something that happens every 10 or 8 years, okay? Put. Don't believe me? Did you hear that dragon's roar yesterday? That was the dragon making that sound. And according to reliable sources, the one who contracted the dragon is none other than Leng Ningshuang. Ha? The one who contracted the dragon is Miss Leng, the campus beauty? You guys gotta be joking. Didn't Leng Ningshuang go to the 10,000 Spirits Beast Den to select a spirit beast egg? How could she possibly have chosen a dragon's egg? We don't know for sure, but rumor has it the 10,000 Spirits Beast Cave is under the jurisdiction of the upper realm. Though the major clans scavenge the precious spirit beast eggs every year. But every year, 1 or 2 spirit beasts with exceptional talent still remain inside. Take Senior Zhang's Sacred Tiger King from last year, that's exactly how it happened. In my opinion, Leng Ningshuang must have been exceptionally talented. The upper realm folks recognized her potential. Damn! That's way too awesome for Leng Ningshuang. Her Beastmaster power alone has reached a terrifying 99, and now she has a dragon bloodline to boot. Her future prospects are beyond imagination. I reckon even Yanson might not be able to match Leng Ningshuang in the future. Long night, first high school, early morning. The moment she stepped onto campus, Leng Ningshuang overheard a flurry of chatter buzzing around her name. While her expression remained unchanged, she couldn't help but feel a secret thrill inside. Seems Xian Luochen's influence is pretty substantial after all. By early morning, news of me had already spread throughout the entire school. I wonder how well Xian Luochen has managed to sway Yanson's thoughts. At this thought, Leng Ningshuang let out a faint smile. Since everyone was talking about me, it was time to make those rumors a reality. Yanson was the type who wouldn't release the hawk until he saw the rabbit. With that thought, Leng Ningshuang summoned Zhou Xuan from her spirit pet space with a flick of her mind. Whether it was because he just hatched or for some other reason, Zhou Xuan was currently extremely sleepy. Even after being summoned, he remained fast asleep. Seeing Zhou Xuan's peaceful slumber, Leng Ningshuang chose not to disturb him. Instead, she cradled him gently in her arms, as if holding a child. Whether it was due to Leng Ningshuang's ample pectoral muscles or the comforting aura emanating from her, perhaps a result of their soul contract, Zhou Xuan felt profoundly at ease. Nestled in Leng Ningshuang's embrace, Zhou Xuan appeared to sleep even more soundly. While Zhou Xuan slept soundly, the crowd that had been discussing Leng Ningshuang turned their gaze toward her the moment they saw Zhou Xuan in her arms. Holy! Camel head, rabbit eyes, ox ears, deer antlers, snake neck, fish scales. Holy! 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 The spirit beast in Leng Ningshuang's arms is actually a freaking dragon. The rumors were true. Leng Ningshuang actually contracted a dragon breed. Damn it, Leng Ningshuang is about to take off at this rate. With Zhou Xuan's appearance, the many students who had been half believing, half doubting the rumors now had no choice but to stop questioning them. Instead, they all stared at Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang's arms with disbelief etched across their faces. Many immediately pulled out their phones and snapped away at Zhou Xuan. After all, this was a dragon. Since the long night market's founding, not a single dragon had ever appeared. People had only seen dragons online before this was their first real-life encounter. Naturally, they went wild taking pictures to commemorate the moment. At that moment, Zhou Xuan's appearance sent the already buzzing long night market into an even greater frenzy. Young Master Yan, I was right, weren't I? The one who contracted the dragon bloodline must be Leng Ningshuang. Meanwhile, atop the academy's rooftop, a girl with white hair tied in a ponytail, chewing gum, and looking like a streetwise kid sat on the rooftop, smiling down at Leng Ningshuang below. As she spoke, she shot a teasing glance at Yanson beside her. Young Master Yan, if you ask me, throughout the entire long night, you're the only one worthy of this dragon blood. As for Leng Ningshuang, what gives her the right to possess such a precious dragon seed? With your family background and talent, once you have the dragon seed's power, forget about getting into the top 10 Beastmaster academies at the very least. The Yin family would definitely have the qualifications to enter the Earth capital. That's the Earth capital. If the Yin family could establish roots there, I can't even imagine how glorious our future could be. Her words were laced with subtle insinuations. Both overtly and covertly, she stirred up Yanson's emotions. As the young master of the Yin family, Yanson naturally saw through her provocations. But he couldn't deny. Yanson was genuinely stirred by the young woman's proposal. For Yanson, his life held only two pursuits. First, to gain admission to one of the 10 great Beastmaster academies. Second, to establish the Yin family's roots in the capital. If he could obtain this dragon-blooded beast, there was a high probability both goals could be achieved. For a moment, Yanson was genuinely tempted. But Yanson still didn't know how to proceed. Luochen, your proposal is sound. But you know the rules of this world. No killing without cause. No seizing others' possessions without cause. The gods watch over us. Should we violate these rules, the divine ministry will not let us off lightly. Hearing Yanson's words, Xian Luochen chuckled lightly. Young Yan, you're just not getting it. We certainly can't just go around snatching this dragon spawn. But we can strike a wager contract with Leng Ningshuang. If we offer sufficiently valuable resources and tweak the contract terms a bit, given Leng Ningshuang's love for getting the upper hand, wouldn't we easily trick the dragonling into our grasp? At this point, Yanson stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's a valid point. But this is a dragon breed after all invaluable. I simply don't possess anything substantial enough to wager against her. Hearing Yanson's response, Xian Luochen's lips curved upward in a faint smile. With a seemingly carefree gesture, she extended her slender, jade-like fingers and let them glide lightly across Yanson's chest. The next moment, her fingertip gently tapped the jade pendant on his chest, transparent as crystal, yet holding a fiery glow within. Nothing else will do, but I believe this heirloom jade pendant should be substantial enough. This piece is invaluable, and it contains potent fire energy. That dragon-blooded creature, Leng Ningshuang, appears to possess fire attributes as well. Leng Ningshuang must covet your fire jade pendant. If you stake it as a wager, I'm certain Leng Ningshuang will accept. As for the outcome, with your abilities, young Master Yan, victory should come easily. Let's just say we got really unlucky and lost. At worst, we can trade some resources to get it back. Cold Frost is such a bumpkin, even if she got that fire jade pendant, she wouldn't know how to use it. So this is basically a gamble, a chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Win or lose, it won't affect us much. Besides, if you can't bring yourself to do it, young Master Yan, I can help you out. Listening to Xian Luochen's words, Yanson glanced at the fire jade pendant on his chest. His mind raced for a moment before he gave a slight nod. Then I'll leave it to you. It would be my honor to serve young Master Yan, Xian Luochen said with a smile. Yet at the same time, the corners of her lips lifted slightly as her gaze drifted toward Leng Ningshuang downstairs. Leng Ningshuang. I've done my part. I'm rather curious how you plan to defeat Yanson. I hope you don't make my efforts go to waste. 0-10 each with their own strategy? Zhou Xuan vs Fire Demon Luang. Cold Frost, you seem pretty confident. What makes you think contracting a dragon's blood makes you special? Remember this, lowly beings will always remain lowly. Even if you perch on a branch, you'll never become a phoenix. No sooner had Leng Ningshuang entered the classroom than a shrill voice pierced the air from outside the door. Xian Luochen strode in with a stride that seemed to trample all ties of kinship. Seeing Xian Luochen, Leng Ningshuang remained composed. I've no time for your verbal games. If you're not satisfied, we can settle this right now. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang touched Zhou Xuan nestled in her embrace. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Leng Ningshuang. This aura didn't stem from her strength, but from her confidence. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Xian Luochen let out a light chuckle. A fight? I couldn't possibly defeat a prodigy like you. But there's someone in school who'd be happy to take you on. As he spoke, Yan Xiao's figure entered the classroom. Wow, it's young Master Yan. Yan Xiao, you're so handsome. Yan Xiao, you're my idol. Watching Yanson enter the classroom, where the entire class seemed to instantly turn into love-struck fans, Leng Ningshuang narrowed her eyes slightly. Yanson, you want to fight me? Ignoring Leng Ningshuang's words, Yanson instead fixed his gaze on Zhou Xuan, who remained fast asleep. The moment Yanson's gaze landed on Zhou Xuan, his heart gave a violent thud. His gaze was utterly captivated by Zhou Xuan. He really is a dragon's offspring. Such pure energy fluctuations. Such formidable flame power. I absolutely must have him. Initially, Yanson hadn't been particularly interested in Zhou Xuan. But when Yanson observed Zhou Xuan up close, he was genuinely stunned by him. The Yan family, a superclan that had existed in the long night market for 1,000 years. Throughout history, the Yan family has been renowned for cultivating fire elemental spirit pets. They possessed unique methods for evaluating fire elemental spirit pets. Yanson could instantly discern whether a fire-type spirit pet was exceptional. And Zhou Xuan's was simply the finest of the finest. Whether it was the fluctuations of fire element energy within its body or its innate ability to conceal that energy, this was a level Yanson had never witnessed before. If Yanson had merely been intrigued by Zhou Xuan before. Now, Yanson felt as though he'd encountered the ultimate woman standing 180 centimeters tall with 110 centimeters legs, a curvaceous figure, fair skin, and striking beauty, who even favored wearing black stockings. In fact, Zhou Xuan held an even greater allure for Yanson than the woman in this metaphor. That was why his heart raced so wildly. Yet Yanson remained the young master of the Yan family, and his concealment of emotion was impeccable. So, Leng Ningshuang? Fancy a fight? I'm eager to see just how powerful this dragon-blooded creature you've contracted truly is. As he spoke, Xian Luochen handed Yanson a sheet of yellow paper adorned with mysterious patterns. This is the contract. I know your family's in a tough spot. Therefore, should your pet encounter any issues during the battle, I will cover all medical expenses. If you defeat me, I'll give you this. As he spoke, Yanson removed the fire jade pendant from his neck and placed it on the table. Holy crap! That's the fire jade pendant passed down through 30 generations of the Yan family? Is young Master Yan out of his mind? Holy crap! Young Master Yan really isn't afraid of losing. Seeing Yanson produce the fire jade pendant, every student present felt he had lost his mind. After all, this was the fire jade pendant. What's wrong, Leng Ningshuang? Too scared to fight? Young Master Yan, I told you Cold Frost is nothing but a coward. Even with such a powerful dragon breed, she still won't spar with you. If you ask me, Leng Ningshuang shouldn't even be a beastmaster. Being a cowardly turtle would suit you better. Xian Luochen sneered at the silent Leng Ningshuang. Hearing Xian Luochen's words, Leng Ningshuang, who had remained silent all along, seemed genuinely provoked by the two before her. She abruptly stood up, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Yanson, letting out a cold snort. Humph. It's just a fight. Who's afraid of who? Without even glancing at the treaty on the yellow paper, Leng Ningshuang pressed her fingerprint onto it. Her fingerprint landed on the yellow paper. Yanson's heart surged with wild joy. The next moment, the yellow paper shot up into the air. A burst of flame instantly consumed the paper. Immediately afterward, a duel emblem appeared on both Yanson and Leng Ningshuang. Simultaneously, a sacred voice rang out from nowhere. The duel is sealed. The divine department has tacitly approved your challenge. Hearing the divine voice fall, Yanson and Leng Ningshuang exchanged a glance. Outwardly, both remained calm and composed, yet within, their hearts were already churning with turbulent waves. For both believed the other had taken the bait. This space is too small. Let's head to the school's arena. I'll see just how formidable a dragonblood truly is. Long night first high school, Coliseum. Cold Frost and Yanson were about to clash. The proletarian prodigy versus the young master of the Yen clan. This fight sounds like pure hype. Place your bets. Place your bets. Odds are 10 to 1. News of Leng Ningshuang and Yanson's sparring match has been announced. This instantly drew the entire student body of Changyan No. 1 High School to gather around. The reason is simple. Leng Ningshuang and Yanson are undoubtedly the rising stars of Changyan No. 1 High School. Leng Ningshuang, a prodigy from common stock, possesses a top-tier beast master power of 99. Now that she's contracted a dragonkin, her limitless potential is plain for all to see. Yanson, the young master of the Yen family, is a prodigy with a beast master power of 96. Though his pet beast falls slightly short of a dragon breed, it is still a phoenix breed carrying a trace of vermilion bird bloodline. Moreover, Yanson has been cultivating the fire demon phoenix for quite some time. In terms of combat strength, the fire demon phoenix undoubtedly holds the upper hand. Thus, this battle drew not only eager students but also teachers. Even Principal Zheng Cheng himself came to observe the contest. The spectator stands of the arena were packed with people. In the arena, Leng Ningshuang and Yanson stood facing each other. Leng Ningshuang, I'll admit you've been incredibly lucky. But to defeat me? You're not worthy. Yanson sneered inwardly as he looked at Leng Ningshuang. The next moment, flames erupted fiercely behind him. Screech! A shrill, piercing cry echoed across the heavens. Immediately, the fiery demon phoenix, appearing utterly enchanting, materialized upon the arena. The fire demon phoenix spread its wings. A powerful aura instantly swept across the entire arena. In an instant, some of the spirit pets in the arena's spectator stands trembled in fear at this terrifying pressure. Whoa, so this is the oppressive presence of the fire demon phoenix? A mighty spirit beast bearing a trace of vermilion bird blood. Wow! I can't even imagine how formidable it will become when fully grown. As the fire demon phoenix's appearance sent shockwaves through the crowd. Zhou Xuan, who had been sleeping in Leng Ningshuang's arms in the arena, was also roused by the pressure the fire demon phoenix released. Whether it was because the fire demon phoenix's aura made Zhou Xuan uncomfortable, or simply due to a touch of morning grogginess, the moment Zhou Xuan opened his eyes, gazing at the fire demon phoenix in the distance, he unleashed a dragon's roar from his mouth, a roar far more terrifying than that of the fire demon phoenix itself. Roar! The dragon's roar was piercingly loud, its oppressive force terrifyingly intense. The spirit pets, who had been trembling slightly from the phoenix-like cries of the fire demon phoenix, now, upon hearing Zhou Xuan's roar, they instantly prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling violently, unable even to lift their heads. Zhou Xuan, who had been sleeping in Leng Ningshuang's arms, leapt onto the arena floor. Though petite in stature, his stern expression seemed poised to tear the fire demon phoenix to shreds at any moment. With both Zhou Xuan and the fire demon phoenix now in position, Luochen, serving as the referee, immediately waved his hand and declared, Leng Ningshuang vs Yanson. The battle begins now. 0-11 Leng Ningshuang fixed match? 1 hit KO. Spirit Beast, Fire Demon Phoenix. Power level, 0 realm, 5th tier. Attributes, Fire, Wind, Beast. Talent, low tier 3. Skills, tier 1 Fireball, tier 1 Wind Rouse, tier 1 Wind Fire Cannon. As Zhou Xuan gazed at the Fire Demon Phoenix before him, the creature's basic information instantly appeared before his eyes. Reaching 0 realm, 5th tier? That's 2 tiers higher than me. But its innate talent can't match mine. Still, a low-tier 3rd stage demon is quite formidable in the Earth Fiend realm. Though still groggy from waking, Zhou Xuan remained cautious by nature. This being his first battle, he approached it with utmost vigilance. Just as Zhou Xuan was scrutinizing the fire demon phoenix before him. Far away, Yanson felt the battle's rhythm and immediately commanded, Fire Demon Phoenix, stir the winds. Then, Fire Cannon. With that command, the fire demon phoenix spread its wings. With a whoosh, it soared into the sky. The next instant, its eyes blazed with a piercing blue light. A sudden gust of wind swept through the previously still arena. Though not particularly strong, this wind allowed Zhou Xuan with his keen energy perception to sense that the fire demon phoenix seemed to hover effortlessly, without expending any energy. Riding the wind, huh? Watching the fire demon phoenix in the sky, Zhou Xuan narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. Just as Zhou Xuan observed the fire demon phoenix in midair, a fierce blaze erupted from its body. Fire swells with the wind. The already fierce flames grew even more intense with the wind's aid. Is young Flame getting serious? He's immediately placed the fire demon phoenix in a state where fire borrows wind power. This clearly signaled his intent to finish it with a single decisive strike. Wow! Young Master Yen truly lives up to his reputation as the heir of the Yen family. His combat instincts are far beyond what ordinary people like us could ever hope to match. Leng Ningshuang is already considered top tier among us commoners. Yet even now, when young Master Yan holds such overwhelming dominance, and Leng Ningshuang hasn't reacted at all. The way I see it, Leng Ningshuang is going to lose this fight. Watching the arena's sudden shift, spectators in the stands buzzed with discussion. To the spectators in the stands, though their abilities couldn't compare to those of Leng Ningshuang and Yanson. But as the saying goes, those in the thick of things are often blind, while outsiders see clearly. After all, they had all studied at Chang'an No. 1 High School for 2 years. They'd seen plenty of combat footage. Though the vast majority had never experienced combat themselves, they were still giants in terms of tactical awareness. Thus, the moment Yanson made his move, everyone keenly sensed that Leng Ningshuang had already fallen behind. What's going on with Leng Ningshuang? Clearly at a disadvantage, why is she still frozen in place? What exactly was she waiting for? Watching the Fire Demon Phoenix complete its enhancement, Luochen, the arena's referee, froze in place. For Luochen, Leng Ningshuang had personally sought her out last night, proposing a partnership. All he had to do was stir the pot and incite Yanson to challenge Leng Ningshuang. But now that she had succeeded in stirring things up, Leng Ningshuang was acting like a complete novice in Yanson's battle. For a moment, Luochen couldn't fathom Leng Ningshuang's intentions. Could it be that? Was Leng Ningshuang genuinely willing to lose her dragon seed to Yanson? Just as Luochen was puzzled, the Fire Demon Phoenix in midair suddenly let out a piercing cry to the heavens. In that instant, a blast of air erupted from its beak. The moment this air cannon appeared, the blazing flames surrounding the Fire Demon Phoenix surged upward. First tier skill, Windfire Cannon, activated. The Windfire Cannon moved with blinding speed. It reached Zhou Xuan's front in an instant, as swift as the speed of sound. Yet even as the Windfire Cannon closed in, Zhou Xuan showed no reaction whatsoever. Not only did Zhou Xuan show no reaction, but Leng Ningshuang remained completely still as well. Seriously? What is Leng Ningshuang doing? This Windfire Cannon is the Fire Demon Phoenix's signature move. What the hell does not dodging at all even mean? Damn it! Give me my money back. Leng Ningshuang is rigging the game. She's rigging it. She must have lost on purpose to swindle our money. Seeing Leng Ningshuang show no reaction whatsoever, some of the gambling addicts in the audience area started going wild. After all, many had bet on Leng Ningshuang specifically because of the 110 odds. Now that Leng Ningshuang was playing dead in the arena, these gamblers naturally found it hard to stomach. Beyond the audience's bewilderment at Leng Ningshuang's behavior, Principal Zheng Qing, observing her unchanging state, felt equally perplexed. This shouldn't be happening. Her combat simulation results were excellent. While simulations and actual combat differ somewhat, she shouldn't be completely unresponsive. As this thought crossed his mind, Zheng Qing glanced at Zhou Xuan in the arena. Suddenly, something clicked, and a startled realization dawned on him. Could it be? Leng Ningshuang didn't even consider the Fire Demon Phoenix's Windfire Cannon a threat to her spirit pet? As this thought struck him, leaving Zheng Qing reeling with shock, Zhou Xuan watched the Windfire Cannon hurtling toward him, his expression calm. But in an instant, 3 pairs of crimson eyes appeared from the shadows behind him. The next moment, 3 shadowy ninja soldiers materialized. With a sharp whistling sound, one of the shadowy ninja soldiers hurled a shuriken. The shuriken shot like an arrow from a bow, transforming into a dark shadow as it charged straight toward the Windfire Cannon. The moment the shuriken made contact with the Windfire Cannon, the seemingly terrifying Windfire Cannon was instantly neutralized by the Shadow Shuriken. Seeing the Windfire Cannon shattered by the Shadow Shuriken, Yanson, who had been utterly confident in victory, was suddenly startled. How could this be? That dart just shattered the Fire Demon Phoenix's fire cannon? As Yanson's heart raced with shock, he watched the shadow dart soar straight toward the Fire Demon Phoenix. Seeing this, Yanson gasped. Fire Demon Phoenix, dodge it! Hearing Yanson's warning, the Fire Demon Phoenix flapped its wings. It too sensed the formidable nature of this dark shadow dart. If struck, it would surely be gravely wounded. But just as the Fire Demon Phoenix was about to move, Zhou Xuan, who had remained motionless, let a faint smile curve his lips. Trying to escape? Too late. Zhou Xuan drew in a sharp breath. His beast taming power coalesced to its absolute peak within his body. The next instant, his mouth opened wide, and a deafening dragon's roar like the whisper of a demon burst forth from his throat. First tier skill, Demon Dragon's Roar activated. Compared to last night's Dragon's Roar, the power Zhou Xuan unleashed now was even greater. Moreover, the energy remained perfectly focused, not a single thread of it dispersing. It charged straight toward the Fire Demon Phoenix. The Fire Demon Phoenix was exceptionally swift. But even with the wind's boost, its speed hadn't reached the speed of sound. Thus, the moment it heard Zhou Xuan's Dragon's Roar, it was instantly frozen in place, unable to move. The next moment, 2 whistling sounds pierced the air. The 3 shadowy ninja soldiers that had been beside Zhou Xuan instantly launched forward. Their shuriken transformed into razor-sharp blades as they charged straight toward the Fire Demon Phoenix's vital points. At that moment, Yanson's heart raced with anxiety. Fire Demon Phoenix, dodge. But Yanson's panic was useless. The Fire Demon Phoenix was now completely overwhelmed by Zhou Xuan's demon dragon sound. It simply couldn't hear Yanson's commands. And even if it could hear them, it wouldn't matter. The true power of demonic attributes lies in their ability to corrupt the mind. Thus, even if it heard the commands, the Fire Demon Phoenix could not follow Yanson's direction. A loud thud echoed through the air. The first dart struck the Fire Demon Phoenix squarely. Immediately after, whoosh, 3 more darts struck the Fire Demon Phoenix. The first dart alone had already been too much for the Fire Demon Phoenix to bear. Now, with 3 more darts striking in quick succession, the Fire Demon Phoenix plummeted from the sky like a heavy iron ball, crashing heavily onto the ground. It now lay severely injured and unconscious. Seeing the Fire Demon Phoenix instantly collapse to the ground, the audience who had previously suspected a fixed match was stunned. Ha! Wasn't the Fire Demon Phoenix dominating just a moment ago? How could it be gone in the blink of an eye? 012 Fire Jade Pendant acquired. Energy extraction. Defeated. The Fire Demon Phoenix actually lost like that? Seeing the Fire Demon Phoenix lying motionless on the ground, the entire audience froze in place. After all, they had witnessed the entire battle unfold. From the initial outward appearance, the Fire Demon Phoenix clearly held the upper hand throughout the fight. Everyone had assumed victory was already in the bag for the Fire Demon Phoenix. Yet in just those few seconds, the Fire Demon Phoenix, who had held the advantage, had suddenly been defeated. To be perfectly honest, this outcome truly caught everyone present completely off guard. What was even more terrifying was, the Fire Demon Phoenix was instantly defeated. For a moment, those who had previously underestimated Zhou Xuan now stared at him in the arena with expressions of utter shock. Especially Principal Zhang Qing. As he watched the 3 shadowy ninja soldiers gradually retreating into the shadows behind Zhou Xuan, he sucked in a sharp breath and exclaimed in awe, "A demonic summoning skill, huh? This dragon bound to the Cold Frost contract not only possesses exceptional innate talent, but its mastery of demonic attributes has reached a truly terrifying level." While Zhang Chang was inwardly stunned. On the other side, the referee, Luochen, also stared at Zhou Xuan in the arena with disbelief. Though she had initially suspected Zhou Xuan would be formidable, she truly hadn't anticipated his combat prowess would be this terrifying. After all, Yanson's Fire Demon Phoenix was a low-tier 3rd-rank spirit beast. Such potential would be considered formidable even in the Earth realm. Yet now, the Fire Demon Phoenix had been instantly defeated by Zhou Xuan with a single strike. This alone proved Zhou Xuan's combat prowess was far beyond anything the Fire Demon Phoenix could match. Could it be that? Could Leng Ningshuang's dragon possess 4th-tier potential? At this thought, Luochen sucked in a sharp breath. A 4th-tier quality such beasts are exceedingly rare even across the entire Earth Fiend heaven. And now such a formidable spirit beast had been contracted by Leng Ningshuang. Honestly, Luochen felt a pang of envy toward Leng Ningshuang. But envy was one thing. Seeing Yanson's utterly incredulous expression beside the arena, Luochen felt a flicker of pity on the surface, yet her heart was filled with scorn. Yanson, oh Yanson. Who would have thought that you, who boasted of being the strongest in the Yin family's history, would lose so easily? Indeed, a man's greatest weakness is arrogance. Now I'm curious, what will that old fossil of the Yin family do to you when he finds out you lost the Fire Jade Pendant? Will he end up like your useless elder brother, thrown into a mine to dig stones for the rest of his life? Though these thoughts swirled in her mind, Luochen didn't let her true feelings show. Instead, he immediately rushed to Yanson's side, feigning concern for his condition. After all, Luochen understood the principle that if you're going to put on a show, you might as well go all the way. While Luochen was comforting Yanson, Leng Ningshuang, who had remained silent throughout the battle, now walked straight up to Yanson. "Yanson, you've lost. Per the contract, hand over your Fire Jade Pendant." Leng Ningshuang's voice wasn't loud. Yet the words struck Yanson's heart like a bullet fired at high velocity. The Fire Jade Pendant, this is the Yin family's ancestral treasure. The Yin family's enduring presence in the long night market owes much to this very Fire Jade Pendant. Now he had actually gambled away the Fire Jade Pendant. Yanson could already foresee his own fate. Would I rather die than hand over the Fire Jade Pendant? But the moment this thought crossed Yanson's mind, he felt his heart tremble. A voice, solemn and majestic, echoed in his ears. "This contest is overseen by the Divine Department. How dare you defy it?" As the voice faded, Yanson instantly felt a terrifying pressure welling up from within his very core. If he truly defied the wager, his heart would be crushed to pieces right now. Yanson knew that even if his heart were crushed, the Fire Jade Pendant would still fall into Leng Ningshuang's hands. For this was a dual wager officially registered with the Divine Division. The Divine Department was the mightiest enforcement body in the Beast Ruins. Even an existence from the 8th world's law heaven would be instantly suppressed if they dared defy the Divine Department's will. Thus, a saying had long circulated throughout Beast Ruins: offend anyone, but never, ever offend the Divine Division. Thus, as the voice echoed in his ears, Yanson gritted his teeth and violently tore the fire jade pendant from his chest. Then, his face twisted with reluctance, even gritting his teeth, he declared, "This is an heirloom of the Yin family. You must keep it safe. I will redeem it from your hands." Hearing Yanson's words, Leng Ningshuang took the fire jade pendant and spoke softly. "I'll wait for you to reclaim it." With that, Leng Ningshuang gathered Zhou Xuan into her arms and promptly departed the arena. Watching Leng Ningshuang's retreating figure, Yanson, his face twisted with fury, slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. It was clear he now deeply regretted his actions, regretted why he had rushed into battle unprepared. He should have had his men assess Leng Ningshuang's combat strength first, then proceeded cautiously. Now he'd stumbled right into this mess. Recalling his elder brother, who was still mining in the bitter pits for causing trouble 5 years ago, Yanson's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He sensed his own fate approaching. Might mirror his elder brother's fate. Leng Ningshuang couldn't care less about Yanson's future. Now that she had obtained the fire jade pendant, she swiftly led Zhou Xuan back to the dormitory. Leng Ningshuang knew she had only today to extract the energy from the fire jade pendant. Come tomorrow, the Yin family would surely send someone to reclaim the fire jade pendant. Moreover, Leng Ningshuang needed this fire jade pendant to secure her qualification for the Long Night Grand Competition. After all, the Long Night Competition was a contest jointly organized by the 3 great superclans of the Long Night Market and a small group of prominent aristocratic families. Someone like Leng Ningshuang would never obtain an entry ticket to the Long Night Grand Competition under normal circumstances. But with the fire jade pendant in her possession, Leng Ningshuang now held leverage for negotiation. Therefore, the fire jade pendant must be returned. Yet Leng Ningshuang could not guarantee that the returned fire jade pendant would retain its full energy. "Zhou Xuan, help me set up the cauldron. Then, use every ounce of your power to heat this pot." Hearing Leng Ningshuang's instructions, Zhou Xuan frowned slightly, feeling a bit uneasy inside. But seeing Leng Ningshuang earnestly searching for tools in the dorm, he held his tongue. After all, Leng Ningshuang was clearly doing this for him. Thus, he took a deep breath and channeled his beast control power to its peak. First tier skill, Demon Fire, activate. A roaring inferno erupted from Zhou Xuan's mouth, scorching the iron pot atop the stove. Watching the iron pot rapidly turn red, Leng Ningshuang's expression grew increasingly solemn. Her right hand gripped the fire jade pendant tightly, while her left hand held 7 silver needles. She adjusted her breathing rhythmically, as if preparing for a delicate surgical procedure. Just as the pot reached its limit, on the verge of melting into molten iron, Cold Frost urgently commanded, "Stop." At her command, Zhou Xuan halted his flame breathing. Then, Leng Ningshuang's voice continued. "Zhou Xuan, in a moment I will draw out the energy within the fire jade pendant. Remember, you must absorb this energy with all your strength. This energy has been sealed away for far too long. If you're not careful, it will escape. So how much you can absorb depends entirely on you." 013 Power Surge. First evolution? No sooner had the words left his mouth than, before Zhou Xuan could respond, Cold Frost placed the fire jade pendant in the pot, now glowing red hot. The moment the fire jade pendant touched the cauldron, its interior, which had appeared calm, suddenly began to churn like molten lava. When Zhou Xuan first saw the fire jade pendant, he could only sense a faint trace of fire energy within it, nothing particularly remarkable. Yet now, ignited by the heated cauldron, the once tranquil fire jade pendant erupted like an enraged fire dragon, endlessly unleashing the colossal fire energy within its core. Contained within the pendant's restraints, this furious fire dragon could only rage violently inside, unable to break free. Watching the fire dragon within the pendant boil with fury, Leng Ningshuang wasted no words. 6 silver needles in her left hand split into 3 in her right. With lightning precision, she drove all 6 needles into the jade pendant at exact angles. The moment the needles pierced the jade, the previously violent dragon seemed to have its vital meridians instantly sealed, its earlier agitation vanishing. However, Zhou Xuan, with his profound understanding of fire energy, keenly sensed that the dragon's stillness wasn't due to soothing, it was confinement. This very confinement only made the fire dragon grow more furious. In an instant, the 6 silver needles were scorched red hot by the fire energy surging within the dragon's body. It seemed poised to reduce those 6 silver needles to ashes. "Zhou Xuan, now." The moment the words left her lips, Leng Ningshuang disregarded the searing heat of the needles and immediately drew one from the jade pendant. In that instant, a fierce surge of fire energy erupted through the needle's opening. The sheer purity of this energy left Zhou Xuan stunned. Yet, awe aside, Zhou Xuan knew this fire energy was an absolute boon for him. Without hesitation, Zhou Xuan leaped onto the stove. He opened his mouth wide and began to voraciously inhale the fiery energy surging forth from the fire jade pendant. It was well known that Zhou Xuan already possessed a high level of mastery over flames. Yet, as he drew this potent fire energy into his body, an instant wave of discomfort washed over him. Yet Zhou Xuan possessed the template of the demonic little dragon. Not only was he imbued with demonic fire energy, but his physical constitution was also terrifyingly formidable. Thus, despite the fiery energy's overwhelming force, it merely caused Zhou Xuan a momentary discomfort. Moments later, Zhou Xuan's terrifying ability to digest fire energy instantly absorbed it all. Immediately afterward, the system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1281 energy points. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Xuan was instantly startled. A single instance had granted him a full 1281 energy points? Could the energy within this fire jade pendant be this concentrated? Zhou Xuan was utterly stunned. Last night, he had consumed an entire cauldron of spiritual elixir and barely managed to gain over 300 energy points. Now, merely swallowing a mouthful of the overflowing energy from the fire jade pendant had instantly granted him 1,000 points. To be perfectly honest, this boost was nothing short of extraordinary. This single sip of energy did more than just provide Zhou Xuan with ample energy points. His combat prowess had also surged due to this concentrated energy. Originally only at the 3rd tier of the Zero Realm, he had now directly ascended to the 4th tier. The gap between him and the Fire Demon Phoenix was now just 1 tier. Zhou Xuan, how about it? Can you keep absorbing? If not, we can pause for now. Watching Zhou Xuan take a deep breath of fire energy, Leng Ningshuang immediately grew concerned about his physical condition. After all, she was delighted to see Zhou Xuan grow stronger. But Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang were ultimately one entity. If Zhou Xuan absorbed too much energy beyond his body's limits, Leng Ningshuang would suffer damage as well. It's fine. I can handle it. Let's keep going. Responding to Leng Ningshuang's concern, Zhou Xuan immediately assured her he was fine. Seeing his confident demeanor, Leng Ningshuang said no more. She withdrew the second silver needle. In the next instant, the fire element energy beneath the needle surged forth once more. Facing the pure, potent fire energy rushing toward him, Zhou Xuan didn't hesitate, he absorbed it all without reservation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1321 energy points. His energy points surged once more. The energy absorbed from these two sources was nearly enough for Zhou Xuan to unlock the 3 remaining talents in his talent tree. Yet Zhou Xuan showed no signs of satisfaction. Instead, he spoke again. Again! 3rd silver needle out. 1 more. 4th silver needle, out. I want them all. 5th and 6th silver needles, out together. In an instant, the fire dragon, completely unleashed, surged directly into Zhou Xuan's body. The overwhelming, intense fire energy instantly scorched Zhou Xuan's olive-green skin crimson. Now, Zhou Xuan resembled a lizard flushed crimson, his entire body appearing decidedly off. Zhou Xuan, are you okay? Seeing Zhou Xuan's uncomfortable state, Leng Ningshuang grew concerned. Zhou Xuan offered no response to Leng Ningshuang's concern. For he was now frantically digesting the intensely potent fire energy surging within his body. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1123 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1389 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1401 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1413 energy points. As 4 system notifications echoed in Zhou Xuan's ears, the flush that had spread across his skin began to fade. In an instant, Zhou Xuan's current attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Zhou Xuan. Power, 0 Realm, Stage 7. Attributes, Dragon, Demon, Fire. Race, Demon Dragon. Talent, High Tier 4. Talent Tree, Shadow Legion Ninja Soldier. Skills, Tier 1 Dragon Claw, Tier 1 Demon Dragon Roar, Tier 1 Demon Fire, Tier 1 Dragon Flame. Energy Bar, 8165. Indeed, after absorbing such dense and frenzied fire energy, Zhou Xuan's strength had surged from the 0 Realm Stage 3 he possessed during his battle with the Fire Demon Phoenix to the 0 Realm Stage 7. At this moment, Zhou Xuan had even mastered a new skill, Dragon Flame. Dragon Flame, a dual element skill of the Fire Dragon. It possesses a higher temperature than ordinary flames and boasts immense destructive power. Truthfully, Zhou Xuan felt little emotion about his enhanced strength and skills. What truly excited him now was that after absorbing the energy from the Fire Jade Pendant, his energy points had skyrocketed to 8,165. He could now expend these energy points to unlock 3 talents, each requiring 1,000 energy points. With that thought, Zhou Xuan hesitated not a moment. He immediately commanded in his mind, System, allocate points. As his mental command fell, 3,000 energy points vanished instantly from his energy bar. In the next instant, the Rabbit Talisman, Shadow Legion, and Sky Demon Chi talents on the talent tree lit up simultaneously. As the 3 talents activated, a system notification sounded in Zhou Xuan's ears. Ding! Host's aptitude has achieved a breakthrough. Consume 5,000 energy points to initiate evolution? 014 5th tier low-grade demon wyvern. So my aptitude has surpassed the limit and I'm about to evolve? Hearing the system notification in his ear, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Living in the world of beast taming, Zhou Xuan naturally understood a thing or two about evolution. However, in the beast ruins where resources were extremely concentrated, it was exceptionally difficult for a pet beast to evolve. In the Earth Fiend Heaven, evolution was an extremely rare occurrence. For Zhou Xuan, given his current aptitude, evolution was exceedingly difficult not just in the Earth Fiend Heaven, but even in the third world, the Eternal Heaven. The fact that merely absorbing the energy from the Fire Jade Pendant had pushed him into the realm of evolution, to be perfectly honest, Zhou Xuan was genuinely surprised. Yet beyond surprise, Zhou Xuan felt overwhelming delight. Evolution signified an enhancement of his latent potential. His combat prowess would inevitably advance as well. Thus, as the system's voice echoed in his ears, Zhou Xuan suppressed his excitement and murmured softly, "Begin evolution." The moment the words left his lips, the energy within Zhou Xuan's body erupted violently. 5,000 energy points were instantly depleted. In their place, Zhou Xuan's body abruptly burst forth with dazzling light. Observing the transformation in Zhou Xuan's glow, Leng Ningshuang, who had been watching his progress the entire time, couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Was this the light of evolution? Zhou Xuan, he's actually starting to evolve? As a reincarnated individual, Leng Ningshuang knew all too well how difficult evolution was for spirit beasts. In her previous life, Leng Ningshuang had contracted over 10,000 spirit beasts. Yet among those tens of thousands, fewer than 100 had ever evolved. And she was Leng Ningshuang, the 9th realm empress, standing at the very pinnacle of this world. Despite commanding boundless resources, her spirit pet's evolution rate barely reached 1%. This alone proved just how difficult evolution truly was. Yet now, after spending merely a day with Zhou Xuan, this fellow had actually evolved. Remember, Zhou Xuan was barely born not long ago. This speed is simply too outrageous. Though stunned, Leng Ningshuang felt more joy than anything else. She knew she had made the right bet. This incarnation of Zhou Xuan was truly extraordinary, just like his previous life. Perhaps she could truly break free from the shackles of her past life and ascend to the 9th world, the heaven beyond heaven. As Leng Ningshuang's mind began to envision the future. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuan's body started showing noticeable changes. His skin, which had previously held a faint oily green hue, now grew noticeably darker. The oily green hue gradually shifted toward a deep, dark green. More significantly, 2 small flesh tumors appeared on Zhou Xuan's back. These growths were expanding at an alarming rate. Before long, the 2 small growths burst open. A pair of dark green wings thus appeared on Zhou Xuan's back. Though the wings appeared modest in size, they seemed perfectly proportioned to Zhou Xuan's already slender frame. These wings could completely envelop Zhou Xuan's entire body. Additionally, a third horn sprouted from the center of Zhou Xuan's forehead. Already possessing a striking good looks, Zhou Xuan now appeared even more handsome. Beyond these obvious changes, there was one subtle detail that was harder to notice. His fingernails had become sharply elongated. If his hands had previously resembled the purest dragon claws, then his current hands carried a hint of bat-like qualities. Not only had his nails grown slender and elongated, but they now emitted a sharp, icy glint as if the slightest touch to flesh would instantly tear it open. Is this what evolution feels like? It felt as though he had been granted a new body. Feeling the transformations in his body, Zhou Xuan was overcome with a strange sensation. Amidst this sensation, Zhou Xuan also noticed his information panel had changed. Host, Zhou Xuan. Power level, 0 realm, stage 7. Attributes, dragon, demon, fire. Race, demon wyvern. Talent, 5th tier low. Talent tree, shadow legion, rabbit talisman, sky demon chi. Skills, Tier 1 Malignant Dragon Claw, Tier 1 Demon Dragon Roar, Tier 1 Demon Fire, Tier 1 Dragon Flame, Tier 1 Spirit Flash, Tier 1 Wing Shield. Energy points, 165. Indeed, compared to before its evolution, Zhou Xuan's information had been updated once more. His potential has leaped from Tier 4 high to Tier 5 low. His race has evolved from Demon Dragon to Demon Wyvern. While his attributes remained unchanged, Zhou Xuan's skills had indeed transformed. The most direct change is that his original Tier 1 skill, Dragon Claw, has now evolved into the Tier 1 skill, Demon Dragon Claw. Compared to Dragon Claw, Demon Dragon Claw not only retains the terrifying force of Dragon Claw but now infuses it with demonic energy. This transforms the previously straightforward physical attack into an enchanted state. Additionally, Zhou Xuan had learned a new skill, Spirit Flash, through the Rabbit Talisman. This speed-enhancing skill allows Zhou Xuan to instantly accelerate. Don't underestimate this skill. Once Zhou Xuan activates it, he reckons no one in the 0 realm can match his speed. As for the other new skill, Wing Shield, it originates from the Sky Demon Chi Zhou Xuan recently acquired. Sky Demon Chi originates from the Sky Demon, Shimu. Though the Sky Demon is widely regarded as the weakest among the 8 great demons. But remember, even the weakest demon is still a demon. It's not something ordinary creatures can compare to. Moreover, the fact that Shimu could fraternize with the other 7 demons speaks volumes about his own extraordinary nature. Shimu possesses a formidable ability, defense. Though he lacks the massive, robust physique of the mountain demon Bagong. But his wings seem to contain exceptionally potent magic. The sheer sturdiness of its wings is astonishing. Zhou Xuan's new skill, Wing Shield, originates from this very source. According to the system's description, Zhou Xuan's Wing Shield possesses exceptional defensive capabilities. It can effortlessly withstand any attack below the 5th tier of the first realm. Even when facing attacks from the 9th tier of the first realm, it would not be instantly shattered. This alone demonstrates the formidable defensive power of the Wing Shield. If the previous Zhou Xuan possessed unparalleled offensive capabilities within his realm, then the current Zhou Xuan's speed and defense are practically maxed out. While he wouldn't dare claim to be an absolute all-rounder among peers, he could at least hold his own against any single realm opponent. In truth, Zhou Xuan's progress extends far beyond these improvements. His most crucial advancement lies in the Shadow Legion's enhancement. This advancement doesn't merely allow Zhou Xuan to summon more shadow soldiers. It also grants him the power to summon the Ghost Shadow General, Nija. 015 combat power skyrockets. Second collaboration with Luochen. Servant, Nega. Power, 0 realm, 7th tier. Attributes, demon, malevolent entity. Talent, tier 3 high. Skills, tier 1 shadow dart, tier 1 shadow blade. Indeed, unlocking the Shadow Legion did not grant Zhou Xuan a new shadow unit. Instead, it directly granted Zhou Xuan the Ghost Shadow General Nija. Niga, the Ghost Shadow General among the Shadow Legion's 9 generals. Compared to the other 8 generals, Nija may not possess the most outstanding abilities. Yet, like the Ghost Shadow troops he commands, his overall stats are remarkably balanced. Consider that a single Ghost Shadow soldier's combat prowess rivals that of a second-tier low-tier spirit beast. And Nija, the Ghost Shadow General who commands these soldiers, possesses an exceptionally high 3rd-tier high-grade talent. 3rd-tier high-grade such a quality is exceedingly rare even in the Eternal Heaven. In other words, even if Zhou Xuan chose not to fight himself, simply dispatching Nija would be enough to easily subdue the fire demon phoenix he had just battled. Moreover, Nija was the type to fight autonomously. Zhou Xuan didn't need to command it at all. It held absolute loyalty to Zhou Xuan. This was essentially like Zhou Xuan acquiring a perfect servant. I never imagined the Black Shadow Legion's enhancement would grant me such immense benefits. It seems this system I've awakened is far more powerful than I ever imagined. Watching the changes in his stats, Zhou Xuan felt a surge of excitement. After all, it had only been a day since Zhou Xuan had arrived in this world. To achieve such a massive enhancement already, how could Zhou Xuan not be overjoyed? Yet amidst his joy, Zhou Xuan turned his gaze toward Leng Ningshuang beside him. He knew that without Leng Ningshuang's presence, his advancement pace wouldn't have accelerated so dramatically. In that moment, Zhou Xuan felt his contract with Leng Ningshuang was an absolutely correct decision. After all, Zhou Xuan's demand for energy was exceptionally high. Had it not been for the fire jade pendant containing such abundant energy, Zhou Xuan would never have been able to activate 3 talents in one go, let alone undergo an evolution. As Zhou Xuan completed his evolution. On the other side, Leng Ningshuang observed Zhou Xuan, whose state had undergone a complete transformation. A look of astonishment spread across her face. Though Leng Ningshuang had anticipated Zhou Xuan's significant advancement, the extent of his transformation still surpassed her expectations. Observing Zhou Xuan's transformation, Leng Ningshuang felt an increasing sense of delight. For she knew her bold gamble had paid off. At the same time, Leng Ningshuang felt fortunate that she had been quick-witted back then. Revealing her identity as a reincarnator to Zhou Xuan had been the absolutely correct choice. However, observing Zhou Xuan who had just completed his evolution, Leng Ningshuang spoke up. You've just completed your evolution. The most important thing now is to adapt to this new body. Get some rest for now. I expect that after a good night's rest, you should gradually adapt to the changes in your body. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan nodded in understanding. Then, spreading his wings, he flew straight to the bed and collapsed onto it, falling asleep instantly. Watching Zhou Xuan fall asleep instantly, Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but let a warm smile spread across her lips. After all, who wouldn't be delighted to see their partner grow stronger? After watching Zhou Xuan for a moment, Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but glance out the window. Next up was the all-out sprint toward the Great Night competition. With the Fire Pendant, qualification for the Long Night Grand Tournament should be secured. But the opponents at the Long Night Tournament won't be newcomers like Yanson who've just contracted spirit beasts. Yan Luo, Zhao Xuan, Xian Wujing. These are the formidable foes I'll truly face in the Long Night Tournament. Especially Zhao Xuan, his spirit beast's cultivation had now reached the 6th tier of the first realm. Zhou Xuan currently trails him by a full realm. Truly competing with him would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, for the next month, he would have to rely entirely on that guy, Xian Luochen. With that, Leng Ningshuang pulled out her phone and sent Xian Luochen a message. Leng Ningshuang, the deal is done. How about it? Interested in more collaborations? Xian Luochen, oh, more cooperation? I'm surprised your spirit pet managed to defeat Yanson, but expecting more cooperation from me? That's a bit overconfident, don't you think? Xian Luochen, my Xian family is one of the 3 top-tier clans of the Long Night Market. What could a commoner like you possibly offer me? Leng Ningshuang, I know a place where there are many star-chasing flowers. Xian Luochen? Xian Luochen, star-chasing flowers? Are you sure? Leng Ningshuang, absolutely. By my rough estimate, these star-chasing flowers cover at least an acre. And among them lies the star-chasing flower king. Xian Luochen? Leng Ningshuang, they haven't bloomed yet, but I know your Xian family blood accelerates plant growth. Let's partner up. I'll take a quarter of the flowers and 3 petals from the queen starflower. The rest are all yours. Xian Luochen, deal. I accept this partnership. Where is it? Leng Ningshuang, meet me at the north gate of the long night market in 3 days. After sending the message, Leng Ningshuang immediately shut off her phone, sending no further messages. Back at school, Xian Luochen stared at Leng Ningshuang's message, her hands trembling. Yet her entire being radiated palpable excitement. Star-chasing flower. This earth fiend heaven actually had such a medicinal herb as star-chasing flowers. If I were to properly cultivate this field of star-chasing flowers, the position of head of the Xian family would undoubtedly be mine. Xian Wujing, Xian Fengjun, they'll all be stepping stones for me. But as Xian Luochen's heart raced with wild excitement, she stared at Leng Ningshuang's profile picture, now dimmed in the chat app, and couldn't help but gasp sharply. Because she truly couldn't fathom how Leng Ningshuang knew she needed star-chasing flowers. Leng Ningshuang, oh Leng Ningshuang. You're becoming more and more baffling to me. 3 days from now, huh? Looks like I'll need to prepare thoroughly. With that, Xian Luochen hurriedly left the school. Meanwhile, at the Yan family ancestral home, a furious roar erupted. You bastard! You actually gambled away the Yan family's ancestral heirloom? Yanson. Yanson, prepare to spend your next life mining in a bitter pit to pay off this debt. 016 3rd tier spirit herb, flame king grass. Yan Lingfeng arrives. Inside the Yan family ancestral home, Yan Lingfeng's eyes blazed with fury, his entire being radiating extreme rage. Truth be told, if not for the presence of the Yan family's 3 elders in the ancestral hall, Yan Lingfeng would have wanted to whip his worthless son to death right then and there. In Yan Lingfeng's view, crippling Leng Ningshuang shouldn't have been too difficult. But now, not only had Yanson failed to cripple Leng Ningshuang, he'd also gambled away the Yan family's ancestral fire jade pendant. This was nothing short of a disgraceful humiliation for the entire Yan family. Once, Yan Lingfeng had been utterly satisfied with Yanson. Now, he was ready to kill his own youngest son outright. While Yan Lingfeng wore a mask of fury, the 3 elders of the Yan family gathered in the ancestral hall appeared remarkably composed. Especially the leader, Yan Yuanzhou. As he looked down at Yanson kneeling before him, his eyes betrayed not a single flicker of emotion. His expression suggested he held little concern over the loss of the fire jade pendant. What good does anger do? It won't solve anything. Besides, I witnessed Yanson's battle. That dragon-blooded creature was truly formidable. Not only was it born with both dragon and fire attributes, but it also possessed a summoning ability, a rare feat even among demonic beings. TSK. A dragon of this caliber, if it could join our Yin family, that would be truly splendid. Seeing Yan Lingfeng's fury, Yan Yuanga stepped in to calm him down. Second uncle, that's the fire jade pendant. Yan Lingfeng protested in confusion. Just a fire jade pendant. That country bumpkin, does she even know how to use it? Yan Yuanjiao snorted lightly, his expression brimming with contempt for Leng Ningshuang. The fire jade pendant is a treasure our ancestors stole from the upper realm. The fire energy it contains is so potent, even those ancient fools in the immortal realm might not be able to control it. How could a lowly born little girl possibly have the ability to summon the energy within the fire jade pendant? Hearing their exchange, Yan Yuanzhou, who had remained silent, tapped his cane and said, "Third brother is correct. To activate the fire jade pendant, one must wear it for years on end. We lost it to that girl, but we can simply pay a price to reclaim it. As for her dragon seed, we must secure that as well." At this point, Yan Yuanzhou seemed inclined to downplay the situation. But in the next instant, his tone shifted abruptly. His calm gaze turned predatory, fixing fiercely on Yanson. Yanson may escape capital punishment, but he won't escape punishment altogether. Considering you're the most outstanding prodigy the Yin family has produced in years, I won't take away your mining rights. Starting today, you will undergo 3 months of training at the Empty Mountain Forge. If you emerge alive, you shall remain the heir of the Yin family. Should you perish within, do not blame this old man for being ruthless. The Empty Mountain Forge? The moment Yan Yuanzhou spoke, the previously composed expressions of Yan Yuanzhou and Yan Yuanyan instantly twisted. Clearly, the name alone evoked profound dread in both of them. Upon hearing Yan Yuanzhou's words, Yanson, who had believed his life was already over, immediately knelt and banged his head hard against the ground in a kowtow. "Thank you, Patriarch, for your mercy. Yanson will never disappoint the family head again." "Very well, you may withdraw. Go pack your things. You'll be leaving tomorrow morning." With that, Yanson rose and departed the Yin family ancestral home. Watching Yanson depart, Yan Yuanzhu, who had remained silent, finally turned to Yan Yuanzhou beside him and spoke. Brother, are we truly sending that Yanson lad to the empty mountain forge? That place is where our Yan family trains our elite warriors. Even if he survives, he won't last more than a few months afterward. Hearing Yan Yuanzhu's words, Yan Yuanzhou waved the scepter in his hand and replied casually, so what? He was a pawn we cultivated at enormous expense to advance our campaign into the Earth capital. I hadn't even figured out how to send him to the empty mountain crucible. Now everything has unfolded as it should. Lingfeng, you won't resent me for this, will you? As he spoke, Yan Yuanzhou turned his gaze toward Yan Lingfeng beside him. How could I, father? Yanson's willingness to sacrifice himself for the Yan family is his honor. Besides, he made a mistake in the first place. Everything he's doing now is merely atonement. Hearing Yan Lingfeng's words, Yan Yuanzhou nodded. Very well, very well. Your resolve is sharp. Passing the headship to you will ensure the Yan family's legacy endures. With that, Yan Yuanzhou stood up and patted Yan Lingfeng on the shoulder. As for the matter of the Fire Jade pendant, I'll leave that to you. In that case, Lingfeng, take a Fire King grass to trade with her for the Fire Jade pendant. A single Fire King grass? Whoa, that's a bit steep, isn't it? Father, what is this? Yan Lingfeng was astonished. Fire King grass, a special spiritual herb controlled by the Yan family. This Fire King grass was a spiritual seed stolen from the upper realm by the Yan family's ancient ancestor. The Yan family's enduring presence in the long night market owes much to the Fire King grass. Yet cultivating the Fire King grass is exceedingly difficult. It takes 10 years for a single crop to mature, yielding only around 20 plants each time. It's important to note that within the Yan family, not everyone is permitted to use the Fire King grass. Now the Yan family is directly trading a single Fire King grass for a Fire Jade pendant. This is indeed an extravagant practice. Yet extravagant or not, the mere mention of the Fire King grass caused Yan Yuanzhu and Yan Yuanyan's lips to curve upward involuntarily. The reason for this was simple: the Fire King grass was indeed a rare third-tier spiritual herb. But remember, what nourishes greatly often poisons greatly. The Fire King grass carries a terrifying innate fire poison. Without proper processing, even the most robust dragon-blooded individuals couldn't withstand this fire poison. Thus, Yan Yuanzhou's reason for sending Yan Lingfeng to retrieve the Fire King grass was straightforward. He intended to directly overdose Zhou Xuan to death. After all, Leng Ningshuang was no ordinary woman. But how could she possibly know the Fire King grass was a deadly poison? By the time she obtained it, she'd likely already been overwhelmed by excitement. Moreover, such actions would not draw the attention of the divine department. After all, it was all her own doing. The Fire King grass is highly nourishing, yet it can equally serve as a poison. A mere commoner, how could she possibly know how to wield the Fire King grass? Let her dragon seeds suffer endless fire poison. Then, when she can no longer endure it, our Yan family will buy back this dragon seed at a bargain price. Even if this dragonling is utterly ruined, wouldn't it still serve well as a breeding machine? With that, Yan Yuanzhou rose slowly to his feet. For our Yan family to establish a firm foothold in the Earth realm, the Fire King grass alone is far from sufficient. But if our young generation could consistently possess dragon-blooded spirit beasts, perhaps our Yan family could even vie for a position among the 9 lords of the Earth realm. As soon as Yan Yuanzhou finished speaking, Yan Lingfeng's eyes lit up instantly. Father truly thinks ahead. Hearing this, a rare smile graced Yan Yuanzhou's face. If that girl has any other requests, as long as they're not too unreasonable, you should try your best to grant them. After this period, she won't be able to cause any more trouble. After hearing Yan Yuanzhou's words, Yan Lingfeng nodded and said, "Understood, father." Then Yan Lingfeng withdrew from the Yan family ancestral home. Inside the ancestral home, Yan Yuanzhou rose, leaning on his scepter. Gazing out the window at the nearly full crimson moon, he murmured to himself, "This time, our Yan family will undoubtedly establish a foothold in the Earth realm." The next morning, as dawn began to break, Leng Ningshuang had just awakened from her slumber. Before she could stretch her arms, a thudding knock sounded at the door. Accompanying the knocking, a deep, magnetic voice echoed through the air. "This one is Yan Lingfeng of the Yan family. I have brought a generous gift to offer my sincere apologies to you, Leng Ningshuang. At the same time, I have also brought a valuable gift to redeem my Yan family's ancestral heirloom." Hearing the voice outside, Leng Ningshuang showed no surprise. Instead, a faint smile touched her lips. "After waiting so long, you finally arrived. 017 Long Night Competition Qualification. Falling Moon Valley. Haha, you must be Leng Ningshuang? Indeed, not only is your name lovely, but your appearance is stunning as well." As the door opened and Leng Ningshuang met Yan Lingfeng, Yan Lingfeng beamed with delight and immediately struck up a conversation with Leng Ningshuang. He looked as though they were old acquaintances. Yet in response to Yan Lingfeng's warmth, Leng Ningshuang merely gave a slight nod. Because Leng Ningshuang understood Yan Lingfeng's character all too well. This fellow before her was a textbook example of a smiling tiger. Don't be fooled by his current politeness toward her. But inside, he's probably already cursed my ancestors 100 times over. Mr. Yan, shall we skip the small talk? Let's get straight to the point. In response to Yan Lingfeng's overly familiar approach, Leng Ningshuang declined and immediately signaled her intent to get down to business. Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak thus, Yan Lingfeng inwardly cursed. Lowly people truly are lowly, utterly lacking in manners. So what if she'd contracted a dragon bloodline? That vulgar stench clinging to her still hasn't faded. Though displeased, Yan Lingfeng didn't show it openly. Instead, he flashed his pearly white teeth and handed the box in his hand to Leng Ningshuang. Since Miss Leng prefers not to linger in conversation, I shall present my sincerity directly. I hear the spirit beast you contracted also possesses fire attributes. As it happens, the Yan family specializes in cultivating fire attribute beasts. I doubt you'd have any use for cultivation insights or the like. After much consideration, I brought this instead to make amends. As he spoke, Yan Lingfeng opened the box. Immediately, Leng Ningshuang saw a plant inside fiery red throughout, as translucent as jade, with potent fire energy coursing through its veins. The moment she saw it, Leng Ningshuang recognized its name instantly. Fire King Grass. Seeing the Fire King Grass, Leng Ningshuang looked up at Yan Lingfeng. She knew the Yan family possessed the Fire King Grass. However, in her previous life, Leng Ningshuang had never managed to obtain the Fire Jade pendant from Yanson. Therefore, she had never witnessed the Yan family produce the Fire King Grass. Now, the Yan family had directly presented the Fire King Grass as an apology. Leng Ningshuang understood their intent all too well. They intended to use the terrifying fire poison inherent in the Fire King Grass to cripple Zhou Xuan. Their scheme was indeed well laid. But what you likely didn't anticipate is that this fire poison, I can neutralize it. Indeed, as a god-tier alchemist, Leng Ningshuang's research into spiritual treasures in her previous life was nothing short of masterful. At the very least, she possessed considerable knowledge of the so-called heavenly treasures and earthly treasures within the realm of the law of heaven. For a mere third-tier spiritual plant like the Fire King Grass, Leng Ningshuang could neutralize its fire poison with ease. Moreover, Leng Ningshuang possessed a unique technique, transforming the fire poison from a deadly toxin into a potent tonic. This further amplified the Fire King Grass's potency for enhancing spirit beasts. Thus, upon receiving the Fire King Grass from Yanling Peak, Leng Ningshuang was surprised, but more than that, she was delighted. Ha! This Fire King Grass is a treasure of our Yin family. Don't underestimate it. Just because it's a plant, it's a powerful tonic for fire attribute spirit beasts. Consuming it will surely help your spirit beast thrive. Consider this our apology to you, Miss Leng. As for the fire pendant, it is indeed a treasured heirloom passed down through generations of our Yin family. Its symbolic significance far outweighs its practical value. Therefore, our Yin family wishes to redeem it. Miss Leng, feel free to name your price. As long as our Yin family can afford it, we will certainly satisfy you. After handing the Fire King Grass to Leng Ningshuang, Yan Lingfeng spoke in a gentle tone. He bore no trace of the furious outburst he directed at Yanson the night before, instead radiating the gentle warmth of a seasoned elder. Yet Leng Ningshuang, who had seen countless people, easily discerned the hidden dagger behind Yan Lingfeng's smile. Yet she chose not to call him out, instead offering a faint smile. This truly is an extravagant expense for you, Mr. Yan. Truthfully, I've long wanted to return this fire jade pendant to the Yan family. I hadn't expected you to come looking for me so soon. It feels a bit awkward, actually. Truthfully, the gift you gave was already precious enough. If I must mention a request, I'd simply like more opportunities to spar with skilled practitioners. As you know, my spirit beast possesses remarkable potential. Ordinary opponents seem unable to fully unleash its capabilities. I've heard the Long Night Grand Tournament is about to begin, but as a commoner, I lack the qualifications to participate. Therefore, if it's possible, Mr. Yin, I'd be grateful if you could help me secure a qualification for the Long Night Grand Competition. I simply wish to witness the true masters of our China market in action. Leng Ningshuang's words were humble and sincere. She genuinely resembled a child eager to spar with masters. Especially when she spoke to Yan Lingfeng, the light that shone in her eyes. This truly gave Yan Lingfeng a powerful illusion. The Leng Ningshuang before him seemed almost too innocent. Yet despite her innocence, Yan Lingfeng began to ponder her proposal deeply. The Great Night Tournament called a grand competition. But at its core, it was the great families of the Long Night dividing up the areas within the Long Night pool where the essence of heaven and earth had condensed over a year. The reason for using a grand competition to divide it up is largely due to the rules set by the upper realm. Yet where there's policy, there's countermeasure. While the upper realm dictated the competition's rules, the great families of the Long Night merely controlled the qualifications for participation. Thus, the participants in the annual competition are almost exclusively members of the major families of the Long Night. Ordinary people simply lack the qualifications to participate. Yet Leng Ningshuang's proposal proved tempting to Yanling Peak. Due to Yanson's departure for the empty mountain forge, the Yan family now had one vacant spot. Thus, Yanling Peak could indeed slip Leng Ningshuang into the Long Night Grand Competition. And without spending a single penny. Originally, Yan Lingfeng believed Leng Ningshuang wouldn't return the Fire Jade Pendant without fleecing him for several million. But now it seemed Leng Ningshuang was surprisingly easy to satisfy. Alright. Since you're such a studious kid, Uncle will naturally support you. Qualification for the Great Night Competition? Uncle here will take care of it for you. Yan Lingfeng readily agreed to Leng Ningshuang's proposal. After all, in Yan Lingfeng's view, even if Leng Ningshuang entered the Long Night Grand Competition, she wouldn't make any waves. The Fire King grass would surely sever Zhou Xuan's foundations. Even if it didn't, expecting to face the top masters of the Long Night market after just 1 month? That was nothing short of wishful thinking. Now he could reclaim the Fire Jade Pendant without spending a single resource. To Yan Lingfeng, this was practically a surefire win. And so, Leng Ningshuang and Yan Lingfeng signed the contract. Before Yan Lingfeng could depart, Zhou Xuan, sensing the scent of the Fire King grass, awoke. He immediately flew to Leng Ningshuang's side, his eyes fixed intently on the Fire King grass in her hand. Seeing Zhou Xuan suddenly appear, Yan Lingfeng, who hadn't yet departed, froze in surprise. That dragon spawn? But it's only been a day since we last saw it. How could this dragonling have changed so drastically all of a sudden? Not only had it grown wings, but its aura had also grown immensely stronger? This thought left Yan Lingfeng utterly perplexed. After all, Leng Ningshuang was merely an orphan with no parents. Her ability to attend school stemmed purely from her exceptional learning aptitude. Yet now, after just 1 day, Zhou Xuan had undergone such a profound transformation. This truly left Yan Lingfeng utterly perplexed. Could it be? This dragon seed was different from others? Was its growth rate inherently much faster? Or was it the Fire Jade Pendant? At this thought, Yan Lingfeng glanced down at the Fire Jade Pendant in his hand. As the previous bearer of the Fire Jade Pendant, Yan Lingfeng detected no changes in it. For a moment, the look in Yan Lingfeng's eyes toward Zhou Xuan shifted considerably. Zhou Xuan, noticing Yan Lingfeng's gaze, showed no fear, meeting his stare directly. Haha, Miss Leng, I never expected this dragon seed of yours to grow so fast. Just 1 day apart, and the changes are already so dramatic. Yan Lingfeng smiled as he spoke to Zhou Xuan. Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang understood the implication behind Yan Lingfeng's words. She merely smiled in response. After all, he was still in his juvenile stage. Rapid growth was perfectly normal. Now that he has the treasure Uncle Yan gave him, I believe his growth will accelerate even further. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Yan Lingfeng smiled. Ha, then I wish both Miss Leng and your spirit pet ever greater strength. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, Yan Lingfeng turned and walked away. But before turning away, he cast one last greedy glance at Zhou Xuan. Only after Yan Lingfeng had departed did Zhou Xuan speak up. I want to eat this. Hearing Zhou Xuan speak, Leng Ningshuang hurriedly replied, not now. Your body can't handle the fire poison inside yet. That old man sent the Fire King grass here specifically to harm you. But don't worry, I can handle the fire poison inside. Moreover, I can help you absorb 100% of the Fire King grass's energy. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan blinked and said nothing more. After all, over the past 2 days, Zhou Xuan had witnessed Leng Ningshuang's abilities firsthand. Having already signed a soul contract, Leng Ningshuang had no reason to deceive him. Thus, Leng Ningshuang began processing the Fire King grass using her unique methods. She looked at Zhou Xuan and said, over the next couple of days, you should focus on adapting to your new body. Next, we're heading to Falling Moon Valley. To venture deep inside, we'll need to endure a fierce battle. 018 Mysterious Cavern. 3rd tier Spirit Treasure, Star Chasing Flower King. Falling Moon Valley lies 20 kilometers north of the Long Night Market. It was a remarkably tranquil place. However, in the Beast Ruins, a world already exploited to its limits. Luochen Valley has long been under the control of the families of Chanya City. The powerhouse ruling over it? The Xian family, to which Xian Luochen belongs. Leng Ningshuang, you're not mistaken, are you? You're saying the star-chasing flower is in Falling Moon Valley? Watching Leng Ningshuang guide him through the night to Falling Moon Valley, a huge question mark appeared on Xian Luochen's face. To Xian Luochen, Falling Moon Valley was a place the Xian family had already explored and mined to the utmost. Xian Luochen could confidently say that the Xian family had literally dug up every inch of soil in Falling Moon Valley. Now you're telling yourself this place has a 2nd-tier spirit plant, the star-chasing flower? Xian Luochen truly couldn't believe it. Hearing Xian Luochen's words, Leng Ningshuang offered no reply. Instead, she turned and strode deeper into Luochen Valley. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's silent demeanor, Xian Luochen's temper flared. Hey, say something. Seeing Xian Luochen's furious expression, Leng Ningshuang, who had been moving at breakneck speed, halted her steps. Just follow me. You'll know once we get there. And keep your voice down. I'm sure you don't want the Xian family to find out about the star-chasing flowers in Luochen Valley, right? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Xian Luochen, who had been seething with anger, fell silent. The reason was simple. Leng Ningshuang's words had struck a nerve. She truly didn't want the Xian family to discover the star-chasing flower. After all, if the star-chasing flower truly existed, it would be her trump card to turn the tables. If the Xian family actually got their hands on it, she wouldn't just miss out on a share, she'd likely be left licking the lid of a yogurt cup. Faced with Leng Ningshuang's firm grip on the situation, Xian Luochen chose to keep quiet. But deep down, Xian Luochen still felt a bit resentful. You better not be lying to me. If I don't see that star-chasing flower, I'll make you pay. With that thought, Xian Luochen glanced at the needle marks on his arm and pursed his lips. After settling things with Xian Luochen, she kept mostly quiet for the rest of the journey. Thus, she followed Leng Ningshuang forward without pause. In the dim darkness, shadowy figures kept slipping into Leng Ningshuang's body. 3 members of the Xian family were ahead. It would be better to detour to the left. As the shadows merged with her, Zhou Xuan, within the spirit pet space, offered Leng Ningshuang his suggestion. Indeed, these shadows were none other than Zhou Xuan's ghost shadow soldiers. Understood. What about the valley entrance? What's the current guard situation? Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's suggestion, Leng Ningshuang immediately changed course and headed left. Nijia had already scouted that area. The shift change is about a minute and a half away. At this pace, we need to pick up the pace slightly to catch the shift change transition. After a moment's calculation, Zhou Xuan replied. Understood. Leng Ningshuang nodded. Thank you for your efforts, Zhou Xuan. Try to rest now. The most crucial matters will be taught to you shortly. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan said nothing more. He closed his eyes and began to rest. Leng Ningshuang turned to glance at Xian Luochen. Now, use every ounce of strength to keep up with me. Before Xian Luochen could respond. First tier skill, Spirit Flash activated. Already running at breakneck speed, Leng Ningshuang instantly transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the distance. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's sudden burst of speed, Xian Luochen froze in surprise. Just as she was about to curse, she spotted 2 Xian family guards in the distance. Reason shut her mouth for a moment, but inside, she still cursed under her breath. Damn it! Running that fast is going to kill you. That said, Xian Luochen dared not fall behind. She took a deep breath, then forced herself to ignore her discomfort and followed. Moments later, at the entrance to Luoyue Valley, cold frost had just arrived as the guard shift change began. Leng Ningshuang spotted the figure in the distance, a well-proportioned person wearing a purple mask waving toward her. The one waving was none other than the Ghost Shadow General, Nijia. Do you know that person over there? Seeing Nijia waving at Leng Ningshuang, Xian Luochen asked with a puzzled expression. I suppose I'm familiar with him. Alright, let's head into the valley now. Leng Ningshuang replied before darting into the valley. Damn! What's with the aloofness? Can't even ask 2 questions? Watching Leng Ningshuang's retreating figure, Xian Luochen pouted in displeasure. But when Xian Luochen looked toward the distance again, she suddenly saw the masked figure vanish. For a moment, Xian Luochen was utterly bewildered. Where did that person go? He was standing right there just now. How could they vanish so suddenly? Could it be that he encountered a ghost? Seeing Nijia vanish so abruptly, Xian Luochen felt a sudden wave of unease wash over him. After all, the fact that Leng Ningshuang had someone capable of such ghostly vanishing acts by her side was truly terrifying. But the moment he saw Leng Ningshuang's back as she was about to enter Luoyue Valley, Xian Luochen clenched his jaw. Damn it! What's there to be afraid of? We've already signed a contract, she can't kill me. We're both women, what could she possibly do to me? With that thought, Xian Luochen leapt forward and followed Leng Ningshuang into Luoyue Valley. Inside the valley, Leng Ningshuang watched Xian Luochen follow her and gave a light snort. I thought you chickened out since you weren't following for so long. No sooner had the words left her lips than Xian Luochen prepared to unleash his power. Leng Ningshuang glanced at the crystal clear pool beside them and asked, You can swim, right? With that, Leng Ningshuang plunged straight into the pool. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's reckless behavior, Xian Luochen instantly thought she'd lost her mind. But watching her steadily swim toward the bottom, Xian Luochen took a deep breath and declared, Well, I'm already here, what the hell? Then, Xian Luochen followed Leng Ningshuang into the pool. The pool was deep, vast, and intricately labyrinthine. Yet Leng Ningshuang moved through its depths as if guided by precise navigation. After about 3 minutes, Leng Ningshuang spotted a patch of light above her. A smile touched her lips. Finally! With that, Leng Ningshuang darted out through the small opening. The next moment, Leng Ningshuang found herself in an underground limestone cave. The cavern was vast. Despite its subterranean location, the light inside wasn't too dim. A faint glow emanating from the walls illuminated roughly half the cavern. Leng Ningshuang, what the hell kind of place did you bring me to? Fresh out of the water, Xian Luochen gasped for air, ready to loudly question Leng Ningshuang about whether she was playing games with her. But when Xian Luochen saw the flowers glowing like starlight on the walls, she froze in place, utterly stunned. Because these flowers were precisely the second-tier spiritual plants she had been desperately searching for, the star-chasing flowers. At the very center of these star-chasing flowers, a single blossom as bright and radiant as the moon itself, emitting a soft glow, hung its head low. This was the king among star-chasing flowers, the third-tier spiritual object, the star-chasing flower king. 019 The Xian clan's bloodline, the pseudo-dragon star moon python king. Star-chasing flower king. The falling moon valley actually harbors a star-chasing flower king. Gazing upon the star-chasing flower queen before her, Luochen was utterly stunned. She truly never imagined that this land, meticulously cultivated to perfection by her clan for generations, could actually harbor star-chasing flowers, let alone the star-chasing flower king. After all, the star-chasing flower king was a third-tier spiritual herb. Even in the third world's eternal heaven, it was an exceedingly rare spiritual herb. To encounter one now in the earth fiend heaven. How could Luochen not feel astonished and thrilled? See? I didn't lie to you. Seeing Luochen's agitated state, Leng Ningshuang smiled. Upon hearing this, Luochen glanced at Leng Ningshuang, then asked with a puzzled expression, "How on earth did you know the star-chasing flower king was here?" Leng Ningshuang made a shushing gesture and said, "Secret. Alright, my part of the bargain is fulfilled. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise." Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Luochen first glanced at her. Truth be told, ever since Leng Ningshuang had contracted the dragon-blooded being, he increasingly sensed she was different from before. Now, Leng Ningshuang truly felt more mysterious to Luochen than ever. That said, the allure of the star-chasing flower king remained undeniable. Paying no heed to his damp body, Luochen immediately retrieved the prepared blood pouch from his spirit pet space. The Xian family was a rare lineage within the earth fiend heaven, possessing a unique bloodline. The direct bloodline of the Xian family possessed a unique energy entity within their blood. This energy entity held little use for ordinary spirit beasts. However, it possesses a remarkable ripening effect on plants. Moreover, the closer the bloodline to the direct lineage of the Xian family, the more potent this ripening effect becomes. Thus, though the Xian family is one of the three great families of the Long Night, it is the only one that does not intermarry externally. The family's offspring are largely raised and managed internally. Should a disabled child be born, it matters little. They'd simply be treated as blood reserves. After all, the Xian family dominates the herbal medicine supply in the Long Night market, with their business even extending to the capital. The reason the Xian family has consistently supplied such precious and high-quality medicinal herbs is inseparable from the fact that the family possesses a large number of blood bags. Children like Luochen, who are perfectly normal in every way, naturally receive focused cultivation. Yet within the Xian family, Luochen's bloodline was impure. His father was not from the Xian family. Indeed, Luochen was the illegitimate daughter born from her mother's affair with an outsider. Her mother felt little affection for Luochen. Long since reduced to a breeding machine for the Xian family, she had lost count of how many children she had borne. By all rights, Luochen should have been eliminated by the Xian family. But for reasons unknown, Luochen possessed exceptionally potent Xian bloodline. The effect of her blood on plant maturation was comparable to that of the Xian family's ancient ancestor. Thus, Luochen was exceptionally permitted to remain within the Xian family. Yet due to her birth status, Luochen could never inherit the Xian family legacy. And throughout her life, she had only one destined path: to marry the Xian family's most brilliant prodigy, Wujing. Naturally, Luochen resented this predetermined path. Why should she marry that arrogant jerk? Thus, at school, Luochen became a social butterfly, appearing intimately close to everyone. Her sole purpose was to spite Wujing. But Wujing couldn't care less. To him, Luochen was nothing more than a tool for procreation. A dirty tool could be washed and reused as long as it remained functional. Seeing her own futile self-humiliation, Luochen knew she had to break free from this predestined fate. The only way was to become the head of the Xian family. As the strongest among them, he would finally have the right to control his own destiny. So when Leng Ningshuang approached Luochen, offering her assistance, Luochen was initially stunned. At that moment, Leng Ningshuang had offered nothing more than an empty promise. Yet despite this, Luochen still helped Leng Ningshuang. Now, seeing Leng Ningshuang truly lead him to the star-chasing flower king, Luochen knew his chance to defy fate had arrived. Without hesitation, Luochen tore open the liter-sized blood bag he had prepared long ago. He poured it directly over the star-chasing flower king. The instant Luochen's blood touched the star-chasing flower king, the star-chasing flower king, which had been nothing but a skeletal frame, suddenly sprang to life. It began devouring Luochen's blood with the ferocity of a ravenous beast. Gulping it down voraciously, the star-chasing flower king, which had needed over a year to mature, began rapidly unfurling its petals. In that instant, a surge of pure spiritual energy erupted from the star-chasing flower king. It worked! The star-chasing flower king succeeded. Seeing the star-chasing flower king successfully ripened by his blood, Luochen burst into maniacal laughter. Now, Luochen could almost see himself shattering the chains binding him with his bare fists, forging a future that belonged solely to him. Boom! The once tranquil cavern began to tremble violently. Sensing the sudden shift, a dark shadow plunged from above, hurtling straight towards Luochen. Seeing the dark figure charging toward him, Luochen's heart skipped a beat. When she recognized the figure as the purple-masked specter she had encountered outside, an absurd thought immediately crossed her mind. Cold Ling Ningshuang wants to kill me? Wouldn't she fear retribution from the divine department? In that instant, Luochen's mind began racing. She had already imagined 100 ways she might die. I knew it. I shouldn't have trusted a stranger. But death might be a relief. At least I won't have to face that disgusting bastard Wuojing anymore. At least that's one good thing about this life. Just as Luochen closed her eyes, ready to embrace death, she suddenly felt herself being lifted. Then, the mocking voice of Leng Ningshuang echoed beside her ear. I've no desire to kill you. I still have the divine department contract on me. If you die, do you think the divine department will spare me? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Luochen, who had closed her eyes, opened them once more. She was now being held by the purple-masked princess, while Leng Ningshuang stood beside him. Where she had been standing moments ago, a massive python now coiled over a meter wide, jet black, with blood-red eyes. Gazing at the colossal serpent before her, Luochen gasped in shock. That's a star moon python. No! It bears the royal mark on its head. This is the Star Moon Python King, a sight rarely seen in a century? The Star Moon Python King, a spirit beast carrying a trace of dragon blood. Though merely a pseudo-dragon, it was far beyond the reach of ordinary spirit beasts. Its innate talent easily reached the lower tier of the third rank. Moreover, the sheer size of this Star Moon Python King before us clearly indicates it has reached the mature stage of its first realm. One must understand that while there is only one tier difference between a zero realm 9th stage and a first realm 1st stage spirit beast, the gap in combat prowess between the two is truly as vast as heaven and earth. What's more, this Star Moon Python King was clearly no ordinary first realm spirit beast. Its sudden appearance truly startled Luochen. Whether out of instinctive trust in Leng Ningshuang or for some other reason, he immediately turned to look at her. What should they do now? Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang seemed quite relaxed. What should I do? Fight, of course. Otherwise, how could she just hand over the star-chasing Flower King to it? Fight? How exactly do we fight? We're not even enough to fill its teeth, right? Are we supposed to rely on this guy hugging me? 020 Star Moon Serpent King unbeatable? Luochen was utterly stunned. With that thought, Luochen lifted his gaze to the purple-masked figure clutching him. He felt a deep curiosity toward this masked figure. She sensed that though he appeared human, he carried not a shred of human vitality. Especially the way they appeared like a ghostly apparition, it only deepened Luochen's curiosity. As Luochen's mind raced with wonder, Leng Ningshuang fixed her gaze upon Zhou Xuan within the spirit pet space. Zhou Xuan, it's up to you now. How confident are you in taking on this Star Moon Python King? How confident are you? Facing Leng Ningshuang's question, Zhou Xuan turned his gaze toward the Star Moon Python King. The next moment, the Star Moon Python King's basic information appeared before Zhou Xuan's eyes. Spirit Beast, Star Moon Python King. Power, First Realm, 2nd Tier. Attributes, Water, Dragon. Talent, Low Tier 3rd Grade. Skills, Tier 2 Mystic Watertail, Tier 2 Water Dragon Charge, Tier 1 Water Transformation, Tier 1 Muddy Ground. A First Realm, 2nd Tier existence? This is actually quite a challenge. Studying the Star Moon Python King's stats, Zhou Xuan's mind began to ponder. Though Zhou Xuan had undergone his first evolution, elevating his aptitude to low tier 3rd stage. But the gap between major realms was incomparable to that between minor realms. Moreover, this Star Moon Python King possessed dragon attributes. Even if it was merely a pseudo-dragon with a trace of dragon blood, it couldn't be taken lightly. Thus, when Leng Ningshuang inquired, the steady-tempered Zhou Xuan offered no definitive answer. I don't know. We'll find out once we engage it. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Leng Ningshuang didn't press further. Instead, she simply reminded him, alright, just do your best. If you truly can't defeat this creature, I'll go find other resources for you. But remember, this creature can transform into water. To truly kill it, you must destroy the energy crystal on its forehead. Zhou Xuan acknowledged her warning with understanding. The next moment, Zhou Xuan issued orders to Nijia outside. Nijia, you distract this creature for me. Remember to engage in close combat and draw all its attention onto yourself. Hearing this, Nijia, who had been holding Luochen, immediately tossed him aside. Whoa! What are you doing? Luochen tumbled from Nijia's arms and landed with a thud on the ground. She was about to give Nijia a stern look and demand to know where his gentlemanly manners were. But the next second, Luochen saw Nijia place his left arm across his chest. Instantly, a long, pitch-black blade radiating intense, malevolent energy shot out from the crevice of his left arm. First tier skill, Shadow Blade, activate. Evil energy? How could this be possible? Upon seeing the shadow blade appear, Luochen sensed the thick aura of dark energy emanating from it. Evil attribute, one of the 6 major upper-tier attributes. Compared to demonic attributes, unholy attributes are far rarer. Yet this purple-masked figure before him could actually wield demonic energy. Could it be he wasn't human? Just as Luochen was stunned, 6 ghostly shadow soldiers instantly materialized beside Nija. These specter soldiers wielded shadow blades identical to Nija's, though the malevolent energy radiating from them was not as potent. In the next instant, Nija and the 6 shadow soldiers charged toward the Star Moon Python King. As a ghost shadow general, Nija's combat prowess was exceptionally high despite his current 0 realm 7th tier strength. Moreover, his coordination with the ghost soldiers was exceptionally strong. In an instant, 0 realm 7th tier beings attacked the Star Moon Python King. The Star Moon Python King found itself momentarily overwhelmed. Nija and the ghost soldiers moved with ruthless speed and decisiveness. Virtually every strike landed on the Star Moon Python King. Though the attack's power couldn't inflict significant damage on the Star Moon Python King. But constant mosquito bites are still a nuisance. Thus, facing the relentless assault from Nija and the shadow soldiers, the Star Moon Python King was thoroughly enraged. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from its maw. First tier skill, water transformation. In the next instant, the Star Moon Python King's eyes flashed, and its once solid form instantly transformed into a torrent of water. The water glowed brightly. Second tier skill, water dragon charge, activated. Now fully transformed into water, the Star Moon Python King instantly became a water dragon, charging directly toward Nika and the shadow soldiers. The Star Moon Python King's speed as a water dragon was blindingly fast. The ghost soldiers didn't even have time to react. Most of them were completely scattered by the Star Moon Python King's charge. Only Niga reacted slightly faster, managing to dodge the Star Moon Python King's water dragon charge. But the Star Moon Python King's combat skills were formidable. The instant Niga evaded the water dragon charge, its tail instantly solidified. Second tier skill, Mystic Water Tail, activated. The thick tail instantly struck Nija's body. Though Niga managed to deflect some of the force with his shadow blade, he was still sent flying backward. The intense demonic energy that had enveloped him now visibly dimmed. What a powerful skill! Is this the true power of the Star Moon Python King? Watching the Star Moon Python King transform into a water dragon and charge wildly, Luochen immediately sucked in a sharp breath. Though she had long anticipated the Star Moon Python King's formidable power, she truly hadn't expected its combat prowess to be this formidable. After all, Luochen had witnessed the combat prowess of the ghost shadow soldiers. They were beings capable of taking down Yanson's fire demon, the Phoenix Sparrow, head-on. Now, they were being swept aside by the Star Moon Serpent King. And even Nija, whose combat prowess was equally formidable, held no advantage whatsoever in his clash with the Star Moon Python King. For a moment, Luochen turned his gaze toward Leng Ningshuang, instinctively wanting to ask her if they should flee. But just as Luochen's gaze settled on Leng Ningshuang, he suddenly saw that upon witnessing Nija's severe injury, not only did she show no fear, but a faint smile even played at the corners of her lips. Seeing this, Luochen was instantly baffled. Could it be that Leng Ningshuang had a hidden card up her sleeve? In that split second of bewilderment, the Star Moon Python King, seeing Nija already gravely wounded by its own attack, having recently dissolved into water, it now gradually regained its original form. Before the Star Moon Serpent King's form was fully restored, the moment energy began to surface on its forehead. A commanding and piercing voice rang out from Leng Ningshuang. Now! The moment the words fell, Luochen startled clearly. She hadn't grasped Leng Ningshuang's meaning. But the next second, Luochen heard a piercing whistling sound. A dark figure flashed past her eyes in an instant. First tier skill, Spirit Flash, activated. The speed was so blindingly fast that Luochen couldn't even make out what the dark figure was. Yet, Luochen keenly sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations contained within that shadow. It wasn't just Luochen who sensed it. The Star Moon Python King also sensed the disturbance. The intelligent serpent immediately attempted to transform back into water. But it was already too late. Roar! A dragon's roar erupted suddenly. First tier skill, Dragon's Roar, activated. The Star Moon Python King's movements froze for a split second. By the time it regained its senses, the dark figure had already appeared before the Star Moon Python King. And so, the Star Moon Python King watched helplessly as a claw appeared sharp beyond measure, radiating dragon-type energy that instilled a primal fear deep within its being. The claw gently touched the energy crystal on the Star Moon Python King's forehead. First tier skill, Malignant Dragon Claw, activated. The next second, a sharp crack echoed. The energy crystal shattered instantly. The Star Moon Serpent King, who moments ago had been brimming with arrogance and invincibility, now stared at the dark figure before him in utter disbelief. Yet no matter how much it refused to believe it, with the energy crystal shattered, the Star Moon Python King's life had reached its end. At that moment, Xian Luochen watched as the Star Moon Python King crashed to the ground. She froze in place, then watched helplessly as the shadowy figure with its wings spread, hovering high above. Clearly, she wanted to see who this dark figure truly was. But the instant the shadow turned its head, Xian Luochen's heart trembled. She was now completely overwhelmed by a profound shock. For this shadow was none other than Zhou Xuan, the very one who had defeated the fiery demon phoenix Yanson just 3 days prior. 021 Beast Ruins 8 Beast Tribes. Leng Ningshuang's medicinal bath. How could this be possible? He's the dragon-blooded who fought Yanson that day? I remember he didn't have wings? How could he grow wings in just 2 days? Seeing Zhou Xuan's appearance, Xian Luochen's entire mind went into a complete shutdown. After all, Xian Luochen had considered the possibility that Leng Ningshuang might indeed possess some formidable trump card. But she truly hadn't anticipated that Leng Ningshuang's trump card was Zhou Xuan. More importantly, Zhou Xuan had actually taken down the Star Moon Python King right before their eyes. This was what Xian Luochen found most unbelievable. After all, this was the Star Moon Python King being at the second stage of the first realm. To put it bluntly, even against a fourth tier of the same realm, the Star Moon Python King wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. Yet Zhou Xuan, clearly only at the 7th stage of the Zero Realm, had instantly killed the Star Moon Python King with a single strike. This was simply too outrageous. While Xian Luochen was reeling from Zhou Xuan's terrifying combat prowess, Zhou Xuan stared at the corpse of the Star Moon Python King before him, his mind turning to contemplation. A Stage 1, Tier 2 spirit beast with a trace of dragon blood. This should yield a substantial amount of energy points, right? With that thought, Zhou Xuan wasted no time. His sharp claws sliced open the Star Moon Python King's corpse. He then grabbed a piece of still pulsing flesh and shoved it into his mouth. An overwhelming, nauseating stench of blood instantly assaulted his nostrils. Though the sensation was unbearable, Zhou Xuan forced himself to swallow the flesh for the sake of growing stronger. The next second, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 energy point. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Xuan froze mid-bite. Ha? Only 1 energy point? Are you kidding me? Noticing Zhou Xuan's stunned expression, Leng Ningshuang approached from a distance. Stop eating. Didn't I tell you spirit beast flesh doesn't offer much benefit to you? Actually, it's not that spirit beast flesh is ineffective. But because at the instant of death, every ounce of energy within all spirit beasts in this world is absorbed by the Beast Division, one of the 8 divisions of the Beast Void. So even if this Star Moon Python King were a true dragon, you still couldn't extract anything of value from it. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan instantly grew furious. Damn it! The spirit beast he'd worked so hard to kill. And the Beast Division just quietly took all its energy? Damn it! These bastards are nothing short of beasts. Zhou Xuan had thought this world was already crazy enough. But now it seemed this world was far crazier than he'd ever imagined. Therefore, to condense sufficient energy, he could only rely on these fresh, naturally grown resources. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang lifted her gaze to the star-chasing flower queen before her, now fully bloomed by Xian Luochen's blood. The star-chasing flower queen, the sovereign among all star-chasing flowers. A rare third-tier spirit plant in the earth fiend heaven. Compared to the Fire King grass's overbearing nature, the star-chasing flower queen could be considered the mildest among third-tier spiritual treasures. It possessed exceptional utility in harmonizing energies. If 2 conflicting energies existed within the body, the star-chasing flower king could help harmonize them exceptionally well. The Fire King grass sent by the Yin family is quite overbearing, but with the star-chasing flower king's assistance, the fire poison within the Fire King grass can be nearly neutralized. Moreover, due to the star-chasing flower king's mastery of harmonization, it enables Zhou Xuan to absorb the Fire King grass's energy almost flawlessly. After all, the Fire King grass ranks among the top-tier spiritual plants even within the 3rd tier. Originally, Leng Ningshuang had been troubled by how to rapidly elevate Zhou Xuan's strength to the realm level. Now, with the star-chasing flower king and the Fire King grass, everything would fall into place naturally. Xian Luochen, we made a pact. I will take only 3 petals from this star-chasing flower king. And of the star-chasing flowers here, I'll take only 1/4. Now that I've taken these resources, our agreement is fulfilled. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang gathered the resources she needed into her spirit pet space. Seeing Leng Ningshuang truly take only this much, Xian Luochen was genuinely surprised. After all, these were all precious resources. Was Leng Ningshuang just handing them over so easily? Just as Xian Luochen was pondering this, Leng Ningshuang walked over to his side. She then reached out and gave Xian Luochen a light pat on the shoulder. These resources are all yours. I know you're curious why. But I don't want to tell you the reason. All you need to know is that with these things, perhaps, you might truly be able to be yourself. With that, Leng Ningshuang turned away from Xian Luochen and addressed Zhou Xuan instead. Zhou Xuan, let's go. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan glanced at Xian Luochen. But it was merely a glance. Then, with a flick of his thoughts, In the distance, General Nija, the ghost shadow, who had been gravely wounded by the Star Moon Serpent King, also transformed into a shadow and returned to Zhou Xuan's shadow. After that, Zhou Xuan returned to his spirit pet space. After that, Leng Ningshuang re-entered the pool and departed the cavern. Now, the entire cavern was left with only Luochen. Luochen gazed at the star-chasing flower queen, now bearing only 3 petals, then at the remaining 3/4 of the star-chasing flower. Slowly, she clenched her jade-like hand and murmured softly, "Leng Ningshuang, I don't know why you've been so kind to me. Perhaps you have your own plans. But I still thank you for your kindness." As the words fell, determination flashed in Luochen's eyes. "Xian Wujing. This time, I'll make you understand. I am not your toy. Ningshuang, why did you leave all those star-chasing flowers for her?" On the way back from Luoyue Valley to Changye Market, Zhou Xuan couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Those star-chasing flowers are useless to us. Star-chasing flowers have very low drug resistance. A 1/4 acre of star-chasing flowers is the absolute limit you can absorb." Leng Ningshuang replied, "Rather than taking more ourselves, it's better to leave them all for Luochen. She's quite talented. The star-chasing flowers enhance her far more effectively than they do us. Besides, she's qualified to participate in the Great Night Tournament. I'll reserve these resources for her." As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang's lips curved into a faint smile. "Who knows? She might even help us eliminate a troublesome opponent." As she spoke, memories of Luochen and Xian Wujing's fierce battle from her past life surfaced in Leng Ningshuang's mind. The scene was nothing short of bloody. Truthfully, Leng Ningshuang felt quite sympathetic towards Luochen. After all, Luochen had helped her greatly in her previous life, and now she was repaying that debt of gratitude. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan nodded in understanding. "Alright, let's hurry back to the long night. Zhou Xuan, I'll prepare your medicinal bath shortly. How high a rank we can achieve in the Changye Grand Competition this time depends entirely on this very moment. 022 sensual bathing together? Entering a new realm." Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan remained silent. He knew in his heart that whatever Leng Ningshuang was hinting at must be incredibly important. After all, Leng Ningshuang was a reincarnated soul. She had experienced these events in her previous life. Moreover, when Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang first met, she had emphasized the significance of the Great Night Competition. Therefore, his performance in the Long Night Grand Competition would undoubtedly be a crucial step for his future. Truth be told, in this bizarre world, Zhou Xuan felt his power was increasingly inadequate. Without it, he would truly be like fish on a cutting board at the mercy of others. While the protection of the Divine Department ensured he wouldn't die, being targeted by those vampires would undoubtedly make his life a living hell. Thus, guided by Leng Ningshuang, the two returned to the academy dormitory. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Leng Ningshuang paid no heed to her own weariness, nor to her clothes long since soaked through with water, clinging to her curvaceous form. Instead, she immediately took out a pot and began filling it with water. "Zhou Xuan, help me heat this pot of water until it boils." "Forget it. I'll just fill the bathtub myself, and you can jump in. Use your body heat to keep this pot of water warm. Make sure the water never stops boiling." Hearing Leng Ningshuang's instructions, Zhou Xuan didn't understand what she was planning, but adhering to the principle of not asking when he didn't know, Zhou Xuan immediately followed instructions and jumped straight into the bathroom bathtub. Then, splash! Leng Ningshuang began running the water. She then set about preparing the medicinal bath she would use next. The bathtub wasn't large, so it filled up quickly. Though Zhou Xuan possessed fire-type abilities, he was also a dragon himself. He wasn't as afraid of water as ordinary fire elemental spirit beasts. However, due to his small stature, his head was soon submerged. Yet as a dragon, Zhou Xuan could breathe underwater. Seeing the water level was nearly full, Zhou Xuan gently closed his eyes. The next moment, his body began radiating an intense heat. The intense heat instantly swept through the water in the entire bathtub. Before long, Zhou Xuan had heated the water in the bathtub to a boiling state. Seeing the tub boil, Leng Ningshuang wasted no time. She dumped all the materials she had prepared over the past few days into the tub at once. In an instant, the once transparent water transformed into a translucent crimson. It resembled the color of flames. As the water turned entirely crimson, Zhou Xuan suddenly felt terrifying waves of fire elemental energy surging toward him like a raging bull. The sheer terror of this fiery energy made Zhou Xuan feel unbearably uncomfortable. "Don't come out. Otherwise, this energy will shatter the bathtub." That would mean wasting this precious fire king grass for nothing. As if sensing Zhou Xuan's distress, Leng Ningshuang immediately warned him. Faced with Leng Ningshuang's warning, Zhou Xuan, who had been about to stick his head out, abruptly halted his movement. He knew the fire king grass was precious. Unless Zhou Xuan now possessed the power to annihilate the Yin family outright. Otherwise he would never obtain Fire King grass again. So a broken bathtub was a minor issue. Losing the Fire King grass would be a massive loss. Even though Zhou Xuan was now suffering excruciating pain, he dared not move a muscle within the bathtub. He simply allowed the raging fire energy to violently surge into his body. Amidst the relentless onslaught of frenzied energy, the system's voice echoed incessantly in Zhou Xuan's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 134 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 145 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 162 energy points. Although the energy points gained this time were not as many as those from the Fire Jade pendant before, the frequency of acquisition was exceptionally high. In just 1 minute, Zhou Xuan had already condensed over 1,000 energy points. Moreover, Zhou Xuan could keenly sense that the pool water still contained vast amounts of energy. Roughly estimating, Zhou Xuan felt that if he absorbed all the fire attribute energy in the entire pool, even if he couldn't obtain 10,000 energy points, it wouldn't be much less than what the Fire Jade pendant provided. After all, with the assistance of 2 third-tier spiritual treasures, the Fire King Grass and the Star-Chasing Flower King, the results were truly extraordinary. Thus, Zhou Xuan endured the physical pain as he continuously absorbed the energy from the pool. Not only did his energy points begin to surge rapidly, Zhou Xuan's physique and combat prowess also began to grow steadily. Zhou Xuan, who had previously resembled a young dragon, now saw his physique steadily grow larger, appearing on the verge of entering adolescence. As for his combat prowess, it shot up from the 7th tier of the Zero Realm to the 8th and 9th tiers. He was now but a step away from breaking through to the First Realm. However, the energy within the pool had already diminished significantly. This, not nearly enough for Zhou Xuan to advance to the First Realm? Watching Zhou Xuan's strength remain stuck at the Zero Realm, unable to break through to the First Realm, Leng Ningshuang also began to feel anxious. After all, she had already mapped out Zhou Xuan's future growth path. The elixir crafted from the star-chasing flower had also been prepared long ago. All that was needed was for Zhou Xuan to break through to the First Realm. But with Zhou Xuan still unable to break through to the First Realm, how could Leng Ningshuang not be anxious? It seemed there was only one course left. Seeing Zhou Xuan's persistent inability to break through, Leng Ningshuang clenched her jaw. She immediately shed her soaked clothes without a second thought, her flawless form now exposed in the bathroom. Without a second thought for the scalding water in the tub, she stepped right into it. In an instant, the previously ordinary bathroom scene transformed into something sensual. However, Zhou Xuan, currently focused on absorbing energy, remained oblivious to it all. As for Leng Ningshuang, though the water was scalding, her delicate skin seemed unaffected by the intense heat. Instead, the energy within the water, which had been drained of vitality to its absolute limit, suddenly surged to a boil the moment Leng Ningshuang entered. In the next instant, this energy, now seemingly catalyzed by Leng Ningshuang, rushed into Zhou Xuan's body. Boom! The massive influx of energy instantly made Zhou Xuan, who had already grown accustomed to it, feel physical discomfort once more. And in that very instant of discomfort, a deep, muffled sound suddenly emanated from Zhou Xuan's body. The next second, a colossal aura surged violently from within Zhou Xuan. Indeed, in that single instant, Zhou Xuan's strength had ascended. Zhou Xuan had now officially stepped into the First Realm, first segment. With this power surge, Zhou Xuan, who had been completely submerged in the pool, now had only half his body underwater. Feeling the shift to the First Realm, first stage, Zhou Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to stretch his body, he saw Leng Ningshuang, completely naked, sitting directly across from him. Ha! Wasn't I supposed to be taking a medicinal bath? How did she end up completely naked? 023 Innate Divine Medicinal Physique. 2nd tier skill, Hell Dragon Servant. What? Interested in me? As Zhou Xuan stared intently at her, Leng Ningshuang remained remarkably composed. She met his gaze with eyes serene to the extreme. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan had to admit that before his reincarnation, he too had been human. From an aesthetic standpoint, Leng Ningshuang was absolutely the type that appealed to Zhou Xuan. Yet faced with Leng Ningshuang's direct inquiry, Zhou Xuan managed to suppress his desire, slowly rising to his feet as he continued to stare straight at her. No. I'm just curious, how did you end up here too? And earlier, the energy in the pool was clearly depleted. Why did it suddenly become abundant again in an instant? Compared to Leng Ningshuang's stunningly beautiful body, Zhou Xuan was far more interested in why he had managed to break through to the First Realm. Facing Zhou Xuan's inquiry, Leng Ningshuang showed no concern about her nakedness. Instead, she stood up from the bathtub right before him and stepped out completely uncovered. As she stepped out, however, Leng Ningshuang spoke up. Do you know why I became Empress? Faced with Leng Ningshuang's question, Zhou Xuan shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Because my constitution is very special. Let me put it this way, I possess an innate sacred medicinal physique. My perception and control over medicinal herbs are exceptionally strong. That's why, in my previous life, I could rise from such humble origins to become the peerless Empress of the Law Realm. At this point, Leng Ningshuang fell silent. Then, she let out a laugh that seemed tinged with self-mockery. But all of that was merely my previous delusion. Indeed, I possess the innate sacred medicinal physique. Yet my rise to become the peerless empress was not due to my own merits. It was because some old codger from beyond heaven took a fancy to me, wanting me to become his medicinal catalyst. As the words fell, Leng Ningshuang, who had seemed quite composed until then, suddenly clenched her jade-like hands. Clearly, the events that followed were a deeply painful memory for her. Yet Leng Ningshuang's emotional turmoil lasted but a fleeting moment. She swiftly regained her composure, returning to her previous state. She glanced at Zhou Xuan and said, "Alright, I've told you what you wanted to know. Now it's your turn to show me just how much you've improved." As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang swiftly retrieved her clothes and dressed. As for Zhou Xuan, though now completely naked, he paid it no mind. Instead, he focused his mind and began examining his attribute panel. Host, Zhou Xuan. Power, first realm, first tier. Attributes, dragon, demon, fire. Race, demon wyvern. Talent, 5th tier, low grade. Talent tree, shadow legion, rabbit talisman, sky demon chi. Skills, Tier 2 Demon Dragon Flame, Tier 1 Evil Dragon Claw, Tier 1 Demon Dragon Roar, Tier 1 Spirit Flash, Tier 1 Wing Shield. Energy points, 10,387. Indeed, after absorbing such vast amounts of energy, Zhou Xuan not only leaped to the first segment of the next realm but also saw his energy points break through the 10,000 mark. Moreover, his previous Tier 1 skills Dragon Flame and Demon Fire had now fused and upgraded into a new Tier 2 skill, Demon Dragon Flame. The fusion and advancement of these two skills naturally signified Zhou Xuan's mastery of a more powerful flame. But what delighted Zhou Xuan most was undoubtedly his energy points reaching 10,000. Compared to unlocking the Black Shadow core talent earlier, the talent tree now displayed 3 additional unlockable talent points. The talent tree had dimmed. But after Zhou Xuan completed his first evolution, an additional unlockable talent point appeared on the tree. That was the Fire Demon Chi. To activate this Fire Demon Chi, Zhou Xuan would need to spend a full 10,000 energy points. Frankly, Zhou Xuan believed his current Fire Demon Chi was already formidable. He was genuinely curious what kind of improvement upgrading it now could possibly bring. Without hesitation, Zhou Xuan immediately commanded in his mind, "Ignite the Fire Demon Chi." The command fell, and the energy in his energy bar was instantly depleted. The next moment, the Fire Demon Chi within his talent tree ignited. In that instant, Zhou Xuan, whose aura had already become terrifying after advancing to the first realm, now erupted with an even more dreadful presence. His entire body ignited with scorching demonic dragon flames. Now, Zhou Xuan resembled a demonic dragon king risen from the depths of death itself. Not only was his aura terrifying, but even his eyes began to gradually take on a demonic quality. As the Fire Demon Chi unlocked, Zhou Xuan noticed his information panel had updated. Host, Zhou Xuan. Power, first realm, first tier. Attributes, dragon, demon, fire. Race, demon wyvern. Talent, tier 5, average. Talent tree, Fire Demon Aura, Shadow Legion, Rabbit Talisman, Sky Demon Aura. Skills, Tier 2 Male Dragon Flame, Tier 2 Male Dragon Claw, Tier 2 Dragon Wing Flame Shield, Tier 2 Hell Dragon Servant, Tier 1 Male Dragon Roar, Tier 1 Spirit Flash. Energy points, 387. Indeed, unlocking Fire Magic Aura propelled Zhou Xuan's aptitude from low Tier 5 to mid Tier 5. Additionally, his Tier 1 skills Evil Dragon Claw and Wing Shield both underwent evolution. Simultaneously, Zhou Xuan mastered a new Tier 2 skill, Hell Dragon Servant. Hell Dragon Servant. This skill is straightforward. That is, Zhou Xuan can bestow his own fiery demonic energy upon others. Simply put, if Zhou Xuan so desired, he could enable others to wield terrifying fire demonic energy just as he did. However, at present, Zhou Xuan could only bestow the fire demonic energy upon one person. At this realization, Zhou Xuan's eyes lit up. Hell Dragon Servant. What if he bestowed this ability upon Niga? As the Ghost Shadow General, Niga already possessed formidable combat prowess. But alas, his base stats remained too plain. His innate talent only reached the low tier of the 3rd rank. In the Earth Fiend realm, this might still be considered passable. Yet as Zhou Xuan gradually ascends higher tiers, this potential becomes increasingly inadequate. What if he transformed Nija into his own Hell Dragon Servant? Could that enhance its innate talent? The thought crossed his mind, and without hesitation, Zhou Xuan acted on it. The next instant, Nija materialized beside him. Seeing Zhou Xuan summon Nija, Leng Ningshuang beside him asked in confusion, "Why did you summon it?" Just as Leng Ningshuang was puzzled, Zhou Xuan glanced at Leng Ningshuang. The next moment, Zhou Xuan placed his hand directly on Nija's head. With a bang, a blazing inferno erupted from Zhou Xuan's palm. As the flames appeared, Zhou Xuan's voice finally echoed out. "Testing my new skill. 024 Ghost Dragon General Nija. The Great Night Tournament begins." Testing a new skill? Using your own servant? That's a bit extravagant, don't you think? Seeing Zhou Xuan's actions, Leng Ningshuang momentarily didn't know how to respond. Though Leng Ningshuang hadn't interacted much with Niga, their time together these past few days had shown her just how utterly loyal he was to Zhou Xuan. If loyalty had a numerical limit capped at 100, Nija would easily surpass 120. After all, he had attacked the formidable Star Moon Python King without a second thought. That alone spoke volumes. But now Zhou Xuan wanted to test a new skill on Nija. This moment made Leng Ningshuang feel a bit uneasy. Just as Leng Ningshuang was wondering what exactly Zhou Xuan intended to do. The next instant, the flames in Zhou Xuan's hands instantly entered Nija's body through its head. The flames were intensely hot, containing an overwhelmingly powerful energy. Even from a considerable distance, Leng Ningshuang could clearly sense it. When flames of such immense power engulfed Nija showed no resistance whatsoever, not even a flicker of tremor. Seeing this, Leng Ningshuang felt puzzled. Wait. Is this Nika some kind of masochist? He didn't react at all to such powerful flames entering his body? As Leng Ningshuang stared at Nija with a puzzled expression. Under the flame's influence, Nija's body, previously just a figure wearing a purple mask, indistinguishable from the ghost soldiers, began to transform. The most obvious change was purple mask on Nija's face began sprouting dragon horns identical to those on Zhou Xuan's head. The horns weren't slender, but they balanced his physique perfectly. Beyond that, Nija's previously rather plain physique now appeared slightly more robust. More importantly, Leng Ningshuang could sense that Nija's aura had grown significantly denser than before. Had he evolved? Observing the shift in Nija's aura and the changes in her physique, even Leng Ningshuang, the peerless empress, felt profoundly perplexed. For even she had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Just as Leng Ningshuang was lost in thought, Nija, now transformed in form, immediately knelt on one knee before Zhou Xuan. For the first time, it uttered a demonic whisper. "Thank you, Master, for bestowing divine power." Hearing Nija's words, Zhou Xuan noticed the information displayed about Nija had changed. Servant, Nija. Power, first realm, first tier. Attributes, demon, malevolent entity, dragon, fire. Talent, high tier 4. Skills, tier 2 shadow phantom daggers, tier 2 shadow blade, tier 2 demon dragon flame. Indeed, after undergoing the transformation of the second tier skill hell dragon servant, Nija, it has undergone a complete transformation. Originally possessing only demon and malevolent entity attributes, it now boasts dragon and fire attributes as well. Moreover, its cultivation level has soared from a mere tier 4 high to an astonishing tier 4 high. Consider that Zhou Xuan's current potential is only 5th tier medium. The current Nija is not much inferior to Zhou Xuan. The once ghost shadow general has now transformed into the ghost dragon general. Observing Nija's transformation, a look of satisfaction spread across Zhou Xuan's face. It seems the hell dragon servant skill is quite powerful after all. No wonder in the previous life's Jackie Chan adventures, that trio of underachievers saw their combat power skyrocket after being enhanced by the demonic dragon's fire magic essence. But that was merely the fire demon chi stage. According to the Book of Talents, each ability has 10 stages for advancement. If the fire demon chi were truly pushed to its ultimate limit, could Nija's potential reach the 10th tier while under the hell dragon servant transformation? But if the fire demon chi can be modified, does that mean other demon chi can be altered as well? This thought plunged Zhou Xuan into deep contemplation. If the other magical energies truly possessed the ability to be transformed, Zhou Xuan dared not imagine how formidable he could become when combined with his Shadow Legion. Just how formidable he could become in the future. But unfortunately, Zhou Xuan currently possessed insufficient energy points. He couldn't conduct any experiments. Zhou Xuan, what is this? Seeing Nija's transformation complete, Leng Ningshuang couldn't contain her curiosity and asked aloud. After all, she genuinely had no idea what Zhou Xuan had done to Nija. It clearly looked like an attack on Nija, yet how had this guy instantly transcended? Noticing Leng Ningshuang's confusion, Zhou Xuan replied, "I used my newly mastered skill, Hell Dragon Servant, on him. It now possesses both dragon and fire attributes. That's why the transformation is so drastic." Ha! Both dragon and fire attributes? Adding attributes isn't as simple as you make it sound? Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, even Leng Ningshuang, who'd weathered countless storms, felt utterly flustered. After all, increasing attributes was an incredibly difficult feat for spirit beasts. Even after a spirit beast evolved, there was a 99% chance its attributes wouldn't change. In her previous life, Leng Ningshuang had desperately sought ways to enhance her spirit pet's attributes. After countless trials, she'd only succeeded with 2 of them. Now, Zhou Xuan had effortlessly enhanced Nija's attributes. And not just 1, but 2, one of which was the exceedingly rare dragon attribute. At this moment, even the peerless Empress Leng Ningshuang felt her mind going blank. So, how many times can you use this skill? Leng Ningshuang forced herself to suppress her shock as she asked. For now, it can only be used on 1 person. But I believe as my power grows, that number will increase. Zhou Xuan replied after a moment's thought. Hearing Zhou Xuan's answer, Leng Ningshuang's eyes lit up instantly. What about loyalty? Leng Ningshuang pressed. Nija's loyalty shouldn't be an issue. As for other creatures, If I bound them with hell dragon servants, I'm not entirely sure about their loyalty. But I can easily control their lives or deaths. Zhou Xuan answered honestly. By the way, why are you asking all this? Zhou Xuan looked at Leng Ningshuang in puzzlement. Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang drew in a sharp breath before her lips curved upward. Of course it's useful. Do you know that in the secret realm opening in 3 months' time? There's a spirit beast carrying pure Qilin blood. Originally, I couldn't contract it because it had already formed a soul contract with you. But with this incredible ability of yours, I'm now very interested in it. A spirit beast with pure Qilin blood? Hearing Leng Ningshuang say this, Zhou Xuan was somewhat surprised. Dragons, Qilin, and phoenixes are arguably the 3 most supreme innate bloodlines in the beast realm. That such a precious spirit beast could exist within the earth fiend heaven was truly beyond Zhou Xuan's expectations. A Qilin? Turn it into a dragon servant to ride? That seemed like a rather good proposal. Zhou Xuan pondered. It seems you've made significant progress. This doesn't prevent me from draining my own body to help you strengthen your power. Seeing Zhou Xuan's substantial progress, Leng Ningshuang spoke with satisfaction. From here on out, we must prepare with all our might for the Great Night Tournament. The tough nuts to crack in the long night competition are far more numerous than you imagine. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan nodded in understanding. Thus, under Leng Ningshuang's arrangements, Zhou Xuan commenced his intensive training. Time flew by, and 1 month later. The Long Night Arena. The Long Night Grand Tournament was about to commence. 025 The Zhao Family's Secret. Leng Ningshuang becomes the prey? Lingfeng, I hear your young master lost the family heirloom? Oh my! A child like that in the Zhao family would have been beaten to death on the spot. Your Yin family sure is soft-hearted, even willing to send him to your secret realm, the Empty Mountain Forge, for further training. Inside the luxury VIP box of the arena. The short-haired man in a suit looked at Yan Lingfeng before him, then walked up and spoke with a smile. Facing the man's mockery, Yan Lingfeng merely smiled, showing no sign of anger whatsoever. Brother Zhao, you're exaggerating. I'm nowhere near as ruthless as you, Brother Zhao. You're even willing to feed your own child to spirit beasts. Hearing Yan Lingfeng's words, Zhao Jueyan responded with a faint, ambiguous smile. Children, you say? I have plenty of them. Lately, that Leng Ningshuang from Changya No. 1 High School has been quite impressive. By the way, Lingfeng, I hear you're quite familiar with her? Facing Zhao Jueyan's inquiry, Yan Lingfeng waved his hand dismissively. Not particularly close. After all, that bastard Yanson lost the ancestral jade pendant. As his father, I ought to retrieve it. So you just handed over the Yan family's qualification to this Leng Ningshuang? Zhao Jueyan's expression instantly turned cold. Lingfeng, do you realize the Long Night Grand Competition is a tournament our 3 great families worked hard to monopolize? Now you're letting a commoner in? That's a bit inappropriate, don't you think? Despite Zhao Jueyan's relentless pressure, Yan Lingfeng maintained his spring-like smile. Brother Zhao, you're missing the point entirely. Leng Ningshuang is merely a lowly commoner. Allowing her into the Long Night Tournament won't cause any significant upheaval. I'm merely going with the flow, guiding her straight into the jaws of the tiger, your very own lair. As Yan Lingfeng finished speaking, Zhao Jueyan, who had radiated such an overbearing aura moments before, burst into hearty laughter. Lingfeng, after all these years, you're still the one who knows how to please me. This Leng Ningshuang does have some potential. As he spoke, a hint of greed flickered in Zhao Jueyan's piercing eyes. The Zhao family, one of the 3 great houses of the Long Night. Compared to the Xian and Yin families, the Zhao family's ability to establish itself in the Long Night was naturally due to its own exceptional qualities. The foundation of the Zhao family's standing lies in breeding. The Zhao family possessed a highly unique method of cultivating spirit pets. They feed their spirit pets individuals bearing their own bloodline. The greater the number consumed, the stronger the resonance formed between the spirit pet and its master. Through the application of specific magical techniques, the spirit pet can temporarily surpass its inherent limits during combat, unleashing extraordinary combat prowess. This is precisely why the Zhao family stands as the most formidable of the 3 great houses of the Long Night. Consequently, very few children in the Zhao family actually survive from infancy to adulthood. Each generation typically produces only 5 or 6 such children. And they are invariably boys with exceptional innate talent. As for girls, even those with exceptional aptitude are immediately dismissed by the Zhao family. After all, the time it takes for girls to reach childbearing age is far too long. This fundamentally conflicts with the Zhao family's cultivation philosophy. These exceptional boys were intensively nurtured from childhood. Once they reached reproductive age, sperm was extracted from them daily. This extracted sperm would be precisely implanted into each maternal embryo for breeding. The Xian family's practice of breeding within their own clan was already a grotesque aberration. But the Zhao family operates a fully automated breeding factory. Within its walls, the Zhao family can find tens of thousands of women of childbearing age like livestock. These women had signed indentured contracts with the Zhao family, their minds tortured into a state of mental disability. They function as nothing more than pure reproductive tools, used by the Zhou family to breed one child after another. Yan Lingfeng, however, was hardly surprised by Zhao Jueyun's words. However, Zhao Jueyun showed little interest in Leng Ningshuang. Instead, his current fascination lay with Zhou Xuan. After all, Zhou Xuan was a dragon seed, and he had already demonstrated his formidable combat prowess during his previous clash with Yanson. If Zhou Xuan were to join the Zhao family and undergo their unique cultivation methods, frankly, the Zhao family wouldn't just become rulers of the long night. It wouldn't be impossible for them to become rulers of the earthly fiend heaven. Moreover, Zhou Xuan being a male dragon seed meant the lineage could continue to breed. This would make the Zhao family's carefully nurtured young talents even stronger. Such a virtuous cycle, how could Zhao Jueyun not be tempted? Thus, Zhao Jueyun and Yan Lingfeng conversed with one another. At the entrance of the long night arena, Leng Ningshuang walked in. Her attire was simple and unassuming, making her appear like a common NPC. Yet her aura was simply too striking to be overlooked. Everyone recognized her at a glance. See? Just as we mentioned her, she shows up. The moment Leng Ningshuang appeared in the arena, Zhao Jueyun gave a faint, mocking smile. Lingfeng, since you've invited her into the trap, I won't hesitate to play the role of the turtle catcher. Hearing Zhao Jueyun's words, Yan Lingfeng chuckled, Brother Zhao, as long as you're happy. I couldn't care less how you choose to proceed. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear, Zhao Jueyun chuckled. Without another glance at Yan Lingfeng, he strode out of the gilded VIP box. Seeing Zhao Jueyun's departure, Yan Lingfeng's previously beaming expression instantly turned cold. It must be noted that Yan Lingfeng was equally invested in Zhou Xuan. Logically speaking, when Yan Lingfeng handed the Fire King grass to Leng Ningshuang, Zhou Xuan should have been poisoned by the fire toxin that very day. Yan Lingfeng had been waiting for Leng Ningshuang to come to him. Yet over the past month, not only had Leng Ningshuang failed to contact him, she even attended school daily as if nothing were amiss. This was what puzzled Yan Lingfeng the most. Now, upon seeing Leng Ningshuang actually appear, Yan Lingfeng couldn't help but frown. Could it be that she hadn't used the Fire King grass on that dragon-blooded creature? That was the only conclusion Yan Lingfeng could reach. Now that Zhao Jueyun had set his sights on Leng Ningshuang, Yan Lingfeng could only watch helplessly. After all, the core of the Yan family still lay with Didu. As for Zhou Xuan, it would be best not to act rashly for now. Otherwise, given Zhao Jueyun's vindictive nature, he might stir up trouble at a critical moment for the Yan family. That would bring no benefit whatsoever to the Yan family. As for the dragon seed, once the Yan family enters the Earth capital, they could simply purchase them from Zhao Jueyun then. After all, by then, the Yan family wouldn't be short on funds. Through the glass of the VIP box, Yan Lingfeng watched Leng Ningshuang in the arena and sneered coldly, Leng Ningshuang, oh Leng Ningshuang, your luck is rather poor. To be targeted by that madman Zhao Jueyun. With that, Yan Lingfeng took a sip of red wine from his glass and ceased paying attention to Leng Ningshuang. Meanwhile, in the arena, Leng Ningshuang had just entered and was about to look for the registration point. A voice as refined and courteous as a gentleman's murmured in her ear. My lovely lady. May I ask what you're looking for? If you'd like, I could be of assistance. 026 true hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Following the voice, Leng Ningshuang saw Zhao Jueyun appear beside her, holding a stemmed glass and looking every inch the gentleman. Leng Ningshuang naturally recognized Zhao Jueyun. She also knew many secrets of the Zhao family. For instance, the Zhao family's breeding facility resembling a pig farm. Likewise, Leng Ningshuang knew that the Zhao Jueyun before her was not the gentleman he appeared to be. The reason this man had approached her was solely because he had set his sights on Zhou Xuan. After all, the entire long night knew she carried the dragon seed. Truth be told, if not for the divine division protecting this beast market, countless would have already attempted murder and robbery to seize Zhou Xuan. Yet even so, when Leng Ningshuang first laid eyes on Zhao Jueyun, not a trace of disgust crossed her face. Instead, a rare smile one never seen before flickered across her face. Oh, thank you very much indeed. I'd like to ask where the registration point for the long night grand competition is. Leng Ningshuang's voice was soft, yet her words were crystal clear and pleasant to the ear. Her tone even carried a hint of innocent, girlish confusion. Truth be told, the moment Leng Ningshuang spoke those words, Zhao Jueyun wore a smile on his face, but inside, he was already overjoyed. He'd initially assumed she was some troublesome commoner. Turns out she's just another lowly woman trying to climb the social ladder. Taking you down will be a piece of cake. Zhao Jueyun thought this to himself, yet outwardly remained the picture of a gentleman. Oh, I see. If the lovely lady doesn't mind, I'd be happy to escort you. As he spoke, Zhao Jueyun extended a gentlemanly gesture of invitation toward Leng Ningshuang. Faced with Zhao Jueyun's invitation, Leng Ningshuang didn't refuse. Instead, she smiled and nodded. Ah, how embarrassing. Thank you. With that, Leng Ningshuang followed Zhao Jueyun toward the registration point for the long night grand competition. Along the way, Leng Ningshuang, who was usually cold and reserved, seemed to transform instantly. She began chatting with Zhou Xuan quite proactively. When she learned Zhou Xuan was a member of the Zhao family, her eyes even lit up like little stars. She looked like a lovesick girl. The more starstruck Leng Ningshuang appeared, the more Zhou Xuan's heart fluttered. Originally, Zhou Xuan had thought winning Leng Ningshuang over would be a difficult task. After all, he had gotten to know her a bit over this period. He knew she was cold-hearted by nature and fiercely independent. But now it seemed. What aloof personality! What independence! All that was nonsense. In the face of absolute power, everything else is just a facade. He hadn't done a single thing, yet Leng Ningshuang had taken the initiative to attach herself to him. Zhou Xuan naturally felt pleased. Yet despite Leng Ningshuang's outwardly proactive demeanor, she genuinely had no desire for anything special with Zhou Xuan. Instead, she was deceiving Zhou Xuan, lulling him into lowering his guard. As someone who had been reborn and participated in the Long Night Grand Competition in her previous life, how could Leng Ningshuang not know where the registration point for the Long Night Grand Competition was? Her lingering at the entrance was fundamentally a ploy to draw Zhou Xuan out. After all, the Zhao family possessed treasures that Leng Ningshuang coveted intensely. If she truly obtained these treasures, once Leng Ningshuang entered the second world, the illusory birth heaven, all the treasures she had failed to obtain in her previous life would fall into her hands. And the very thing Leng Ningshuang coveted was that broken stone tablet stolen from the illusory birth heaven by the Zhao family's ancestors. The very reason the Zhao family held a dominant position among the three great clans of the Long Night lies in this very broken steel. The broken steel contained the inscription of a peculiar art. It was a technique that could enhance the innate potential of spirit beasts through special methods. It must be noted that such an art is rare even in the third world, the realm of eternal life. However, the Zhao family's ancestors had only managed to steal a fragment of this art. They never uncovered its full secrets. Yet even with just this tip of the iceberg, the Zhao family rose to become the strongest clan in the Long Night market. This alone speaks to the extraordinary power of this technique. Yet Leng Ningshuang coveted the broken steel not because she coveted the art itself. Rather, it was because once the steel was fully assembled, it would unlock the secret treasures left behind by the 10 great beast master sects in the illusory heaven realm. In her previous life, when Leng Ningshuang entered the third world, a Zhao family member had unlocked a secret treasure in the illusory birth heaven. Within a mere 3 years, that Zhao family member ascended to the third realm, the eternal life heaven. Consider this, Leng Ningshuang possessed extraordinary talent back then, yet it took her a full decade to climb from the illusory birth realm to the eternal life realm. That Zhao family disciple possessed average talent and was not particularly powerful. Yet he managed to ascend to the third realm of the eternal heaven within just 3 years of accessing the secret treasure trove. This alone proved the immense wealth of resources within that secret treasure trove. For Leng Ningshuang, she lacked nothing now except resources. Only with sufficient resources could Zhou Xuan achieve rapid growth. That was precisely why Leng Ningshuang had set her sights on the Zhao family's broken steel. That was precisely why Leng Ningshuang was being so proactive toward Zhou Xuan. She intended to make Zhou Xuan lower his guard around her. After all, the true hunter always appears in the guise of the prey. Guided by Zhou Xuan, Leng Ningshuang soon arrived at the registration point for the Long Night Grand Competition. Mr. Zhao. The moment they spotted Zhou Xuan, the staff hurried over, their faces beaming with smiles. This is Miss Leng Ningshuang. She is also a participant in the Long Night Grand Tournament. Please register her for me. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, the staff member shot Leng Ningshuang a surprised glance. As a staff member of the Long Night Grand Tournament, he knew all too well that the event was monopolized by the aristocratic families of Long Night City. As for Leng Ningshuang, she had become quite famous due to her battle with Yanson and the matter of the contracted dragonborn. She had gained some notoriety within the Long Night City. That she had now secured qualification for the Long Night Grand Tournament naturally surprised the staff. But surprise aside, the staff dared not say much. Instead, they promptly began processing her registration details. Alright, Miss Leng, your information has been entered into the system. Your competition number is 16. As she spoke, the staff member handed Leng Ningshuang a jade-carved number plate. This was no ordinary number tag. It was a spirit jade badge crafted by the Jade Spirit sect, one of the 10 great beast master sects of the Eternal Heaven. Only with this token does one truly possess the qualification to participate in the Great Night Tournament. Otherwise, it was all just empty talk. Seeing the spirit jade token in her hands, Leng Ningshuang knew she had truly entered the Long Night Grand Competition. But just as Leng Ningshuang had secured the spirit jade token, Zhou Xuan nearby began executing his own plan. It seems Miss Leng is quite eager to spar with a master, isn't she? Ha! I must say, I truly admire someone as earnest and diligent as Miss Leng. So, Miss Leng, would you be interested in accepting my sponsorship? 027 The Yin Yang contract of the Demon Division. Zhou Xuan takes the bait. Sponsorship? Mr. Zhao, what exactly do you mean by that? Leng Ningshuang understood perfectly, yet feigned confusion. Haha, nothing special. It's just that I see Miss Leng possesses truly remarkable talent. It would be a shame if you were to develop in an ordinary way. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to offer some financial support. After all, becoming truly powerful isn't something that relies solely on talent. It also requires substantial resources. Zhao Jueyun smiled as he produced a contract. This is a contract. Miss Leng, if you have no objections, we can draft the contract right now. As for the terms of our agreement, how about basing it on the ranking you achieve in the Long Night Tournament? Should you advance to the top 32, I shall grant you a certain amount of resources. Should you advance to the top 16, I shall grant you another amount. The higher your ranking, the greater the resources I shall bestow upon you. And should you, Miss Leng, truly claim the championship title of the Long Night Tournament, any resources within the Zhao family's possession would be yours to choose freely. Zhao Jueyun's words were sincere. As he spoke, he handed the contract paper in his hand to Leng Ningshuang. The moment she saw the contract paper Zhao Jueyun handed over, Leng Ningshuang appeared outwardly calm, but inwardly, she snorted coldly. The yin-yang contract paper of the Demon Division. Zhao Jueyun, if I hadn't witnessed your methods in my past life, I'd actually believe your nonsense. Indeed, the contract paper Zhao Jueyun handed over did not originate from the Divine Division. It came from the Demon Division, one of the 8 divisions that ruled and controlled the entire Beast Ruins. Compared to the Divine Division, a department of righteous judgment operating in the light, the Demon Division existed solely in the shadows, or rather, it was the division that controlled slaughter. This department has always been notorious for its ruthless methods. The yin-yang contract paper of the Demon Division stands as its most notorious emblem. Externally, this yin-yang contract paper showed no difference from those of the Divine Department. Even the method of signing the contract is identical in every detail. Yet there is one crucial difference between the yin-yang contract paper and the Divine Department's contracts. That is, after the contract is completed, additional conditions can be appended to the already established agreement. For instance, when Leng Ningshuang signed a contract with Zhao Jueyun, if Leng Ningshuang made it to the top 32, the treasure she would receive was clearly stated on the surface. However, the penalty for failing to reach the top 32 was not specified. In a standard contract, if a penalty isn't written, it means there is no penalty. Yet yin-yang contract paper allows penalties to be added after the contract is fulfilled. For instance, Zhao Jueyun could easily stipulate that if Leng Ningshuang fails to reach the top 32, she must surrender Zhou Xuan or similar clauses. That's why Leng Ningshuang gave a cold snort upon seeing this yin-yang contract. Though she had long seen through Zhao Jueyun's little tricks, she still put on an Oscar-worthy performance for the outside world. Mr. Zhao, this seems a bit much, don't you think? What have I ever done to deserve such extravagance from you? Hearing this, Zhao Jueyun shook his head with a smile. Miss Leng, please don't say that. Your talent is plain for all to see. You and your dragon-blooded offspring are truly the finest talents in the entire Chanye market. Therefore, you deserve the Zhao family's investment. Should you truly rise to great heights in the future, all I ask is a little favor for the Zhao family. Zhao Jueyun's words were smooth as silk, making him appear genuinely like a patron of talent. Yet, fingering the yin-yang contract in her hand, Leng Ningshuang, who had long seen through this hypocrite, couldn't help but snort inwardly. Outwardly, she drew a sharp breath, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she met Zhao Jueyun's gaze. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your faith in me. I will work hard and not disappoint you. With that, Leng Ningshuang pressed her fingerprint onto the yin-yang contract paper without hesitation. Seeing Leng Ningshuang seal the agreement, the staff member beside them felt a pang of unease. As employees under these wealthy clans, they were well aware of the methods these powerful families used against ordinary people. Now, witnessing Leng Ningshuang directly sign a contract with Zhao Jueyun, he knew this girl's life was over. Though the staff member felt pity for Leng Ningshuang in his heart, he said nothing outwardly. After all, better the devil you know than the unknown. What did Leng Ningshuang's future have to do with him? Seeing Leng Ningshuang sign the contract, Zhao Jueyun was overjoyed. He immediately chuckled, then I wish Miss Leng the best of luck in the Long Night Grand Tournament. With that, Zhao Jueyun retrieved the contract. However, the moment he did so, he activated the second contract within the yin-yang contract paper. The contract included a clause stipulating that Cold Du would lose. Should Leng Ningshuang lose a single match in the Long Night Grand Tournament, she would become a slave to the Zhao family, while Zhou Xuan would belong entirely to them. At this thought, Zhao Jueyun's face broke into a dazzling smile. He was already fantasizing about binding Zhou Xuan to his contract and dominating the earthly fiend heaven. Truth be told, if Zhao Jueyun had used this little trick on anyone else, it would undoubtedly work like a charm. After all, this was the Great Night Tournament. Those eligible to participate were all prodigies from the top-tier families of the Great Night. Although there was the restriction that participants must be under 20 years old. But let's be honest, who under 20 could possibly stand a chance against these clan scions? Therefore, in Zhao Jueyun's view, his yin-yang contract was 100% advantageous to him. All he needed to do was wait for Leng Ningshuang to lose her match. Zhao Jueyun's plan seemed sound. He didn't realize that the Leng Ningshuang of today was no longer the one he knew. Moreover, the Demon Division's contracts were far stricter than those of the Divine Division. Once the contract took effect, if either party sought to violate its terms, the Divine Division's methods were relatively more upright. The methods of the Demon Department, however, would make one truly understand what a genuine hell on earth feels like. Therefore, in Leng Ningshuang's view, Zhao Jueyun's use of the Demon Division's yin-yang contract paper only solidified his chances of obtaining the shattered steel. Thus, after Leng Ningshuang and Zhao Jueyun had mutually signed the contract, the two conversed for a while longer. With only 15 minutes remaining before the Great Night Tournament commenced, Zhao Jueyun finally bid farewell to Leng Ningshuang. And so, as Zhao Jueyun bid farewell to Leng Ningshuang, he gazed at the terms inscribed upon the yin-yang contract paper in his hand, and at the fingerprint Leng Ningshuang had pressed onto it. A maniacal grin spread across Zhao Jueyun's face. A lowly commoner truly is a lowly commoner. A mere pittance could have you dancing to my tune. Leng Ningshuang, you're quite something. But I believe your dragon bloodline is even better. Your dragon bloodline paired with my Zhao family's extraordinary arts. That wretched earth fiend heaven, it's nothing but a plaything in Zhao Jueyun's hands. 028 Xian family's Xian Zuoyu and Leng Ningshuang advanced to the top 32. Brother Zhao, so pleased? Seems your prey is already a sure thing? Within the resplendent, golden VIP suite number 1 of the Long Night Arena, Yan Lingfeng greeted Zhao Jueyun upon his return, smiling as he spoke. Oh? What prey? Old Zhao, which commoner girl has caught your eye this time? Hearing Yan Lingfeng speak, a man seated in the box dressed in a white suit, his skin as translucent and luminous as white jade, lifted his gaze toward Zhao Jueyun. From a purely physical standpoint, this man was exceptionally handsome. His slender frame complemented his jade-like, milky white complexion. Honestly, he was absolutely top-tier heartthrob material. But this man was no ordinary heartthrob from Changye Night Market. He was Xian Zuoyu, the current head of the Xian family of Changye. Brother Zuoyu, I never expected you to be here. I thought you'd be too busy with your countless responsibilities and wouldn't attend this year's Changye Grand Competition. I hear your family's Xian Luochen has been cozying up to some other guy lately? Zhao Jueyun sneered with a smile upon seeing Xian Zuoyu. But Xian Zuoyu paid no mind to Zhao Jueyun's mockery. So what if she's involved with someone? Our Xian family doesn't care about such things. It's you, old Zhao. Listen to me, if your Zhao family also practiced consanguineous marriage, elevating your bloodline, who knows? Your Zhao family might become even stronger. Hearing Xian Zuoyu's words, Zhao Jueyun dismissed them with a laugh. Brother Zuoyu, our Zhao lineage is a single-line succession. We'd never want to end up like your Xian family, risking extinction in any generation. At Zhao Jueyun's sarcasm, Xian Zuoyu snorted lightly. Bloodline not elevated? How can one achieve the Great Way? Sensing the growing tension between Xian Zuoyu and Zhao Jueyun, Yan Lingfeng, also present in the private box, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Brother Xian, Brother Zhao, we're here to witness the Great Night Tournament. Let's not let this spoil our harmony. Hearing Yan Lingfeng speak, Zhao Jueyun shot Xian Zuoyu a cold glance before falling silent. As for Xian Zuoyu, upon hearing Yan Lingfeng's words, he merely gave a light snort and changed the subject. Brother Lingfeng, it seems your Yin family isn't taking this year's Long Night competition very seriously. Why is Yan Luo the only one competing? Could it be that Brother Lingfeng has a better plan in mind? The moment Xian Zuoyu began probing for answers, Yan Lingfeng's face immediately clouded with exasperation. He heaved a heavy sigh and replied, Brother Zuoyu, what you say? In recent years, the younger generation of our Yan family has truly lacked talent. That's why we had no choice but to send only Yan Luo. There's no better path forward, it's just that our family's fortunes have declined somewhat. Hearing Yan Lingfeng's words, Xian Zuoyu and Zhao Jueyun said nothing outwardly, but inwardly, they both rolled their eyes. Family fortunes have declined? Only you could spout such nonsense. Everyone knows the Yan family has been exceptionally powerful in recent years. Yet they've grown increasingly careless in the Great Night competition. Both the Zhao and Xian families had connections to the capital. Though neither mentioned it openly, both secretly knew the Yan family had already set their sights on advancing into the capital. The Zhao and Xian families chose not to press the matter. For both families, the Yan family's expansion into the Earth capital was a favorable development. This would allow the Zhao and Xian families to divide the resources of the Long Night market equally. Thus, neither family intended to obstruct the Yan family. In fact, they even provided covert assistance to the Yan family. Alright, enough of that. Now then, who do you two think will emerge victorious in this year's Long Night competition? Zhao Jueyun steered the conversation. My family's Wujing certainly has the capability, Xian Zuoyu declared confidently. Xian Wujing, the child Xian Zuoyu held in highest regard. He's been brilliant since childhood. Though he's still a month shy of turning 20, his spirit pet's power has already reached the astonishing level of the first realm, 5th tier. This is the first realm, 5th tier. This is the strongest combat power seen in nearly a decade. Hearing Xian Zuoyu's words, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but feel a bit defiant. I'm not so sure about that. My Zhou Xuan is no slouch. This year's champion might just be our Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan, the most outstanding scion of the Zhou family in recent years. After all, Zhou Xuan is hailed as the greatest talent the Zhou family has produced in a century. Zhou Xuan, meanwhile, was hailed as the most prodigiously gifted individual in the Zhou family's history. Therefore, Zhou Xuan held considerable confidence in Zhou Xuan. Beyond that, my family's Zhou Tu and Zhou Lui are also no slouches. Brother Zuoyu, this year's top 3 spots, I'm afraid our Zhou family will sweep them all. As he spoke, Zhou Xuan looked at Xian Zuoyu with considerable smugness. His expression radiated absolute certainty that the top 3 spots were his for the taking. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Xian Zuoyu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the arena. Then he chuckled softly. Oh? Is that so? Then why is Zhou Tu from your family? Is Zhou Tu from your family getting thoroughly beaten? The moment Xian Zuoyu spoke, Zhou Xuan, who had been radiating confidence just seconds ago, froze in surprise. His gaze immediately shifted to the arena below the VIP box. There, Zhou Tu stood drenched in sweat, frantically directing his spirit pet. Golden Blade Horse, use heavy stomp to stop it from closing in. Hearing Zhou Tu's command, on the arena floor, the Golden Blade Horse, once resplendent in gold and covered in razor-sharp blades, now had its blades visibly severed. For a moment, the Golden Blade Horse no longer resembled its former self, appearing instead like a battered, broken-down steed. Hearing Zhou Tu's command, the Golden Blade Horse, long since beaten into submission, let out a piercing whinny. The next instant, dense earth element energy gathered beneath its hooves. With a thunderous crash, the golden-bladed horse stomped the ground with all its might. Dust instantly billowed across the arena. A powerful surge of earth energy charged straight toward the peculiar creature before it, clad in black robes, hooded, and resembling a human. Though the heavy stomp appeared overwhelmingly powerful, the moment the earth energy was about to touch the cloaked figure, the cloaked figure vanished like a ghost from its original spot. The next second, when it reappeared, it had already materialized beside the Golden Blade Horse. Simultaneously, a blade over 5 feet long appeared in its hand, its surface coiled with dense demonic and malevolent energy. With a humming sound, the blade slid from its sheath. A flash of black light. The cloaked figure had already darted behind the Golden Blade Horse. The Golden Blade Horse, which had already appeared to be at its limit, had its head severed cleanly from its body. And just like that, the Golden Blade Horse died instantly in the arena. Witnessing the golden-bladed steed's demise, Zhou Xuan froze in his box seat. Though Zhou Tu wasn't considered a top-tier fighter within the Zhou family, at just 19 years old, he was exceptionally formidable among his peers. His contracted Golden Blade Horse was a spirit beast of second-tier high quality. Its strength had reached the level of the first realm, 2nd stage. Its combat prowess was truly formidable. And now it had been so effortlessly slain by that black-robed creature in the arena? That's just absurd. Just as Zhou Xuan was reeling from the shock of Zhou Tu's Golden Blade Horse being taken down, a deep, steady voice echoed over the long night arena. Due to the death of the Golden Blade Horse, the winner of this round is contestant number 16, Leng Ningshuang. Congratulations to contestant Leng Ningshuang on advancing to the top 32. As the voice faded, the dust in the arena settled. Only then did Leng Ningshuang's figure come into view before the crowd. But the moment Leng Ningshuang appeared, Zhou Xuan and Yan Lingfeng froze instantly in their tracks. The same thought struck both of them simultaneously. The person who defeated Zhou Tu was Leng Ningshuang? How could this be? 029 The shock of the Yan and Zhou clans. Quarterfinals, battle against Yan Luo. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This spirit beast's power has reached the level of the first realm, 2nd stage. Had it not absorbed the Fire King grass, Leng Ningshuang's dragon-blooded beast would never possess such formidable power. But why? Why is its combat power still so overwhelming after absorbing the Fire King grass? Gazing at the black-robed creature in the arena, Yan Lingfeng's mind went blank. Because in Yan Lingfeng's understanding, the moment he gave the Fire King grass to Leng Ningshuang, Zhou Xuan was already crippled. Yet the Zhou Xuan before him was not only unharmed. Instead, his strength had reached the 2nd stage of the realm, and his combat prowess was extraordinary. This truly left Yan Lingfeng utterly incredulous from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that dragon seed was immune to the Fire King grass's fire poison? Or had Leng Ningshuang discovered a way to counteract the poison? As these thoughts surfaced, Yan Lingfeng turned his gaze toward the hooded, cloaked figure in the arena. 2 possibilities suddenly sprang to mind. Apart from absorbing the Fire King grass, Yan Lingfeng genuinely couldn't fathom why this hooded figure possessed such overwhelming combat prowess. After all, the fire poison of the Fire King grass was notoriously vicious. Even the Yin family required special methods to purge it from their bodies. The slightest trace of residual fire poison could inflict severe damage even on spirit beasts. But if this dragon-blooded creature truly possessed immunity to fire poison, wouldn't that mean its offspring could be immune too? This thought sent waves of excitement coursing through Yan Lingfeng's heart. But if Leng Ningshuang held the method to eliminate the fire poison, that would be far from good news for Yan Lingfeng, or even for the entire Yin family. For this was a secret only the Yin family could control. If Leng Ningshuang truly discovered it, what would become of them? While Yan Lingfeng's mind raced with frantic thoughts, Zhao Jueyun stared at Leng Ningshuang, his eyelid twitching violently. If before, Zhao Jueyun had viewed Leng Ningshuang as a lamb led to slaughter, now, Leng Ningshuang no longer felt like a helpless lamb to him. Instead, she seemed like a cunning tiger. That confident gaze meeting his own seemed to declare she had long since seen through his schemes. That innate confidence instantly darkened Zhao Jueyun's expression. Zhao Jueyun knew full well how formidable Zhao Tu's strength was. In Zhao Jueyun's estimation, he possessed the caliber to rank among the top 3 in this long night tournament. Yet here he was, immediately slaughtered by the spirit beast Cold Frost had meticulously cultivated for years. How could Zhao Jueyun not be furious? Yan Lingfeng, you mess with me? Zhao Jueyun, who had maintained a calm expression moments before, suddenly roared at Yan Lingpeak in fury. He was now like a raging beast. Who the hell is messing with you? Yan Lingfeng, who had been reeling from shock, froze upon hearing Zhao Jueyun's furious roar directed at him. If it weren't for you, how could Leng Ningshuang have grown so powerful in just a month? And you still claim none of this is your Yin family's scheming? Killing the spirit beast my Zhao family nurtured with such care? I see your Yin family has no intention of advancing on the capital at all. You're probably scheming to devour both my Zhao family and the Xian family whole. Zhao Jueyun was furious, yet his reasoning remained crystal clear. After all, the Zhao family's unique cultivation methods inherently limited the number of spirit beasts they could raise. Currently, Leng Ningshuang only had connections with the Yin family. Logically speaking, a commoner who had only recently contracted a spirit pet could not possibly cultivate it to the first realm within a single month. Thus, Zhao Jueyun instinctively concluded this was all part of Yan Lingfeng's scheme. Facing Zhao Jueyun's accusations, Xian Zuoyu beside him also turned his gaze toward Yan Lingfeng. Clearly, he too wanted to hear Yan Lingfeng's explanation. Hearing Zhao Jueyun's words, Yan Lingfeng, who had been preparing for a forceful counterattack, was suddenly rendered speechless. Because Zhao Jueyun was absolutely right. The reason Leng Ningshuang had reached her current level was undeniably connected to him. Truth be told, had Yan Lingfeng endured such circumstances, he would likely have thought the same. But while reality was what it was, Yan Lingfeng absolutely could not expose Zhou Xian's growth because of himself. Thus, he looked at Zhao Jueyun before him and took a deep breath. This matter has exceeded my expectations. But Zhao, you must believe I never toyed with you. I need to handle this matter. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. With that, Yan Lingfeng turned and walked out of the private room. Watching Yan Lingfeng exit, Xian Zuoyu glanced at Zhao Jueyun still inside the private room and said, "Old Zhao, how much of what Yan Lingfeng says can we really trust?" Hearing Xian Zuoyu's question, Zhao Jueyun shed his earlier fury and fell into deep thought for a moment. Judging by his expression, I don't think he's lying to us. But whether he's lying or not, I don't care. If he can't give the Zhao family a proper explanation, don't blame the Zhao family for turning on him. Upon hearing this, Xian Zuoyu said nothing more, instead shifting his gaze to another battle unfolding in the arena. When he saw the magnificent crane spirit beast displaying its formidable power in the arena, Xian Zuoyu visibly startled. Ha! Xian Luochen's moon-chasing crane has also broken through to the first realm? Seems that restless girl has stumbled upon some opportunities lately. But what good is fortune? Next month, Wu Jing turns 20. It's time for this bastard to breed offspring for the Xian family. A mere bastard dares to stir up trouble? She really thinks she's something special. With that, Xian Zuoyu cast no further glance at Xian Luochen. Seated in the private box, he closed his eyes to rest, silently awaiting the continuation of the long night competition. Time slipped by unnoticed. Battles unfolded one after another in the arena. Since only 64 participants had entered the long night tournament, after 3 rounds of combat, the final 8 contestants of the long night tournament were determined. Leng Ningshuang advanced effortlessly through the rounds to reach the quarterfinals. Of these 3 battles, the most challenging for Leng Ningshuang was undoubtedly her first encounter with Zhao Tu. The other 2 opponents were not from the 3 great clans. While these opponents might be considered formidable among ordinary people, but compared to Leng Ningshuang, they held no advantage whatsoever. She secured both victories with ease. However, upon reaching the quarterfinals, Leng Ningshuang finally encountered a formidable opponent. Her opponent was none other than Yan Luo, the sole representative of the Yin family in this year's long night tournament. Yan Luo was born into a collateral branch of the Yin family. Yet due to his innate ruthlessness and extraordinary endurance, he was exceptionally promoted into the main branch. As for combat prowess, Yan Luo was exceptionally formidable. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Xuan of the Zhao clan and Xian Wujing of the Xian clan. His formidable strength speaks for itself. Thus, this quarter-final battle promises to be no walk in the park. Meanwhile, as Leng Ningshuang awaited the quarter-finals commencement, in the arena's waiting room, Yan Lingfeng stared at Yan Luo before him, a rare glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Yan Luo, by the family head's command. Leng Ningshuang must die. 030 Cold Frost must die? Zhou Xuan, did you even ask me? Killing Leng Ningshuang was, of course, the will of Yan Yuanzhou, the head of the Yan family. The reason was straightforward. Yan Yuanzhou couldn't be certain whether Zhou Xuan was immune to the Fire King Grass's poison or if Leng Ningshuang truly possessed the method to purge it. Therefore, eliminating Leng Ningshuang was the optimal solution. Uncle Lingfeng, isn't this a bit problematic? The Great Night competition prohibits killing. Hearing Yan Lingfeng's words, Yan Luo was somewhat taken aback. I understand your concerns, but this is the family head's decision. I also know your unwavering loyalty to the Yan family. But Leng Ningshuang possesses vital secrets of the Yan family. She must die now. This is the contract the Yan family offers you. Once you eliminate Leng Ningshuang, your sister will be formally incorporated into the Yan family's direct lineage. The Yan family will invest substantial resources in her cultivation. So this decision rests with you alone. As he spoke, Yan Lingfeng placed the contract before Yan Luo. Gazing at the contract before him, Yan Luo's mind filled with memories of his sister's innocent and carefree face. For Yan Luo, his parents were long forgotten. His relentless efforts were solely for his sister. Now, by signing this contract, he could secure his sister's place within the Yan family's main lineage. Uncle Lingfeng, I understand. With that thought, Yan Luo immediately pressed his fingerprint onto the contract. Seeing Yan Luo's seal, Yan Lingfeng nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Remember, this mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. With that, Yan Lingfeng turned and left the lounge. Before Yan Luo could fully process what had happened, a voice called out beside his ear. Next up, the quarterfinals, first match. Contestant number 16, Leng Ningshuang, versus contestant number 3, Yan Luo. Both contestants, please take the stage. The announcement echoed through the lounge. Yan Luo took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly. Leng Ningshuang, I'm sorry. For my sister's future. You must die. With that, Yan Luo strode toward the arena. At the same time, in the VIP box numbered Tian. Lingfeng, what's your answer? Zhao Jueyun demanded the moment Yan Lingfeng returned. Yan Lingfeng glanced at Zhao Jueyun before replying calmly, you'll find out soon enough. Noticing Yan Lingfeng's absence of his usual smile, Zhao Jueyun frowned slightly before also turning his gaze toward the arena. At that moment, Yan Luo and Leng Ningshuang emerged from their respective dressing rooms. The moment Leng Ningshuang stepped out, a flicker of dark shadows rippled around her. Then, the black-robed creature that had already fought 3 matches reappeared in the arena. Seeing Leng Ningshuang deploy her spirit pet, Yan Luo in the distance drew a deep breath before letting out a furious roar. Come forth, blazing tiger! The command echoed, followed by a thunderous roar. In an instant, flames engulfed Yan Luo's entire body. A colossal tiger, its entire body engulfed in blazing flames, materialized within the arena. Spirit Beast, Fiery Tiger. Power, First Realm, 4th Tier. Attributes, Fire, Beast. Talent, Low Tier 2nd Grade. Skills, Tier 2 Flaming Tiger Claw, Tier 2 Tiger Flame Charge, Tier 1 Tiger Roar. Fiery Tiger? Its strength isn't weak, but its potential is quite average. This one shouldn't require my intervention, right? Within the spirit pet space, Zhou Xuan observed the fiery tiger before him and inquired. Facing Zhou Xuan's inquiry, Leng Ningshuang smiled, you probably won't need to intervene. But this Yan Luo is no ordinary fellow. He's a rare beast master with innate beast taming skills. So don't underestimate this fiery tiger just because its innate talent isn't great. When it truly unleashes its power, even a 3rd-tier low-grade spirit beast might not stand a chance against it. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan also gave Yan Luo a second look. After all, if even Leng Ningshuang called him rare, it truly proved that this Yan Luo before him was no ordinary man. But Nijia, transformed by Zhou Xuan, was no ordinary being either. Nijia, the Shadow Blade. At Zhou Xuan's command, Nijia in the arena instantly drew the long blade from the shadows, the very one that had slain the golden blade horse. The moment the blade left its sheath, a sharp whistling sound echoed. Nijia vanished from its original position. It then charged fiercely toward the distant mad flame tiger. Seeing Nijia charging toward it, the fiery tiger let out a roar. 1st tier skill, Tiger Roar, activated. Clearly, the blazing tiger intended to disrupt Nijia with this sonic-based skill. But unfortunately, Nijia was not affected by this petty trick. Instead, his charge toward the blazing tiger only grew faster. What incredible speed! Though Yan Luo had long known Leng Ningshuang's formidable prowess, it was only now, in direct combat, that he truly grasped just how formidable this black-robed creature before him truly was. Frankly, in Yan Luo's view, Zhao Tu's golden blade horse had died a just death. But Yan Luo was no Zhao Tu, and his mad flame tiger was no golden blade horse. Fiery tiger, blazing claw. The moment Yan Luo spoke, the fiery tiger's forepaws burst into roaring flames. Facing Nija charging straight at it, the fierce flame tiger lashed out with its claws. A loud thud echoed. The flaming tiger claw collided with the shadow blade. Sparks flew in an instant. Both combatants were sent reeling backwards several steps by the terrifying force of the impact. What immense power! Despite being only at the second stage of the first realm, its power rivals that of my own fiery tiger. Truly worthy of its dragon lineage, its combat prowess is formidable. Seeing the mad flame tiger, who clearly held the upper hand in strength, now locked in a deadlock with Nija in a clash of raw power, Yan Luo couldn't help but silently praise Nija twice in his heart. It's just a pity. Cold Frost, you are a formidable opponent. Your potential shines brightly. But for my sister's sake, you must die. At this thought, flames erupted from Yan Luo's body. Simultaneously, a deep, furious roar erupted from his throat. Beast control technique, flame spirit. As soon as Yan Luo's words fell, the flames on his body instantly surged toward the raging flame tiger in the arena. The next moment, the flames struck the fiery tiger. In an instant, the already formidable-looking mad flame tiger underwent a rapid transformation. Not only did its muscles double in size, but even its aura grew significantly thicker. So this is the beast taming technique? Observing the tiger's transformation, Zhou Xuan noticed its information panel update. Its name changed from Fierce Flame Tiger to Flame Spirit Fierce Flame Tiger. Its potential had also risen from low-tier second stage to low-tier third stage. Witnessing the blazing tiger's transformation, Zhou Xuan developed a keen interest in beast taming techniques. This is merely a basic beast taming technique. It won't boost you much. But Didu has one suited for you. Once we seize the energy from the long night pool, we'll head to Didu to claim it. At the sound of Leng Ningshuang's voice, Zhou Xuan immediately nodded in satisfaction. After all, who wouldn't love a massive boost in combat power? Just as the mad flame tiger completed its flame spirit transformation, Yan Luo's voice rang out. Fierce flame tiger, unleash the flame tiger charge. At Yan Luo's command, blazing flames erupted across the fiery tiger's body. Roar! A furious roar erupted from its maw. The next second, it charged straight toward Nija. Seeing the charging mad flame tiger, Zhou Xuan immediately shouted, "Dodge!" At Zhou Xuan's command, the agile Nija swiftly sidestepped out of the way. But just as Nija evaded the raging flame tiger's attack, Yan Luo bellowed from within its maw. Ignore the mad flame tiger. Use all your strength to charge at Leng Ningshuang. Hearing Yan Luo's command, the fiery tiger hesitated for a moment. Yet, without a shred of doubt toward its master's order, it charged straight toward Leng Ningshuang. Seeing Yan Luo directly command the fiery tiger to attack Leng Ningshuang. Inside the private box, Zhao Jueyun roared. Yan Lingfeng, what the hell are you doing? Hearing Zhao Jueyun's roar, Yan Lingfeng showed no fear toward the enraged Zhao Jueyun. He declared, this woman knows the secrets of my Yan family. Therefore, she must die. Zhao Jueyun, you are the head of the Zhao family. I respect you. I have no desire to clash with you, but you dare to interfere in my Yan family's affairs. The Yan family fears no one. With a sudden sound, a head appeared behind Yan Lingfeng. It was the head of a giant python nearly as massive as Yan Lingfeng's own body. Its icy gaze fixed upon Zhao Jueyun, instantly calming the anger that had filled Zhao Jueyun moments before. For Zhao Jueyun knew Yan Lingfeng was truly enraged. Now, gazing at Yan Lingfeng before him, Zhao Jueyun remained silent. Instead, his eyes shifted toward Leng Ningshuang in the arena, filled with regret. After all, in Zhao Jueyun's view, Leng Ningshuang becoming a slave and a breeding machine was still passable. To see her destroyed like this was indeed a pity. However, Leng Ningshuang's death meant her dragon seed was now ownerless. The contract could no longer take effect, but he still had a chance to claim the dragon seed. Thinking this, Zhao Jueyun gave a cold snort as he looked at the giant serpent head behind Yan Lingfeng. A faint bolt of lightning flickered in his hand. It seemed he was already preparing to act in the struggle for Zhou Xuan. Just as everyone believed the mad flame tiger's strike would instantly kill Leng Ningshuang. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Before anyone could react to what was happening, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. An explosion erupted within the arena. In an instant, a massive cloud of dust engulfed the entire arena. Then, a low, demonic voice slowly emerged from the dust. You want to kill her? Did you ask me? 031 white bones under the demon dragon's flames. Disqualified from the grand tournament? How did the arena erupt in such intense flames in an instant? And what on earth is that sound? Why does it send chills down my spine? Listen to the demonic whispers emanating from the fiery whirlwind engulfing the entire arena. The nobles of the long night watching the spectacle couldn't help but tremble. for the sound was truly unnerving, as if it emanated from the mouths of demons in the 18th layer of hell. But it wasn't just the ordinary nobles of the long night market who were stunned by the sudden change in the arena. In the VIP box marked Tian number 1, Yan Lingfeng and Zhou Xuan, who had been certain Leng Ningshuang would die, now exchanged glances. Lingfeng, was this your doing too? Facing Zhou Xuan's question, Yan Lingfeng fixed his gaze firmly on the arena. Yan Lingfeng knew Yan Luo's strength well. Although it had ranked among the top 3 in this year's Long Night tournament, his Mad Flame Tiger possessed only average innate talent. Even after being enhanced by the Beast Taming technique, the Flame Spirit, the Mad Flame Tiger couldn't ignite flames this ferocious. After all, this flame had set the entire arena ablaze. Even Yan Lingfeng's Ace Spirit Beast, the Yanlong Python, couldn't claim to reach such a level. What perplexed the Flame Spirit peak most was the whispering sound within the fiery whirlwind, as if it came from the depths of hell. This couldn't be possible. Wasn't Leng Ningshuang's dragon breed still in the arena? Could she possibly have contracted a second spirit pet? As this thought crossed his mind, Yan Lingfeng's brows furrowed deeply as he stared at the arena. He simply couldn't fathom the sudden turn of events unfolding before him. Just as everyone stared at the arena with expressions of shock and confusion, the fiery whirlwind that had engulfed the entire arena gradually began to dissipate. Then, everyone witnessed a creature standing 1.8 meters tall, with a dragon's head and a human body, yet its skin was dark green, its eyes blood red, and it bore a pair of wings on its back. Indeed, the creature that had appeared was none other than Zhou Xuan. The Zhou Xuan of this moment bore no resemblance to the childlike figure of a month ago. Instead, his current form was comparable to the demonic dragon from the adventures of Jackie Chan. Compared to the demonic dragon, however, Zhou Xuan's appearance was far more majestic and imposing. Particularly his head, resembling that of an Eastern divine dragon, and the long dragon whiskers at the corners of his mouth, which added a unique, Eastern-style dragon's majestic aura to his presence. As Zhou Xuan's figure materialized, the gathered nighttime elites collectively sucked in a sharp breath. Holy crap! What the hell is this spirit beast? Why does just looking at it make my legs tremble uncontrollably? No way! Didn't Leng Ningshuang just contract a dragon breed? When did she find a dragon breed even stronger than the last one? This is just too outrageous. The Knights Elite were stunned by Zhou Xuan's appearance. In the VIP box marked Heaven, Xianzuoyu, who had remained silent until now, abruptly stood up. His face was etched with astonishment as he stared at Zhou Xuan in the arena. Impossible. How could this be? Is that the dragonling belonging to Leng Ningshuang? Then what on earth is that? Seeing Zhou Xuan, the crowd was perplexed. What astonished them even more was Zhou Xuan's appearance now was completely different from a month ago. Even Yan Lingfeng froze in place upon seeing him. Undeniably, Zhou Xuan was currently in his juvenile stage, and his growth rate was rapid. But this transformation was simply too drastic. It's only been a month. How could that dragon-blooded offspring have grown to such an extent? And now, wings have even sprouted from its back. Has it completed its first evolution? Gazing at Zhou Xuan, Xianzuoyu felt a bit overwhelmed. As a descendant of the Xian clan, Xianzuoyu possessed bloodlines that not only accelerated the growth of spiritual creatures but also granted him the keen ability to sense the unique aura fluctuations of every spirit beast. Though Zhou Xuan's form had changed drastically, Xianzuoyu could discern that the being before him was indeed the same dragonkin that Leng Ningshuang had contracted a month prior. A month was no short period. Yet in just 1 month, he had elevated a spirit beast from the 0 realm, stage 1 to the 1st realm, stage 2. That pace was simply absurd. Even if the Xian family exhausted all their resources, achieving such a pace would be exceedingly difficult. Just as Xianzuoyu was inwardly reeling from Zhou Xuan's insane rate of advancement. As he sensed the intense fire element energy emanating from Zhou Xuan, Yan Lingfeng's expression darkened. He had long been puzzled by why that black-robed spirit beast never used fire element skills in battle. Now Yan Lingfeng understood. It had never been Zhou Xuan who had appeared before, but another spirit beast. Now that Zhou Xuan had finally appeared, the terrifying fire elemental energy erupting from within him. This confirmed to Yan Lingfeng that Zhou Xuan had indeed absorbed the energy of the Fire King grass. Otherwise, the fire energy within him could never be this terrifying. At this moment, Yan Lingfeng gazed at Leng Ningshuang standing behind Zhou Xuan. His eyes grew colder, his fists clenching tightly. His previous admiration for Leng Ningshuang had long vanished. In its place now lay only boundless killing intent. However, while the influential figures in the Tian number 1 VIP box were each lost in their own thoughts. In the arena, Zhou Xuan, who had just emerged from his spirit pet space, now stood motionless in place. His left hand now gripped the neck of the raging inferno tiger before him, which had fully entered its Yanling state. Zhou Xuan held the fiery tiger aloft as if it were a small chick. No matter how violently it thrashed, it couldn't break free from Zhou Xuan's dragon claw. I never intended to kill you. But alas! You dared to harbor thoughts you should not have. Gazing at the fiery tiger struggling frantically to break free from his grasp, Zhou Xuan's lips murmured a low, demonic whisper. The next moment, Zhou Xuan's eyes suddenly blazed crimson. Second-tier skill, Demon Dragon Flame, activated. Whoosh! A terrifying flame coalesced directly from Zhou Xuan's mouth. The next second, a dragon's roar, intertwined with demonic whispers, erupted from Zhou Xuan's mouth. A dark crimson flame erupted from Zhou Xuan's mouth. The flames appeared unremarkable. Yet the moment the mad flame tiger touched the crimson flame, a piercing cry of agony erupted from its maw. It must be noted that the fiery tiger, being a dual attribute spirit beast of fire and beast, its inherent resistance to flames was exceptionally high. Yet the moment this crimson flame touched the fiery tiger, the beast howled as if struck by a fatal blow. This alone demonstrated just how terrifying the crimson flames Zhou Xuan had unleashed truly were. In an instant, the once ferocious-looking mad flame tiger began to visibly wilt. Fiery tiger. Seeing the fiery tiger instantly let out a wail, Yan Luo in the distance cried out urgently. Yet Yan Luo's cry rang out loud and clear. The tiger's life force rapidly dissipated. Moments later, the fiery tiger in Zhou Xuan's grasp was reduced to bare bones by the corrosive power of the demon dragon flame. Seeing the mad flame tiger reduced to bones, Yan Luo in the distance sat down in a daze. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated such an outcome for this battle. The mad flame tiger had lost its combat capability. Therefore, the victor of this battle is contestant number 16, Leng Ningshuang. Congratulations to contestant Leng Ningshuang on advancing to the semifinals. As the fiery tiger perished, the referee's voice echoed instantly through the sky. However, the moment the referee's voice rang out, a voice erupted from the VIP box numbered T-1. I protest this outcome. In this quarter-final match, Leng Ningshuang cheated. She deployed 2 spirit pets. Therefore, I believe Leng Ningshuang should be disqualified from the Long Night Grand Tournament. 032 Eternal Heaven Guoitsuji. The legacy of a 1,000-year-old clan? Disqualified? As soon as Zhao Jueyun spoke, the Long Night nobles present all froze in shock. But when they saw Nijia in her black robes and Zhou Xuan both standing on the arena, these Long Night elites seemed to have anticipated something, rising to their feet in unison and shouting. I agree to disqualify Leng Ningshuang. She clearly crossed the line. The Long Night tournament explicitly forbids fielding a second spirit pet. Exactly. Leng Ningshuang, get out of the Long Night Grand competition. Following Zhao Jueyun's lead, these Long Night nobles naturally began to cheer in accordance with his suggestion. Amidst the clamor of these nobles, a shadowy figure slowly materialized mid-air. The figure's features appeared ordinary, and his attire was simple. Yet despite this ordinary appearance, he exuded an overwhelming aura of supreme authority. Even Yan Yuanzhou, the head of the Yan family of Chanya City, possessed an aura less intense than that of the figure before them. As this figure appeared, the once noisy nighttime elites fell silent. Many even knelt on one knee, paying homage to the ethereal figure. Greetings, Master. The ethereal man paid no heed to the adoration of these Long Night elites. Instead, his gaze settled upon Leng Ningshuang, as well as Nijia and Zhou Xuan within the arena. Leng Ningshuang, how do you explain this? Moments later, the ethereal man spoke slowly. Hearing the illusory man speak, Leng Ningshuang, who had remained largely unnoticed throughout the battle, finally stepped forward and declared, there's nothing to explain. The contract I made with Zhou Xuan was a soul contract. This means I can only contract one spirit pet. That creature from the earlier battle wasn't my spirit beast, it was merely Zhou Xuan's servant. Their power stems from the same source, so I don't believe this counts as deploying a second spirit pet, right? Leng Ningshuang's words were straightforward. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhao Jueyun, who had been sitting in the VIP box numbered Tian, convinced he could easily eliminate Leng Ningshuang from the Long Night Grand competition, froze in place. A soul contract? Has Leng Ningshuang lost her mind? How dare she form a soul contract with a spirit pet? A soul contract in this era of peak development for the beast taming civilization that now thrives in the beast ruins. This contract was the worst kind of agreement. A soul contract can only be forged with one spirit beast. Once that spirit beast dies or even reaches its own limit, it signifies the end for the beastmaster as well. And now Leng Ningshuang has actually formed a soul contract with that dragon-blooded beast? What else could this be but madness? What baffled Zhao Jueyun most was the black-robed creature that had effortlessly slain Zhao Tu's golden blade horse earlier. It wasn't Leng Ningshuang's spirit pet, but merely a servant to her dragon-blooded beast. For a moment, Zhao Jueyun stood frozen in place. He had indeed seen summoned spirit beasts before. But when had spirit beasts gained the ability to summon servants with such absurd combat power? Just as Zhao Jueyun opened his mouth, Nija in the arena lifted its black cloak, revealing its fully dragon-transformed form. Another dragon-kin? Upon seeing the dragon-transformed Nija, the seemingly composed phantom man's expression wavered momentarily. Hailing from the eternal heaven, he knew full well how precious dragon bloodlines were. The emergence of a dragon bloodline within the Earth Fiend heaven had already surprised him. Now another one had appeared. Though the aura emanating from this dragon bloodline was not as formidable as Zhou Xuan's. But the sudden emergence of two dragon bloodlines sent a sharp tremor through his heart. After all, these were dragon bloodlines' rare spiritual beasts even he could not lay claim to. However, the moment Nija revealed its true form, it instantly transformed into a dark shadow. It then vanished into Zhou Xuan's shadow. In an instant, Nija's aura vanished completely. It seemed as though it had completely merged with Zhou Xuan. Sensing this, the illusory man casually formed a seal and chanted an incantation. His eyes instantly blazed with dazzling light as he scanned Zhou Xuan from head to toe. Then, the ethereal man's voice slowly descended. Contestant Leng Ningshuang was correct. That fellow was indeed one with her spirit pet. Therefore, this does not constitute a violation of the rules. The quarter-final results stand. Hearing the ethereal man deliver his verdict outright, Zhao Jueyun's expression darkened. For Zhao Jueyun, witnessing Zhou Xuan take action had filled him with excitement. This way, he could exploit Leng Ningshuang's rule violation to have her expelled from the Long Night tournament outright. It must be noted that the yin-yang contract between Zhao Jueyun and Leng Ningshu stipulated that if she failed to win the Long Night Grand Competition, she would become a servant of the Zhao family. Being expelled mid-competition counted as fulfilling part of that agreement. Originally, Zhao Jueyun had been certain he had a 100% chance of defeating Leng Ningshuang. But now, with this unexpected turn of events, Zhao Jueyun's expression was understandably grim. "You're Leng Ningshuang, right? My name is Guoxuji. Your spirit pet is quite impressive." As he spoke, Guoxuji fixed his gaze on Zhou Xuan, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Should I ever have the chance to visit the eternal heaven, I would be delighted to meet you." After speaking, the ethereal man who called himself Guoxuji exchanged a glance with Leng Ningshuang. Then, with a faint smile on his face, he dissolved into a golden light and vanished. Holy crap, has Leng Ningshuang caught the eye of a major figure from the eternal heaven? This is like a commoner suddenly becoming a phoenix. How wonderful it would be if I too could catch the eye of an important figure in Changqing Tian. Hearing Guoxuji's exchange with Leng Ningshuang, the Knights Elite all wore expressions of envy. After all, this was a major figure from the third world's eternal heaven, not someone these minor figures from the earthly fiends could hope to rub shoulders with. Being noticed by such a figure meant even the chickens and dogs would ascend to glory. Yet faced with the envy of these Long Night elites, Leng Ningshuang remained remarkably composed. Because Guoxuji is no ordinary character. This guy is one of the pivotal figures destined to ignite the Great War of Immortality. He's the kind of ruthless character who plans 1,000, even 10,000 steps ahead for every action he takes. He appears gentle and peaceful, but this is a man who willingly invites his inner demons to possess him to achieve his goals and who can even forcibly strangle those demons to death. Truth be told, Guoxuji's previous incarnation simply suffered from a stroke of bad luck. Otherwise, entering the Eighth World's Law Heaven would not have been too difficult for someone of his caliber. Moreover, Leng Ningshuang never imagined Guoxuji would be the one overseeing this year's Great Night competition. But that's all beside the point now. With Leng Ningshuang's successful advancement to the Final Four, she, who had previously been overlooked by the three major families of the Long Night, had now become a thorn in their side. As for Zhao Jueyun, he watched Leng Ningshuang in the arena, then glanced at the opponent she would face next. A cold expression crossed his face. "Leng Ningshuang, I know you're no ordinary opponent. But your next opponent is Zhang Quan. This time, I'll let you witness firsthand the true depth of a 1,000-year-old clan. 033 Zhao Family Secret Art. 3rd Tier Medium Thunder Suppressing Golden Elephant. Shanquan, in the upcoming battle, you must give it your all, understand?" In the Long Night Arena's lounge, Zhao Jueyun stared at the bald-headed Zhao Zhanshuan before him, his expression stern. He issued the order directly. Hearing Zhao Jueyun's words, Zhao Zhanshuan lifted his head to glance at him. "What does all your strength mean? I authorize you to use blood fusion technique." At the mention of blood fusion technique, Zhao Zhanshuan's eyebrows twitched. Blood fusion technique, a secret art passed down through the Zhao family for 1,000 years. It was also one of the reasons the Zhao family had remained unshaken in the Long Night market for a millennium. Blood fusion technique, though an incomplete treasure technique. And its cultivation even carried a hint of heretical cultivation. Yet in this beast ruins a place where good and evil had long since blurred, where profit and power reigned supreme. The blood fusion technique has not been condemned or persecuted. In fact, it has become a coveted top-tier secret art coveted by countless powerful families. After all, this secret art could genuinely unleash the latent power of one's spirit beast in battle. Use blood fusion technique? Zhao Zhanshuan frowned. What? You're reluctant? Zhao Jueyun asked coldly. It's not that I'm reluctant. It's just that you, the family head, ordered me to win the battle using the blood fusion technique. At the very least, there should be some compensation for that, shouldn't there? After all, using the blood fusion technique once is equivalent to my spirit pet wasting a year of cultivation. Zhou Xuan showed no fear toward Zhou Jueyun whatsoever, even going so far as to discuss business terms directly with him. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Zhou Jueyun didn't grow angry. Instead, he flung a contract straight at Zhou Xuan. If you can defeat Leng Ningshuang, I'll grant you 3,000 female breeding slaves. Hearing Zhou Jueyun's words, Zhou Xuan didn't respond. Instead, his gaze fixed on the contract in his hand. Only when he carefully touched it and realized it wasn't Yin contract paper did a smile finally appear on Zhou Xuan's face. Then I'm grateful, head of the family. With that, Zhou Xuan signed the contract with Zhou Jueyun. Seeing Zhou Xuan sign the contract, Zhou Jueyun glanced at him and said, I hope you can deliver. With that, Zhou Jueyun turned and left the lounge. Watching Zhou Jueyun exit the lounge, before Zhou Xuan could utter a word, a broadcast announcement sounded in his ear. Next up, the semi-finals. Contestant number 16 Leng Ningshuang vs contestant number 1 Zhou Xuan. Hearing the announcement, Zhou Xuan, who had been sitting in the lounge, stretched his limbs. A look of utter confidence spread across his face. Let me see just how formidable this dragon-blooded one truly is. With that, Zhou Xuan stepped out of the lounge. At that moment, Leng Ningshuang had already arrived at the Long Night Arena. Look, Leng Ningshuang's here. Who'd have thought this commoner girl could make it to the top 4? Exactly. I thought she was just here to make up the numbers, but who knew she'd be this formidable? She took down Zhao Tu first, and even Yan Luo couldn't stand against her. But all credit must go to that dragon-blooded one. That dragon's combat power is truly terrifying. It could incinerate the fire-type Mad Blaze Tiger with fire alone. But this time, Leng Ningshuang faces Zhou Xuan of the Zhao clan. They say Zhou Xuan is the strongest 20-year-old the Zhao family has ever produced. I still remember 20 years ago, when Zhou Jueyun, the head of the Zhao family, dominated the Long Night Grand Tournament. And this Zhou Xuan is said to be even stronger than Zhou Jueyun at the same age. It seems the unstoppable Leng Ningshuang might just fall to her. Undeniably, Leng Ningshuang's emergence has startled the Long Night's elite. Yet the Long Night Grand competition has been dominated by the 3 great families for so many years. The 3 great families loom like dark clouds over the heads of these Long Night elites. Even if Leng Ningshuang's performance is outstanding and dazzling, and even if Zhou Xian's combat prowess made them feel utterly powerless against him, none of this could alter the deep-seated fear the Long Night elites harbored toward the 3 great houses. After all, these 3 great families were the true rulers of Changye City. Amidst the murmurs of the Knight's elite, Zhou Xuan slowly emerged from the lounge. Compared to most people, Zhou Xuan's appearance was quite distinctive. A 2-meter tall, bald, muscular man. Out in public, if you told people he was 20, honestly, no one would believe you. You're Leng Ningshuang? I hear your dragon bloodline is quite formidable. Well, let's see if your dragon blood can withstand my attack. The moment he saw Leng Ningshuang, Zhou Xuan's eyes darkened, and he roared furiously. Come forth, thunder-sealing golden elephant. As Zhou Xuan finished speaking, he stomped violently on the ground. Instantly, the entire ground of the Long Night Arena trembled. A colossal elephant, standing 3 meters tall at the shoulder, appeared in the arena. Its body gleamed golden, flanked by 2 large, gilded drums. Roar! The moment the colossal elephant appeared, the sky instantly darkened with gathering clouds. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck the colossal elephant directly. Yet despite the thunder striking the thunder-taming golden elephant, it showed no sign of discomfort whatsoever. Instead, its long trunk lashed violently toward the sky. In the next instant, its massive foot stomped down upon the ground. The lightning that had been coiled around its body instantly swept across the entire arena. Is this a domain? Seeing the lightning engulf the arena, Zhou Xian's brows furrowed slightly. Not exactly, Leng Ningshuang replied. It's more like altering the battlefield a world apart from a true domain. Still, it provides it with a highly advantageous battlefield. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xian turned his gaze toward the thunder-sealing golden elephant in the distance. Instantly, the creature's information materialized before Zhou Xian's eyes. Spirit Beast, Thunder-suppressing golden elephant. Power level, 6th tier of the 1st realm. Attributes, Gold, Thunder, Beast. Potential, Tier 3, Average. Skills, Tier 2 Golden Thunderfall, Tier 2 Thunderpool, Tier 2 Elephant Stomp, Tier 2 Golden Fong Shatter, Tier 1 Elephant Might. A Tier 3, Mid-tier Thunder-suppressing golden elephant at Stage 6 of the 1st realm. Frankly, these stats are exceptionally impressive. After all, this thunder-suppressing golden elephant ranks among the most gifted spirit beasts Zhou Xian has encountered in the Earth Fiend heaven, surpassed only by himself and Nija. While Zhou Xian's own talent surpasses the thunder-suppressing golden elephant by 2 major tiers. Its cultivation level was a full 4 minor realms higher than his. Purely in terms of innate talent, without considering combat prowess, Zhou Xian wouldn't be overly intimidated by this thunder-suppressing golden elephant. But with the beast's formidable strength laid bare, Zhou Xian had no choice but to take it seriously. Be cautious, this beast is no ordinary blazing tiger. Moreover, the Zhao family possessed an ancestral secret technique. Once activated, the thunder-suppressing golden elephant's combat power could surge by over 50%. Therefore, every move in the upcoming battle must be made with utmost caution. After all, we still have one final match. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang turned her gaze toward the other side of the arena. Indeed, the semi-final matches commenced simultaneously. Here, it was Leng Ningshuang versus Zhou Xuan. Across the arena, the Xian family faced off internally, Xian Wujing versus Xian Luochen. In Leng Ningshuang's estimation, even with the aid of the star-chasing Flower King, Xian Luochen would struggle to defeat Xian Wujing. After all, Xian Wujing's combat prowess surpassed even Zhou Xuan at his peak. In her previous life, Leng Ningshuang had given her all, yet still fell one move short of Xian Wujing. Therefore, the Zhou Xuan before her eyes was nothing special. The real boss was Xian Wujing. That was precisely why Leng Ningshuang had warned Zhou Xuan to avoid sustaining severe injuries. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee victory against Xian Wujing in the final showdown. After all, Xian Wujing's spirit pet held a significant advantage against spirit beasts like Zhou Xian's, which possessed both demonic and dragon attributes. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xian nodded in understanding. He then leapt out of the spirit pet space. The moment Zhou Xian's gaze met that of the thunder-sealing golden elephant, the tension in the arena instantly thickened. The battle was about to erupt. 034 Zhao Jueyun's confidence. True fire demon chi. Thunder-sealing golden elephant, falling golden thunder. The moment Zhou Xuan saw Zhou Xian enter the arena, he hesitated not a second. A furious roar erupted from his mouth. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, the thunder-suppressing golden elephant's eyes as large as copper bells suddenly widened. In the next instant, it slammed its long trunk against the two gilded drums beside it. Boom! The two gilded drums reverberated with thunderous force. As the gilded drums rumbled, thunder-suppressing golden elephant's body began to visibly manifest golden lightning. The next instant, a crackling sound echoed. The golden lightning surged into the dark clouds overhead. Immediately after, a golden lightning bolt as thick as a bull's mouth shot straight down from the heavens, striking directly toward Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, dodge! The moment Leng Ningshuang saw the golden thunderbolt descending from the heavens, she cried out in alarm. Hearing this, Zhou Xian knew the golden lightning's power was no ordinary threat. He dared not confront it head-on. The pair of dragon wings on his back fluttered. First-tier skill, Spirit Flash, activated. In the next instant, Zhou Xian vanished from his original position, transformed into a dark shadow. The instant Zhou Xian vanished from his position, a thunderous crash echoed as the golden lightning struck the ground where Zhou Xian had just stood. The terrifying thunderbolt shattered the arena floor into dust, sending bricks and tiles flying everywhere. What terrifying power! Is this the combat prowess of the thunder-suppressing golden elephant? Whoa! This thunder-sealing golden elephant is simply too powerful. And this was before even activating its secret technique. Once the Zhao family's secret art was unleashed, wouldn't its combat power skyrocket? Witnessing the thunder-sealing golden elephant's extraordinary display with its very first move, the Long Night nobles present couldn't help but tremble inwardly. For a moment, their fear toward the three great families of the Long Night grew even deeper. However, witnessing the destructive force of the golden thunder, Zhou Xian remained surprisingly unflinching. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly and began communicating with Leng Ningshuang. Could the weakness of this creature be the drum at its side? If we destroy its drum, can it still summon thunder? Hearing Zhou Xian's inquiry, Leng Ningshuang pondered. The drum was indeed its weakness. In that case, let's shatter its drum. At Leng Ningshuang's answer, Zhou Xian's eyes flared with crimson light. A dark crimson flame instantly surged from his left hand. The next moment, a humming sound filled the air. First-tier skill, Spirit Flash, activated. Zhou Xian instantly transformed into a dark shadow, charging directly toward the thunder-suppressing golden elephant. As he neared the thunder-suppressing golden elephant, the flames on Zhou Xian's left hand instantly transformed into the shape of a dark red dragon claw. Second-tier skill, Malignant Dragon's Flaming Claw, activated. A crimson-black flame streaked across the night sky. A thunderous crash echoed. The gilded drum, originally positioned to the left of the thunder-suppressing golden elephant, instantly cracked open a large hole. Seeing the gilded drum destroyed in an instant, Zhou Xuan was startled. Thunder-suppressing golden elephant, watch your right. Zhou Xuan's reflexes were lightning fast. But Zhou Xian, enhanced by the rabbit talisman and the sky demon chi, was even faster. Before the thunder-suppressing golden elephant could react, Zhou Xian replicated his earlier move, shattering the gilded drum on its right flank just as he had done to the left. Seeing the gilded drum that channeled thunder destroyed, the thunder-suppressing golden elephant, now fully enraged, its massive elephant foot slammed down toward the ground. Second-tier skill, Elephant Trampling Stomp, activated. In an instant, the thunderstorms that had blanketed the arena were instantly channeled by the thunder-suppressing golden elephant. The thunderbolts were then condensed into a single point by the thunder-suppressing golden elephant and fired straight at Zhou Xian. The thunderbolts moved with blinding speed, catching Zhou Xuan off guard. But just as the thunder was about to strike Zhou Xuan, Nijia, who had always existed within Zhou Xian's shadow, appeared out of nowhere. A loud bang echoed. Nijia, wielding the shadow blade, used his long sword to forcefully block the strike for Zhou Xuan. The sheer force of the blow sent Nijia, who had just emerged, crashing back into Zhou Xian's shadow. Damn it! What a meddler! Seeing his carefully planned ultimate move blocked by Nijia, Zhou Xuan roared with contempt. Zhou Xuan sensed the weakened aura within the shadow. He knew that without Nijia's intervention, that strike wouldn't have killed him, but it would have certainly inflicted severe injuries. Thanks, Nijia. Though he was his dragon servant, Zhou Xuan still expressed his gratitude. Leng Ningshuang, your dragon kind does have something special. But don't think this little bit of power is enough to defeat me. Let me show you what a true powerhouse looks like. Thunder-sealing golden elephant, blood transformation. Glaring at Leng Ningshuang, Zhou Xuan roared. He slashed his own arm with brutal force. Gush! A torrent of blood gushed forth. But unlike usual, this blood did not simply spill onto the ground. Instead, it flowed relentlessly toward the thunder-sealing golden elephant. There it was. The Zhao family's secret technique, blood fusion. Whoa, already using the blood fusion technique? Looks like Leng Ningshuang is putting Zhou Xuan under serious pressure. But with the blood fusion technique's enhancement, Leng Ningshuang is bound to lose. The moment Zhou Xuan unleashed the blood fusion technique, the Long Knight's elite immediately branded Leng Ningshuang as doomed. Private box number 1. Brother Zhao, you're really willing to go all out. A single blood fusion technique must come at a hefty cost. You're letting Zhou Xuan unleash it already? Upon witnessing Zhou Xuan unleash the blood fusion technique, Yan Lingfeng snorted lightly. What else could I do? Wait for you to handle Leng Ningshuang? Zhao Jueyun replied with a faint, mocking smile. If Leng Ningshuang loses, she becomes mine. If your Yan family truly wants to shut her up permanently and prevent your secrets from leaking out, then you'll have to pay extra. I doubt the wealthy Yan family would be so stingy, right? If you wish to purchase the descendant of the dragon bloodline, the Zhao family will gladly sell provided the price is right. As he spoke, Zhao Jueyun sipped the blood-red wine from his stemmed glass. His expression toward Yan Lingfeng was a knowing smirk, as if he had Yan Lingfeng completely figured out. Yan Lingfeng fell silent for a moment upon hearing Zhao Jueyun's words. Then he glanced at Zhao Jueyun and said, if Leng Ningshuang truly belongs to your Zhao family, just let me completely destroy Leng Ningshuang's spirit. Name your price. Excellent. Lingfeng is refreshingly straightforward. Zhao Jueyun roared with laughter. So, let's get back to the match. I can't wait to see Leng Ningshuang become a slave of the Zhao family. Listening to Zhao Jueyun's booming laughter, Yan Lingfeng also turned his gaze toward the arena where Leng Ningshuang and Zhao Xuan were battling. However, Xian Zuoyu, who was also in the VIP box, wasn't paying attention to Zhou Xuan. Instead, he watched another figure, Xian Luochen, who stood evenly matched against Xian Wujing. What exactly had Xian Luochen been up to these past days? How could she possibly be evenly matched with Wujing? This won't do. He must get to the bottom of this after the match. Just as Xian Zuoyu thought this, a furious roar erupted from the arena. Following the sound, Zhou Xuan's thunder-suppressing golden elephant had completely absorbed his blood, completing the blood transformation. The thunder-suppressing golden elephant's body had turned a deep crimson. The gilded drum on its flank, previously shattered by Zhou Xuan, was now restored by the blood. More importantly, the thunder-suppressing golden elephant, which had previously possessed only 3rd-tier mid-level potential, had now surged directly to 4th-tier mid-level. For a moment, the thunder-suppressing golden elephant's already formidable aura became even more terrifying. Now, gazing upon the thunder-suppressing golden elephant in its blood-transformed state, a hint of apprehension flickered across Zhou Xuan's expression. But in the next instant, Zhou Xuan's body erupted with towering demonic energy. In an instant, dark crimson flames engulfed his entire body. A deep, demonic voice emerged from within the flames. You thought you could keep this power as your trump card? Since you're proving so troublesome, then witness the true power of fire demonic energy. 0.35-second realm energy manifestation? Inferno prison dragon slash. What is this? Such terrifying demonic energy. Within these sky-piercing flames, not only is the fire energy overwhelming, but demonic energy and dragon energy have swelled to their absolute limits. Could this truly be the power unleashed by a spirit beast of the earth fiend heaven? Gazing upon Zhou Xuan, now bathed in demonic dragon flames, the Knights Nobles erupted in gasps. But it wasn't just these nighttime elites who were stunned by Zhou Xuan at that moment. The 3 figures in the Tian-class VIP suite were equally stunned by the power Zhou Xuan had just displayed. Especially Zhao Jueyun. After all, Zhao Jueyun had been certain that victory was assured once Zhao Xuan unleashed the blood fusion technique. Yet now, Zhou Xuan, who Zhao Jueyun believed had already unleashed his full power, suddenly erupted with an even greater force. The fluctuations of this power were even stronger than Zhao Xuan's thunder-suppressing golden elephant. How could Zhou Xuan not be astonished? Beyond the shock felt by these three powerful figures, Huizuji, who had been observing Zhou Xuan from the shadows all along, couldn't help but let a faint smile curve his lips. Well, who would have thought the Earth Fiend Heaven would produce a dragon seed with 5th tier talent? This Leng Ningshuang really is awfully lucky. But with such high 5th tier potential, it must be some powerful figure who invested in Disha Tian. This Leng Ningshuang is likely just a pawn in some big shots game. A pawn. Heh, a pawn. How amusing. Ha ha. Truly amusing. Cold dew, oh cold dew. I find myself growing more and more fond of you. From the shadows, Huizuji watched Leng Ningshuang rave to herself. Meanwhile, in the arena, Zhou Xuan watched as the aura before him surged relentlessly, now far surpassing that of his own blood-transformed thunder-suppressing golden elephant. The pallid face that had been brimming with confidence now betrayed a hint of terror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if you are a dragon's offspring, how can you possibly surpass my blood-transformed thunder-suppressing golden elephant? I refuse to believe it. I don't believe it. At this moment, Zhou Xuan struggled to accept the reality before him. After all, this was his ultimate killing move, one that had drained his very essence. Yet even so, it still couldn't suppress Zhou Xian's momentum. Forget Zhou Xuan, even others would struggle to accept this reality. In that instant, Zhou Xuan seemed to descend into a frenzy, letting out a deafening roar. Thunder-sealing golden elephant. Kill him. Thunder gold fong. Zhou Xuan's furious roar echoed. The thunder-sealing golden elephant, now fully immersed in its blood-transformed state, roared back in defiance. The roar was deafening, like thunderclaps, piercing the eardrums. Amidst the roar, a golden bolt of lightning struck the Jinlei golden elephant's pair of sharp, slender tusks. In the next instant, the pure white tusks instantly turned golden, now encrusted with terrifying thunder. As the tusks transformed, the thunder-suppressing golden elephant roared once more. Then, with steps as heavy as a tank, it charged straight toward Zhou Xian's position. Despite its massive size, the thunder-taming golden elephant is no slouch when it comes to speed. 50 meters, it wouldn't be fair to say it covered the distance in an instant. Yet it took only 3 or 4 seconds. Facing the charging thunder-suppressing golden elephant, Zhou Xuan remained utterly still within the demon dragon's flames. It seemed as though he was completely unaware of the thunder-taming golden elephant's attack. Why isn't this dragon breed moving? Could it be that its own enhancement hasn't succeeded yet? No. I admit this dragon seed is radiating a powerful aura now. But even so, how could it withstand the thunder-sealing golden elephant's full force charge? Forget the power of the Thunder Gold Fong, just the sheer explosive force of the Thunder Gold elephant's massive body charging forward should be enough to give this dragon spawn a run for its money. Ha! I actually thought this dragon spawn could take down the thunder-sealing golden elephant. Turns out it's just a flash in the pan. Seeing Zhou Xuan remain utterly motionless, the Long Night nobles watching the battle instantly issued their death sentence upon him. This wasn't because these Long Night nobles were opportunistic. Rather, the thunder-taming golden elephant's overwhelming presence was simply too formidable. Moreover, Zhou Xuan wasn't the type of spirit beast built for brute strength. It was genuinely hard for anyone to imagine how he could avoid being crushed to death without evading. Seeing Zhou Xuan standing perfectly still, Zhou Xuan, whose face had been ashen in the private box, suddenly relaxed considerably. For Zhou Xuan knew full well how formidable Zhou Xuan's thunder-suppressing golden elephant was. Even his own thunder devouring technique wouldn't dare claim to withstand an attack unleashed in its blood transformation state. Now, witnessing Zhou Xuan's arrogant stance of intent to endure the blow head-on, Zhou Xuan knew it was settled. Everything was settled. Leng Ningshuang, you'll immediately become a slave girl of the Zhou family. Just as Zhou Xuan was about to pop open a bottle of champagne to celebrate, the thunder-sealing golden elephant had already arrived before Zhou Xuan, whose body was still engulfed in flames. Just as everyone believed the thunder-suppressing golden elephant would effortlessly pierce through Zhou Xuan's body, the next moment, a sharp clang echoed through the air. The seemingly indestructible tusk snapped cleanly in two. Seeing the ivory shatter, Zhou Xuan shot up from the sofa in the private room. Impossible. How could this be possible? Just as Zhou Xuan was reeling in shock at the fracture of the thunder-suppressing golden elephant's tusk, the surrounding flames dispersed, revealing Zhou Xian's figure slowly emerging. Compared to before, Zhou Xuan appeared largely unchanged. Only his dragon wings, which had previously been behind him, now spread out before him like iron gates. Flames continuously flickered across the surface of the wings. Indeed, this was Zhou Xian's mastery of the second-tier skill, Dragon Wing Flame Shield. The thunder-sealing golden elephant's body slammed into the shield formed by Zhou Xian's dragon wings. The immense impact force violently pushed Zhou Xuan back dozens of steps. Thanks to the Dragon Wing Flame Shield, Zhou Xuan himself suffered minimal injury. The thunder-sealing golden elephant's thunder gold fong shattered instantly, its strength no match for Zhou Xian's Dragon Wing Flame Shield. At that moment, witnessing Zhou Xuan not only withstand the thunder-sealing golden elephant's attack but emerge completely unscathed, everyone present was stunned. Even Guozi, lurking in the shadows, watched Zhou Xuan with eyes that shone brightly. Clearly, he too was stunned by Zhou Xuan's ability to withstand the thunder-sealing golden elephant's defense. Such defensive prowess was rare even in the realm of immortals. If he could just focus a bit more on strength, this would be an all-around spirit pet. Observing Zhou Xuan, Guozi silently rendered his own assessment. Though the thunder-sealing golden elephant hadn't managed to break through the defense, its defense remains formidable in its current altered state. This dragon-blooded one likely doesn't possess the ability to breach its defenses yet, does he? Observing Zhou Xuan and the thunder-sealing golden elephant, Guozi pondered this. But just as Guozi finished this thought, Zhou Xuan's dragon wings instantly contracted behind him. In an instant, Zhou Xuan's figure soared into the air. The next moment, a dark crimson flame identical to the previous one surged from Zhou Xuan's left hand. This time, the crimson flame was no longer formless, it had solidified directly into a blade. The instant the crimson flame solidified into a blade, Guozi's pupils contracted. Energy materialization? This was a power only mastered by spirit beasts of the second realm. And this dragon-blooded one already possesses it? As shock rippled through Guozi's mind, Zhou Xuan murmured to himself, "Today, I'll test the sharpness of my blade on you." As the words fell, boundless flames instantly erupted from the fire blade on his left arm. The next instant, Zhou Xuan erupted with a furious roar. Fiery prison demon dragon slash. In an instant, Zhou Xuan's figure shot toward the thunder-sealing golden elephant like a bolt of lightning. Before the others could react, Zhou Xuan, who had been mid-air, had already appeared behind the thunder-sealing golden elephant. The fiery blade on his arm vanished without a trace. Just as everyone thought, nothing had happened. The thunder-suppressing golden elephant, still standing on the ground, was instantly cleaved in two. Both halves crashed heavily to the ground on opposite sides. And thus, the thunder-suppressing golden elephant died. 036 Promotion Finals. Xian Wujing defeated? The thunder-suppressing golden elephant is dead? That can't be possible. The thunder-sealing golden elephant was a metal-attributed spirit beast with inherently formidable defenses. Moreover, it was in its blood transformation state, its physique already reaching the peak of the first realm. Unless it was a second-tier spirit beast, there was no way it could be killed. Could that strike have already reached the power of a second-realm beast? Witnessing the thunder-sealing golden elephant's demise, the night-clad nobles in the arena froze in shock. Clearly, none of them had ever imagined the battle would end in such a scene. If before, Zhou Xuan's reputation was merely one of overwhelming strength, now, the gaze they cast upon Zhou Xuan was thick with fear. After all, this was the thunder-suppressing golden elephant. And he dispatched it so effortlessly? Wouldn't Zhou Xuan slaughter them as easily as killing chickens and dogs? Witnessing the thunder-sealing golden elephant's demise, Zhou Xuan, whose body had long been pushed beyond its limits, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yet in the final second before unconsciousness, his lips still murmured incessantly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Clearly, Zhou Xuan still refused to believe his thunder-sealing golden elephant had been slain. But while his thoughts were beautiful, reality was cruel. The death of the thunder-sealing golden elephant was undeniable. At that moment, Guozi, who had been observing the battle from the shadows, immediately declared the outcome of this semi-final match. Since the thunder-suppressing golden elephant perished on the battlefield, therefore, the winner of this semi-final match is contestant number 16, Leng Ningshuang. With Guozi's voice fading, the outcome of the first semi-final match was sealed. However, after announcing the outcome, Guozi's gaze shifted to Zhou Xuan in the arena. Despite being only at the first stage of the first realm, he could already manifest energy. This guy's potential is truly boundless. It seems I underestimated him before. This fellow isn't just a simple pawn, he even possesses the ability to overturn the chessboard and become the player himself. As the words fell, Guozi's eyes flickered. If you truly manage to reach the realm of immortality, I would indeed be eager to make your acquaintance. Meanwhile, Guozi gazed at Zhou Xuan with genuine admiration. Meanwhile, in the VIP box marked Heaven, Zhou Xuan's face had grown so cold it seemed ready to freeze over. Useless. In that moment, Zhou Xuan could no longer contain the rage boiling within him. He kicked over the exquisitely crafted, obviously expensive coffee table. The bottles of red wine worth 5 or 60,000 yuan displayed on the table were also knocked over by Zhou Xuan. The spilled wine instantly stained the floor crimson. It resembled the blood of the thunder-taming golden elephant staining half the arena crimson. Zhou Xuan was now consumed by rage. Yet as the head of the Zhou family, he still retained his composure. Because he could truly see that Zhou Xuan was incredibly powerful. Especially that strike, to be honest, Zhou Xuan couldn't even say for certain that his thunder-devouring beast could have dodged it. Had it actually been struck, his thunder-devouring beast would likely suffer the same fate as the thunder-sealing golden elephant. Yet even with Zhou Xuan's clear-headedness, he still couldn't fully suppress the rage boiling within him. Because in Zhao Jueyun's eyes, Leng Ningshuang was nothing but a lowly commoner. How the hell did she manage to cultivate such a formidable spirit pet in just 1 month? Damn it! How could the legacy of my 1,000-year-old clan lose to a lowly commoner? The more he thought about it, the angrier Zhao Jueyun became, leading to his emotional outburst. Seeing Zhao Jueyun's emotional outburst, Yan Lingfeng, who was also in the private room, felt his own emotions stir. But now, as he looked at Zhou Xuan, a completely new thought emerged in his mind. Frankly, in Yan Lingfeng's original assessment, Zhao Xuan's intervention would render Leng Ningshuang utterly insignificant. But who could have imagined that Zhou Xuan, after absorbing the Fire King grass, would become so formidable? Could it be that Leng Ningshuang possessed a method superior to the Yin families for unlocking the Fire King grass's energy? After all, the Yin family had cultivated the Fire King grass for nearly 1,000 years. And throughout that millennium, they've prided themselves on having mastered its secrets. Yet Yan Lingfeng did not share this view. Yan Lingfeng possessed an innate, exceptionally strong affinity for fire elemental energy. He sensed that the Yin family's cultivation of the Fire King grass had not yet reached its full potential. Now, Zhou Xuan's display had naturally confirmed Yan Lingfeng's suspicions in this regard. For a moment, Yan Lingfeng's hostility toward Leng Ningshuang lessened. Instead, he began contemplating how he could obtain the perfect method for utilizing the Fire King grass from Leng Ningshuang. After all, if Fire King grass could be perfected like this every time through Zhou Xuan's methods, then for the Yin family, forget about advancing into Earth capital, even dominating it, or even becoming the rulers of the entire Earth demon heaven, wouldn't be impossible. While Yan Lingfeng pondered this, Zhao Jueyun on the other side felt quite differently. He had signed a contract with Leng Ningshuang. If Leng Ningshuang won the Long Night Grand Tournament, he was bound to unconditionally present her with a Zhao family treasure. The Zhao family itself had an immense need for such treasures. Now, asking Zhao Jueyun to hand over one without condition? He truly couldn't bear to part with it. If Leng Ningshuang drained the Zhao family's reserves, it would be a massive loss. That's why Zhao Jueyun grew increasingly frustrated the more he looked at Leng Ningshuang. What mistake had he made back then? He was thinking about sealing a contract with this Leng Ningshuang. As Zhao Jueyun wallowed in regret, Xianzuoyu, who had remained silent throughout the private room, finally spoke up. Old Zhao, don't be so quick to anger. Constant anger isn't good for your health. Speaking with the grace of a nobleman, Xianzuoyu lifted a cup of tea, took a sip, and continued. This Leng Ningshuang and her dragon-blooded combat prowess are truly extraordinary. But don't forget, she hasn't claimed the championship yet. Next, she'll face my family's Xian Wujing. Xian Wujing? Hearing Xianzuoyu's words, Zhao Jueyun froze, then snorted coldly. Xian Wujing? Could his raw strength possibly surpass Zhang Quan's? Hearing Zhao Jueyun's disdain, Xianzuoyu chuckled lightly. In terms of raw power, Wujing naturally can't match your Zhou Xuan. But have you ever considered that my Wujing spirit beast is the sacred Tiger King? A rare holy spirit type spirit beast. The sacred spirit type, a natural nemesis to both dragon and demon types. If they ever face my Wujing, do you think those dragon-blooded warriors could even muster 30% of their combat strength? Hearing Xianzuoyu's words, Zhao Jueyun couldn't help but pause. His gaze immediately shifted to another battlefield where the Holy Tiger King was unleashing its formidable might. The Sacred Tiger King, this spirit beast, emerged from the 10,000 Spirits Beast Den last year. Its first master wasn't Xian Wujing, but a commoner surnamed Zhang. Xian Wujing had employed some means to bring the Sacred Tiger King under his command. With the Sacred Tiger King's aid, Xian Wujing's strength surged dramatically within a single year. He swiftly rose from the mid-tier ranks among the Long Night's elites to become the foremost figure beneath Zhao Xuan. Thus, Xian Wujing possessed considerable strength. Yet compared to Zhao Xuan, he still fell slightly short. Yet, as Xianzuoyu had noted, while Xian Wujing might not match Zhao Xuan in raw power, he might be better suited to confront Leng Ningshuang than Zhao Xuan. After all, the Sacred Tiger King belonged to the Sacred Spirit lineage, and its inherent attributes provided a natural counter to Zhou Xuan. At this realization, Zhao Jueyun's eyes immediately lit up. Zuoyu, so you're saying, if you're willing, I could lend you a little help. Xianzuoyu spoke confidently, glancing at Zhao Jueyun while also casting a look toward Yanling Peak. His composed demeanor suggested he was fully prepared to negotiate with both of them. Seeing Xianzuoyu's demeanor, Zhao Jueyun and Yan Lingfeng exchanged a glance. They knew this meant they were about to bleed heavily. However, if they could truly subdue Leng Ningshuang, it would bring significant benefits to both the Zhao and Yin families. After all, just the corpse of this single dragon-blooded creature alone, both families estimated its market value wouldn't fall below 100 million. The old masters back home might even offer more. Therefore, if profit was possible, they saw no reason not to invest. Not to mention, they had ulterior motives regarding Leng Ningshuang. Just as the three were about to sit down and discuss how to divide Cold Frost, a thunderous boom erupted from another battlefield. As the dust settled from the blast, the once majestic Sacred Tiger King now lay shattered on the ground, gravely wounded. Seeing the gravely wounded Sacred Tiger King, the trio in the private box instantly gasped. No way? The Sacred Tiger King has fallen? Xian Wujing, the strongest of the Xian family, had actually lost? 037 destiny? My fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. I won. I actually won. In the arena, Xian Luochen stared at the Sacred Tiger King crashing to the ground before her, her entire being momentarily dazed. For Xian Luochen, she truly never imagined she could defeat Xian Wujing. Undeniably, after being nurtured by the star-chasing Flower King in Falling Moon Valley, her ace spirit pet, the moon-chasing crane, had reached the 4th stage of the First Realm. Reaching the 4th stage of the First Realm was already an extraordinary feat within the Earth Fiend heaven. But Xian Wujing's Sacred Tiger King possessed the might of the 5th stage of the First Realm. Therefore, Xian Luochen had not a shred of confidence in her ability to defeat Xian Wujing. Yet now, witnessing the Sacred Tiger King crash to the ground, Xian Luochen found herself utterly incredulous. After all, the Xian Wujing before her eyes had been her lifelong demon. Having conquered this inner demon, Xian Luochen felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Yet after this momentary daze, a rare smile as bright as the moon and stars blossomed on her face. For she knew that defeating Xian Wujing meant she was finally free. She would no longer have to be Xian Wujing's breeding machine. She could live for herself. But she also held the potential to become the next head of the Xian family. In that moment, Xian Luochen felt her future brimming with boundless hope. But just as Xian Luochen believed she could finally cast off the shackles binding her, a furious roar suddenly echoed from the sky. Xian Luochen, you have the audacity. The roar thundered like a bolt from the sky, exploding beside Xian Luochen's ears. Before Xian Luochen could react, Xian Zuoyu, mounted on a gerfalcon with pure white feathers that radiated an aura of sacredness, descended from the heavens and landed directly upon the long night arena. Xian Zuoyu had shed his previous scholarly demeanor. His snow-white hair now fluttered wildly in the wind, his face contorted in fury like a wrathful god. His golden eyes blazed with fury. Seeing Xian Zuoyu arrive in such a fury, Xian Luochen, who had been beaming with joy moments before, froze in shock. Head of the family, didn't I win? You still think you won? Xian Zuoyu roared. Do you have any idea how much this victory has cost the Xian family? You despicable bastard. I should never have shown mercy and allowed you to become a beastmaster. Hearing Xian Zuoyu's words, Xian Luochen's heart skipped a beat. The good mood he'd felt after defeating Xian Wujing vanished instantly. Master. Xian Wujing, who had lost the match, saw Xian Zuoyu appear and immediately prepared to speak up and admit his mistake. But before Xian Wujing could speak, Xian Zuoyu said, Wujing, this isn't your fault. Take the Sacred Tiger King to recover. At that moment, Xian Zuoyu's words were filled with tenderness. It stood in stark contrast to his earlier fury towards Xian Luochen. Hearing Xian Zuoyu's words, Xian Wujing nodded and promptly retreated from the arena with the Sacred Tiger King. Seeing Xian Wujing, who had clearly lost the match yet was still treated with kindness and warmth by Xian Zuoyu, Xian Luochen lifted his gaze to meet Xian Zuoyu's. His pale blue eyes glistened with tears yet burned with stubborn defiance. Why? Why are you so gentle with him, yet so furious with me? Wasn't I the one who won the match? I am the strongest of this generation in the Xian family. Before Xian Luochen could finish speaking, a sharp crack echoed. Xian Zuoyu swung his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Xian Luocheng's face. The force of the blow sent Xian Luocheng flying several meters backward. Bastard! Is this how you speak to the family head? I should never have listened to father back then. I should never have taken you, you bastard, into the Xian family. And I certainly shouldn't have given you the chance to become a beastmaster. Otherwise, this mess wouldn't have happened today. Xian Zuoyu's words remained as cold as ice. Xian Luochen's face burned with stinging pain. Yet upon hearing Xian Zuoyu's words, her heart ached even more. Even so, Xian Luochen remained unyielding, her gaze locked onto Xian Zuoyu's eyes as she roared. Why? Why? Didn't you say that defeating Xian Wujing would earn me the right to become the next head of the Xian family? Why does that promise no longer hold when it comes to me? Watching Xian Luochen, who seemed to be descending into madness, Xian Zuoyu sneered. I did say that. But I said it for the pure-blooded descendants of the Xian family. Not to you, you bastard of impure blood. No matter how exceptional a bastard may be, he remains a bastard. Your greatest honor in this life is to breed offspring for the Xian family. That is the fate you were born into. If you must blame someone, blame that whore of a mother of yours for conceiving you with some bastard. Xian Zuoyu's words were as cold as ice. His indifference was as if he were looking at a beast. Yet not a single noble present stepped forward to restrain Xian Zuoyu's actions. This wasn't because these long night nobles lacked compassion. Rather, it was because they saw nothing wrong with Xian Zuoyu's actions. In this world, people are divided into tiers. And a bastard will always be a bastard. The lowly will always remain lowly. Is that so? Then why didn't you just kill me when I ruined your plan? Hearing Xian Zuiyu's words, Xian Luochen, who had clung to a sliver of hope for this world, now saw his eyes darken completely. He had done so much to make things right. Yet in the end, a single phrase, "it was destined," shattered all of Xian Luochen's illusions. He had once imagined defeating Xian Wujing and becoming the heir apparent to the Xian family. Not only could he escape his fate as a breeding machine, but he could even lead the Xian family to glory. Yet now, despite achieving the impossible, the final outcome remained unchanged. Xian Luochen had now lost all hope in this world. And now she desired nothing more than to die. Hearing Xian Luochen's words, Xian Zuiyu's brow furrowed. The next moment, a silver spear materialized instantly in his hand. Bastard! You really think I won't? You're a slave of the Xian family, your life is in my hands. If I want to kill you, not even the host of the Great Night Tournament could stop me. As he spoke, Xian Zuiyu pressed the silver spear directly against Xian Luochen's throat. So, do you truly wish to die? Xian Zuiyu's voice was as cold as the depths of hell. Kill me. Xian Luochen's psychological defenses shattered completely. She began to wail and scream in anguish. Upon hearing Xian Luochen's words, Xian Zuiyu snorted coldly. I had intended to let you face Leng Ningshuang in battle. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me. Killing you will allow Wu Jing to advance to the finals. As the words fell, the cold gleam of Xian Zuiyu's spear flared. A potent surge of ice elemental energy erupted from his body. Feeling the bone-chilling ice energy before her, Xian Luochen closed her eyes. Having utterly despaired of this world, she no longer held any will to live. Just as Xian Zuiyu condensed the cold energy upon his spear. Just as it was about to pierce through Xian Luochen's throat, a voice suddenly echoed from the sky. You're begging for death? Wouldn't that make your time on this earth utterly wasted? The words had barely fallen when, before Xian Zuiyu could react, he suddenly felt a tremendous force surge through the tip of his gun. The next instant, Xian Zuiyu saw Zhou Xuan, who had been on another battlefield moments ago, now standing before him. Now engulfed in flames, Zhou Xuan had planted his foot squarely on the tip of Xian Zuiyu's silver spear. This is my Xian family's business. Why are you meddling? Believe it or not, I'll slaughter you right now. Xian Zuiyu coldly demanded upon seeing Zhou Xuan's arrival. Hearing Xian Zuiyu's words, Zhou Xuan didn't spare him a single glance. Instead, his gaze shifted to Xian Luochen behind him, who had opened his eyes and was now looking at Zhou Xuan. I don't know what you've been through, but I know this much. As he spoke, demonic dragon flames erupted from Zhou Xuan's claws. He exhaled a breath of dragon fire, his expression defiant. My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's. Since I've already embraced death, why wait for death in quiet resignation? Why not turn this Thai world upside down? 038 The Shy Maiden, Xian Luochen concedes? Turn this Thai world upside down? The moment Zhou Xuan uttered these words, not only did Xian Luochen, who had been fixated on death, freeze in shock, it even left the Long Night nobles present utterly dumbfounded. After all, in this beast-ruined society with its rigid class divisions, people had long grown accustomed to the fixed pattern of the upper echelons exploiting the lower ones. As for resistance, once servility seeps into one's very bones, the upper echelons redirect conflict toward the middle and lower classes. The middle class then redirects that conflict onto the lower class and those even lower. Frankly, how could such people ever resist? Fate decreed it. This was not merely Xian Luochen's belief, but the prevailing mindset of the vast majority in this world. Thus, when hope vanished, Xian Luochen did not contemplate resistance, he sought death. If Zhou Xuan were also a person of this world, he might have calmly watched Xian Luochen's death wish. But Zhou Xuan was not of this world. The rebellious spirit in his very bones refused to let him stand by and watch someone die so cowardly. Even a common man's rage can send blood flying 5 steps. Since the world has kissed me with pain, I shall make this world suffer the same agony. Thus, Zhou Xuan intervened to save Xian Luochen. Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Xian Luochen knelt on both knees, her gaze fixed upward upon the figure before her, a figure engulfed in flames, resembling a hellish dragon. Though the late night light was dim and unclear, Zhou Xuan seemed to radiate a mysterious light, dazzling Xian Luochen. Simultaneously, Xian Luochen, who had long since given up all hope, felt a light return to her eyes. Yes. What fate? What bull about fate? If this world is unfair, then screw its unfairness. Xian Luochen growled under his breath. She, who had been kneeling on both knees, desperate for death, now stood straight and tall. At the same time, Xian Luochen, who had previously dared not meet Xian Zuiyu's gaze, now stared at him with the intensity of a wild beast. Her gaze was like that of a beast whose bloodlust had been fully unleashed. You bastard, you dare look at me like that? Seeing Xian Luochen dare to meet his gaze, Xian Zuiyu's fury ignited instantly. Frost energy surged in his palm, and he immediately unleashed a frost palm strike towards Xian Luochen. However, while Xian Zuiyu's attack was straightforward, Zhou Xuan's speed was anything but slow. He reached out and seized Xian Zuiyu's icy palm strike. Seeing Zhou Xuan block him, Xian Zuiyu coldly commanded, Ice Spirit Griffin, take him down. At Xian Zuiyu's command, the ice spirit griffin, which had been hovering behind him, let out a piercing cry. The next second, it was poised to launch a direct attack on Zhou Xuan. But at that critical moment, a cold voice rang out from the sky. Daring to cause trouble in the long night arena? Have you grown tired of living? As the icy voice faded, a terrifying surge of energy rippled through the air. In that instant, the ice spirit griffin that had just been about to attack Zhou Xuan was instantly suppressed by this terrifying energy. At that moment, Xuan, appearing as a phantom, materialized once more from the sky. Compared to last time, however, Xuan's face was now as cold as frost. He looked at Xian Zuiyu with the same contempt one might reserve for a dead dog. Xian Zuiyu, I said nothing when you attacked Xian Luochen earlier. She is an asset of your Xian family, you have the right of first disposal. But attacking a contestant who isn't your Xian family's asset? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Xuan's words were icy cold. So cold it felt to Xian Zuiyu like it was many times colder than his own hands, which had condensed ice element energy. Hearing Xuan speak thus, Xian Zuiyu's previously towering aura instantly crumbled. Sir, that's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Xuan pressed. For a moment, Xian Zuiyu was so overwhelmed by Xuan's pressure that he couldn't find the words to speak. Seeing Xian Zuiyu's silence, Xuan clasped his hands behind his back and shot him a cold glance. A phantom greatsword instantly materialized in the sky. In the next instant, the sword slashed directly towards Xian Zuiyu. Xian Zuiyu, who had been brimming with confidence moments ago, now felt his legs go weak with fear. His expression suggested he was about to meet his end right here today. But just as the sword was about to strike Xian Zuiyu, it halted abruptly mid-air. Then, Xuan's voice slowly echoed. Considering this is your first offense, I'll let you off this time. Should there be a next time, you shall be executed without mercy. Xuan gave a cold snort. The giant's sword dissipated. Enough of this charade. The winner of the second round of the semifinals is contestant number 13, Xian Luochen. Contestant number 16, Leng Ningshuang, and contestant number 13, Xian Luochang, are each granted a 30-minute rest period. The finals commence in 30 minutes. As he spoke, Xuan's ethereal form gradually faded away. But before the figure vanished, Xuan turned to glance at Zhou Xuan. A faint smile touched his lips. My fate is in my own hands, not heaven's? Who would have thought such a cultured phrase could come from the mouth of such a young dragon? It seems I truly haven't misjudged this one. Xuan's form dissipated, yet Zhou Xuan's gaze remained fixed on the direction of his vanishing. For Zhou Xuan couldn't shake the feeling that the creature's gaze toward him held something off. But since the other was already gone, Zhou Xuan said nothing more. Instead, he released Xian Zuiyu's hand. The moment Zhou Xuan released his grip, Xian Zuiyu, whose legs had gone weak from the earlier sword strike, plopped straight down onto the ground. A warm stream flowed across the ground. Indeed, Xuan's seemingly casual sword strike had literally scared Xian Zuiyu into wetting himself. Xian Zuiyu had genuinely believed Xuan was about to slice him in two. After all, if Xuan had actually struck him, it would have been entirely justified. After all, he had disrupted the proper proceedings of the long night competition and even laid hands on Zhou Xuan. If he had truly died, the Xian family wouldn't have received a single penny in compensation. So how could Xian Zuiyu not be terrified? As for Xian Zuiyu's ace spirit pet, the ice spirit griffin, it had long since been stunned into unconsciousness by Xuan's terrifying aura earlier. Seeing Xian Zuiyu's pitiful state, Zhou Xuan shot him a withering glance before turning his gaze to Xian Luochen behind him. Though we are not related by blood, I still want to say, life is but a single journey. Since this world has made you miserable, then you must make this world regret it. As the words fell, the dragon wings on Zhou Xuan's back fluttered. I look forward to our final showdown. With that, Zhou Xuan prepared to return to Leng Ningshuang's side. But just as he was about to leave, Xian Luochen, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan, who had been about to leave, paused in surprise before turning back. What else is there? Facing Zhou Xuan's inquiry, Xian Luochen lifted his head to glance at him. Though Zhou Xuan now appeared as a dragon, to human eyes, his appearance could only be described as imposing, utterly at odds with human notions of beauty. Yet as Xian Luochen looked at Zhou Xuan now, her cheeks flushed. Thank you for saving me, Xian Luochen said shyly. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan replied calmly, You're welcome. We've met before, and I didn't want you to lose your life for nothing. With that, Zhou Xuan prepared to leave once more. But Xian Luochen's voice rang out again. Wait a moment. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan turned back to look at Xian Luochen. Clearly, he was puzzled as to why Xian Luochen had called him back again. Amidst Zhou Xuan's puzzled gaze, Xian Luochen, her face flushed with embarrassment, took a deep breath before shouting into the air. Referee. I concede the final match. 039 Broken Stone Tablet acquired. Unlocked Water Demon Chi. Surrender? The moment Xian Luochen spoke, it wasn't just Zhou Xuan, the closest observer, who froze. Everyone who heard Xian Luochen's words froze in shock. Bastard! How dare you concede? Especially Zhao Jueyun in the premier box, who instantly lost control of his emotions and roared in fury. To Zhao Jueyun, Xian Luochen's concession meant he was unconditionally handing over a treasure to Leng Ningshuang. This was something Zhao Jueyun could not tolerate. If this had happened earlier, Xian Luochen might have been flustered by Zhao Jueyun's outburst. But now, having received Zhou Xuan's guidance, Xian Luochen merely gave a cold snort in response to Zhao Jueyun's rage. Xian Luochen no, Luochen needn't explain my actions to you. With that single sentence, Xian Luochen not only publicly confronted Zhao Jueyun, but also brought her Xian surname into the matter. Upon hearing Xian Luochen's hereafter referred to as Luochen words, Hui Xuji, who had just vanished, reappeared. Now, Hui Xuji stared straight at Luochen and asked, "Are you certain you wish to concede defeat?" Luochen nodded. "I am certain." "Very well. Since you choose to concede, the long night tournament concludes here. Let us congratulate contestant number 16, Leng Ningshuang, as the ultimate victor." No sooner had Hui Xuji finished speaking. A voice suddenly rang out from the Tian number 1 VIP box. "I refuse to accept this." "Then kneel before me." Facing Zhao Jueyun's words, Hui Xuji snorted coldly. A terrifying surge of energy shot straight into the number 1 VIP box. Zhao Jueyun, who had been preparing to burst out of the box, was instantly forced to his knees by this overwhelming force. Yan Lingfeng, who had been about to voice his own dissatisfaction with the outcome, instantly fell silent. Seeing Zhao Jueyun reduced to this state, he knew that if he voiced his own discontent, the outcome would be no different. Being a shrewd man, Yan Lingfeng preferred not to make himself look foolish. As for Xian Zuoyu, he dared not utter a word. Now, just seeing Hui Xuji made his legs tremble. How could he possibly dare to utter a single word? Since the result had been revealed. Then Leng Ningshuang, enter the long night pool. With that, Hui Xuji swept his arm in a grand gesture. The long night arena trembled instantly. Immediately, the combat platform at the arena's center slowly opened. A pool of water, radiating a vivid azure hue, appeared before everyone's eyes. Gazing at the immense pool before him, Zhou Xuan, who had just moments ago felt inner calm, suddenly felt a jolt of awe. So this is the long night pool? Such pure energy. Indeed, Zhou Xuan could now keenly sense the intense concentration of energy within the pool before him. If he could absorb all this energy, his strength would surely skyrocket. Noticing Zhou Xuan's astonishment, Leng Ningshuang immediately sensed his thoughts telepathically. Yes, this is the long night pool. Don't underestimate this pool of water. It contains all the celestial and earthly spiritual energy accumulated since the long night market's founding. Though the long night pool opens annually to allow the victors of the long night tournament to undergo a baptism. But the energy they can absorb is very limited. Zhou Xuan, remember, when you enter the long night pool, absorb as much as you possibly can. Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak, Zhou Xuan nodded in understanding. Hui Xuji then glanced at Zhou Xuan and chuckled lightly. This is your reward. You have 15 minutes. How much energy you absorb depends entirely on your ability. Hearing Hui Xuji's words, Zhou Xuan wasted no time, diving headfirst into the long night pool. The moment Zhou Xuan entered the long night pool, the dense energy within the pool surged toward him as if it had found its host. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 4 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 5 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 6 energy points. As time passed, the system notifications kept ringing in Zhou Xuan's ears. Though each energy point gained was small, its true value lay in its unending flow. Zhou Xuan's energy points were surging at an almost insane rate every second. This sensation of rapid energy point growth felt incredibly exhilarating to Zhou Xuan. It wasn't just the energy points surging. Zhou Xuan's stagnant strength over the past month was also rapidly advancing. Within the long night pool, Zhou Xuan was frantically absorbing energy. Outside the long night pool, Leng Ningshuang, the newly crowned champion, cast a mocking glance toward Zhao Jueyun in the VIP box. "Head of the Zhao family," she said, "now that I've won the championship, I believe you should honor your promise to me, shouldn't you?" Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhao Jueyun's face turned ashen. But the contract had been signed. Even though he was utterly unwilling, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Speak. What do you want?" "What I want is simple: a broken stone. The very stone your Zhao ancestors stole from the heaven of illusion." Leng Ningshuang's words were plain, yet they struck Zhao Jueyun's heart like a thunderclap. "Bull! My Zhao family has no stone from the heaven of illusion." Zhao Jueyun roared. To Zhao Jueyun, the Zhao family could part with anything. Except for this very stone, Leng Ningshuang demanded. It was the very foundation that had allowed the Zhao family to stand firm in the long night market. Handing over the broken steel would spell the Zhao family's ruin within a century. Though Zhao Jueyun refused to admit it, the moment he rejected Leng Ningshuang's demand, a cloud of demonic energy surged from the night sky. Upon that demonic cloud stood 18 fearsome figures, beings as malevolent as devils themselves. The 18 cloud platform generals of the demon division? How had they appeared? Seeing these demon generals, Guotsuyuji's heart skipped a beat. Though Guotsuyuji was a man of the eternal heaven, he felt genuine dread at the sight of these demonic forces. After all, these were beings who killed without batting an eye, beings who could be said to kill without regard for karma. Once entangled by them, one's very soul would be seized. Zhou family head, you signed a yin-yang contract with the demon division. If you refuse to deliver, I believe these demon generals would gladly extract the souls and refine the spirits of every member of the Zhou family. As the demon division's 18 cloud platform generals appeared in the sky, Leng Ningshuang let out a light chuckle. Her laughter was faint, yet it struck Zhao Jueyun's heart with the weight of an anvil. For she knew Cold Frost's words held no falsehood. Had Zhao Jueyun signed a divine division contract, it would dissolve upon his death. But the demon division contract was different. It was a pact that would not cease until its purpose was fulfilled. For a moment, Zhao Jueyun truly wanted to slap himself hard across the face. Damn it, why did I have to be such a fool and sign a demon department contract with Leng Ningshuang? Now he'd shot himself in the foot. Yet Zhao Jueyun dared not renege on the pact. Otherwise, the Zhao family would face annihilation. So, with extreme reluctance, Zhao Jueyun retrieved the shattered stone tablet from his spirit pet space and tossed it to Leng Ningshuang. Just you wait. Though he handed over the broken steel, Zhao Jueyun had already resolved to kill Leng Ningshuang. Once the Great Night competition concluded, even if he had to forfeit half of the Zhao family's wealth to the Treasury Department, he would kill Leng Ningshuang and reclaim the broken steel. For as long as the broken steel remained, the Zhao family could rise again. Leng Ningshuang merely chuckled softly at Zhao Jueyun's threat. She knew full well that Zhao Jueyun had resolved to kill her. But if she, Leng Ningshuang, dared to act so openly, she possessed the means to escape unscathed. Gazing at the shattered stone tablet in her hands, Leng Ningshuang's lips curved upward. With you, the greatest treasure of the illusory birth heaven will be mine. With that, Leng Ningshuang stored the broken stone tablet into her spirit pet space. Turning her gaze toward Zhou Xuan in the long night pool, Leng Ningshuang spoke. Zhou Xuan, you must absorb as much energy as possible from this long night pool. The more you absorb, the greater our chances of escaping this encirclement. Time ticked away, second by second. 14 minutes later, Guotsuyuji glanced at the time and declared, only 1 minute left. Hearing this, Zhao Jueyun in the private box had already risen to his feet. His eyes were fixed intently on Leng Ningshuang. He was prepared to strike the moment the long night competition ended. To swiftly take Leng Ningshuang's head. Meanwhile, after 14 minutes of absorption within the long night pool, Zhou Xuan's energy points finally reached 10,000. Seeing his energy points reach 10,000, Zhou Xuan didn't hesitate and spoke immediately. Only 10,000 points after all this time? It really is too slow. Only 1 minute left? Though time was tight, perhaps it would suffice for what followed. As the words fell, Zhou Xuan let out a silent cry within his heart. System, unlock the water demon chi for me. 040 dragon whale devours the sea. Second evolution. Ding, host's request detected. 10,000 energy points consumed. Water demon chi unlocked. As the system notification echoed beside his ear, Zhou Xuan saw the once dull water demon chi in his talent tree now illuminated. As the water magic energy activated, Zhou Xuan's legs submerged in the pool began to dissolve into an ethereal state. Moments later, his legs were replaced by a tail. Additionally, the dark green hue of his skin had lost some of its green tint. Overall, it had grown a bit darker. Within Zhou Xuan's information panel, a new water attribute appeared under his attributes. Simultaneously, Zhou Xuan discovered he had mastered a new second-tier skill, Dragon Whale Devours the Sea. So this is the essence of water magic? I feel as though I've merged with the entire pool of water. Truthfully, I'd never particularly disliked water, but I hadn't exactly loved it either. But now, I can sense myself effortlessly controlling the surging currents. It seems the water demon boss's ability to effortlessly summon tsunamis isn't an exaggeration after all. Feeling the changes within his body, Zhou Xuan murmured softly. With his transformation complete, Zhou Xuan immediately focused his thoughts and communicated with Leng Ningshuang. How much time remains until 15 minutes? Caught off guard by Zhou Xuan's sudden question, Leng Ningshuang paused before answering. 43 seconds. How much more can you absorb? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's question, Zhou Xuan smiled faintly. If it were earlier, I'd have to say not much. But now? I can only say I'll take it all. Take it all? Hearing Zhou Xuan speak thus, Leng Ningshuang froze in place. That tone was a bit too exaggerated, wasn't it? Undeniably, the energy Zhou Xuan had just absorbed was truly terrifying. But that was barely a tenth of the entire pool's energy. And now he wanted to take it all in the remaining 43 seconds? What else could this be but exaggeration? Though Leng Ningshuang was somewhat speechless at Zhou Xuan's words, she chose not to scold him. Instead, she said, don't push yourself. Just do your best. The energy you've absorbed now is sufficient for our escape. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but sneer coldly. Escape? Why escape? I still want to see just how powerful the peak forces of the long night market truly are. Don't worry. When I say I'll take it all, I mean I'll take it all. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Leng Ningshuang was puzzled. Clearly, she couldn't fathom where Zhou Xuan's confidence came from. But she took his warning to heart, stepping back several paces. Just as Leng Ningshuang steadied herself. Whoosh! Zhou Xuan's figure shot straight out of the long night pool. Seeing Zhou Xuan emerge from the long night pool, Watsuji froze in surprise. Wasn't there still over 30 seconds left? How did this guy emerge from the pool early? But how did he change so drastically? Not only had his legs vanished, but his skin had also grown noticeably darker. What on earth was going on? Guotsuji stared at Zhou Xuan, now drastically altered, utterly perplexed. But before Guotsuji could process it, Zhou Xuan, mid-flight, suddenly erupted with a surge of energy. A piercing, resonant dragon's roar erupted from his mouth. In that moment, the dragon's roar was not purely that of a dragon, it even carried the resonance of a whale song. Seeing Zhou Xuan suddenly roar, the long night nobles present all looked at him in bewilderment. Clearly, they too were baffled by his actions. Amidst their bewilderment, Zhou Xuan's mouth snapped open and his eyes narrowed sharply. Second tier skill, Dragon Whale Devours the Sea, activated. The once serene waters of the long night pool began to boil as if brought to a rolling boil. In an instant, the vast volume of water seemed drawn by some mysterious force. The water began defying gravity, surging upward into the air. Then it poured directly into Zhou Xuan's mouth. Seeing Zhou Xuan violently absorb the waters of the long night pool into his body from thin air, the long night nobles present were instantly dumbfounded. Holy crap! Is this guy insane? He's actually swallowing the water from the long night pool? This pool holds at least 10,000 tons of water. What the hell is his stomach made of? How could so much water enter his belly without any visible effect? No way! Is he seriously trying to drink the entire pool dry? Zhou Xuan's actions left not only the long night nobles dumbfounded. Even Guotsuji, who had seen it all, stood rooted to the spot, staring dumbstruck at Zhou Xuan suspended mid-air. After all, Guotsuji had presided over the Chang'e Grand Competition for over a decade. And this was the first time he'd ever seen a spirit beast absorb energy from the long night pool like this. Yet despite the extravagance of Zhou Xuan's actions, the results were undeniably spectacular. Where previously only a handful of energy points could be absorbed at a time, Zhou Xuan's frenzied consumption now triggered an explosive surge. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 13,913 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 15,151 energy points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 19,841 energy points. As his energy points surged, Zhou Xuan began frantically unlocking talents from the talent tree. Shadow Legion unlocked. Rabbit Talisman unlocked. Sky Demon Chi unlocked. Wind Demon Chi unlocked. After Zhou Xuan gulped down the waters of the long night pool, he unlocked 5 more talents in one go. Simultaneously, Zhou Xuan's strength surged upward at an astonishing rate. 4th tier of the First Realm. 1st Realm, 5th tier. 6th tier of the First Realm. In one breath, Zhou Xuan leaped directly from stage 2 of the First Realm his level during the long night competition to stage 6 of the First Realm. Alongside this surge in power came the continuous unlocking of latent talents. Zhou Xuan's innate talent underwent a dramatic surge. Originally possessing a mid-tier 5th grade aptitude, now skyrocketed to the upper tier of the 5th rank. Simultaneously, his innate talent reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Host has reached the threshold for evolution. Shall the host expend 50,000 energy points to evolve? Indeed, through his frenzied consumption of the long night pool's waters, Zhou Xuan had reached the threshold for his 2nd evolution. However, he had reached the pinnacle of evolution. But he currently lacked the 50,000 energy points. He was still over 3,000 points short of the 50,000 mark. As time continued to slip away, the once open long night pool began to close. What had once been a full pool now held only a thin layer of water. Suck it up! Suck it up! Watching the long night pool gradually close, and knowing he was only 3,000 energy points away from evolution, Zhou Xuan wished he had 10 mouths to absorb the pool's water all at once. So close to absorbing it all? Well then, I'll give you a little help. Seeing the long night pool gradually emptying, Guotsuji's lips curved into a faint smile. With a slight shift of his intent, the long night pool, which had been on the verge of closing completely, suddenly halted. Zhou Xuan froze at the sight of the pool's sudden pause, but before he could ponder why, he immediately went full throttle, sucking up the pool water with all his might. About 3 seconds later, Zhou Xuan drew out the very last drop of water from the long night pool. With a thunderous crash, the gates of the long night pool slammed shut. Thanks to those 3 seconds, Zhou Xuan had replenished the 3,000 energy points he had been lacking. Now towering above the long night arena, Zhou Xuan stared at the 50,000 energy points displayed in his system. A roar erupted from his heart. System, begin evolution. 041 6th tier talent, Hell Dragon King. Zhou Xuan roared inwardly. A dazzling radiance instantly erupted from his body. The light was so blinding it felt like daylight in the dead of night. The long night market, still shrouded in deep darkness, was instantly illuminated by the radiance emanating from Zhou Xuan. As the Long Night's elite gazed upon the blinding radiance emanating from Zhou Xuan, terror spread across their faces. Is this the light of evolution? Holy? This dragon bloodline he's actually about to evolve? Isn't being a dragon bloodline already absurdly gifted? And he can still keep evolving? Holy! Just how powerful will he become after evolving? As the evolutionary glow erupted from Zhou Xuan's body. In the VIP box numbered Tian, Yan Lingfeng, and Zhao Jueyun's faces turned so cold you could practically see water droplets forming. Clearly, neither of them had anticipated Zhou Xuan could actually evolve. Brother Zhao, we absolutely must secure this dragon bloodline. Standing before the shattered glass of the box, Yan Lingfeng, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke in a low, gravelly voice. Hearing Yan Lingfeng speak, Zhao Jueyun, who had been stunned into kneeling by Guo Tsui's words, now rose to his feet. His face darkened as he walked over to stand beside Yan Lingfeng. You're absolutely right. This guy is a dragon-blooded being himself. His combat prowess was already formidable to begin with. And now he's evolved. If we ignore him, this long night market will have no place for us to survive. If we can seize it, our long night faction will surely stand at the pinnacle of the earthly fiend heaven. Moreover, the ancestral heirloom of my Zhao family remains in the clutches of that damned Leng Ningshuang. I absolutely cannot let her leave the Chang'e arena. As Zhao Jueyun spoke, a torrent of purple thunder surged from his suit-clad form. In the next instant, a massive beast head appeared behind Zhao Jueyun, savage like a tiger, yet possessing the regal bearing of a lion. At that moment, Zhao Jueyun's gaze toward Leng Ningshuang was icy cold. It was clear he had resolved that the moment the long night tournament concluded, he would spare no effort to force Leng Ningshuang into becoming his slave. Even if it meant sacrificing half of the Zhao family's resources, he was willing. Yan Lingfeng's thoughts were much the same as Zhao Jueyun's. In his view, Leng Ningshuang harbored far too many secrets. The mere fact that she knew how to cultivate the Fire King grass was enough to condemn her to death. Yet the Yan family still coveted Zhou Xuan intensely. Therefore, he shared Zhao Jueyun's resolve. Even if it meant paying a hefty price today, Leng Ningshuang must become a slave. As he pondered this, the massive serpent head behind Yan Lingfeng also materialized. Clearly, he shared Zhao Jueyun's resolve. The moment the long night tournament concluded, they would move against Leng Ningshuang. At that moment, within the Chang'e arena, Leng Ningshuang sensed the boundless killing intent emanating from the Tian character number 1 box. She knew full well that she had now completely offended these two top-tier families of the Long Night. Oh, not 2. 3. When Zhou Xuan intervened to save Luochen, she too had been placed on the Xian family's hit list. Yet Leng Ningshuang couldn't care less. Having been given a second chance at life, this was precisely what she intended to do. As for facing the hostility of the three families, Leng Ningshuang didn't care. For she had already devised an escape plan. As long as Zhou Xuan's cultivation reached the 4th stage of the first realm, her escape plan would succeed 100%. Now that Zhou Xuan had fully absorbed all the energy accumulated in the long night pool, his cultivation level had not only skyrocketed to the 6th stage of the first realm but had even undergone a 2nd stage evolution. Frankly, such a transformation in Zhou Xuan was something Leng Ningshuang had never anticipated. The 6th stage of the first realm? Could this mean he could finally stand toe-to-toe with the three great families? Observing Zhou Xuan's current state, Leng Ningshuang, who had been intent on escape, found a seemingly absurd notion taking root in her mind. If he could win against them, extorting a share from these three great families might not be impossible after all. At this thought, Leng Ningshuang's lips curved into a faint smile. The three great families of Chang'e, don't underestimate them just because they've been cultivating their influence in a small place like Chang'e City. Unlike other cities in the Earth Fiend Heaven, their ties to the Earth capital were exceptionally strong. The Yan and Xian families both engaged in resource collaborations with the Earth capital. The Zhao family, moreover, had an even more powerful clan backing them in the Earth capital. Otherwise, it would be impossible for every Zhao heir to contract spirit beasts of astonishing 3rd-tier quality. Therefore, do not underestimate these three families. Their family foundations are far more substantial than those of families in other cities of Earth Fiend Heaven. Killing is strictly forbidden within the beast market. Should anyone be killed, compensation must be paid to the Treasury Department, one of the 8 divisions of the beast market. As for spirit beasts, if they haven't been contracted, compensation must also be paid to the Finance Department. However, destroying physical objects from the real world won't draw the attention of the beast market's 8 departments. For in the eyes of the beast market's 8 divisions, such things are mere dirt. Yan Lingfeng, Zhao Jueyun, and Xian Zuoyu, these three could be considered the strongest combatants among the three great clans. If Zhou Xuan could truly clash with these three, as long as he didn't kill them or their spirit pets, merely crippling them would suffice. Then, using threats against their families as leverage, Leng Ningshuang genuinely believed she could extort a hefty sum from these three clans. At this thought, Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but let out a soft snort. It just so happened that the peak auction house in the capital had the beast riding technique she desired. I was originally considering taking the risk to steal it, but now it seems someone else would cover the cost for me. Her words trailing off, Leng Ningshuang glanced toward the distant box seats where Yan Lingfeng and Zhou Xuan watched her like hunters eyeing their prey. She arched an eyebrow, a hint of provocation flickering in her gaze. You're asking for it. Seeing Leng Ningshuang not only refuse to flee but actively provoke him, a hot-tempered Zhou Xuan immediately let out a furious roar. But it was only a roar. With the long night competition still ongoing, he dared not act recklessly against Leng Ningshuang. Bitch! Zhou Xuan raged inwardly. Compared to Zhou Xuan's fury, Yan Lingfeng remained relatively calm. He wasn't disgusted by Leng Ningshuang's provocation. Instead, he regarded Leng Ningshuang with the same contemptuous gaze one might reserve for a clown. In his mind, he saw no reason to waste his anger on a mere slave. Just as Leng Ningshuang had finished taunting the Zhao and Yin families, the dazzling light surrounding Zhou Xuan gradually faded. In the next instant, Zhou Xuan's figure gradually materialized before everyone's eyes. Unlike the legless figure he had been before, Zhou Xuan now possessed fully formed legs once more. His physique no longer appeared plain. Instead, he wore a dark suit of armor seemingly crafted from dragon scales. The massive dragon head adorning his chest proclaimed the armor's extraordinary nature. Beyond the dragon scale armor, Zhou Xuan's most striking transformation was his face. Whereas his face had previously resembled a dragon's, it was now beginning to shift toward a human likeness. Though his features were shifting toward human likeness, the distinctive traits unique to the dragon clan remained largely unchanged. Most notably, the three dark dragon horns protruding from his forehead unmistakably signified his true identity. The gradient-colored dark dragon scales on his cheeks added an air of mystery to his features. This was especially true when Zhou Xuan opened his eyes. Those blood-red eyes, beautiful to the point of being unnatural, flashed for an instant. A terrifying dragon's might swept through the entire Chang'e market. An overwhelming sense of reverence surged through every person present as if encountering the Dragon King himself, demanding immediate homage. Having undergone evolution, Zhou Xuan's innate talent and racial traits had markedly improved. The Zhou Xuan of today was no longer a 5th-tier demon pterosaur. He had become a 6th-tier Hell Dragon King. 042 Another X Factor? Gui's Yuji's mysterious identity. Host, Zhou Xuan. Power level, 6th tier, 1st realm. Attributes, Dragon, Demon, Fire, Wind, Water. Race, Hell Dragon King. Talent, low tier 6th grade. Talent tree, Fire Demon Chi, Shadow Legion, Rabbit Talisman, Sky Demon Chi, Water Demon Chi, Wind Demon Chi. Skills, Tier 2 Inferno Hell Dragon Slash, Tier 2 Dragon Whale Devours the Sea, Tier 2 Demon Dragon Flame, Tier 2 Evil Dragon Flame Claw, Tier 2 Dragon Wing Flame Shield, Tier 2 Hell Dragon Servant, Tier 2 Demon Dragon Roar, Tier 2 Spirit Light Flash, Tier 2 Gale, Tier 2 Torrential Rain. Energy points, 341. Evaluation, after 2 evolutions, you've gradually gained the power to conquer this world. Shimu, Xiaofeng, and Basa have bestowed supreme magic upon you. The Shadow General now bows at your feet, and the power of talismans fuels your growth. Go forth, conquer this world and become its true master. As Zhou Xuan completed his evolution, his information panel reappeared before his eyes. Compared to the previously absent information evaluations, assessments have now reappeared. These current evaluations represent genuine recognition of Zhou Xuan's abilities, acknowledging his potential to become the ruler of this world. But Zhou Xuan knew that reaching the 6th tier of talent was merely the beginning. In this current world, he might still possess some measure of ability. But to ascend to higher realms, he must continue to refine himself. But that was all for later. For now, he felt an unprecedented transformation within himself. Zhou Xuan lowered his gaze to Leng Ningshuang in the long night arena. Have you devised any new plans? Since Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang had formed a soul contract. Therefore, he could sense some of Leng Ningshuang's psychological shifts. However, Zhou Xuan did not truly possess a mental attribute. He still couldn't accurately read Leng Ningshuang's thoughts, which was why he asked so directly. Facing Zhou Xuan's inquiry, Leng Ningshuang held nothing back, immediately revealing her thoughts. Oh? Confront the 3 great families of Chang'e? Do we even have the strength for that? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan lifted his gaze toward Yan Lingfeng and Zhao Jueyin in the Tian No. 1 private box, then glanced down at Xian Zuoyu, whose condition had improved significantly. Though Zhou Xuan wasn't one to shy away from challenges, he still needed to think things through carefully. It'll be fine. Trust me. If it comes to an actual fight, these guys won't dare to go all out. After all, going all out would consume a significant amount of resources for them. Zhao Jueyin would have wasted at least a decade of arduous cultivation. The Yan family is preparing for the Earth's secret realm. Yan Lingfeng is their most crucial combat power. They wouldn't risk mutual destruction by fighting us. As for Xian Zuoyu, Speaking of Xianzuiyu, Leng Ningshuang glanced at him before letting out a soft chuckle. His trump card, the Ice Spirit Griffin, had been stunned unconscious by Guoxuji. It would take at least 2 or 3 days for it to recover. Therefore, he cannot engage us at full strength. In my estimation, as long as we land a single punch, these 3 will instinctively want to retreat. After all, they're all high-ranking figures, each one scared to death. Listening to Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan studied the 3 of them for a moment. As for Zhou Xuan, he knew little about these 3 great clans. However, he and Leng Ningshuang were bound by a soul contract, a pact of life and death. Therefore, he didn't doubt that Leng Ningshuang would deceive him. Thus, Zhou Xuan looked at Leng Ningshuang and telepathically conveyed, "Understood." Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang nodded in agreement. At the same time, above the long night arena, Guoxuji, his form now ethereal, did not immediately choose to depart. Instead, the fellow flew straight up into the air. Then, right before everyone present, he circled around Zhou Xuan, scrutinizing him. As he scrutinized him, Guoxuji's eyes shone with brilliant light. Good. 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 3 resounding goods burst from Guoxuji's mouth. I never imagined you could not only fully absorb the energy of the long night pool, but you've even used that energy to leap forward and evolve into a Dragon King level being. Ha! It seems we shall meet again in the realm of eternal life. Gazing at Zhou Xuan, Guoxuji spoke without hiding his admiration. Hearing Guoxuji's blunt words, Zhou Xuan couldn't shake the feeling that the man's gaze held something off. But remembering the man was from the eternal heaven, Zhou Xuan responded with slight deference, "Senior, you jest. I'm merely a spirit pet." Zhou Xuan knew well the importance of concealing his true abilities, hence his words. Yet as soon as the words left his mouth, Guoxuji shook his head. He extended his ethereal hand and gave Zhou Xuan's shoulder a light pat. Then, he whispered softly into Zhou Xuan's ear. "You may deceive others, but not me. Between you and Leng Ningshuang, you are the one in control. I admit Leng Ningshuang is extraordinary. But she's merely a pawn in the hands of the bigwigs above. You, however, are the X-Factor. The true X-Factor capable of overturning this entire chessboard." Guoxuji's words were spoken softly, so softly that only Zhou Xuan could hear them. To be honest, Zhou Xuan hadn't felt much about Guoxuji's earlier words. But when Guoxuji uttered the words X-Factor, Zhou Xuan jolted awake. He turned his head, frowned, and locked eyes with Guoxuji. The reason Zhou Xuan reacted so strongly was precisely because of that X-Factor Guoxuji had mentioned. You see, Zhou Xuan had heard more than one person call him the X-Factor. The last person to utter those words was Leng Ningshuang. Now, hearing Guoxuji utter the same phrase again left Zhou Xuan feeling somewhat dazed. Could it be that? Could this Guoxuji before him also be a reincarnated individual? At this thought, Zhou Xuan's brow furrowed. But before Zhou Xuan could say anything, Guoxuji ceased speaking to him and instead soared directly above the long night arena. Then, a whisper escaped Guoxuji's lips. The 798th Long Night Tournament of the Long Night Market has officially concluded. As Guoxuji's words fell, his form dissolved once more. But this time, Guoxuji's departure meant he would never return as he had before. At least not for the next year. As Guoxuji departed, Leng Ningshuang's words echoed in Zhou Xuan's mind. Zhou Xuan, now is the time. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan immediately focused his mind and turned his gaze toward the location of the Tian No. 1 private box. Just as Zhou Xuan began to condense his energy, from the Tian No. 1 box, a bolt of thunder erupted violently, followed by a blazing inferno. Simultaneously, a roar that pierced the night erupted from the box. Leng Ningshuang, today I'll make you pay with your life. 043 One Dragon battles 3 heroes. The roarer was none other than Zhao Jueyun, whose emotions had reached their absolute limit. Now, riding his ace spirit beast, the thunder-devouring beast, he charged toward Leng Ningshuang's location with lightning speed. Following closely behind Zhao Jueyun was Liehua, none other than Yan Lingfeng, who had arrived riding the Yanlong python. Unlike Zhao Jueyun, Yan Lingfeng wasn't one to wear his heart on his sleeve. Yet the killing intent radiating from him atop the Yanlong python was no less intense than Zhao Jueyun's. Both Zhao Jueyan and Yan Lingfeng now understood. Zhou Xian's combat prowess was now exceptionally formidable. Though Zhou Xian's cultivation was only at the 6th stage of the first realm, the aura emanating from him was enough to strike fear into a thunder-devouring beast at the 9th tier of the first realm. Not to mention the Yanlong python, which possessed a trace of dragon blood. Its fear of Zhou Xuan runs even deeper. After all, dragons place great emphasis on bloodline. Dragons of superior bloodlines exert immense pressure over those of inferior lineage. And Zhou Xuan had now evolved into a Dragon King entity. Therefore, he naturally held a greater advantage over Yanlong Pang in terms of bloodline suppression. Thus, Zhao Jueyun and Yan Lingfeng knew they absolutely couldn't engage Zhou Xuan head-on. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Eliminate Leng Ningshuang, and Zhou Xuan would naturally have no chance of survival. After all, the two had forged a soul contract. However, Zhao Jueyan and Yan Lingfeng were clever. But Leng Ningshuang was the reincarnation of an empress. Having endured so much, she was already a seasoned veteran. How could she not understand Zhao Jueyan and Yan Lingfeng's intentions? Therefore, before the two could act, she took the initiative to confront Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan, realizing the situation, watched the two attackers without a moment's hesitation. With a sharp whoosh. Second-tier skill, Spirit Light Flash, activated. This skill enhancement came from the Rabbit Talisman's upgrade. Compared to the first-tier skill Spirit Light Flash was significantly faster. Its speed was so great that everyone heard a sonic boom echo through the air. When the crowd finally snapped back to reality, they saw that the Thunder Devourer, which had just burst out of the box, had already crashed heavily to the ground. Its head was pinned to the ground by Zhou Xuan's sharp dragon claws. Thunder Devourer. The moment Zhao Jueyan saw Zhou Xuan before him and realized the Thunder Devourer, which had been staring at him, was now being suppressed by Zhou Xuan, a shock surged through his heart. He had anticipated Zhou Xuan's immense growth and strength. He never imagined Zhou Xuan's combat prowess would be this terrifying. The speed was so blindingly fast that even his own Thunder Devourer couldn't react in time. Seeing Zhou Xuan confront Zhao Jueyan head-on, Yan Lingfeng knew his chance had arrived. Yanlong Pang, now! Dragon Flame! At Yan Lingfeng's command, the Yanlong python instantly opened its gaping maw. A terrifying ball of flame coalesced within its maw. The next instant, this dragon flame was about to erupt toward Leng Ningshuang. Witnessing this scene, Yan Lingfeng snorted coldly. Leng Ningshuang, let's see how you escape this time. Just as Yan Lingfeng believed he would surely slay Leng Ningshuang with a single strike. A demonic voice, as if from hell itself, erupted instantly. Shut up! The moment the demonic voice sounded, a violent gale swept in from the distance. Wherever the gale struck, the Yanlong python, which had been bristling with fury moments before, seemed genuinely subdued by that voice. Its mouth actually shut completely. Yanlong python, what are you doing? Attack already! Seeing the Yanlong python shut its mouth, Yan Lingfeng froze for a moment before exclaiming in shock. But this time, no matter how fiercely Yan Lingfeng shouted, the Yanlong python refused to open its mouth. It was as if that demonic chant had sealed its jaws shut. In truth, the Yanlong python's behavior stemmed from the terrifying Dragon King's aura emanating from Zhou Xuan. The Yanlong python was still fundamentally a python, merely in the midst of its transformation into a dragon. Like the Star Moon Python King, it was still merely a pseudo-dragon. It was well known that pseudo-dragons harbored an innate fear of true dragons. And Zhou Xuan had now ascended to the status of a Dragon King among true dragons. His earlier words were akin to the Dragon King issuing a command to a slave of the dragon race. How could such a slave dare disobey? Not to mention Zhou Xuan had just unleashed his second-tier skill, the Demon Dragon's Frenzy Roar. It contained the sonic attack capabilities of the Wind Demon Howling Wind. The Yanlong python's hearing was now completely sealed by Zhou Xuan's sonic abilities. Thus, the Yanlong python could not hear Yan Lingfeng's voice at all. How could it possibly launch an attack? In truth, Zhou Xuan's auditory sealing ability was quite easy to break. It only required either a soul contract between the two parties or the spirit beast possessing a mental attribute. Unfortunately, the Yanlong python possessed neither. Thus, it now stood dumbly rooted to the spot, utterly motionless. Seeing his Yanlong python show no reaction, Yan Lingfeng's heart instantly boiled over with rage. Yet he knew his anger served no purpose. He still needed to devise a way to break the deadlock. With Zhao Jueyan suppressed and his Yanlong serpent unable to attack, who could possibly command an assault against Leng Ningshuang? As Yan Lingfeng pondered this, his gaze suddenly fell upon Xian Zuoyu, who had already risen from the arena floor. The moment he saw Xian Zuoyu, Yan Lingfeng's eyes flashed. Brother Xian, move now and suppress Leng Ningshuang. If you can make her submit, Brother Zhao and I will help you split the treasury's fines. My Yan family is even willing to offer the Eastern Crimson Forest. Hearing Yan Lingfeng's offer, Zhao Jueyan quickly added, the mines in the southeast will also be given to your Xian family. Zuoyu, move now. Hearing Zhao Jueyan's words, Xian Zuoyu slowly rose to his feet, his gaze turning vicious as he fixed it on Leng Ningshuang. Ever since Xian Zuoyu had been suppressed by Guo Xuji, he had already wanted to kill Leng Ningshuang. If not for Leng Ningshuang, he wouldn't have suffered such a humiliating defeat in front of everyone. All this was brought upon him by Leng Ningshuang. Without dealing with Leng Ningshuang, his heart's hatred would never be appeased. Though he couldn't kill her now, turning her into a slave, watching her be toyed with for the rest of her life filled him with excitement. Not to mention Yan Lingfeng and Zhao Jueyan were even willing to pay his Ministry of Finance fines for him, and even give him 2 plots of land. Such a surefire deal was impossible for Xian Zuoyu to pass up. Xian Zuoyu's silver spear materialized once more in his grasp. Leng Ningshuang, die. As he spoke, a chilling glint condensed upon the silver spear. In the next instant, Xian Zuoyu was poised to pierce Leng Ningshuang's skull with the spear. Seeing Xian Zuoyu strike, Luochen beside him cried out in alarm. Cold Ling Shuang, get out of the way. Yet despite Luochen's warning, Leng Ningshuang remained utterly still. Instead, she met the charging silver spear with calm eyes, murmuring softly. With no spirit pet to aid you? Do you even deserve it? The moment Leng Ningshuang finished speaking, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Xian Zuoyu's silver spear snapped cleanly in two at the waist. Before Leng Ningshuang, who had stood empty-handed moments before, Nijia, wielding a long blade, stood coldly before Xian Zuoyu. A deep dragon's roar erupted from his throat. Your opponent is me. 044 Shadow General Samo. Extorting the three great families. The moment Nika appeared, it shed its previous concealment. The fiery demonic energy within its body overflowed endlessly. Niga unleashed demonic dragon flames from its maw, coating its long blade. The next instant, whoosh, several dark shadows flickered. 100 ghost soldiers instantly surrounded Xian Zuoyu. In that instant, Xian Zuoyu, who had believed he could easily handle Leng Ningshuang, suddenly panicked. For Xian Zuoyu, he had assumed Zhou Xuan was entangled in combat with Zhao Jueyun and Yan Lingfeng. Now that Cold Frost is vulnerable, it's the perfect chance to sneak into the house. Yet in all his calculations, Xian Zuoyu failed to account for Zhou Xian's dragon servant, Nija. The Niga of today was no longer the weakened version defeated by the thunder-sealing golden elephant. Having undergone the baptism of the Longya pool, Zhou Xian's power had surged dramatically. Since Nija shared the same origin as Zhou Xian, his power had similarly surged from the first realm, second stage, straight to the first realm, sixth stage. While Nija's combat prowess still fell short of even 1/10 of Zhou Xian's. Among those at the sixth stage of the first realm, Nija's combat prowess stands at the pinnacle. Even facing an ordinary first realm, 7th tier opponent, Nija showed no fear. Not to mention that Xian Zuoyu's ace spirit pet, the ice spirit griffin, was currently unconscious. Of Xian Zuoyu's remaining contracted spirit pets, the strongest was only at the 6th tier of the first realm. Thus, facing Niga now, Xian Zuoyu truly had no confidence in victory. Surrounded by so many ghost soldiers, Xian Zuoyu couldn't help but feel genuinely uneasy. He even felt as though today would be the day he met his end here. Seeing Xian Zuoyu, who should have been able to kill Leng Ningshuang outright, now completely pinned down, Yan Lingfeng was grinding his teeth in frustration. Could it be? Could it be that we truly have no way to deal with Leng Ningshuang? Yan Lingfeng glared at Leng Ningshuang, his teeth grinding in frustration. Meanwhile, Leng Ningshuang gazed at Yan Lingfeng, a warm smile spreading across her face. For she knew her chance to blackmail the three of them had finally arrived. Uncle Yan, your Fire King grass is truly remarkable. Would you be so kind as to spare me a few more plants? The moment Leng Ningshuang spoke, Yan Lingfeng immediately lost his composure and roared angrily. Bull! Fire King grass? The Yan family has no such thing. The existence of the Fire King grass was a secret within the Yan family, so Yan Lingfeng naturally denied it outright. Hearing Yan Lingfeng's denial, Leng Ningshuang remained unhurried. The shadow behind her suddenly grew larger. In the next instant, a 3-meter-tall shadow figure emerged, giant-like in stature, its face concealed by a mask adorned with horns and fangs. This shadow figure was none other than Samo, the giant shadow general of the Shadow Legion. He was the new general Zhou Xuan had unlocked for the Shadow Legion. Samo, one of the 9 shadow generals. Compared to Nika's balanced prowess, Samo embodied the pinnacle of raw power. His strength is immense. Destroying buildings is practically child's play for him. The moment Samo appeared, Leng Ningshuang's gaze toward Yan Lingfeng narrowed slightly. Oh? Is that so? So that means the field beneath the Yan family's estate is fake, then? In that case, if I were to destroy that field, I doubt anyone from the Yan family would be upset, right? As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang raised her hand slightly. Samo glanced at Yan Lingfeng. Then he vanished into a dark shadow. But when Samo reappeared, his enormous palm clutched a clump of red soil. Seeing the red soil in Samo's hand, Yan Lingfeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. For this was precisely the red soil used to cultivate the Fire King grass. Impossible. How could Leng Ningshuang possibly know the location of our Yan family's Fire King grass cultivation base? While Yan Lingfeng was startled, Leng Ningshuang's previously gentle voice instantly turned cold. This time, Samo brought back red soil. I can't guarantee what he'll bring back next time. It might be Fire King grass seedlings. This batch of Fire King grass, I recall it should mature next year, right? If I had Samo plow this field right up for you. Guess what? Your Yan family won't have a harvest next year. As he listened to Leng Ningshuang's words, Yan Lingfeng's gaze turned icy cold. If before, in Yan Lingfeng's eyes, Leng Ningshuang had seemed like someone he could easily push around. Now, Leng Ningshuang was like a rose covered in iron thorns. Touching her was out of the question. Even a single glance could draw blood. But Leng Ningshuang had truly struck at Yan Lingfeng's weak spot. After all, the Fire King grass would mature next year, coinciding with the Yan family's tax payment deadline to the capital. If the Fire King grass were truly destroyed, the Yan family would be finished. Thus, Yan Lingfeng is now firmly in Leng Ningshuang's grasp. Yet he had no choice but to agree to Leng Ningshuang's outrageous demands. Fine. Name your demands. Yan Lingfeng gritted his teeth. Seeing Yan Lingfeng speak, Leng Ningshuang smiled and held up one finger. 10 Fire King grasses. Impossible. Yan Lingfeng roared. Then I'll have Samo. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang waved her hand, signaling Samo to move. Watching Samo vanish once more, Yan Lingfeng felt his heart bleed, but ultimately he relented. Fine. 10 stems it is. Let's sign the contract now. Seeing Yan Lingfeng yield, Leng Ningshuang immediately handed the contract to Samo to sign with Yan Lingfeng. Only when Yan Lingfeng pressed his fingerprint did Leng Ningshuang nod in satisfaction. Having extorted Yan Lingfeng, Leng Ningshuang naturally turned her attention to the other two families. For the Zhou and Xian families, Leng Ningshuang's extortion was even simpler. The Zhou family possessed few valuable resources, so Leng Ningshuang boldly demanded a staggering 100 million from Zhou Xuan. 100 million yuan. Even in his previous life, that would have been a modest goal. Zhou Xuan couldn't help but wonder if Leng Ningshuang had lost her mind. Zhou Xuan immediately declared it impossible. But when Leng Ningshuang threatened to burn all the contracts in the Zhou family vault, Zhou Xuan, who had been stubbornly refusing, immediately agreed to sign the contract. After all, the contracts in the Zhou family vault were the very lifeblood of the Zhou family. If they were truly burned, the Zhou family would genuinely be set back to square one overnight. Forget 100 million? Even 100 million yuan, Zhou Xuan would hand over. However, the Zhou family's current cash flow amounted to only 100 million. So Leng Ningshuang had essentially wiped out the Zhou family's entire cash reserves. As for the Xian family, Leng Ningshuang's demands were the simplest. 300 liters of the Xian family's blood, plus Luochen's contract. Otherwise, Leng Ningshuang would have simply demolished the Xian family's blood bank. Though Xian Zuoyu was reluctant to sign Leng Ningshuang's proposal, he had no choice but to agree. Once the blood bank was destroyed, the Xian family's connection to the Earth realm would be severed. In that case, the Xian family would truly be finished. Thus, under Leng Ningshuang's extortion, the Yan, Zhao, and Xian families paid a hefty price. Through this extortion, Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan instantly transformed from destitute individuals into super wealthy tycoons. The three great families of the Long Night dared not speak out against it. After all, they were truly no match for Zhou Xuan now. 045 Arrival at Earth Capital. The most lavish auction in Earth Star. Have you heard the news? The Long Night market was turned upside down a few days ago. Some commoner robbed the three major families of the Long Night. Ha! Dude, don't bull me. The Long Night market may not be on par with our Earth capital, but it's still a city of Earth Fiend Heaven 1 caliber. The three major families of the Long Night each has deep roots and nearly 1,000 years of influence in the area. And they got robbed by a commoner? Put. You think I'd lie to you? Don't you check Earth Echo? This incident's all over the platform. Add me as a friend, and I'll send you the video. On a high-speed hover train in the city, two people were discussing recent events at the night market. On the levitation train, Luochen wearing a baseball cap glanced at the calm expression beside him. It was as if the two people in front weren't discussing him at all. Cold sister, you're way too calm about this. These two are talking about you, and you don't even blink? Hearing Luochen's words, Leng Ningshuang glanced at him and replied, what's there to react to? Do you want me to stand up and confess that I'm the one who snatched the heir from the three great families of Changye? I'm not that foolish. Besides, this isn't Changye. With so many people around, keeping a low profile is the best way to stay alive. After all, the experts here are all genuine beast masters. Hearing this, Luochen blinked and asked, Sis Leng, have you been to Earth City before? No. Leng Ningshuang lied without batting an eye. Then how do you know so much about Earth City? Luochen was puzzled. I read about it online. Leng Ningshuang continued her tall tale. Don't ask so many convoluted questions. Didn't I already give you the contract? Then why are you still following me around? Luochen sounded like a curious little kid, and Leng Ningshuang grew irritated. Of course I'm following you. You're so powerful, I need your protection. Luochen embraced Leng Ningshuang, a stark contrast to his demeanor at the Long Night market. Relying on others is no substitute for relying on yourself. Only when you're truly capable can you protect yourself. Facing Luochen's clingy embrace, Leng Ningshuang shot the girl a withering glance. I know that. That's why I'm working so hard to improve my strength now, right? So until I become truly formidable, I won't leave your side or in longs. Hearing Luochen's words, Leng Ningshuang snorted coldly inside. Zhou Xuan, look at the mess you've created. Now we're stuck with an extra burden. Hearing Leng Ningshuang vent directly at him, Zhou Xuan inside the spirit pet space stretched lazily and spoke with a sluggish tone. And now you're bringing me into this? Wasn't her contract what you wanted? I just saw you redeem her, didn't I? Leng Ningshuang stubbornly insisted. I just felt sorry for her and gave her a little guidance. Zhou Xuan replied calmly. Realizing her argument with Zhou Xuan was losing its edge, Leng Ningshuang sighed. Forget it. Arguing with you is pointless. This burden isn't entirely useless. Her blood possesses the ability to accelerate the maturation of spiritual medicines. If we can find her a blood-type spirit beast to form a contract with, then whenever we find precious spirit plant seeds, we can have her cultivate them. Listening to Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan stroked his handsome face and said solemnly, "So you're saying Fire King grass could be supplied without limit from now on?" After a moment's thought, Leng Ningshuang replied, "Not quite unlimited. But the Fire King grass, which normally matures once every 10 years, should be able to mature every 6 months under her care. If we contract her with a wood element spirit beast that can tend the fields, the pace could be accelerated even further." Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan chuckled, "So she's still a burden? I bet you've been wanting to keep her close all along, haven't you?" As expected, you women always say one thing and mean another. Hearing Zhou Xuan's teasing, Leng Ningshuang snorted inwardly and immediately chose to stop talking to him. Seeing Leng Ningshuang refuse to engage, Zhou Xuan shrugged indifferently and continued napping in the spirit pet space. Ever since completing his second evolution 3 days prior, Zhou Xuan had developed an insatiable appetite for sleep. After all, the changes to his body were simply too profound. He found it difficult to adjust to this powerful new body all at once. He needed sleep to adjust. Seeing Zhou Xuan asleep, Leng Ningshuang, who had intended to speak with him, let out a soft snort. Sleep on, sleep on. Someday I'll sleep you to death." "Sis Lon, what did you say?" Hearing Leng Ningshuang mutter to herself, Luochen felt a bit puzzled. "Oh, nothing. I was just saying this place is actually quite beautiful." Leng Ningshuang smoothly changed the subject. Not a trace of her inner dissatisfaction with Zhou Xuan showed. "Heh, it really is quite beautiful." Looking out at the scenic view, Luochen nodded in agreement. "By the way, Sister Leng, where are we headed next? This train seems to have reached the affluent district of Earth City, right?" Seeing the luxurious and bustling streets outside, Luochen asked. "To the auction house. I need to buy something for Zhou Xuan," Leng Ningshuang said, glancing at Luochen again. "I'll get something for you too." "Buy me something?" Luochen frowned in confusion. "Sis Leng, you really don't need to spend money on me. You work hard for your money." The moment the words left his mouth, Luochen couldn't help but recall the scene of Leng Ningshuang boldly extorting 100 million from Zhao Jueyun. For a moment, he felt that Leng Ningshuang probably made money quite easily. "If you want to follow me, you'd better be useful. I don't keep idle hands around. So buying you things isn't out of pity. It's to make you useful to me. Got it?" Gazing at Luochen, Leng Ningshuang spoke in a cold tone. Her tone was icy, but her heart burned fiercely. Having spent time with Leng Ningshuang, Luochen understood her temperament. The colder her tone, the more it signaled her inner turmoil. Her icy tone was merely a mask to hide her true emotions. Therefore, looking at Leng Ningshuang, Luochen took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "Understood, Sister Leng. I won't let you down." Upon hearing Luochen's words, Leng Ningshuang said no more. The hover train, which had been speeding along at high velocity, gradually slowed its breakneck pace. "Peak auction house is approaching. Passengers wishing to disembark, please prepare." Hearing the announcement, Leng Ningshuang rose to her feet. "Let's go, we've arrived at our destination." The moment Leng Ningshuang spoke, Luochen promptly stood up and followed her off the carriage. The moment Luochen stepped out, 2 ornate pillars adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes appeared before him. Behind the pillars lay tier upon tier of solid gold staircases. At the top of the staircase stood a magnificent palace. Above the palace hung a plaque. 5 large characters were inscribed upon it. Peak Auction House. Gazing upon the facade of this auction house, Luochen felt a sudden jolt of awe. "What? You call this an auction house?" Just as Luochen was stunned by the sheer grandeur of the Peak Auction House before him, a light, gentle voice whispered in her ear. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the most luxurious auction in the Earth Fiend Heaven. 046 VIP rating, Black Gold? The top tier VIP in Disha Tian." Hearing the voice beside her, Luochen turned to look in its direction. She saw a woman of striking beauty, with a perfectly proportioned figure, dressed in an OL-style outfit, beaming at her with a radiant smile. Looking at the woman before her, Luochen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Having lived in the long night market for so long, she prided herself on being above average in looks. Yet now, she found herself feeling somewhat inadequate when compared to this woman before her. Just as Luochen was wondering if this woman was some kind of supermodel, Leng Ningshuang's voice slowly echoed. "We're here for the auction. Show us in." Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Luochen froze in surprise. The next moment, the beautiful woman beside him flashed a radiant smile and gestured toward Leng Ningshuang with an inviting bow. "Distinguished guests, this way, please." Without further ado, Leng Ningshuang followed suit. Seeing Leng Ningshuang follow the woman, Luochen's face betrayed surprise. She then quickly scampered after Leng Ningshuang. But as she drew near Leng Ningshuang, Luochen leaned close and whispered in her ear. "Sis Leng, is this stunning woman just a server at this auction? Hearing Luochen's question, Leng Ningshuang glanced at her before replying calmly, what else would she be? Shouldn't someone this beautiful be at least a noble woman or something? Luochen was baffled. After all, in the long night market, even members of the three great clans were known for their penchant for collecting beauties. Behind every beautiful woman, there's usually a powerful figure backing her. Thus, seeing such a stunning woman merely serving as a waitress left Luochen somewhat bewildered. Overhearing Luochen whispering about her behind her back, the waitress remained silent, but inside, she had already let out a cold snort. Humph, just another bumpkin from who knows where. Never mind. Just get them into the auction hall. After that, their service has nothing to do with me. Despite her outwardly polite demeanor, the waitress harbored a deeply arrogant spirit. After all, this was the peak auction house. Even the 9 kings who ruled the Dominion dared not act out of line here. Honestly, working here made her feel like she was better than everyone else in the entire realm. That's why she looked down on Luochen's cricket with utter disdain. But this was purely an internal reaction. Outwardly, she remained perfectly cordial, her face adorned with a highly professional fake smile. Yet beneath that smile, the moment she saw the grand entrance before her, her scheming mind began to churn. For while the peak auction house was indeed luxurious, it wasn't open to just anyone. This gate would block anyone deemed unqualified from entering. The attendant, accustomed to seeing countless people, sized up Leng Ningshuang and Luochen and immediately concluded they had no business entering the auction house. Thus, while she remained silent outwardly, inwardly she was already preparing to witness the two being turned away at the door. That embarrassing scene. With that thought, the attendant stepped through the doors first, then turned to Leng Ningshuang and Luochen with a signature fake smile, saying softly, "Please come in, honored guests." Her eyes sparkled as she watched the pair before her, already eager to witness the humiliating moment when Leng Ningshuang and Luochen would be flung back by the doors. As for Leng Ningshuang, gazing at the grand entrance before her, she murmured to herself, I wonder what rating this gate will give me in this lifetime. With Zhou Xuan's talent, perhaps it could reach purple gold? With that thought, Leng Ningshuang stepped through the gate. Seeing Leng Ningshuang walk through the gate, the attendant froze in surprise. The scene she'd imagined Leng Ningshuang being flung back hadn't materialized. Instead, the moment Leng Ningshuang crossed the threshold, Zhou Xuan, who had been sleeping in the spirit pet space, was startled awake. The next moment, Zhou Xuan materialized from the spirit pet space. The instant he materialized, dense black mist began to coalesce around him. Then, before his eyes, this mysterious black mist rapidly solidified into a card in front of Zhou Xuan. Upon witnessing the dark mist materialize, the service staff member who had previously worn a professional fake smile immediately saw her pupils contract. She froze in place, utterly stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Leng Ningshuang, her gaze filled with utter shock. Black mist? How could this be possible? Not only was the attendant stunned by the black mist surging before them, but Leng Ningshuang herself froze for a second. But then, glancing at Zhou Xuan before her, Leng Ningshuang smiled and spoke. Zhou Xuan, it seems your talent has even shocked the auction house's rating system. Black mist is the symbol of the auction house's highest tier black gold card. That's right. Unlike other places where VIP status is determined by how much you spend. But Peak Auction House is different. The ornate, gilded gates at the entrance are indeed grand. But it is also a treasure artifact. Its origin lies not in the earthly or heavenly realms, but in the fifth world Zhou. The true masterminds behind the Peak Auction House are Zhou people. Otherwise, given the 9 kings of the earth realm's relentless plundering of the earth realm. If the Peak Auction House didn't have sufficiently powerful backing, it would have been completely dismantled by the 9 lords of the earth realm long ago. Nor could it have persistently sold illicit goods from the upper realm so brazenly. The auction house's VIP rating system is divided into 5 tiers. Red gold, white gold, azure gold, purple gold, black gold. Among these, crimson gold is the lowest tier, while black gold represents the highest. Don't underestimate these 5 tiers. Achieving them at the Peak Auction House is no easy feat. Ordinary individuals, or rather, average geniuses, simply cannot reach even the red gold tier. Across the entire Earth Fiend heaven, fewer than 1,000 individuals currently hold crimson gold card qualifications. As for platinum cards, in her previous life, Leng Ningshuang only managed to obtain one after emerging from the long night. The azure gold card, however, represents the absolute pinnacle of rating achievable in the earthly fiend realm today. Currently, only the 9 sovereigns of Earth realm possess this rating. As for the purple gold tier above that, the staff had never witnessed anyone in the earthly realm attain such a rating. And as for the black gold card before them now? Thus, upon witnessing the black gold card materialize before them, the staff lost their composure, a reaction that even Leng Ningshuang hadn't anticipated. Listening to Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan gazed at the black gold card with an unflappable expression. He sensed nothing extraordinary emanating from it. In fact, Zhou Xuan felt a hint of irritation. This thing actually had the nerve to drag him out? Boring. With a cold remark, Zhou Xuan flung the black gold card back at Leng Ningshuang. He then turned and returned to the spirit pet space to sleep. Seeing Zhou Xuan's reaction, Leng Ningshuang wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, this guy never cared much for things he couldn't eat. Seeing the black gold card already in Leng Ningshuang's hands, the attendant beside her immediately changed her demeanor, no longer eager to witness Leng Ningshuang's downfall, and stepped forward to stand before her. Whether from sheer nervousness or some other reason, she stumbled and fell straight to her knees with a thud. Though the sudden fall caused her intense pain, she dared not show the slightest hint of pain as she looked at Leng Ningshuang. Instead, she lifted her head and offered Leng Ningshuang her professional smile. "Esteemed Black Gold VIP, how may I assist you? I am attendant number 13494, Zhou Xuan, of the Peak Auction House. It is my pleasure to serve you. Free Master Beast Taming Technique worth 47 million? Zhou Xuan was utterly stunned. She truly never imagined that Leng Ningshuang, whom she had assumed would be rejected outright, could actually receive a black gold level appraisal. And to top it off, the spirit beast that received that black gold rating looked down on the black gold card with utter disdain. This left Zhou Xuan utterly stunned. This was a black gold VIP, after all. Not only had Zhou Xuan never seen one in her entire life, even the manager of the entire Peak Auction House probably hadn't seen one. Though Zhou Xuan hadn't openly spoken ill of Leng Ningshuang, fear still gnawed at her heart. That's precisely why she lost her footing and stumbled to the ground. Seeing Zhou Xuan sprawled on the floor, Leng Ningshuang glanced at her and said, let's go. Take me inside to have a look. I need to buy something anyway." Hearing Leng Ningshuang didn't blame her, Zhou Xuan's heart immediately filled with joy. She scrambled to her feet, not even bothering to brush the dust off her clothes, and followed Leng Ningshuang straight into the auction hall. As for Luochen, though she had also entered the auction hall, she hadn't managed to condense a VIP card like Leng Ningshuang had. Clearly, Luochen's current abilities hadn't yet reached the level required for the Peak Auction House to grant a VIP card. However, since she was accompanying Leng Ningshuang, she could still enter the auction house without issue. "Sister Ningshuang, is there anything special you'd like to buy?" Compared to before, Zhou Xuan now carried less aloofness and more warmth. In an effort to build rapport, she even used an affectionate nickname for Leng Ningshuang. After all, in Zhou Xuan's eyes, Leng Ningshuang was a black gold VIP. She had to serve her well. Who knows? This single transaction might catapult her to the top, making her the manager of the Peak Auction House. Leng Ningshuang didn't resist Zhou Xuan's overtures. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she understood perfectly why Zhou Xuan was acting this way. Truth be told, if Leng Ningshuang were in Zhou Xuan's position, she'd likely act the same way. Beast Control Technique. Beast Taming Technique's special skills in this world that only Beast Tamer Masters could wield. There were many types of Beast Taming Techniques in this world, but they are broadly divided into 2 categories: Combat Type and Support Type. Combat Type Beast Master Techniques, such as the Flame Spirit used by Yan Luo during the Great Night Tournament, are straightforward enhancement type abilities within the combat category. As for Support Type skills, these focus more on the application of techniques. For instance, techniques like Insight, which reveals an opponent's true strength, or Trace, which locates unique energy sources. In short, Beast Master techniques are incredibly diverse. However, in the world of Beast Market, where Beast Taming civilization is highly advanced, mastering Beast Taming techniques is no simple feat. The Beast Realm is governed by the 8 divisions. The Divine Division upholds justice, the Demon Division wields slaughter, the Beast Division controls spirit beasts, and the Wealth Division manages currency. Among these 8 divisions, one department specifically manages intellectual property rights, the Arts Division. The Ministry of Arts is ancient, its origins seemingly tracing back to primordial times. Back then, there were almost no restrictions on using beast taming techniques. Anyone could learn and use them freely. Some powerful individuals would even seize the beast taming techniques of weaker practitioners outright upon seeing them. Those with exceptional talent could instantly discern the techniques behind another's beast taming skill and master it on the spot. Thus, beast tamers and sects clashed violently in their scramble for these techniques. The beast market back then was nothing short of a bloodbath. To bring order to the beast market, the 10 most powerful beastmaster sects united to establish the Artistry Division. Its purpose was to standardize the use of beast taming techniques. This ensured every participant in the beast market could utilize beast taming techniques. Simultaneously, it ensured that creators of beast taming techniques could reap the rewards of their intellectual contributions. Thus, every beast taming technique that emerged in this world was registered with the art department. Those wishing to learn beast taming techniques could purchase usage rights from the Artistry Division. Beast taming techniques are ranked into tiers: beginner, common, expert, military, and immortal. Yan Luo's beast spirit technique, for instance, was an ordinary grade skill. But don't underestimate it. Purchasing lifetime usage rights for it would cost a staggering 1 million. Yan Luo possessed innate mastery, so he never had to pay that price. As for the Zhao family's blood fusion technique, it was essentially a type of beast taming skill too. It just employed a slightly different method. Nevertheless, it already qualifies as a semi-expert level beast taming technique. Since Earth Fiend Heaven occupies the lowest tier of the Beast Ruins 8 divisions, The art division strictly forbids the sale of beast taming techniques within the Earth Fiend Heaven. Consequently, very few individuals in the entire Earth Fiend Heaven possess mastery of beast taming techniques. Only the core members of the 9 royal families in the Earth capital are qualified to access them. And the source of these 9 royal families' beast taming techniques was none other than this peak auction house. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang wanted to purchase beast taming techniques, Xiao Kuei froze in surprise. Then she realized she'd been looking down on someone. The woman not only knew about the peak auction house selling beast taming skill usage rights, and here she was looking down on her. Thank goodness she hadn't spoken out of turn earlier. Otherwise, if Leng Ningshuang had taken offense, she could have dropped dead on the spot and no one would have batted an eye. Sister Ningshuang, beast master techniques are quite precious. Please follow me this way. As she spoke, Xiao Kuei led Leng Ningshuang and Luochen to a quiet pavilion. Upon entering the pavilion, Xiao Kuei waved her small hand. A virtual interface materialized before Leng Ningshuang. Sis Ningshuang, this is the selection interface. Please take a look and see if anything catches your eye. As she spoke, Xiao Kuei handed the selection interface to Leng Ningshuang. Seeing the interface before her, Leng Ningshuang typed 3 characters into the search bar with practiced ease: Divine Dragon Transformation. The next second, a detailed description of a beast taming skill popped up before Leng Ningshuang's eyes. Beast taming technique, Divine Dragon Transformation. Grade, military grade. Description: temporarily activates the dragon blood within a spirit pet, allowing it to fully transform into a dragon for a short period. The higher the grade of dragon blood, the more pronounced the transformation effect. Currently available, permanent usage rights for Divine Dragon Transformation Stage 1. Price, 10 million. Just as I thought, there's a military-grade Divine Dragon Transformation here. For Leng Ningshuang, her entire reason for coming to the Peak Auction House was to acquire this Divine Dragon Transformation, Stage 1. This beast taming technique was arguably the best and most suitable one she could find in the Earth Fiend Heaven for Zhou Xuan. Keep in mind, this is a military-grade beast taming skill. Its sale is strictly prohibited in the beast market. Only members of the beast market's 8 divisions were authorized to obtain it. Its appearance at the Peak Auction House was truly a rare occurrence. Purchase. Though it only granted permanent use of the first stage of Divine Dragon Transformation and carried a staggering price tag of 10 million. But for Leng Ningshuang, whose net worth now exceeds 100 million, she bought it without batting an eye. Just as Leng Ningshuang was about to confirm her purchase, a voice suddenly reached her ears. As you are Peak Auction House's first Black Gold VIP, this beast taming technique is our Peak Auction House's gift to you as a token of our appreciation. Hearing the voice beside her, Leng Ningshuang turned to look in its direction. A man dressed in a snow-white robe, sporting long hair styled in an ancient fashion, and holding a jade fan, entered the quiet pavilion with an air of refined elegance. Upon seeing the man before her, Leng Ningshuang instantly recognized his identity. He was none other than the manager of the Peak Auction House. The White Jade Gentleman, one of the 4 gentlemen of the earthly capital. Lot 048, Celestial Auction, Glass Cloud Patterned Vase. Miss Ningshuang, I am Chu Baiyu, the current manager of this Peak Auction House. Upon seeing Leng Ningshuang, the Jade Prince showed no airs whatsoever, immediately bowing deeply to her. By the way, where is your companion who received the Black Gold evaluation? Glancing at Leng Ningshuang, Chu Baiyu looked around restlessly, searching for Zhou Xuan's whereabouts. He's sleeping and doesn't wish to come out for now. Hearing this, Chu Baiyu's face showed a hint of disappointment. After all, he was quite curious to see what kind of formidable spirit beast could be granted a black gold card. Chu Baiyu's sudden appearance didn't exactly surprise Leng Ningshuang. After all, Zhou Xuan had achieved a black gold rating. Even at the Peak Auction House of Changxing Tian, no one possessed a black gold rating. Therefore, if Chu Baiyu hadn't shown up, Leng Ningshuang would have found it strange. Though Leng Ningshuang recognized Chu Baiyu, she wasn't particularly familiar with him. In her previous life, Leng Ningshuang had barely arrived in the Earth realm when the famed White Jade Prince of Earth City vanished without a trace. Along with him, the other 3 of the 4 noble sons of Earth City vanished as well. No one knew the reason for their disappearance. However, the 4 noble sons of the Underworld City enjoyed an exceptionally good reputation within the city. Their standing far surpassed that of the 9 royal families of the Earth realm. Some say the 4 noble sons had offended the 9 royal families. Others suggested they had angered powerful figures from the upper realm. In any case, their disappearance remains an enigma. Though in Leng Ningshuang's memory, Chu Baiyu had been a decent person. But having lived 2 lifetimes, Leng Ningshuang, who had emerged from a world of deceit and betrayal, trusted no one. Thus, upon seeing Chu Baiyu, she merely nodded calmly. You say this Divine Dragon Transformation is meant for me? This is a beast taming technique worth millions. Are you really willing to part with it so easily? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Chu Baiyu smiled faintly. Chu never speaks falsehoods. You are the first Black Gold VIP of our Peak Auction House. It's only because Chu lacks sufficient authority. Otherwise, Chu would certainly present you with an even more valuable treasure. Hearing Chu Baiyu speak thus, Leng Ningshuang waved her hand and said, "More expensive items are unnecessary. Since you've put it that way, just give me the rubbing of the divine dragon's transformation." Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's request, Chu Baiyu turned his gaze to Xiao Kuei standing nearby. "Xiao Kuei, fetch the rubbing." At Chu Baiyu's command, Xiao Kuei, who had been momentarily stunned, nodded repeatedly. She swiftly fetched the rubbing of divine dragon transformation. "Here you go, Sister Ningshuang." With that, Xiao Kuei handed the rubbing to Leng Ningshuang. Gazing at the delicate, paper-thin rubbing before her, Leng Ningshuang made no pretense of politeness. She immediately placed her hand on the cover of the rubbing. The next moment, Leng Ningshuang's hand effortlessly passed through the copy. The once tangible rubbing instantly dissolved into starlight, flickering and vanishing. As the rubbing vanished before Leng Ningshuang, the next second, detailed instructions on how to use divine dragon transformation appeared in Leng Ningshuang's memory. Feeling the sudden influx of knowledge in her mind, Leng Ningshuang knew she now possessed the ability to wield divine dragon transformation. However, mastering its use would require some time to become familiar with it. But with the divine dragon transformation, Zhou Xuan's already terrifying combat prowess was bound to increase. For a moment, Leng Ningshuang felt more confident about entering the Earth Capital's secret realm. "Thanks." Seeing that the divine dragon transformation was now hers, Leng Ningshuang glanced at Chu Baiyu and offered a casual thank you. Then, she turned her gaze to Luochen beside her and said, "Luochen, let's go." With that, Leng Ningshuang prepared to lead Luochen away. Seeing Leng Ningshuang about to leave, Chu Baiyu gently waved his jade fan and smiled, "Miss Ningshuang, please wait a moment." Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang halted her steps and turned to face Chu Baiyu. "What? Having second thoughts? Miss Ningshuang, you jest." Chu Baiyu smiled. "It's just a matter of waiting a little while longer. Our Peak Auction House will soon be holding its annual Heavenly Character Auction. If Miss Ningshuang isn't in too much of a hurry, I believe you might wish to linger a little longer. I see that Miss Ningshuang is also knowledgeable in such matters. Perhaps this auction will feature the very treasure you seek? The Celestial Auction?" Hearing Chu Baiyu speak thus, Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but pause in surprise. In her memory, shouldn't the Tianzi auction be held 6 months from now? How could it be held 6 months early? The Tianzi auction is the Pinnacle Auction House's annual flagship event. Each year, it auctioned off treasures of immense value and rarity. Occasionally, it even featured treasures passed down from the upper realm. Thus, the heavenly auction is always bustling with activity each year. Yet today, the entire Peak Auction House seems unusually quiet. This clearly doesn't look like preparations for the heavenly character auction. Hearing Chu Baiyu speak thus, Leng Ningshuang furrowed her brows and said, "I thought the Tianzi auction wasn't scheduled to open until 6 months from now? Why is it happening so early this year?" Hearing Leng Ningshuang's confusion, Chu Baiyu swayed her jade fan and smiled lightly. "It seems Miss Ningshuang is quite familiar with our Peak Auction House. You're quite right, the Peak Auction House's regular heavenly character auction does indeed commence in 6 months. But that's merely the official Tianzi auction held for public view. The Peak Auction House always holds an additional Tianzi auction 6 months in advance. This time, every participant in the Tianzi auction is a platinum level VIP or higher. The truly valuable items are all featured in this auction. The one 6 months later is merely a facade for public display." Hearing Chu Baiyu speak thus, Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Truth be told, though she was a reincarnated soul, she hadn't realized the Peak Auction House in Didi City operated such a dual-track auction system. However, hearing Chu Baiyu's words piqued Leng Ningshuang's interest in this Tianzi auction. After all, she'd always heard that Earth City's top auction houses handled many treasures flowing down from the upper realms. Yet, having participated in a Tianzi auction once in her previous life, Leng Ningshuang hadn't discovered any treasures. Now it seemed the truly valuable treasures were all in this heavenly character auction. Therefore, Leng Ningshuang looked at Chu Baiyu and inquired, "Is there a catalog for this heavenly auction?" As a reincarnated individual, Leng Ningshuang remained highly discerning when it came to treasures. If there weren't any particular items she wanted, she wouldn't have been eager to participate in this Tianzi auction. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's request, Chu Baiyu wasted no words. With a flick of his fingers, a virtual panel materialized in his hand. The next moment, Chu Baiyu placed the ethereal panel before Leng Ningshuang. "This is the catalog of items up for auction. Miss Ningshuang, please take a look." Hearing Chu Baiyu's words, Leng Ningshuang turned her gaze to the auction catalog before her. Third-tier spirit soil? Using it to cultivate Fire King grass might even have its growth time. Mixed dragon blood? This is also a valuable item that might prove useful for Nija. It seems this Dark Heaven auction really has something special. Glancing over the numerous items before her, Leng Ningshuang quickly spotted several that caught her eye. Frankly, the quality of this auction far surpassed that of the heavenly auction to be held half a year later. As she scanned the auction items, Leng Ningshuang made up her mind to participate in this heavenly character auction. But just as Leng Ningshuang scrolled to the end of the auction catalog, she froze upon seeing the final item, a jade bottle as translucent and emerald green as glass, intricately carved with cloud patterns. A jade cloud patterned vase? 049 growth type spirit object, the root of the chaos of immortality. Miss Ningshuang, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this catalog? Seeing Leng Ningshuang's gaze fixed on the auction catalog, Zhu Baiyu beside her couldn't help but ask in confusion. Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang, who had been slightly flustered, quickly shook her head. Oh, nothing. I just find this bottle rather beautiful. By the way, why is this vase the last lot? Is there something special about it? Catching Zhu Baiyu's gaze, Leng Ningshuang feigned nonchalance as she inquired. But in her heart, Leng Ningshuang understood this glass cloud patterned bottle better than anyone else. For it was the very catalyst that ignited the eternal life rebellion in her previous life. Back then, Zhou Xuan, in a fit of rage, had the Shadow Legion sweep across the entire immortal realm all because of this bottle. Guo Tsuji, who had always remained unassuming and quietly amassed power, was also forced to reveal his plans prematurely because of this very bottle, ultimately leading to his demise. Truth be told, the emergence of the glass cloud pattern vase had fundamentally altered the entire landscape of the eternal heaven. It was also because of this bottle that Leng Ningshuang caught the attention of that great figure from the heavens beyond. Step by step, she ascended to become the peerless Empress. Thus, Leng Ningshuang was intimately familiar with the glass cloud patterned vase. The bottle's uniqueness stems from two key aspects. First, the jade cloud patterned vase itself is an extraordinary spiritual artifact. Typically, spiritual objects are categorized by tier. For instance, the Fire King grass is a third-tier artifact, while the star-chasing flower is second-tier. Yet the glass cloud patterned vase possesses no such tier. This is because it is a growth-type spiritual object extremely rare even within the entire beast ruins. Indeed, this bottle possesses the ability to grow like a spirit beast. Moreover, its growth is of the rare, unrestricted kind. It is precisely this quality that has drawn the covetous eyes of countless beings in the eternal heaven. As for its second unique trait, the glass cloud pattern vase can transform. Indeed, the glass cloud pattern bottle can be contracted as a spirit pet. For a beast tamer, it's not the difficulty of the path they fear. What they truly dread from the bottom of their hearts. That they can see the end of their path as a beast master from the very start. For the vast majority of spirit beasts in the beast market have inherent limitations on their potential. Only an extremely rare few, like Zhou Xuan, possess the potential for limitless growth. Thus, the very appearance of the Liuli cloud pattern bottle ignited a fierce scramble among all factions of the eternal heaven. Ultimately, this very artifact became the root of the eternal chaos. Even Leng Ningshuang herself became deeply entangled because of the jade cloud patterned vase. Thus, when Leng Ningshuang saw the glass cloud pattern vase again, she was utterly astonished. She never imagined that the very catalyst that ignited the chaos of immortality would actually appear in the Earth Fiend heaven. Facing Leng Ningshuang's deliberately casual inquiry, Zhu Baiyu beside her failed to notice anything amiss. Instead, Zhu Baiyu chuckled lightly and began to explain. Oh, this is the glass cloud pattern vase. It drifted down from the upper realm a few days ago. I'm no expert, so my knowledge of this vase is limited. But since it's a treasure from the upper realm, its price is naturally substantial. In our auction house's current experiments, it appears to possess the unique ability to purify energy. If Miss Ningshuang is skilled in concocting elixirs, this glass bottle with cloud patterns would be most suitable for you. As he spoke, Zhu Baiyu fanned himself with his jade fan and chuckled softly. His courteous demeanor was as soothing as a gentleman carved from white jade. As Leng Ningshuang listened to Zhu Baiyu's explanation, a quiet chuckle rose within her. Refining energy? That was indeed the most unique ability of the cloud-patterned glass vase. But in truth, the effect wasn't purification, it was the removal of impurities, thereby refining the most pristine spiritual medicine. Not only spiritual medicine, but even something like Luochen's Xian family bloodline could be purified. Thinking of this, Leng Ningshuang glanced at the starting bid for the glass cloud pattern bottle on the auction catalog. 10 million right off the bat? I wonder if 100 million would secure it. But I recall platinum VIPs can get a 100 million credit line at the Peak Auction House. As a black gold VIP, I should be able to borrow even more. Never mind. I'll just bid as needed later. If all else fails, I'll just snatch it myself. With that thought, Leng Ningshuang resolved to secure the glazed cloud patterned vase at all costs. I wish to participate in this heavenly auction. Thank you for your help. Leng Ningshuang addressed Zhu Baiyu. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Xiaokue, escort Miss Ningshuang and this young lady to the Peak 1 VIP box. Upon learning Leng Ningshuang intended to attend the heavenly character auction, Zhu Baiyu immediately began making arrangements. Understood, young master. Distinguished guests, please follow me. As she spoke, Xiaokue led Leng Ningshuang toward Peak 1 VIP box. The Peak 1 VIP box, this was the finest box in the entire Peak auction house. This box was traditionally reserved for the 9 royal families of the Earth realm. That Zhu Baiyu had directly ushered Leng Ningshuang into peak 1 clearly demonstrated the high regard he held for her. Watching Xiao Kuei lead Leng Ningshuang and Luochen away, Zhu Baiyu's previously gentle and relaxed expression gradually stiffened. His gaze then fixed on the glass-like cloud-patterned vase listed in the auction catalog. Another suitor for the cloud-patterned glass vase? Hard to say whether this is a blessing or a curse. But as the master once said, a VIP rated at the black gold level is, at the very least, a peerless prodigy destined to break into the fifth world's Zhou Do Tian. Perhaps handing this hot potato of a bottle to Leng Ningshuang isn't such a bad thing for me after all. At this point, Zhu Baiyu couldn't help but lift his head and let out a long, drawn-out sigh, his face betraying a look of helplessness. Sword-obsessed elder sister, why did you have to steal this hot potato from the upper realm? The bigwigs up there are practically going mad with worry. Ah! I just hope those big shots from the upper realm don't come looking for us. After speaking, Zhu Baiyu sighed helplessly once more. He then strode out of the serene pavilion. Guided by Xiao Kuei, Leng Ningshuang and Luochen soon arrived at the pinnacle VIP suite of the Tianzi auction house. So this is the peak number 1 VIP box? It doesn't seem much different from those luxurious boxes at Chanya, does it? Upon entering peak suite number 1, Luochen glanced around and remarked. The decor of peak suite number 1 was indeed rather simple. But it's an absolute symbol of status. Xiao Kuei smiled as she spoke. It's all thanks to Miss Ningshuang's generosity that I get to experience the peak 1 VIP room for the first time. By the way, distinguished guests, is there anything in particular you'd like to eat? Our peak auction house boasts the finest culinary team in the entire city. Whatever you desire, we can provide. No sooner had Xiao Kuei finished speaking. The next second, a sharp crack echoed through the private room. Then a deep voice slowly echoed. If possible, grill 5 whole cattle for me. Thanks. 050 Zhou Xian's future wife? The Hua family that's been making all the noise? Ah. Hearing the deep voice beside her, Xiao Kuei's heart skipped a beat. When she looked in the direction of the sound, a 2-meter-tall creature with eyes glowing crimson appeared beside her. Though Xiao Kuei had encountered many strange people, this was her first time seeing someone whose eyes emitted a crimson glow. More importantly, the aura emanating from this being was utterly terrifying. One glance at him felt like seeing a demon risen from hell itself. That's why she was so terrified she screamed. Haha, brother Zhou Xian, you scared the pretty lady. Seeing Xiao Kuei scream, Luochen beside them glanced at Zhou Xian and covered her mouth with a smile. Am I that scary looking? Hearing Luochen's words, Zhou Xian turned to Xiao Kuei and pointed at himself, asking. Before his second evolution, Zhou Xian admitted he wasn't exactly handsome. Scaring people was, well, pretty normal. But now, after his second evolution, he was undeniably a peerless heartthrob. Right? Even looking like this, I still scare people? Who in their right mind would eat 5 whole cows in one sitting? Cold Ling Shuang, who'd been silent all along, shot back with a sharp remark. Xiao Kuei, it's fine. This is my partner. Go prepare 5 roasted oxen as he requested. Despite her sharp tongue, Leng Ningshuang was quite indulgent toward Zhou Xian. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang speak, Xiao Kuei first glanced at Zhou Xian. Noticing Xiao Kuei's gaze, Zhou Xian flashed a smile he considered exceptionally approachable. Oh, great. But as Zhou Xian smiled, Xiao Kuei felt a chill run down her spine. Because she couldn't shake the feeling. This guy was essentially saying, if you don't prepare 5 oxen, I'll eat you alive. In response, Xiao Kuei hurriedly said, alright. I'll go prepare them right now. With that, she hurried out of the private room. Seeing Xiao Kuei leave in such a hurry, Zhou Xian turned to Luochen and said, right? Is my smile that terrifying? Why is her whole body trembling? Luochen shook his head. I don't find it scary at all. It actually feels very approachable. That's just your love-struck brain, Leng Ningshuang snorted. With that demonic aura radiating from him, who wouldn't be scared? I'm already being very professional. Faced with Leng Ningshuang's sharp tongue, Zhou Xian couldn't be bothered to argue. Instead, he plopped himself right in the center of the sofa. The sofa was large, but so was Zhou Xian's frame. Sitting like this, Zhou Xian could just about steady himself. Old Lang, when are you gonna get a couch for the spirit pet space? How about I get you a double bed too? Then Leng Ningshuang glanced at Luochen before ushering her inside. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Luochen's face flushed slightly. Zhou Xian rolled his eyes. Is that how you see yourself? Dragons are inherently lustful, who knows? Leng Ningshuang remained as sharp-tongued as ever. Alright, I'm scared of you. Faced with Leng Ningshuang's relentless barrage of sharp remarks, Zhou Xian was genuinely at a loss for words. Oh, right, I heard you mention attending an auction earlier while you were sleeping? What? Is there something at this auction that interests you? As for Zhou Xian, he was well aware of Leng Ningshuang's status as a reincarnator. As a reincarnator, Leng Ningshuang approached everything with a strong sense of purpose. The fire jade pendant, the star-chasing flower queen, the long night pool. Every time Leng Ningshuang made a decision, it usually signaled something significant was about to happen. Originally, according to Leng Ningshuang's explanation, she had only come to purchase the lifetime usage rights for the first layer of the beast taming technique, Divine Dragon Transformation. Yet now she had come straight to participate in this auction. Naturally, this piqued Zhou Xuan's curiosity about what had captured Leng Ningshuang's attention. At Zhou Xuan's inquiry, Leng Ningshuang's previously composed expression abruptly shifted. She then fixed Zhou Xuan with a gaze that carried a hint of ambiguity. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's expression turn suggestive, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. He'd known Leng Ningshuang for quite some time. He knew her personality well. Whenever she wore that particular expression, she was definitely up to something mischievous. Hey, could you please not look at me like that? Zhou Xuan thought to himself, speechless. Could you just say what you want to say? Hearing Zhou Xuan speak thus, Leng Ningshuang finally withdrew her suggestive gaze with a hint of amusement, then chuckled softly, nothing much. I just came to buy your future wife. How about it? Pretty generous of me, huh? Future wife? Hearing Leng Ningshuang say this, not only Zhou Xuan froze, but even Luochen couldn't help but stare in surprise. Sis Leng, what wife are you talking about? Could it be that dragon bloodline auctions are happening at this event? Luochen hadn't seen the auction catalog, so he could only speculate. As for Zhou Xuan beside her, he remained silent, instead staring at Leng Ningshuang with an unusually intense gaze. Zhou Xuan knew the truth about Leng Ningshuang, her identity as a reincarnator. Frankly, Leng Ningshuang should be aware of what she would accomplish in the future. Thus, his direct gaze was a silent inquiry, was she joking, or was she stating the truth? Facing Zhou Xuan's intense gaze, Leng Ningshuang showed no sign of flinching, calmly meeting his stare. Seeing her demeanor, Zhou Xuan connected with her through telepathy. You mean it's true? You guess. Leng Ningshuang smiled. How am I supposed to guess? Zhou Xuan was speechless. Guess whatever you want. Leng Ningshuang chuckled. Could I really have a wife? Zhou Xuan asked tentatively. How should I know? We weren't close back then. Leng Ningshuang shot Zhou Xuan a withering look. You're such a pain, can't you just stop being so cryptic? Zhou Xuan snapped, slightly annoyed. Don't worry. I may not know if you two are married, but you sure do spoil her. So whether she's your wife or not, I'll snatch her away for you. Leng Ningshuang winked at Zhou Xuan. Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak so boldly, Zhou Xuan fell silent. Because he couldn't tell if Leng Ningshuang was being serious or not. If it was true, wouldn't that be a bit too dramatic? If it wasn't, then why would Leng Ningshuang say such a thing? She wasn't the type to joke around. For a moment, Zhou Xuan stared blankly at the still empty auction hall. Just as Zhou Xuan was lost in thought, a loud and arrogant voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. What? Didn't Peak Auction House say that Peak Suite number 1 would never be open to the public? How come there's someone in Peak Suite 1 now? Are you people at Peak Auction House out of your minds? Let me tell you. Get whoever's in there to come out and apologize right now. Otherwise, my Hua family will make him know the cruelty of the Flower King, one of the 9 kings of the underworld. 051 Hua family's 17th, the drunken dream Prince Yao Meng. Outside Peak 1 private room. Xiao Kuei, who had just stepped out of the VIP room, looked at the man before her blonde hair, an arrogant expression and a look of unease spread across her face. Had it been anyone else making such a challenge, Xiao Kuei might have walked away without so much as a glance. But the one speaking now was no ordinary person. He was a member of the Hua family. The Hua family, one of the 9 royal families of Earth City. While the 9 royal families of the Earth realm publicly declared that the 9 kings coexisted without hierarchy, in reality, they were divided into the upper 3 houses, middle 3 houses, and lower 3 houses. And the Hua family is precisely one of the upper 3 houses. The entire medicinal herb industry of Earth Capital is operated by the Hua family. Even the clinics lining the streets of Earth City hold shares owned by the Hua family. Thus, offending the Hua family meant you wouldn't be able to buy a single herb in the entire city. Faced with the young punk's provocation, Xiao Kuei found herself at a loss. If she spoke up, she'd offend the Hua family. If she remained silent, she would violate the auction house's rules. Just as Xiao Kuei was caught between a rock and a hard place, a slurred voice slowly echoed through the air. Hua shirts you? What? You want to start something in the auction house? Or else, how about I spar with you? Hearing the slurred words at his ear, Hua Shirchuan's previously arrogant expression instantly changed. When he saw the source of the voice, a flushed man reeking of alcohol, clutching a gourd flask as he approached, he instinctively took a step back. Yao Meng, what do you think you're doing? The yellow-haired man known as Hua Shirchuan seemed utterly terrified of the drunken figure before him. His previously arrogant demeanor vanished as he watched the man steadily approach, retreating step by step. He was terrified of getting within 3 meters of the other man. You wanted to fight, right? I'm just here to keep you company, aren't I? Yao Meng, the man before Hua Shirchuan, appeared dazed and slurred his words. Yet he deftly uncorked the flask in his hand and immediately tilted his head back, gulping down a generous mouthful of the rich, mellow liquor. Ah! This damn wine is seriously good. Big sister really didn't lie to me. Wine from the upper realm really is more fragrant than the stuff down here. With the wine coursing through his veins, Yao Meng's speech cleared. His face flushed crimson as he flashed a bright smile toward Hua Shirtsu, who had already retreated several steps. He sneered, "You coward, why are you backing away again? Weren't you all fired up just now? Now you're all cooled down?" Hearing Yao Meng's words, Hua Shirtsuan's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched so tightly they ached. Yet despite Yao Meng's taunts, Hua Shirtsuan finally gritted his teeth and said, "Yao Meng, you're ruthless." With that, Hua Shirtsu, who had been so arrogant moments before, turned and walked away. Seeing Hua Shirtsuan leave, Xiao Kuei, who had been tense, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then turned her gaze to Yao Meng and said gratefully, "Thank you, young Master Yao, for saving the day." Yao Meng waved it off. "Just helping third brother keep things in order. Didn't disturb the VIPs, did I?" As he spoke, Yao Meng glanced toward the Peak 1 VIP box. "Not yet. He hasn't managed to get in." "Oh, that's good. Go prepare the supplies. I'll keep watch here." As she spoke, Yao Meng didn't mind the dirt on the floor, nor did she care about her own lack of decorum. She simply sprawled lazily on the floor of Peak 1's VIP box. She looked like a vagrant, yet her carefree demeanor gave her an unconventional charm. Seeing Yao Meng like this, Xiao Kuei didn't say much. Having known Yao Meng for so many years, Xiao Kuei understood his character well. "Young master, please rest for now. I'll bring you a fine bottle of wine shortly." With that, Xiao Kuei headed toward the kitchen area. Hearing Xiao Kuei's words, Yao Meng, lying on the ground, couldn't help but smile. "All these years, you're still the one who understands me best, Xiao Kuei." His gaze drifted to the sealed, soundproof red curtain behind him. Third brother actually reserved the Peak 1 VIP room. Just what kind of VIP guest has arrived? Could it be someone from the upper realms? Whatever. Not my damn business. I'm just here to guard the door. With that, Yao Meng tilted her head back and downed a mouthful of liquor. Damn, that's good. With the fine liquor coursing through him, Yao Meng, sprawled on the floor, soon began to snore softly. Hearing the faint snoring outside the door, Luochen froze in surprise. Is he asleep already? If not, this person would be pretty strange, wouldn't they? Facing Luochen's bewilderment, Leng Ningshuang responded with a matter-of-fact tone. This was Yao Meng, the fourth ranked of the four gentlemen of the capital, known as the Drunken Dream Gentleman. He's just like that, drinks and sleeps. How could he be one of the four gentlemen? Luochen couldn't understand. Why not? Leng Ningshuang replied calmly, the four gentlemen of the Earth Capital are no less formidable than the 9 kings of the Earth Capital. It's said that even the combined strength of the 9 lords might not be enough to defeat these four. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Luochen couldn't help but startle. Her gaze then shifted to Yao Meng, who was sleeping unconventionally outside the transparent screen. To Luochen, the 9 lords of the Earth realm were names that struck fear into the hearts of all. At the Xian residence, she had lost count of how many times she'd heard the Xians boast about the earthly 9 king. So in Luochen's mind, the earthly 9 prince was nothing short of the ruler of earthly calamities. And now you're telling me this scruffy, unkempt man before us is stronger than the ordinary 9th prince? How could Luochen not be astonished? Compared to Luochen's shock, Zhou Xuan's expression remained calm. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Yao Meng, Zhou Xuan had sensed that this seemingly scruffy fellow was no ordinary man. Frankly, the aura emanating from him already made Zhou Xuan feel a sense of apprehension. Zhou Xuan's current combat prowess could easily handle the 3 top-tier fighters of the Long Night faction alone. Yet he sensed that defeating Yao Meng would prove considerably more difficult. His odds weren't exactly slim, but they certainly didn't exceed 50%. Stop overthinking it. This guy isn't our enemy. You don't need to calculate whether you can defeat him. Seeing Zhou Xuan's gaze fixed on Yao Meng, Leng Ningshuang spoke bluntly. Besides, he's already pushed himself to his absolute limit. Unless he gets a chance to obtain an advancement agreement. Otherwise, this is how his life will remain. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan froze. Advancement agreement? What on earth was that? Facing Zhou Xuan's questioning, Leng Ningshuang replied calmly, something that allows me to advance further while enabling you to effortlessly break through to the second realm. Such items are extremely rare in the Earth Fiend Heaven. But I know where to find it in the Earth Fiend Heaven. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's answer, Zhou Xuan didn't fully grasp what she meant. But since she had a plan, he didn't bother to overthink it. After all, Leng Ningshuang undoubtedly knew far more than he did. For now, he only needed to follow her plan step by step. Meanwhile, in the Peak Suite number 2, Hua Shirtsu, who had been arrogantly boastful moments ago, now knelt on both knees, glaring indignantly at a black-clad youth seated on the sofa before him. Lord Junxiong, that Chu Baiyu has gone too far. He knew you were coming, yet not only did he refuse to give you Peak Suite 1, he actually gave it to a stranger. Lord, this is a direct slap in our faces. This is a direct slap in your face. 052 Eternal Knight of the Immortal Heavens, son of the Sovereign, Junxiong. Hua Shirquan wept bitterly as he spoke. Her expression seemed as though she had truly suffered immense injustice. Seeing Hua Shirquan like this, in the peak second tier box, a burly man standing beside the black-clad youth snorted coldly. Humph, what a piece of trash. His Highness Zhou Xuan's arrival at the peak auction house is a blessing for them. And now this Chu Baiyu dares to treat His Highness Zhou Xuan with such disrespect. Your Highness, at your command, I'll tear this peak auction house to shreds right now. As he spoke, the burly man's broad chest heaved rhythmically. He truly looked as though he were seething with rage. Seeing the burly man speak thus, the others standing beside the black-clad youth nodded in agreement. Exactly. To treat your highness with such disrespect, does Chu Baiyu really think he's some kind of beast? Humph. I've had my eye on this peak auction house for ages. If it comes to blows, I'll be the first to step in. In peak auction house's VIP box number 2, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Yet the black-clad youth at their head remained remarkably composed, responding with casual indifference. Gentlemen, temper your tempers. It's just a box seat, hardly worth all this fuss. Hearing the black-clad youth's words, the crowd who had been clamoring to tear peak auction house apart all froze in surprise. Clearly, they hadn't expected him to speak like this. As the others looked at him in confusion, the black-clad youth didn't bother explaining. Instead, he stared straight ahead at the glass of peak auction house's number 1 private box directly opposite him. How could he afford peak suite 1? Had that fellow's VIP status reached the purple gold tier? Father's VIP status is only at the purple gold level. Could it be that another master from the eternal heaven had descended? As he spoke, the black-clad youth's brow furrowed deeply. He was clearly pondering the true identity of the person in peak 1 VIP suite. The black-clad youth was named Zhou Xuan. The surname Jun was uncommon in the earth-fiend heaven. Many had never even heard of it. Yet if he were to appear in the eternal heaven, the mere mention of the Jun surname would undoubtedly draw countless astonished and shocked gazes. For in the realm of eternal life, one of the 4 great sovereigns, the sovereign of eternal night, bore the very same surname. Those bearing the Jun surname were almost certainly his descendants. Indeed, Zhou Xuan hailed from the eternal life heaven, and his father was none other than the Lord of eternal night. Despite his youth, Zhou Xuan is the most cherished youngest son of the eternal night sovereign. This favor runs so deep that countless inhabitants of the eternal sky believe Zhou Xuan is destined to become the next Lord of eternal night. As for those standing beside Zhou Xuan, they are no ordinary individuals. They are none other than the current 9 kings of the earth realm. Though the 9 kings shine brightly in the earth realm, when they actually encounter Zhou Xuan, who hails from the eternal heavens, they could only stand. Sitting was out of the question. Zhou Xuan gazed toward the peak 1 VIP box in the distance before turning his attention to an elderly man in black robes standing beside him. Uncle Zhang, your servant is here. The black-robed elder responded immediately. Go investigate who exactly is in the peak 1 box, Zhou Xuan ordered. Find out if they're also from the eternal heaven. Hearing Zhou Xuan's inquiry, the elder in black robes glanced at the peak 1 box in the distance before nodding. Rest assured, young master. This servant will handle it immediately. With that, the black-robed elder dissolved into a shadowy figure and vanished. Seeing the black-robed elder vanish like a ghostly apparition, though outwardly composed, the 9 kings within the box were each terrified to death inside. Each feared they had inadvertently offended Zhou Xuan with their earlier remarks. Zhou Xuan seemed to sense the fear in the 9 princes' hearts. He smiled gently and spoke. Gentlemen, there is no need for alarm. Uncle Zhang has merely gone to investigate certain matters for me. Please relax and take your seats. After all, news of my arrival in the lower realm must not be revealed lightly. For this Tianzi auction, I shall still rely on your assistance. Hearing Zhou Xuan speak thus, the 9 kings, who had been on edge, instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Xuan's sudden descent to the lower realm had left the 9 kings utterly uncertain of his intentions. After all, Zhou Xuan is the son of the eternal night sovereign, one of the 4 great sovereigns of the eternal heaven. If he truly harbored dissatisfaction toward earth-fiend heaven, in a word, the 9th prince, who had been entrenched in the earth realm for thousands of years, could be annihilated on the spot. This was precisely why the 9th prince had remained timid and hesitant all along. Now that Zhou Xuan had finally revealed his purpose, the 9 lords breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness, rest assured. With us here, there's nothing in the entire earth-fiend heaven we can't acquire. Among the crowd, the slenderest figure, the Wu King, spoke first. Old Wu speaks the truth. To resolve Prince Zhou Xuan's concerns, we'll support you even if it means selling everything we own. Xu Wang nodded in agreement. Hearing Zhu Wang speak thus, though each person present harbored their own hidden motives, they all patted their chests in front of Zhou Xuan, vowing to do their utmost to help him secure the auction item. Zhou Xuan listened to their words, a smile playing on his face. In that case, I'll be counting on you all. But inwardly, he snorted coldly. Oof. If I hadn't secretly slipped down from the upper realm this time, why would I need help from you lowly mortals? Still, using these lowly mortals to secure the glass cloud patterned vase wasn't a bad idea. With this cloud patterned glass vase in hand, Jun Wucheng, I'll see how you dare to possess me now. At this thought, Zhou Xuan's smile grew even brighter. Yet as his face glowed with delight, in the shadows of the entire private room, the ghostly soldier who had witnessed everything slowly faded back into the shadows. Moments later, within the Peak 1 private room, the ghostly soldier's form slowly materialized. The ghost soldier glanced at Nijia. The next instant, a flood of information was transmitted to Nijia. Upon receiving this intelligence, Nijia immediately turned its gaze toward Zhou Xuan, who was feasting on beef within the private room. Master, there are many in Peak 2's private box. It seems all the 9 kings are there. Listening to Nijia's report, Zhou Xuan remained unconcerned as he took another bite of beef. This matter, he said, just tell her about it. As he spoke, Zhou Xuan gestured toward Leng Ningshuang beside him. Seeing Zhou Xuan stuffing his face without a care, Leng Ningshuang shot him a disapproving look. Eat yourself to death, she muttered. Though her words were sharp, her gaze immediately turned to Nijia as she pressed for details. Are you certain it's the 9 kings? At her question, Nijia slowly raised a hand, and a ghost soldier materialized beside it. Then a photograph appeared in Nijia's hand. Master Ningshuang, this photograph was just taken. Please take a look. As for Nijia, it didn't recognize the 9 kings. Therefore, compared to a description, it believed the photograph offered a more straightforward representation. Upon seeing the photo Nijia handed over, Leng Ningshuang reached out to take it. As she looked at the photo before her, Leng Ningshuang's brows immediately furrowed slightly. It was real. All of Dezhou's 9 kings were in the Peak number 2 VIP room? And they were all gathered around this man in black. Ha! This man looks vaguely familiar. Seeing this, Leng Ningshuang turned to Nika and asked immediately. Nijia, Ghost Soldier, do you have any clear photos of him? At Leng Ningshuang's inquiry, Ghost Soldier appeared instantly. He promptly handed a photograph to Leng Ningshuang. When Leng Ningshuang saw Zhou Xuan's face in the photo before her, she froze in place. In an instant, countless painful memories flooded her mind. Zhou Xuan. How could he be at Earth Fiend Heaven? 053 The auction begins. Hua Shirtsu's malicious bidding? What's going on? Do you know this person? Zhou Xuan, who had been devouring his food, sensed something amiss with Leng Ningshuang. He had been devouring meat, but now he paused his eating, looked up at Leng Ningshuang, and asked. Facing Zhou Xuan's inquiry, Leng Ningshuang offered no verbal response, but instead communicated with him through telepathy. This person is no ordinary individual. I never expected to run into him like this. I suspect this fellow is after your wife too. Though startled by Zhou Xuan's sudden appearance, Leng Ningshuang couldn't resist taking a dig at Zhou Xuan. Long accustomed to Leng Ningshuang's sharp tongue, Zhou Xuan didn't get angry. Instead, he shot her a glare while shoving a huge chunk of grilled beef into his mouth and continuing their telepathic exchange. So my future wife is quite the catch, huh? More than just sought after? She's the very catalyst that ignited the chaos of immortality. Leng Ningshuang replied. The Eternal Life War? What's that? Zhou Xuan asked, puzzled. A war that threw the Eternal Realm into utter chaos. She was the catalyst, and you were the instigator. Leng Ningshuang continued. As for this Zhou Xuan fellow, he could be considered half a catalyst for the Eternal Life Turmoil. Don't underestimate him. He is the vessel most meticulously cultivated by the Lord of Eternal Night. The Lord of Eternal Night even hopes to reincarnate into his 13th life through that vessel. The Lord of Eternal Night, one of the 4 sovereigns of the Eternal Heaven. Though not the strongest among the 4, he is undoubtedly the longest lived among them. For the Lord of Eternal Night possesses a unique technique, soul transfer. When nearing the end of his natural lifespan, he transfers his soul into a young body sharing his bloodline. Through this method, the Lord of Eternal Night has lived for nearly 2,000 years. Now, the Lord of Eternal Night has reached the limits of this body. Zhou Xuan is the next vessel he has cultivated. This information itself is highly confidential, known to very few across the entire Eternal Heaven. Leng Ningshuang only learned of this secret after the Eternal Chaos. However, Zhou Xuan himself is aware of this secret. Thus, he has always strived to break free from his father's parasitic hold. 13 lifetimes? Is this Eternal Night Sovereign that formidable? Zhou Xuan blinked. Not particularly formidable, merely mastered some unique methods. Moreover, the longer one lives, the more they fear death. Among the 4 great lords, the Eternal Night Lord is the most spineless. Leng Ningshuang seemed to look down on the Lord of Eternal Night, speaking disparagingly. However, Zhou Xuan was also present at the auction. The 9th king is here too. Zhou Xuan clearly intends to leverage the 9 kings' assets to acquire your wife. If that happens, things will get rather complicated. Seeing Zhou Xuan and the 9th prince together, Leng Ningshuang felt a pang of helplessness. After all, while the cloud-patterned glass vase was formidable, no one in the Earth Fiend Heaven should know of its unique properties. Therefore, Leng Ningshuang had initially believed that 100 million yuan would be more than sufficient to acquire the cloud-patterned glass vase. Now that Zhou Xuan had arrived, Leng Ningshuang instantly realized that her own 100 million would certainly be insufficient. She could only hope the black gold VIP loan limit would cover it. If not, then there was only one option left, to fight for it. With that thought, Leng Ningshuang glanced at Zhou Xuan, who was eating meat to replenish his energy. She began actively cutting meat for him. Eat more, we might have to fight for things later. Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak, Zhou Xuan shot her a surprised look. He quickly understood her meaning and said nothing. But his eating pace quickened considerably. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. The exclusive Tianzi auction, open only to platinum-level VIPs and above, officially commenced. In an instant, the once dim auction hall was illuminated by countless lights. As the director of the Peak Auction House, Bai Yuchu, the Jade Prince, glided down upon a crane and landed lightly at the center of the auction hall. Welcome, distinguished guests, to the Peak Auction House for today's Tianzi auction. This heavenly character auction features quite a few exceptional items. From the upper realms comes the Ocean Spirit Stone and the Ice Phoenix Flower from Northwasteland City, which has absorbed the essence of frost for over a century. In short, today's auction is sure to delight all our esteemed guests. I imagine our distinguished guests are eager to begin. With that said, I shall cut to the chase. The Tianzi auction officially begins. With that declaration, Zhu Baiyu gently waved his jade fan, and the entire auction hall burst into dazzling light. In a flash, a treasure appeared on the auction platform. Ladies and gentlemen, this is today's first lot. Third-tier spirit soil. Surely there are distinguished guests here who aspire to cultivate spiritual creatures? This third-grade spirit soil originates from the giant forest plateau of the eternal heaven. It is the very soil where the iconic eternal willow of the eternal sky thrives. Though not directly sourced from beneath the eternal willow, this third-grade spiritual soil has been nourished by its essence. Thus, it far surpasses ordinary third-grade spiritual soil. With all that said, I trust you now appreciate the extraordinary nature of this third-grade spiritual soil. Starting bid, 300,000. Each bid increment must be no less than 100,000. The auction is now officially open. With a swing of Chu Baiyu's gavel, the auction hall erupted in a cacophony of voices. I bid 500,000. 50,000 to snag third-tier spirit soil? Old Zhang, I'll go 1,000,000. Heh, with this third-grade spirit soil, my little treasure will mature much faster. Bull. I'll pay 2,000,000. This third-grade spirit soil is mine, not even Jesus can stop me. As the auction commenced, a frenzied bidding war erupted in the hall. The third-grade spirit soil, with a starting bid of just 300,000, was instantly bid up to 5,000,000. And the price kept climbing higher and higher. Sister Ningshuang, have these guys lost their minds? 5,000,000 for a pile of dirt? Luochen came from a wealthy family and had seen extravagant spending before, but she'd never witnessed such reckless abandon. 5,000,000 just for a pile of dirt? The people of Didi are just too rich. Facing Luochen's astonishment, Leng Ningshuang remained silent. Watching the bidding unfold, she simply raised the paddle before her. I bid 10,000,000. Leng Ningshuang's icy voice rang out. The once boisterous auction hall fell instantly silent. In an instant, countless eyes turned toward the Peak 1 VIP box. Every face wore a look of utter shock. Holy, 10,000,000? Is this guy crazy? Wait, isn't that Peak 1? A box even the 9 kings aren't allowed to enter, how come it's open today? Holy crap! It just hit me, could it be that someone even more ruthless than the 9 kings has arrived? Hearing Leng Ningshuang bid 10,000,000 outright, no one dared to continue bidding at the auction. First, 10,000,000 had already reached the limit for third-tier spiritual soil. Second, the bidder was from Peak 1 Suite. Remember, this is a box even the 9 kings aren't allowed to enter. And its sudden opening today left everyone stunned, wondering who the mysterious figure inside could possibly be. Naturally, no one dared to bid against Leng Ningshuang, fearing they might draw the others' attention. 10,000,000. 10,000,000 for the second bid. 10,000,000. 10,000,000. No one dared to raise the bid. Zhu Baiyu struck the gavel twice in succession. Just as he was about to deliver the decisive third strike, a familiar, brash voice boomed from the Peak Suite number 2. 20,000,000. The room fell silent at the outburst. Within the box, Luochen instantly recognized the voice's owner and immediately showed his displeasure. Ningshuang, isn't that the guy calling himself Hua Quan? This guy is definitely here to drive up the price maliciously. 054 bidding 100,000,000? Has Leng Ningshuang lost her mind? It wasn't just Luochen who recognized the bidder as Hua Shirtsu. Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang recognized the bidder as Hua Quan as well. That bastard. Hearing Hua Shirtsuan's slightly brazen voice, Zhou Xuan felt a surge of irritation. Though Zhou Xuan possessed a generally steady temperament, he now carried demonic bloodlines within him embodying the 4 demonic energies of fire, water, wind, and sky. This naturally bred a touch of irritability within him. Now, faced with Hua Shirtsuan's blatant provocation, Zhou Xuan genuinely wanted to charge over and crush his skull with his bare hands. Don't get angry. Isn't this all about the highest bidder? If he wants it, then we'll just give it to him. Compared to Zhou Xuan and Luochen's frustration, Leng Ningshuang, as a reincarnated individual, remained remarkably calm. For Leng Ningshuang, if this auction had taken place earlier, third-grade spirit soil would indeed have been a crucial item. But with the glass cloud pattern bottle in hand, the effects of this third-grade spirit soil became negligible. 20 million that far exceeded the soil's intrinsic value. It wasn't worth paying more than the soil's actual value just to prove a point. Though Zhou Xuan felt a twinge of resentment at Leng Ningshuang's consolation, he knew she was right. Thus, he merely snorted coldly before returning to his meal. Yet deep down, Zhou Xuan had already taken note of this man named Hua Shirtsu. 20 million once. 20 million twice. 20 million, going once. Let us congratulate the distinguished guest in Peak Suite number 2 for securing the third-grade spirit soil at 20 million. The crowd gazed at Peak Suite 2 with looks of utter admiration. Inside Peak Suite 2, however, the Flower King's face darkened. Damn it! Who told you to bid? 20 million? You spent 20 million on a pile of worthless soil? Hua Wang was furious. He genuinely couldn't fathom what had possessed Hua Shirtsu to bid 20 million. Hearing the Flower King's fury, Hua Shirquan, who had been gloating moments before, instantly stopped grinning. Master Hua, I was just trying to drive up the price. Who knew that bastard wouldn't follow through? For Hua Shirtsu, his sudden bid of 20 million was purely to annoy Leng Ningshuang. After all, in Hua Shirchuan's eyes, Leng Ningshuang was the VIP and the top-tier private boxer worth was undoubtedly extraordinary. Once he placed his bid, she would surely match it to save face. That way, he could not only annoy Leng Ningshuang but also make her pay far more than the item was actually worth. To Hua Shirtsu, it seemed like killing two birds with one stone. But who could have imagined Leng Ningshuang would simply drop out? This truly left Hua Shirquan dumbfounded. Humph. Consider this money owed to the Hua family. You'd better remember to repay it yourself. Hua Wang responded to Hua Shirtsu's explanation with a cold snort. Hearing the king's words, Hua Shirchuan's face instantly twisted with anguish. To be honest, if it were 2 million, Hua Shirquan could scrape it together somehow. But this was 20 million. While Hua Shirquan was indeed a member of the Hua family, he wasn't particularly favored within it. He didn't have much control over resources either. Asking him to repay 20 million? He'd likely spend half his life trying and still not cover it. Even so, Hua Shichi dared not voice the slightest dissatisfaction with the Flower King's decision. Instead, his gaze turned menacingly toward the Peak 1 VIP box. Clearly, this fellow blamed all his own foolish mistakes squarely on Leng Ningshuang. The auction proceeded smoothly. Apart from failing to secure the third-grade spirit soil due to Hua Shirchuan's malicious bidding at the start. In this auction, nearly every treasure that satisfied Leng Ningshuang was secured. Dragon Blood. Sea King Vine. Blood Dragon Bamboo. Moreover, apart from Hua Shirchuan's single instance of malicious bidding, Leng Ningshuang encountered no other instances of malicious bidding throughout the auction. What Leng Ningshuang had initially estimated would cost at least 20 million to secure. She managed to snag it for just 13 million. This was an absolute steal. And with these treasures, combined with the Fire King grass extorted from the Yan family, Zhou Xuan's strength might not surge as rapidly as before. But at the very least, they would accelerate his growth. After all, the Earth Realm's secret realm would open in less than 2 months. Before its opening, Leng Ningshuang must first secure the advancement consent form. Though Leng Ningshuang had connections to secure the advancement consent form, this still required Zhou Xuan to be sufficiently powerful. Therefore, in Leng Ningshuang's view, these were essential expenses. The auction proceeded with great fervor. 2 hours passed, and over 100 items had already been auctioned off. The vast majority of these items were purchased by VIP guests. Only the truly subpar items failed to sell. These unsold items would typically be carried over to the next official Tianzi auction. At the open Tianzi auction, these items would be considered excellent treasures. After experiencing this heavenly auction, Leng Ningshuang finally realized how many treasures she had missed out on back in the earthly realm. But then she thought about it, even if she had known about the secret Tianzi auction back then, mere knowledge wouldn't have been enough. With her financial means in her previous life, she couldn't have afforded a single treasure. Therefore, the fact that she had managed to acquire so many valuable items in this lifetime was largely thanks to Zhou Xuan. This thought led Leng Ningshuang to reflect that revealing her reincarnated identity over a month ago to bind Zhou Xuan had been the most correct decision she'd made since her rebirth. As the auction items dwindled, Leng Ningshuang ceased bidding. Instead, she now closed her eyes to rest. She was preparing to act immediately if the glass cloud patterned vase didn't go to her in the auction. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's state, Zhou Xuan, who had eaten enough to fill 5 oxen, closed his eyes to rest as well. He knew that when the bidding battle erupted, it would be a spectacular clash. Resting now was the wisest course. Thus, as Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan closed their eyes to rest, the auction drew to its final moments. On the auction floor, Chu Baiyu, who had presided over the proceedings for over 2 hours, announced loudly, 2 hours have passed, and I imagine everyone must be feeling quite tired by now. Though our auction is nearing its end, I believe we've only just reached the climax. Next, we present the final item of this heavenly auction. With that, the glazed cloud patterned vase appeared on the auction block. At first glance, the glass cloud patterned vase seemed unremarkable. Yet the moment it appeared, Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan, who had been resting their eyes, simultaneously opened them. Finally, you've arrived. Though seated in separate boxes, both spoke in unison. This is the cloud-patterned glass vase, a treasure that drifted down from the upper realm. Though merely a first-tier spirit object, it possesses a unique effect. It can purify spiritual medicines. Our preliminary tests show purified elixirs are 30% more potent than before. So don't be fooled by its plain appearance, it's a genuine treasure. Starting bid, 10 million. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, place your bids. As Chu Baiyu finished introducing the glass cloud pattern bottle, the small hammer in her hand struck the table once. The next moment, Leng Ningshuang, who had been silent for quite some time, spoke up in a deep voice. 100 million. The declaration sent ripples of astonishment through the auction hall. 100 million? Holy crap! Is this guy out of his mind? 100 million just to buy a first-tier spirit item? Bid 10 billion? Has the Jun family lost their minds? The moment Leng Ningshuang made her bid, everyone present at the auction immediately thought she was insane. Indeed, the effects of the glass cloud pattern bottle were truly formidable. It purified the potency of spiritual medicines by 30%. For long-term use, it was undoubtedly a valuable treasure. But the glass cloud pattern bottle is merely a first-tier spiritual artifact. Even if its effects were truly remarkable, it couldn't possibly be worth 100 million, could it? Thus, when Leng Ningshuang immediately bid 100 million, everyone thought she had lost her mind. But just as every bidder thought Leng Ningshuang had lost her mind. In the peak number 2 box, Zhou Xuan, who had been overjoyed by the appearance of the glass cloud pattern vase, suddenly darkened. This woman. She really was after the glass cloud pattern vase. Could she also be from the eternal heaven? To Zhou Xuan, there was surely no one in the entire earth-fiend heaven who knew the true significance of the glass cloud pattern vase. Under normal circumstances, the price for this glass cloud patterned vase would cap at 50 million. But now, the person in the top-tier private box had opened the bidding with 100 million. Zhou Xuan instantly recognized she was after the jade cloud pattern vase. However, Zhou Xuan was unaware of Leng Ningshuang's true identity and dared not make a scene at this moment. After all, this person was someone who could enter the Peak 1 VIP box. What if they held a lofty position? Wouldn't he be kicking a steel plate? Forget it. Better wait until we investigate her background. With that thought, Zhou Xuan glanced at Uncle Zhang, who still hadn't returned to the box. He frowned. How could Uncle Zhang still not be back after all this time? Though somewhat exasperated, Zhou Xuan turned his gaze to the ninth prince present. Gentlemen, I descended to this realm specifically for this treasure. Father has repeatedly emphasized that I must bring it back to the upper realm. Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's words, the most imposing of the 9 kings, King Mu, spoke up. Your Highness Zhou Xuan, rest assured we are here to assist you. With that, King Mu immediately pressed the bidding button and declared loudly, I bid 200 million. Hearing Mu Wang's declaration, the other 8 kings who had long been poised to make their move shot him vicious glances. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated his swift action. Now that King Mu has made this bid, it clearly signifies that he alone secured this glazed cloud-patterned vase for Zhou Xuan. Should the Eternal Night Sovereign truly bestow a reward, it would inevitably be granted to him alone. The other 8 princes would naturally be seething with envy at King Mu. After all the glory had gone to King Mu alone. King Mu gazed smugly at the other 8 kings present, basking in the palpable sensation of his imminent rise to prominence. But before the Mu king could finish his bid, Cold Frost's voice rang out once more. 10 billion. The moment Leng Ningshuang spoke, the Prince of Mu, who had been basking in his triumph just seconds ago, froze in place. The VIPs in the auction hall froze in shock. Holy crap? 10 billion? Is this for real? Who the hell is in that box? Who the hell has 10 billion in liquid assets to just pull out like that? Hearing Leng Ningshuang announce 10 billion, everyone was utterly stunned. This is 10 billion yuan, after all. At Peak Auction House, they always take cash. Fixed assets were never accepted. Leng Ningshuang could produce 10 billion yuan in one go. Keep in mind, not even one of the 9 royal families could necessarily come up with that much in liquid assets. This is outrageous. Amidst the stunned silence, the Mu King could no longer contain himself. He coldly interjected, 10 billion? You're really biting off more than you can chew. Chu Baiyu, I demand verification. I believe this guy doesn't have a billion yuan. Hearing Prince Mu speak up, all eyes immediately turned to Chu Baiyu. Meanwhile, Luochen in the Peak 1 VIP box felt a surge of tension. She knew Leng Ningshuang truly didn't possess 10 billion yuan. Though Luochen had never attended an auction at the Peak Auction House, she had been to several auctions at the Long Night Market. If someone deliberately bid an exorbitant price, and her funds proved insufficient, she'd be immediately expelled from the venue. Hence, upon hearing that King Mu intended to verify funds, Luochen grew anxious. Yet as she listened to His Majesty Mu's words, Chu Baiyu in the auction hall offered a gentle smile. Your Highness, you jest. The distinguished guest in box 1 certainly possesses the capital to bid 10 billion. Hearing Chu Baiyu speak, Luochen froze in surprise. She then looked at Leng Ningshuang with confusion. Noticing Luochen's puzzled gaze, Leng Ningshuang produced the black gold card. With this, we can run a tab for now. 10 billion was manageable. But I don't know where its limit lies. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Luochen breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, she sensed something was off. What if I can't pay it back? Pay it back? Why should I pay it back? Leng Ningshuang stared at Luochen with deadpan seriousness. I borrowed it with my own strength. Why should I pay it back? Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak like this, Luochen immediately felt his composure slipping. Wait. Is she trying to fleece me here? But I never intended to use this black gold card anyway. It wouldn't be good if the boss of this shop took notice. As she spoke, she glanced at Zhou Xuan beside her. Zhou Xuan, you might not need to get involved later. Jun Xiong doesn't know our identities yet. Just play along with me for a bit. I think there's a good chance we can get him to hand over your wife. Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak, Zhou Xuan wasn't entirely sure what devilish scheme was brewing in her mind, but he didn't refuse her proposal. After all, she was a reincarnated soul. Meanwhile, in the peak suite number 2. 10 billion? If not this guy, then who the hell is he? She actually has 10 billion in capital? The moment Chu Baiyu mentioned Leng Ningshuang could actually produce 10 billion in capital, all 9 princes present froze in shock. Even they themselves might not be able to come up with that kind of money. At that moment, Jun Xiong's expression darkened. So this person really is from the upper realm? If I hadn't secretly descended to this realm, could a mere 10 billion really stand in my way? At that moment, Jun Xiong seethed with fury. After all, the jade cloud pattern vase was within his grasp, yet now he must watch helplessly as it slipped into another's hands. His fury burned within him. No, this cloud pattern glass vase must be obtained. With that resolve, Jun Xiong rose and addressed the 9 kings present. Gentlemen, this cloud pattern glass vase is of utmost importance to my father. If you can help me secure it, I shall report this to my father upon returning to the upper realm. Then I will personally assist each of you in ascending to the upper realm. As he spoke, Jun Xiong immediately produced a contract. As his words fell, the eyes of the kings, each previously lost in their own thoughts, lit up instantly at Jun Xiong's offer. Your Highness Jun Xiong, how could you say such a thing? Hey! My Mu family is willing to contribute 10 billion to aid your Highness. The Hua family pledges 15 billion. The Ning family 11 billion. The 9th prince hadn't been so eager to show off earlier, mainly because everyone was holding back until they saw real results. Jun Xiong kept dangling pie in the sky, so naturally no one wanted to make real sacrifices. Now that the chance to ascend to the upper realm is right before them, the 9 princes immediately declared their support. With the 9 princes backing, 100 billion was raised in one fell swoop. Seeing the 100 billion in funds, Jun Xiong's expression brightened considerably. 100 billion was a colossal sum, even by the standards of the eternal heaven. Even if the opponent descended to the lower realms, they couldn't possibly carry 100 billion with them. Thus, brimming with confidence, Jun Xiong immediately placed his bid. 100 billion. The moment Jun Xiong's words fell, the entire venue fell silent. One by one, they stared dumbfounded at the peak number 2 box. 100 billion? No way? Did I hear that right? Who the hell could possibly come up with 100 billion? Just as everyone was stunned by Jun Xiong's announcement, Cold Ling Shuang in the peak 1 VIP box couldn't help but curve her lips upward. Jun Xiong, I've finally waited for you to speak. As the words fell, Leng Ningshuang's expression abruptly changed. The next moment, a voice as cold and piercing as an empress descending to earth slowly echoed. Judging by your voice, you must be the youngest son of the Eternal Night Sovereign? How dare you challenge me? Could it be? Are you Jun family all out to get yourselves killed? 056 The Xian Yuan clan? 100 billion yuan glass cloud patterned vase swindled into their hands. Leng Ningshuang's words were as cold as ice, as if emanating from the frigid depths of the 9 hells. It sent an involuntary shiver down anyone's spine upon hearing it. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang directly state his identity, Jun Xiong's body trembled involuntarily. Clearly, Jun Xiong was somewhat shaken by Leng Ningshuang's words. Not only had she recognized him, but she was openly threatening him. It was evident she held neither him nor the Jun family in any regard. After all, the Jun family had stood tall in the eternal heaven for over 1,000 years. The Eternal Night Sovereign had ruled over a quarter of the eternal heaven's territory for a full 1,000 years. By all logic, recognizing his identity should have instilled fear in the other party. Yet now, not only did the other party show no fear, but instead directly confronts him with questions. This moment made Jun Xiong feel a twinge of fear. Had he provoked some powerful figure he shouldn't have? Could it be the other party wasn't from the eternal heaven, but from the Zhou Dou heaven? The thought sent a chill down Zhou Xuan's spine. After all, that was the Zhou Dou heaven. A realm where third-tier beings roam freely, and fourth-tier beings are treated worse than dogs. Even if Zhou Xuan's father, the Eternal Night King, were to go to the Zhou Dou heaven, he wouldn't be an ant, but he wouldn't be able to afford a meal with 4 dishes either. So if the opponent truly came from Zhou Dou Tian, Zhou Xuan truly was in the predicament Cold Frost had described. The entire Zhou family wants to die? Though Zhou Xuan's mind raced like a whirlwind, not a single word escaped his lips. Instead, his gaze was fixed intently on the Peak 1 VIP box directly across from him. He was observing whether the other party was genuine or merely feigning. And just as Zhou Xuan remained silent, Leng Ningshuang spoke again from Peak 1 VIP box. Zhou Xuan, I'm asking you a question. The words fell. The next second, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted from the Peak 1 VIP box. At that moment, Zhou Xuan had condensed the wind demonic energy to its absolute peak. This dragon's roar contained not only terrifying sonic waves, it also carried the overwhelming pressure of Zhou Xuan's 6th-ranked Dragon King. The roar echoed, and in that instant, everyone in the auction hall felt their bodies tremble. Holy! Is that a dragon's roar? No! This isn't some ordinary dragon. The sheer pressure within that roar is nearly numbing my very soul. Who on earth is in that top-tier VIP box? At that moment, it wasn't just the VIPs in the auction hall who were stunned by Zhou Xuan's dragon's roar. In the Peak Suite 2 box, Zhou Xuan's dragon roar sent shockwaves of terror across the 9 kings' faces. The sheer power of that dragon's roar was overwhelming. I've seen dragon bloodlines before. But even the roar unleashed by the Azure Cloud Dragon, that very dragon of the eternal heavenly Cloud Dragon Lord, didn't carry such overwhelming pressure. Who on earth is that person across from us? The 9 kings swallowed hard, staring in astonishment at the figure before them. After all, in their minds, Zhou Xuan was already the most formidable figure they could possibly encounter. Yet now, this figure before them could directly exert pressure on Zhou Xuan. His identity was beyond doubt. As for Zhou Xuan, who had heard that dragon's roar, he appeared outwardly composed, but inwardly, he was already panicking to the extreme. The reason was simple: he recognized that this dragon's roar was no ordinary roar. It was the roar of the Dragon King. What is a Dragon King? Only dragons of 6th tier talent or higher were worthy of the title. Consider this: the mightiest dragon in all of Changxing Tian was none other than the Azure Cloud Dragon, the sovereign of the heavens. And that Azure Cloud Dragon is an ancient monster that has lived for over 1,000 years. A guardian totem-level existence for the Dragon Clan. Even so, its innate talent barely reaches the upper tier of the 5th rank. As for breaking into the 6th tier? According to Old Man Zhou Xuan, unless the Eternal Willow perishes, the Azure Cloud Dragon's innate talent will never reach the 6th tier in this lifetime. This alone demonstrates just how difficult it is to attain 6th tier potential. Yet now, within the opposite box, there existed a being capable of unleashing the Dragon King's roar. This single fact proves beyond doubt that they must hail from Zhou Dou Tian. For the Eternal Heaven simply has no Dragon Kings with the innate talent to reach the 6th tier. As for the Earth Fiend Heaven? Ridiculous. The Earth Fiend Heaven can barely even catch sight of a single true dragon, okay? Thus, upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's challenge, Zhou Xuan, though inwardly reluctant beyond measure, finally spoke. This one is Zhou Xuan. I was unaware of the senior's arrival. My apologies for the oversight. I humbly ask for your understanding. May I inquire after your honorable name? The moment Zhou Xuan spoke, Luochen in the Peak 1 VIP box froze. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated Leng Ningshuang speaking up like this. It had actually intimidated the other party. Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan? The moment Leng Ningshuang uttered those words, Zhou Xuan, who had been seated in the box, leapt to his feet in shock. For Xian Yuan was no ordinary surname. It was the surname of the human emperor of the 5th world, Zhou Dou Tian. The human emperor Xian Yuan, the absolute ruler of Zhou Dou Tian. And now, this person actually dared to call themselves Xian Yuan? Could it be that he truly hailed from the Xian Yuan lineage? This thought led Zhou Xuan to reflect on Leng Ningshuang's recent behavior. Though Zhou Xuan had never personally interacted with the Xian Yuan clan, he had heard accounts from his father, the Eternal Night Sovereign. Members of the Xian Yuan clan generally possessed one very, very distinct characteristic. That is their aloofness. They always regarded outsiders with cold, disdainful eyes. They maintained a non-confrontational demeanor in daily life, but once truly provoked, they would truly wipe out your entire family if they felt provoked. After all, half of the Xian Yuan clan serves in the demon division of the Beast Ruin's 8 clans. This alone speaks volumes about the Xian Yuan family's brutality. And every move Leng Ningshuang had just made perfectly matched the Xian Yuan clan's reputation. For a moment, Zhou Xuan's body trembled involuntarily. If she truly came from the Xian Yuan clan, he'd have seriously offended a powerful figure. But why would anyone from the Xian Yuan clan come to the earthly fiend heaven? Could it be they too coveted the glass cloud pattern vase? This thought brought to mind the mysterious figure who had once mentioned it to him. If he could obtain the glass cloud pattern vase, resisting his father's soul-stealing attempt would be a breeze. But now, to obtain the glass cloud pattern vase, he would have to offend someone from the Xianyuan clan. That would truly be putting the cart before the horse. Thus, gazing at the Peak 1 box, Zhou Xuan respectfully remarked, "I never imagined the senior hailed from the Xianyuan clan. This is truly my own rudeness. I truly had no knowledge of your arrival, senior. Had I known, I would never have dared to compete with you for this glazed cloud-patterned vase. Please do not be angry, senior. If you would not mind, I, Zhou Xuan, will personally purchase this glass bottle with cloud patterns and present it to you." As Zhou Xuan finished speaking, in the Peak 1 VIP box, Zhou Xuan, who had just let out a dragon's roar, froze in surprise. What? 100 billion for a glass cloud-patterned vase? Was it really that easy to swindle it away? 057 The Ninth Prince's gift, Leng Ningshuang's identity exposed? It wasn't just Zhou Xuan who was stunned. Luochen and the other VIPs in the auction hall were equally bewildered. Even the Ninth Prince, seated in the same box, exchanged puzzled glances with Zhou Xuan. Your Highness Zhou Xuan, this. Seeing Zhou Xuan willingly relinquish the 100 billion yuan glass cloud pattern vase, the Flower King was taken aback, yet he momentarily struggled to find words. Facing the stunned crowd, Zhou Xuan took a deep breath and spoke with apparent ease. I know what you're thinking to say. But some people are beyond your reach for your entire lives. To you, the surname Xianyuan is utterly unfamiliar. But to me, the Xianyuan name is unreachable. Therefore, being able to present treasures to the Xianyuan family is your good fortune. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Zhou Xuan, unusually talkative, began to explain. For Zhou Xuan, his decision to speak up was driven by his own hidden motives. Zhou Xuan knew he had already offended Xianyuan. Presenting this glass cloud-patterned vase might resolve the misunderstanding between them. But it certainly wouldn't erase the other party's negative feelings toward him. Thus, his words were meant to encourage these self-proclaimed noble outcasts of the earthly fiend heaven to deliver gifts on his behalf. Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's words, the sharp-witted Ninth Prince's eyes lit up. To the Nine Princes, the man in the opposite box who called himself Xianyuan was someone even His Highness Zhou Xuan sought to curry favor with. If they could make an impression before him. Honestly, even a mere trickle of water dripping from his fingertips would likely be enough to grant him enlightenment and ascension. Thus, Hua Wang, one of the top 3 among the 9 princes, spoke first. This humble one, Hua Lingfeng, was unaware of Senior Xuanyuan's arrival from afar and failed to offer a proper welcome. The younger generation of the Hua clan is foolish and ignorant. We have offended you, senior. The 3rd-grade spiritual soil you require, I am willing to present it to you with both hands. Hearing the Flower King's offer, the other 8 kings grew anxious. I would gladly purchase the dragon blood for the senior. I, Muzhan, if the Venerable One does not disdain it, I am willing to present this ocean spirit stone to you. In an instant, the 8 kings vied to express their devotion to Leng Ningshuang. At that moment, the VIPs in the auction hall witnessed the usually arrogant 9th king now introducing himself. They were utterly stunned as he presented treasures to this man who called himself Xianyuan. Wait, who exactly is this Xianyuan? The 9th prince, notoriously stingy, was giving away so many precious treasures? Could this Xianyuan be some big shot from the upper realms? Seeing the 9th prince in this state, the VIPs all turned their gaze toward the never-before-opened Peak 1 VIP box. Inside Peak Suite number 1, Luochen stared in astonishment at Leng Ningshuang beside him. Sister Ningshuang, you're not actually Xianyuan, are you? Facing Luochen's shock, Leng Ningshuang merely smiled calmly. If I didn't look intimidating, then I'm not. Then how did you know the name Xianyuan would intimidate them? Luochen asked, puzzled. It's a secret, Leng Ningshuang replied softly. Then she turned her gaze to Zhou Xuan beside them. Zhou Xuan, you'll retrieve these treasures shortly. I can't show myself, or the Zhou Xuan will definitely recognize I'm not from the Xianyuan clan. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan nodded in understanding. When I take them, should I put on a show? Leng Ningshuang smiled. Of course. You know the divine dragon transformation, right? We'll demonstrate it publicly shortly. When putting on a show, we must go all out. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan blinked, suddenly intrigued by the divine dragon transformation Leng Ningshuang mentioned. After all, a month ago, Leng Ningshuang had told Zhou Xuan that there was a beast riding technique here in Didi that suited him perfectly. Now that Leng Ningshuang could actually perform it, Zhou Xuan naturally felt intrigued. The minor incidents surrounding the auction of the glass cloud pattern vase soon passed. Due to Zhou Xuan's bid of 100 billion, the glass cloud patterned bottle ultimately sold for 100 billion. This transaction record shattered the previous record set in the Earth Fiend Heaven. Not only was it unprecedented, but it would likely remain unmatched for generations to come. After the sale, the treasure naturally came into Zhou Xuan's possession first. Gazing at the glass cloud patterned vase before him, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but feel genuine admiration filling his eyes. It felt as though he were filled with boundless hope. Yet the thought of having to relinquish the glass cloud patterned vase soon filled Zhou Xuan with unease. Well, since she was from the Xianyuan family, perhaps presenting this glassware with cloud patterns to her might just help him establish a connection with her. The Xianyuan clan was a superpower in the Zhou realm, not to mention the existence of the human emperor Xianyuan. If he could gain entry to Zhou through her connections, then even if that old bastard Zhou Xuan tried to possess his body, he wouldn't stand a chance. This thought instantly eased Zhou Xuan's mind, even sparking a quiet sense of triumph. Secretly pleased that he had sneaked down from the upper realm to retrieve this glass cloud patterned bottle. Had he not sneaked down from the upper realm, he would never have encountered this member of the Xianyuan clan. Otherwise, he would never have connected with this thread. Thus, the more Zhou Xuan gazed upon the glass bottle with cloud patterns before him, the greater his delight grew. Just as Zhou Xuan was admiring the glass cloud patterned bottle with satisfaction, Leng Ningshuang's voice slowly echoed. "Young Master Jun, where is the glass cloud patterned vase?" At her words, Zhou Xuan immediately stood up. The 9 princes beside him followed suit, all leaving the auction together. But the moment they stepped outside the auction hall, their hearts skipped a beat. For there, in the center of the peak auction house, stood a colossal dragon 10 meters tall, its body covered in black scales, and a pair of massive wings that could block out the sky spread across its back. The dragon's immense form breathed in and out, each breath roaring like a violent storm. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, threatening to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. This was truly the Dragon King. Upon seeing the dragon before him, Zhou Xuan instantly recognized it as a Dragon King of 6th tier potential. However, this dragon's power wasn't particularly formidable, only at the 6th tier of the first realm. Though somewhat weak, in Zhou Xuan's view, strength was irrelevant in the underworld. In the eyes of the truly elite, the potential of a spirit pet is the ultimate measure of all things. "So, did you bring the treasure?" Cold Ling Shuang, her face concealed beneath a black cloak draped over the dragon's head, spoke slowly. As soon as Leng Ningshuang spoke, Zhou Xuan hurriedly produced the glass cloud patterned bottle. "Elder Xianyuan, this is the glass cloud patterned vase. I humbly present it for your inspection." As Zhou Xuan presented the glass bottle with cloud patterns, the 9th prince, who had been following him, also hastily offered the treasure he intended to present. "Luochen, take these treasures." At Leng Ningshuang's words, Luochen, who had been mischievously playful moments before, instantly reverted to the aloof demeanor he displayed during the long night. Like a true sovereign, he strode before the crowd with an air of supreme arrogance. He accepted the gifts while wearing a look of disdain. He even muttered a dismissive snort under his breath. "This junk is meant for the master of this house?" Hearing Luochen's mutterings, the 9th prince dared not even breathe. They feared that a single wrong word might earn them immediate punishment from Leng Ningshuang. Seeing Luochen accept the treasure, Leng Ningshuang smiled inwardly, yet she remained composed as she said, "Your name is Zhou Xuan, correct? You show promise. Once we return to the Xianyuan family, I shall recommend you. But whether you truly have the talent, that depends entirely on you." Hearing Leng Ningshuang offer this promise, Zhou Xuan's face lit up with delight. "Thank you, Senior Xianyuan. Very well, I shall take my leave now." With that, Luochen, having collected all the gifts, vanished into the dragon's shadow. The dragon then spread its wings dramatically and soared skyward. Watching the dragon race toward the outskirts of the city, its once massive form gradually shrank. Only then did a look of relief appear on the 9th king's face. After all, Luochen's words had been utterly terrifying. That single utterance had left them all gasping for breath. They'd feared that if the other party was displeased, they might be struck dead on the spot. Now, seeing the other party depart, the 9 kings naturally felt a weight lifted. Less than 3 minutes after Leng Ningshuang departed atop the colossal dragon, Uncle Zhang, dispatched by Zhou Xuan, finally returned. "Young master, I'm back. I've uncovered information about the occupants of the Peak 1 VIP box." "Uncle Zhang, no need to say more. I already know their identity." Zhou Xuan spoke with confidence. "I never expected to encounter someone from the Xianyuan clan here in the Earth Fiend Heaven." "Uncle Zhang, did you know? That elder from the Xianyuan clan just said he'd like to introduce me." "Uncle Zhang, I feel like I might actually avoid becoming father's vessel and even ascend to the Zhou heaven." Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Uncle Zhang couldn't help but pause. "Young master? Young master, what on earth are you talking about? What Xianyuan? What Xianyuan? The information I've gathered indicates the person in VIP room 1 is named Leng Ningshuang. She's just a lowly commoner from the earthly fiend heaven." "Zhou Xuan?" 058 Zhou Xuan, enraged to the extreme, tallying the spoils. "Uncle Zhang, are you absolutely certain your investigation wasn't flawed? That person in Peak Cabin 1 really isn't from the Xianyuan clan?" Gripping Uncle Zhang's shoulders with both hands, Zhou Xuan, who moments ago had exuded the air of a noble young master, shook him violently, his composure shattered. Facing Zhou Xuan's increasingly uncontrollable emotions, Uncle Zhang hurriedly interjected, "Young master. Young master, please calm down." "How the hell am I supposed to calm down?" Zhou Xuan roared furiously. In that instant, the terrifying power of a second realm beast master erupted. The moment Zhou Xuan unleashed his power, the 9 kings present, arguably the most elite combatants in the entire realm, shuddered visibly at his outburst. Remember, this was a second realm beast master. Such power would easily make one a king or even a god in the Earth Fiend realm. Yet, the moment Zhou Xuan unleashed his power, the moonlit sky instantly darkened with gathering clouds. Seeing the darkening clouds, Uncle Zhang hurriedly exclaimed, "Young master, quickly! Quickly suppress your aura. If you don't, the demon division will be upon us." At Uncle Zhang's words, Zhou Xuan, still consumed by rage, jolted awake. His gaze fixed on the rolling demonic clouds gathering on the horizon. Zhou Xuan, who had just been consumed by rage, deflated like a popped balloon, instantly suppressing his aura. As the aura of the second realm dissipated, the dark, rolling clouds that had blanketed the entire sky gradually dispersed. Seeing the clouds dissipate, Zhou Xuan, who had been in a state of extreme rage, at that moment, he seemed as though he had been soaked in ice water. The fury that had consumed him vanished, replaced by a body that trembled slightly. At this moment, Zhou Xuan still felt a lingering fear. It must be understood that each layer of the beast ruins enforced extremely strict control over cultivation realms. In the Earth Fiend heaven, no existence of the second realm was ever intended to appear. Be it beast masters or spirit beasts. Any that appeared would be immediately suppressed by the demon division, masters of slaughter and control. Truth be told, had Uncle Zhang not warned him just now, Zhou Xuan would likely have been nailed to the ground by the demon division's forces. Remember, Zhou Xuan secretly descended to the lower realms precisely because he feared death. That's why he came to seize this glazed cloud-patterned vase. If he were to be nailed to this Earth Fiend heaven just because the bottle was snatched away, that would be the ultimate tragedy. "Uncle Zhang, thank you for earlier." Gazing at Uncle Zhang beside him, Zhou Xuan took a deep breath and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Young master, please don't speak that way. Looking after you is this old servant's duty." Hearing Uncle Zhang speak thus, Zhou Xuan felt a warm glow in his heart. After all, Uncle Zhang had been by his side since the day Zhou Xuan was born. From childhood to adulthood, Uncle Zhang's care for Zhou Xuan had been nothing short of meticulous. To be perfectly honest, Zhou Xuan truly regarded Uncle Zhang as his own father. He had even imagined that one day, if he were to kill his own father, he would free Uncle Zhang from his slave status. But these were just idle thoughts. Glancing at Uncle Zhang beside him, Zhou Xuan took a deep breath to steady his emotions before continuing. "Uncle Zhang, what exactly is the background of that Leng Ningshuang?" To Zhou Xuan, Leng Ningshuang had swindled him out of his glass enameled cloud-patterned bottle, and naturally, he intended to reclaim it. But now, Zhou Xuan was curious. How someone like her, merely a native of the earthly fiend realm, how exactly did she come to know the Xianyuan clan? Moreover, the way Leng Ningshuang had acted earlier was practically identical to that of the Xianyuan clan. After all, Zhou Xuan had actually seen members of the Xianyuan family before. Hearing Zhou Xuan's inquiry, Uncle Zhang pondered for a moment before replying, "Well, this Leng Ningshuang, she really is quite unique. Though she belongs to the Earth Fiend heaven, everything that has happened to her seems somewhat out of place among the people of the Earth Fiend heaven." At Uncle Zhang's words, Zhou Xuan's brows furrowed involuntarily. Out of step with the Earth Fiend heaven? "Uncle Zhang, please elaborate." Faced with Zhou Xuan's probing questions, the elderly servant named Uncle Zhang relayed every detail he had uncovered during his investigation. As he listened to Uncle Zhang recount everything concerning Leng Ningshuang, a rare look of astonishment flashed across Zhou Xuan's face. She contracted a dragon seed in the 10,000 beasts spirit cavern of the Long Night Market. Then, within a mere month, cultivated this dragon seed to the one realm level? And then effortlessly claimed the championship title in the Long Night City's grand tournament? Entered the Long Night pool and drained all its water in one breath? And then this dragon spawn actually evolved? Uncle Zhang, you're not lying, are you? For Zhou Xuan, hailing from the eternal sky, he prided himself on having encountered many legendary figures. Yet the deeds of these renowned figures, whose fame echoed throughout the eternal heaven, paled in comparison when measured against the exploits of this woman named Leng Ningshuang. Setting aside other matters, just the feat of evolving a dragon seed alone, this was nothing short of the impossible. After all, dragon blood itself was already an invincible existence. Damn it, dragon blood could actually evolve? That's beyond absurd, okay. Young master, this information was personally gathered by this old servant during a trip to Changjiishan. Look, here's a photograph of that dragon-blooded creature. As he spoke, Uncle Zhang produced a photograph. This photograph was taken the moment Zhou Xuan completed his second stage of evolution. In the image, Zhou Xuan's eyes blazed crimson. Though his features remained indistinct in the long night's gloom, the upward-angled shot captured his Dragon King aura in all its overwhelming intensity. Gazing at the image of Zhou Xuan, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but recall the pitch-black Dragon King that had appeared earlier. Could that Dragon King be Leng Ningshuang's evolved dragon breed? If so, just how formidable must this dragon's innate potential be for Leng Ningshuang to have contracted it? Evolving into a Dragon King in a single transformation? At this thought, Zhou Xuan's earlier anger vanished instantly, replaced by a faint smile. He had thought the glazed cloud pattern vase was already the finest treasure in the Earth Fiend heaven. But who would have thought? Who would have thought? A true Dragon King actually existed within the Earth Fiend heaven. Humph. If I snatch this Dragon King, what's so great about that Zhou Xuan? I'll crush him underfoot with ease. Who knows? Perhaps the throne of the eternal heaven would then be mine for the taking. At this thought, Zhou Xuan's expression twisted into madness. Search. I refuse to believe we can't find this Leng Ningshuang even if we search every corner of the Earth Fiend heaven. Leng Ningshuang, you hear me? You deceived me. Since that's the case, then let your Dragon King atone for you. With Zhou Xuan's command, the 9 royal clans mobilized their influence, and a bounty for Leng Ningshuang was issued across the entire Dishatian. Not only that, the news spread like wildfire. Before long, the bounty for Leng Ningshuang had reached every corner of the earthly realm. Wanted criminal, Leng Ningshuang. Wanted level, SSS. Reward, 500 million. While Leng Ningshuang was now being hunted across the entire Earth Demon heaven, she arrived at a dilapidated temple outside the Earth capital. Inside the dilapidated temple, a group was happily counting the spoils they'd swindled from Zhou Xuan. 059 Zhou Xuan's saliva worth its weight in gold? 4th tier supreme grade spiritual medicine. Sis Ningshuang, did you really swindle all this stuff so easily? They say the 9 lords of the Earth capital are formidable. But seeing this, they don't seem very thorough in their work. They didn't even sign a contract. Surveying the dazzling array of spoils before him, Luochen couldn't help but chuckle. It's not that they're careless, it's that I played the part too convincingly. Of course, your acting was pretty good too. This blood spirit ox egg is yours. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang handed the blood spirit ox egg she had obtained to Luochen. Ha! You're just giving it to me? Ningshuang, you should keep it. The blood spirit ox is a high-tier 2nd stage spirit beast, naturally endowed with immense strength and possessing the unique ability to wield blood magic. More importantly, this beast belongs to the demonic spirit beast lineage. It's incredibly rare throughout the entire Earth Fiend heaven. Now that Luochen saw Leng Ningshuang offering him such a precious blood spirit ox, he naturally felt both honored and overwhelmed. I'm a soul contract. I have no use for this creature. Leng Ningshuang replied calmly. It was meant for you all along. Your blood is useful to us. Binding this creature will accelerate your body's blood production. Besides, you won't be with us much longer. Aren't you trying to destroy the Xian family? With this, you'll have an assistant. Listening to Leng Ningshuang's words, Luochen fell silent. Moments later, she shed her earlier optimism, took a deep breath, and said, "Understood, Sister Ningshuang. I won't let you down." Luochen then took the blood spirit ox's egg and went aside to form the contract. The mixed dragon blood, give it to Nija to drink. It won't necessarily enhance its innate talent, but it should strengthen its physical constitution. It's a bit too balanced right now. So balanced it lacks any distinctive traits. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang handed the mixed dragon blood to Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan summoned Nija and bestowed the dragon blood upon it. This 2nd grade black cloud hammer should go to Samo. Its massive frame makes this weapon a perfect fit. With that, Leng Ningshuang tossed aside a colossal hammer over 3 meters long. General Shadow Samo emerged from the shadows. Compared to Niga, Samo's size was easily 3 times larger. The 3-meter-long hammer was indeed massive. Yet when held in hand, it felt perfectly natural. It seemed as though it had been custom-made for Samo. As Zhou Xuan observed Samo before him, the warrior's detailed information appeared before his eyes. Servant, Samo. Power, 1st realm, 6th tier. Attributes, demon, malevolent entity. Talent, high tier 4. Skills, 2nd tier shadow strike, 2nd tier force shadow. Don't be fooled by the fact that Samo hasn't undergone Zhou Xuan's demonic energy modification like Nija. His innate talent now rivals that of the modified Nija. Frankly, Zhou Xuan was starting to wonder just how powerful Samo would become if he underwent demonic energy modification. Wind attributed demonic energy? Speed and power. That does sound rather intriguing. With that thought, Zhou Xuan glanced at Samo a couple more times. Then he shifted his gaze away from Samo and fixed it on the final treasure Leng Ningshuang was counting in her hand. It was also the most valuable prize from this scheme against Zhou Xuan, the jade cloud pattern vase. To be honest, Zhou Xuan felt a strange sense of unease as he looked at the cloud pattern glass vase. The reason for his unease was simple. He genuinely hadn't imagined that the future wife Leng Ningshuang spoke of would turn out to be a bottle. In Zhou Xuan's original conception, he was a dragon, so his wife should at least be a dragon, right? If she were human, Zhou Xuan wouldn't have been too surprised. After all, Zhou Xuan had been human in his previous life, and his aesthetic preferences remained largely unchanged. But his wife being a bottle? That was just a bit too outlandish. Staring at the glazed cloud-patterned vase before him, Zhou Xuan couldn't shake a strange feeling. What are you spacing out for? Time is tight and the task is heavy. Just spit some saliva inside first. Seeing Zhou Xuan staring blankly at the glass-like cloud-patterned bottle, Leng Ningshuang shot him a glare and snapped. Spit? Inside the vase? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's request, Zhou Xuan stared at her blankly. He couldn't shake the feeling that this action was rather peculiar. Wait. Why are you making me spit into the bottle? Zhou Xuan voiced his confusion aloud. Of course it's useful. You're the Hell Dragon King now. Your saliva is a natural treasure of the heavens. In the upper realm, it's revered as Dragon King saliva. It's worth more than gold. Its value rivals that of ordinary third-tier spiritual treasures, you know? As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang shot Zhou Xuan a withering glance. As if she were looking at a clueless fool who possessed immense treasure yet knew nothing of its worth. I never used it before, mainly because your saliva contains too many impurities. Refining it was simply too difficult. But now, with this glass cloud-patterned bottle, everything can be resolved. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang turned her gaze to the glass cloud-patterned bottle and continued, moreover, this glass cloud-patterned bottle can indeed grow infinitely. But its infinite growth requires absorbing energy. And your saliva happens to contain an abundance of impurities. It can enhance itself by absorbing these impurities from your saliva. As a bonus, your saliva will be purified in the process. It's truly killing two birds with one stone, you see? Listening to Leng Ningshuang's explanation, Zhou Xuan finally exhaled in relief. Honestly, he'd almost thought Leng Ningshuang had asked him to spit just to satisfy some twisted whim of hers. As if sensing Zhou Xuan's unspoken thoughts, Leng Ningshuang interjected, Dragon King saliva is merely the lowest grade substance within you. Once her grade gradually improves, even your Dragon King sweat and Dragon King drink urine can be used for purification. Truthfully, the most valuable substance on your body is Dragon King essence. But I fear this little one might not be able to handle it. That's why we're taking it slowly. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan, who had just been about to drool, was instantly startled. Dragon King's sweat? Dragon King's drink? Dragon King's essence? No. Are these things even appropriate to mention? How old are you? Blushing over this stuff? Spit some saliva in here. I still need to help you concoct that top-tier third-tier elixir. Seeing Zhou Xuan, who looked like a burly brute but now had a hint of blush on his cheeks, Leng Ningshuang continued her teasing. Faced with her teasing, Zhou Xuan didn't know how to respond. He could only steady his emotions before opening his mouth to let his crystal-clear saliva flow into the glass bottle adorned with cloud patterns. Only when the glass bottle was completely filled did he stop. And when the glass bottle was filled with Zhou Xuan's saliva, the cloud patterns on the seemingly ordinary little bottle appeared to come alive, swirling continuously around its surface. As the pattern swirled, the saliva inside the bottle began to boil, as if under some kind of spell. Moments later, the swirling pattern ceased, and the boiling saliva within the bottle stopped. What had once been a full bottle now held only about 2/3 of its original volume. Zhou Xuan was astonished to discover that another cloud pattern had appeared on the glass bottle, which had previously only had one. However, compared to the previous complete cloud pattern, this new one was merely a single line. It appeared to be far from complete. Could it be that each additional cloud pattern on this glass bottle would elevate its grade? Zhou Xuan pondered this question alone. While Zhou Xuan pondered this, on the other side, Leng Ningshuang observed the Dragon King's saliva, now reduced to 2/3 of its original volume. She promptly tossed in the 10 Fire King grasses she had extorted from the Yin family. In the next instant, the Fire King grass was instantly dissolved by the Dragon King's saliva. The cloud patterns began to flow once more. The water in the bottle began to boil once more. Before long, the cloud patterns ceased. The once transparent Dragon King's saliva had now transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Gazing at the Dragon King's saliva within the bottle, Leng Ningshuang's lips curved upward. Indeed, having this glass cloud pattern bottle was truly satisfying. A top-tier 4th-grade elixir, crafted with such ease. 060 Fire Demon Chi, Master of the Ruined Temple? Indeed, in just that brief moment, Leng Ningshuang had successfully crafted a 4th-tier supreme spiritual medicine. A 4th-tier spirit medicine, forget the earth fiend heaven. Even in the immortal realm, it would be an extremely rare elixir. As for supreme grade ones, in the eternal heaven, it would be no exaggeration to say they were impossible to come by. The energy contained within it, while not quite comparable to the abundant energy within the long night pool. After all, the energy within the eternal night pool has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth from the eternal night market over hundreds of years. The energy it holds is no small amount. While the quality of the energy isn't exceptionally high, its sheer quantity is truly terrifying. Thus, Zhou Xuan was able to absorb over 100,000 energy points. As for these 4th-tier supreme grade spiritual herbs, their quantity was somewhat limited, but their quality was truly exceptional. Hence, Leng Ningshuang was now intensely curious to see just how much Zhou Xuan would improve after consuming these 4th-tier supreme elixirs. However, when Zhou Xuan saw the glass bottle with cloud patterns that Leng Ningshuang handed him, he took it but didn't drink it immediately. What? Disgusted by my own saliva? Leng Ningshuang wondered. Not at all. Isn't the Fire King grass known for its potent fire poison? Is it really safe for me to drink it like this? Zhou Xuan voiced his inner doubts. When using Fire King grass for the first time, Leng Ningshuang had explicitly warned Zhou Xuan that it couldn't be consumed directly. The fire poison it contained was so potent that even a 6th-tier spirit beast couldn't withstand it. Yet just moments ago, Leng Ningshuang had placed 10 Fire King grasses into the glass cloud pattern bottle without any processing whatsoever. The fire poison inside must have reached a terrifyingly concentrated level. Zhou Xuan genuinely feared he might bite into it and instantly kick the bucket. Facing Zhou Xuan's bewilderment, Leng Ningshuang chuckled. What? You think I'd poison you? Fire King grass does contain fire poison, but as I mentioned, your wife possesses the ability to absorb impurities. That fire poison has long been absorbed and transformed into her nourishment. See? The cloud pattern has already grown to 1/3 of its full size. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang pointed to the cloud pattern on the glass bottle, now 1/3 grown. A small portion of it comes from the impurities in your saliva. The majority comes from the fire poison within the Fire King grass. Fire King grass processed this way suffers almost zero energy loss. Therefore, this time, I believe you should be able to absorb sufficient energy without my assistance. Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak thus, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but recall the scene from when he had absorbed the Fire King grass's energy. Leng Ningshuang, her body exposed, bathing alongside him. Though Zhou Xuan felt nothing about it, he couldn't deny that Leng Ningshuang was indeed well developed. But those were just his thoughts. Faced with Leng Ningshuang's explanation, Zhou Xuan hesitated no longer. He tilted his head back abruptly. The elixir from the glass-like cloud-patterned bottle poured into his mouth like an oral solution. Though outwardly plain, the moment the elixir entered his body, Zhou Xuan felt scalding lava surge directly into his stomach. The terrifying heat was almost unbearable even for Zhou Xuan, the Hell Dragon King. No way? This elixir is this potent? Feeling the discomfort in his body, Zhou Xuan instinctively glanced at Leng Ningshuang. A top-tier 4th-tier elixir, are you kidding me? But rest assured, with your current physical constitution, you should be able to endure it. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's response, Zhou Xuan wanted to say more, but the scalding elixir had scorched his vocal cords like molten lava. He now realized he was unable to speak. Realizing he couldn't speak further, he could only close his eyes and pour every ounce of his strength into absorbing the energy within this supreme elixir. Sister Ningshuang, brother Zhou Xuan, is he okay? Seeing Zhou Xuan sitting nearby, his face contorted in agony, Luochen, who had just successfully contracted with the blood spirit ox, also looked worried. He's fine. He won't die. Ningshuang shot Zhou Xuan a sly glance before turning to Luochen with a smile. You successfully contracted with the blood spirit ox? Yes. Luochen nodded. Come out, blood spirit ox. As he spoke, a calf with a dark red coat and 3 horns on its head appeared beside Luochen. Observing the blood spirit ox before her, Leng Ningshuang nodded. This blood spirit ox is developing quite well. Can you master its blood-forming skill? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's question, Luochen nodded. Yes. Alright. Leng Ningshuang nodded. Then draw some blood for me now. In the past, if anyone had asked Luochen to draw blood, she wouldn't have even listened. But now, facing Leng Ningshuang's request, Luochen hesitated not at all. She immediately drew the small knife she carried and slit the artery on her wrist. Gush! A torrent of blood poured into the small basin Leng Ningshuang held out. Before long, the basin was filled to the brim. That's enough, Leng Ningshuang said. At her words, Luochen focused his mind, and the wrist that had been gushing blood instantly healed. But Luochen, who had previously appeared full of vitality, now looked much weaker. Drink this restorative. Then use the blood regeneration skill. Your body will be restored in no time. Seeing Luochen's weakened state, Leng Ningshuang handed her a vial. Sister Ningshuang, is this the blood-nourishing elixir? Blood-nourishing elixir is spirit medicine specifically designed to replenish vital energy in blood. Don't be fooled by its simple name. This stuff is incredibly rare. Within the entire Xian family, only the head of the family, Xian Zuoyu, is deemed worthy of using it. And even then, they dare not use too much at once. Yet now Leng Ningshuang was tossing this blood-nourishing elixir at her as if it were worthless. If Luochen hadn't known its preciousness, she'd have thought it was just water from the roadside. This will be beneficial for you. I'll be needing a lot of your blood in the coming days. Consider this your supplement. Then, when I have more time, I'll teach you a few other things. At the very least, it'll allow you to leave us and continue growing on your own. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Luochen's eyes welled up with tears. For since the day she was born, no one had ever treated her this way. In the Xian family, every time she wanted resources, she had to offer her own blood in exchange. And the resources she received? Not even 1/10 of what Leng Ningshuang offered, not even 1/100th. So to say Luochen wasn't moved would be a lie. Seeing Luochen's emotion, Leng Ningshuang remained silent. In her eyes, she and Luochen were merely exchanging resources on equal terms. Over here, Luochen and Leng Ningshuang were chatting. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuan had long since shed the discomfort he'd felt when first absorbing the spiritual medicine. Instead, his body now felt incredibly comfortable. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 103,431 energy points. As the system notification sounded, Zhou Xuan's face lit up with delight. 100,000 energy points in one go? Truly worthy of a 4th-tier spiritual herb. Seeing that he had gained 100,000 energy points from absorbing such a small amount of the spirit medicine, Zhou Xuan felt utterly thrilled. Now, as he gazed upon the dimly lit Fire Demon Chi in his talent tree, a smile spread across his lips. System, activate Fire Demon Chi. The moment Zhou Xuan's voice fell, the Fire Demon Chi within his body surged upward. Just as Zhou Xuan began absorbing this new Fire Demon Chi, a cold, aloof female voice echoed from outside the dilapidated temple. Who do you think you are, barging into someone's home? Whoever's in there, come out this instant. 061 Sword-obsessed gentleman, Leng Ningshuang, my blade has never failed to cut. Hearing the icy voice outside, Luochen was taken aback. Clearly, she hadn't expected this place, which appeared utterly dilapidated. Once the rain started, the entire temple would likely offer no shelter, yet it had an owner. Ningshuang, should I go out and explain to her? Hearing the words outside, Luochen glanced at Zhou Xuan beside him, whose eyes remained tightly shut, and spoke. Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang glanced outside before shaking her head. The person outside the door meant no good. Your strength isn't up to par. If they really attack, you won't survive. I'll handle it. With that, Leng Ningshuang paused her actions, stood up, and walked out of the temple. The instant Leng Ningshuang stepped outside the temple, that icy voice rang out once more. Why did only you come out? Wasn't there another person and your spirit pet inside? Do you really think this place is your home? Hearing the icy words, Leng Ningshuang looked in the direction of the voice. There, atop the stone lion in the temple's central courtyard, sat a woman. Under the moonlight, her jet black hair was pulled up high. Her attire was not the everyday garments one might expect, but rather possessed an ancient elegance. Though clearly female, she wore not women's attire but a full set of men's clothing. Moreover, her posture atop the stone lion was decidedly unrestrained, appearing utterly devoid of any trace of reserve. Through the moonlight, Leng Ningshuang could roughly make out that the woman was quite beautiful. Yet the one feature Leng Ningshuang could not see was her eyes. For the woman had covered her eyes with black cloth. Yet even with her eyes concealed, the woman seemed to truly see Leng Ningshuang, sitting high upon the stone lion and looking down upon her. Seeing this strangely dressed woman before her, perhaps to others, she might seem like some kind of mad woman? But the moment Leng Ningshuang laid eyes on the woman before her, she instantly recognized her identity. For the other party was none other than the sword-obsessed young master Qi Yunjian, the foremost of the 4 young masters of this land. In her previous life, Leng Ningshuang had never met Qi Yunjian. Yet Leng Ningshuang had heard of his illustrious name. Truth be told, the reason the 4 gentlemen of the Earth Realm overshadowed the 9 princes of the Earth Realm in prominence was largely due to Qi Yunjian's overwhelming strength. In his previous life, Qi Yunjian was hailed as the strongest practitioner of Earth Fiend Heaven. Though a beast tamer, Qi Yunjian forged his own path to enlightenment. Spirit beasts were merely tools to aid her in becoming stronger. His swordsmanship was peerless, unmatched by anyone in the Earth Fiend Heaven. It was said that Qi Yunjian's cultivation path was extremely radical. Had she truly unleashed her full power in battle, it would likely have taken the combined might of the 9 earthly kings to barely overcome her. Yet even such an existence ultimately vanished without a trace in the previous era. According to information obtained by Leng Ningshuang, Qi Yunjian had apparently stowed away into the upper realm. There, he offended a major figure he should never have crossed. Enraged, this powerful figure chose to eliminate Qi Yunjian. The other 3 young masters apparently sought to aid Qi Yunjian, which is why they vanished together. Though she had never met Qi Yunjian personally, she was indeed one of the legendary figures of the Earth Realm. Leng Ningshuang had seen her photograph. That's why she recognized Qi Yunjian at a glance. Qi Yunjian? Though she'd never interacted with her, word was this woman was mad. Never mind. Zhou Xuan is still absorbing the spiritual medicine. Let's not stir up trouble for now. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang glanced at Qi Yunjian and said, "We didn't know this place had an owner. We'll pack up and leave immediately." With that, Leng Ningshuang turned to head back into the temple. But just as she turned, Qi Yunjian's voice rang out again. "The aura emanating from you is quite different from ordinary people. You must be a master yourself, right? How about this?" Hearing Qi Yunjian's words, Leng Ningshuang smiled. "I'm afraid your perception is mistaken. I'm just an ordinary person. A gentleman does not take what others cherish. Since this is your residence, we should naturally step aside." As for Qi Yunjian's suggestion of a sparring match, Leng Ningshuang couldn't care less. Because the current Leng Ningshuang was extremely busy. She has countless tasks to attend to. For instance, cultivating Fire King grass seeds and instructing Luochen. She even needed to investigate certain information to confirm the location of the advancement agreement. After all, with less than 2 months remaining, the Earth Capital Secret Realm was about to commence. To truly plunder every treasure within the Earth Capital Secret Realm, Leng Ningshuang had a mountain of preparations to make. She certainly didn't want to engage in sparring with a madman over some dilapidated temple. Yet, faced with Leng Ningshuang's refusal, Qi Yunjian offered a rare, toothy grin. You refuse? Well, that's not entirely up to you. With that, Qi Yunjian rose from his perch atop the stone lion. Under the moonlight, a vast amount of cold energy surged around Qi Yunjian. He held his right hand out flat. In an instant, endless cold energy began to converge toward his right hand. Moments later, a sword entirely forged from ice irregular in shape appeared in her grasp. Had Guo Xuji been present, he would have been utterly astonished by the sword's emergence. For the technique used to condense this sword was energy materialization, a power only those at the second realm could master. Remember how deeply shocked Guo Xuji had been when Zhou Xuan first mastered energy materialization? Achieving such a feat at the first realm stage demanded near superhuman mastery over energy. However, Guo Xuji could understand Zhou Xuan's ability to manifest energy. After all, as a dragon seed, Zhou Xuan's innate grasp of energy was already exceptionally high. But if Guo Xuji were to witness Qi Yunjian in this state, he would undoubtedly be even more astonished. After all, Qi Yunjian was human. A human at the first realm achieving what even ordinary second realm spirit beasts couldn't accomplish. This was simply too outrageous. The frost-clad sword in Qi Yunjian's hand had fully materialized. Beneath the moonlight, she darted forward, charging toward Leng Ningshuang. Leng Ningshuang sensed Qi Yunjian's sudden attack. But deep down, she truly didn't want to fight. Yet as Qi Yunjian drew ever closer, her aura growing sharper and more menacing. That look on Qi Yunjian's face truly seemed as if she intended to strike her down with a single sword. Even Leng Ningshuang, who was usually adept at concealing her temper, found herself growing slightly irritated. At that moment, Leng Ningshuang halted her steps. She slowly turned her head to face Qi Yunjian charging toward her. Boom! Hell dragon flames instantly erupted beneath Leng Ningshuang's feet. In the next instant, Leng Ningshuang swung her hand casually. A hell dragon sword, forged from the very flames of hell, materialized in her palm. Compared to Qi Yunjian's frostblade, Leng Ningshuang's inferno dragon sword was far more refined. It truly resembled a fine sword forged in the real world. However, the reason Leng Ningshuang's hellbound dragon sword was more refined wasn't because she was a perfectionist obsessed with details. Rather, it stemmed from her mastery of energy control surpassing even that of Qi Yunjian. The sword-obsessed young master hailed as the foremost swordsman in the entire realm. Watching Qi Yunjian charge toward her, Leng Ningshuang murmured under her breath. If you truly wish to fight, then my blade shall not be outdone. 062 The Invincible Ice Phoenix Phantom? Kicked to pieces. You wield a sword too? Ha! My hunch was right after all. Then let's see who's stronger here. The moment he saw Leng Ningshuang manifesting a sword from thin air, a smile instantly spread across Qi Yunjian's face. But this smile wasn't one of joy. Instead, it was a maniacal cackle. Her expression was as if she'd found a toy that perfectly suited her. Facing Qi Yunjian's maniacal laughter, Leng Ningshuang remained serene. To Leng Ningshuang, who had been the Empress of the Ninth Realm in her previous life, what kind of sword geniuses had she not encountered? But geniuses were merely the threshold to her door. Truth be told, Qi Yunjian's sword intent was formidable. Yet in Leng Ningshuang's eyes, it fell far short. Sword condensation, gather. Seeing Qi Yunjian charging toward her, Leng Ningshuang let out a soft snort. The next instant, vast amounts of beast control power surged into the flaming prison dragon sword in her grasp. With a sudden flash, the Inferno prison dragon sword, already engulfed in flames, seemed to ignite further as if fueled by oxygen. The terrifying hell dragon flames surged to 3 times their previous intensity. The aura became incredibly dense. Then, Leng Ningshuang swung the flaming prison dragon sword in her hand. Qi Yunjian, who had been in an attacking stance, suddenly sensed an endless hellfire dragon charging toward him with the most ferocious momentum. Perceiving the sudden shift, Qi Yunjian, who had been poised to attack, immediately raised his frost blade to block before him. The next moment, boom! The flaming prison dragon sword collided with the frost blade. In an instant, the frost blade shattered. Qi Yunjian, who had been on the offensive, was immediately sent flying backward. However, Qi Yunjian possessed exceptional control over her body. She adjusted her posture mid-air and thrust the broken frost blade into the ground, preventing a messy fall. Yet the terrifying force still sent her sliding more than 10 meters across the ground. The blade embedded in the ground instantly carved a fissure filled with frigid ice. Now steady, Qi Yunjian slowly rose to her feet. Though her eyes were concealed by a black cloth, she stared at the broken frost blade in her hand, then looked at Leng Ningshuang with disbelief. "You actually managed to break my frost blade?" Facing Qi Yunjian's astonishment, the flames on Leng Ningshuang's Inferno Prison Dragon sword had dimmed considerably compared to earlier in the battle, yet her expression remained utterly calm as she spoke. "You're not bad either. Your mastery of ice energy has reached the pinnacle of its realm. Your talent for swordsmanship is formidable. Compared to other sword geniuses, you truly stand head and shoulders above the rest. But it's a pity." At this point, Leng Ningshuang let out a light chuckle. "You've crossed paths with me." As the words fell, the flaming prison dragon sword in Leng Ningshuang's hand once again ignited with fierce flames. As the flames roared, a colossal fire dragon, nearly identical in form to Zhou Xuan's true body, slowly coiled behind Leng Ningshuang. Now, Leng Ningshuang stood like an unrivaled sword emperor, gazing down upon Qi Yunjian from above. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's form, Qi Yunjian, though having been at a disadvantage in the previous battle, showed not a trace of panic on her face. Instead, laughter continued to escape her lips. "Ha ha! Ha! How amusing! Truly amusing. I never imagined I'd encounter someone in the Earth Fiend heaven whose sword talent could rival mine." With that, Qi Yunjian slowly raised her hand and removed the black cloth covering her eyes. As the cloth fell, the already intense cold aura surrounding Qi Yunjian surged instantly. The ground beneath her feet instantly froze into thick ice. Behind her, an ice phoenix formed entirely from frost materialized. In that instant, Qi Yunjian, who had seemed to lose much of her momentum, instantly became a force capable of standing toe-to-toe with Leng Ningshuang. Ice and fire. Two terrifying auras swept through the entire ruined temple. Inside the temple, Luochen, who had been secretly watching the battle, found herself shivering uncontrollably. Truth be told, she had been astonished when Leng Ningshuang wielded her sword. She hadn't expected Leng Ningshuang to possess such formidable swordsmanship. But now, as Qi Yunjian removed the black cloth from his eyes, Luochen felt an even greater shock. She never imagined that in this place of earth fiends and heavenly spirits, someone could actually match Leng Ningshuang in sheer presence. After all, everything Leng Ningshuang was currently demonstrating originated from Zhou Xuan. Yet Qi Yunjian could now stand against Leng Ningshuang. Didn't this mean she possessed a spirit pad as extraordinary as brother Zhou Xian's? At this thought, how could Luochen not be startled? Just as Luochen's heart raced, Qi Yunjian, who had kept her eyes closed until now, slowly opened them. The next moment, Luochen saw a pair of eyes appear icy blue, like frozen ice itself. Though Luochen avoided meeting Qi Yunjian's gaze, the sight of those icy blue eyes instantly plunged her into a frozen abyss. The extreme chill made her feel as if she were being frozen solid on the spot. As Qi Yunjian's eyes opened, ice blue feathers continuously emerged from the corners of her eyes, resembling the plumage of a phoenix. Who exactly is this person? She's incredibly powerful. Watching Qi Yunjian, Luochen felt an intense curiosity about her identity. However, upon seeing Qi Yunjian's icy blue eyes and the ice phoenix behind her, Leng Ningshuang, whose expression had been calm until that moment, instantly furrowed her brow. Phoenix King's illusory form. Ice Phoenix Spirit Eyes. This Qi Yunjian, is she from the Taoist Heavenly Phoenix Clan? The Taoist Heavenly Realm, the seventh world of the Beast Wasteland. The Phoenix Clan, one of the myriad races of the Taoist Heaven. However, this Phoenix Clan is not the traditional Phoenix lineage. Rather, it is a human lineage bearing Phoenix blood. They differ significantly from the true Beast clans. Yet, possessing Phoenix blood grants them innate, powerful talents. Some are born masters of fire, capable of scorching the earth with a single thought, leaving barren wastelands stretching for miles. Others command thunder, summoning rolling thunder wherever they go, with celestial lightning refusing to disperse. In short, within the Taoist lineage, the Celestial Phoenix Clan stands as one of the 5 imperial clans among all races. However, due to the Phoenix Clan's difficulty in procreation, they dote excessively on their young kin. Leaving the Taoist heaven was out of the question. Even venturing beyond the Phoenix Clan's homeland proved exceedingly difficult. Now, a member of the Phoenix Clan had appeared in the Earth Fiend heaven. How could Leng Ningshuang not be perplexed? As Leng Ningshuang stared at Qi Yunjian before her, utterly perplexed. Qi Yunjian paid no heed to such matters. Her right hand saw the shattered frost blade reform once more. This time, the frost blade in Qi Yunjian's hand was not crudely made like before. Instead, it became as exquisitely crafted as Leng Ningshuang's own. This could no longer be called a frost blade, it was worthy of being named the Extreme Ice Phoenix Blade. You're quite skilled. Now, let me see if you can withstand this strike of mine. With that, Qi Yunjian leapt effortlessly into the air. Bathed in moonlight, she shimmered like a radiant ice phoenix. My moonlight pierces 1,000 rivers with its chill. With that cry, the Extreme Ice Phoenix Blade in Qi Yunjian's hand instantly crystallized into the phantom form of an ice phoenix. In the next instant, the phantom surged violently toward Leng Ningshuang. Seeing the phantom ice phoenix charging toward her, Leng Ningshuang's heart tightened. She prepared to channel all her beast taming power to resist. But in the next instant, a fiery dragon burst forth from the ruined temple. The fire dragon moved with blinding speed, streaking across the night sky like a meteor, tracing a brilliant arc. The terrifying phantom of the ice phoenix was shattered cleanly by a single kick from the fire dragon. Now, gazing at the shimmering, crystal-like fragments of the ice phoenix's phantom, the fire dragon let out a disdainful snort. So fragile? As the sound faded, the fire dragon slowly dissipated, revealing Zhou Xuan's figure standing before Leng Ningshuang. Simultaneously, Zhou Xuan's voice rang out, cold and piercing as if emerging from the depths of hell. Since you're so eager for a fight, then let me accompany you in a fight? 063 The terrifying speed of reaching the second realm. Indeed, the one who shattered the ice phoenix's illusory form with that single kick was none other than Zhou Xuan, who had just completed the fusion of the fire demon chi. Compared to before, Zhou Xuan had now achieved a completely new level of enhancement. Host, Zhou Xuan. Power, First Realm, Stage 8. Attributes, Dragon, Demon, Fire, Wind, Water. Race, Hell Dragon King. Talent, 6th tier, Average. Talent tree, Fire Demon Chi, Shadow Legion, Rabbit Talisman, Sky Demon Chi, Water Demon Chi, Wind Demon Chi. Skills, Tier 2 Whirlwind Dragon Flame Kick, Tier 2 Hell Demon Dragon Slash, Tier 2 Dragon Whale Swallows the Sea, Tier 2 Hell Demon Dragon Flame, Tier 2 Demon Dragon Mystic Flame Claw, Tier 2 Dragon Wing Flame King Shield, Tier 2 Hell Dragon Servant, Tier 2 Demon Dragon Frenzy Roar, Tier 2 Spirit Light Flash, Tier 2 Gale, Tier 2 Downpour. Energy points, 187. Indeed, after absorbing a 4th tier Supreme Fire attribute Spirit Herb, Zhou Xuan's current strength had reached the astonishing realm of Stage 8. Not only that, his innate talent had also risen to the mid-tier level of the 6th rank. All fire-related skills have seen new growth. Particularly the 2nd-tier skill, Hell Dragon Servant, has now been enhanced. The number of Hell Dragon Servants the Fire Demon Chi could now manifest had doubled from 1 to 2. Moreover, the energy the Fire Demon Chi could provide far exceeded its previous capacity. The first Hell Dragon Servant, Niga, now exhibits unprecedented changes in its information. Servant, Niga. Power, First Realm, 8th tier. Attributes, Demon, Malevolent Entity, Dragon, Fire. Talent, 5th tier low. Skills, Tier 2 Shadow Illusionary Flame Dart, Tier 2 Shadow Renowned Flame Blade, Tier 2 Hell Dragon Flame, Tier 2 Flame Shadow Clone. Indeed, compared to before, Niga has not only advanced 1 tier in aptitude, but his skills have undergone a true evolution. All skills can now be infused with fire elemental energy. Additionally, Niga has mastered a new skill, Flame Shadow Clone. Now, Niga can instantly split into a full 9 shadow clones identical to himself. Moreover, these 9 shadow clones possess the same offensive capabilities as Niga himself. Frankly, this skill has elevated Niga's already formidable combat prowess to an even higher level. Seeing Niga's dramatic transformation, Zhou Xuan felt no urgency to immediately contract a second Hell Dragon Servant. Currently, the optimal choice for Zhou Xuan's second Hell Dragon Servant was undoubtedly the Shadow General Samo. However, Zhou Xuan currently possessed very little transformable demonic energy. Only Fire Demon Chi and Sky Demon Chi remained. It must be acknowledged that fire demonic energy is exceptionally potent. As for Sky Demon Chi, it was indeed no slouch either. But to be perfectly honest, the enhancement these two types of demonic energy provide for the giant Shadow General Samo is still rather limited. Samo himself is a giant Shadow General renowned for his strength. Fire magic energy doesn't align well with Samo's strengths. As for the Sky Demon Chi, while it could grant Samo the ability to fly, but one must remember that within the Shadow Legion, there exists another figure known as the Flying Shadow General Bart. His specialty lies precisely in flight. So granting Samo flight would certainly enhance him. But in Zhou Xuan's view, it felt a bit too similar to what already existed. Thus, Zhou Xuan chose not to contract this second Hell Dragon Servant. But that was beside the point. Now that Zhou Xuan had undergone the enhancement, facing Qi Yunjian's sword strike which hated nearly her entire lifetime of cultivation was a task she handled with extreme ease. Shattered with a single kick? Brother Zhou Xuan has grown so much stronger. Seeing Zhou Xuan shatter the chilling Ice Phoenix illusion with a single kick, Luochen, hiding in the ruined temple, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Luochen knew Zhou Xuan's strength. To be perfectly honest, Zhou Xuan's combat prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the earthly fiend heaven realm. But back then, the oppressive pressure Zhou Xuan exerted on Luochen wasn't as overwhelming as the icy phoenix illusion released by Qi Yunjian. Yet now, that overwhelmingly oppressive ice phoenix illusion had been shattered by Zhou Xuan with a single kick. Even Luochen found it absurd. And it wasn't just Luochen who felt it was beyond belief. Cold Ling Shuang and Qi Yunjian, who had been locked in a tense standoff, now stared upward at Zhou Xuan in midair, their faces etched with shock. That strike just now. How could Zhou Xuan move that fast? Even a spirit beast at the second realm, renowned for its speed, would struggle to unleash such explosive velocity in an instant. Leng Ningshuang knew Zhou Xuan's capabilities. Moreover, each time he absorbed colossal energy, Zhou Xuan achieved a qualitative leap. Yet witnessing Zhou Xuan unleash such blinding speed directly still left Leng Ningshuang inwardly astonished. As for Qi Yunjian, she watched Zhou Xuan intently with her Ice Phoenix spirit eyes. Though her exterior appeared serene, the extreme Ice Phoenix blade in her hand was already slowly fading. Dragon King talent. That kick just now reached the speed of a second-tier spirit beast. When did the Earth Fiend Heaven produce such a formidable individual? As a descendant of the Phoenix clan, Qi Yunjian instantly recognized Zhou Xian's innate talent. Truth be told, Qi Yunjian was genuinely stunned. Even in the Taoist heaven, a spirit beast with Dragon King potential was exceedingly rare. Yet here stood this man she'd encountered by chance, accompanied by a spirit pet possessing the innate talent of a Dragon King. Could it be? This fellow was descended from the true Dragon clan? As he spoke, Qi Yunjian began scrutinizing Leng Ningshuang from head to toe. But the moment that thought flashed through his mind, Qi Yunjian dismissed it immediately. The reason was simple: Leng Ningshuang was formidable. Especially her swordsmanship, it was already on par with his own. This was something Qi Yunjian had never imagined. Yet Leng Ningshuang bore not a single mark distinctive to the true Dragon clan. Moreover, compared to Leng Ningshuang, Zhou Xian's combat prowess was clearly far more formidable. To be honest, that kick just now only struck the Ice Phoenix sword he had released. Had it truly struck her body, Qi Yunjian felt she would either die or suffer severe injury. Thus, Qi Yunjian, whose fighting spirit had been soaring moments before, now reigned in her intense battle intent. Seeing Qi Yunjian back down, Zhou Xuan, whose fighting spirit was now at its peak and eager to test the limits of his own combat prowess, couldn't help but frown. Why stop fighting? Facing Zhou Xuan's question, Qi Yunjian offered no reply. She merely closed her eyes slowly, then wrapped a black silk scarf around them. With a casual tone, she said, continuing this fight would only lead to mutual destruction. My intention was merely to spar. With that, Qi Yunjian, her eyes concealed once more by the black scarf, turned her gaze toward Zhou Xuan before glancing at Leng Ningshuang. Dragon, woman. It seems you two are the ones with a 5 billion bounty placed on your heads by the 9th Prince of the Earth Realm. With that, Qi Yunjian turned her gaze toward the distance, where a phoenix's cry pierced the heavens. Baiyu, come forth. The distinguished guest you mentioned is here. 064 Chu Baiyu's shock, exploring the ancient land of the earthly fiend heaven. The phoenix cry faded. A streak of white light shot toward them from the distance. Moments later, Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang saw Chu Baiyu, clad in a snow-white robe, arrive at the temple's open courtyard. The moment he saw Leng Ningshuang, Chu Baiyu's face softened. Miss Ningshuang, we meet again. Chu Baiyu's expression remained relatively composed as he looked at Leng Ningshuang. But the moment his gaze fell upon Zhou Xuan, Chu Baiyu's heart jolted in shock. This fellow is actually the Dragon King? Could it be? This Leng Ningshuang also hails from the Taoist heavenly lineage like my elder sister? Seeing Zhou Xuan left Chu Baiyu feeling somewhat dazed. In Chu Baiyu's estimation, Leng Ningshuang was indeed formidable. After all, she was someone who could obtain a black gold card. But from Chu Baiyu's perspective, Leng Ningshuang was merely formidable. After all, as the manager of the Earthly Fiend Heaven division at the Peak Auction House, he was privy to certain hidden truths. But what Chu Baiyu never expected was Leng Ningshuang's ace spirit pet was actually a being whose innate talent had reached the Dragon King tier. Consider that among the 4 gentlemen of the earthly realm, the strongest, the sword-obsessed gentleman, was none other than Qi Yunjian himself. And Qi Yunjian's ace spirit pet was only of Phoenix King level potential. Thus, when Chu Baiyu laid eyes on Zhou Xuan, his heart was filled with utter shock. Shocked as he was, Chu Baiyu greeted Zhou Xuan with utmost courtesy. I am Chu Baiyu. I know you, the manager of the Peak Auction House. So you two know each other. Then tell me, why did you attack us just now? As he spoke, Zhou Xuan's wings suddenly spread wide. The ground beneath his feet began to crack and fissure. A torrent of hellish dragon flames began crawling up from beneath the earth. A fierce wind instantly swept through the sky. Though not fierce enough to blind anyone, the wind still made the hems of everyone's clothes rustle. Amidst the fierce winds, the hellish dragon flames burned even more fiercely. Zhou Xuan stood amidst the flames like a demon lord. His dark crimson eyes fixed intently on Chu Baiyu. Though he made no move himself, if Chu Baiyu uttered a single wrong word, Zhou Xuan would strike instantly, obliterating him on the spot. Seeing Zhou Xuan radiating such overwhelming presence, Chu Baiyu swallowed hard before shifting his gaze to Qi Yunjian beside him. For Chu Baiyu, he had been searching for Leng Ningshuang all along. But he genuinely had no idea what had just transpired. As for Qi Yunjian's gaze fixed on Chu Baiyu, her demeanor remained remarkably calm. She sat quietly atop the stone lion, appearing utterly harmless. As if she hadn't done anything at all. Seeing his elder sister like this gave Chu Baiyu a headache, but he knew this mess would once again fall to him to clean up. Misunderstandings were just misunderstandings. That's just how my big sister is. When she encounters someone with formidable strength, she just wants to exchange a few moves. Moreover, this place has been her permanent residence for years. She's a sensitive soul, so she saw you all as intruders, that's why she acted this way. Hearing Chu Baiyu speak, Zhou Xuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Chu Baiyu's heart instantly skipped a beat. To be honest, Zhou Xuan's gaze was genuinely unsettling. Chu Baiyu considered himself no stranger to influential figures, yet Zhou Xuan's single glance sent his heart racing wildly. Frankly, the oppressive aura Zhou Xuan radiated felt even more terrifying than that of the sleepy ice phoenix his elder sister kept. Gentlemen, please don't be angry. This is the Ningshuang fruit from the eternal heaven. Though not a precious item, if you two would not mind, please accept it as an apology for my sister's sudden offense. As he spoke, Chu Baiyu retrieved a fruit from his spirit pet space. The fruit was a translucent jade green, shaped like a peach, yet shrouded in a faint mist that resembled drifting clouds. The Ningshuang fruit, a third-tier water attribute spirit object. For water attribute spirit beasts, this thing was practically a super potent tonic. Previously, this Ningshuang fruit would have been useless to Zhou Xuan. But now, its effects were not much inferior to those of the Fire King grass. After all, Zhou Xuan now possessed water attributes himself. However, since water and fire are inherently opposing elements, when Zhou Xuan utilized his fire attributes, he couldn't draw upon his water attributes. But possessing water attributes allows Zhou Xuan to absorb water-type spiritual substances. Thus, the Spirit Dome fruit served as a valuable tonic for Zhou Xuan. Moreover, Leng Ningshuang could also cultivate Ningshuang fruits herself. For such a win-win situation, Leng Ningshuang nodded to Zhou Xuan, signaling that he could accept this gift. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's gesture, Zhou Xuan immediately understood the item's value to him. Thus, he finally spoke up slowly, "Alright. Since you've given me the Spirit Dome fruit, I'll overlook our previous conflict. Now, tell me what brings you here." As Zhou Xuan spoke, Chu Baiyu noticed Leng Ningshuang remained silent. He glanced at Zhou Xuan, inwardly surprised that the relationship between Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang was like this. But then he recalled that his own elder sister and her Phoenix King also seemed to have a dynamic where the Phoenix King held the dominant position. After all, spirit beasts with stronger innate abilities often possessed more assertive personalities. If a beast tamer lacked sufficient strength, they could easily find themselves at a disadvantage. As for Chu Baiyu's response to Zhou Xuan's inquiry, he didn't beat around the bush. "It's like this," he stated plainly. "My second brother discovered an ancient site here in the Earth Fiend Heaven. After investigation, this ancient site seems to date back to the primordial era, long before the beast market was established. Since it's been sealed for so long, we're not sure what kind of trouble we might encounter. Therefore, I wish to invite a master of your caliber to join us in its exploration." An ancient site in the Earth Fiend Heaven? A place that existed before the beast ruins were even formed? As Chu Baiyu spoke, Leng Ningshuang furrowed her brow. As a time traveler, Leng Ningshuang had never heard of any ancient site belonging to the Earth Fiend Heaven. But if it truly was an ancient site predating the beast ruins, then it must surely hold countless treasures. After all, before the beast ruins were built, burial practices were still very common. The more powerful beings often buried many possessions alongside themselves when their lifespans ended. This very practice gave rise to professions like tomb raiders in the past. However, with the establishment of the beast ruins, tomb raiding was banned. The profession of treasure hunters faded into obscurity. Yet Leng Ningshuang knew that the second of the four gentlemen of the earth bore the nickname Tomb Raider. To the outside world, the term treasure hunter implied immense wealth. In reality, however, this treasure hunter prince specialized in tomb raiding. Exploration is fine, but how will we divide the final spoils? Leng Ningshuang pondered for a moment before asking. Simple. We four siblings will enter the ancient site together. With 5 of us total, the final spoils will be split at 2/10 per person. Should you contribute significantly more effort, you may receive up to half the profits. The final distribution will be decided by the Divine Department. Regarding safety, we can also sign a contract. What are your thoughts on this? Facing Chu Baiyu's proposal, Leng Ningshuang stroked her chin thoughtfully. Moments later, she glanced at Zhou Xuan, seeking his opinion. If there's real profit to be made, I'm in. After all, we can't return to Earth for now. Zhou Xuan replied. Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang nodded and said, "We accept your proposal. When do we depart?" Chu Baiyu chuckled, "Right now." 065, a dominant debut. The astonishing arrival of treasure hunter Chao Xian. Earth City, Northwest Region, Fengling. Deep within the dense forest, a man clad in rugged attire and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle wiped the black gold dagger at his waist while gazing up at the sky. Where are big sister and third brother? The sun's already high in the sky. Speaking, the slicked-back man glanced at the drunken figure beside him, who kept pouring wine from a gourd into his mouth. Fourth brother, stop drinking. If you keep this up, I fear you won't make it out alive. Hearing this, the drunken man actually chuckled. Second brother, what are you saying? When have I ever let drinking get in the way of business? As he spoke, the tipsy man continued pouring the clear liquor from his gourd into his mouth, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. Seeing the man's appearance, the man with the slicked-back hair was at a loss for words, but he said nothing. After all, his fourth brother had suffered far too much. If he didn't let him drink to numb himself, he truly feared the man might resort to extreme measures. Drunken Dream Prince. Who in this world truly desires to be drunk? Glancing at the drunken man, the man with the slicked back hair sighed softly. Indeed, this drunken figure was none other than Yao Meng, the drunken dream gentleman who had previously helped Zhou Xuan drive away Huashitsu. And the man with the slicked back hair was none other than Chao Xian, the final unseen of the four gentlemen of the Earth capital, the treasure hunter. As Chao Xian watched his fourth younger brother with a touch of pity, suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching from afar, closing in on his location. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that news of my discovery of the ancient site had reached the upper realms? It was well known that entering ancient lands without authorization was illegal within the Beast Ruins. Although the Supervisory Department, one of the 8 divisions of the Beast Realm, held the duty of overseeing the entire Beast Realm. But the Earth Fiend Realm remained the lowest tier of the Beast Realm. This area isn't highly urbanized. In remote wilderness areas like Foamling Ridge, where surveillance is absent, the Supervisory Division struggles to maintain control. Thus, many in the Earth Fiend Realm who wish to murder or rob their victims often lure them out into the wilderness to carry out their crimes. But this only applies when no contract has been signed. If a contract is signed, the Divine Division will directly oversee the matter. Even acts of murder and robbery would be easily uncovered by the Divine Department. But that was beside the point. Feeling that terrifying aura that made even his own heart tremble, Chao Xian was instantly startled. He instantly stood up, having been sharpening his blade moments before. Simultaneously, a spirit beast appeared beside him clad in golden armor, with razor-sharp claws. It resembled a rat, yet its aura was intensely fierce. Fourth brother, wake up. Enemies are here. As he spoke, Chao Xian was already primed for battle. Seeing Chao Xian ready for battle, Yao Meng gazed up at the massive shadow in the sky with her dazed eyes. She opened her mouth and said, "It's okay, second brother. It's just eldest sister and third brother arriving." Eldest sister and third brother? Chao Xian froze in surprise. Chao Xian was intimately familiar with the auras of Qi Yunjian and Shu Baiyu. Yet the aura surging forth now bore no connection whatsoever to either of them. Moreover, in terms of sheer intensity, it was every bit as formidable as his eldest sister's. Though Chao Xian didn't know his elder sister's true origins, he knew that if she were to become truly enraged, she could turn the entire Earth Fiend heaven upside down. Now, someone had arrived who was no less formidable than his eldest sister. Born timid, how could Chao Xian not panic? But seeing Yao Meng beside him, utterly unfazed, Chao Xian, whose nerves had been stretched to breaking point, turned his gaze toward the dark figure streaking toward their position, his face now filled with confusion. Chao Xian knew Yao Meng well. This woman never did anything unprepared. The fact that he remained completely unflustered now, even stating that his eldest sister and third brother had arrived, meant he was in cahoots with them. Thus, Chao Xian was perplexed as to the source of this terrifying aura. Just as Chao Xian was lost in thought. With a whoosh, the massive shadow in the sky descended in an instant. The next instant, Chao Xian witnessed a colossal dragon descending from the heavens, its wings so vast they obscured the sky, its entire body covered in pitch-black dragon scales. The dragon's height was staggering, appearing to be a full 13 meters tall. Its sheer size alone imposed an overwhelming sense of pressure upon Chao Xian. Not to mention the aura emanating from the dragon, which sent a shiver down Chao Xian's spine. At that moment, Chao Xian felt as though he were gazing upon a demonic dragon king risen from the depths of hell itself. The instant their crimson gazes locked, a bone-deep dread instantly gripped him. Staring at the pitch-black dragon before him, Chao Xian instinctively swallowed hard, forcing down the fear welling up inside. As Chao Xian locked eyes with the pitch-black dragon, the black dragon merely gave him a calm glance. Then, its massive form began to rapidly shrink. Next, Chao Xian saw a youth appear before him, standing about 2 meters tall with a handsome, divine countenance. His attire was entirely armor forged from pitch-black dragon scales. Beside the youth appeared a woman with exquisite features and an icy demeanor. Indeed, the two figures now before Chao Xian were none other than Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang. Just as Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang arrived, from afar, Shu Baiyu's voice rang out. "Don't worry, second brother. They're all our own people." As the words fell, Chao Xian spotted Shu Baiyu and Qi Yunjian racing toward them from afar. Before long, Shu Baiyu and Qi Yunjian descended from the sky and landed before Chao Xian. "Your Excellency, Zhou Xuan is truly formidable. That speed is so fast, even I can't keep up." The moment they reached Chao Xian, Shu Baiyu immediately began praising Zhou Xuan. As for Qi Yunjian, though she remained silent, she leaned against a tree branch, her gaze fixed directly on Zhou Xuan. Clearly, the speed Zhou Xuan had just displayed had left her somewhat astonished. Facing Shu Baiyu's expression of admiration, Zhou Xuan said nothing. Instead, he glanced at Chao Xian and Yao Meng before him. He recognized Yao Meng. After all, she had assisted both Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang at the auction house. But Chao Xian? Zhou Xuan was less familiar with him. This was Zhou Xuan, the second-ranked tomb-raiding noble among the 4 nobles of the Earth capital. His name was Zhou Xuan, and his abilities were rather average. Yet he possessed an ancestral skill, dragon-seeking and gold-pointing. His talent for locating treasures was quite remarkable. Noticing Zhou Xuan's confusion, Leng Ningshuang introduced him through telepathy. Through Leng Ningshuang's introduction, Zhou Xuan finally gained some understanding of Zhou Xuan. However, upon seeing Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang appear, Zhou Xuan hurriedly approached Zhu Baiyu and said, "Third brother, why did you suddenly bring others here? This is ancient ground we've entered. If they spill the beans, we're all dead meat." Zhou Xuan was naturally cautious. Their ancient site expeditions had always been limited to their group of 4. Now, bringing in an extra person naturally made Zhou Xuan uneasy. Hearing Zhou Xuan's worry, Zhu Baiyu merely smiled. "Second brother, don't worry about that. These 2 are incredibly powerful. Not to mention, the 9 kings of the Earth realm have placed a 500 million bounty on their heads. Even if someone wanted to leak information, I doubt anyone in the Earth Fiend heaven would dare report us." The moment Zhu Baiyu spoke, Zhou Xuan froze in shock. Holy? What? A 500 million bounty from the 9 lords of the Earth realm? No way? Did these 2 guys tear the 9th prince's house to shreds? Otherwise, how could those 9 old farts possibly shell out 500 million for a bounty? 066, the swarm of speed beetles is unsolvable? The Shadow Legion descends. Hearing Zhu Baiyu's words, Zhou Xuan froze in place. Compared to Qi Yunjian, Zhu Baiyu, and Yao Meng, Zhou Xuan was a genuine Earth Fiend heavily officer. The Zhou family was once one of the 9 royal families of the capital. It was only after their treasure hunting activities were exposed that the Zhou family met its downfall. Today, the people of Earth City only know the tomb-raiding young master by the name Zhou Xuan, but none realize he hails from the once illustrious Zhou family. As a member of the Zhou clan, Zhou Xuan naturally knew the 9 lords of Earth City well. He knew all too well just how stingy those 9 old codgers could be. They haggle over every treasure they buy. If the price exceeds their expectations, they won't spend a single penny. Yet now, these old codgers were actually willing to put up 500 million as a bounty for these 2 right before their eyes? That was just absurd. Faced with Zhou Xuan's astonishment, Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang remained utterly composed. Not a hint of nervousness flashed across their faces at the thought of a 500 million yuan bounty on their heads. In fact, Zhou Xuan could even detect a hint of smugness in their demeanor. Their demeanor seemed to say, not just anyone could command such a hefty bounty. However, upon learning of the bounty, Zhou Xuan, who had previously harbored doubts about Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang, finally felt reassured. After all, if the 9 kings had placed a bounty on them, it meant these 2 were at odds with the 9 kings of the Earth realm. And in Zhou Xuan's eyes, anyone at odds with the 9th prince of the Earth realm was his friend. I see. I'm Zhou Xuan. My apologies for my earlier discourtesy. Speaking up, Zhou Xuan proactively greeted Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang. In response to Zhou Xuan's initiative, Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang also proactively introduced themselves. Zhou Xuan was somewhat surprised to learn Zhou Xuan actually had a name, for he hadn't expected a dragon to possess a name that sounded human. Surprise aside, Zhou Xuan didn't dwell on it. "Second brother, everyone's here now. Why don't you tell us about this ancient land?" Seeing everyone had arrived, Zhu Baiyu spoke first. Without hesitation, Zhou Xuan stamped his foot on the ground. "Based on my analysis, there should be an ancient site hidden beneath Fengling. It seems to be carried on the back of some creature. The entire ancient site has been constantly shifting. To pinpoint its exact location, we'll need your expertise, third brother." Listening to Zhou Xuan's explanation, Zhu Baiyu nodded. With a flick of his thoughts, a white ape materialized beside him. The moment the white ape materialized, Zhou Xuan's vision displayed its basic information. Spirit Beast, White Jade Spirit Ape. Power level, 1st realm, 9th tier. Attributes, Sacred Spirit, Beast. Talent, High tier 4th grade. Skills, Tier 2 Sacred Spirit Vision, Tier 2 Spirit Jade Breathing, Tier 2 Ape Strike Sacred Spirit, Tier 2 Jade Ape Fist. A White Jade Spirit Ape? Seems this Zhu Baiyu isn't as simple as imagined. Just as Zhou Xuan saw the White Jade Spirit Ape's information, Leng Ningshuang beside him initiated a telepathic connection. How is he not simple? Zhou Xuan asked, puzzled. Don't be fooled by its seemingly low innate talent. It's an extremely rare spirit beast. Even in the Zhou Tian, it's the kind that would be fiercely contested the moment it appeared. Leng Ningshuang explained. The White Jade Spirit Ape doesn't grow quickly, but it possesses a remarkable skill, Spirit Jade Breathing. This skill allows the White Jade Spirit Ape to gradually transform its entire skeleton into pure white jade through continuous breathing exercises. Once successfully jadified, its innate talent would instantly surge to a 6th tier level. Not only can the White Jade Spirit Ape do this, but Beast Masters can also master the technique to jadify their own bones. In that case, a Beast Master's combat prowess wouldn't be much weaker than that of a spirit pet. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's explanation, Zhou Xuan stared in astonishment at the seemingly lazy White Jade Spirit Ape before him. He truly hadn't expected this seemingly unassuming creature to possess such extraordinary abilities. As the White Jade Spirit Ape appeared, Chu Baiyu's gentle voice instantly grew crisp. White Jade Spirit Ape, Holy Spirit Vision. At Chu Baiyu's command, the previously utterly serene White Jade Spirit Ape slowly raised one eyebrow. In the next instant, a streak of white light coalesced at the tip of the White Jade Spirit Ape's finger. Then, the White Jade Spirit Ape gently tapped the light onto the ground. Instantly, Zhou Xuan witnessed the light expand, enveloping his entire group within its glow. Within the glow, Zhou Xuan was astonished to find he could see through the ground. Beneath the earth, he witnessed a palace moving rapidly underground, its speed astonishing even him. Whoa, the palace was being carried by a swarm of swift-moving insects. This was a bit troublesome. While Zhou Xuan saw the palace moving at breakneck speed, Zhou Xuan immediately spotted the dense swarm of insects carrying it. Swift-moving insects, a type of spirit insect. Though not classified as spirit beasts, these insects possessed an extraordinary ability, extreme mobility. Especially underground, their speed was beyond the reach of even many earth elemental spirit beasts. During the primordial era, many powerful figures employed various methods to secure their tombs. Constructing tombs atop a swarm of swift-moving insects was considered a superior protective measure. Even Zhou Xuan, a seasoned tomb raider, was momentarily stumped for a solution. Seeing Zhou Xuan scratching his head in frustration, Qi Yunjian, who had remained silent, spoke up. Is there any way to stop the swarm of swift-moving insects? The only option is to send my golden ghosts down to eliminate each of these swarm insects individually. Only when the swarm can no longer drag this palace will it finally come to a halt. Zhou Xuan replied. How long will that take? Chu Baiyu frowned. It'll likely take at least 10 days to half a month, Zhou Xuan conceded helplessly. After all, he hadn't anticipated encountering such a troublesome foe as the swift swarm. 10 days or half a month. At this thought, Chu Baiyu instinctively turned her gaze toward Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang. After all, Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang had come primarily because exploring the ancient site wouldn't waste too much time. According to Chu Baiyu's speculation, these two were likely heading toward the recruitment assessments of the 10 Great Beast Master Academies next. The recruitment assessments were set to begin in less than 15 days. If they truly intended to spend that much time here, Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang would clearly be unable to explore the ancient land together. But the ancient land itself was an extremely dangerous place. Losing such a powerful ally would significantly increase the risks, leaving Chu Baiyu feeling conflicted. Just as Chu Baiyu was wrestling with this dilemma, Zhou Xuan's voice slowly echoed. We just need to kill these insects, right? Give me 5% more of the spoils, and I'll handle these. The moment Zhou Xuan spoke, Zhou Xuan instantly felt displeased. 5% more? That's a bit of an outrageous demand, don't you think? I admit you're skilled, but the swift-feet insect swarm is vast in number. And our entry into the ancient lands is already a highly covert operation. You don't seriously want to turn the entire Fengling region upside down, do you? Hearing Zhou Xuan speak thus, Zhou Xuan remained unperturbed, replying calmly, if you're unwilling, it's no problem to me. 10 days or half a month is too long, we can't afford to wait. As he spoke, Zhou Xuan spread the wings on his back, preparing to depart. Seeing Zhou Xuan's resolve, Chu Baiyu shot Zhou Xuan a helpless glance before urgently calling out to Zhou Xuan, 5 days it is. As long as we can wrap this up quickly. Exploring ancient sites demands swift action. Prolonging it risks unforeseen complications. Hearing Chu Baiyu's words, Zhou Xuan felt deeply displeased. Yet, under Chu Baiyu's piercing gaze, he swallowed his objections. Yet as he watched Zhou Xuan, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but snort coldly inside. I'll be damned if I don't see how you're going to deal with these swarming bugs so quickly. Just as Zhou Xuan's disdain for Zhou Xuan flickered in his mind. The next moment, the shadow behind Zhou Xuan swelled instantly. Simultaneously, a deep, chilling voice emerged from Zhou Xuan's mouth. Shadow Legion. Eradicate these insects. 067 Shadow Legion earns its stripes, split 50% of the profits. As the command fell, the shadow behind Zhou Xuan, swollen to its limit, instantly revealed countless crimson eyes. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Countless ghost soldiers burst forth from the shadow. Under the sacred spirit vision of the White Jade Spirit Ape, everyone watched as these shadow soldiers plunged into the earth at incredible speed. Before long, they reached the swarm of speed-running insects. What was this? The sudden appearance of countless ghost soldiers left Zhou Xuan and Chu Baiyu visibly stunned. Not only that, but even Yao Meng, who had been drinking nearby and appeared completely drunk, and Qi Yunjian, who usually kept his emotions hidden, now looked with some surprise at the ghost soldiers surging into the ground. What on earth were these things? How could they all emerge from the shadows? And their aura is incredibly powerful. Each possessed strength reaching the 8th tier of the first realm. Staring at these ghostly soldiers, Zhou Xuan, who had less experience, immediately gasped in shock. Hearing Zhou Xuan's cry, Chu Baiyu beside him sucked in a sharp breath. He turned his astonished gaze toward Zhou Xuan. It was clear these shadow armies had been summoned by Zhou Xuan. Truth be told, Chu Baiyu had already considered Zhou Xuan quite formidable. Setting aside other factors, purely in terms of combat strength, Zhu Baiyu's own Rowanei was already on par with the Phoenix King belonging to his elder sister, Qi Yunjian. But it must be noted that the Phoenix King's formidable combat prowess stemmed solely from its own individual strength. Unlike Zhou Xuan, it couldn't summon an entire shadow army at will. More importantly, these shadow armies weren't just numerous, each individual member possessed considerable strength. The ability to summon nearly 100 beings at a single thought. This ability is simply too godlike. Staring at Zhou Xuan, Zhu Baiyu felt a wave of overwhelming shock wash over him. Yet even as Zhu Baiyu reeled in disbelief, the ghostly shadow soldiers had already descended underground. Boom! Facing the swarm of speeding insects advancing rapidly from beneath the earth, Zhou Xuan merely murmured, "Shadow darts." The words barely left his lips when darts materialized in the ghost soldiers' hands. Then came the whistling sound. The darts were launched by the ghost soldiers toward the high-speed moving swarm of swift-moving insects. Bang! The group watched as the darts, moving at incredible speeds, struck the swarm with astonishing precision. PSSSH. 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 The struck speed bugs instantly exploded in green blood, dying on the spot. Within moments, thousands of these insects lay dead. Though the swarm before them likely numbered in the staggering millions, such a massive toll had already been inflicted within just 1 minute. This left Zhou Xuan, born into a tomb raiding family, stunned and speechless on the spot. Wait. Weren't these swarmers notoriously difficult to deal with? And these guys had already taken out over 1,000 in just a moment? As shock rippled through his mind, Zhou Xuan observed the ghost soldiers showing no signs of fatigue, their shadow darts continuously materializing in their hands. As the shadow darts rained down, countless swift insects fell dead. Witnessing this, Zhou Xuan, who had been brimming with resentment toward Zhou Xuan, now turned his gaze back to him. But the look in his eyes was no longer one of disdain. Instead, it was filled with profound awe. For Zhou Xuan knew that if Zhou Xuan truly chose to fight, their so-called earthly fiend Heavenly Extreme, the formidable fourth young master of the earthly capital, would likely struggle to match Zhou Xuan. After all, these hundreds of ghost shadow soldiers alone were already more than enough to give them a run for their money. Not to mention Zhou Xuan's own combat prowess had reached a jaw-dropping level. However, as the ghost shadow soldiers relentlessly flung their darts, the swarm of swift insects began to dwindle rapidly. The ancient land, which had been swiftly transported by the swarm of speed-running insects, also slowed down. Clearly, the terrifying weight of the ancient land was becoming too much for the swarm to bear. Thus, an hour passed in fits and starts. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. The remaining swarm of speed bugs could no longer bear the immense weight of the ancient land. Ultimately, the ancient land's terrifying weight crushed the remaining swarm beneath it. The ancient land's impact echoed with a piercing clang. In that instant, the entire Fengling range shook violently. The young spirit beasts that had been living on Fengling Hill were startled by the sound of the ancient land's impact and scattered in all directions. This commotion was rather loud. Sensing the earth's tremor, Qi Yunjian, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "No way around it, sis. That's just how it is when you run into a swarm of speed bugs." Zhou Xuan sighed helplessly. "This is the Hua family's territory. Too much commotion will draw the Hua family's people here. Digging a tunnel now would be like announcing our plans to explore the ancient site." Qi Yunjian continued. Though Qi Yunjian was usually taciturn, after spending so much time with Zhou Xuan, she understood his modus operandi. Exploring ancient sites within the beast ruins is strictly forbidden. Now that they'd made such a racket, digging another tunnel would clearly signal their intent to descend into the ancient site. Truthfully, Qi Yunjian wasn't afraid of others trying to take it. What she dreaded was exposure. If they were reported, they'd be in serious trouble. Even though she hailed from the Taoist lineage, they would still face strict judgment from the divine department. Frankly, losing their lives over this wouldn't be surprising. So we have to abandon it? Seeing the greatest obstacle to entering the ancient land resolved, only to now have to retreat, Zhou Xuan felt a surge of reluctance. This was an unexplored ancient land, bound to hold priceless treasures. With such treasures, he might even have the chance to take revenge on the 9 kings of the earth. Thus, Zhou Xuan was determined not to give up so easily. "Second brother, this isn't something we can rush." Yao Meng, who had remained silent, stumbled over as she patted Zhou Xuan's shoulder. Clearly, even the intoxicated Yao Meng recognized the immense danger of continuing the ancient site's exploration. At that moment, Zhou Xuan observed the 4 people before him. He remained silent, instead connecting with Leng Ningshuang through telepathy. "If we explore the ancient site alone, what are our chances of obtaining these treasures?" Hearing Zhou Xuan's question, Leng Ningshuang paused in surprise. "You have a way in? Nijia and the others can guide us underground." Zhou Xuan revealed his abilities without reservation. Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang pondered, her gaze shifting to the magnificently constructed palace deep underground. Though Leng Ningshuang hadn't explored many ancient sites, this one's scale placed it firmly in the mid-tier category. The entity buried within would definitely be at least a 5th-tier beast tamer. Perhaps even stronger. During the era when tombs were prevalent, people feared their burial sites being raided, so they left numerous traps within. Though it's impossible for living spirit beasts to exist inside, without someone skilled in tomb raiding to assist, this place would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. With that thought, Leng Ningshuang turned to Zhou Xuan and said, "Without Zhou Xuan, I'd say our chances are only about 20%. Exploring ancient sites truly isn't within my area of expertise." Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan nodded in understanding. In that case, having said that, Zhou Xuan strode over to Zhou Xuan's side. He then placed his dragon claw nearly as large as Zhou Xuan's head on Zhou Xuan's shoulder and said, "If you're willing to give me another 5% of the harvest, I can help you enter the underground without digging a tunnel." At Zhou Xuan's words, not only Zhou Xuan froze in place. The other 3 present were all stunned. "What? You have a way to enter the underground without digging a hole? You're not joking, are you?" 068 Drunken Dream Princess Shock, a master of refining sacred medicines? You have a way to enter the underground without digging a hole? Upon hearing Zhou Xuan speak, Zhu Baiyu was somewhat surprised. As for Zhou Xuan, he too looked at Zhou Xuan with considerable puzzlement. Zhou Xuan admitted that the sudden appearance of the Shadow Legion had indeed surpassed his comprehension. But remember, the Zhou family was a renowned tomb raiding clan. Although the Zhou family had since perished, Zhou Xuan could be considered the culmination of the treasure hunting lineage. He wouldn't claim to have mastered every single treasure hunting technique in the world. Yet in all his years, Zhou Xuan had never heard of a method to enter the underground without digging a hole. Could it be? You've mastered the 6th-tier skill of shrinking the earth to an inch? Remember, this is a 6th-tier skill. Only spirit beasts who've reached the 6th realm can master it. Even if you could shrink the earth to an inch, how could you possibly enter the ancient land alone? What about us who can't master that skill? How would we get in? Besides, you may be the Dragon King, but you haven't mastered earth attributes either. Thus, as he listened to Zhou Xuan's words, Zhou Xuan's face quickly grew impatient. Before Zhou Xuan could utter a word, Qi Yunjian, standing nearby, spoke up a rare occurrence. "Oh, if you can truly lead us underground without digging a tunnel, I'll give you the 50% share you asked for." As he spoke, Qi Yunjian snapped his fingers. In an instant, a contract materialized before Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan glanced at the contract before him, then at Qi Yunjian. A smile spread across his lips. "Big sister sure is straightforward. In that case, I'll lead you all down into this ancient land." As he spoke, Zhou Xuan slowly raised his dragon claw. In an instant, the shadow behind Zhou Xuan swelled once more. The next moment, a towering, muscular giant shadow soldier materialized beside Zhou Xuan. Seeing the shadow soldier appear, Yao Meng, who had been drinking, was startled. As if awakening from a nightmare, she sobered instantly. As if reacting to a shock, the gourd in his hand erupted with surging energy. He seemed to be preparing for battle on the spot. "Fourth brother, stop. They're not the enemy." Seeing Yao Meng's sudden reaction, Zhu Baiyu hurriedly stopped her. Hearing this, Yao Meng finally regained some clarity. The man who had seemed utterly drunk moments ago now appeared alert and energetic. His breathing grew rapid as he stared at the giant shadow soldier beside him with a look of terror in his eyes. Remember, the Yao Meng of before, even when completely drunk, never once trembled when raising his gourd to drink. Yet now, Yao Meng's hand was visibly trembling. Observing Yao Meng's state, Zhou Xuan looked at the drunken dream prince with some surprise. This was the same man who hadn't flinched even when facing Hua Shirquan of the Hua family. Could it be that this fellow had been startled by a spirit beast similar to the giant shadow soldier? Though puzzled, Zhou Xuan chose not to press the matter. Instead, he focused his intent. The giant shadow soldier that had appeared beside Yao Meng vanished. In its place stood Zhou Xuan's hell dragon servant, Niga. "So you were afraid of my giant shadow soldier after all? Niga, take him underground shortly." Hearing this, Niga knelt on one knee before Zhou Xuan and said, "As you command, master." With that, Niga strode over to Yao Meng's side. At that moment, Yao Meng had yet to recover from the shock of the giant shadow soldier. But Zhou Xuan, now staring at the suddenly appearing Niga, was completely dumbfounded. Another dragon bloodline? No. When did the earth fiends and heavenly energies ever get to see dragons casually? Zhou Xuan could accept Zhou Xuan's appearance. After all, Zhou Xuan was strongly recommended by the eldest sister and third brother. If he lacked the potential to be a dragon king, Zhou Xuan believed his eldest sister and third brother wouldn't have recruited Zhou Xuan. But now you're telling Zhou Xuan that beside this dragon king Zhou Xuan, there's actually another dragon who claims to be his servant? And this dragon's potential surpasses even his own ace spirit pet? This truly dealt a blow to Zhou Xuan. Yet Zhou Xuan showed no reaction to Zhou Xuan's shock. Instead, he addressed the group, "Soon, I'll have the Shadow Legion escort you underground. Remember, don't resist. If you get stuck down there, I won't be responsible." As Zhou Xuan's voice faded, the shadow soldiers and ninja began supporting the 4 young masters of the earth capital. Shu Baiyu, fearing Yao Meng might have another panic attack, held onto him tightly. Once everyone was ready, Zhou Xuan focused his intent. In the next instant, the group that had been standing on the surface suddenly felt as if they'd lost their physical bodies, rapidly sinking toward the underground. Watching themselves traverse the subterranean realm as if their souls had left their bodies. Though her eyes were covered by a black silk scarf, Qi Yunjian couldn't help but feel astonished by this transformation. This sensation was remarkably similar to shrinking the earth to an inch. Yet it was also different in its entirety. It was as if her entire body had become ethereal. Fascinating. It seems this Dragon King is far more extraordinary than I had imagined. At this thought, a faint smile touched Qi Yunjian's lips, as if he discovered something utterly fascinating. Zhou Xuan, I sense something amiss with this ancient land too. As the ancient land drew nearer, Leng Ningshuang felt her heartbeat quicken. At Leng Ningshuang's warning, Zhou Xuan lowered his gaze to the ancient land now suspended motionless beneath them. How is it off? Zhou Xuan inquired. I can't quite put my finger on it. But my body is trembling uncontrollably. I did tell you about my innate sacred medicine physique, right? Hearing this, Zhou Xuan nodded. After all, when Leng Ningshuang revealed she was they had been completely open with each other. Zhou Xuan couldn't possibly have a fuzzy memory about this. My constitution normally doesn't react to anything. The only difference is that I have a heightened sensitivity to the properties of medicinal herbs. But if I encounter something that could devour and refine me, my body would tremble uncontrollably. As the words fell, Leng Ningshuang gazed at the ancient ground beneath her feet, her expression growing increasingly wary. And now my hands are starting to go numb. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang raised her hand toward Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan extended his dragon claw to touch her. He could sense that even Leng Ningshuang, who had remained utterly unshaken by Qi Yunjian's earth-shattering sword strike, was now trembling as if afflicted with Parkinson's. The trembling was faint, however. Without touching her, one wouldn't even notice it. So you think? As he spoke, Zhou Xuan also turned his gaze toward the ancient land beneath the ground. Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang took a deep breath and offered her assessment. I believe this may not be an ordinary ancient site. What was once buried here was very likely an alchemist. A top-tier figure who once refined into a sacred medicine. 069 New ability of the talent tree. Zhao Jueyun's utter shock. Refining A? Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak thus, Zhou Xuan glanced at her with some surprise. Zhou Xuan didn't know much about innate sacred medicine bodies. But Leng Ningshuang had once mentioned that her ability to become empress before her rebirth stemmed from her innate divine medicine physique. And the one who had always nurtured her, even aided her growth, was a supreme being from the ninth world, the heavens beyond. Therefore, in Zhou Xuan's understanding, refining A should be an extremely difficult endeavor. Yet Leng Ningshuang claimed the tomb's occupant had once cultivated A, leaving Zhou Xuan utterly perplexed. How could such a powerful being have perished? As Zhou Xuan pondered this, Leng Ningshuang seemed to read his confusion and continued her explanation. The primordial divine medicinal body also has tears. You could think of those with the primordial medicinal body as human-shaped medicinal herbs. From the moment I was born, I carried exceptionally potent medicinal properties within me. As my power grew, the medicinal properties within me accumulated and intensified. So the tomb's owner did indeed cultivate A. However, their own cultivation realm may not have been exceptionally high. Still, in life, he was likely at least around the 6th realm. As the ancient land drew nearer, Leng Ningshuang suppressed the fear welling up inside her and offered her analysis. So how difficult will it be to explore this ancient land? It's a bit challenging. I suspect we might not even be able to access some of the more restricted areas. But no worries, alchemists are wealthy folk, especially those who've crafted innate sacred medicine bodies. I reckon we might uncover some remarkable treasures within this tomb. Having said that, Leng Ningshuang calmed herself down. Not only did her earlier fear vanish, but her face now lit up with excitement. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan also grew immensely interested in this ancient site. After all, if they truly found valuable treasures, he might be able to level up again. Now that he had unlocked Fire Magic Aura, 8 new talents appeared in Zhou Xuan's talent tree, ready to be activated. Shadow Legion. Rabbit Talisman. Sky Magic Aura. Water Magic Essence. Wind Magic Essence. Ox Talisman. Rat Talisman. Snake Talisman. Indeed, aside from the talents Zhou Xuan already possesses that can continue advancing. This time, all the abilities available for unlocking on the talent tree are related to talismans. Ox Talisman possesses immense strength. Though Zhou Xuan now commands the power of 4 types of demonic energy. None of these 4 specialties excel in raw strength. Within the Earth Fiend Heaven, Zhou Xuan's strength is peerless among those of the same level, even within his entire realm. However, when facing beings of equal innate talent, Zhou Xuan's strength still falls short. The Ox Talisman can precisely compensate for this weakness. As for the rat talisman and snake talisman, these two talismans primarily offer auxiliary effects. The rat talisman represented the force of life, capable of infusing static objects with kinetic energy, granting non-living things the ability to live and move. In the adventures of Jackie Chan, the statue revived by the rat talisman even possessed the legendary, peculiar power used by deities. The current rat talisman certainly didn't possess such capabilities. But Zhou Xuan reckoned that if used properly, its effects wouldn't be inferior to the other talismans. In fact, Zhou Xuan felt the rat talisman was arguably the talisman with the highest potential among the 12 talismans. As for the snake talisman, its abilities were far more straightforward. Invisibility, it could completely conceal Zhou Xuan's form. It must be noted that in the Beast Ruins, the surveillance department held the formidable reputation of overseeing the entire realm. Precisely because of the surveillance department, no one dared to engage in mutual slaughter lightly. But if Zhou Xuan mastered the ability to become invisible, and he truly took action against those he disliked, these individuals would be utterly unable to detect Zhou Xuan's actions. How could the surveillance department possibly convict him? Thus, the power of the serpent talisman seemed quite promising to Zhou Xuan. This journey to the ancient land would be his chance to unlock the power of one talisman. With that thought, Zhou Xuan said no more and instead sped toward the underground direction at full force. As Zhou Xuan and his companions advanced toward the subterranean location at breakneck speed, upon Foamling Mountain, a spirit beast resembling a tiger yet bearing some resemblance to a lion, its body coiled with purple thunder, sprinted through the forest. Its speed was astonishing, covering hundreds of meters in mere moments. Had Zhou Xuan been present, he would have instantly recognized this spirit beast as a familiar sight. For this spirit beast was none other than Zhou Xuan, the head of the Zhao family of Chanya, and his ace spirit pet, the thunder devouring beast. Now, two figures sat atop the thunder devourer. One of them was Zhou Xuan himself. Yet Zhou Xuan, who had always been arrogant and haughty in Chanya City, even going so far as to disregard figures like Yan Lingfeng and Xian Zuoyu. Now, perched atop the thunder devourer, he dared not even breathe loudly. Instead, he sat with utmost reverence, directing the thunder devourer beneath him to traverse the Foamling Mountains. While directing the beast, Zhou Xuan also kept a close eye on the terrain. He was terrified of making a wrong turn that might cause the beast's back to jolt. Truth be told, if Zhou Xuan were present, he would surely be astonished to see Zhou Xuan like this. Was this really the same Zhou Xuan who had been arrogant to the extreme? How could the fierce tiger have turned into a timid kitten in just a few days? But glancing over Zhou Xuan's shoulder, he spotted someone familiar to Zhou Xuan perched atop the thunder devourer. None other than Hua Shizhu, who had clashed with Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang at the auction. Sitting atop the thunder devourer, Hua Shizhu looked thoroughly displeased. The reason for his displeasure was straightforward. The family head had already given away the third-grade spirit soil. Yet he was still left to shoulder the entire 20 million auction payment. After all, this was 20 million. For Hua Shizhu, this was no small sum. That's precisely why Hua Shizhu was so sullen. Leng Ningshuang, just you wait until I catch you. I'll tear you limb from limb. Seated behind Zhou Xuan, Hua Shizhu gritted his teeth in fury. Hearing Hua Shizhu's words, Zhou Xuan dared not speak. He only arrived in Didi today. Originally, Zhou Xuan came to the capital city to find his superior, that is, Hua Shizhu, to help him deal with Leng Ningshuang. Simultaneously, he intended to reclaim the ancestral heirloom of the Zhao family. But no sooner had he arrived in Earth Capital than he learned Leng Ningshuang had directly provoked the 9 lords of Earth Capital. She had even placed a 500 million yuan bounty on his head. That was a 500 million bounty. The Zhao family had money in the long night market. But even the entire Zhao family couldn't come up with 500 million in liquid assets all at once. More importantly, this bounty was jointly issued by the 9 princes of the earth. It speaks volumes about the scale of trouble Leng Ningshuang had stirred up in Didu in just 3 days. Frankly, Zhou Xuan had thought being extorted for 100 million by Leng Ningshuang was already an outrageous demand. Now she'd outright swindled the 9 lords of Earth City out of 10 billion. This couldn't help but make Zhou Xuan feel a bit relieved. Leng Ningshuang had shown him some mercy after all. As the Thunder Devourer sped forward, Zhou Xuan finally arrived at his destination. He turned around and looked at Hua Shizhu behind him with utmost respect. Young Master Hua, we've arrived. 070 The Chao family's lost dragon seeking technique, the Shenong inscriptions? Is this the epicenter? It doesn't seem any different from anywhere else. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Hua Shizhu scanned the surroundings but detected nothing unusual. Come forth, mountain guardian lion. As he spoke, Hua Shizhu focused his intent. A lion appeared beside Hua Shizhu. Its height resembled that of the Thunder Devourer, yet it radiated far greater majesty and dominance. Its body and skin appeared completely petrified. Mountain guardian lion, scan the surroundings. Without hesitation, the mountain guardian lion stomped its paw on the ground and began scanning the surroundings. Sure enough, when you owe money, you're nothing. I have absolutely nothing. And they still send me here to investigate. Surveying the perfectly intact surroundings, Zhou Xuan felt a surge of resentment. This kind of crappy job never fell to him before. Though Zhou Xuan grumbled inwardly, he soon began surveying his surroundings. As he scanned the area, his previously dismissive expression shifted slightly as his eyebrows raised. Ha! Why does this layout look so familiar? With that thought, Zhou Xuan immediately pulled out a book that looked old and yellowed. The cover had rotted away over time, making the title unreadable. Yet the pages inside were remarkably well preserved, not exactly pristine, but clearly kept with great care. Young Master Hua, what are you doing? Zhao Jueyun looked on in puzzlement as Zhou Xuan suddenly began reading the book. Zhao Jueyun had known Zhou Xuan for quite some time. In Zhao Jueyun's memory, Zhou Xuan wasn't exactly uneducated, but he certainly wasn't studious. After all, Zhou Xuan was widely acknowledged as the most unrestrained character in the entire region. His bright yellow hair alone was proof enough. Yet now, this usually arrogant and domineering Zhou Xuan had pulled out a book, a sight that truly struck Zhao Jueyun as a stark contrast. Shut up! Facing Zhao Jueyun's inquiry, Zhou Xuan didn't even glance at him as he coldly snapped. Hearing this, Zhao Jueyun felt furious inside, but he dared not say anything. He could only put on a cheerful smile. After all, Hua Shirtsu was his big shot in Didu. If he really angered him, forget about surviving in Didu. The position of head of the Zhao family would be up for grabs. Zhou Xuan, however, stared at the ancient-looking book in his hands. His previously somber expression suddenly gave way to loud laughter. Exactly. Just as I suspected. No wonder the layout of this place felt so peculiar. So this is what the book described: a place where feng shui converges, the very origin of the dragon vein. Speaking, Zhou Xuan gazed excitedly toward the ground below. Looks like there's something big down there. If we could just excavate this ancient site below. A mere 20 million? That would be a breeze to pay back. Who knows? I might even gain vast resources and leap to become the head of the Hua family. At this thought, Zhou Xuan visibly grew excited. His mind was already scheming about how he would thoroughly humiliate the current head of the Hua family, that old man Hua Wan, once he took his place. As for the book in Hua Shirchuan's hands, it was no ordinary tome. Had Chao Xian been present, he would have instantly recognized it as the Chao family's treasured heirloom, the dragon-seeking technique. 300 years ago, the Chao family was destroyed. Though Chao Xian's ancestors had narrowly survived, the Book of Dragon Seeking had been lost. Though the Chao family's mastery of the art had reached perfection, it had been passed down through oral tradition. However, the lost dragon-seeking technique remained something Chao Xian had always sought to recover. He never imagined it would end up in Hua Shirchuan's possession. In truth, Hua Shirchuan's acquisition of the dragon-seeking art was purely accidental. He'd only bought the tattered book on a whim while chasing girls, and it had cost him a pretty penny. At first, Hua Shirchuan thought the book was useless. But when he read the line stating that descendants of the Chao family must pass down this secret art, Hua Shirchuan froze. Though the Chao family had been wiped out in the Earth capital 300 years ago, its patriarch had once been the first king of the Earth capital. The Chao family had been filthy rich back then. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they controlled half of Earth City's wealth. But it seemed the Chao family had violated the taboos of the Beast ruins. The demon realm descended to suppress them, leading to the Chao family's downfall. It was precisely by riding the wave of the Chao clan's downfall that the Hua clan's ancestor had soared to become one of the 9 lords of the Earth realm. Ever since he was a child, Hua Shirchuan had heard tales of the Chao family possessing a secret art passed down through generations, the very reason for their staggering wealth. Hua Shirchuan had always been skeptical of this claim. But after obtaining this dragon-seeking technique and deciphering its secrets, Hua Shirchuan finally understood the true source of the Chao family's immense wealth. Thus, Hua Shirchuan, who had little interest in learning otherwise, would immerse himself in studying the dragon-seeking art late into the night. His goal was to one day uncover ancient treasures, become supremely wealthy, and take control of the Hua family. Now that such an opportunity had truly presented itself, how could Hua Shiqi not be thrilled? Yet excitement aside, Hua Shirchuan knew that exploring ancient sites was illegal in the beast market. His gaze shifted to Zhao Jueyun before him, his tone turning cold. Zhao Jueyun, sign this contract. With that, Hua Shirchuan flung the contract directly at Zhao Jueyun. Zhao Jueyun froze upon seeing the contract. Young Master Hua, what is this? I'm heading to a place that requires confidentiality. This is a non-disclosure agreement. Rest assured, I'm not setting you up. You accompany me to that location, and I'll give you 20% of the profits afterward. I know that woman surnamed Leng has extorted a lot of money from you in the Zhao family. Accompany me there once, and you might recoup all your debts or even double your money. Hua Shirtsu's words carried little emotional fluctuation. But his words made Zhao Jueyun's heart race wildly. Wasn't a mere 20% share enough to cover the Zhao family's entire deficit? That seemed almost too good to be true. Yet as Zhao Jueyun examined the contract Hua Shirchuan handed him, he saw it was indeed from the divine department and contained no unusual stipulations. So Zhou Xuan glanced at Zhou Xuan twice. Though he had no idea where he was headed, he gritted his teeth and signed the contract. Seeing Zhou Xuan sign the contract, Zhou Xuan's expression remained calm, yet the corners of his mouth turned upward. Finding a scapegoat made things much more comfortable. With a sense of relief, Zhou Xuan glanced at the mountain guardian lion beside him. Mountain guardian lion, start digging a tunnel downward from your current position. Without hesitation, the mountain guardian lion obeyed Zhou Xuan's command. Earth elemental energy surged through its body, and in the next instant, it began burrowing deep into the ground. While Zhou Xuan and Zhou Xuan were digging, Zhou Xuan and his group, guided by the Shadow Legion, arrived before the ancient palace. When Leng Ningshuang's gaze fell upon the intricate inscriptions adorning the palace, she couldn't help but swallow hard. These were the inscriptions of Shen 071 Chao Xian causes trouble, Qilin mechanical beast. Shen inscriptions? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's astonished words, Zhou Xuan also turned his gaze to the peculiar inscriptions on the palace gates before him, emitting a faint green glow. To be honest, Zhou Xuan felt nothing special seeing these inscriptions. To him, they looked like nothing more than ordinary markings. But seeing Leng Ningshuang's intense reaction, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but ask. Shen inscription? What is that? Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang replied, a very, very special mark. You could think of it as a symbol of inheritance. However, in the present-day earthly fiend heaven, illusory birth heaven, eternal life heaven, and boundless heaven, no one possesses this mark anymore. Only one family within the Zhou heaven still preserves such a mark. At this point, Leng Ningshuang glanced at Zhou Xuan and said, it's the Shenyuan clan, the one I deceived Jun Xiong into stealing from earlier. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but stroke his chin. So this Shen is also a great clan? It once was, Leng Ningshuang continued. But the Shen lineage seems to be at odds with that old man from beyond heaven. Or perhaps the path the Shen lineage chose was the same path he walked. That's why the Shen lineage was wiped out. As Leng Ningshuang spoke, her tone grew increasingly icy. Clearly, the old man she referred to was the one who had schemed against her. Then what about this Shen inscription? Zhou Xuan pressed. Likely left by the Shen lineage before the beast ruins were established, Leng Ningshuang replied. The Shen lineage are natural alchemists. This ancient land should hold no shortage of treasures useful to us. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang glanced at Zhou Xuan. Well said, Zhou Xuan murmured, a faint smile curling his lips. After all, he had come to the ancient land specifically to seek treasures and grow stronger. The gate was sealed shut, not a crack to be found. It was clearly locked from the inside with multiple layers of security. To open it, we'll have to resort to brute force. Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang were discussing matters related to the Shen inscriptions. Chao Xian, standing nearby, observed the sealed gate and offered his own perspective. But no sooner had Chao Xian finished speaking. Leng Ningshuang, who had remained largely silent throughout, immediately dismissed Chao Xian's suggestion. Forcibly opening it was definitely out of the question. The palace currently lay underground. The surrounding soil cannot remain solid indefinitely. If we force it open, it could trigger a collapse. We'd all die here. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's refusal, Chao Xian, who had been itching to try, instantly grew displeased. Chao Xian acknowledged that Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang were formidable combatants. But tomb raiding? That was Chao Xian's specialty. Zhou Xuan had already rejected his methods twice before, which had already stung Chao Xian's pride. Now, in his own domain, he was being doubted again. Frankly, even clay figures have their breaking point, let alone Chao Xian, who'd never been known for his temperament. Easy for them to say. This gate is completely sealed shut, not even a pin could pierce the walls. Without brute force, how are we supposed to open it? I'll admit you two have some skills. But when it comes to tomb raiding, I'm the ultimate authority. As he spoke, Chao Xian couldn't help but snort lightly. His expression radiated absolute confidence in his own treasure-hunting abilities. Third brother, fourth brother, help me open this gate. Without giving Leng Ningshuang a chance to speak, Chao Xian immediately directed Chu Baiyu and Yao Meng beside him to accompany him to the palace gates. Faced with Chao Xian's orders, Chu Baiyu shot Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang an apologetic glance. He knew his second brother well. You could criticize him for this or that, but if you ever questioned his treasure-hunting skills, he'd get genuinely upset. That was precisely why Chao Xian was acting like a child, sulking at Leng Ningshuang and immediately ordering Chu Baiyu and Yao Meng to accompany him to open the gates. Leng Ningshuang wanted to say something, but after a moment's thought, she held her tongue. After all, he was the professional, while she was merely an amateur. Who knows? His judgment might just be right. Under Chao Xian's direction, Chu Baiyu and Yao Meng approached the palace gates. Now, Chao Xian examined the gate up close, poking it with his finger while leaning in to sniff it. He seemed to be analyzing the special composition of the gate's structure. The gate was forged from dark blue dragon bronze. The tomb's owner had quite the security mindset. He knew the special properties of Xuanqinglong bronze, its ability to absorb energy and reflect it back. Too bad you ran into me. I happen to be quite knowledgeable about this Zhuangking long bronze. At this point, Zhou Xuan's lips curled upward. Third brother, fourth brother, deploy your spirit pets to stand at these positions respectively. Then, when I signal, you'll have them push together with all their might. As he spoke, Zhou Xuan pointed out several positions to Chu Baiyu and Yao Meng. Facing Zhou Xuan's command, the two wasted no words and immediately released their spirit pets, creatures they had cultivated for their exceptional strength. Once all the spirit pets were ready, Zhou Xuan's gaze instinctively shifted toward Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang's positions. Doubting my abilities? Let me show you what it means to be the most gifted treasure hunter in the Zhou family's history. Zhou Xuan then glanced at the massive door before him, a smirk curling his lips. A piece of mystical azure dragon bronze this large would fetch an astronomical price even in the land of eternal life. It seems we've truly stumbled upon a major tomb this time. With that thought, Zhou Xuan took a deep breath, his heart racing with excitement. He then shouted loudly, "Everyone, push with all your might." At his command, the released spirit pet sprang into action as if receiving a signal, straining with every ounce of strength to shove the palace gates forward. Creak! Creak! The gate, seemingly sealed for ages, finally cracked open a small gap under the combined force of these spirit beasts. Seeing this, Zhou Xuan exclaimed excitedly, "Keep pushing." Observing the spirit beast straining against the gate, Zhou Xuan turned to Leng Ningshuang beside him and asked, "Want to help?" Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang shook her head. "No, I have a feeling the method to open the gate is wrong. Get ready." The Shin gnome lineage excels not only in alchemy but also in mechanical arts. This gate opens so easily I suspect there might be a very powerful mechanical beast hidden inside. With that, Leng Ningshuang began to retreat. If we really encounter an invincible force later, we'll run immediately. As the peerless empress of a past life, Leng Ningshuang knew full well that stubbornly pushing forward was the most unwise course. Running away is nothing to be ashamed of. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuan nodded in understanding. He then turned his gaze toward the gate slowly opening before them. But just as the gate opened 1/5 of the way, Zhou Xuan's pupils suddenly contracted. In the next instant, the twin wings on his back flapped forward violently, instantly shielding Leng Ningshuang before him. In an instant, blazing flames erupted from the wings. Second tier skill, Dragon Wing Flame King Shield, activated. Just as the Dragon Wing Flame King Shield materialized before Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang, Shi Yunjian, who had remained motionless nearby, also sensed something amiss. He flashed instantly to the side of Zhou Xuan, Chu Baiyu, and Yao Meng. Before the three could react, a colossal bird, its entire body a chilling blue and radiating immense pressure, materialized. The colossal bird instantly carried the three away. The instant they vanished, a torrent of flames poured through the door crack. The flames were so intense that the spirit beasts still struggling were instantly charred. This was. Seeing the spirit beasts instantly charred, Zhou Xuan, who had been wearing an excited expression, finally snapped back to his senses. The moment he snapped back to reality, the gate, which had only opened 1/5 of its width, slowly swung open. A 5-meter-tall bronze-colored mechanical beast, resembling a qilin, appeared before the group. Gazing at this bronze mechanical beast, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. A qilin mechanical beast? How could this be possible? 072, raising the stakes, demanding an extra 10% cut. A qilin mechanical beast? This is a bit tricky. Watching the mechanical beast emerge from the palace with an elegant stride resembling a qilin yet constructed entirely of bronze cold frost couldn't help but gasp. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan, who had just blocked the flames spewing from this qilin mechanical beast before him, furrowed his brow. Pretty powerful, huh? But I didn't sense any energy fluctuations from it. Facing Zhou Xuan's confusion, Leng Ningshuang took a deep breath and declared, "It is powerful. Don't be fooled by its current lack of energy fluctuations. But this thing is forged from Xianqing Dragon Copper. Mystic Azure Dragon Copper, a 6th tier spirit material. Its material strength is actually quite ordinary. Its material strength only reaches around that of a 2nd tier spirit material. Yet it attains 6th tier status due to a unique property, energy absorption. It can absorb all attacks below the 6th realm. Thus, this qilin mechanical beast is a formidable foe. It embodies the principle of growing stronger against stronger foes. Its current combat power rivals that of a 2nd tier spirit beast. If it absorbs even a little more energy, it could break through into the 3rd realm in no time." Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan, who hadn't previously grasped the true strength of this qilin mechanical beast, now furrowed his brow. 2nd realm, stage 1. Consider that Zhou Xuan himself was only at the 8th stage of the 1st realm. That represented a gap of an entire major realm. In the world of beast ruins, the gap between two major realms was immense. Even a spirit beast that had just broken through to the 2nd realm, 1st stage, or one whose foundations were still unstable, when facing a spirit beast of equal innate talent that has spent ages refining itself at the 1st realm, 9th tier, achieving a foundation polished to perfection, A beast at the second realm, first stage could dispatch a first realm, ninth stage with effortless ease. Not to mention, according to Leng Ningshuang's account, during the battle with this Qilin mechanical beast, he couldn't utilize even a shred of his own energy. It must be understood that Zhou Xuan's current physical strength stemmed purely from his 6th tier, average talent physique. No other abilities had granted him even the slightest enhancement to his physical prowess. The only ability that could be considered physical enhancement was the Rabbit Talisman. But that merely provided a speed boost. Therefore, in Zhou Xuan's eyes, this Qilin mechanical beast wasn't just troublesome, it was an utterly unbeatable boss-level existence. Should we retreat now? Zhou Xuan hesitated. After all, while his combat prowess was formidable, he couldn't be certain he could take down this Qilin mechanical beast. Retreat? No need to retreat. We still have our trump card up our sleeve. Do you remember the Divine Dragon transformation we acquired from the Peak Auction House? Divine Dragon transformation? The moment Leng Ningshuang mentioned it, Zhou Xuan recalled this beast taming technique. Truth be told, Zhou Xuan had been anticipating this beast taming technique for a very, very long time. But at the Peak Auction House, he'd acquired so many treasures that he'd almost forgotten about it. Now that Leng Ningshuang brought it up, Zhou Xuan's eyes lit up. You mean, dragon transformation can help us take down this Qilin mechanical beast? Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang nodded confidently. That's right. But we shouldn't act so hastily, right? The presence of a Qilin mechanical beast guarding this tomb indicates its owner held significant standing within the Shinon lineage. We must maximize the benefits of this expedition into the ancient land. Leng Ningshuang's words were calm, as if she were describing something perfectly ordinary. After all, in this treacherous beast market, all bonds are false, only profit is real. As for Zhou Xuan, he said little, merely lifting his gaze to study the Qilin mechanical beast in the distance. He had already begun scrutinizing the mechanical Qilin, searching its entire body for weak points. Second brother, what should we do? Zhu Baiyu looked at the Qilin mechanical beast before them, his face filled with distress. He didn't know what the Qilin mechanical beast was, but he could sense that his contracted spirit pets had lost their connection to him. It must be noted that Zhu Baiyu's spirit pets were no ordinary creatures. Yet even so, his spirit pets had been instantly annihilated. This alone was proof enough of the might of the Qilin automaton before them. Thus, Zhu Baiyu turned to Chao Xian for guidance. After all, as a descendant of the tomb raiding tradition, he might have a solution. Hearing Zhu Baiyu's question, Yao Meng, who had remained silent until now, immediately spoke up. Why not just smash this thing to pieces? With Big Sis here, what's there to fear from this hunk of iron? At Yao Meng's words, Chao Xian hurriedly protested, absolutely not. This thing is forged from mystical azure dragon bronze. It can continuously absorb energy. Currently, its physical strength is only at the first stage of the second realm. But once it absorbs energy, its combat power will easily surge to the third realm. Then we'll all be doomed. Hearing Chao Xian's frantic explanation, Yao Meng, who had been about to summon her ace spirit pet for battle, instantly halted the summoning. What should we do? Relying solely on physical strength, only our Phoenix King can match this creature. As she spoke, Zhu Baiyu lifted her gaze to the Phoenix King gripping her, then continued, but even relying solely on physical strength, the Phoenix King can't reach the second realm level. This. Zhu Baiyu didn't quite voice his inner thoughts, but everyone understood what he meant. Thus, Chao Xian, Zhu Baiyu, and Yao Meng fell silent. It was clear this expedition into the ancient land would end in disappointment. They might never even get to explore this ancient land again. After all, the beast ruins enforced strict control over the Earth Fiend realm. Second realm spirit beasts were simply not permitted to appear. Thus, the Qilin mechanical beast before them was an utterly invincible presence in the Earth Fiend heaven. This thought made Chao Xian's heart ache with longing. It felt like a treasure lay before him, yet he had no way to claim it. However, when the three spoke up, Qi Yunjian, who had remained silent while standing atop the Phoenix King, finally spoke. Actually, we have a way to resolve this. Have you forgotten about that fellow? As he spoke, Qi Yunjian gestured toward Zhou Xuan in the distance. If he cooperates with me, taking down this Qilin mechanical beast shouldn't be too difficult. Hearing Qi Yunjian speak, Chao Xian and the others turned their gaze toward Zhou Xuan. However, Chao Xian's expression darkened. After all, he just clashed with Leng Ningshuang moments ago. Now he had to ask her for help. It was truly hard to swallow his pride. As for Zhou Xuan, upon hearing Qi Yunjian's words, a smirk spread across his lips. His claws, covered in jet-black dragon scales, slowly raised into a fist as he declared, I'll step in. But this time, give me an extra 10% of the profits. 073 The Xianbing Phoenix King makes his entrance, Zhou Xuan's Vern. 10? Absolutely impossible. Having just been dropped from the sky by the Phoenix King, Chao Xian immediately voiced his objection upon hearing Zhou Xuan's outrageous demand. At that moment, it wasn't just Chao Xian who objected. Zhu Baiyu and Yao Meng's expressions also darkened. Remember, Zhou Xuan had already demanded a 10% cut before they even descended into the ancient land. If they truly agreed to Zhou Xuan's demand, that would mean giving up 20% of the profits. This was a 20% cut, after all. This time, 5 people had descended into the ancient land. Each person's share was 20%. If they were to give Zhou Xuan an additional 20%, then the 4 young masters wouldn't have come down at all. Besides, this tomb is guarded by a Qilin mechanical beast. The opulence of the entire tomb complex was undoubtedly substantial. Zhou Xuan naturally felt it was a waste to let Zhou Xuan take an extra 20 points. Thus, he voiced his objection immediately. Facing Zhou Xuan's objection, Zhou Xuan merely shrugged indifferently. Disagree? Then I won't be offering to handle this Qilin mechanical beast. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Zhou Xuan gritted his teeth and snapped, who needs you to make a move anyway? Big sister, third brother, fourth brother will take it on together. A mere Qilin mechanical beast can't stop us. With that, Zhou Xuan focused his intent. From his spirit pet realm, he summoned the 8 spirit beasts he had meticulously cultivated. All 8 possessed the strength of the first realm, 9th tier. However, their innate potential was somewhat lacking, with the highest only reaching the mid-tier of the 3rd rank. They couldn't even match Zhou Xuan's ninja. Seeing Zhou Xuan deploy his spirit pets, Zhu Baiyu and Yao Meng didn't hesitate. They promptly deployed their own spirit pets. Although the Qilin mechanical beast's earlier attack had instantly killed some of Zhu Baiyu and Yao Meng's spirit pets. But for both of them, the number of spirit pets they had cultivated was immense. Not to mention Zhu Baiyu hailed from Zhou. His status was far beyond what Zhou Xuan could rival. Though the number of spirit pets he summoned was not large, each one surpassed Zhou Xuan's in quality. The weakest possessed at least low-tier 4th rank potential, while the strongest reached low-tier 5th rank potential. Seeing her 3 younger brothers act this way, Qi Yunjian had intended to say something, but in the end, she remained largely silent. Instead, she murmured softly, "Honor, I'm counting on you this time." Hearing Qi Yunjian's words, the Phoenix King, whose body was covered in ice blue feathers and radiated a fierce, frigid aura, let out a long, piercing cry to the heavens. "You're going to pay for this." Zhou Xuan had expected the Phoenix King to utter some fierce threat. But he hadn't expected this creature to suddenly utter a phrase so incongruous with its imposing appearance. Hearing the Phoenix King's words, Qi Yunjian remained unfazed. 3 pieces of Fengshan ice. Now that's more like it. The Phoenix King, addressed as Honor, gave a light snort. Then, she abruptly spread her pair of wings wide. However, upon spreading her wings, she did not immediately attack the Qilin mechanical beast. Instead, she shot Zhou Xuan a slightly provocative glance. That look seemed to say, "I haven't even moved yet. If I were to strike, what business would it be of yours?" Faced with the Phoenix King's arrogant gaze, Zhou Xuan didn't feel the slightest bit angry. Instead, he found her somewhat amusing. It was like watching a child whose temperament hadn't fully matured. As he observed the Phoenix King before him, Zhou Xuan's vision displayed her detailed information. Spirit Beast, Xianbing Phoenix King. Power, 1st realm, 9th tier. Attributes, water, ice, wind, holy spirit. Talent, 6th tier, average. Skills, Tier 2 Mystic Ice Feather, Tier 2 Frostfall, Tier 2 Water Moon Ice Sky, Tier 2 Sacred Ice Curse, Tier 2 Ice Phoenix Claw, Tier 2 Melting Water Feather, Tier 2 Frost Spirit Wind. This Xianbing Phoenix King is still quite young. I estimate it's less than 3 years old. Observing the Phoenix King's haughty demeanor, Leng Ningshuang offered her analysis. However, upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan spoke with some surprise. 3 years old already? Why does it still seem so immature? Moreover, at 3 years old, his cultivation level is only at the 9th stage of the 1st realm. Isn't that a bit too weak? After all, Zhou Xuan had only been alive for about a month since his birth. He'd assumed this Xianbing Phoenix King possessed similar innate talent to his own, so he figured it would be a bit older than him. But this much older? At 3 years old, still only at the 9th stage of the 1st realm? That's a bit too weak, isn't it? At Zhou Xuan's verbal complaint, Leng Ningshuang instinctively shot him a withering glance. Do you think everyone can absorb energy without limit like you? In her previous life as the peerless Empress, Leng Ningshuang had encountered many so-called supreme spirit beasts. She had even seen spirit beasts with high-tier 9th rank potential. Yet even among them, she had never encountered a spirit beast capable of absorbing energy at Zhou Xuan's level. Take Zhou Xuan's absorption of the Long Night Pool as an example. Never mind that back then, Zhou Xuan's potential was only at the 3rd stage of the 1st realm. Even a spirit beast at the 9th stage of the 1st realm, possessing 9th tier potential, couldn't have swallowed that much energy in one go. Truth be told, Zhou Xuan not only swallowed that much energy without exploding from the overload, he actually fully absorbed it and even achieved evolution. To Leng Ningshuang, this was utterly unbelievable. Moreover, spirit beasts like dragons, phoenixes, and qilins, which are inherently formidable, grow at an extremely slow pace. Therefore, Zhou Xuan's ability to elevate his strength to the 8th tier of the 1st realm within a little over a month. To be perfectly honest, this was also an utterly absurd level of achievement. Therefore, when Leng Ningshuang saw Zhou Xuan comparing his own experiences to those of ordinary spirit beasts, she genuinely felt speechless. If you call Zhou Xuan a backhanded compliment, his words sound so sincere. But if you say he's sincere, well, saying that would probably make every big shot want to punch him. Even the Xianbing Phoenix King hovering mid-air felt a surge of anger upon hearing Zhou Xuan's words. But before she could react, Qi Yunjian's voice slowly echoed through the air. Cut the nonsense. Business comes first. Hearing Qi Yunjian's words, the Xianbing Phoenix King, who had been poised to confront Zhou Xuan, held her tongue. Still, she mentally noted Zhou Xuan. Once this Qilin mechanical beast was dealt with, she would certainly make him pay dearly. Hunter will lead the assault, the other spirit pets will provide support. Remember, not a single bit of energy is to be expended. Qi Yunjian's words were concise yet clear, instantly laying out a precise battle plan. The next moment, the Xianbing Phoenix King cast a haughty, contemptuous glance at the Qilin mechanical beast beneath her, then sneered disdainfully. A mere mechanical beast. Watch me destroy it in one strike. As she spoke, the Xianbing Phoenix Queen spread her wings to their fullest extent. In the next instant, she transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the Qilin mechanical beast. Seeing the Ice Phoenix Queen's direct assault, a faint smile touched Leng Ningshuang's lips. Zhou Xuan, get ready. I reckon it won't be long before it's our turn to take the stage. 074 The Ice Phoenix King's disdain? Beast Control Technique, Divine Dragon Transformation. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan was somewhat taken aback. The two sides hadn't even clashed yet. Why did Leng Ningshuang conclude she absolutely had to intervene? Seeing the puzzled look on Zhou Xuan's face, Leng Ningshuang didn't hold back. She immediately communicated telepathically with Zhou Xuan to explain. Because these fools know nothing about the Qilin mechanical beast. As Leng Ningshuang spoke, Zhou Xuan turned his gaze toward the distant battle where the Xianbing Phoenix King and the others were already engaged with the Qilin mechanical beast. There's an old saying in the art of mechanical devices. 1 dragon, 2 phoenixes, 3 Qilin. Many interpreted this as a measure of the difficulty in creating these mechanical beasts. Undeniably, this ranking holds some truth, but the sequence also carries another meaning. It represents the number of mechanical cores required to activate these beasts. Dragon-type mechanical beasts require the fewest cores, but demand the highest quality. Substandard cores simply cannot awaken them. In contrast, the Qilin mechanical beast has relatively low core quality requirements. However, due to its unique construction, it absolutely requires 3 mechanical cores to activate. To defeat a Qilin mechanical beast, all 3 cores must be destroyed. As long as 1 core remains operational, the Qilin will not fall. As she spoke, observing the Xianbing Phoenix King in the distance clearly exerting all its strength in its attacks yet failing to strike the core positions, Leng Ningshuang smiled. These attacks were utterly meaningless to the Qilin mechanical beast. They simply didn't understand the Qilin mechanical beast. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan also turned his gaze toward the Xianbing Phoenix King in the distance. Truth be told, the Xianbing Phoenix King possessed formidable offensive prowess. Each strike carried force nearly matching Zhou Xuan's full power attacks. Yet each time the Xianbing Phoenix King delivered a heavy blow to the Qilin mechanical beast, it merely paused briefly. It would quickly regain its mobility. Damn it! With such devastating force, how could this thing act as if it hadn't been hurt at all? Watching the Qilin mechanical beast endure her relentless barrage of fierce attacks yet emerge seemingly unscathed, the Xianbing Phoenix King known as Honor couldn't help but feel frustrated. Hey, Xiao Qiao, is your analysis correct? Can we really take this thing down? Faced with Honor's questioning, Zhou Xuan was now drenched in sweat. After all, he'd only heard of the Qilin mechanical beast, never actually seen one. Not only had Zhou Xuan never seen one, but even his ancestors might not have encountered the Qilin mechanical beast. He had no clue how to deal with this massive beast, so he stammered hesitantly, I suppose so. What do you mean probably? Can you be a little more reliable? Are you just waiting for that stinking thing to laugh at me? As she spoke, Honor turned to glance at Zhou Xuan, who stood in the distance, watching her with a faint, mocking smile. The moment she saw that look on Zhou Xuan's face, Honor, already irritated, grew even more agitated. Her tone toward Zhou Xuan grew sharper by the moment. Listening to Honor's words, Zhou Xuan now scratched his head in frustration. After all, he hadn't experienced this situation himself and had no idea how to handle it. Second brother, what if we just pay those 2 guys to help us out? The price might be steep, but if it truly solves the problem, wouldn't it be worth it? Watching his spirit pets fall one by one, Chu Baiyu turned his gaze toward Zhou Xuan. For Chu Baiyu, he always believed in leaving specialized matters to the experts. When it came to tomb raiding, Zhou Xuan was the undisputed authority, and Chu Baiyu had never questioned his judgment. But now, Zhou Xuan's knowledge couldn't handle this Qilin mechanical beast, while Leng Ningshuang clearly had a solution. Given this, Chu Baiyu naturally thought that offering a larger share of the profits would be the best course of action. As long as the problem was resolved without major complications, that was the best outcome. Yao Meng agreed with Chu Baiyu's proposal. His core spirit pets were also struggling to keep up with the Qilin mechanical beast. If they continued the fight and lost even one core spirit pet, it would truly be a waste. Faced with their warnings, Zhou Xuan gritted his teeth, clearly unwilling to yield to Zhou Xuan. But as he watched his spirit pets fall one by one, unable to withstand the Qilin mechanical beast, he finally gritted his teeth and declared to Zhou Xuan in the distance, "If you can truly take down this thing, we'll give you 10%. Hearing Zhou Xuan's offer, Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang exchanged a knowing smile. They knew their objective was achieved. Now that he's said it, it's our turn. The moment Leng Ningshuang spoke, Zhou Xuan, who had stood motionless all along, clenched his fists with a sudden, fierce grip. A terrifying aura unique to the Dragon King surged forth from his body. In that instant, Zhou Xuan resembled a demon lord emerging from hell itself. The sheer terror of his aura sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Even Shi Yunjian, who had seen it all, now stared in astonishment at Zhou Xuan, whose aura was now fully exposed. This terrifying demonic aura. Could this man be more than just the Dragon King's son? Could he also carry the bloodline of some demonic overlord? Shi Yunjian had seen Zhou Xuan before. Truthfully, upon their first meeting, she had merely been surprised that he was the Dragon King's son. After all, the very notion of a dragon bloodline emerging from a place like Earth Fiend Heaven was already impossible, let alone a Dragon King. This had led Shi Yunjian to suspect that Leng Ningshuang might actually be descended from the true dragon clan of the Daotong Heaven. But now, with Zhou Xuan unleashing such terrifying demonic energy, Shi Yunjian couldn't help but wonder if Zhou Xuan had any connection to the Demon King. Yet, just as Zhou Xuan unleashed his terrifying aura, Honor, who had been locked in a tug-of-war with the Qilin mechanical beast, sneered dismissively. What's there to be proud of? It's just a stinking dragon. Like it thinks it's some kind of dish. Though Honor mocked Zhou Xuan outwardly, the shock within her heart was no less than that of Shi Yunjian. As a phoenix and a rare one born as a phoenix king at birth, Honor prided herself on her extraordinary talent. Yet now, merely sensing Zhou Xuan's aura made her feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was clear this pressure stemmed purely from overwhelming power, not bloodline. Thus, while her words belittled Zhou Xuan, her gaze never once strayed from him. As for Zhou Xuan, hearing Honor's disparaging words, he didn't grow angry. Instead, a faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Stinky dragon? Leng Ningshuang, let them witness our true power. The moment Zhou Xuan's words fell, Leng Ningshuang hesitated not a moment. An ancient aura erupted from within her body. The next second, a deep, ancient-sounding voice emerged from Leng Ningshuang's mouth. Beast Control Technique. Divine Dragon Transformation. 075 The Xian Ice Phoenix King is to become Zhou Xuan's mount? As Leng Ningshuang's voice fell, an ancient aura instantly emanated from her body. The next moment, vast quantities of pure beast master power began surging from Leng Ningshuang's body into Zhou Xuan's. As this beast taming power merged into Zhou Xuan's body, the dragon scales that had been a dark red color on his body instantly transformed as if baked by temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius. The dragon scales instantly transformed into a brilliant crimson. The more beast control power flowed into Zhou Xuan, the more vividly crimson his dragon scales became. Is this the divine dragon transformation? How could this be possible? Upon witnessing the transformation on Zhou Xuan's body, Zhu Baiyu instantly recognized the change. After all, the divine dragon transformation was the very technique Zhu Baiyu had bestowed upon Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang. But consider this, Leng Ningshuang had only obtained the divine dragon transformation less than half a day ago. And now she was already using it directly. This left Zhu Baiyu utterly dumbfounded. The divine dragon transformation was a military-grade beast riding technique sold by the Peak Auction House. Though the version Zhu Baiyu had gifted to Leng Ningshuang only contained the first layer, it was still a military-grade beast taming technique. Mastering this beast taming technique was notoriously difficult. Based on Zhu Baiyu's understanding of beast taming techniques, entry-level skills were the simplest but also the least useful. For weaker spirit beasts, entry-level techniques offer some enhancement. But for those with even slightly stronger abilities, the enhancement was practically zero. Even so, mastering a single entry-level beast taming technique takes at least 2 or 3 days. And that's before even considering the intermediate and expert tiers above it. Under normal circumstances, even someone with exceptional talent would struggle to master an expert-level beast taming technique without at least a month of grueling practice. As for military-grade beast riding techniques, Zhu Baiyu believed that attempting to truly master them in less than half a year, let alone deploy them effectively in combat, was simply impossible. Yet Leng Ningshuang had only been exposed to the divine dragon transformation for less than half a day. Yet she wielded it with such effortless ease. This genuinely astonished Zhu Baiyu. Could it be that? Had she already mastered the divine dragon transformation? Within the beast market, the regulation of beast taming techniques was extremely strict. If one was caught secretly learning or using beast taming techniques, the punishment ranged from trial by the arts division and payment of a hefty fine. At worst, one would be subjected to soul extraction and spirit refinement by the art department, condemned to eternal damnation. And given Leng Ningshuang's mastery of the divine dragon transformation, she must be a seasoned practitioner who uses it frequently. Therefore, as Zhu Baiyu observed Leng Ningshuang, his brow furrowed deeply. What exactly is this person's background? Could she truly be descended from the true dragon clan? Just as Zhu Baiyu was startled by this thought. Under the enhancement of the divine dragon transformation, Zhou Xuan had now undergone a complete metamorphosis. His entire body was now covered in fiery red scales. The 3 jet-black dragon horns protruding from his forehead now blazed with raging flames. Paired with his blood-red eyes, he resembled Satan emerging from the depths of hell, a sight so terrifying that no one dared meet his gaze. As for Zhou Xuan himself, he paid little heed to his outward transformation, for he was utterly stunned by the profound changes within himself. After the divine dragon transformation, my physical attributes have increased by at least 30%. Beyond that, my reflexes, strength, and speed all saw significant improvements. Whoa, so this is the effect of the beast control technique? This feels amazing. Speaking of which, Zhou Xuan glanced at his information panel. His innate talent, previously only at the mid-tier of the 6th rank, had now been elevated to the high tier of the 6th rank. Given that further increases in aptitude became increasingly difficult as his current level rose. According to his calculations, he'd need to activate at least 3 talents from his talent tree to reach high tier 6. Yet now, with the help of the divine dragon transformation, he had achieved it directly. How could Zhou Xuan not be astonished? The divine dragon transformation brought Zhou Xuan many changes. Yet while in the divine dragon transformation state, Zhou Xuan keenly sensed Leng Ningshuang's aura rapidly weakening. Zhou Xuan, the beast taming power within me can only sustain your divine dragon transformation for 3 minutes. We need to deal with this guy quickly. Indeed, the reason Zhou Xuan had undergone such a profound transformation. The core reason lies in draining the beast control power within Leng Ningshuang's body. However, Leng Ningshuang is not yet a beastmaster recognized by the beast realm. Her own beastmaster power reserves are already limited. The divine dragon transformation is a military-grade beast taming technique, and the sheer volume of beast taming power it consumes is immense. Truth be told, this was only possible because in her previous life as the peerless Empress, Leng Ningshuang's mastery of beast control power far surpassed that of her peers. She knew how to precisely regulate her beast taming power. That's why she could endure for 3 minutes. For an ordinary person, 3 minutes was out of the question. Even 10 seconds would be a struggle. Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak thus, Zhou Xuan knew he had to speed up. Nejia, Samo. Shadow Legion, heed my command. Go distract that guy. The moment the words left his mouth, the 2 shadow generals, Nika and Samo, instantly flashed toward the Qilin mechanical beast. Meanwhile, the Shadow Legion members who had been watching from the sidelines swarmed toward the Qilin mechanical beast like a swarm of locusts. Zhou Xuan wasn't idle either. His form, which had been that of a dragon man, began to swell instantly. Before long, Zhou Xuan revealed his true form. A 10-meter-tall Dragon King figure with 3 massive horns and wings that could obscure the sky. Unlike his previous Dragon King form, however, Zhou Xuan's body was now not dark black, but fiery crimson. Zhou Xuan, remember my words, the weak points of this Qilin mechanical beast are its head, heart, and tail. You must control it and strike all 3 points simultaneously. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang immediately pointed out the weak spots on the Qilin mechanical beast to Zhou Xuan. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan hesitated not a moment. Second tier skill, Spirit Light Flash activate. He instantly transformed into a dark shadow and charged straight toward the Qilin mechanical beast. Seeing Zhou Xuan charge at the Qilin mechanical beast, a look of disdain flashed across the face of the Xianbing Phoenix King. Honor. Just changed colors, what's so great about that? I'll be damned if you can. Before Honor's mocking words could fully leave her lips, a thunderous crash echoed. Zhou Xuan's massive dragon claws seized the Qilin mechanical beast's head with one, while the other plunged directly into its chest. The next instant, a crisp snap echoed. The Qilin automaton's head instantly shattered under Zhou Xuan's grip. From its chest, Zhou Xuan violently ripped out a mechanical component resembling a heart. Then, before the eyes of the crowd, Zhou Xuan crushed the mechanical component into oblivion. Witnessing Zhou Xuan's savage display, the onlookers were naturally stunned. But despite the shock, these shattered mechanical components began to reassemble almost as if drawn together by some gravitational force. For Honor. This was a scene she had witnessed countless times before. Thus, though initially startled by Zhou Xuan's ruthless technique, she couldn't help but sneer. All that showmanship, and it doesn't seem to have done much, does it? Hearing Honor's sarcastic remark, Zhou Xuan merely smiled. Oh? What if I actually defeat it? Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Honor didn't think twice before blurting out, if you can take it down, I'll even ride it as my mount. Hearing Honor's words, Zhou Xuan chuckled. Ride a phoenix? Never tried it, but it sounds pretty cool. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Honor instantly flew into a rage. She genuinely believed Zhou Xuan was putting on airs. No way. How could any dragon in this world be so pretentious? Just as Honor glared at Zhou Xuan with utter disdain, A sharp crack echoed. Nijia and Samo, working in tandem, severed the tail of the Qilin mechanical beast. The moment the tail fell away, the Qilin automaton, which had been self-repairing moments before, instantly collapsed as if its power had been cut off. Seeing the Qilin automaton collapse instantly, Honor, who had been about to mock Zhou Xuan again, froze dumbstruck in place, utterly flustered. No way. You actually took down this mechanical beast? 076 Future Weapon Forging, the Divine Farmer Emperor's 100 Grass Garden. Xianbing Phoenix King, full name Huang Honor. At this moment, Huang Honor was utterly bewildered. After all, moments ago she and so many spirit beasts had fought this Qilin mechanical beast to the death. Yet even after exhausting every trick in her arsenal, she still couldn't defeat this Qilin mechanical beast. Yet with just a few moves, Zhou Xuan effortlessly dispatched the Qilin mechanical beast. This naturally left her utterly perplexed. Beyond bewilderment, Huang Honor now felt overwhelming shame. After all, she had just made a wager with Zhou Xuan. If Zhou Xuan truly defeated the Qilin mechanical beast, she would become his mount. As a low-tier spirit beast, its own intelligence wasn't particularly high. Serving as someone's mount was simply their role. Their sense of shame wasn't particularly strong. But Huang Honor was a mid-tier 6th-rank Xianbing Phoenix King. Her innate talent ranks among the very best even within the Phoenix clan. Even before her physical birth, she had already manifested sentience. When Qi Yunjian sought to bind a contract with her, it took considerable effort. Had she not recognized Qi Yunjian's exceptional talent, the proud Huang Honor would never have deigned to form a contract with a human. Yet even after the contract was formed, Huang Honor viewed their relationship as nothing more than a partnership. If he wished to utilize her, he must provide ample compensation. That was precisely why, when Qi Yunjian had just asked Huang Honor to act, she had demanded more payment. Even Qi Yunjian couldn't squeeze a single advantage out of the Xianbing Phoenix King. And now she was being forced to serve as Zhou Xuan's mount. Naturally, this left Huang Honor seething with frustration. Yet Zhou Xuan didn't even glance at Huang Honor's seething anger. Instead, he signaled the Shadow Legion to gather the scattered Qilin mechanical beasts. The collection of items dropped by the Qilin mechanical beasts wasn't Zhou Xuan's idea, it was Leng Ningshuang's instruction. Her reason was straightforward. The Qilin mechanical beasts were forged from Mystic Azure Dragon Copper. It must be noted that Mystic Azure Dragon Bronze was a rare spiritual material even within the Dao tradition heaven. Given the sheer size of this Qilin automaton before them, the construction required at least 100 tons of it. If that same amount of bronze were used to forge a weapon for Zhou Xuan, Cold Frost dared not imagine how drastically Zhou Xuan's combat power would surge. Zhou Xuan was unlike traditional spirit beasts. As the Dragon King, he was constantly evolving toward becoming human. This was true of Zhou Xuan in his previous life as well. Though he could never fully evolve into a human, Zhou Xuan was capable of wearing battle armor and wielding weapons just like any human. This was a major reason for Zhou Xuan's formidable combat prowess in his previous life. While many spirit beasts were still foolishly competing over bloodline power, Zhou Xuan could already effortlessly defeat foes of higher tiers with the aid of weapons. And this Xianqing Dragon Copper was an exceptionally perfect material for early-stage equipment. It could absorb energies of different attributes and transform them into spirit materials of corresponding properties. It could elevate its own grade to a maximum of 6th-tier quality. Moreover, the total quantity reached a staggering 100 tons. This means Zhou Xuan need hardly consider replacing his weapon before reaching the 6th realm. The only drawback is the constant need for weapon refinement. For other beast masters, this might prove difficult. But for Leng Ningshuang, it posed no difficulty whatsoever. In her previous life, she was not only a god-tier alchemist but also an exceptionally skilled blacksmith. Though she hadn't quite reached god-tier standards, few in the entire beast ruins could surpass her. Crafting equipment was second nature to Leng Ningshuang. Approximately 380 tons. This Qilin mechanical beast weighs that much? I didn't even notice when I first struck it. By now, Zhou Xuan had exited both the Divine Dragon Transformation and Dragon King Incarnation states. He reverted to his majestic, human-like form as the Dragon King, his features as divine and handsome as ever, the scales covering his body returning to their dark black hue. However, upon learning the weight of these Xianqing Dragon Bronzes from the Shadow Legion's report, he was genuinely stunned. Naturally. Just look at how much of my beast taming power you drained with those few strikes. Giving Zhou Xuan a dismissive snort, Leng Ningshuang felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. But the rewards were indeed generous. This Mystic Azure Dragon Copper is our spoils of war, it won't be included in the profit share. The value of these items could easily fetch 500 billion if sold on the market. Watching the massive haul of Xianqing Dragon Copper being dragged into the Shadow Realm by the Black Shadow Legion, Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but sigh. At this point, Leng Ningshuang immediately turned her gaze toward the interior of the ancient site. If this place is guarded by a Qilin mechanical beast from the very start, I'd wager this isn't an ancient tomb at all. Not a tomb? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan was puzzled. Not a tomb? Then what could it be? If it's not a tomb, why bury it so deep? Facing Zhou Xuan's confusion, Leng Ningshuang shook her head. I don't know either. But I've explored ancient tombs several times and seen Qilin mechanical beasts before. These creatures are usually stationed beside tombs. Rarely would anyone place them at the entrance. Never mind, I don't know either. Let's go inside and see for ourselves. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan nodded. Speculating here would take us to the end of time. Better to dive in and find out for ourselves. But as he spoke, Zhou Xuan's gaze drifted with keen interest toward Huang Han'er, who hovered in the distant sky. Well, I defeated the Qilin mechanical beast. Little sparrow, you're my mount now. Hearing Zhou Xuan's teasing, the proud Huang Han'er felt her heart already ablaze with fury. Who do you call a little sparrow? You stinking dragon, think you're something special? Got the guts to fight me, then? Huang Han'er herself was exceptionally skilled in energy manipulation. Her physical form, however, was inherently lacking. That's why during the fight just now, Huang Han'er had been holding back the entire time. Already in a foul mood, Zhou Xuan's taunts only fueled her anger further. She immediately declared she'd fight Zhou Xuan to see who was stronger. Yet hearing Huang Han'er's explosive words, Zhou Xuan merely chuckled. Can't handle the challenge? Fine then. With that, Zhou Xuan turned away from Huang Han'er and walked toward the open gates of the ancient site, accompanied by Leng Ningshuang. Seeing Zhou Xuan about to leave, Huang Han'er instantly flew into a rage. Who do you think can't handle it? Stay right there. With that, Huang Han'er dashed forward to confront Zhou Xuan. However, the moment Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang reached the entrance of the ancient site, both of them halted instantly. Seeing Zhou Xuan halt, Huang Han'er, who had caught up, was about to demand an explanation. But the moment she glimpsed the scene beyond the gates, she froze in place. Seeing Zhou Xuan and the others standing motionless at the entrance, Shi Yunjian and the three others who had caught up were filled with confusion. Why are they all just standing at the entrance? Could there be even stronger mechanical beasts inside? Chao Xian wondered aloud. But just as Chao Xian finished speaking, his gaze instinctively drifted toward the interior. In that instant, a dazzling, blinding light flashed before his eyes. When he finally snapped back to reality, he stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. For beyond the gate, as far as his eyes could see, there were no mechanical beasts. Instead, a vast garden stretched out before him. But the plants cultivated within this garden were no ordinary flowers or grasses. Every single one was a precious spiritual plant. Holy, what the hell is this place? Just as Chao Xian stood there dumbfounded, Leng Ningshuang, who had remained silent, turned her gaze toward the human-shaped statue at the garden center. Staring at the statue, Leng Ningshuang swallowed hard, her heart trembling. Could this be the legendary 100-grass garden of the Divine Farmer Emperor? 077 Unlock the Rat Talisman spell. Other locations of the 100-grass garden? The 100-grass garden of the Divine Farmer Emperor? What on earth is that? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's astonished words, Zhou Xuan voiced the confusion in his own heart. Facing Zhou Xuan's inquiry, Leng Ningshuang first drew in a sharp breath, suppressing the shock within her heart. Then she turned her gaze to Zhou Xuan and began to explain slowly. Truthfully, before the establishment of the beast ruins, the human race hadn't been as glorious and powerful as it is today. In the primeval era, myriad races coexisted, and the human race was merely the weakest among them. However, three extraordinary figures emerged from within the human race, gradually elevating the once weak race. These three were the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan, the Flame Emperor Shenong, and the Warlord Qi Yu. The Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan established the contract between humans and spirit beasts, allowing the human race to grow stronger by cultivating these creatures. The Fire Emperor Shenong, meanwhile, devoted himself to cultivating various precious spiritual treasures. With the aid of these treasures, the growth rate of the spirit beasts cultivated by the human race became extremely rapid. As for the Warlord Qi Yu, though he was long ago vanquished by the combined forces of the Yellow Emperor and the Yen Emperor, reliable accounts indicate that the art of beast taming was his invention. It was precisely because of these three figures that the human race could leap above all other races and ultimately become the rulers of this beast realm. Listening to Leng Ningshuang's explanation, Zhou Xuan nodded. He now possessed some understanding of the beast realm's history. What surprised Zhou Xuan, however? The historical development of this beast realm bore an uncanny resemblance to his past life. The three ancestors of the human race from his previous life were also present in this beast realm. In truth, the beast ruins had always followed a positive trajectory in its development. It was only 2,000 years ago that class solidification gradually began. The Shenong lineage, precisely because they resisted this class stagnation, were eventually obliterated in the river of time. As for the Xian Yuan lineage, though not entirely extinguished, it too exists in name only. The current human emperor Xian Yuan of Zhou Dotian is no longer a true descendant of Xian Yuan. Though the true descendants of the three human ancestors are no longer among us. These three human ancestors still left behind many treasures. Among these, the legacy of the Flame Emperor Shenong is none other than the 100 Grass Garden, a place reputed to gather all the world's precious spiritual treasures, hailed as the Garden of 10,000 Spirits. It is said that the divine farmer emperor left behind numerous 100 grass gardens. Yet I had never seen one myself, leading me to believe the legend was false. But now, I believe the 100 Grass Garden truly exists. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang gazed upon the myriad spiritual treasures within the garden before her. 3rd tier spiritual plant, Fire King Grass. 3rd tier spirit plant, Water Fire Duality Flower. 4th tier spiritual plant, Celestial Moon Imperial Vine. These were extremely rare spiritual treasures even in the beast market. Now, they seemed to be growing like weeds in this garden. Naturally, Leng Ningshuang's thoughts drifted in that direction. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan also turned his gaze toward the 100 herbs garden before him. To be perfectly honest, when Zhou Xuan saw this vast quantity of spiritual treasures, his eyes lit up as if he'd spotted pure gold. For Zhou Xuan, absorbing these spiritual treasures meant the potential for another evolution. But the thought of having to share these treasures with Zhou Xuan and the others instantly soured his mood. The next second, he turned his head to look at Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan's heart skipped a beat at the sudden, icy glare Zhou Xuan directed his way. For in that instant, he saw a terrifying, murderous intent in Zhou Xuan's eyes. It was clear Zhou Xuan intended to hoard these treasures for himself. But the next second, the murderous intent vanished from Zhou Xuan's eyes. This wasn't because Zhou Xuan had no desire to keep these treasures for himself. Rather, the instant his murderous intent surfaced, the divine contract began warning him in his mind not to violate its terms. Otherwise, he would face the divine department's manhunt. Remember, this was a divine department manhunt. Once entangled by the divine department, the moment Zhou Xuan appeared in public, he would be instantly locked onto by the monitoring department. Those monstrously powerful beings from the demon division would directly breach the world's barriers to capture him. Truth be told, if Zhou Xuan had reached the 6th realm, or even the 7th realm, he naturally wouldn't fear the demon sect. But right now, his cultivation hadn't even reached the 2nd realm. Zhou Xuan knew he'd be wise to keep a low profile. It's just a shame to hand over so many spiritual treasures to others. Lord Zhou Xuan, Lord Leng Ningshuang, you two have contributed the most to this expedition into the ancient lands. I believe you two should be the first to select the spiritual treasures you require. Seeing Zhou Xuan's piercing gaze, Zhu Baiyu, well-traveled and experienced, instantly understood his intentions. He found nothing unusual in this. For even he, upon suddenly encountering such a vast array of spiritual treasures, felt profoundly shaken. All living beings are selfish, humans are no exception, nor are beasts. And dragons like Zhou Xuan, who covet treasures even more greedily, were no exception. But truth be told, Zhou Xuan had indeed contributed the most during this journey to the ancient land. Their only real contribution, it seemed, was guiding Zhou Xuan to this ancient site. Facing Zhu Baiyu's proposal, Zhou Xuan didn't hesitate. Since you put it that way, we'll proceed first. As he spoke, Zhou Xuan turned his gaze to Leng Ningshuang beside him. Leng Ningshuang understood Zhou Xuan's intent immediately and began swiftly tallying the spiritual treasures currently useful to him. Truth be told, the quantity of spiritual items here was substantial. But those truly useful to Zhou Xuan were far fewer. Nevertheless, under Leng Ningshuang's inventory, roughly 45 of these spiritual items would prove effective for Zhou Xuan. Based on the previous profit-sharing rules, Zhou Xuan could claim a total of 40 spiritual items. Therefore, in Zhou Xuan's view, this expedition into the ancient land had been quite successful overall. It was a case of expending minimal effort to accomplish something significant. Once the spirit item distribution concluded, Leng Ningshuang promptly handed Zhou Xuan several items he could consume immediately. Zhou Xuan accepted them without hesitation. With the aid of the glass-like cloud-patterned bottle, he swiftly swallowed the top-grade spiritual medicines prepared by Leng Ningshuang. Whoosh! The moment the supreme elixirs touched his tongue, Zhou Xuan's energy points surged dramatically. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 141,348 energy points. Indeed, within moments, Zhou Xuan had gained another 140,000 energy points. The only drawback was that his combat strength remained unchanged. He remained stuck at the 8th tier of the 1st realm. But Zhou Xuan didn't mind, for he still possessed a vast quantity of spiritual treasures. With these spiritual treasures, he had no doubt he could reach the 9th tier of the 1st realm. Seeing the vast amount of energy points he'd gathered, Zhou Xuan began pondering which ability to unlock next. After pondering for a while, Zhou Xuan's gaze fell upon the statue of Shenong at the center of the 100 Herbs Garden. Instantly, the idea of activating the Rat Talisman took root in his mind. This thought arose because a remarkable idea had taken root in Zhou Xuan's mind. What if he could awaken the Shenong statue? Could he then use the statue to discover the existence of other 100 grass gardens? 078 Shenong awakens, everyone goes wild. Pondering this, Zhou Xuan turned his gaze toward Leng Ningshuang. He immediately conveyed his thoughts through telepathy. Hearing Zhou Xuan speak, Leng Ningshuang's heart skipped a beat. What? You say you can revive the statue? Zhou Xuan replied, not exactly revive, just transform it from static to dynamic. If this thing is truly as powerful as you say, then it should still retain some of its past memories. Though I'm not sure how much of those memories he retains. But if we could uncover the locations of other 100 grass gardens, our quest for spiritual treasures might not seem so daunting. For Zhou Xuan, his need for spiritual treasures remains extremely high. The higher his power climbs, the greater this need becomes. After all, Zhou Xuan's energy consumption far exceeds that of ordinary spirit beasts hundreds, even thousands of times over. Leng Ningshuang was well aware of Zhou Xuan's immense demand for spiritual treasures. Precisely because of this, she has been diligently cultivating spiritual treasures using the Jade Cloud pattern bottle. However, the growth of spiritual treasures invariably required time. Even with the aid of the cloud patterned glass vase, these spiritual items still required a period to fully mature. But if Zhou Xuan could truly revive the Shennon statue as he claimed, and uncover the locations of other 100 grass gardens, that would be an absolutely ideal option. At this thought, Leng Ningshuang felt a surge of excitement. Yet amidst her excitement, Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. After all, Leng Ningshuang possessed an innate sacred medicine physique. Ever since arriving at the 100 Herbs Garden, Leng Ningshuang had sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. This sense of danger clearly stemmed from the divine farmer emperor himself. After all, even as a mere statue within the 100 Herbs Garden, the divine farmer emperor had instilled such profound unease in Leng Ningshuang. If the divine farmer emperor truly returned to life, would he capture her to refine medicinal herbs? Pondering this, Leng Ningshuang naturally voiced her doubts. Zhou Xuan pondered her question for a moment before replying, even if this statue were revived, it shouldn't be able to harm you. Zhou Xuan's words stemmed not from trust in Shennon. Rather, the power of the rat talisman was under Zhou Xuan's control. He could revive Shennon whenever he wished and return him to statue form whenever he desired. As for taking action, the rat talisman only possessed its most basic level of power. Zhou Xuan was certain that even if the statue were revived, its power could never surpass his own. Listening to Zhou Xuan's explanation, Leng Ningshuang still felt uneasy inside. Yet as the old saying goes, opportunity and danger always go hand in hand. In the end, Leng Ningshuang agreed to Zhou Xuan's plan. With Leng Ningshuang's approval secured, Zhou Xuan wasted no time unlocking the rat talisman. He then strode purposefully toward the center of the 100 Herbs Garden. Seeing Zhou Xuan suddenly head toward the center of the 100 Grass Garden, Huang Han'er was puzzled. What on earth was he doing in the middle of the garden? Could there be some treasure there? Does he intend to hoard it all for himself? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Huang Han'er snorted coldly. You stinky dragon, I won't let you get away with it. With that, Huang Han'er spread her wings and immediately flew toward Zhou Xuan. Seeing Huang Han'er heading toward Zhou Xuan, Zhou Xuan and Chu Baiyu, who had been gathering spiritual treasures, also noticed Zhou Xuan's unusual actions. Watching Zhou Xuan now standing beside the statue of the divine farmer emperor, the two felt puzzled. What is he doing? Could there be some unexpected development here? With that thought, Zhou Xuan and the others silently assumed defensive stances. After all, the sheer abundance of spiritual objects here felt almost unreal. Better to err on the side of caution. Hey, what are you sneaking around for? Are you planning to stash away some treasures? Huang Han'er flew over to Zhou Xuan's side and immediately began questioning him. Facing Huang Han'er's questioning, Zhou Xuan glanced at her and chuckled. You guessed right, there really is a big treasure here. So? Want to see it? Hearing Zhou Xuan's teasing tone, Huang Han'er let out a light snort. I knew you sneaky bastard were up to no good. Hurry up and show me the treasure. If you don't hand it over, I'll have the divine department sanction you. Hearing Huang Han'er's words, Zhou Xuan's lips curled into a devilish grin. Before Huang Han'er could react, Zhou Xuan's massive dragon claw descended upon the Shennon statue. The next moment, a demonic whisper escaped Zhou Xuan's lips. Awaken. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Huang Han'er's bird-like face immediately twisted into a look of disgust, as if she were staring at a complete fool. Hey, you idiot, you haven't lost your mind, have you? This is a statue. How could it possibly revive? If this statue could truly come to life, I could devour that gate in one gulp. Huang Han'er was utterly dismissive now, utterly baffled. How did this dumb, stinky dragon become so powerful? It was just too unnatural. But before Huang Han'er could finish her thoughts, a crisp crack echoed through the air. The stones covering the Shennon statue, which had previously resembled solid rock, began to fall away. And where the stones fell, clothing was revealed beneath. Seeing the statue's sudden transformation, Huang Han'er was startled, and like a bird startled by a bowstring, she immediately flew back to Qi Yunjian's side. Though her eyes remained hidden, Qi Yunjian, who had previously appeared utterly unfazed, now watched intently as stone after stone fell from the statue. With each successive stone that fell, the statue increasingly revealed a form indistinguishable from that of a human being. Big sister, what on earth is going on? How did this statue suddenly come to life? Could it be that this statue was alive all along? Among the 4 princes of the Earth realm, Zhou Xuan, though descended from a Toon raiding lineage, had never heard of statues coming to life in his ancestral records. Therefore, upon witnessing the peculiar transformation of the Shenong statue, Zhou Xuan instinctively sought refuge behind Shi Yunjian, simultaneously questioning him about the cause of these changes. At Zhou Xuan's inquiry, Shi Yunjian shook her head. I don't know either. I've never witnessed anything like this before. Though Qi Yunjian hailed from the Taoist heaven, she had never heard of anyone transforming from a statue into a human form. It was undeniable that among the myriad races of the Taoist heaven, there truly existed a stone clan. Yet this stone clan merely specialized in petrifying their own skin. Their overall appearance remains indistinguishable from humans. She had never heard of any stone clan member who could truly transform into a sculpture. Thus, even Qi Yunjian watched the sculpture's transformation with utter astonishment. At the same time, she was even more astonished by Zhou Xuan. She was puzzled by how Zhou Xuan had managed to bring this statue back to life. Could it be that this fellow truly possessed some special ability? Just as Qi Yunjian was lost in thought, the stones covering the statue began to fall away. An elderly man, not particularly robust, clad in straw sandals and a simple robe, slowly emerged before everyone's eyes. The old man appeared stooped and frail, as if on the brink of death. Yet despite none of them recognizing him, not a single person present dared to underestimate this old man. For he possessed an innate, regal aura. As the old man's figure fully revealed itself before the crowd, his eyes, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened. The moment his eyes opened, an ancient, dormant aura instantly filled the entire 100-grass garden. The unharvested spiritual plants seemed to come alive. Each began to exhibit extraordinary vitality. The elder, his eyes now open, gazed calmly at Zhou Xuan before him. A voice emerged from his lips, soft yet resonating with profound weight. Is it you who awakened me? 079 The correct way to awaken the innate divine medicine body. The revived Shenong's voice wasn't particularly loud. Yet this single sentence caused every present face to darken, all staring in disbelief at this elderly figure hunched in frail in form, yet radiating a terrifying aura. This statue, it's really come back to life? Huang Han'er's bird-like face betrayed a look of profound shock. Her horrified expression was as if she had seen a ghost. It wasn't just Huang Han'er who stared in astonishment at the revived Shenong. Shi Yunjian, Zhou Xuan, Zhu Baiyu, even Yao Meng, who had just taken a couple of sips and was feeling slightly tipsy, suddenly sobered up instantly. Now, as they gazed upon the revived Shenong before Zhou Xuan, disbelief spread across every face. Sis, am I seeing things? How could this Zhou Xuan possibly wield such an absurd ability to resurrect statues? Zhou Xuan was utterly shocked. Compared to Zhou Xuan, who voiced his shock outright, Qi Yunjian, Zhu Baiyu, and Yao Meng all stared at Zhou Xuan, each harboring their own thoughts. Especially Yao Meng, though he'd been slightly tipsy moments ago, his eyes were now reddened. If this is real, then wouldn't that mean my family could be resurrected too? While everyone stared in astonishment at the resurrected Shenong, Zhou Xuan, observing the revived Shenong before him, remained remarkably composed. He even bowed slightly toward Shenong and said, I am Zhou Xuan. Greetings, Divine Emperor Shenong. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Shenong lifted his aged eyes and simply looked at Zhou Xuan. A dragon, huh? Not particularly old, but his strength is remarkable. Seems the dragon clan has produced a promising prodigy. That old codger must be the cheap dragon ancestor. Upon seeing Zhou Xuan, Shenong did not cry out for battle, but instead immediately began to praise him. But what I'm curious about is, how exactly did you awaken me? While praising Zhou Xuan, Shenong also immediately asked about the confusion in his heart. After all, Shenong knew he wasn't the real Shenong, merely a statue come to life. Yet the phenomenon of a statue gaining life was something even Shenong, as an emperor god, had never witnessed. Thus, his mind was filled with perplexity. Facing Shenong's perplexity, Zhou Xuan merely scratched his nose and offered a faint smile. Seeing Zhou Xuan's expression, Shenong's face softened into a relieved smile. Don't want to talk about it? Then never mind. After all, every being in this world has secrets they choose not to reveal. Speak then. What did you wish to ask by awakening me? The present-day Shenong resembled an old man. He stretched his limbs, then dragged his aged frame down from the platform. Creak, creak. The crisp cracking of bones revealed Shenong's body was far from robust. This was clearly the effect of the rat talisman. While it could indeed revive statues, it couldn't restore them to their most perfect state. Zhou Xuan estimated that restoring it to 10% functionality was already remarkable. But Zhou Xuan didn't dwell on it. His true purpose in awakening the Shenong statue was to inquire about the location of the other 100 grass gardens. Therefore, looking at the divine farmer before him, Zhou Xuan still spoke with respect. Elder Emperor, since you say so, this junior shall not waste further words. This time, I awakened you, senior, primarily to inquire about the locations of the other 100 grass gardens you left behind. Upon hearing Zhou Xuan speak his mind directly, a smile spread across the ancient face of the divine farmer emperor. You young dragon, you really don't hold back, do you? Finding even one of my 100 herb gardens is already a tremendous stroke of luck. What? You're not trying to claim all my 100 herb gardens for yourself, are you? Don't forget you are of the dragon clan, while I am of the human race. Though I do share some connection with your dragon ancestors. Demanding the locations of all my herb gardens is a bit too much to ask. Shen Nong's words were neither warm nor cold. Zhou Xuan couldn't detect even the slightest hint of emotion in the other's voice. Truth be told, Zhou Xuan couldn't tell whether Shen Nong was mocking him or just joking around. Just as Zhou Xuan pondered how to respond, Cold Ling Shuang, who had remained silent, took a deep breath. Gathering considerable courage, she addressed Shen Nong. Your Majesty jests. Zhou Xuan is indeed of the dragon clan. But I have signed a soul contract with him. Now, we are one. I am Leng Ningshuang, born of the human clan. Might your Majesty, out of respect for my status, reveal 1 or 2 locations of the 100 grass garden to us? As for Leng Ningshuang, she felt profound dread toward Shen Nong. After all, the aura emanating from Shen Nong, that aura of having refined the primordial sacred medicine body, made Leng Ningshuang feel deeply uneasy to her very core. Truthfully, if it weren't for seeking the locations of other 100 grass gardens, he wouldn't even glance at Leng Ningshuang, let alone speak to her. Yet the moment Leng Ningshuang spoke, Shen Nong, who had been fixated on Zhou Xuan, immediately shifted his gaze from Zhou Xuan to Leng Ningshuang standing behind him. But the instant Shen Nong saw Leng Ningshuang, his previously composed expression instantly changed. The next instant, Shen Nong, who had appeared hunched and unsteady, burst forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Leng Ningshuang in a flash. In that instant, he seized Leng Ningshuang's wrist. The speed was so swift that not only did Zhou Xuan fail to react in time, even Leng Ningshuang herself hadn't had time to react. Seeing Shen Nong suddenly close in on her, even grabbing her wrist directly, Cold Ling Shuang, now coming to her senses, was filled with terror. Especially when she locked eyes with Shen Nong for that split second. Memories from her past life flashed wildly through her mind. In that moment, Leng Ningshuang's breathing grew ragged. She began to resist Shen Nong's grip, even attempting to break free on the spot. Her reaction stemmed from her past life, when she had been suddenly snatched away and refined by that ancient being from the heavens beyond. That scene remained vividly etched in Leng Ningshuang's memory. Now, confronted with the same scenario, the usually composed Leng Ningshuang reacted instinctively. Let me go. With that furious roar, the beast taming power surged violently within her. The infernal dragon flames from Zhou Xuan instantly ignited and surged upward. The terrifying force emanating from her body finally wrenched Leng Ningshuang free from Shen Nong's grasp. Seeing Leng Ningshuang slip from his grasp, Shen Nong was momentarily dazed. Yet he seemed aware of his own loss of composure. Though Leng Ningshuang resisted him, the gaze he cast upon her was filled with tenderness. Yet Shen Nong said nothing more, instead turning his gaze toward Zhou Xuan, who had already approached his side. In the next instant, Shen Nong extended his withered finger and lightly tapped Zhou Xuan's forehead. Simultaneously, a low murmur escaped his lips. Young man, you are truly fortunate. The innate divine medicine body. This is one of the 10 great sacred bodies of the human race. I never imagined you could form a soul contract with such a young girl. As the words fell, Zhou Xuan felt a surge of unfamiliar memories flood into his mind. Perhaps this is fate. This cultivation technique was created by me for my daughter. It's just a pity. She passed away too soon, never getting the chance to use it. Since you have encountered me, let us consider this a meeting of destiny. I shall impart this technique to you. Let me show you the true way to unlock the innate sacred medicine physique. 080 spiritual medicine resonance, increasing 1 energy point per second? As soon as Shen Nong's words fell, Zhou Xuan's mind instantly filled with knowledge of a cultivation technique called spiritual medicine resonance. Spiritual medicine resonance? What kind of cultivation technique is this? Having inherited the memories of this technique, Zhou Xuan was immediately thrown off balance by its name. After all, the name alone suggested it wasn't anything particularly formidable. Just as Zhou Xuan was puzzled by its overly plain name. When he began to carefully probe the effects of this spirit medicine resonance, Zhou Xuan was utterly stunned by the technique. Are you kidding me? This technique actually allows me to remain in a state of cultivation anytime, anywhere? Seeing the astonishment on Zhou Xuan's face, the once vibrant Shen Nong reverted to his previous frail, aged appearance. But now, he seemed much more pleased with Zhou Xuan's reaction. In fact, Shen Nong even reached out and patted Zhou Xuan on the shoulder. Young man, this is a cultivation technique I poured my heart and soul into, spending my entire life perfecting it. It's powerful in its own way, yet not particularly formidable either. The innate divine medicinal body. One of the 10 great sacred bodies of the human race, yet it is naturally suited for use as medicinal ingredients. If only I could have created this cultivation technique sooner, my daughter wouldn't have died because of me. As the words fell, Zhou Xuan saw a sorrowful expression cross Shen Nong's face. From his words, Zhou Xuan sensed Shen Nong had endured profound sorrow. That girl was quite exceptional. Perhaps the aura emanating from me frightened her. Please tell her I'm sorry for me later. With that, Shen Nong said no more. His aged fingers lightly tapped Zhou Xian's forehead once more. Immediately, 6 place names appeared in Zhou Xian's mind. These 6 places hold the remaining 600 grass gardens I left behind in this world. I'm giving you their locations. Consider it an apology to that girl. As for whether you can enter them, will depend entirely on your own destiny. As he finished speaking, Shen Nong's skin began to gradually petrify. It seems this body has reached its limit. Young man, I hope we meet again next time. We can meet again. Without waiting for Zhou Xian's reply, Shen Nong strode toward the center of the garden. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Shen Nong transformed back into his previous stone statue form. Seeing Shen Nong turn back into a stone sculpture, Leng Ningshuang, who had been in a state of shock, gradually came to her senses. Yet fear still lingered in her heart. After a long moment, she silently approached Zhou Xian's side. He turned back into stone again? Facing Leng Ningshuang's fearful inquiry, Zhou Xian nodded. It won't come back to life again, will it? Leng Ningshuang pressed. It can't be revived again. My power only allows this sculpture to be brought back to life once. Zhou Xian replied. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, Leng Ningshuang finally exhaled in relief. She immediately reverted to her previous aloof demeanor. What did he just tell you? With her fear gone, Leng Ningshuang inquired about Zhou Xian's recent experience. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's question, Zhou Xian turned to look at her. A faint light flickered in his crimson eyes. Why are you suddenly staring at me like that? Unaccustomed to Zhou Xian's sudden, silent stare, Leng Ningshuang felt uneasy. She couldn't shake the feeling that his gaze had grown intensely heated. I was thinking about something. After observing Leng Ningshuang for a moment, Zhou Xian finally spoke slowly. What is it? Leng Ningshuang felt even more puzzled. She couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Xian had suddenly become a bit strange. Watching the puzzled Leng Ningshuang, Zhou Xian's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a set of pearly white, razor-sharp dragon fangs. Choosing to form a soul contract with you was the right decision. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, Leng Ningshuang felt even more perplexed. After all, a soul contract was fundamentally no good. Because this bond meant that if one party suffered harm, the other would also feel the impact. The most advantageous contract form for both parties should be an equal contract. But an equal contract also had a major drawback. That is, Zhou Xian could not utilize Leng Ningshuang's beast taming power. Leng Ningshuang also cannot utilize the skills Zhou Xian has already mastered. In essence, it was merely a contract where neither party interfered with the other. For Leng Ningshuang, the soul contract was a choice made out of necessity. Yet now Zhou Xian was claiming the soul contract was the right choice. This truly left Leng Ningshuang utterly baffled. Zhou Xian, however, held nothing back regarding Leng Ningshuang's confusion. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes. The next moment, Zhou Xian synchronized the spirit medicine resonance technique he had just obtained from Shen Nong and transmitted it to Leng Ningshuang. The moment Leng Ningshuang received the technique transmitted by Zhou Xian, astonishment instantly flashed across her face. Zhou Xian, what is this? The divine farmer emperor just passed it on to me. Zhou Xian smiled. What do you think? Doesn't this technique suit us perfectly? Hearing Zhou Xian's words, Leng Ningshuang stared in utter bewilderment at the divine farmer, now frozen like a statue. Her face betrayed profound bewilderment. For Leng Ningshuang, when the divine farmer emperor had touched her just now, she had been filled with dread. After all, having previously endured being refined, Leng Ningshuang naturally reacted with instinctive stress. She feared being refined again. Yet now, the very Shen Nong emperor who had once terrified her had bestowed such an outrageously powerful technique upon Zhou Xian. This naturally left Leng Ningshuang deeply perplexed. Had he simply gifted such an outrageous technique to Zhou Xian and herself? From the memories Leng Ningshuang had absorbed, this technique called spirit medicine resonance seemed tailor-made for both her and Zhou Xian. The innate sacred medicine body, one of the 10 great sacred bodies of the human race. Compared to other sacred bodies, the innate medicinal body was rare in that it could not grow through the uniqueness of its own constitution. Thus, compared to other sacred bodies, the innate medicinal body was regarded as the weakest. Its sole purpose was to be refined into nourishment for others. Ever since discovering her innate sacred medicine physique, Leng Ningshuang had held this belief. However, the divine herbal resonance bestowed by the divine emperor Shen Nong was entirely different. According to its teachings, this cultivation method enables the innate medicinal body to unleash its unique properties, thereby achieving rapid enhancement. However, this technique has a major flaw: it requires forging a soul contract with a spirit beast. For most, this was an extremely difficult task. Yet Zhou Xian and Leng Ningshuang had already formed a soul contract long ago. Thus, this requirement posed no problem whatsoever for the pair. The spirit medicine resonance technique leverages the soul resonance between the spirit beast and its tamer, enabling the beast to continuously absorb the unique nutrients from the innate sacred medicine body. However, this nourishment is not a one-way extraction but a two-way process. The innate sacred medicine physique could also be continuously nurtured and strengthened through the spirit beast's soul. According to the technique's description, it might not seem particularly powerful at first. Yet the deeper one delves into its cultivation, the more monstrously powerful it becomes. Spirit beasts could even achieve evolution solely through the nourishment provided by the innate sacred medicinal body. With such a formidable cultivation technique at her disposal, how could Leng Ningshuang not be astonished? How about giving it a try? Seeing Leng Ningshuang's astonished expression, Zhou Xuan made the suggestion. Facing the suggestion, Leng Ningshuang didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. The next moment, both parties simultaneously activated their cultivation techniques. Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang felt their souls instantly merge together. The sensation was profoundly strange, as if they were intertwined, you within me, and me within you. As the cultivation techniques began to flow, a system notification sounded in Zhou Xuan's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 energy point. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 energy point. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1 energy point. As time ticked by second, the system notifications by Zhou Xuan's ear showed no sign of stopping. Listening to the system notification by his ear and watching his energy points steadily increase, Zhou Xuan froze in place, utterly stunned. Wait! 1 energy point per second? This cultivation technique is way too powerful, isn't it? 080 won the 10 Great Beast Master Academy's recruitment exams. Listening to the system voice ringing incessantly in his ears, Zhou Xuan froze in place. Wait, what? 1 energy point per second? This spirit medicine resonance is a bit too powerful, isn't it? Watching the energy points steadily climb on his information panel, Zhou Xuan felt a bit dazed. He knew that the last time he experienced 1 energy point per second was back in the Long Night Pool. And that was the Long Night Pool. A sacred land that had condensed the energy of countless days and nights from the Long Night Market. Only such a place could grant Zhou Xuan that level of energy. Now, simply by casually practicing any technique with Leng Ningshuang, he gained 1 energy point per second. This rate of energy point acquisition is a bit too rapid, isn't it? At this moment, it wasn't just Zhou Xuan who was astonished. Leng Ningshuang was equally stunned. For Leng Ningshuang keenly sensed that under the operation of the spiritual medicine resonance, her innate sacred medicine physique was showing faint signs of enhancement. This was what astonished Leng Ningshuang the most. The innate divine medicinal body was widely acknowledged as the weakest among the 10 great divine bodies. Other sacred bodies could dramatically boost combat power through their innate qualities. The most effective use of the innate medicinal body, however, was to be refined into medicine. This alone demonstrated just how meager the innate benefits of the divine medicine physique were for its possessor. Moreover, the innate medicinal body cannot be used repeatedly. Each use thins its protective layer considerably. Typically, an untouched innate sacred medicine physique appears indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. However, once it is used even once, a faint medicinal fragrance begins to emanate from the body. A faint medicinal scent might not reveal the identity of a person with a. But for those who have encountered the innate sacred medicine physique before, a single whiff of the scent is enough to recognize it. This is precisely why Leng Ningshuang felt such profound dread toward Shinnong. After all, she had no idea what Shinnong might do to her once he discovered her innate sacred medicinal physique. To be honest, Leng Ningshuang still found it puzzling that Shinnong had bestowed this spiritual medicine resonance technique upon Zhou Xuan. From Leng Ningshuang's perspective, no one in this world would show kindness to a stranger without reason. Even parents' affection for their children was filled with calculations of self-interest. At first, Leng Ningshuang suspected the divine farmer emperor had some ulterior motive. Yet after practicing this spiritual medicine resonance, not only did Leng Ningshuang feel no discomfort whatsoever. Her innate sacred medicine physique, which she had previously forced to aid Zhou Xuan's advancement, had now fully restored to its original, untouched state. This meant the protective layer of Leng Ningshuang's innate sacred medicine body had been restored. If someone had told Leng Ningshuang before that the innate sacred medicine body could restore its protective layer, she would never have believed it. Yet now, this very phenomenon was unfolding before her very eyes. How could Leng Ningshuang not be astonished? Not to mention, she could sense her innate divine medicine physique continuing to slowly enhance. The beast control power within her body was also experiencing a gradual increase. Though the pace was painfully slow, it was undeniably progress. It was well known that increasing beast control power was extremely difficult in the earthly fiend realm. Under normal circumstances, one could only enhance their Beastmaster power by obtaining official Beastmaster qualifications from one of the 10 Great Beastmaster Academies. Currently, Leng Ningshuang had not yet participated in the examinations of the 10 Great Beastmaster Academies. She was at a loss for words to describe the sheer power of this spirit medicine resonance. It seems the divine farmer emperor truly bestowed upon us an exceptionally extraordinary cultivation technique. Gazing at the Shinnong statue, Zhou Xuan spoke slowly. Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang fixed her gaze on the divine farmer emperor for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, this spirit medicine resonance is incredibly useful to us. By the way, what did the divine farmer emperor say to you earlier before the statue transformed? Facing Leng Ningshuang's inquiry, Zhou Xuan's lips curved into a smile. Of course, the locations of the other 100 herb gardens. According to the divine farmer emperor, the remaining 100 herb gardens are located at these specific sites. As he spoke, Zhou Xuan relayed the locations of the 100 herb gardens that the divine farmer emperor had just shared with him to Leng Ningshuang. The illusory heaven cloud tower? That's the tower connecting the illusory heaven realm to the immortal heaven realm. The tree realm of immortality. Could it be that the tree of immortality was planted by the divine farmer emperor? As Zhou Xuan listed one place name after another, Leng Ningshuang's heart was filled with astonishment. For every place name Zhou Xuan mentioned, Leng Ningshuang recognized. In her previous life, she had even visited these very places. Especially the illusory heaven cloud tower, she had stayed there for a full 5 years. Yet she had never heard of any 100 grass garden existing there. As for the tree realm of eternal life, that place was even more renowned. It was the most iconic domain of the third heaven, the eternal heaven. The place where the tree of immortality grew. Countless people had speculated about the origins of the tree of immortality. Yet no one had ever known. Now Zhou Xuan claims that the 100 grass garden left behind by Shinon lies within the immortal tree realm. Coupled with the tree of immortality's extraordinary properties, Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but wonder if this very tree was the one cultivated by Shinon. Though startled by this revelation, she followed the place names Zhou Xuan had mentioned. Leng Ningshuang also knew that the remaining 600 grass gardens were scattered across higher-tier realms. This information was incredibly valuable. Who would have thought the divine farmer emperor would actually be willing to reveal the locations of the remaining 100 grass gardens? Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Leng Ningshuang nodded in agreement. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan glanced down at her beside him. After a moment, Zhou Xuan spoke slowly. Could it be that all these things were gifts from him? For me? Leng Ningshuang was puzzled. After all, she had no familial ties to the divine farmer emperor. Why would he give her anything? More importantly, she had been so resistant to him just moments ago. He had absolutely no reason to tell her the location of the 100 herbs garden. I can't say for sure. But perhaps he saw the shadow of someone from his past in you. Facing Zhou Xuan's inquiry, Leng Ningshuang glanced at the Shinon statue with some surprise. Though she still didn't quite grasp the meaning behind Zhou Xuan's words, she didn't press the matter further. Never mind. Let's not dwell on these things. The ancient site exploration is over. What should we do next? Facing Zhou Xuan's question, Leng Ningshuang replied, let's return to that dilapidated temple for now. Some of these spiritual treasures require preparation before you can absorb them. Others require cultivation. It'll take some time. Once I've handled all these matters, we'll proceed to take the entrance exams for the 10 Great Beast Master Academies. The admissions assessment for the 10 Great Beast Master Academies. This is the most crucial test determining whether Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan can enter the illusory birth heaven. In Leng Ningshuang's view, given their current strength, passing the assessment shouldn't be difficult. The only real difficulty lies in how she will infiltrate the earth realm. After all, according to Qi Yunjian and Chu Baiyu, her deception of Jun Xiong had been exposed. Currently, there was even a 500 million bounty on her head in the earth realm. To enter so openly would inevitably invite pursuit. The 9 lords of Earth City? Leng Ningshuang didn't give them a second thought. But Jun Xiong hailed from the eternal heaven realm. His cultivation had now reached at least the second realm. If a fight truly broke out, she and Zhou Xuan would stand no chance against him. This was precisely what troubled Leng Ningshuang most at present. Just as Leng Ningshuang pondered how to re-enter the earth capital, a maniacal yet jubilant voice echoed from beyond the ancient land. Ha ha! I've finally made it to the ancient land. With the resources of this ancient land, Hua Shiqi is the true future king of the Hua family. 082, Methods to infiltrate the earth capital, Zhou Xuan's divine manifestation? Hearing the sudden sound from outside the 100 grass garden, everyone inside the 100 grass garden couldn't help but pause. Especially Zhou Xuan, Leng Ningshuang, and Yameng all turned their gazes toward the garden's entrance. For these three, the voice's owner was all too familiar. Indeed, the speaker was none other than Hua Shiqi, the very person who had deliberately provoked Zhou Xuan and his companions at the Peak Auction House earlier. Hua Shiqi, how did this guy end up underground? While Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang were surprised by Hua Shiqi's appearance, Yao Meng frowned deeply. After all, the entire ancient site was under lockdown. The group hadn't dug any tunnels to reach the underground. Logically speaking, their descent should have been completely undetected. Yet Hua Shiqian had somehow made his way down here too. This truly baffled Yao Meng. It wasn't just Yao Meng who was puzzled. Chao Xian also frowned as he looked toward the doorway. After all, in Chao Xian's view, this ancient site was one he had discovered only after exerting tremendous effort. How on earth did this man find his way here? And how did he even know this was an ancient site? After all, the Divine Department strictly forbids the exploration of ancient sites. Schools nowadays simply don't teach about ancient sites. To put it bluntly, these are forbidden subjects. Sis, are we being followed? Zhou Xuan asked. Or could it be? As he spoke, Zhou Xuan's gaze shifted toward Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang. Though he said nothing outright, his words clearly implied suspicion that Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang had leaked information. Before Qi Yunjian could respond to Zhou Xuan's suspicion, Zhu Baiyu immediately interjected. No way, second brother. They wouldn't have any issues. As for Zhu Baiyu, he knew exactly what Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan had done in the underground realm. Frankly, to swindle away a treasure that Jun Xiong had spent 100 billion to acquire at auction, right in front of so many people. That was worth 100 billion. Even in the realm of immortals, that sum would be considered a colossal fortune. And now it had been swindled away so casually. The 9 kings of Earth realm even placed a 5 billion bounty on Leng Ningshuang's head over it. If Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang could be swayed to cooperate with the Earth 9 king like this, then he wouldn't be called the Earth 9 king. Then what is this? Hearing Zhu Baiyu's denial, Zhou Xuan felt perplexed. Beyond that, he genuinely couldn't fathom how these people even knew about this ancient site. Surely Hua Shirquan couldn't have mastered the Zhao family's secret techniques on his own? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just as Zhou Xuan and his companions were puzzling over how Hua Shirquan had found this place, a ghost shadow soldier suddenly emerged from Zhou Xian's shadow. He then whispered something into Zhou Xian's ear. Hearing the shadow soldier's words, a hint of surprise flashed across Zhou Xian's face. He then turned to Leng Ningshuang beside him and said, "Who would have thought I'd run into an old acquaintance in a place like this?" Hearing Zhou Xian's words, Leng Ningshuang was somewhat taken aback. But when Zhou Xian informed her that Zhao Jueyun was also outside the 100-grass garden, she too felt a slight surprise. Zhao Jueyun is here too? He must have come to Didu seeking help. So this Hua Shirquan must be his connection in the underworld. As she finished speaking, Leng Ningshuang's lips curved into a faint smile. Zhou Xian, I think I've come up with a clever way to infiltrate the underworld. Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak, Zhou Xian froze momentarily, but his eyes immediately flashed with understanding. You mean through Hua Shirquan and his group? Exactly. Leng Ningshuang nodded. Zhu Baiyu and the others may be well known in the underworld, but they hold no real authority themselves. But Hua Shirquan is different. He comes from the Hua family of the underworld. The Hua family is one of the top 3 families in the underworld, practically unrivaled in influence there. Moreover, since we're wanted by the 9 lords of the Earth realm, even if those in the realm investigate, they'll never trace it back to the Hua family. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xian instantly grasped the brilliance of this plan. Better late than never. In that case. As the words fell, the fiery demonic energy within Zhou Xian erupted unchecked, unleashing its full fury. In the next instant, Zhou Xian strode out of the 100-grass garden like a demonic dragon bathed in flames, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Seeing Zhou Xian's sudden transformation, Huang Han'er was instantly startled. The demonic fire energy Zhou Xian unleashed at that moment was utterly terrifying. As a natural-born Phoenix King, Huang Han'er had been by Qi Yunjian's side since birth, yet she had witnessed the presence of some truly formidable figures. To name just one example, her father was a supreme Phoenix King who had mastered the way of fire. His mastery of flames was so profound that it was no exaggeration to say he ranked among the most elite beings Huang Han'er had ever encountered. Yet the fiery aura erupting from Zhou Xian just now felt to Huang Han'er as if it could rival even her father's. This was a power Zhou Xian had never displayed before. How could Huang Han'er not be astonished? As for the demonic aura emanating from Zhou Xian, though Huang Han'er had never encountered a true demon lord, she could keenly sense that his mastery of demonic arts was no less profound than his command of fire. In fact, the demonic energy erupting from him like a gushing well was even denser than the fiery aura surrounding his body. What truly stunned Huang Han'er was how with every step forward, the demonic energy within him seemed to pour out as if it were worthless. Yet as Zhou Xian drew nearer, fear began to stir within Huang Han'er. Could this guy actually be looking for a fight? The thought made Huang Han'er swallow nervously as the sacred ice power within her surged outward. It appeared as though she was preparing to settle things with Zhou Xian once and for all. Observing Huang Han'er, whose face was etched with apprehension as she stared at him, Zhou Xian's lips curved upward, revealing a distinctly devilish smile. Thus, Zhou Xian stepped before Huang Han'er. Observing her tense, battle-ready stance, he let out a soft chuckle. Little sparrow. I've no interest in fighting my own mount. With that, Zhou Xian ignored Huang Han'er and abruptly stepped forward. The pair of pitch-black dragon wings on his back suddenly spread wide. Like a streak of black light, he shot out of the 100-grass garden. Seeing Zhou Xian pass her by, Huang Han'er instinctively exhaled in relief. But when she regained her senses, anger flashed across her face. What do you mean, you bastard? Don't you dare think I'm afraid of you. With that, Huang Han'er prepared to rush out and demand an explanation from Zhou Xian. Meanwhile, outside the 100-grass garden, Hua Shirquan gazed at the ancient site before him, laughing heartily. Beside him, Zhao Jueyun's eyes gleamed with excitement. For Hua Shichu, discovering this ancient site meant becoming the Flower King was within reach. For Zhao Jueyun, even the smallest trinket from this ancient site could easily cover the Zhao family's 100 million yuan deficit. In fact, Zhao Jueyun could even turn a hefty profit. Just as the two were lost in visions of their bright futures, a whisper as sinister as a demon's voice reached their ears. My dear friends, it's been a few days since we last met. How I've missed you both. 083 Hua Shichu's arrogance, instantly defeating the mountain lion. Who's speaking? The moment Zhou Xuan's voice echoed, Hua Shichuan, whose face had just lit up with joy, felt a sudden chill. To Hua Shichuan, this place was 1,000 meters deep underground. It was utterly impossible for any other living creature to appear here. Now, with someone suddenly speaking, how could Hua Shichuan not be startled? Meanwhile, Zhao Jueyun recognized a familiar tone in the voice. In an instant, Zhao Jueyun's previously joyful expression vanished. His gaze fixed on the source of the voice as if facing a formidable enemy. Then, Zhao Jueyun saw Zhou Xuan charging out from the ancient ruins in the distance, looking like a demon lord from hell. The sight of Zhou Xuan made Zhao Jueyun's legs go weak. The memory of Zhou Xuan single-handedly suppressing both him and the thunder-devouring beast flashed vividly through his mind. Truth be told, that scene was something Zhao Jueyun would never forget for the rest of his life. After all, Zhao Jueyun had always considered himself and the Thunder Devourer to be exceptionally powerful combatants. While he wouldn't claim to be invincible in the mortal realm, even within the Earth realm, he ranked among the top masters. Yet Zhou Xuan had effortlessly suppressed him with just one hand. Moreover, his thunder-devouring beast had been rendered utterly incapable of resistance. Although Zhao Jueyun hadn't resorted to the Zhao family's secret blood fusion technique, he could sense it. Even when he had used the blood fusion technique back then, he still couldn't match Zhou Xuan's power at that time. Much less now, after only a few days apart. Zhao Jueyun keenly sensed that Zhou Xuan's aura was even stronger than when they last met in the long night market. Particularly that hellish, demonic aura. This instinctively made Zhao Jueyun begin to retreat. Indeed, the thought of fleeing this place immediately had already taken root in Zhao Jueyun's mind. Compared to Zhao Jueyun's genuine fear of Zhou Xuan, Hua Shichuan, watching Zhou Xuan suddenly burst forth from the ancient ruins, felt a flicker of surprise at the formidable aura radiating from him. Yet he showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he stared at Zhou Xuan with a smug expression and sneered, I thought he was some kind of expert. Turns out it's just a spirit beast at the 8th stage of the first realm. Mountain-shattering lion, lion's roar. Fixing his gaze on Zhou Xuan, Hua Shichuan immediately commanded his ace spirit beast, the mountain guarding lion, to launch an attack. Hearing Hua Shichuan's command, the mountain guarding lion was initially stunned by Zhou Xuan's overwhelming aura. But upon realizing Zhou Xuan's cultivation was only at the 8th stage of the first realm, a look of contempt appeared on the mountain guardian lion's face. Clearly, the mountain guardian lion held Zhou Xuan, whose cultivation was inferior to its own, in no regard whatsoever. After all, as a 9th-tier first realm being, disposing of a pretentious 8th-tier first realm upstart like Zhou Xuan should be a piece of cake, right? Thus, at Hua Shichuan's command, the mountain guardian lion took a deep breath. The next moment, its expression hardened as it unleashed a deafening roar toward Zhou Xuan. The mountain guardian lion's roar was piercingly loud, its fury reverberating throughout the entire underground realm. Some spirit beasts dwelling underground scattered in panic upon hearing the mountain guardian lion's furious roar. After all, they had never encountered a spirit beast this formidable before. Moreover, this lion's roar contained a trace of spiritual energy, exerting a pronounced suppressing effect on spirit beasts of lesser innate talent. As a 3rd-tier high-grade mountain guardian lion, its attacks never failed to prevail. Thus, after unleashing its roar, the mountain guardian lion instinctively fixed its proud gaze upon Zhou Xuan. Clearly, it wanted to see just how badly Zhou Xuan would fare after taking its 2nd-tier skill, Lion's Roar. However, the moment the mountain guardian lion fixed its haughty gaze upon Zhou Xuan, its previously confident demeanor froze in place. To its astonishment, Zhou Xuan, who had just absorbed its lion's roar, showed not the slightest change. Instead, he stared back at it with an expression of utter calm. The sharp teeth revealed by his upturned lips seemed to say, "Little lion, is that all your attack has to offer? Roar!" Seeing Zhou Xuan's mocking expression, the mountain guardian lion was naturally enraged. As the mountain guardian lion, the king of all beasts, it had been invincible among its peers since birth. Among the younger generation of the Hua family, its combat prowess ranked among the top 3. Who dared to show it such disrespect? Now, this fellow before him, clearly inferior in strength, not only showed no fear but even dared to provoke him. This truly enraged the mountain guardian lion. Yet as the mountain guardian lion raged, Hua Shichi, who had previously assumed Zhou Xuan would handle this with ease, now wore a look of unease. His earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by a slight frown as he studied Zhou Xuan. This guy clearly wasn't strong, yet he could withstand the mountain guardian lion's mighty roar. What was his background? Could his innate talent surpass even that of the mountain guardian lion? After all, the Mountain Guardian Lion's innate talent was already considered top tier in the Earth Fiend realm. Now you're telling me Hua Shirquan possesses spirit beast aptitude surpassing that of the Mountain Guardian Lion? Hua Shirquan was naturally baffled. Just as Hua Shirquan stared at Zhou Xuan, Zhao Jueyun, who had been preparing to retreat, leaned close and whispered into his ear. Young Master Hua. Maybe we should just leave. This guy might be more than we can handle right now. Hearing Zhao Jueyun's pessimistic words, Hua Shirquan shot him a cold glance. A mere spirit beast at the 8th stage of the first realm, and you're scared? Zhao Jueyun, when did you become such a coward? Right now, I'll show you what a true master looks like. As he spoke, Hua Shirquan immediately turned his gaze toward the Mountain Guardian Lion and instinctively commanded. Mountain Guardian Lion, use. But before Hua Shirquan's words had even finished, he suddenly saw a face appear right before his eyes. This face was exceptionally handsome, so beautiful that Hua Shirquan felt ashamed of his own appearance. Yet though the face was as exquisite as a work of art, Hua Shirquan felt no admiration whatsoever in that moment. Instead, his eyes betrayed a deep, seething terror. Indeed, this face belonged to none other than Zhou Xuan, who had been standing at a distance moments before. Beyond Zhou Xuan's sudden appearance before him, Hua Shirquan was horrified to see that Zhou Xuan was holding a massive head in his hand. That head was all too familiar to Hua Shirquan. It belonged to his ace spirit pet, the Mountain Guardian Lion. Not far away, the Mountain Guardian Lion that had been locked in combat with Zhou Xuan now lay decapitated in a pool of blood. Zhou Xuan slowly raised the Mountain Guardian Lion's head before Hua Shirquan, his face twisted into a deeply unsettling grin. Simultaneously, a voice like a demon's whisper emerged from his lips. Were you looking for it? 084 second tier Hell's Awakening Flame, Hua Shirquan becomes a slave. Zhou Xuan's voice was cold, yet his words were calm. Yet those very words, spoken with such composure, sent a tidal wave of terror crashing through Hua Shirquan's mind. This can't be. Absolutely impossible. The Mountain Binding Lion possessed the strength of the 9th tier of its realm. How could it have been slain so easily? An illusion. That's it, this must all be an illusion. Gazing at the Mountain Guardian Lion's head in Zhou Xuan's grasp, Hua Shirquan forced down the fear gripping his heart and offered what he believed to be a rational explanation. Yet Zhou Xuan seemed to see right through Hua Shirquan's thoughts. Observing the man feigning composure before him, a faint smile touched the corners of his lips. Still not giving up, huh? Well then I'll show you the new skill I've mastered. As the words fell, the dragon claw gripping the Mountain Guardian Lion's head ignited with a deep crimson flame. In the next instant, the mountain lion's corpse, which had already lain dead in a pool of blood, seemed to be manipulated by some mysterious force. It slowly rose from the blood-stained ground. Terrifying demonic fire energy surged from the headless Mountain Guardian Lion's body as it strode over to Zhou Xuan. Watching the headless Mountain Guardian Lion now beside him, Zhou Xuan casually placed the severed lion head onto the flaming corpse. Instantly, the once lifeless Mountain Guardian Lion reappeared beside Zhou Xuan. Compared to its previous state, the Mountain Guardian Lion now radiated a far more potent aura. Its entire body now radiated the same dark crimson flames as Zhou Xuan. Seeing the Mountain Guardian Lion reappear before him, Hua Shirquan's face lit up with delight. I told you this was all an illusion. Mountain Guardian Lion, take down this guy for me. Use the rock-shattering claw. Hua Shirquan's voice rang out loud and clear, his tone brimming with excitement. He looked as though he could take Zhou Xuan down with a single strike. But no matter how loud or passionate Hua Shirquan's voice became, it was all for naught now. The Mountain Guardian Lion simply wouldn't respond to his commands. Seeing the Mountain Guardian Lion ignore his command, Hua Shirquan froze in surprise. Instinctively, he tried to connect with the Mountain Guardian Lion through their contract, intending to issue a forced command to attack Zhou Xuan. After all, in Hua Shirquan's view, this was an extremely opportune moment to strike Zhou Xuan. But the moment Hua Shirquan activated the contract, he froze in place. He was horrified to discover the bond with the Mountain Guardian Lion had vanished from his contract. Realizing this, Hua Shirquan was instantly stunned. If the contract was gone, then what was this Mountain Guardian Lion before him? Indeed, the Mountain Guardian Lion of today was no longer the same as before. It should now be called the Mountain Guardian Flame Demon Lion. It was the product of Zhou Xuan's newly mastered skill, Hell's Revival Flame, brought back to life. To put it plainly, the original Mountain Guardian Lion had long since perished. The current Mountain Guarding Inferno Demon Lion was also a dead entity, merely temporarily revived through the transformation of the Rat Talisman and the fiery demonic energy. The Mountain Guarding Inferno Lion no longer holds any contract with Hua Shirquan. Instead, it now serves as Zhou Xuan's loyal subordinate. Want to launch an attack? Then I'll help you. Mountain Guardian Flame Demon Lion, Shatter Rock Flame Claw. The moment Zhou Xuan spoke, the Mountain Binding Flame Lion, which had remained motionless under Hua Shirquan's command, let out a thunderous roar. Hell Dragon Flames instantly surged from its massive lion's paw. Without hesitation, the Mountain Binding Inferno Lion lashed out with a devastating swipe toward Hua Shirquan. Seeing the Mountain Binding Inferno Lion suddenly attack him, Hua Shirquan was utterly bewildered. Yet, being of the Hua lineage, his combat instincts were sharp. He immediately summoned a spirit beast covered in rock, resembling a crab. Shield Cliff Crab, deploy Cliff Shield now. As he spoke, the Shield Cliff Crab burst into an earthy yellow glow. Fragments of rock instantly coalesced, forming a thick shield before Hua Shirtsu. With a thud, the mountain-binding flame demon lion's claw slammed into the cliff shield. Undeniably, the cliff shield appeared sturdy, but the mountain-sealing flame lion's single strike caused it to crack immediately. Seeing the shield crack, Hua Shirquan knew it couldn't hold out much longer. He immediately roared to those beside him. Zhao Jueyun, help me! But just as Hua Shirquan turned his head, he was shocked to see that Zhao Jueyun, who had been standing beside him moments ago, was now being held aloft like a small chick by a masked giant. Zhao Jueyun's Thunder Devourer was being trampled underfoot by a similarly masked creature, a black-clad monster resembling a dragon. It appeared to be on the brink of death. Before Hua Shirquan could process the sudden turn of events, a thunderous crash echoed as the Shield Cliff Crab's protective shield shattered instantly. In the next instant, the mountain-sealing flame demon lion lunged forward, slamming Hua Shirquan to the ground. Facing the mountain-binding flame demon lion, its gaping maw poised to tear off her head in one bite, Hua Shirquan was filled with terror. Just as Hua Shirquan believed he was about to be torn apart by the mountain-binding flame demon lion, Zhou Xuan's voice finally echoed slowly. I'll give you a choice, become my slave, or die now. As soon as Zhou Xuan's words fell, the mountain-binding flame demon lion let out a mighty lion's roar directly at Hua Shirtsu. The paw-crushing Hua Shirchuan's body tightened its grip. It was clear the mountain-binding flame demon lion was threatening Hua Shirquan. Refuse, and you die now. Though Hua Shirquan had been utterly arrogant in the Earth realm, having tasted the riches and honors afforded to a member of the Hua family, he was still deeply afraid of death. Had Zhou Xuan demanded his submission earlier, Hua Shirquan would have scoffed in derision. But now, facing certain death if he refused Zhou Xuan's demand, Hua Shirquan was genuinely terrified. Gazing at Zhou Xuan in the distance, shrouded in surging demonic energy, Hua Shirquan finally lowered his proud head and humbly pleaded, Don't kill me. I'm willing to become your servant, my lord. Hearing Hua Shirchuan's words, Zhou Xuan immediately sent him a contract. Though utterly humiliated by the contract Zhou Xuan offered, Hua Shirquan dared not voice any discontent. He promptly signed the master-slave contract. With the contract concluded, Zhou Xuan turned his gaze to Zhao Jueyun standing nearby. Zhao Jueyun's heart skipped a beat when Zhou Xuan's gaze landed on him. Truth be told, even Hua Shirquan was powerless against Zhou Xuan. Zhao Jueyun knew he was nothing but a mere puppet. Before Zhou Xuan could even speak, he proactively presented his own master-slave contract. Seeing Zhao Jueyun's willingness, Zhou Xuan didn't press him further. After signing the contract, he instructed Seimo to release Zhao Jueyun. With Hua Shirquan successfully enslaved, the mountain-binding flame lion withdrew its claws from him. The moment the mountain-sealing flame demon lion withdrew its claws, Zhou Xuan's voice slowly echoed. You're Hua Shirtsu, right? I have a task for you, get me and her into the underground city. The moment Zhou Xuan spoke, Hua Shirquan, who had just stood up, spotted Leng Ningshuang emerging slowly from the 100-grass garden. The moment Hua Shirquan saw Leng Ningshuang, he froze in place. If she is Leng Ningshuang, then wouldn't my master be the very dragon king that Lord Junxiong covets? 085 Wind Demon Seimo? Re-encountering Yanson? At that moment, Hua Shirquan stared at Zhou Xuan before him, completely frozen in place. Truth be told, the moment Zhou Xuan appeared, Hua Shirquan could sense his formidable power. But what Hua Shirquan never expected was, this seemingly human-like creature before him was actually that 10-meter-tall dragon, resembling a demon lord from hell. Unfazed by Hua Shirchuan's astonishment, Zhou Xuan turned his gaze toward Leng Ningshuang, who was emerging from the 100-grass garden. Now that this is settled, when shall we depart for the Earth realm? Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's question, Leng Ningshuang didn't respond immediately. Instead, she first glanced at the mountain-binding flame lion beside Hua Shirquan, then shifted her gaze to Zhou Xuan. Though her expression remained calm, her heart was deeply shaken by Zhou Xuan. After all, Leng Ningshuang had just witnessed Zhou Xuan sever the mountain guardian lion's head right before her eyes. Under normal circumstances, severing a spirit beast's head meant its death was absolute. Unless it possessed miraculous healing abilities, there was simply no way to revive it. Yet Zhou Xuan merely ignited flames upon himself, and the mountain guardian lion was resurrected. More importantly, under the influence of Zhou Xuan's hell revival flames, the mountain guardian lion had actually undergone evolution. Truth be told, this was what astonished Leng Ningshuang the most. After all, Zhou Xuan was currently only at the first realm, yet his abilities were already so outrageous. Leng Ningshuang couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying Zhou Xuan's combat power would become once he reached the second realm. But despite the shock, Leng Ningshuang quickly regained her composure and spoke up. Let's return to that temple for now. I have some matters to attend to. It's inconvenient for us to bring Luochen along anyway. I have some matters for Luochen to handle, and Zhao Jueyun can serve as her temporary bodyguard for now. As she spoke, Leng Ningshuang turned her gaze toward Zhao Jueyun. To be honest, Zhou Xuan no longer carried the arrogance he displayed toward Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang back in the long night market. Instead, he now appeared remarkably humble and docile. After all, Zhou Xuan was now Zhou Xian's servant. If Zhou Xuan wanted to eliminate Zhou Xuan, it would be as simple as a passing thought. Therefore, Zhou Xuan dared not defy Zhou Xian or Leng Ningshuang in the slightest. Instead, he hovered around them like a lapdog, offering fawning smiles. Master, rest assured. Your servant will complete the task flawlessly. Hearing Zhou Xuan speak, Zhou Xian shot the fellow a speechless glance. Truth be told, back in the long night market, Zhou Xian had actually admired Zhou Xuan for possessing genuine ruthlessness. But now Zhou Xuan was acting like a sycophant, which couldn't help but make Zhou Xian marvel at how well the beast ruins could mold people. He hadn't even said a word, yet Zhou Xuan had already transformed into the most loyal dog. And so, time swiftly passed. 3 days slipped away unnoticed. Throughout those 3 days, Leng Ningshuang was constantly occupied with cultivating the spiritual plants transplanted from the 100 Grass Garden. Though the 100 Grass Garden contained numerous spiritual plants, most were not yet fully mature. They still required a period of nurturing to reach full maturity. For others, nurturing these spiritual plants might take a year or two, but for Leng Ningshuang, who possessed the glass cloud pattern vase, bringing them to full maturity required only about a month. This speed was astonishingly fast. The thought of being able to consume vast quantities of spiritual plants in just 1 month filled Zhou Xian with immense excitement. After all, consuming these spiritual treasures would make his next evolution feel like child's play. While Leng Ningshuang spent these 3 days processing the spiritual treasures, Zhou Xian was far from idle. Whenever he had free time, he would practice the spirit medicine resonance technique bestowed upon him by the divine Emperor Shinon. Although Leng Ningshuang was too busy to practice soul resonance cultivation with Zhou Xian. But practicing alone significantly diminished the effectiveness. Nevertheless, 3 days were enough for Zhou Xian to scrape together 100,000 energy points. This time, Zhou Xian didn't hesitate. He immediately channeled all 100,000 energy points into the wind demon Qi. This time, upon entering the earth realm, Zhou Xian and Leng Ningshuang must maintain a low profile. Given their current abilities, if they truly encountered Zhou Xuan, they would have no choice but to surrender. Therefore, for the recruitment assessment of the 10 Great Beast Master Academies, Nijia and Saimo would have to serve as the core forces. Nijia's combat prowess was already top tier, while Saimo still had room for improvement. Thus, by upgrading the wind magic Qi, Zhou Xian's true purpose was to bestow upon Saimo the wind magic Qi he wished to grant. Under the influence of the wind magic Qi, Saimo's physique naturally underwent transformation. Its massive form remained unchanged, but its mouth had grown significantly larger, while its body now bore the distinct features of the wind demon Howling Wind. Especially its mouth that had become virtually identical to Howling Wind's. Simultaneously, Saimo's information panel underwent a major transformation. Follower, Saimo. Power, 1st realm, 8th tier. Attributes, demon, malevolent entity, wind, dragon. Talent, 5th tier, average. Skills, Tier 2 Giant Shadow Storm Hammer, Tier 2 Giant Shadow Whirlwind Kick, Tier 2 Giant Shadow Gale Fist, Tier 2 Gale Howl. Observing Saimo's physical transformation, Zhou Xian glanced at Nijia, who now bore a striking resemblance to the Holy Sovereign. A frown creased his brow. Could it be that my Hell Dragon servant's final stage transforms the servants I bestowed with demonic energy directly into 8 demons? At this thought, Zhou Xian realized it wasn't entirely impossible. Yet the notion of the Shadow Legion generals merging with the 8 demons stirred a flicker of excitement within him. For if that were to happen, Zhou Xian couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying the combat power of these generals would become once he himself grew stronger. But these were all just musings. As 3 days passed, after instructing Luochen on the detailed care of the spirit beast and leaving Zhou Xuan to guard the ruined temple, Leng Ningshuang entered the nether capital alongside Hua Shizhu. With Hua Shizhuan's assistance, Leng Ningshuang's entry into the earth capital was effortless. Not only were there no inquiries, but the guards dared not even glance at her. As for the recruitment assessments of the 10 Great Beast Master Academies, Leng Ningshuang had already arranged for Hua Shizhu to register her. Now, all Leng Ningshuang needed to do was head to the assessment site. Looks like quite a few people are participating in the recruitment assessment. As Leng Ningshuang arrived at the testing site, Zhou Xian, watching from within the spirit pet space. The dense crowd of examinees, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. After all, this was the crucial test determining admission to the illusory birth heaven. Naturally, participation would be high. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, Leng Ningshuang patiently explained. But as she spoke, Leng Ningshuang suddenly spotted a striking figure with fiery red hair amidst the crowd. The moment she saw that fiery red hair, Leng Ningshuang froze in surprise. The figure with that fiery red hair in the distance was all too familiar. Yanson? How could he be here too? 086 Earth Fiend, the strongest beast tamer in history, Zhan Lingyan. Indeed, the owner of that fiery red hair was none other than Yanson, the very same who had bestowed the fire jade pendant upon Leng Ningshuang during the long night market. Yanson? Are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan instinctively turned his gaze toward the dazzlingly striking man with fiery red hair standing not far away. Though Zhou Xuan had only met Yanson once, his memory of the fellow remained vivid. After all, this fellow was the first opponent he'd encountered in the beast market. But in Zhou Xuan's memory, hadn't Yanson had black hair? Why did he suddenly decide to dye his hair red after losing to him? Facing Zhou Xuan's confusion, Leng Ningshuang shook her head. No mistake. But this Yanson gives me a strange feeling. What's strange about him? His hair's different. Zhou Xuan glanced at Yanson in the distance, still puzzled. After all, he couldn't discern any outward differences between this Yanson and the previous one. No, it's the shift in his aura. Yanson's aura had become eerily strange. This is Yanson, no doubt, but it seems he's no longer the Zhou Xuan we knew. Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak, Zhou Xuan furrowed his brow. You mean? Yes, Yanson must have been possessed. Leng Ningshuang offered her analysis. Possessed? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan looked at Yanson's distant figure with surprise. As a transmigrator, Zhou Xuan was naturally no stranger to soul possession. But wasn't he currently in the Earth Fiend Heaven? Wasn't this the weakest world in the beast realm? How could anyone possibly perform soul stealing here? This was simply too absurd. Just as Zhou Xuan was puzzling over this, Yanson in the distance seemed to sense the intense gazes of Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan. He slowly turned his head. The next moment, Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang saw Yanson's face. Yes, it was indeed Yanson's face. Yet while his features retained a youthful innocence, his fiery red eyes held an unnerving depth. Frankly, such an expression was absolutely beyond the grasp of a mere 17 or 18-year-old youth. Though Leng Ningshuang had disguised herself, Yanson seemed to recognize her instantly. The corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. Yet Yanson said nothing, instead turning and striding back toward the assessment site. He recognized me. Seeing Yanson walk away without a second glance, Leng Ningshuang's expression darkened. But he didn't expose me, he even smiled. What exactly does he mean by that? Facing Leng Ningshuang's confusion, Zhou Xuan spoke calmly. He must be after me again. If Yanson truly had his soul stolen, he wouldn't be satisfied with just the fire demon phoenix he previously contracted. And my current performance is unmatched in the Earth Fiend realm. He likely wants to turn me into their spirit beast, just like Junxiong. Zhou Xuan's words sounded somewhat arrogant, even bordering on audacious. Yet despite his words, the cunning Leng Ningshuang offered no rebuttal. Because Zhou Xuan was stating a fact. After all, as a reincarnated soul, wasn't she also desperately trying to pull Zhou Xuan onto her side? In fact, Leng Ningshuang even felt Zhou Xuan's words were somewhat understated. What did he mean by unmatched in the realm of earthly and heavenly spirits? The illusory heaven, the eternal heaven, the boundless heaven, the Zhou heaven, even the sea of suffering heaven, none could claim to have anyone comparable to Zhou Xuan. Truth be told, Leng Ningshuang could only boast of her own luck, relying on her past life memories and revealing her reborn identity to contract with Zhou Xuan. Otherwise, she too would have been crushed beneath Zhou Xuan's heel. But that was beside the point. Watching Yanson gradually walk away, Leng Ningshuang smoothly entered the assessment point. Upon entering the assessment site, Leng Ningshuang unexpectedly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. This person was none other than Zhou Xuan, one of the four gentlemen of the underworld. The Zhou Xuan of today bore no resemblance to the timid figure from the ancient ruins. Instead, he was surrounded by admirers like a superstar. Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou. I've been your fan for 10 years, give me your autograph. Ah. Young Master Zhou is so handsome, I'm about to faint. Mr. Zhou, I want to have your baby. Surrounded by countless fans, Zhou Xuan beamed like a flower. It was clear he relished this feeling of being adored by the crowd. This guy's pretty full of himself. Seeing Zhou Xuan beaming like a flower, Zhou Xuan chuckled. What, jealous? Leng Ningshuang shot back with a sharp retort. Forget it. I'm not worthy of that kind of attention. Zhou Xuan waved off Leng Ningshuang's teasing. But just as Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang were chatting, shouts of surprise echoed from the distance. Ah! Young Master Zhan. Young Master Zhan is here too. Girls, hurry up and get young Master Zhan's autograph. Young Master Zhan. Young Master Zhan. I want to have your baby. Young Master Zhan is so handsome. He looked at me, does he like me? As the guests rang out, the crowd of fervent fans who had been surrounding Zhou Xuan instantly scattered from his side. Like a torrent, they surged toward the entrance of the assessment site. Following the flow of the crowd, Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang saw a youth with flowing long hair and a handsome appearance walk into the assessment point with an expressionless face. Though surrounded by admirers, this long-haired youth bore no resemblance to Zhou Xuan in his demeanor. His expression remained utterly unchanged, as if he hadn't even noticed the people around him. He strolled effortlessly toward the interior of the assessment site. The fervent fans who had intended to crowd around him, upon seeing the youth walking straight toward them, surprisingly made no attempt to block his path. Instead, they parted to make way for him. However, as he passed by Zhou Xuan, he paused to glance at him, then gave a slight snort before continuing inward. Zhou Xuan, whose attention had already been diverted, was deeply displeased by the youth's cold snort directed at him. Yet, watching the youth's retreating figure, the usually outspoken Zhou Xuan remained silent, only clenching his jaw fiercely. He's here too? The appearance of the long-haired youth surprised Leng Ningshuang, who was usually composed. How do you know him? Zhou Xuan asked. An old acquaintance, Leng Ningshuang replied. Is he strong? Zhou Xuan pressed. Not compared to you, Leng Ningshuang answered. But if he's here, you might have to step in during this recruitment assessment. Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak, Zhou Xuan was taken aback. I'd have to step in? Is he that formidable? Upon hearing this, Leng Ningshuang nodded. After all, he is Zhang Lingyan of the Zhan family. The one universally acknowledged as the strongest beast tamer in the annals of Earth Fiend and Heavenly Fiend. 087 Origin Wind, the Examiner's Shock. The strongest in the annals of the Earth Fiend and Heavenly Star? Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan, still within the spirit pet realm, instinctively turned his gaze toward Zhang Lingyan, who had already walked far away. To Zhou Xuan, the true extent of Zhang Lingyan's power remained unknown. But given that Leng Ningshuang had spoken those words, it was clear just how formidable that individual was. After all, he had known Leng Ningshuang for quite some time. Zhou Xuan knew full well that Leng Ningshuang was a rather proud and arrogant person. When introducing others, Leng Ningshuang would only say someone was formidable or not formidable. It was truly rare to hear her explicitly state someone was exceptionally strong. Yanson, who had been possessed, and this Zhang Lingyan. It seemed this recruitment assessment wasn't as straightforward as he'd imagined. At this thought, Zhou Xuan's eyes grew deep. After all, his and Leng Ningshuang's participation in the 10 Great Beast Master Academy's recruitment assessment was itself a covert operation. Their original plan was to complete the assessment without anyone noticing. Now, facing such formidable opponents, Leng Ningshuang felt a bit uneasy. After all, this Zhang Lingyan was truly formidable. If in his previous life, Zhou Xuan was the origin of the eternal life chaos, and Jun Xiong and Guo Xuji were its key instigators, then Zhang Lingyan was the one who bared the most vicious fangs during that very turmoil. If you can avoid him, do so. If you actually had to face him, even you might not be able to defeat him. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan, who had already been deeply curious about Zhang Lingyan, now felt his curiosity toward him intensify. After all, in Zhou Xuan's estimation, his current combat prowess should place him among the elite tier within the Earth Fiend heaven. Yet Leng Ningshuang claimed he might not stand a chance against Zhang Lingyan. That damn competitive streak naturally made Zhou Xuan even more curious. Just how strong could this Zhang Lingyan really be? With Zhang Lingyan's appearance stealing the spotlight, Zhou Xuan lost his earlier swagger. Instead, he trudged toward the assessment site with a distinctly displeased expression. Leng Ningshuang followed the crowd chasing after Zhang Lingyan, also heading toward the assessment point. Meanwhile, at the assessment site, a man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a striped short-sleeved shirt observed the throng entering the assessment site. A sneer escaped his lips. Well, the Earth Fiend heaven seems to have quite a crowd for this year's assessment. Old Miao, looks like we'll have to be a bit more ruthless later. Hearing the bespectacled man's words, the burly fellow beside him sporting a shaggy village-style haircut and a claw-like scar that ran across his entire face shot him a disdainful glance. Don't go overboard. If you hadn't gone overboard last year and messed up our recruitment, would we even be stuck doing this grueling job again this year? Old Miao, don't just dump all the blame on me. Hearing the buzzcut man's reproach, the bespectacled man showed no sign of anger. Instead, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he continued, last year, who was it that couldn't control his strength and beat 17 examinees to death? Wasn't it because these guys were weak? The buzz-cut man sneered dismissively. Who dares take the exam without any real skill? They're just wasting oxygen. Hearing this, the bespectacled man chuckled. He didn't bother refuting the buzz-cut man's words, for it aligned with his own philosophy. Those without strength, their very existence is an original sin. This world has no need for trash. His harsh actions were merely helping to clear out useless trash. Indeed, the bespectacled man and the buzzcut giant were the two examiners for this year's top 10 Beastmaster Academy recruitment assessment, Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang. Though their conversations seemed utterly frivolous, in reality, they were both active faculty members at the 10 Great Beastmaster Academies of the Fantasia realm. Though called the 10 Great Beastmaster Academies, they essentially function as a single institution, the Beastmaster University. These 10 academies are simply different faculties under the umbrella of Beastmaster University. Each college has its own distinct focus in training. Each college is further divided into two factions, teachers and students. Though termed factions, they are fundamentally two distinct advancement systems. Only by reaching the pinnacle of either path does one gain the opportunity to enter the third realm, the eternal heaven. However, those who choose the faculty path are fundamentally unable to achieve success through the student path. Only the truly gifted can ascend to the eternal heaven as students. The requirements for teachers to ascend to the eternal heaven are not difficult. They must cultivate a student capable of ascending to the eternal heaven. Therefore, teachers are extremely selective about their students. For a teacher has only 3 chances to cultivate a student. Should they fail, they cannot take on any more students in this lifetime. They would then be confined to teaching in the illusory realm for the rest of their lives. Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang were both individuals who had already failed twice. Thus, upon seeing these utterly mediocre candidates, both wore expressions of impatience. After all, as examiners for the Earth realm, they were tasked with selecting a disciple here. Faced with so many subpar candidates, how could they possibly be in a good mood? Truth be told, they couldn't very well cause a scene right then and there. Otherwise, they would have instantly eliminated this entire group of candidates. Just as Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang were chatting, Yanson stepped into their field of vision first. The moment Fang Zhanzhou saw Yanson, his eyes lit up instantly. Such pure fire energy. This guy hasn't even become a beast master yet, but fire energy radiates from his entire body. If properly cultivated, he could potentially vie for a spot in the immortal realm. Hearing Fang Zhanzhou's high praise of Yanson, Miao Hongxiang nodded in agreement. His gaze upon Yanson was filled with satisfaction, as if he were looking at a precious treasure. Just as the two believed they had discovered a raw gem. Zhang Lingyan strode into the assessment site with steps as swift as the wind. Seeing Zhang Lingyan enter, the two who had been scheming over how to vie for Yanson instantly had their eyes fixed on her. This intense fighting spirit? Who exactly is this guy? He can unleash such a battle before even becoming a beast master? Gazing at Zhang Lingyan, Miao Hongxiang, born of the Berserker Academy, was instantly transfixed. He felt as though he were witnessing the contemporary saint son of the Berserker Academy. At the same time, Mu Hongxiang's eyes burned with fervor. He knew that if he could truly recruit Zhang Lingyan under his banner, he would surely ascend to the realm of immortality. At that very moment, just as Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang believed they had finally stumbled upon a treasure, a gentle breeze drifted in from beyond the assessment site. This breeze was so light that ordinary people wouldn't even notice it. Yet when Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang sensed this breeze, the two men, already highly agitated, were instantly frozen in place by the sensation. This wind. How could this be? The primordial wind? Has someone in this group's spirit pet comprehended the very essence of wind? 088 First Stage Assessment, Proof of Power. Perceiving this faint breeze, Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang both wore expressions of utter bewilderment. This was the primordial wind, something that could only manifest when one comprehended the very essence of wind. Even in the illusory birth heaven, few spirit beasts could comprehend it. And now, here in the earth fiend heaven, the primordial wind had actually appeared. How could this not astonish them? Old Miao, did you sense it? Perceiving the primordial wind, Fang Zhanzhou glanced at Miao Hongxiang beside him, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. Hearing Fang Zhanzhou's words, Miao Hongxiang scanned the crowd with his gaze. Yet when he failed to detect the source of that faint breeze among the people, he couldn't help but draw a deep breath. So you sensed it too? The essence of the primordial wind. Fang Zhanzhou's expression remained unchanged as he heard Miao Hongxiang's words. Yet within his mind, a new resolve was born. He must find the one who possesses the primordial wind. For Fang Zhanzhou, opportunities were scarce. All that remained was his final chance to train a student. Should he fail this time, Fang Zhanzhou would lose his position as a teacher at the Beastmaster Academy. Not only would he forfeit his chance to advance to the third heaven, but he wouldn't even be able to remain in the second heaven. Instead, his Beastmaster status would be revoked, forcing him back to the first heaven. Though Fang Zhanzhou had trained in the second heaven, even stripped of his Beastmaster status and returned to the earthly fiend heaven. Given his abilities and status, he might not rival the 9 princes in the earthly fiend realm, but he could certainly carve out a respectable position in the earthly capital. Even establishing a minor noble house was not beyond the realm of possibility. But as the old saying goes, I could have endured the darkness had I never known the light. Once a teacher in the heaven of illusion, only to be stripped of his revered Beastmaster status and banished back to the earthly fiend heaven? Frankly, such a crushing fall in status was something few could bear. After all, those who climb from Earth Star Heaven to Illusion Heaven, aren't they the very darlings of fate? Thus, Fang Zhanzhou could not bear this outcome. The same held true for Miao Hongxiang. That's precisely why both men placed such importance on recruiting students. Without promising students, this year's recruitment assessment in the Earth realm would likely yield 0 results again. However, the emergence of Yanson and Zhang Lingyan this year had captured both Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang's attention. But now, a candidate possessing the primordial wind had emerged among this year's examinees. How could this not stir excitement in Miao Hongxiang and Fang Zhanzhou? If they could recruit this candidate with the primordial wind, then my path to the eternal heaven would surely be secured. This thought wasn't confined to Fang Zhanzhou alone. Mu Hongxiang, standing beside him, harbored the exact same ambition. After all, their circumstances were quite similar. So while they continued to joke and laugh outwardly, privately they had already begun scanning left and right, searching for the presence of this student possessing the primordial wind. To be perfectly honest, if it came down to it, Fang Zhanzhou wouldn't hesitate to eliminate Miao Hongxiang on the spot to recruit this student. Thus, while outwardly cordial, each harbored their own calculations. Zhou Xuan, you'd better rein yourself in. Your aura has stirred both of them. Observing the pair on the high platform, Leng Ningshuang telepathically warned Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan felt a bit helpless at Leng Ningshuang's warning. Do you think I want to project my aura? I've just mastered this new ability and am still adjusting. I'll try to restrain myself. Speaking thus, Zhou Xuan within the spirit pet space strained to suppress the primordial wind surging outward from his body. That said, Leng Ningshuang watched Zhou Xuan within the spirit pet space. She knew she was putting him in a difficult position. After all, Zhou Xuan's racial aptitude was simply too high. At mid-tier 6th rank, he already commanded far too many elemental attributes. Dragon, demon, and fire, these three were innate attributes he could master from his very bones, so they posed little difficulty. As for wind and water, truth be told, his water attribute was slightly better. This was because Zhou Xuan possessed an inherently powerful fire attribute. Water and fire are inherently incompatible elements. For water to overflow, Zhou Xuan must suppress his fire attribute. Thus, even if his command over water wasn't as formidable, it wasn't a major issue. But the wind element? That's a headache. Wind is an element that permeates everything, and since Zhou Xuan had only recently mastered it, he naturally lacked proficiency. More importantly, wind and fire are inherently complementary elements. Thus, Zhou Xuan's mastery of wind lacked the same level of refinement. Truth be told, under normal circumstances in the Earth Fiend heaven, the slight overflow of wind from Zhou Xuan wouldn't be an issue. After all, among the Earth Fiends, aside from the 9 lords, few could likely discern that the wind swirling around Zhou Xuan was primordial wind. But who could blame them for noticing when Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang arrived to take the recruitment exam? Thus, the wind that spilled out from Zhou Xuan was detected by Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang. Naturally, Leng Ningshuang insisted Zhou Xuan exercise greater control. After all, both Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan were now targets of a bounty issued by the Earth Realm. They certainly didn't want a minor assessment to expose their current whereabouts. Truth be told, Zhou Xuan wasn't exactly afraid of facing a single king-level opponent. Even slaying one would not be particularly difficult. The difficulty lay in the fact that the Earth Realm had 9 kings. And behind those 9 kings loomed the formidable figure of Zhou Xuan from the eternal heaven. Compared to the 9 kings, Zhou Xuan was far more formidable. If he were to recklessly intervene and attempt to eliminate both of them, in their current state, they simply wouldn't stand a chance. Thus, at Leng Ningshuang's signal, Zhou Xuan strained every ounce of strength to suppress the primordial wind swirling around him. With the dissipation of the primordial winds, Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang naturally lost track of their presence. Noticing the absence of the primordial wind, Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang showed no signs of urgency. After all, for them, the appearance of primordial winds was certainly no coincidence. Among the crowd, there must be someone possessing the primordial wind. Since the other party was so reluctant to reveal themselves, why not employ a little trick to force them out? With this thought, Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang exchanged a knowing glance. A single glance was all it took for each to understand the other's thoughts. The next moment, a hexagram array materialized beneath their feet. A deafening roar erupted from their mouths. Since all participants have arrived, the assessment shall now commence. As he spoke, a massive serpent appeared behind Fang Zhanzhou, a creature over 1.5 meters wide, 17 or 18 meters long, and crowned with a solitary horn. Behind Miao Hongxiang materialized a shadow rhino, standing 3 meters tall at the shoulder, 6 meters long, with sharp fangs at the corners of its mouth and a dense aura of darkness emanating from its entire body. As the 2 spirit pets materialized, an oppressive aura permeated the entire examination ground. In an instant, the once sunlit examination hall was shrouded in dark clouds. Everyone was instantly trapped within the barrier. As they sensed the surrounding changes, before anyone could react, Miao Hongxiang's lips curled upward, revealing a faint, maniacal smile. Today, the first phase of the recruitment assessment for the 10 Great Beast Master Academies of Earth City. Proof of power. 089 The terrifying aura of the second realm, lower realm talismans. Proof of power? What kind of assessment is this? I've never heard of it. Buddy, do you even know what proof of power is? I have no idea. Aren't you from the Zheng family? You don't know either? Never heard of it. Could it be another examiner's self-proposed question this year? Ha! Another self-designed question? That's ridiculous. Last year's self-set questions? Not a single person passed the exam, you know. Exactly. Even Chao Xian, the Tomb Raider, failed last year's exam. TSK. With another self-set exam this year, even Zhang Lingyan might be in trouble. Hearing that this year's exam would again be independently set by the examiners, all the candidates felt a bit downcast. After all, the outcome of last year's admissions exam for the 10 Great Beast Master Academies was still fresh in everyone's minds. It was the only time since the 10 Great Beast Master Academies began conducting recruitment exams that no one passed. Admittedly, last year's candidates were generally lacking in aptitude. There were still standouts like Zhou Xuan and Hua Shizhu. Yet they still ended up with that dismal result. Thus, the very idea of self-proposed questions already instilled fear in everyone. Now, with another self-proposed test emerging this year, those who had hoped to scrape by on luck to participate in the assessment naturally wore expressions of dismay. Observing the dejected expressions on everyone's faces, Fang Zhenzhou and Miao Hongxian showed no trace of pity. In their eyes, the victor takes all. In this world, only the strong deserved to survive, the weak were merely fodder to nourish the powerful. Next, my Shanlin Horned Python King and Teacher Miao's Dark Knight Rhinoceros Elephant King will impose their overwhelming pressure upon the entire examination hall. You must advance under this pressure. Those who can walk 100 steps will automatically advance to the next round. Those failing to reach 100 steps will be eliminated. Those who reach 100 steps first will gain a more advantageous position in the second stage of the assessment. The top performer will automatically skip the second stage and advance directly to the third stage. Fang Zhenzhou's voice wasn't particularly loud, yet every person present heard every word clearly. The moment his words fell. Roar! Roar! The black-scaled horned python king behind Fang Zhenzhou and the dark knight rhinoceros elephant king behind Miao Hongxian both let out furious roars. Amidst the roars, an endless wave of overwhelming pressure surged toward the people within the examination hall. Instantly, those with weaker constitutions were crushed by the terrifying pressure, spitting blood on the spot. Many others were so overwhelmed by the overwhelming aura that they fainted on the spot. What overwhelming pressure! Within his spirit pet space, Zhou Xuan sensed this pressure and was startled. Had both of these individuals already reached the second realm? Wasn't it said that second realm cultivators couldn't reveal their true power within the Earth Fiend realm? Perceiving these two auras, Zhou Xuan voiced his inner confusion. Facing his confusion, Leng Ningshuang showed little surprise. Instead, she calmly explained the situation. They were the examiners. They possess the lower realm symbol issued by the Beast Master Academy, so the rules of the Earth Fiend heaven don't apply to them. So according to you, they can act freely within the Earthly Fiend realm? Zhou Xuan pressed. Leng Ningshuang nodded in affirmation. As long as they didn't violate the rules of the 8 divisions, they could indeed act with complete freedom. Hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Zhou Xuan's eyes flickered. For Zhou Xuan, his current strength had already reached the 9th tier of the first realm. He was but a single step away from advancing to the second realm. Truthfully, from a strength perspective, Zhou Xuan already possessed the foundation to advance to the second realm. But alas, suppressed by the rules of the Beast Ruins, Leng Ningshuang hadn't obtained the formal qualification of a Beast Tamer, so he still couldn't advance. Still, for Zhou Xuan, advancing to the second realm was only a matter of time. After all, his entire purpose for participating in this assessment was precisely for this very reason. By the time the Earth Capital Secret Realm opened, he would undoubtedly have reached the second realm. According to Leng Ningshuang, the Earth Capital Secret Realm was no ordinary place. When it opened before her rebirth, many from the upper realm had descended to vie for its treasures. Now that Jun Xiong had been deceived by him and Leng Ningshuang, the other parties certainly wouldn't return to the eternal heavens so swiftly. Therefore, he would likely participate in the Earth Capital Secret Realm as well. At that time, Zhou Xuan would undoubtedly need to wield the power of the second realm, which is why he had been deep in thought. Seeing these two before him wield second realm power without facing retribution naturally piqued Zhou Xuan's curiosity. So, can we snatch that lower realm talisman? At Zhou Xuan's words, Leng Ningshuang froze in surprise. Steal the lower realm symbol? No way? Have you lost your mind? Leng Ningshuang had just dismissed Zhou Xuan's absurd idea. But the next moment, Leng Ningshuang suddenly realized something. She immediately turned her gaze toward Fang Zhenzhou and Miao Hongxian in the distance. You must understand that the lower realm symbol is an extremely rare item. Typically, only institutions directly under Beast Ruins administration, like the Beast Taming Academy, possess them. The Beast Ruins 8 divisions were no exception, yet even within them, such talismans were exceedingly scarce. Moreover, the number of lower realm symbols was strictly limited. Even for Fang Zhenzhou and Miao Hongxian, they were merely borrowing them temporarily. Therefore, stealing a lower realm symbol was something Leng Ningshuang dared not even consider. After all, Leng Ningshuang still harbored a measure of reverence toward the Beast Sanctuary. But Zhou Xuan's words had indeed opened a door to the devil within Leng Ningshuang's heart. For Leng Ningshuang had indeed handled a lower realm symbol before. The descending realm symbol was indeed mysterious, containing profoundly wondrous rule energies. Yet they were not items that bound to a master. Simply put, whoever obtained a lower realm talisman gained the right to use it. Regarding the journey to the Earth Realm Secret Land, Leng Ningshuang had absolutely no confidence whatsoever. Zhou Xuan's strength was undeniable, but the gap between the 9th tier of the first realm and the first tier of the second realm was as vast as heaven and earth. This too was an indisputable fact. This dilemma had Leng Ningshuang agonizing over whether to allow Zhou Xuan to advance into the second realm. Reaching the second realm would indeed eliminate combat concerns. However, if he were to truly fight at full strength and display second realm power within the earthly fiend heaven, it would inevitably draw the attention of the demon division. Yet without advancing to the second realm, crushing those who had also entered the earthly secret realm would be unrealistic. Leng Ningshuang had never found a satisfactory solution. Now, with Zhou Xuan's suggestion, her eyes lit up. After all, if she could truly obtain the lower realm talisman, it seemed the task might not be so difficult after all. For a moment, Leng Ningshuang, who had been trying to conceal her abilities and avoid standing out, realized she could no longer conceal herself. To borrow the lower realm symbol, she must demonstrate sufficient talent. Just as Leng Ningshuang made up her mind. As countless people collapsed under the overwhelming pressure. Amidst the crowd, Yanson with his fiery red hair and the cold-eyed Zhang Lingyan swiftly broke through the throng. The two strode forward with purpose, seemingly unaffected by the oppressive aura. 090, a battle for supremacy? Who is the true king of earth fiends and heavenly stars? A mere second realm cultivator dares to suppress me? Ridiculous. Feeling the oppressive aura permeating the air sufficient to make 90% of those present faint instantly, Yanson's lips curled upward. A look of pride flashed across his pale face. The next moment, his hair, now transformed into a fiery crimson, began to flutter without any breeze. As the crimson locks danced in the wind, Yanson thrust his foot forward with a fierce stomp. Whoosh! Boiling flames instantly surged beneath his feet. In an instant, the flames compressed and ignited beneath his feet. Yanson strode swiftly toward Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang in the distance with light, quick steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In mere seconds, Yanson had covered over 30 strides. Each step brought him closer to Fang Zhanzhou and Miao Hongxiang. As the distance closed, the two spirit pets, whose power had already reached the second realm, naturally released an even more formidable aura. Yet even so, Yanson remained unaffected by the pressure emanating from the two spirit pets. Instead, he continued advancing forward with swift, steady strides. Is this guy a monster? Facing the pressure of second realm spirit pets, he seemed completely unfazed. No, wait, the fire elemental power he's unleashing is terrifying. I've seen the Fire King, who specializes in fire attributes. Even the fire attribute spiritual power released by the Fire King is only this strong, right? Holy crap, the Fire King was once a prodigy who came within a hair's breadth of ascending to immortality. His fire attribute spiritual power was already refined to an unmatched first realm level. How can this guy's fire attribute power rival the Fire King's? Who the hell is this guy? I've never heard of him before. The other examinees, witnessing Yanson's unparalleled brilliance, were stunned by his origins. Indeed, this Yanson was no longer the same person he once was. As for Leng Ningshuang, observing Yanson's current state, she instantly recognized that he had been possessed. Possession such occurrences might be rare in the earth fiend heaven. But in the upper realm, it was far from uncommon. After all, the eternal Night King of the land of immortality had lived for over 1,000 years by possessing the bodies of his own offspring. Thus, witnessing Yanson's drastic transformation within a mere 2 months, Leng Ningshuang instantly formed her judgment. While Yanson displayed his talents before the crowd. Amidst the crowd, Zhang Lingyan watched Yanson stride forward over 30 paces. His gaze darkened slightly. The next instant, Zhang Lingyan stomped the ground with force. Boom! Zhang Lingyan, who had been standing among the crowd, shot out like an arrow released from its string. The ground where he had stood moments before now cracked open. The terrifying shockwaves sent those beside him reeling, unable to steady themselves. In a mere 2 seconds, Zhang Lingyan caught up to Yanson ahead of her. Sensing Zhang Lingyan closing in behind him, Yanson showed no sign of anger. Instead, a faint smile touched his lips as he murmured softly. Kid, you've got talent. But thinking you can catch up to me with just that? Not quite good enough. As he spoke, Yanson, who had been moving with the leisurely ease of an old man taking a stroll, suddenly saw his hair ignite and boil like flames. In the next instant, a crimson dragon's phantom appeared behind Yanson. As the phantom materialized, a dragon's roar pierced the heavens. Roar! The dragon's roar sent a tremor through the distant figure of the once dominant Xianlin horned python king. Clearly, the source of that dragon's roar instilled a profound sense of oppression within it. This pressure clearly emanated from a superior bloodline far stronger than its own. A dragon's roar? This guy actually bound a dragon bloodline? Perceiving the dragon's roar echoing in his ears, Fang Zhanzhou visibly froze. Undeniably, Fang Zhanzhou was a teacher at the Beastmaster Academy, but even for him, dragonkin were still far too precious. After all, Fang Zhanzhou himself was born in the earthly fiend heaven. Though his family possessed modest wealth, in the beast market where dragon bloodlines were heavily monopolized by the eternal heaven, even someone like him found it difficult to come into contact with them. Now, Yanson was actually revealing his own dragon blood abilities. This truly stunned him. Just as Yanson displayed his dragon blood abilities, facing Zhou Lingyan, who was about to catch up to him, Yanson let out a light snort. Trying to catch up to me? You're 500 years too late. As the words fell, the flames beneath Yanson's feet instantly condensed into a single point. The next instant, a thunderous boom erupted as the flames beneath his feet ignited and exploded. Boom! Several sharp, hollow crackling sounds echoed through the air. The flames beneath Yanson's feet seemed to grant him an acceleration boost, propelling him toward Fang Zhenzhou and Miao Hongxiang at a speed more than double his previous pace. Observing his ferocious momentum, Yanson had clearly positioned himself as if determined to claim that first-place throne. Seeing Yanson's determination, Zhou Lingyan, though not one for words, was no pushover. His eyes turned cold, and in the next instant, a savage aura surged from his body. If the previous Zhou Lingyan had given off an aura of untouchable aloofness, the current Zhou Lingyan resembled a monster unleashed in a berserk state. Not only did his aura become terrifying, but even his physique underwent a transformation. Originally, Zhou Lingyan had been rather lean, not quite a walking skeleton, but clearly someone who didn't look like he possessed much combat prowess. Yet now, his frame had exploded in 3 dimensions. His once slender arms had thickened dramatically. His height, once 1.8 meters, now soared to around 2.2 meters. His newly developed, muscular physique instantly tore through his clothes. What the hell is this? How did Zhou Lingyan's physique change so drastically in an instant? Within the spirit pet realm, Zhou Xuan watched everything unfold on the battlefield. Upon witnessing Zhou Lingyan's transformation, he too wore an expression of curiosity. After all, he had never encountered a beastmaster like Zhou Lingyan who underwent such drastic physical changes. Noticing Zhou Xuan's confusion, Leng Ningshuang kindly offered an explanation. This is a unique form of beast taming, she explained. Instead of enhancing the beast, it fuses the beast's power into the master's own body. Shi Yunjian now followed that path. But her Xian Ice Phoenix King was still quite powerful. Zhou Lingyan was different. His beast companion wasn't as powerful as the Xian Ice Phoenix King. His current approach is somewhat purer than Qi Yunjian's. That's why his expressive power surpasses Qi Yunjian's. Listening to Leng Ningshuang's explanation, Zhou Xuan nodded thoughtfully. Don't underestimate this Zhou Lingyan, he's a worthy opponent for us. But that won't happen until the 3rd stage. As she finished speaking, Leng Ningshuang's lips curved into a faint smile. Come on, Zhou Xuan. Let them see who truly reigns supreme in this trial. Hearing Leng Ningshuang speak, Zhou Xuan, who had previously assumed this trial had nothing to do with him, couldn't help but let a look of genuine excitement flash across his face. With a whoosh, a terrifying aura surged forth from his body. No more hiding? Then let these fools know who truly reigns supreme in this realm of earthly calamity. 091 Black-Scaled Horned Python King Coward. First place mine. No sooner had Zhou Xuan's voice faded. A violent gale instantly howled through the previously tranquil examination grounds. Accompanying the howling wind was a demonic aura so terrifying it made everyone present feel suffocated. What is this? Such a terrifying demonic aura? Could it be another expert has appeared during the assessment? Feeling this terrifying demonic aura, the crowd at the assessment site was shaken to their core. At that moment, it wasn't just the crowd that was shaken. Zhou Xuan, who had just taken a deep breath to steady himself and prepare for the assessment, was now utterly stunned by this familiar demonic aura. To Zhou Xuan, this demonic aura was all too familiar. Because this demonic aura bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Zhou Xuan, who had accompanied him to the 100 Grass Garden just days prior. For Zhou Xuan, such a terrifying and familiar demonic aura. Honestly, within the entire Earth Fiend heaven, he had only ever sensed it emanating from Zhou Xuan. Beyond that, he had never sensed it emanating from a second person. Now, this demonic aura had resurfaced once more. Zhou Xuan, who had just managed to steady his emotions, was now thoroughly annoyed. Hey buddy, either make your move early or make it late. You showing up now is making me feel awful. Zhou Xuan inwardly complained. Meanwhile, Fang Zhenzhou and Miao Hongxiang at the front of the crowd instantly lit up with delight. Ha! I knew this guy wouldn't be able to hold back. After all, first place grants direct access to the 3rd stage of the assessment. Fang Zhenzhou's heart swelled with delight. You see, in previous assessments, there was no such thing as a first place winner advancing directly to the 3rd stage. After all, the proof of power assessment was quite challenging. But for those with even a modicum of ability, decent talent, or unwavering resolve, passing it was still quite achievable. If the top spot went to an ordinary candidate, granting them direct entry to the 3rd stage would be nothing short of inviting trouble. Advancing to the 3rd stage signifies recognition by the 10 Great Beast Master Academies and grants admission eligibility. As for the 3rd stage assessment, it serves merely to refine the selection process further. Or rather, it's merely a ranking of the abilities of those who passed the initial assessments. Truth be told, Fang Zhenzhou and Miao Hongxiang had been somewhat apprehensive at first. The emergence of this direct admission route meant one of them would have to recruit students. To be honest, their standards for students were exceptionally high. If the one who mastered the primordial wind failed to appear, they would truly be in a rather awkward position. Fortunately, their expectations were not in vain. The moment the primordial wind manifested, they knew everything had fallen into place. Just as joy flashed across their faces and they turned their gaze toward the source of that terrifying aura, a dark shadow streaked across the testing grounds. A figure cloaked in black was instantly hoisted by a massive, winged creature that seemed incredibly powerful. The next moment, a thud echoed. The robust creature charged straight through the crowd, racing toward the direction where Yanson and Zhou Xuan stood. Indeed, this formidable creature was none other than Zhou Xuan, who had just emerged from the spirit pet realm. Mere second realm pressure? And you think that can stop me? A faint snort escaped Zhou Xuan's lips. In the next instant, a terrifying dragon's might erupted from Zhou Xuan, radiating outward in all directions. In an instant, the Dragon King's might swept across the entire examination ground. In that instant, the Xianlin Horned Python King, who had previously towered over everyone present, shuddered violently. Having just been radiating its own pressure, it instantly vanished in a flash, terrified, retreating back into Fang Zhenzhou's spirit pet space. Though the black-scaled Horned Python King was already a second realm existence, its racial bloodline was not particularly high. According to Zhou Xuan's detection, it was merely a high-tier third-rank creature. To put it somewhat arrogantly, in terms of bloodline, the black-scaled Horned Python King was still inferior to the Ghost Shadow General Nijia. With Nijia present, this creature was so intimidated it dared not utter a word. Truthfully, this wasn't the black-scaled Horned Python King being cowardly. After all, among spirit beasts, the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans placed the utmost importance on bloodline. As the old saying goes, rank has its privileges. This principle manifests most starkly among these three clans. Not to mention, before Zhou Xuan's arrival, the dragon's roar emanating from the dragon's shadow behind Yanson had already made the black-scaled Horned Python King deeply uncomfortable. Now that Zhou Xuan had arrived, the black-scaled Horned Python King was naturally terrified to its core and chose to flee on the spot. Holy crap, am I seeing things? The examiner's spirit pet actually got scared and retreated back into its spirit pet space? Holy. This guy's aura is so overwhelming, I'm already dizzy and disoriented from his presence alone? Hiss. While his pressure doesn't quite choke me like the black-scaled Horned Python King's did, he makes me feel like I'm facing a demon lord risen from hell. Is this oppressive presence really something that could appear in our earthly fiend heaven? Old one, why are you foaming at the mouth? As Zhou Xuan emerged, the crowd gasped in shock. Some, unable to withstand his overwhelming pressure at such close range, fainted instantly. At that moment, every face turned toward Zhou Xuan revealed shock and awe. Clearly, none had imagined such a terrifying spirit beast could exist within the earthly fiend heaven. Though Zhou Xuan had revealed himself, the crowd present did not immediately recognize Leng Ningshuang. The reason was simple: Leng Ningshuang's wanted notice was issued in the Earth capital. And it only depicted Leng Ningshuang's appearance. Previously, Zhou Xuan had appeared before the Nine Kings in Junxiong in the form of a colossal dragon. Although Zhou Xuan's wanted poster was also in the Earth capital, his current appearance was worlds apart from that image. Thus, when Zhou Xuan made his entrance, none of the present noticed anything amiss. However, Zhou Xuan's appearance instantly drew the attention of Yanson and Zhou Xuan, who had been fiercely competing, toward his location. In their eyes, the battle for first place should have been between them alone. Yet Zhou Xuan's sudden emergence had thoroughly disrupted their calculations. How could this guy have grown so much stronger in just a month? Seeing Zhou Xuan appear, Yanson's eyes flashed with shock. For Yanson, Zhou Xuan was no stranger. His memory of Zhou Xuan was etched deeply in his mind. Now, witnessing Zhou Xuan unleash such terrifying power, how could he not be stunned? Come forth, Flame Dragon Python King. Without hesitation, Yanson summoned his spirit pet. He knew he had to unleash his full power, otherwise, the top spot would surely slip from his grasp. Seeing Yanson's move, Zhou Xuan remained silent but drew a sharp breath. Mobilizing every ounce of strength, she too charged toward the finish line. Clearly, Zhou Xuan was also aiming for first place. But just as Yanson and Zhou Xuan unleashed their talents to seize the championship throne, whoosh! A whistling sound swept past their ears. The next moment, the crowd saw a dark figure appear before them. Simultaneously, a mocking voice echoed. Sorry, you two. This top spot is mine. 092, apprenticeship? Sorry, I refuse. Under the stunned gazes of the two, Leng Ningshuang successfully claimed first place. This instantly drew the displeasure of Yanson and Zhou Xuan. As the pride of the heavens, how could they possibly accept such a situation? Just as the two clenched their fists, poised to attack Leng Ningshuang, Fang Zhenzhou stepped in to intervene. These three were the most promising talents so far. The thought of them fighting, getting injured, and failing to pass the third stage was heartbreaking. Especially Leng Ningshuang, who possessed the primordial wind. His envy was palpable. Becoming her master would mean. It would be a win-win for both fame and fortune. With more benefits to gain in the future, slowly cultivating and stepping into the realm of immortality would be a certainty. No matter the cost, he must secure her. Such a precious prodigy missing her would be a regret he'd carry for a lifetime. Fang Zhanzhou's intervention was precisely to win Leng Ningshuang's favor first. That was the initial step. He also had to keep a constant eye on the old fox Miao Hongxiang beside him. That man was no pushover. A fight would not end well. Zhang Lingyan and Yanson exchanged a glance, saying nothing more. They silently vowed to redeem themselves in the third stage, showing this little brat who would have the last laugh. Fang Zhanzhou cut straight to the chase, asking Leng Ningshuang directly for her opinion. Young lady, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? From this day forward, whatever you desire shall be yours. I can't promise everything, but at the 10 Great Beastmaster Academies, people will have to give me some face. You'll live in luxury, have whatever you desire. If anyone dares to bully you, they'll have to answer to this old man. I'll fight to the death before letting it go. Beside him, Miao Hongxiang pondered the offer. That little girl Leng Ningshuang is no ordinary girl. The origin wind signifies her grasp of the fundamental essence of wind, and she also possesses a powerful beast. Earlier, in full view of the crowd, with so many watching, a spirit pet of the black-scaled horned python king's caliber, even deliberately restrained, wasn't something they could easily handle. Yet they were all scared out of their wits. One could only imagine how terrifying her spirit beast was. To break through the encirclement of two prodigies, her future achievements were bound to be extraordinary. This is precisely what Miao Hongxiang values most: potential and talent. Who wouldn't want someone like that? Earlier, he'd been so stunned by Leng Ningshuang's display that he couldn't speak, allowing that old fox to seize the initiative. That despicable old fox, just you wait. Young friend, don't listen to that old codger's nonsense. What could a guy who got kicked out possibly know? Allow me to introduce myself, Miao Hongxiang, from the Frenzy War Academy. Within the realm of the illusory birth heaven, our academy undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. Join my ranks, and you'll even have the chance to compete for the next Holy Sun. Rest assured, all perks and benefits will be maxed out. Whatever that guy can offer, I can match and even surpass. That's my confidence. Fang Zhanzhou was furious. Openly poaching disciples? We won't stand for this. Old man, I spotted this kid first. Miao Hongxiang waved his hand dismissively, wearing an unconcerned expression. The Mad Warrior Academy had the confidence to make such a claim. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Miao Hongxiang would undoubtedly become his disciple. Miao Hongxiang and Fang Zhanzhou were like oil and water, neither would budge an inch. Any reasonable observer could see that barring unforeseen circumstances, this girl was destined for the eternal heaven, and might even ascend to higher realms. Their status in the illusory heaven was already solid. To advance further through their own efforts alone was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Under these circumstances, whoever became Leng Ningshuang's master would undoubtedly strike a deal that was pure profit. The remaining 2 candidates possessed formidable strength, yet they still fell slightly short when compared to Leng Ningshuang. Neither was willing to back down easily. The eternal heaven instructing a disciple destined for the eternal heaven would grant them the privilege of ascending to the third realm as well. The opportunity they'd worked so hard to find was right before their eyes. Who would compromise so easily? Miao Hongxiang smiled as he inquired, could you grant me this favor today? Rest assured, fellow disciples, I absolutely won't compete for her. My word is my bond. Besides Leng Ningshuang, I have no interest in anyone else. Fang Zhanzhou snorted coldly. There was no way he would agree to this. Earlier, he had specifically inquired about the Xianlin horned python king. The answer he received was fear, a terror stemming from the depths of its bloodline. This proves Leng Ningshuang's spirit pet possesses a bloodline of considerable rank. Such a treasure, missing it would be a regret for a lifetime. Why can't she give it to me? With so many candidates here, one more or less makes no difference. I swear on heaven this girl will be my final disciple. Take all the others away, no problem. Miao Hongxiang had already cursed Fang Zhanzhou's ancestors to high heaven. How thick-skinned could he be? How dare he say such things? Those nobodies couldn't hold a candle to Leng Ningshuang. Under no circumstances would he agree. The two glared at each other. If not for the presence of Leng Ningshuang nearby, lest they provoke her displeasure, they would have come to blows long ago. They needed to settle this with their fists to see who was truly the stronger fighter. The surrounding examinees were stunned into silence. Was this really the same cold, ruthless top 10 Beastmaster instructor from moments ago? How could the difference be so vast? Why? Why weren't they chosen? Zhou Xuan watched the scene unfold, nearly laughing himself silly. A simple display of skill had caused such a commotion. He couldn't fathom where these two old codgers found the nerve to take the reincarnated Empress as their disciple. Didn't they fear straining their backs? Without exaggeration, no one in the entire illusory birth heaven dared utter such blasphemous words. If not for his current weakness forcing him to bide his time and conceal his true identity, he would have shown them what a real powerhouse looked like. Zhou Xuan couldn't resist teasing, so? Found a master you like? I think that old man on the left is pretty decent, looks like he'd be easy to manipulate. Leng Ningshuang replied coolly. Are they even worthy? As the reincarnated empress, she thought some random nobody wanted to be her teacher? Utterly delusional. Zhou Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Just as he'd expected. Empresses are proud. Would they ever bow to trash as their master? If those two were smart, they'd just keep their heads down and help out. Maybe someday they'd get a break. But for those blind to the times, there are countless ways to send them to meet the King of Hell. For now, they needed to leverage the Beastmaster Academy to strengthen their abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bothered participating in such a tedious competition. That lower realm talisman, he had to find a way to get his hands on it. Seeing Leng Ningshuang frozen in place, Miao Hongxiang assumed she was pondering and spoke first. Have you decided? Which one of us will you choose as your master? Fang Zhanzhou also waited expectantly. Who would she choose? With such a prodigy under their wing, they were certain to enter the coveted realm of eternal life. Leng Ningshuang spoke up. Sorry, but you two are too weak. 093 You've chosen your own path to death. Everyone was stunned into silence. She had refused publicly, in front of so many people. Turning to Miao Hongxiang and Fang Zhanzhou beside her, expecting them to be furious, who could have imagined they instead burst into laughter. The crowd was utterly baffled. Were these really the examiners they knew? The two were thoroughly satisfied with Leng Ningshuang's response. To have agreed outright would have shown a lack of respect. Genius has its own pride. If one could be conquered so easily, how could they truly be called a genius? No matter. There was still plenty of time, no need to rush. They could thoroughly impress the other party during the third stage. Good, that shows spirit. Watch from the sidelines and conserve your energy. Just don't disappoint me when the time comes. Leng Ningshuang said nothing, sitting down on a nearby chair and slowly regaining her strength. Fang Zhanzhou surveyed the crowd of candidates. What a pity these fellows were destined to be mere pawns in someone else's game. Those who failed the first stage, leave immediately. Now, the second stage, the test of conscience. Fang Zhanzhou waved his hand, and a large mirror appeared before him. Everyone lined up, one by one. Standing before the mirror of conscience for 3 full seconds would grant passage. The crowd bristled with anticipation, eager to be the first. A large, overweight man approached the mirror and, without a word, simply lay down and fell asleep. Fang Zhanzhou couldn't bear to watch. It was utterly embarrassing. Over a dozen people passed through one after another, yet not a single real man lasted more than 3 seconds. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance. Yanson, passed. Fang Zhanzhou looked at Yanson before him. This kid was impressive. His spirit pet was the flaming dragon python king, possessing both dragon and fire attributes. To endure 3 seconds under the mirror of truth meant his soul power was undoubtedly formidable. If quotas weren't an issue, Fang Zhanzhou would have recruited him on the spot. After stepping down, Yanson couldn't resist taunting Zhang Lingyan. Want me to teach you how to pass the second stage? Zhang Lingyan said nothing, simply ignoring the provocation. Stepping before the mirror of truth, 3 seconds passed. The display flashed, passed. Zhang Lingyan didn't rush to leave. She discovered that this mirror of conscience had the power to temper the soul. After gritting her teeth and enduring for over 10 seconds, she finally relented. Miao Hongxiang and Fang Zhanzhou exchanged a glance, unable to suppress a wry smile. Zhang Lingyan's dragon attributes and Yanson's fire attributes were undoubtedly among the most exceptional. In previous years, they would have fought fiercely to recruit them, but now, with Leng Ningshuang's emergence, they had no choice but to place them last. Leng Ningshuang hadn't expected them to possess a mirror of conscience. Though it was a counterfeit, its effect in tempering souls was undeniably potent. She might as well go temper her soul power. She had nothing better to do anyway. As she rose to approach the mirror of conscience, Miao Hongxiang hurriedly cautioned her. Young friend, are you certain you wish to try? There's no need to pass the second stage. Why bother? Leng Ningshuang remained silent, leaving Miao Hongxiang utterly speechless. The young lady was full of youthful vigor. Might as well play along and keep an eye on things from the sidelines. Leng Ningshuang approached the mirror of conscience, staring intently at the reflection before her. Memories flooded back the days when she was revered by all. Then the scene of being chased and hunted down, utterly disheveled, only to be reborn by sheer luck. Lost in thought, the mirror of conscience suddenly shattered before her eyes. Miao Hongxiang, watching from the side, was so shocked he couldn't utter a word. Who exactly was this little girl? How could she possess such terrifying abilities? No, such a person must be made into a disciple, brought into our fold. If we cannot obtain her, we must destroy her. She absolutely cannot fall into others' hands, lest she become a grave threat. A person of such flawless perfection, such a top-tier genius joining the Mad War Academy was the best choice. Fang Zhanzhou, oblivious to Miao Hongxiang's agitation, stood nearby gesturing wildly with excitement. His suspicions were confirmed. Leng Ningshuang's background was undoubtedly extraordinary. The more extraordinary she was, the better. To fully conquer such a disciple would make dying worthwhile. Genius comes with its own pride, perfectly understandable. The problem was that Yanson and Zhang Lingyan below were frowning deeply. They hadn't expected such a formidable contender to emerge out of nowhere. The mirrors shattered. What about those of us who didn't participate in the assessment? Feng Zhanzhou cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, ahem. Broken is broken. It just proves your luck was poor. I hereby declare the second stage of selection concluded. All non-participants, please depart immediately. Those who made it this far are, to varying degrees, considered geniuses, each backed by powerful families. If we're outmatched, we'll accept it. But facing this situation? Who could possibly accept it? We demand fairness. We demand an explanation. Feng Zhanzhou, growing impatient, unleashed a terrifying aura of pressure. Fairness? Remember this, in this world, there is no such thing as true fairness. One more word, and you'll be killed without mercy. Though resentful, the others could do nothing but slink away in defeat. Observing the three prodigies before him, Feng Zhanzhou was generally satisfied with the outcome. Congratulations to all three of you for passing the second trial. Get a good night's rest tonight. Those who pass the third trial tomorrow will become students of the Beastmaster Academy. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Even if you fail the third stage, the Academy will seriously consider you based on your talent. After returning to her room, Leng Ningshuang recalled the scenes that had appeared in the Mirror of Conscience. Reborn into a new life, her mental fortitude had greatly improved. She would never again let emotions cloud her judgment. Interesting. I'll have to play around with that Mirror of Conscience properly when I borrow it next time. By the way, did you sense a trace of killing intent just now? Zhou Xuan nodded earnestly. The other party had concealed it while a fleeting thought in their mind, yet he had keenly detected it. Such individuals couldn't be left alive. To ensure safety, he'd have to find a time to deal with them. Ah, that Mu Hongxiang fellow has already set himself up for death. Since the lower realm talisman is on him, it's a perfect 2-for-1 deal. Once we emerge from the Earth Capital Secret Realm and ascend to the second realm, eliminating an old man like him will be child's play. Rest assured. Leng Ningshuang trusted Zhou Xuan's abilities. Here in the Earth Fiend Heaven, second realm power would be severely suppressed. We'll strike when the time is right. Every threat must be nipped in the bud. There's no other way Miao Hongxiang is destined for death. Once we break through to the second realm, we'll send him down to hell for a little tour first. As for the War God Academy lurking behind him, he couldn't care less. Don't provoke me, or I won't hesitate to turn the 10 great Beastmaster Academies into 9. Leng Ningshuang inquired. Very well. Let him live a few more days. The day he breaks through will be the day of his demise. Zhou Xuan pondered. In such a public setting, with so many eyes on Miao Hongxiang, he certainly wouldn't act. Besides, Feng Zhanzhou was watching him like a hawk. Let the two of them tear each other apart for now. There's no rush. Once they emerged from the Earth Capital Secret Realm, certain individuals wouldn't escape. Leng Ningshuang found Zhou Xuan's reasoning sound and agreed to let that Mu Hongxiang fellow live a few more days. Some people were destined to pay a bitter price for their foolish actions. 094 Open Defiance? Feng Zhanzhou's overprotective nature. The three approached the arena, where Feng Zhanzhou began explaining the rules. Withstand 3 strikes from a second realm cultivator. Those who remain standing after 3 strikes pass. Knock me down however you like, any method is fair game. Feng Zhanzhou rubbed his hands together, ready for the challenge. This would teach the trio a lesson showing them that beyond every person lies another, and beyond every sky lies another heaven. The gap between the first and second realms is vast indeed. You may be geniuses, but among the 10 great Beastmaster Academies, talent is the least scarce commodity. 3 moves it seems simple enough, yet few could truly withstand them. Yanson struck first, launching his attack at Feng Zhanzhou. It must be said, this youngster's mastery of fire attributes was truly formidable. Unfortunately, his strength was still lacking, he needed much more practice. Kid, watch the celestial horse meteor fist. Feng Zhanzhou deliberately held back, using only 30% of his power, afraid of crippling Yanson. Such a precious prospect was simply too valuable to risk. Yanson's eyes blazed as flames instantly engulfed his entire body, transforming him into a living torch that absorbed the blow. Feng Zhanzhou felt the searing heat radiating from his left hand, as if it were about to be scorched. How could this kid be so fierce? To possess such power at such a young age? Give him another decade, and he'd surely be unbeatable. Yanson, you pass. Yanson shot a taunting glance toward Leng Ningshuang and Zhang Lingyan. You think you're so tough? Let's see if you can last 3 moves against a second realm expert. Zhang Lingyan unleashed her battle intent, summoning her spirit pet from behind. She knew today's battle demanded her utmost effort. Feng Zhanzhou was stunned speechless. The Crimson Moon Golden Dragon, a dragon-type spirit pet with terrifying bloodlines. Once she became a beastmaster, her power would surge dramatically. Especially at night, it would unleash particularly terrifying power. When did the Earth Fiend Heaven produce so many geniuses? How come I never knew about them? Come on, show me everything you've got. Don't disappoint this old man. Zhang Lingyan declared. I won't. War intent and dragon intent continuously converged, propelling Zhang Lingyan's power to an utterly terrifying height. Fang Zhanzhou knew he had to bring his A game. This time, using only 70% of his heavenly horse meteor fist, he still ended up wounded, his right arm slashed open by a deep gash. Monsters. All of them monsters. Why would such prodigies exist in this lowly world? Without exaggeration, these two could enter any of the 10 Great Beast Master Academies, choosing whichever they pleased, without restriction. He glanced at Leng Ningshuang beside him, curious what kind of surprise this young girl might bring. Just as Fang Zhanzhou was about to call Leng Ningshuang up, he was stopped by Miao Hongxiang. "Alright, you can go rest. I'll handle the last one." Fang Zhanzhou said nothing more. This was truly a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. He'd been hoping to impress Leng Ningshuang. Who could have predicted that plans would go awry? Injured by 2 little kids, he needed to recover properly. Miao Hongxiang looked at Leng Ningshuang before offering a warning. "I don't hold back when I fight. After 3 moves, who knows what might happen? How about this? Just pledge allegiance to me as your master. From now on, we're family. All this fancy formalities are just a waste of time. Once you become my disciple, the benefits will certainly be yours." Condensation Frost slowly shook her head, indicating disinterest. This instantly provoked Mu Hongxiang's displeasure. He'd clearly refused a polite offer and now demanded to be forced into submission. "Young friend, now you'll witness the true terror of the Berserker Academy." With that, he launched a direct assault on Leng Ningshuang, going all out from the start with no intention of letting her survive unscathed. "If you like to talk tough, I'll teach you a lesson with my fists and see who's stronger." A second realm expert unleashing full power was terrifying. Soon, Leng Ningshuang was overwhelmed, gasping for breath. After just 2 moves, bruises of varying severity appeared on her body. "This is your final chance. Will you agree or not?" Leng Ningshuang remained silent. Her stance was now crystal clear. No matter the threats or enticements, her resolve would not waver. "I refuse." "What are you going to do about it?" Seeing her stubborn refusal, Miao Hongxiang could no longer hold back. Clenching his fist, he delivered a direct blow to Leng Ningshuang. Zhou Xuan forced himself to intervene, absorbing the impact with sheer force. The more she resisted, the more Mu Hongxiang resolved to eliminate her. Those who squandered their chance deserved no mercy. Just as he prepared to strike again, Fang Zhanzhou stepped in to intervene. "Alright, 3 moves have passed. Leng Ningshuang has successfully passed the trial." Miao Hongxiang couldn't care less about anything else now. Only one thought filled his mind: kill. Step aside. Today, he would teach this little brat a lesson, show her who was superior. Daring to refuse the invitation from the Mad Warrior Academy was sheer audacity. Fang Zhanzhou shielded Leng Ningshuang firmly behind him, his message clear: anyone who dared to attack would have to measure their own strength first. Originally, Miao Hongxiang had been quite taken with Leng Ningshuang. Her abilities were top tier in every aspect. Once the current Holy Sun graduated, Leng Ningshuang had the potential to become the next Holy Sun. But this brat didn't know her place, thinking a bit of talent gave her free rein. Unstable elements must be eradicated completely. Leng Ningshuang certainly couldn't be allowed to live. Move. Move out of the way. You think you can take on the Mad War Academy? What can you possibly do, you disgraced former instructor? Trash rejected by the 10 Great Beast Master Academies, yet you actually think you're something special. Fang Zhanzhou finally understood this. Miao Hongxiang despised him from the bottom of his heart. Today, no matter what, he couldn't let him kill Leng Ningshuang. This was his only chance to return to the 10 Great Beast Master Academies, even to reach the eternal heaven. He wouldn't compromise so easily. Come on then. Let's see who has the last laugh. He had only days left to live anyway. Taking someone down with him before dying was a surefire win. Seeing Fang Zhanzhou ready to fight for real, Miao Hongxiang panicked. They still had to remain in the bloodshed heaven for several more days. He didn't believe Fang Zhanzhou could protect Leng Ningshuang indefinitely. Now that he'd crossed Leng Ningshuang, reconciliation was unlikely. A genius who hadn't grown wasn't worthy of the name. And what Mu Hongxiang loved most was crushing talent. Those who obeyed him thrived, those who defied him perished. A mere little girl, he'd be curious to see how long she could hold out. May you protect him for a lifetime. If I catch you off guard, you're dead meat. Fang Zhanzhou was so enraged he couldn't speak. There was nothing he could do. Miao Hongxiang truly had the power to back it up. The vice dean of the Mad Warrior Academy was his own brother-in-law. What was supposed to be fair competition had suddenly gone off script, leaving him utterly powerless. Fang Zhanzhou couldn't tell if offending Miao Hongxiang today was right or wrong. Sigh. Come on, let's head to the room and talk this out properly. 095 Yanson's true combat prowess, withstanding a second realm attack head-on. Fang Zhanzhou sighed deeply. After confirming no outsiders were present, he cautioned, "Alright, stay close to me for now. Don't wander off. That Miao Hongxiang is a complete madman. If pushed too far, who knows what he might do. Don't act impulsively. Offending a second realm powerhouse carries severe consequences." Leng Ningshuang hastily refused. The Earth's secret realm held the key to her breakthrough to the second realm. Breaking through sooner under these circumstances would undoubtedly bring immense benefits. Even if she couldn't kill him with all her trump cards played, she could still find a way to escape. Thank you, but there are things I must do. Fang Zhanzhou knew these prodigies were each more arrogant than the next at their core. Persuasion was futile, but he still wanted to try his best. I know you're a genius, but the gap between the first and second realms is a world apart. Without becoming a beast master yet, facing a second realm powerhouse would mean certain death. By releasing the pressure emanating from Zhou Xuan, Leng Ningshuang intended to show Fang Zhanzhou through action that she feared no one. If you want to kill this girl, you'd better weigh your own worth first. Fang Zhanzhou could see it now. Leng Ningshuang would never back down. Youthful impetuosity has its merits. It's understandable. Some people set their sights on the stars and the sea. Why would they care about an old codger like me? Enough, enough. Some matters become counterproductive when over-discussed. Let her experience things gradually. After enduring society's harsh lessons, she'll surely soften considerably. Alright then. Travel safely on your way back. Here is the summoning token. In 1 month, the portal will open, guiding you to the illusory heaven. Child, remember, if danger arises, run, never confront it head-on. If you can't win, shatter this token. I'll be there in an instant. Leng Ningshuang appraised the old man before her. Not bad, worth considering for promotion in the future. After brief pleasantries, both parties turned and departed. Fang Zhanzhou had no idea what fate awaited Leng Ningshuang. He'd said all he could, but it was all for naught. The crux lay in Miao Hongxiang's backing the vice-dean of the Frenzy War Academy. Once she entered the illusory birth heaven, she would undoubtedly face endless obstacles. Back at her residence, Leng Ningshuang trained diligently, preparing for the Earth Capital secret realm days ahead. As for stealing the lower realm symbol, given the current circumstances, there was absolutely no guarantee of success. Miao Hongxiang was nearly driven to fury. Being outmaneuvered by Leng Ningshuang was one thing, but then, when seeking out Zhang Lingyan, who could have predicted he'd be flatly rejected? He was, after all, a second realm powerhouse. Did she have no regard for his dignity? Zhang Lingyan's innate battle intent was perfectly suited for their mad war academy, yet she wasn't interested. Each and every one of them, did they really think they were that special? Genius? The entire Huanqing heaven was overflowing with geniuses. Without vast cultivation resources and backing, the gap will only widen in the future. This is bloodshed heaven, a resource-starved backwater where they know nothing. Once they enter the illusory birth heaven, they'll realize how foolish their refusal was. They don't know how good they have it. Daring to offend me? When they enter the 10 great Beastmaster academies, they'll get what's coming to them. That night, as Yanson rested, the main door was abruptly pushed open. Seeing Miao Hongxiang suddenly appear before him, he instantly understood the other's intent. Don't even ask, the answer is no. What kind of trash thinks they can be my teacher? Look in the mirror before you start barking up the wrong tree. Miao Hongxiang's temper flared instantly. Had he been too generous with his face, failing to distinguish between kings and queens? As he moved to teach him a lesson, he was stunned by Yanson's abilities. This youth possessed a mysterious flame within him, a fire capable of scorching souls. It was utterly unbelievable. Amidst the excruciating pain, he quickly regained his senses. His eyes held no anger, only an unparalleled clarity. Who exactly are you? How could you possess such god-defying abilities? Yanson burst into laughter. Does it really matter who I am? A mere second-tier minion, yet you dare act so arrogantly. How utterly presumptuous. Now, shall we have a proper chat? Miao Hongxiang quickly regained his composure. He knew he mustn't lose his composure now. Things were getting more and more interesting. The third-place candidate in the assessment possessed such a secret. Such a divine artifact was exceedingly rare even in the eternal heaven realm, let alone for a mere second-realm cultivator like him. The person before him was either the reincarnation of that ancient monster or backed by a terrifyingly powerful clan. To show such utter disregard for a second-realm cultivator was no small feat. That mysterious flame earlier had made him feel the threat of death. Why so many demons and monsters appeared in the blood demon heaven was utterly baffling. I wish to request you eliminate Leng Ningshuang. What price must I pay? Within the bounds of what is possible, I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests and even provide some conveniences without issue. Miao Hongxiang sensed that Leng Ningshuang was extremely dangerous and must be eliminated. She would surely become a major threat in the future. The problem was, if he took matters into his own hands and the Mad Warrior Academy's headmaster found out, he wouldn't let it rest. The rule was clear: wound or cripple her, but never kill her. Better safe than sorry. If someone else could handle the task, why not let them? After careful consideration, Yanson presented his demand. I want an audience with the headmaster of the Blazing Flame Academy. How about it? Yanson finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It wasn't an overly excessive demand. Without a second thought, he agreed immediately. Had he asked to be taken directly as a disciple by the academy's headmaster, Miao Hongxian would never have agreed. Don't be fooled by the small number of students at Blazing Flame Academy. They fiercely protect their own. Becoming a student there meant no need to fear retaliation. If trouble arose, it was classic hit the young, and the old will come. They weren't afraid of retaliation. A school ranked second among the 10 great Beast Master Academies couldn't be a simple outfit. As for the top-ranked Beast Master Academy, they hadn't admitted new students in decades. They were the true masters, looking down on everyone else, absolute heavyweights you wouldn't want to cross. Rest assured, once this matter is settled, I'll personally arrange introductions. This dagger is laced with deadly poison. A single cut will kill within 3 days. Yanson tossed it aside. He wasn't the type to stoop to such despicable tactics. The memory of that little brat Leng Ningshuang constantly stealing the spotlight during the assessment still rankled him. Daring to cross him? She'd pay a heavy price. That brat is as good as dead. Just give her a few more days to develop. Once the Earth's secret realm begins, that will be the day of her demise. Thinking of the Earth realm secret realm, Miao Hongxian pulled out a map from his person. Take this. Consider it extra compensation. Unfolding the map, Yanson nodded with satisfaction upon seeing the marked location. Excellent, excellent. With that treasure, he could smoothly break through to the second realm. Watching Yanson's departing figure, Miao Hongxian silently prayed within his heart, you must succeed. That woman Leng Ningshuang poses too great a threat, she must die. 096 Secret Realm opens, Yanson escapes for his life. When the Earth Realm's secret realm opened, Leng Ningshuang infiltrated the main force, disguised, and entered directly. For some reason, as she wandered through the secret realm, she constantly felt a pair of eyes fixed on her from the shadows, making her deeply uneasy. Interesting. If someone wants to play hunter from the shadows, we'll see if they have what it takes. She lured the figure into a valley, yet it stubbornly refused to reveal itself. Leng Ningshuang grew impatient. Come out. What kind of skill is hiding like that? What? Do you really want to spend your whole life as a mouse? Yanson emerged leisurely from the shadows. He hadn't expected his painstaking disguise to be so easily seen through. The woman before him was truly intriguing. The more extraordinary she seemed, the more it proved her identity was no simple matter. Across the entire earthly fiend realm, he would never tolerate anyone more formidable than himself. Today presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. Daring to snatch my top spot, she was destined to pay dearly for her foolishness. Speak. How do you wish to die? Leng Ningshuang retorted, why can't it be you instead? This retort caught Yanson off guard. What kind of trash dares speak to me like that? This arrogant fool needs to learn who's truly superior. Is that so? We'll see. Leng Ningshuang summoned Zhou Xuan directly. Together, they relentlessly squeezed Yanson's space. This guy seems no ordinary foe. Today, I'll test whether I can eliminate him completely. I deliberately lured him here, hoping for a swift resolution. As Yanson fought, he quickly sensed something amiss. This wasn't how he'd anticipated things unfolding. The entire Earth Fiend Heaven was a low-tier world. How could such a terrifying genius appear here? Seems he didn't even use his full strength during the assessment earlier. Perfect. This fight would be far more interesting this way. A one-sided rout offered no thrill whatsoever. Catching Leng Ningshuang off guard, Yanson unleashed relentless attacks with the Brahma Divine Fire. She deserved to taste the agony of her soul being scorched. Leng Ningshuang howled in agony on the ground, a sight that filled Yanson with satisfaction. No matter how powerful you are, before the divine fire of Brahma, you are destined to be crushed. This very flame had once slain an 8th realm powerhouse. Now possessed by a young genius, its power is greatly diminished. Dealing with a mere 1st realm minion is child's play. Ha! Better watch your step next time. Rest assured, the Brahma divine fire will slowly scorch your soul. You won't be able to escape. Just imagining that excruciating, heart-wrenching pain is unbearable. How about this? I'll give you one more chance. Sign the master-servant contract obediently, and from now on, you'll be mine. What do you say? Cold Frost spoke up, no. Yanson's face darkened. Refusing the wine offered, you'll drink the punishment wine. I've given you more than enough face. If you refuse this chance, we'll meet in the next life. Just as he prepared to end Leng Ningshuang's life, a colossal force suddenly slammed into him. Fortunately, Yanson reacted in time and narrowly dodged it. That was close, I almost fell for it. You're unharmed? That's impossible. Leng Ningshuang brushed the dust off his clothes. How naive this guy is. He actually has the nerve to come out here to kill and silence witnesses. He doesn't even know his own limits. Some things are beyond his ability to handle. Sigh, what's the point? Taking over someone else's body is quite interesting, but specifically choosing a useless waste to possess? Truly pointless. Next time, he'd find a powerful opponent. That way, the fight would at least be somewhat entertaining. Hearing this, Yanson's eyes widened in utter disbelief. What was going on? Had his identity been exposed? Logically, that shouldn't be possible. The The real question was how the other party knew he was a soul stealer. Something was definitely off here. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Leng Ningshuang realized some people really had thick skin. She'd given him chances, yet he didn't know how to appreciate them. I've seen Yanson before his hair wasn't red. And a spirit pet of the Yanlong Python King's caliber would never submit willingly. Yanson's talent alone couldn't achieve this. The only possibility was that someone had taken over his body. Zhou Xuan intervened, gripping Yanson tightly as the power within him slowly drained away. This nearly scared Yanson to death. Who exactly was Leng Ningshuang? How could she possess such power to plunder? His power was steadily draining away, even affecting his primordial essence. If this continued, his foundation would crumble, forcing him to seek a new vessel. He refused to accept this. After finally regaining his cultivation path, with the potential for greater achievements ahead, he would never surrender so easily. He still needed time to develop further. He absolutely couldn't collapse here. Big shot, I was wrong. Today's incident was all Mu Hongxian's doing. I never meant to oppose you. Here's a map. Miao Hongxian gave it to me as payment. I'll offer it to you today. Leng Ningshuang took the map and examined it, discovering that the very thing they needed to break through was marked upon it. Not bad, not bad. It truly is a valuable item. Yanson felt completely numb. He couldn't fathom Leng Ningshuang's intentions and dared not make a move. His longevity depended on reading people and having thick skin. To survive, he'd do anything. Spare me, sir. Please let me go. Today's incident was truly an accident. Everyone understood the principle of cutting the grass at its roots. Yanson hadn't fully grown yet, but he was already a threat. It would be best to crush him completely while he was still in his infancy. The next generation needs to be more careful. Move. Zhou Xuan understood the signal and prepared to strike with full force. Just as he was about to finish him off, something unexpected happened. Flames erupted across Yanson's body, forcing Zhou Xuan to halt his attack. By the time the flames dissipated, Yanson had vanished without a trace. Fearing he might return, Leng Ningshuang resolved to search for his trail. That guy can't have gone far. I'll go after him. Zhou Xuan hurriedly spoke up to stop her. Don't chase a desperate foe. Don't forget our mission here to break through to the second realm. Our greatest enemy now is Zhou Xuan. That bastard hasn't returned to Changsheng Heaven. He's definitely got his sights set on that treasure. With the map to guide us, retrieving the item will be a breeze. As for Yanson, he's merely a defeated foe, no threat at all. Leng Ningshuang sighed deeply, resigned to abandoning the plan. As a soul stealer, he undoubtedly holds many hidden cards. I had hoped to eliminate him during this secret realm expedition, but in the end, my strategy fell one move short. Miao Hongxian, just you wait. The day I break through will be your day of reckoning. The two hurried toward the location marked on the map. Once they obtained the item, they would find a way to acquire the lower realm symbol. After successfully breaking through, Blood Slaughter Heaven would be virtually unstoppable. What of Zhou Xuan or Miao Hongxian? With the monster ruin suppression, who in the entire lower world would dare resist? Yanson hid in a mountain cave, greedily gasping for fresh air. Survival was no easy feat these days. Thankfully, he'd ultimately resorted to secret techniques to escape. Leng Ningshuang, just you wait. We'll see who has the last laugh. 097 Zhou Xuan? Still on the hit list. Following the map's guidance, Leng Ningshuang quickly located the demon fruit, a truly precious treasure. It could evolve the bloodline of spirit pets for Zhou Xuan right now. It was an invaluable treasure. With the devil fruit's power, Zhou Xuan was certain to break through to the second realm. Just as he was about to take it down, a familiar voice echoed from the distance. Seems stationing someone here to wait for prey paid off. We've been waiting for days. This time it took too long. Next time, hurry up and don't make me wait so long. There's no point lingering in this godforsaken place. Leng Ningshuang turned her head and found Zhou Xuan staring intently at her. Zhou Xuan glanced at Zhou Xuan behind him, growing increasingly satisfied. Truly a spirit pet worthy of his esteem. If he could add it to his collection, he'd definitely rename the Eternal Heaven in the future. Uncle Zhang, seal off this area. No one is to enter without my explicit order. Uncle Zhang nodded solemnly before vanishing instantly. As Leng Ningshuang examined the scene closely, she nearly gasped in shock at what she saw. Damn, the surrounding space is sealed off. If it comes down to a direct confrontation, we're no match for them. Fine, what do you want? Zhou Xuan burst into laughter. What I want, you should know very well. After swindling so much money, getting something for free won't be that easy. Leng Ningshuang awkwardly scratched her nose. She had indeed been a bit ruthless. With such a sudden influx of money, it was only natural that the 9 kings would issue a warrant for her arrest. Now I need to figure out how to grab the devil fruit and get out of here fast. Once I advance to the second realm, I can disguise myself and slip into the illusory heaven. It'll be nearly impossible to spot me. But Zhou Xuan's words instantly dashed her hopes. Shoo, don't even think about fighting back. That's exactly why I brought the secret treasure from home to prevent any mishaps. Hand over the Dragon King quietly. Why waste time? Zhou Xuan snorted coldly, releasing the pressure radiating from his body. He intended to show Zhou Xuan through action that he should stop dreaming. But now, Zhou Xuan's eyes were filled with madness. How much time had passed? He could clearly sense that the spirit pet's power had grown even more terrifying. If given more time to develop, it could truly become the sharpest blade in his arsenal. All that painstaking waiting had been worth every moment. Good. Leng Ningshuang must think Zhou Xuan was mentally unstable. Couldn't he see this was a blatant provocation? But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Finding a way out was the absolute priority. She glanced at Zhou Xuan beside her, hoping to find a way to break the deadlock. But Zhou Xuan had no solution either. At his peak, he wouldn't have feared these trifles. The problem was their own power was insufficient, compounded by the secret artifact locking down the space, leaving them utterly passive. Under these circumstances, breaking free had become incredibly complicated. Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan stared at each other, their minds racing as they desperately searched for a solution. Zhou Xuan approached Leng Ningshuang and began scrutinizing Zhou Xuan. Last time, he'd gotten caught up in a mess and hadn't observed clearly. He had to admit, it was a truly perfect creation. Perfect. Truly perfect. Dragon King, would you be interested in becoming my spirit pet? I come from the Jun family of the Eternal Heaven, possessing boundless resources. A dragon-type, fire-type, demon-type, a top-tier spirit pet embodying all three elements. Truly a gift bestowed by the heavens. Zhou Xuan replied coldly, what if I refuse? Before arriving, Zhou Xuan had already made all necessary preparations. The moment the local secret realm opened, he commanded the 9 kings to secretly guard it. Now the entire secret realm was completely surrounded. Escaping would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens, utterly impossible. With the secret treasure sealing the space, there's no need to worry about escape. Don't believe me? Let's try and see if we can escape safely. Zhou Xuan and Leng Ningshuang exchanged a glance before launching their attacks simultaneously. But their petty tricks were utterly insignificant. Seal. A massive seal descended from the sky, pinning them down so they couldn't move. Now you have 2 choices, submit or die. Zhou Xuan pondered this was clearly a trap waiting for them to walk right into. The problem was that consuming the devil fruit now would trigger the rules of the beast ruins to suppress him upon breaking through to the second realm, potentially even causing backlash and death. Without the nether realm talisman to obscure the rules, he would face a gruesome end. After weighing the risks, he decided to take the gamble. He exchanged a knowing glance with Leng Ningshuang, who immediately understood and reacted. Zhou Xuan slowly approached Zhou Xuan. Alright, I agree. But first, we must dissolve the contract. Zhou Xuan nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Just as his guard dropped, Leng Ningshuang suddenly struck, pressing a dagger against Zhou Xuan's throat. Young Master Jun, she warned, I advise you not to move. If this blade cuts, who dies is unpredictable, the outcome is uncertain. Just as Zhou Xuan prepared to summon his spirit pet, Zhou Xuan forcibly suppressed him. After securing the devil fruit, he turned his attention back to Zhou Xuan. As a young master of the Jun family, this fellow must possess quite a few valuable items. After searching him, Zhou Xuan found many valuable treasures. Confiscated. All confiscated. Zhou Xuan was so enraged he nearly spat blood. This was outrageous, utterly outrageous. He was, after all, the young master of the Jun family. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Worst of all, he couldn't muster even a shred of power right now. Why was this happening? How many more secrets did this woman conceal? Let me go. Quick, let me go. Do you know the terrifying price of offending me? Leng Ningshuang delivered a sharp slap, determined to cool his temper. Shut up. Zhou Xuan's face was frozen in shock. After all, he was the young master of the Jun family, having lived a life of privilege and ease all these years. It's no exaggeration to say even his elders had never laid a hand on him. Now he was being humiliated by some little brat. If his siblings found out, they'd laugh him to death. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Leng Ningshuang stabbed Zhou Xuan's thigh with her dagger to cool him down. Killing people on a whim, what the hell was he thinking? Fortunately, Zhou Xuan had been completely focused on Zhou Xuan earlier, with no one else nearby. Otherwise, catching him wouldn't have been so easy. Calm down. Stay calm. Zhou Xuan wanted to eliminate Leng Ningshuang right then and there. A man who'd spent his entire life playing with eagles was now being pecked by one. No. Once he was safe, he would stop at nothing to tear her limb from limb. Fine. You just wait. Leng Ningshuang spoke up, I'll be waiting. With a hostage in hand, escaping safely would be a breeze. As for offending the Jun family, no big deal. Just lay low for a while. In my past life, even those more formidable than the Jun family had to bow their heads eventually. It was merely a matter of time before I marched to the eternal heaven to annihilate their clan. Escorting Zhou Xuan to the secret realm's entrance, Uncle Zhang and the ninth prince had already returned victorious with the young master. But upon seeing Zhou Xuan being held hostage, the atmosphere instantly became tense, a battle on the verge of erupting. 098 The lower realm talisman has been stolen. Shameless thief! Uncle Zhang bellowed, release the young master at once. Leng Ningshuang snorted coldly. Who doesn't know how to intimidate people? Let us go, or we all die together. Zhou Xuan couldn't care less about that now, his eyes burned with fury. Kill! Uncle Zhang, don't worry about me. Kill this little brat and tear her body to pieces. I don't want to live anyway. Just do it already. Uncle Zhang hesitated, his eyes fixed on the wound on the young master's thigh. It was clear this Leng Ningshuang might truly be prepared to go down fighting. For now, preserving the young master's life came first. The rest could be dealt with later. Release the young master, and today's incident will be forgiven. Leng Ningshuang pressed her hand hard against Zhou Xuan's neck. Sorry, but I've been scared of death since I was a kid. After that scare just now, I'm terrified of being startled again. If this hand slips out of control, I take no responsibility. Uncle Zhang had never endured such humiliation, but with his Achilles heel firmly in their grasp, he had no choice but to yield. What are you standing there for? Clear a path immediately. Leng Ningshuang showed no hurry to leave. He was deeply intrigued by that object capable of sealing off space. Upon learning Leng Ningshuang's intentions, Uncle Zhang seethed inwardly, though he dared not erupt. Here. It's just a spatial artifact. As long as it keeps the young master safe, that's all that matters. After confirming the surroundings were clear, Leng Ningshuang suddenly sprang into action. She hurled Zhou Xuan to draw attention, then fled the scene without a word. Once he was completely gone, Zhou Xuan bellowed, issue a bounty. From this day forward, whoever slays this man, this young master will grant 3 wishes. If no leads are found within a month, the consequences will be borne by the person responsible. The 9 princes pursued Leng Ningshuang's escape route, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The Earth Fiend Heaven, which had only just stabilized, was about to undergo a dramatic upheaval. Watching Leng Ningshuang's retreating figure, Zhou Xuan's heart burned with hatred. Next time they met, this woman would die without fail. After escaping safely, she carefully examined the treasures Zhou Xuan had carried with him and soon spotted a particularly special item. An invisibility cloak capable of concealing one's aura, though only effective against those below the 3rd realm. Upon learning its purpose, Leng Ningshuang immediately formed a plan. She would obtain a lower realm talisman from Miao Hongxiang, a teacher at the Frenzy War Academy. With it, she could mask her aura and evade the rules of the Beast Ruins. Once she successfully attained 2nd realm strength, she would certainly not let that man off the hook. Anyone who dared harbor such murderous intent toward her would be a constant threat if left alive. Under cover of night, she sneaked into Miao Hongxiang's room and discovered the lower realm talisman was still on his person. This presented a problem: the commotion would draw Miao Hongxiang's attention too quickly. This was a one-time opportunity. Success was mandatory, failure was not an option. As Mu Hongxiang turned over, Leng Ningshuang moved swiftly. Just as she was about to seize the symbol, she suddenly realized Mu Hongxiang was staring intently at her. This made Leng Ningshuang extremely nervous, fearing her identity would be exposed. The two remained locked in a tense standoff for a moment before Miao Hongxiang began snoring loudly. Good heavens, he was sleeping with his eyes wide open. It was enough to scare the living daylights out of anyone. After careful inspection, she confirmed it was indeed the genuine lower realm talisman. She grabbed the item and slipped away stealthily. Now that she had the item, what punishment Miao Hongxiang might face afterward was none of her concern. The first thing to do with the lower realm symbol was to erase the soul imprint. It bore traces of the previous user. If he couldn't erase it, the other party could trace it back to him. The moment it was completely erased, Miao Hongxiang jolted awake from his dream. Staring at the vanished lower realm symbol on his body, he nearly scared himself to death. What kind of petty thief would dare steal the lower realm talisman? Utterly shameless and audacious. Whatever the cost, he must retrieve it. Fang Zhanzhou, alerted by the commotion, rushed over in a panic. Upon learning the details, he felt equally uneasy. Possession of the downworld symbol would grant them the power of the 2nd realm. Without its protection, the dangers of the Earth Fiend realm would become vastly more perilous. More crucially, the downworld symbol was prohibitively expensive. They simply couldn't afford to buy another. If the Beastmaster Academy found out, punishment was inevitable. Even Miao Hongxiang, backed by the deputy dean of the Frenzy War Academy, dared not speak freely. Fang Zhanzhou's brow furrowed deeply. Had the thief truly entered without triggering any alarms? Miao Hongxiang felt particularly resentful under Fang Zhanzhou's piercing gaze. What? Could it be you suspect I'm behind this? Everything requires evidence. The theft of the lower realm talisman is a grave matter that must be resolved swiftly. Issue a wanted notice. Those providing evidence will receive various rewards. We must find the thief now. Fang Zhanzhou hastily shook his head in refusal. No, absolutely not. Only a handful know about the theft now. If word spreads far and wide, it will bring endless trouble. Even if we somehow recover the lower realm symbol, how could we possibly explain such a huge commotion? All eyes would be on them, and they'd never be able to account for it back home. The descent symbol is such a vital treasure. Negligence in its protection alone would be reason enough to be beaten into submission. Stay calm. The more critical the situation becomes, the more essential it is to maintain composure. We're in this together now. With the artifact stolen, Feng Zhenzhou will inevitably be implicated. Listen to me, we must investigate discreetly first, especially those nearing the breakthrough to the second realm. The ability to approach silently proves that person's strength has reached the 9th stage of the first realm, just a step away from breaking through to the second realm. Those with exceptional lightness skills must be thoroughly investigated, not a single suspect can be overlooked. Miao Hongxiang shared this view, but the problem was that under current circumstances, he couldn't unleash his second realm power. His only hope now rested on Feng Zhenzhou. Brother Fawn, this matter rests on your shoulders. Feng Zhenzhou agreed readily on the surface, but inwardly he despised this fellow. Relying on his backers, he never gave me the time of day. Now he's getting his comeuppance and needs my help. If I really find that lower realm symbol, I'll give him a good scare. That'll teach him not to be so arrogant from now on. He was actually grateful to that thief for helping him vent his anger. For now, just stay put and avoid trouble. The beast market suppression rules will prevent you from unleashing your true combat power in the blood slaughter heaven. Endure. You absolutely must endure. If you discover anything, wait until I return to discuss it. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. For Mu Hongxiang, compromise was the only option left. Don't let me find out that thief was responsible, I'll tear him limb from limb. Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan arrived at a concealed location, setting up layer upon layer of safeguards to prevent any hidden interference from disrupting the breakthrough. Presenting the devil fruit to enhance Zhou Xuan's bloodline, aided by the lower realm talisman, he broke through to the second realm, initiating 099, breaking through the second realm, unleashing retribution. With the lower realm talisman's aid, Zhou Xuan successfully broke through. That devil fruit truly worked wonders. Combined with the secret treasures provided by Zhou Xuan, there was no need to fear the thunder tribulation. Leng Ningshuang distinctly felt the transformation within her body. Now, she could form an even closer bond with Zhou Xuan, elevating their mutual understanding to new heights. With his new second realm strength, he immediately sought out Zhou Xuan. Didn't that guy want to kill him? Strike first to gain the upper hand, strike last and suffer the consequences. Yet, aside from the 9 kings, Zhou Xuan showed no sign of movement. Through inquiries, he learned Zhou Xuan had suddenly received notice yesterday and returned to the eternal heaven. He'd intended to thank the source for all those treasures, but now not a chance. Enough, enough. The 9 kings are mere lackeys of the Zhou family. Keeping such men around serves no purpose. Consider this an early collection of interest. Relying on his second realm strength, he successfully slew all 9 princes. When he reached the eternal heaven, he would personally pay a visit, then he'd see if Zhou Xuan still wanted to turn Zhou Xuan into a spirit pet. News of the 9 kings' demise sent shockwaves rippling across the entire earth-fiend heaven, with everyone scrambling to uncover which mighty being had carried out the deed. After weighing the pros and cons, Leng Ningshuang found Mu Hongxiang's old face particularly irritating. Without evidence, why not just kill him? A second realm cultivator slaying a first realm one. I'd love to see how that bastard reacts when he finds out I've broken through. Without the lower realm symbol, he was destined to become an ant easily trampled underfoot. Miao Hongxiang waited anxiously in his room. The lower realm symbol was far too crucial. Who could have imagined it would be stolen? A sudden shadow appeared, instantly thickening the air with tension. Seeing the lower realm talisman hanging around the other's neck, Miao Hongxiang's eyes turned bloodshot with fury, wishing he could tear them to pieces. It's you! Give it back! That belongs to the 10 great beast master academies. It's priceless. Leng Ningshuang snorted coldly. What if I refuse? Miao Hongxiang nearly choked on his anger at those words. The lower realm symbol was an extremely precious item in the illusory birth heaven, yet now it had been taken by a genius from the blood slaughter heaven. No matter what, he would face punishment upon returning. He must now find a way to make amends, hoping to guide Leng Ningshuang toward reform. Suppressing his inner rage, he patiently engaged her in persuasion. This thing is useless to her anyway. Hand it over to me. I swear by the heavenly way that I will never reveal this matter to anyone. Heaven knows, earth knows, I know no one else shall learn of this. May thunderbolts strike me down if I break this oath. Leng Ningshuang released the aura of the second realm. Excuse me, I've broken through. Miao Hongxiang nearly died of fright. Could this little girl's talent be this terrifying? To break through to the second realm at such a young age, and with so many secrets still hidden, her future is limitless. Yet now, the two sides were locked in a bitter, unyielding standoff. Easing tensions felt as impossible as climbing to the heavens. First, lure the lower realm symbol over. We'll deal with the rest later. Well, she truly is a genius in a million. My brother-in-law is the vice dean of the Frenzy War Academy, a formidable powerhouse. I can arrange for you to become his disciple. With the backing of a second realm, 8th tier powerhouse, you're guaranteed to thrive in the illusory birth heaven. Don't just think about it, act on it. Are you sure you don't want to consider this? Leng Ningshuang slowly shook her head, indicating no interest. This response gave Miao Hongxiang a headache. After all, his brother-in-law was a figure of immense stature, one of the few truly influential individuals in all of Huanqing Heaven. He was the dean of one of the top 3 Beastmaster Academies in the 10 Great Academies. This guy was truly blessed yet ungrateful. Threats and enticements first hand over the lower realm talisman. Ahem, that thing is a hot potato. What if someone discovers it on me? Take my advice, this matter is far too complex. You can't handle it. Leng Ningshuang's light wave unleashed second realm power, crushing Miao Hongxiang until he gasped for breath. No choice with the lower realm talisman in his hands, he dared not make a move. He refused to accept this. He would definitely seek revenge when the opportunity arose. Young lady, now that you've vented your anger, might you return the item? Stealing the lower realm talisman is a capital offense. Once the Mad War Academy investigates this thoroughly, you're as good as dead. Leng Ningshuang cut straight to the point. Why not just kill the informant? Miao Hongxiang instantly realized so today, the other party had come for his life. No wonder they're so brazen. But think you can kill this old man? Not so fast. Oof. I'm a teacher at the Berserker Academy. My brother-in-law is the vice dean. Come on, make your move. Leng Ningshuang had never encountered such an outrageous demand. With a fierce tug, she tore his arm clean off. The excruciating pain instantly sobered Miao Hongxiang, stripping him of his earlier arrogance. The fear of death spread through his entire body, forcing him to kneel and beg for mercy. I'm a lowly nobody who didn't recognize your greatness. Treat me like a fart and let me go. We can sign a master-servant contract. Whenever you need me, I'll be at your beck and call. Miao Hongxiang was going all in this time, even offering a master-servant contract. Any sensible person would know which choice to make. Killing him now would bring more harm than good. Everyone in the Blood Demon Heaven knew he had powerful backing. After signing the contract, Leng Ningshuang would gain significant advantages. While there was indeed bad blood between them, it wasn't a blood feud. Everything could be negotiated. Given sufficient incentives, he didn't believe Leng Ningshuang would resort to murder. I refuse. Miao Hongxiang was stunned into silence. Logically, this shouldn't be happening. He was, after all, a teacher at the Frenzy War Academy. When had he ever been so utterly disrespected? Leng Ningshuang was destined to enter one of the 10 Great Beastmaster Academies. Why invite unnecessary trouble? Big shot, why not reconsider? My brother-in-law is fiercely protective of his own. Joining the Frenzy War Academy guarantees you'll receive excellent treatment. Leng Ningshuang said nothing. With a swift stroke of her blade, she dispatched him. You blew your chance. Take everything of value from him and make it look like a robbery. I'd rather believe in ghosts than trust an old fox like Miao Hongxiang. Heavenly oaths, master-servant contract sounds fancy, but if I really wanted to kill you, there are countless ways. What if we both go down together? Placing a ticking time bomb beside me, the thought alone is terrifying. Why waste time when the most stable solution is at hand? Miao Hongxiang is arrogant and self-important. Death might be the best release for him. Hearing footsteps approaching from afar, Leng Ningshuang swiftly slipped away. When Fang Zhanzhou entered and saw the corpse on the floor, it felt like the sky had fallen. Someone dared to kill Miao Hongxiang. If that overprotective vice dean of the Mad Warrior Academy found out, it would surely spark a bloody storm. No, he must leave this trouble spot immediately. The recent string of assassination attempts made him sense something was terribly wrong. After careful consideration, he decided to send a telepathic message to the 3 others, requesting they open the portal early. He would leave the trouble-ridden bloodshed heaven tomorrow. Survival came first. 100 Cold Frost, pay attention. We're heading to the illusory birth heaven. Everyone, I must now deliver tragic news. Miao Hongxiang has been murdered by treacherous hands. To ensure our safety, I must open the passage ahead of schedule. Is that acceptable? All agreed without objection, though each harbored their own hidden motives. Yanson was the most unsettled. He had recently offended Leng Ningshuang in the secret realm. Why had Miao Hongxiang met his end now? You say this has nothing to do with Leng Ningshuang? I'd never believe that, not in a million years. With no proof, he could only sidestep, maintaining as much distance as possible. The current Leng Ningshuang was far more dangerous than before, having long since shed her former carelessness and underestimation of others. Even the great masters couldn't discern his true identity as a soul stealer. The only possibility was that Leng Ningshuang was also a soul stealer, perhaps one even more terrifyingly powerful than himself. Just thinking about it makes it clear this is someone you can't afford to cross right now. He would head to one of the 10 Great Beastmaster Academies, enroll, and dedicate himself to rigorous training for a while before making any decisions. Leng Ningshuang's brows furrowed deeply. She could clearly sense Yanson's unusual state. It simply didn't make sense. This fellow wasn't exactly a saint, so why would he show such caution? Interesting. Very interesting. It seemed this journey to the illusory heaven held many more surprises. Fang Zhanzhou pulled Leng Ningshuang aside and began probing her. Is the death of Miao Hongxian connected to you? Tell me the truth. Leng Ningshuang looked utterly bewildered, insisting she knew nothing. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's genuinely bewildered expression, Fang Zhanzhou chose to believe her for now. Recognizing her as a rare talent, he couldn't resist offering further advice. Remember, when you go to Huanqing Heaven this time, never choose the Frenzy War Academy. That Vice Dean is extremely protective of his own. If he finds out about the grudge between you, who knows what might happen. It's natural for a prodigy to have pride, but never act impulsively. Bide your time. Once you've grown stronger, anything is possible. Fang Zhanzhou couldn't afford to dwell on such matters now. He only hoped this prodigy wouldn't meet his end so soon. Truthfully, after learning of the Ninth Prince's death yesterday, I examined the wounds closely. All were single, precise throat thrusts. The execution showed no hesitation, clearly the work of a professional. Upon returning and witnessing Miao Hongxian's murder, he nearly died of fright. The rules of the bloodshed heaven wouldn't permit a second realm expert to exist. That powerful figure was definitely no ordinary being. As fellow second realm cultivators, Fang Zhanzhou could say without exaggeration that he stood no chance against that opponent. Earlier, when I deliberately tested Leng Ningshuang, she didn't show a single flaw. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without concrete evidence, the Beastmaster Academy wouldn't dare execute anyone lightly. The problem was that all those fallen experts had deep connections to Leng Ningshuang. He couldn't afford to dwell on that now. Survival came first. He'd already contacted the gatekeeper of the illusory birth heaven. He truly didn't want to get involved in this bloodshed heaven mess. Let them do whatever they pleased. Without a summoning order, that killer couldn't enter the passageway. As for the lower realm talisman, punishment was inevitable later. Survival was all that mattered. Only after confirming Fang Zhanzhou harbored no suspicions did Leng Ningshuang finally breathe a sigh of relief. Never harbor malicious intent, but always remain vigilant. By not revealing the truth, I spared them from being implicated. Sometimes knowing too much only hastens one's demise. Silence can be the greater kindness. Zhan Lingyan approached Leng Ningshuang and voiced his doubts. Who exactly are you? Why does Yanson fear you so much? Leng Ningshuang pulled Yanson closer, their arms casually draped over each other's shoulders. Not at all. See for yourself, we're just fine. Zhan Lingyan shot Leng Ningshuang a skeptical glance. He wasn't buying that nonsense. Knowing she wouldn't tell the truth, he didn't press further. But Yanson was now feeling uneasy, desperate to escape the danger. This woman's background was no simple matter. Staying by her side could lead to unforeseen trouble. For now, he must endure. Bide his time until he grows stronger, then seek revenge. Leng Ningshuang patted Yanson's shoulder. Relax. We're all from the blood demon heaven. Once we enter the Beastmaster Academy, we'll need to help and learn from each other. Relax. Come, follow me and take a deep breath. Yanson asked, did you kill that person? Leng Ningshuang replied softly, yes. It was me. So what? Her words left Yanson speechless. Indeed, what could he possibly do now? He stood no chance in a fight, and without evidence, no one would believe him. Just wait. Once I enter the Blazing Flame Academy, I'll train relentlessly. One day, I'll crush you beneath my feet. Rest assured, I know nothing. Leng Ningshuang couldn't care less. Even if she broadcast it to the world, it wouldn't matter as long as he understood the consequences. It was a blatant warning, and you couldn't do a thing about it. Yanson groveled, swearing solemnly he wouldn't breathe a word. Leng Ningshuang sighed deeply. Why bother? Such intense murderous intent simmering within, yet forced to play the role of a fawning lapdog. You have to admit, these old foxes are ruthless. The truly great don't get bogged down by trivialities. Today, I've seen it firsthand. Fine. Remember what was said today. If I find out you leaked the secret, you'll face the consequences. Yanson nodded and bowed, looking utterly servile. Only after confirming Leng Ningshuang had departed did he finally relax. Once I reach the second realm, victory won't be so certain. Leng Ningshuang, just you wait. The humiliation I suffered today will be repaid 100-fold. Fang Zhanzhou inquired, what were you two talking about just now? Leng Ningshuang brushed it off casually, dismissing it as trivial matters, nothing more than mutual support. She didn't press further. Leng Ningshuang noticed Zhan Lingyan staring intently at her. Had she detected something unusual? This girl was hailed as the heaven-chosen maiden. Perhaps she truly could sense something amiss. Earlier, when testing the waters, she had deliberately diverted attention, yet something still seemed off. It seemed this journey to the heavenly realm was destined to be anything but simple. Who knew what troubles lay ahead? They would surely encounter more prodigies along the way. But it didn't matter, everyone was merely stepping stones for this emperor. Each of the three harbored their own hidden agendas, each calculating their own schemes. Fang Zhanzhou thought that with these three geniuses present, he couldn't simply offset gains with losses, perhaps he could reduce the damage somewhat. Before long, the passageway opened. Gazing at the immense spatial vortex before them, Fang Zhanzhou issued a solemn warning. Remember, do not move or touch anything randomly along the way. Follow this old man's lead. If anything goes wrong, regret will come too late. Stay close to me at all times. Remember that. Zhang Lingyan and Yanson entered the passage without a word. Seeing Leng Ningshuang frozen in place, Fang Zhanzhou immediately called out. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. The spatial passage has a time limit. Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan exchanged glances. The challenge of the bloodshed heaven was over. Illusion heaven, here we come. Enforcer 101, future plans. Phantom birth heaven. Beast master plaza. When Fang Zhanzhou appeared with the others, Li Hu, vice dean of the Frenzy War Academy, promptly arrived to inquire about the situation. Every teacher possessed a soul lamp, yet last night, the lamp representing Miao Hongxian had completely extinguished. This signified Mu Hongxian's death. Such a major incident nearly scared him to death. See? As soon as Fang Zhanzhou returned, he rushed over to inquire about the situation. Upon learning the truth, he nearly exploded with rage. He kicked Fang Zhanzhou right in the face. You useless fool, what good are you? 2 second realm powerhouses went to a place like Blood Slaughter Heaven, had their lower realm talismans stolen, and even killed their own brother-in-law. Did you really think I became this vice dean for nothing? This won't do, I must find a way to restore my dignity. Fang Zhanzhou, do you know your crime? Fang Zhanzhou knelt on the ground, fully aware that passing this ordeal would be exceedingly difficult. Kneeling there, his demeanor was utterly sincere. I admit my guilt. This matter is entirely my fault. Li Hu was beyond reason now, his mind clouded by rage. Knowing your guilt is good. Be more careful next time. A colossal force pressed down on Fang Zhanzhou, nearly suffocating him. Through the haze, he glimpsed his great-grandmother beckoning him. At the critical moment, the enforcers intervened just in time. Deputy Dean Li, the matter today hasn't been fully investigated yet. Committing murder in broad daylight seems rather inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? Give us time to investigate, and we will uncover the truth. Li Hu tried to protest further, but the law enforcer's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. There was no other choice. In the realm of illusion, offending the enforcers was tantamount to courting death. As everyone knows, the illusory birth heaven has 10 great beast master academies, each possessing its own autonomy. Under such circumstances, chaos was bound to erupt, giving rise to the law enforcers. Though there were only 10 enforcers in all of Huanqing Heaven, each possessed the formidable strength of second realm, 9th tier. Precisely because of this, Li Hu had refused to escalate the situation when he saw the warning from the enforcers. He knew the terrifying price of offending these individuals. When they showed you face, they addressed you as vice dean. When they didn't, you were nothing but a dead man. In the illusory birth heaven, might ruled supreme. 9th tier power meant invincibility. Confronting an enforcer head-on? Unless all 10 Beastmaster Academy deans united, a pipe dream. The Beastmaster Academy did indeed monopolize the entire Huanqing Heaven student population, but the cost of a direct confrontation was simply too high. A delicate equilibrium had formed between the two sides, mutual restraint and check, a state that was just right. Li Hu spat out a few threats before turning and walking away without a backward glance. Leng Ningshuang nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that the power checks and balances within the illusory birth realm were exceptionally well designed. They were friends in everyday matters, yet when rules were challenged, they could become bitter rivals. Glancing at Zhou Xuan beside her, she couldn't resist teasing him. Why don't we join the enforcers? I hear they're recruiting new members too. From the current situation, the enforcer's influence seems to be growing stronger. Zhou Xuan stared at Leng Ningshuang before him, utterly baffled how this woman had become empress. The absolute ruler of the 8th world, how could she make such a joke? Our sole target this time is the Heavenly Dao Academy. The rest of those academies aren't even worth considering. I've heard the founder of the Heaven's Way Academy once slew an ancient divine dragon. Their treasured artifact is the ancient dragon's bones. If we could absorb and refine it, our strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically. Leng Ningshuang realized Zhou Xuan was truly bold. Before even entering the Tian Dao Academy, he was already scheming to seize the ancient dragon bone. What next, trying to reach the heavens? But then she thought, Zhou Xuan genuinely needed the aid of high-grade dragon bones now. Securing them would greatly benefit their future path. After reviewing the details, the enforcer confiscated Fang Zhanzhou's lower realm symbol. They ordered him to remain at home during this period, strictly forbidding any attempts to flee. Failure to comply would result in immediate execution as a deserter. Fang Zhanzhou hastily nodded in agreement. Once satisfied, the enforcer hurried back to dispatch investigators. There was no other option. This matter was exceptionally grave, already impacting potential future events. The Nether Realm artifact is of utmost importance. If it falls into the hands of the Blood Demon Heaven faction, it could easily upset the balance. The purpose of creating the Nether Realm symbol was to provide some measure of safety for those from higher realms venturing into lower ones. Now, however, it nearly caused a catastrophe. If this matter is not handled properly, it will be nothing short of a disaster for Bloodshed Heaven. The entire Bloodshed Heaven would face a storm of bloodshed. The stakes were too high. This matter demanded serious attention. After confirming his temporary safety, Feng Zhanzhou finally exhaled in relief. Surviving in these times was no easy feat. Fortunately, the enforcers had arrived in time, saving his life. Gazing at the three before him, his heart swelled with mixed emotions. Sigh. According to the plan, aside from Mulat, the remaining geniuses still had a chance to enter the illusory heaven. But plans change unexpectedly. He must leave the Bloodshed Heaven immediately, so he decides to abandon them. With these three geniuses in tow, the mission was essentially accomplished. Remember, avoid any conflicts with the locals. Tomorrow, the 10 Great Beast Master Academies will hold their recruitment. Simply choose the academy that suits you best. Go back and rest well, conserve your energy, and prepare for tomorrow's great battle. After returning to her room and confirming no one was eavesdropping, Leng Ningshuang hastily summoned Zhou Xuan. She was deeply troubled by the matter of the lower realm symbol. Tomorrow's talent assessment would reveal the truth. What would she do then? The most critical issue was that the lower realm symbol had become a hot potato. If she couldn't resolve such a thorny issue, surviving tomorrow was far from certain. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's worries, Zhou Xuan dismissed them entirely. With a wave of his hand, he stowed the lower realm symbol into his spatial pocket. Come on, he was a noble demon dragon, after all. Couldn't he handle something like this? As for suppressing his cultivation realm? Child's play. Suppressing the fundamental rules of the realm was indeed impossible in the Blood Slaughter Heaven, but this was the Illusion Birth Heaven. With cultivation levels capped at the second realm, transforming a third realm cultivator into a first realm one was child's play. Don't forget our good brother Jun Xiong. He left behind quite a few treasures before departing. Among them was a pill that could actively lower one's cultivation level. With only 3 days to be seen, it was more than enough time to accomplish many things. Leng Ningshuang hadn't expected the troubling issue to be resolved so effortlessly. Zhou Xuan solemnly cautioned, remember, tomorrow you must demonstrate your worth. You only get one shot. Apart from the Heaven's Way Academy, the other academy is practically useless, a complete waste of time. Leng Ningshuang assured him she would give it her all. The Heavenly Dao Academy was exceptionally strict, admitting students solely based on innate talent and serendipity. Many geniuses, lacking the necessary fate, ultimately had to choose other academies. As dawn broke, Leng Ningshuang slowly opened her eyes, hoping this plan would succeed smoothly. The 102 deans gathered to select their instructors. 10 elders clad in distinct robes slowly appeared upon the elevated platform. They were the deans of the 10 Great Beast Master Academies, each possessing the formidable strength of second realm, 9th tier. Word had spread that 3 terrifying prodigies from the Blood Slaughter Heaven were present, and everyone was eager to see if they lived up to the legends. Yanson stepped forward first, and the testing stone quickly displayed the results. Yanson, age 17, first realm, 8th tier. Spirit Pet, Flaming Dragon Python King, innate fire attribute. The sight of the young man before him instantly energized the headmaster of the Blazing Flame Academy. Reaching the 8th tier of the first realm at 17 was no small feat. Coupled with possessing a top-tier spirit pet like the Flaming Dragon Python King, his future potential was boundless. Those who became deans were all geniuses, yet even among geniuses, there were gaps. He knew he himself would never reach the realm of immortality, but the young man before him, Yanson, certainly could. With terrifying innate talent and a spirit pet that defied the heavens, it was no exaggeration to say Yanson's future accomplishments would be nothing short of extraordinary. Gentlemen, he pleaded, this youth holds a special connection to our Blazing Flame Academy. Might you grant me this favor? The other deans felt resentment, yet none dared to voice further objections. After all, Blazing Academy ranks second among Beastmaster Academies, and this man was a madman. Offending him could spell certain death, and not the pleasant kind. Besides, there were still 2 more candidates to go. He was just one prodigy. What harm could it do to grant his request? If we could beat him, we wouldn't be so humiliated. Ha! Fine, if no one objects, then this old man Yanson will take him. Wang Liang, dean of Blazing Flame Academy, gazed at Yanson before him with particular satisfaction. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a terrifying flame within the boy's mind, one that suppressed his own flames. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Youngster, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? I can't promise anything else, but within 100 years, I guarantee you'll break through to the third realm and ascend to the eternal heaven for cultivation. What do you say? Yanson didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately agreed. Seeing Yanson's response, Wang Liang wasted no time in presenting the identity token of a direct disciple. Disciple, he said, with this token, you are now officially mine. As the old saying goes, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. While our Blazing Flame Academy may lack in other areas, when it comes to protecting our own, we're quite the authority. Let me make this clear, in battles against peers, coming to me won't help if you lose. But if anyone dares to bully you just because they're older, hit them right back. Our Blazing Flame Academy's rules are simple: if you're in the wrong, you'll get 3 strikes. If you're in the right, I'm unbeatable. Got it? Yanson hastily pledged he wouldn't disappoint his master's expectations. Before coming, I'd heard Blazing Flame Academy was full of thick-skinned brutes with dim wits. Seeing it now, those rumors weren't exaggerated. It's exactly like that. Damn, to say something like that in front of everyone like that now, that's impressive. But it's good. Having someone like that backing us up saves a lot of trouble. He turned to Leng Ningshuang beside him, challenging her with his gaze. So you think you're hot stuff? So what? From now on, the gap between us will only widen. Once we enter the Blazing Flame Academy, we'll slowly brainwash those boars until they're completely on our side. With so many powerful allies, then, we'll tear Leng Ningshuang to pieces. Zhou Xuan nearly laughed himself silly. That guy was clearly seething with resentment. Maybe I should find time to teach him a lesson. That guy really is asking for a beating. Leng Ningshuang noticed Zhou Xuan's mouth was just asking to be slapped, always rubbing salt in the wound. After all, he was a soul stealer. An old fox like Yanson would likely catch up quickly once he entered the Blazing Flame Academy. Well, pressure breeds motivation. She was actually looking forward to seeing just how much excitement this would bring. Leng Ningshuang gave him a thumbs up, then pointed straight down. This instantly set Yanson's temper ablaze. It was nothing short of blatant provocation. Fine, just you wait. Once my cultivation soars, you'll be the first I take down. Zhang Lingyan stepped onto the platform as the testing stone glowed. Zhang Lingyan, age 16, 1st realm, 9th tier. Spirit pet, Crimson Blood War Dragon. Upon learning of Zhang Lingyan's details, the dean's eyes widened in disbelief. Initially, they were displeased to learn only 3 geniuses remained for this blood slaughter heaven trial. But Zhang Lingyan's appearance instantly revived their spirits. By any means necessary, they must secure her. After all, a Crimson Blood War Dragon was an exceptionally powerful spirit pet. A pure-blooded dragon attribute top-tier spirit pet. Once contracted, it could grant its host terrifying combat prowess. Most crucially, it could continuously heal wounds during battle. If you couldn't finish it off in one strike, you'd be worn down to death. Deans from various academies offered their most sincere proposals, only to be flatly rejected by Zhang Lingyan. Her target was the Frenzy War Academy. The Frenzy War Academy possessed numerous secret techniques vital to her early cultivation stages. Li Zhantian was also delighted. Just yesterday, the Vice Dean had grumbled about upholding justice, only for this turn of events to unfold. His discontent vanished instantly. In this day and age, who would dare cross a genius? Only someone with a screw loose. Very well. From this day forward, you are my disciple, Li Zhantian. Wang Liang, standing nearby, felt a twinge of reluctance. Such promising talent handing her over felt like a waste. Ahem. Interested in joining our Blazing Flame Academy? Rest assured, all benefits and perks are identical to those at Yanson Academy. Just ask for whatever cultivation resources you need. And when it comes to sparring, our Blazing Flame Academy fighters pack a serious punch. Don't worry about cultivation techniques, just snatch them straight from the Frenzy War Academy. Hearing this, Li Zhantian grew anxious. Damn it! This was like getting slapped in the face. If they really got snatched away, wouldn't he be laughed to death if word got out? Mr. Wang, didn't you just say you wouldn't meddle in our affairs? Now you're backtracking. That's a bit inappropriate, don't you think? Everything must follow the rules. You can't just make things up as you go along. Besides, Zhang Lingyan already said she wanted to join our Mad War Academy. With so many people watching, you can't possibly be trying to back out now. Wang Liang thought exactly that these days, might makes right, and he wanted to see what the other guy could do about it. If you don't agree, let's settle it with a fight and see who's tougher. Li Zhantian was furious. Fight it out? He wasn't afraid of anyone. As the tension between the two sides escalated to the brink of conflict, Xiao Yaozi, the dean of the Tiandao Academy, suddenly spoke up. Enough. Rules are rules. If someone wants to go there, they go there. The two deans quickly agreed. They knew full well how severe this seemingly mild-mannered fellow's wrath could be. Obey quietly and you might live a few more days. Otherwise, get ready to spend your days bedridden, nursing your wounds. After accepting Zhang Lingyan as his disciple, Li Zhantian's entire demeanor shifted. For years, the two great beast master academies had been like oil and water. Now, he could finally gain an edge through his disciples. Zhang Lingyan had secured second place, while Yanson had only managed third. Under the gaze of the crowd, the first-place candidate, Leng Ningshuang, slowly approached the testing platform. 103 strong test, successfully accepted as disciple. Leng Ningshuang, 1 realm, 9 realms. Spirit pet, unknown dragon king, possessing fire, demon, and dragon attributes. The test results left everyone utterly astonished. A mysterious spirit pet possessing 3 attributes and of Dragon King caliber, no less, had never been seen before. It was simply unbelievable. To have secured it as a disciple meant that, without exaggeration, the future belonged to the realm of immortals, perhaps even beyond. Several deans fought fiercely over her, especially Li Zhantian and Wang Liang, who even put their life savings on the line. They knew this girl, once nurtured, would become a formidable force. Watching from afar, Feng Zhanzhou sighed deeply. No wonder she looked down on this old geezer. A future dragon-level spirit pet, possessing 3 innate attributes, such a beast master's potential was beyond imagination. How absurd to have ever dreamed of becoming her teacher. What a sin, what a sin. Well, this was for the best. It was clear the deans were highly satisfied with the 3 geniuses from Bloodshed Heaven. Perhaps this misstep might even lighten his punishment considerably. The deans were practically willing to empty their coffers. With such top-tier talents, investing an entire academy's resources into them would be a surefire win. Which Beastmaster Academy would they choose? Each offered their finest resources, desperate for their endorsement. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's unmoved expression, Wang Liang grew impatient. Young lady, speak up. Name what you desire. Within our means, we shall grant it. Leng Ningshuang spoke up. An ancient dragon bone, would that be acceptable? The moment those words left her lips, the entire room fell silent. Truly, the young are fearless. She dares to say anything. Her audacity is remarkable. The last person who uttered such words had their corpse flogged hundreds of times. What a pity. Such promising talent, who knows how much longer she'll survive. Zhao, dean of the Heavenly Way Academy, slowly opened his eyes. You say you want the ancient dragon bone? Do you realize it is the treasured artifact of our Tian Dao Academy? Before Leng Ningshuang arrived, she had already done her research and knew its value well. That thing is lifeless, while my future holds limitless potential. Exchanging a lifeless relic for a peerless genius? A surefire win. Even Wang Liang holds her in special admiration. This little girl is incredibly bold. Across the entire Huanqing heaven, who doesn't know how terrifying Xiao Yaozi is? He usually acts all carefree and playful, but when he gets serious, he shows no mercy. Youth has its perks. She could be so arrogant, relying on her ignorance. Zhao Yaozi hadn't expected this girl to possess such audacity, but his Tian Dao Academy wasn't some place for just any Tom, Dick, or Harry to bully at will. Poof! An overwhelming aura descended, crushing everyone present until they could barely breathe. Cold Frost, unable to withstand the pressure, was about to kneel and surrender when Zhou Xuan intervened just in time, forcibly stabilizing her and preventing her from collapsing. Zhao Yaozi stared in utter disbelief. Ordinary spirit pets didn't possess independent thought at this stage. Yet this unknown Dragon King before him knew to protect its master autonomously, utterly baffling. With so many witnesses present today, failing to offer any explanation would invite ridicule beyond measure. Xiao Xiaoyao unleashed his cultivation, pushing his second realm peak strength to its absolute limit. Leng Ningshuang gritted her teeth and resisted the urge to kneel. 3 breaths felt like 3 years, each one agonizingly slow. This won't do. I must hurry and strengthen myself. When has this empress ever been humiliated like this? Once my power returns, I'll find a way to settle this score. Zhao Yaozi waved his hand, and only then did the crowd dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Leng Ningshuang, enter the Heavenly Dao Academy and become my core disciple. As for the ancient dragon bone, it shall be yours the day you defeat me and become the new headmaster of the Heavenly Path Academy. There is no other way. Leng Ningshuang nodded her agreement. Xiao Yaozi left behind a token, instructing her to report tomorrow. Before departing, he glanced at Zhou Xuan, suspended mid-air, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from him. That terror emanating from the depths of his soul, a sensation he had only ever felt in the presence of that ancient divine dragon. And this aura was even more intense. Perhaps in the near future, this little brat before him might truly become a legend. For now, she must focus diligently on her cultivation, guarding against arrogance and impatience, ensuring nothing disrupts her progress. Zhou Xuan spoke up. That old man isn't simple. He seems to have noticed something unusual about us. Should we still enter the Heavenly Path Academy? Something feels off about this place. Leng Ningshuang hadn't anticipated such thoughts. After all, she was the Empress of the 8th World, and Zhou Xuan was a top-tier dragon. What was there to fear from a minor setback? We'll meet force with force, water with earth, just stay vigilant. It's no big deal. Leng Ningshuang examined the token in her hand, sensing a faint trace of Dao essence emanating from it. That such an item existed in a lowly world like the illusory birth heaven suggested many unknown mysteries still needed unraveling. Feng Zhanzhou was so excited he was jumping up and down. Who else? With this achievement, even the enforcers wouldn't dare act rashly. After all, the Celestial Path Academy currently had only a little over 20 students, all true prodigies. Now, the genius brought from Bloodslaughter Heaven had successfully joined the Heavenly Dao Academy and gained Xiao Yaozi's recognition. As their mentor, his status would rise accordingly. Now, even if that brother-in-law of Miao Hongxiang wanted to frame him, he'd have to think twice about the consequences. Leng Ningshuang truly delivered too many surprises, making her utterly unpredictable. Earlier, when Fang Zhanzhou braced against Xiao Yaozi's aura, he nearly died of fright. Even at the periphery, the terror was palpable, how much more so for Leng Ningshuang at the core? 3 breaths new students couldn't endure it, and even among the seniors, only a handful could withstand it. Fang Zhanzhou was certain the future Cold Frost would be no ordinary figure. Currying favor with her now was undoubtedly wise. As for offending Cold Frost? That would be downright insane. Joking aside, did anyone really think the name Tiandao Academy was given in vain? Among the 10 Beastmaster Academies, Tiandao Academy's students were the most mysterious. Yet every time they emerged, they brought carnage and bloodshed that was their reputation. Back in her room, Leng Ningshuang examined the token closely, feeling something indescribable. When Zhou Xuan examined it, he was stunned. No way. That place must be shrouded in secrets. He pulled out the lower realm symbol and quickly discovered the connection between the two. It seemed the lower realm talisman was indeed the work of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Interesting. Very interesting. How did they even conceive of something that could obscure the heavenly secrets? I have a feeling the Heavenly Dao Academy holds many more secrets. We absolutely must go investigate thoroughly and uncover what's really going on. Leng Ningshuang nodded in agreement. Truth be told, he was also curious about what kind of place it was. Wonder what beast riding skills my esteemed master could teach me. Hopefully, it'll bring some unexpected rewards. The grandson of Dean 104? No mercy. No sooner had they arrived at the Heavenly Way Academy than several people blocked their path. We hear you're quite the hothead, they sneered. Standing up to the Dean's 3 breath pressure right in front of everyone. Must admit you've got some skills, but don't forget this is Tiandao Academy, we've never been short on geniuses. Let me introduce myself, Li Xuan. My grandfather is none other than the legendary Xiao Yaozi. From now on, be my underling. I'll make sure you live in luxury. Leng Ningshuang had no time to waste on them. His primary goal now was to investigate the anomalies at the Tiandao Academy. Wasting time on such a clown is utterly pointless. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the path. Hearing this, Li Xuan nearly lost his temper and lashed out. To call yourself a dog? You're one of a kind. No way, gotta find a way to redeem myself. What are you all standing around for? Charge! Li Xuan's henchmen were all around the second realm, 3rd tier, their strength was terrifying. Logically, this should have been a one-sided battle. Who could have imagined they'd end up getting pushed back instead? With Zhou Xuan's assistance, those minions were swiftly eliminated. Leng Ningshuang stepped before Li Xuan. Well, got anything else to say now? Li Xuan was nearly scared out of his wits. How could a freshman possess such terrifying combat prowess? Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Xuan suddenly lunged forward, clamping his hand tightly around Li Xuan's throat. The situation shifted in an instant, leaving the minor thugs too stunned to speak. Zhou Xuan intended to force Xiao Yaozi into a crisis, testing how long that old fox could hold out. Every move of the Heavenly Dao Academy was under the old fox's watchful eye. He surely knew what was happening now. As the pressure on his throat intensified, Li Xuan felt suffocation closing in. Unable to endure any longer, he shouted, "Grandfather, save me." Xiao Yaozi sighed deeply, waved his hand, and rescued Li Xuan. Leng Ningshuang was visibly displeased. "Dean, regarding today's incident, might I request a reasonable explanation?" She deliberately avoided addressing him as master to gauge his reaction. Xiao Yaozi began his explanation. "My apologies. This matter was indeed my fault. I offer my sincerest apology." After speaking, he bowed deeply to Leng Ningshuang. Li Xuan, standing nearby, was stunned into silence. His grandfather was a formidable powerhouse of the Wanqing heaven, yet here he was, displaying such humility. Recalling the earlier incident, it felt like a slap in the face. Seeing Leng Ningshuang remain silent, Xiao Yaozi understood the implication. "Apologize. Quickly." Li Xuan threw a tantrum, refusing to budge. "Grandpa, the one who nearly died just now was your grandson." A single glance from Xiao Yaozi sent Li Xuan into a panic. "I'm sorry." Leng Ningshuang patted Li Xuan on the head. "Never mind. Who would get angry at a child? Want some candy?" Li Xuan clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his inner turmoil, and replied he wouldn't have any for now. "This grudge is settled for today. Just you wait, I'll find a way to get my revenge." Once only the master and disciple remained, Leng Ningshuang spoke first. "We're all intelligent people and don't want to waste time. If you want me to stay at the Celestial Path Academy, you must agree to 3 conditions. First, I don't want anyone disrupting my cultivation rhythm with excessive guidance. Addressing each other as master and disciple is acceptable. Second, I require resources. Half of the entire Tiandao Academy's annual resources must be allocated to me. Of course, anyone who disagrees can challenge me to a duel. If they win, they get everything. Third, the Heavenly Dao symbol remains in my possession. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's demands, Xiao Yaozi didn't hesitate for a moment and agreed outright. Tian Dao Academy's rule was that there were no rules. As long as no one died, everything was negotiable. The core principle was laissez-faire governance, free-range cultivation. As for forfeiting half the cultivation resources, while it would draw discontent, it was the surest path to advancing one's cultivation. The heavenly Dao symbol needed no further explanation. That thing was forged by his own hand, so naturally he could sense its aura. It all came down to whether he wanted to escalate matters. Leng Ningshuang's talent was terrifying. She could beat those at the second realm, third stage into submission with her own second realm, first stage strength. One could only imagine how terrifying her talent truly was. Don't be fooled by the sycophants fawning over that grandson outside, they're not true geniuses. Yet still, they get beaten so badly they can't even lift their heads. The more she fought across realms, the more surprises Leng Ningshuang would bring in the future. It was truly becoming more and more intriguing. Here are the resources you requested, all stored in this storage ring. Handle it with care, don't damage it. There's only one like this in the entire Tian Dao Academy. It's extremely precious. Just as Xiao Yaozi was about to explain its usage to Leng Ningshuang, who could have predicted she would instantly complete the master-slave binding. Interesting. Truly interesting. This person hails from the blood demon heaven, truly no ordinary being. Storage rings are items ordinary people have never even seen. They're extremely rare treasures even in the illusory birth heaven. While others might possess usage rights, Leng Ningshuang managed to complete the master binding process, making it entirely her personal property. Whether recruiting her into the Celestial Path Academy would prove a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. Very well. You truly live up to being my disciple. Rest assured, I won't meddle in your affairs. When you break through to the second realm, 9th tier, you're welcome to come challenge me. Young man, if you desire the ancient dragon bone, you must grow stronger. With that, Xiao Yaozi vanished in a flash. Leng Ningshuang was certain it wouldn't be long before she achieved that. With the reborn Empress and a top-tier spirit pet, her strength would skyrocket after reaching the second realm. Without exaggeration, within a decade at most, anything was possible. Surveying the boundless resources before her, Leng Ningshuang felt immense joy. The only drawback was the storage ring's pitifully small capacity, a mere 10 square meters, barely enough to fill a tooth gap. It was understandable that such treasures were rare in this low-tier world. After summoning Zhou Xuan, the two began their joint cultivation efforts. They swiftly broke through to the second realm, second stage. Strangely, this breakthrough felt remarkably smooth, devoid of the previous discomfort. She quickly voiced her suspicions. This place isn't ordinary. It feels like a small world. The Heavenly Dao Academy truly had grand ambitions. Creating something like this within a secret realm was nothing short of astonishing. Zhou Xuan nodded earnestly in agreement. Indeed, the Tian Dao Academy was truly formidable. As everyone knows, creating a minor world consumes terrifying amounts of manpower and resources. In their previous lives, they were powerful figures who could turn the world upside down at will. Creating one would have been simple. The problem was that this was the illusory heaven realm, belonging to the lower three realms, where resources were extremely scarce. To create something this remarkable under such circumstances was truly no small feat. The Tian Dao Academy is indeed formidable. Tomorrow, I'll explore other places to see if there's anything that can enhance my bloodline. But think carefully, a storage ring that flashes like that will only invite constant attention. Leng Ningshuang unleashed her aura, striking down any foe that dared to approach, showing no mercy. 105. Calamity flows eastward, shadows madness. After reaching the second realm, she could now engage in true combat with her spirit pet. News of Leng Ningshuang acquiring a storage ring sent shockwaves throughout the entire Tian Dao Academy. Everyone was itching for a fight, determined to claim the storage ring for themselves. After all, that item was no ordinary possession. As the top-ranked academy among the 10 great Beast Master Academies, Tian Dao Academy possessed countless cultivation resources each year. Competition among Beast Master Academies was already fierce, but with this news, all eyes turned to seizing the storage ring. Who wouldn't covet such a prized possession? Learning that grandfather had entrusted the storage ring to Li Su nearly drove him mad with frustration. I'd asked for that thing countless times, only to come up empty-handed every single time. Now this little brat Leng Ningshuang had only been here a few days and was already receiving such favor, utterly unbelievable. No matter what, he had to find a way to redeem himself. He couldn't let himself be led by the nose. Glancing at his subordinate beside him, an idea immediately formed in his mind. Spread the word, whoever can kill Leng Ningshuang's spirit pet will have 3 wishes granted. Hearing this, Li Erdu, the subordinate beside him, nearly scared himself to death. If her spirit pet was killed, Leng Ningshuang would be ruined for life. Even if she contracted another spirit pet later, she wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. For a beast master, the very first spirit pet they contract is of utmost importance. It's practically their lifeline. This was clearly an attempt to destroy her completely. If anything went wrong, they couldn't afford to offend her. Boss, Leng Ningshuang's spirit pet is terrifying. It's an unknown dragon king with 3 attributes, we can't kill it. Li Shuran kicked him and unleashed a torrent of scolding. You useless fool. What good are you if you can't grasp such a basic principle? If we can't take it on openly, we'll have to go undercover. Have you forgotten how terrifying that guy from our Tian Dao Academy is? Li Ergu still trembled at the memory of that monster. Over the years, everyone who crossed him ended up dead as a doornail. If the monster really gets involved, Leng Ningshuang is as good as dead. Got it, boss. I'll get right on it. Li Shuran nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. No matter what, certain people must die. Leng Ningshuang, you claim to be invincible under heaven. Now we'll see if you can withstand this move. Li Erdu summoned his courage and made his way to a mountain cave. That monster liked to dwell in places like this. Coming here was a shot in the dark. Anyone there? Before he could finish speaking, a dagger pressed against his throat. Caught off guard, Li Ergu immediately raised his hands in surrender. Spare me, sir. I have vital intelligence to report. The dean handed the storage ring to a new recruit who had just joined our academy. A wave of murderous intent washed over him from behind, forcing Li Ergu to frantically kneel and beg for mercy. Boss, I'm just a messenger. Don't kill me. Staring at the shadow before him, Li Ergu's legs still trembled uncontrollably. There was no helping it, this figure was simply too terrifying. Having entered the Heaven's Path Academy 50 years ago, he was virtually unmatched under heaven. Below the 5th tier, I am invincible. Above the 5th tier, it's 1 for 1. Unfortunately, his mental state was unstable, and he often lost control. The dean couldn't bear to waste such promising talent, yet didn't want him harming others, so he was confined here to cultivate in seclusion. All it takes is my big mouth spouting off some half-baked idea, and if I end up stuck here permanently, it'd be a case of losing more than I gain. I'd rather live a few more days. Am I that terrifying? Li Ergu shook his head frantically, insisting I wasn't. Joking aside, the last person who crossed shadow met a fate too gruesome to describe. Not a single word could be misplaced, lest it bring utter ruin. What's the deal with the storage ring? Seeing an opening, Li Erdu quickly began his introduction. Her name was Leng Ningshuang, possessing the strength of the second realm, first segment. Shadow clamped his hand tightly around Li Ergu's throat. What? You think I'm clueless? That I'm so easy to fool? First stage, second realm strength? Why don't you just fly to the moon? Li Ergu hastily assured her it was the truth, no deception. During yesterday's clash, he could sense Leng Ningshuang's aura, no doubt about it. Shadow still sensed something was off. Tell me, he demanded, why did that hypocrite Li Shuran send you to find me? Li Ergu nearly scared himself to death. Oh crap, he'd forgotten Shadow was a guy who held grudges like crazy. Back then, he just called him a sewer rat, stinking and disgusting, and Shadow had held it against him ever since. He'd been targeted for assassination multiple times. If not for the protective amulet the dean had given him, who knows how he'd have met his end. Now that the past was being dug up again, he certainly didn't want to get dragged into it. Big shot, I'm just a small fry. I'm not worth your trouble. Please, spare my life. Shadow remained silent, summoning the blood mantis instead. Any business you have, take it up with my blood mantis. Seeing the spirit pet appear out of nowhere, Li Erdu got goosebumps all over. Without another word, he bolted straight for the exit. Watching the man's reaction, Shadow nearly laughed himself silly. Old friend, so you're this terrifying. The blood-red mantis waved its claws, clearly displeased. Shadow was born for battle. In recent times, the hottest figure at the entire Tian Dao Academy was undoubtedly Leng Ningshuang. A blood demon heaven cultivator who, at such a young age, possessed a dragon king tier spirit pet with triple attributes: fire, dragon, and demon. Such a formidable opponent deserved a proper spar to see who was stronger. As for those who had been injured or crippled before, Shadow considered it only natural. Battle was no child's play, it was always a matter of life and death. Losers deserved to be trampled underfoot by the victors. A bit of brutality is entirely understandable, especially since the blood mantis is unique. It could continuously enhance its bloodline by absorbing the blood of other spirit pets. Li Ergu claimed defeating Leng Ningshuang and killing her spirit pet would be pointless. Imprisoning it and squeezing every last drop of value out of it is the most correct decision. The blood mantis craves top-tier spirit pets, absorbing their blood to elevate its bloodline rank. Being absorbed by an infinitely growing blood mantis is nothing short of a rare blessing for them. After stagnating at the second realm, 5th tier for so many years, it was time to advance further. Once he possessed overwhelming power, who would dare look down on him? Then, he would kill anyone who stood in his way, even if they were a Buddha. Leng Ningshuang was merely a stepping stone. His true goal lay in the eternal heaven, that higher realm. Leng Ningshuang was the first. After her, he would challenge every genius from the 10 great beast master academies. Once he possessed sufficient power, a place like the illusory birth heaven wouldn't hold him back. Old friend, interested in continuing the fight? The blood-colored mantis danced with excitement. Battle exhilarating. Seeing his spirit pet's reaction, Shadow smiled with satisfaction. In the dead of night, he quietly approached Cold Frost's quarters to ambush her. The moment the door opened, a dagger plunged toward her heart. 106 assassination attempt, hidden identity. Fortunately, Leng Ningshuang twisted her body just in time, successfully evading the attack. Good grief, for such an incident to occur within the Heaven's Path Academy, it seems some people's audacity knows no bounds. Who are you? The Shadow spoke, the one who came to kill you. Shadow relished the sensation of an opponent attacking with everything they had. The gap in cultivation levels left Leng Ningshuang overwhelmed by the Shadow's relentless assault. Zhou Xuan intervened just in time. As the blood-colored mantis prepared to strike, it sensed an overwhelming aura and instantly collapsed to its knees, unable to move. Shadow watched the scene unfold, utterly astonished. Could this really be possible? After all, the blood mantis had undergone multiple bloodline evolutions, capable of rivaling top-tier spirit pets. Yet now it was being overwhelmed. This proved the terrifying might of the Dragon King before them. If they could consume its blood, their future strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically. Young lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am Shadow, a student of the Celestial Path Academy. Hand over that Dragon King willingly, and today's incident will be forgiven. Persist in your folly, and I guarantee you'll meet a miserable end. Cold Frost snorted coldly. Until the very last moment, victory was far from certain. She launched relentless attacks, seeking a breakthrough, but to Shadow, these probing maneuvers were nothing but a waste of time. There were several realms separating them. So what if you're a genius? Geniuses are a dime a dozen these days. Leng Ningshuang hadn't anticipated such a formidable foe. While she could easily fight opponents several realms above her now, the person before her was terrifyingly powerful. The gap in cultivation levels was starkly evident. A head-on clash would lead to nothing good. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to stall for time, buying an opportunity for Zhou Xuan. As far as I know, killing isn't permitted within the academy grounds, right? Spirit pets are the lifeblood of beast tamers, it's simply forbidden. Shadow burst into laughter, astonished that such naive individuals still existed. Rules are made by people. Even the headmaster wouldn't be held accountable as long as no one died. My blood-colored mantis can absorb blood, gradually converting it into bloodline power. Just a little blood, it won't kill anyone. Zhou Xuan suddenly struck, crushing the blood mantis under his foot. Sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear you. Shadow could distinctly sense the blood mantis's terror. Logically, this shouldn't be possible. Why was it reacting this way? Spirit pets were indeed the focal point for beast tamers. Their fortunes rose and fell together. The problem was that certain bloodline suppressions between spirit pets were unalterable. Anyway, Leng Ningshuang had already resolved to go down fighting. Now it was just a matter of who would have the last laugh. Senior, hurry up and act. It won't resist at all. Hearing this, Shadow nearly choked on his anger, yet he couldn't find a way to counter it. Listen to this, is this even human speech? He wanted to attack back, but the problem was that if anything happened to the blood mantis, he'd surely be implicated. Clever girl, release the blood mantis, and today's incident will be forgotten. Seeing Shadow still daring to threaten, he shot a glance at Zhou Xuan beside him. Zhou Xuan understood immediately and stomped down hard, causing the blood mantis to howl in agony. Hearing his spirit pet's pitiful cries for mercy, Shadow froze, unsure how to respond. Fine, you're ruthless. This time I'll concede defeat, but just you wait for next time. Just as he prepared to leave, Leng Ningshuang blocked his path. Think you can just walk away? Not so fast. Sever one of your arms, or the blood mantis dies. Shadow was furious. Who dared act so brazenly these days? The Heaven's Path Academy wouldn't tolerate such arrogance. Just as he prepared to strike, he remembered the blood mantis was still in the other's grasp. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to agree. A grudge was now settled. Next time they met, he would kill him. By the way, who hired you? Fill in the details, and it'll be good for everyone. Shadow had truly lost both his wife and his army, this time a colossal loss. Li Xuan, go find him. Upon learning Li Xuan was behind the trouble again, Leng Ningshuang resolved to teach him a lesson. Good grief, his audacity just keeps growing. Just because he's the dean's grandson, he thinks he can act so brazenly? Anyway, the dean had said before that as long as no one dies, it's fine. The price for crossing me is death. If I don't cripple you, I'll change the character for cold to its reverse. Shadow just wanted to get out of this trouble-ridden place as fast as possible. He needed to hurry back and tend to his injuries. The severed arm was still fresh, there was a chance it could be reattached. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back to rest. Leng Ningshuang cautioned, remember this, it's the first and last time. Don't come looking for trouble. Next time we meet, if you dare pull such petty tricks again bullying the weak, I won't hesitate to send you straight to hell. Shadow could only slink away in defeat. Zhou Xuan couldn't help but mutter, how can you be so kind? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? What if something really happens? We should have killed him just now. Leng Ningshuang shot Zhou Xuan a withering look. That man is no ordinary foe. Didn't you see his eyes turn crimson when he lost his temper? If we'd clashed head-on today, we wouldn't have gained much advantage. Trying to fight a 5th-tier second realm opponent with our 2nd-tier second realm strength would be a losing battle. Besides, he already got what he deserved. Zhou Xuan felt a sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. Right. I know who he is, a member of the Blood Demon clan. Leng Ningshuang suddenly understood. No wonder his recovery abilities were so formidable. His spirit pet must absorb blood to level up. If he's from the Blood Demon clan, everything makes sense. The ruler of the 6th world, Sea of Suffering, was a member of the Blood Demon clan. For them to appear in the 2nd world now was simply unbelievable. Enough. Why overthink it? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Knowing their race was enough. Blood demons feared fire. He'd simply use flames against them when the time came. Zhou Xuan nodded earnestly, agreeing with this approach. Don't be fooled by the Blood Demon clan's claim of immortality. Breaking through their defenses is actually quite simple. Employing high-grade flames would effortlessly dissolve them. Given the current situation, Shadow truly was an invaluable test of one's skills. Alas, the Blood Demon clan is inherently bloodthirsty. Over the years, countless powerful beings have fallen at their hands. Were it not for the unique environment of the Sea of Suffering, they would have been exterminated long ago. The shadow before us has not yet fully awakened. Once it reaches the 3rd realm, its power will surge dramatically. At that point, it will be able to absorb others' cultivation and convert it for its own use. In this process, it will gradually lose its sense of self. This is precisely why infighting among the Blood Demon clan becomes particularly severe after they reach adulthood. How intriguing that such a prodigy could emerge from a minor academy like the Celestial Path Academy. Most crucially, the headmaster tacitly approves of this. Just how many secrets lie hidden within? Li Xuan has gone too far. He must be taught a lesson. Without rules, there can be no order. The first step is to make an example of the dean's grandson. 107 Dragon Essence Blood severely punish Li Xuan. Li Xuan was still asleep in his bed when Leng Ningshuang kicked the door open. Seeing Leng Ningshuang appear unharmed, Li Xuan felt a moment of disbelief before quickly regaining his composure. Staying up all night, breaking into someone's home, is that fun? Apologize. You must apologize for what happened today. She grabbed Li Xuan by the hair and slammed him hard onto the table. An apology, huh? I'll give you one. Pretty impressive, huh? You even had someone attempt an assassination. Why not just fly to the moon? You think having someone backing you lets you do whatever you want? How about we test that theory? Li Xuan sensed something was off and softened his tone considerably. About those things you mentioned. I really have no idea what's going on. How about this? Give me 3 days. I'll get to the bottom of it and guarantee the truth comes out. Leng Ningshuang snorted coldly. Is the truth really that important? Li Xuan could tell that no matter what he said today, the other party wouldn't let it go. Shadow was no useless piece of trash. He usually acted arrogant and overbearing, giving off an aura that kept people at arm's length. Who would have thought he'd be such a failure, unable to handle even this? No way. I absolutely cannot die here today. Don't forget this is the Way of Heaven Academy. My grandfather is the headmaster. With that kind of backing, would they dare lay a finger on me? Leng Ningshuang nodded solemnly. They would. With that, she lunged forward. Li Xuan froze, slumping against the wall, too terrified to make a move. Bro, you're actually going to kill him? Seeing the situation escalate, Xiao Yaozi had no choice but to intervene. Hold your horses. For my sake, let this matter drop today. Truthfully, Xiao Yaozi hadn't anticipated Leng Ningshuang's combat prowess being this terrifying. Even the deranged shadow had been defeated. After all, Leng Ningshuang was currently a second realm, second-tier powerhouse. Given more time to develop, her future potential was unimaginable. The problem was that Li Xuan was, after all, his own flesh and blood. If something happened to him, he'd feel guilty. The Li family had only this last thread of bloodline left. No matter what, he had to find a way to protect it. Disciple, let this matter drop. Leng Ningshuang couldn't afford to dwell on such considerations. Her lifelong creed had always been, revenge must be exacted. Last time, he was given a chance. If he didn't know how to cherish it, what could be done? Last time it was the storage ring. What would it be this time? Rest assured, I'm a reasonable person. I never do foolish things. Master, you should know that, right? The message was clear: to save your grandson, you'd have to pay a hefty price. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Yaozi reluctantly produced a single drop of his essence blood. The moment he saw the essence blood, Zhou Xuan's eyes burned with desire. His mind held but one thought: to absorb it, making it part of his very being. The essence blood of an ancient dragon, the only drop in the entire Tian Dao Academy. How about trading it for my grandson's life? Leng Ningshuang burst into laughter. See? That old fox has plenty of goods, but he just won't give them up. Once you've taken someone's hand, you're bound by their favor. Let's consider today's matter settled. Trivial matters, all trivial matters. Youngsters are impulsive, perfectly understandable. Thank you. Li Xuan was so enraged he nearly spat blood, killing someone and then trying to break their spirit. This drop of essence blood was meant for himself to be consumed when he hit a bottleneck in the future, allowing him to break through instantly. Why had the Li family maintained such a firm grip on the Heaven's Path Academy for so many years? It was all thanks to living off their ancestors' legacy. After their ancestors slew the ancient dragon, they had refined its entire essence to safeguard future generations. The Academy's hegemony in the illusory birth realm over the centuries was inextricably tied to this very essence. Absorbing the essence blood meant possessing a fragment of the ancient dragon's will. Through its dragon might, one could exert overwhelming suppression. Mine. All of this is mine. How could I ever willingly relinquish it? Grandfather, you must not give it to him. What will become of your grandson then? Xiaozi glared at the stubborn fool before him, seething with frustration. How could he be so foolish? Others act with utmost caution, fearing to leave any evidence behind. To act so brazenly was utterly foolish. Unless he produced something truly valuable, how could he possibly appease this fury? Most crucially, he'd secretly probed with his heavenly Dao realm cultivation. Leng Ningshuang's soul power was terrifyingly formidable, far surpassing his own peak second realm strength. Add to that the unknown dragon king of all people, one must never provoke Leng Ningshuang. Her admission to the Heavenly Dao Academy was clearly driven by her covetousness for the ancient dragon bones, yet he couldn't give them to her. Everything they were doing now was to minimize the damage. He couldn't fathom how the Li family could produce such a fool utterly incapable of discretion. Well, children are just children, they don't know any better. Leng Ningshuang understood. After all, the item was already in her possession. After a few brief pleasantries, she departed immediately. Once he confirmed the person nearby, Xiaozi delivered a swift slap. You useless fool! What good are you? Do you know why I'm angry? Li Xuan tentatively asked. Could it be that Grandpa was genuinely upset with his grandson's lack of skill, like when he hit Leng Ningshuang? Xiaozi felt his blood pressure could skyrocket to 180. Listen to this, is this even human speech? I've given you so many chances, yet you still don't know how to cherish them. Go to the contemplation cliff for half a year to cool off. You're an embarrassment. What good are you? Li Xuan still hadn't grasped the situation, and Xiaozi was utterly exasperated. He'd spoiled this child too much before, blurring the lines between right and wrong. This world has always been survival of the fittest, either you devour me, or I devour you. The question is, who is this clumsy charade meant for? Or rather, who would possibly believe it? He still hasn't grasped what colossal mistake he's made. He's beyond help. Shut up. From this moment on, don't utter a single word. Don't ask a single question. And don't go looking for trouble with Leng Ningshuang. Li Xuan blurted out instinctively, why? With a wave of Xiaozi's hand, Li Xuan was immediately taken away. Why? Because no one dares cross Leng Ningshuang now. Who knows how many more times her treasures can cover up her crimes. Given Leng Ningshuang's innate talent, her entry into the eternal heaven was a foregone conclusion, merely a matter of time. With so many hidden cards yet to be played, openly provoking her now would be tantamount to courting death. Obediently offering assistance now might secure a smooth landing later, and that alone would be cause for gratitude. Xiaozi had lived so long precisely because of his cautious nature. Ever since Leng Ningshuang entered the heaven of illusion, she's given off an utterly terrifying vibe. Later, I sought out old friends and probed around everywhere. They discovered that the dragon-level spirit pet she commanded was completely undocumented in ancient texts. The elites of higher realms often send their prodigies to lower realms for training, gaining opportunities while tempering their character. Xiaozi only hoped to avoid trouble during this period. He still wished to live a few more years. 108 Second Realm, 5th Tier, the mysterious Forbidden Land. Gazing upon the ancient dragon blood before him, Zhou Xuan's heart surged with excitement. He sensed that refining it would bring a tremendous boost to his strength. To prevent any mishaps, he had specifically set up an array nearby. Only after confirming everything was secure did he finally relax. He certainly didn't want his cultivation interrupted mid-process by some meddler. If he ended up going mad from internal energy backlash, it would be a case of losing more than he gained. It must be said that the Heavenly Path Academy possessed genuine capabilities. To have obtained such a thing was remarkable. Too bad Li Xuan was temporarily detained, no way to squeeze more benefits out of him. Otherwise, he would have found a way to fleece him thoroughly. Such a lucrative cash cow couldn't be passed up. Leng Ningshuang calmed her mind. As the essence blood entered Zhou Xuan's body, his true form gradually manifested. Overwhelming power surged directly into his body, instantly shattering the shackles. Second Realm, Stage 3. Second Realm, Stage 4. Second Realm, Stage 5. Good heavens! Absorbing a single drop of essence blood allowed him to advance 3 realms consecutively. Given more time to develop, he would soon become a third realm powerhouse. Recalling her past, Leng Ningshuang had once been a peak 8th realm cultivator. Now, reborn with a chance to start anew, she would cherish this opportunity above all else. Her current combat prowess was such that, without exaggeration, even the shadow would have to kneel and beg for forgiveness. To think they still harbored thoughts of revenge, they clearly hadn't weighed their own worth. The Blood Demon clan truly is a disgusting race. Meeting them below would spell their doom. What a thrill! Zhou Xuan flexed his muscles. It had been ages since he'd felt this exhilarating. That ancient dragon was undoubtedly a terrifying powerhouse of Dragon Emperor caliber, yet it was slain by the Li family's ancestor. A single drop of its essence blood brought such profound change. Absorbing the ancient dragon bones would surely yield even greater benefits. Just how many secrets lie hidden within the Heavenly Dao Academy? It was common knowledge that the combat power unleashed by a Dragon Emperor level powerhouse was terrifying beyond measure. Even a Dragon Emperor on the brink of death was far beyond what mere second realm cultivators could handle. The ancient beast realm was divided into 9 great worlds. Could it be that the people of that era possessed such extraordinary strength? Was it that the ancient dragon emperors were too weak, or that the ancestors of the Li family were too powerful? The truth remains unknown. One thing is certain, the Heavenly Dao Academy holds many treasures. If we could acquire them all, our strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically. Zhou Xuan spoke up, so, what do you say? Interested in pulling off a big heist? Let's check out the forbidden zone of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Who knows, we might just stumble upon some unexpected treasures. For some reason, ever since absorbing the essence blood, a voice had been calling out in his mind. Listen to me. We should hurry. Once this chance is gone, regret won't help. Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang initially considered refusing. But then she thought, with her strength at the 5th stage of the second realm, she could protect herself. Even if something went wrong, she could just flee quickly. No need to. Before reaching the Forbidden Zone's entrance, a white-haired elder blocked their path. Halt! No unauthorized persons may enter. Leng Ningshuang presented her core disciple token, hoping for leniency, but was met with refusal. Only a token from the dean will suffice. Nothing else is accepted. Leng Ningshuang hadn't expected the guard to be so cautious, but upon seeing the 9th tier second realm cultivation radiating from him, she hesitated. A direct confrontation seemed hardly worth the trouble. The problem was that the forbidden area held so many treasures. She had to find a way to distract the guard first. The headmaster will be here shortly. Let us enter first. The white-haired elder shook his head vehemently, refusing to agree. The rules couldn't be broken so easily. If word got out, how would it look? The voice in Zhou Xuan's mind grew increasingly insistent. He was certain this place held many treasures. Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Find a way to talk him into it. Once it's done, you'll get your share. Cold Frost suddenly spoke up. Dean, you're here. Taking advantage of the white-haired elder's inattention, she broke through the blockade and entered the forbidden zone. Only Leng Ningshuang's voice echoed in the sky. Rest assured, senior. We'll be back soon. By the time he realized it, the little girl had already slipped inside. This was trouble. Just as he considered going in to investigate, he pulled his foot back. He had no intention of throwing his life away. Lately, strange sounds had been frequently heard within the forbidden zone. Entering with his current cultivation level? He wouldn't even be worth the effort. After careful consideration, he decided to inform the dean first and see how to proceed. Upon reaching the entrance to the forbidden area, Xiao Yaozi nearly died of fright upon learning the situation. Glaring at the white-haired elder before him, he launched into a tirade. Old Wang, you're an elder yourself, how could you make such a rookie mistake? If something really happened, could you bear the responsibility? Should we allow academy disciples to enter now? The white-haired elder was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to retort. The problem was, he never imagined this little girl would be so clever as to pull something like this. Now look at this, he'd been thoroughly humiliated. Dean, I was wrong. Do with me as you please. Xia Yaozi was furious, wanting to teach him a lesson, but reason told him now was not the time. Fine. I'll remember this. Let me see if I can bring her back. If something really happens, our Tian Dao Academy's reputation will be ruined. The white-haired elder hurriedly cautioned. Dean, please heed my advice, wait a little longer. The suppressed dragon soul is slowly awakening. If it suddenly erupts, we'll die a miserable death. Fear not. As long as Leng Ningshuang doesn't disturb the ceiling formation, it's manageable. With so many resources expended annually to suppress it, the dragon soul's power has been greatly diminished. Xia Yaozi was torn, weighing the pros and cons. What should he do now? Should he go in or not? Remember when our Tian Dao Academy slew that ancient dragon? We discovered its soul remained indestructible. They had sealed it within the forbidden zone, periodically reinforcing the barrier, yet unable to eradicate it completely. They had simply endured the prolonged struggle. After all, this was a dragon soul of the Dragon Emperor tier. To break the seal would make him a historical villain. Given the current situation, they could only proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. Old Wang, keep a close watch. Report any movement immediately. The dragon's soul remains relatively dormant during daylight hours. Pack our things now. Once the sun rises, I'll personally investigate inside. The white-haired elder attempted to intervene, but was flatly refused. Xiaozi knew Leng Ningshuang held too many secrets. It was their failure to manage her properly. A genius like her must be rescued at all costs. If the dragon's soul were to be released by accident, it wouldn't just be their Tiandao Academy. The entire Huanqing heaven would face utter destruction. He silently prayed, "Please, young master, don't cause trouble. You must return alive. May the ancestors protect us. May the sealing array remain intact, and may the dragon soul stay firmly suppressed." 109 Ancient Dragon Soul? You can't outsmart me. The deeper he ventured, the more his heart pounded with dread. Soon, he discovered an array formation. This thing signified treasures within the forbidden zone. A voice echoed in Zhou Xuan's mind, "Unseal it." When he shared this thought with Leng Ningshuang, she flatly refused. This sealing formation must have been in place for ages. Opening it recklessly could easily make us criminals. No, this place is no longer safe. Just as he prepared to leave, the dragon's soul slowly materialized in the sky. "Youngster, you took this old man's essence blood. Thinking you can just leave? Not so easily. Now, open the sealing formation obediently and release me today, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy." Leng Ningshuang hadn't anticipated things turning so. The dragon soul of an ancient dragon. Who would have thought such a treasure existed within the entire Tiandao Academy? No wonder it's called a forbidden zone. It truly is extraordinary. Given the situation, the dragon soul would certainly not let this rest. She had to find a solution quickly. Oof. Not in a million years would I break that sealing array today. Elder, you'd be wise to abandon those flashy tricks. The dragon soul roared with laughter. After all that painstaking planning, today was the day it had been waiting for. As an ancient dragon, the essence blood within its body is a part of its own power. Those who absorbed the essence blood before did gain immense power, but sadly, a large portion secretly transferred it to themselves after death. Those ignorant fools didn't even realize their worth after death. Now, as the final drop of essence blood was absorbed, the dragon soul knew his years-long scheme was about to succeed. All those years of endurance had been for this very day. Ha! In this world, no one capable of stopping this old dragon has yet been born. Come. I command you break the seal. Zhou Xuan walked expressionlessly toward the ritual array. Just as the dragon's soul prepared to emerge, who could have foreseen the unexpected? It halted abruptly, the sudden turn of events catching the dragon's soul off guard. Get moving. I commanded you to act. Zhou Xuan snorted coldly. He'd already achieved his desired outcome and had no time to waste on this. To think you could control me with such petty tricks, utterly delusional. Next time, be more careful. Don't act so impulsively. After speaking, he unleashed the pressure radiating from his body, continuously suppressing the dragon's soul. Leng Ningshuang finally exhaled in relief. She'd feared Zhou Xuan hadn't held out and had become the other's puppet. As long as he was alive, everything could be discussed. The most devastated one now was the dragon's soul. After all, it was a Dragon Emperor-level powerhouse. Why was it being suppressed so thoroughly by a mere Dragon King-level opponent that it couldn't even lift its head? This shouldn't be possible. This guy must be hiding countless secrets. I absolutely must figure out what they are. We're all dragon kin. Release me, and from this day forward, all manner of riches and honors will be yours. Whatever you desire, you shall have. Why tear each other apart? Zhou Xuan wasn't buying any of this nonsense. An old fox who'd lived through so many years. If he truly turned vicious, the consequences were unimaginable. Anyway, he'd already figured out the Forbidden Zone situation. Staying any longer was just a waste of time. No interest. See you next time. Let's go. Seeing Zhou Xuan about to leave, the dragon soul grew anxious and hurriedly pleaded. Wait. I have treasures here, many treasures. Are you sure you're not tempted? It could even help you evolve from Dragon King to Dragon Emperor. Once that happens, who in the entire illusory heaven would be your match? Think about it. Better to act than just feel tempted. Zhou Xuan knew this ancient dragon had ulterior motives. Possessing the bloodline of a Dragon Emperor, successfully refining it would grant him immense power. This world has always been a jungle where the weak get devoured. Either you eat others, or others eat you. The old codger clearly has ulterior motives. If he wants it, then the next move will determine who laughs last. Leng Ningshuang remained perpetually vigilant. Dragons, especially ancient relics like this one, who'd lived for untold millennia, would stop at nothing to survive. She prepared her trump card in secret. Should any mishap occur, she would never let it escape to harm others. Elder, I wonder what method you have in mind. As far as I know, you're currently just a soul entity, with very limited power at your disposal. The dragon soul patiently explained. The ancient dragon bones contain immense power, yet generation after generation of the Li family sought to refine and absorb them. All attempts ended in failure, the root cause being their inability to obtain the dragon soul. To think that dragon bones of the Dragon Emperor tier could be easily refined is nothing short of delusional. Zhou Xuan nodded with satisfaction, finally extracting some useful information. No wonder the Heavenly Dao Academy had such a great treasure yet never used it. There were so many twists and turns involved. But that was fine by him in the end, everything would benefit him. The dragon soul promised that after breaking the seal, it would help Zhou Xuan refine the dragon bone. Then, he could simply find a suitable host to possess for cultivation. Such a minor request offered Zhou Xuan nothing but benefits. He'd likely agree without hesitation. Too bad he'd run into two genuine hard-to-deal-with individuals today. Cold Frost and Zhou Xuan exchanged a glance, instantly understanding the implications. They were still too naive, thinking sufficient profit could blind them. Their promises sounded sweet now, but who knew what might happen after breaking the seal formation? The safest course was to refine it to transform the dragon's soul into his own spiritual power. Leaving it alive would only be a curse. Only death could bring liberation. If the dragon soul knew their true intentions, it would surely die of sheer rage. Truth be told, I just used a secret technique to probe them thoroughly. Darkness, nothing but darkness. This little girl before us is shrouded in darkness, and Zhou Xuan is equally shrouded in darkness. Such people could spell trouble. Adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, I considered offering them a way out. This unknown danger is particularly perilous, shifting from possessing Zhou Xuan to possessing others a truly sincere gesture. Leng Ningshuang whispered her instructions. I'll disrupt the formation shortly. Act on the spot when the time comes. Strike swiftly and decisively when they least expect it. No mercy. Don't let them escape. Zhou Xuan assured her these were minor issues. He would definitely complete the mission smoothly. He dared not boast about much, but letting a lamb delivered to his doorstep escape? That would be laughable. This was the perfect opportunity to break through his cultivation and awaken his bloodline. The greatest fortune of the illusory birth heaven lay before him. Anyone else who obtained this opportunity would die. Yet today, the one who encountered it was me. Senior, I begin. Dragon Soul's eyes blazed with excitement. Freedom was within reach. After enduring so much humiliation from the Li family for so long, once I'm safely away, the Li family will be the first to face my vengeance. Those bastards will learn the terrifying price of crossing me. Watching the array slowly crumble filled him with exhilaration. Success was within reach. The moment he broke free from the ceiling formation, a massive black hole suddenly appeared before him, sucking him straight inside. 110 absorption of the dragon soul, the dean's suspicion. Just as Xiao Yaozi was gathering his things to enter the forbidden zone for inspection, a blinding white light suddenly erupted from the sky. Oh no! The ceiling formation is broken. He's about to emerge. Rushing at full speed to the forbidden zone, he was rendered speechless by the scene before him. Where is the dragon's soul? How could it vanish without a trace? He had clearly sensed its oppressive presence moments ago. Why had it vanished without a trace? Turning to Leng Ningshuang before him, he demanded an explanation. What the hell is going on? Leng Ningshuang feigned ignorance, claiming she knew nothing. Zhou Yaozi used his secret artifact to confirm the dragon's soul wasn't possessing Leng Ningshuang, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He instructed Leng Ningshuang to stay indoors for the time being and report any physical abnormalities immediately. The white-haired elder entered and witnessed the scene before him, equally baffled. The dragon's soul had awakened, and they prepared for a desperate fight to the death. Yet now you tell me it vanished? Logically, this shouldn't be possible. The two searched the forbidden area meticulously, yet only the light energy revealed traces of the dragon soul's presence. Where could it have gone? There was nothing left. Dean, perhaps we should notify the others? This matter is extremely grave. If the dragon soul truly escaped, it wouldn't take long before the entire illusory heaven realm would be implicated. We must alert the major factions to heighten their vigilance before it spirals into catastrophe. Zhou Yaozi shook his head, hastily refusing. It's useless. How naive can you be? Do you even know what an ancient dragon is? A dragon emperor tier powerhouse. Even if its strength is reduced to a fraction of its former self, they still can't handle it. Taking action is merely a matter of intent. For now, we must observe and wait, gathering clarity on the situation. Old Wang, keep Cold Frost under close surveillance. Report any suspicious activity immediately. Remember round-the-clock surveillance. She must never slip from your sight. Got it? The white-haired elder found this request somewhat excessive. But upon catching Xiao Yaozi's gaze, he immediately agreed. Surveying the surroundings, Xiao Yaozi was filled with confusion. What exactly was going on? He had just inspected Leng Ningshuang and confirmed she was fine. He had rushed over in less than 3 breaths after the seal was broken. Logically, the dragon soul should still be in its recovery phase. Yet it vanished as if it had evaporated into thin air. The Heavenly Way Academy's protective array was the final safeguard, known to only a handful. If the dragon's soul had attempted to leave the array, it would have been detected. Yet, despite the passage of time, the array showed no signs of disturbance. There were only two possibilities: either the dragon's soul had been destroyed, or it had possessed someone else. That little brat Leng Ningshuang must be closely monitored. She's far too mysterious, we can't afford to let our guard down. After Xiao Yaozi conducted a thorough inspection and confirmed everything was in order, he finally let out a sigh of relief. For now, at least, there was no immediate danger. Back in their room, Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan released the dragon soul. Soon after, they heard the most beautiful sound in the world. It began by cursing relatives and friends, a clear sign of the dragon soul's fury. You despicable humans! You despicable dragons! I agreed to peaceful coexistence, so why did you do this? Believe it or not, I'll ignite my soul and take you all down with me. Zhou Xuan remained silent, slowly absorbing the dragon soul. His body was too weak now, he could only absorb a little at a time. Complete absorption would take at least 3 months. The dragon soul sensed something amiss and began to panic. I am the Dragon Emperor. There are many secrets known only to me. Zhou Xuan paid no heed, forcibly sealing it away to absorb gradually. This dragon soul was a potent elixir. All his long-term efforts were worth it. So what if he's the Dragon Emperor? I'm the demon little dragon, a true demon. If it weren't for needing to boost my power, trash like this would be killed on sight. Right now, I need all kinds of cultivation resources, so being used as nourishment is the best outcome. Leng Ningshuang inquired, how do you feel? Any physical abnormalities? Zhou Xuan waves dismissively, signaling he was fine. That level of trash? It was effortless. To put it bluntly, with my top-tier dragon bloodline as sealed ancient dragon, they're no better than trash. It wouldn't take long before he reached the second realm, 6th tier. But he had to figure out what to say if that old fox needed an update later. Outside, someone was watching intently. Those fellows were still harboring doubts. Leng Ningshuang scrutinized the scene and confirmed a white-haired elder was indeed watching intently from the shadows. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After such a major incident, clearing one's name would be exceptionally difficult. Alas, she couldn't speak openly just yet. The dragon's soul was far too crucial, preserving it to enhance their strength was paramount. Zhou Xuan, for some reason, felt an uneasy restlessness in his heart lately. Something major was bound to happen. For now, it was best to be cautious. He would stay put at the Heavenly Path Academy and rest peacefully for a while. Recalling the recent events, Zhou Xuan nodded in agreement. This period would also be ideal for fully absorbing the dragon soul. He sensed that within a month, he could absorb it entirely. Once that happened, his strength would undoubtedly surge dramatically. Combined with the abundant cultivation resources provided by the Heavenly Dao Academy, his rise to prominence would be effortless, merely a matter of time. After all, it was merely the ancient Dragon Emperor. Absorbing it completely would surely bring a qualitative leap. Alright, we'll go into seclusion for cultivation during this period. We do need to calm down. The white-haired elder carefully inspected the area outside, but found absolutely nothing. It was normal, no different from an ordinary person. From day to night, he kept secretly observing. After several more days of observation, he confirmed the subject was in seclusion, showing no signs of spiritual backlash. It didn't appear the dragon's soul had taken control. He arranged for someone to take his place in surveillance and proceeded to the dean's office to report the situation. Even after confirming Leng Ningshuang was truly fine, Xiao Yaozi remained uneasy. Better safe than sorry. What if it was an ancient dragon soul in disguise? Old Wang, now that the forbidden grounds have been destroyed and you're free of other duties, why not serve as Leng Ningshuang's guardian? Our Tian Dao Academy has finally produced such a prodigy, we can't afford any mishaps. At these words, the white-haired elder immediately gave him a thumbs up. Damn, the dean really knows how to think outside the box. After all, she possessed 2nd realm, 8th tier strength, a top-tier combat power in the illusory birth heaven. Leng Ningshuang had only managed to break through to the 5th tier through sheer luck and various fortuitous events, with several tiers still separating her from the top. He could continue protecting the prodigy while conducting his investigation. Even if Leng Ningshuang discovered it, she wouldn't be able to refute it. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Xiao Yaozi was genuinely worried something might go wrong. After giving earnest instructions, he dismissed the white-haired elder to rest. The protective array hadn't been triggered. Could the dragon soul truly have vanished? Logically, that shouldn't be possible. Leng Ningshuang, what exactly is your identity? Why can't I see through you? 111, confronting enforcers head-on, fiercely protecting your own. 1 month later. Leng Ningshuang emerged slowly from her room. During this period, her cultivation had only advanced to the 6th stage of the 2nd realm, yet her soul power had seen tremendous growth. Without exaggeration, there is currently no one in the entire Fantasia realm who can match her in raw soul power. Suddenly, dozens of enforcers appeared, surrounding Leng Ningshuang. Leng Ningshuang, right? You're suspected of killing a teacher from the Berserker Academy and seizing a lower realm talisman. Please come with us. Don't you have anything to say about Miao Hongxiang's death? Don't think entering the Celestial Path Academy grants you free reign. Today's incident must be thoroughly explained. Seeing the situation turn dire, the white-haired elder concealed in the shadows promptly intervened. Halt! This is our Tian Dao Academy. To arrest someone so openly, do you have no regard for our institution? The enforcer leading this operation was Zhou Xuan, renowned among enforcers for his true impartiality. With the backing of the bigwigs from the Law Enforcement Alliance, he was utterly reckless. I hadn't intended to get involved in this mess, but the moment I heard Tian Dao Academy was involved, I perked right up. Over the years, the two sides had become utterly irreconcilable. Leng Ningshuang was a top-tier genius, and dealing with such individuals never fazed her. Humph. Do you actually think you can obstruct the enforcers from doing their job? Well, your audacity grows by the day. You clearly hold us in no regard. With irrefutable evidence now in hand, Miao Hongxiang must accompany us. The white-haired elder unleashed his aura, radiating a desperate, all-or-nothing stance. For years, the Academy of Heavenly Paths has been off-limits to enforcers who dared not tread here lightly. Yet these enforcers come barging in to make an arrest? This is nothing short of outrageous. Tensions flared between the two sides, neither willing to back down. Xiaozi knew that continuing the disturbance would be detrimental, so he stepped in promptly to intervene. Where's the evidence? Produce the evidence? Without a word, Zhou Feng produced the recording stone, which clearly documented Leng Ningshuang committing the murder. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was caught off guard, all eyes turning to Leng Ningshuang. Leng Ningshuang never imagined that her killing of the ninth prince would leave such a flaw. Now she was utterly defenseless, with no chance to refute the charges. The problem was that the enforcers and the 10 Great Beast Master Academies had always maintained a delicate balance of power. To maintain the fragile peace and stability, she had no choice but to surrender herself. Just as Leng Ningshuang was preparing to seize an opportunity to flee, Xiaozi stepped forward to vouch for her. This thing is fake, it doesn't count. Have your leader come speak with me personally? A minor figure like you isn't worthy. Lu Feng knew how terrifying Xiaozi's true combat prowess was. The problem was, if this matter wasn't thoroughly investigated, where would the enforcers' authority stand? If everyone brushes this off, the enforcers will face immense difficulties moving forward. Zhou Feng knelt on the ground, desperately begging. With so many witnesses present, what could he possibly do? Everyone needs the truth. Please, Dean, do not interfere with the enforcers' impartial handling of this matter. If we let Leng Ningshuang off today, what about tomorrow? The day after? The hard-won order we've built will crumble, with dire consequences. For the sake of the common people of Huanqing Tian, we implore the Dean to show mercy. Xiaozi smiled. Trying to play the moral high ground card? Sorry, no time for that now. Such low-level tactics are a waste of time. With a forceful squeeze, the Shadowstone instantly crumbled to dust. The sudden turn of events sent tension rippling through the crowd. Dean, what are you doing? Xiaozi waved his hand dismissively. Without evidence, on what grounds do you arrest someone? To come cause trouble at our Tian Dao Academy without evidence? You've got some nerve. Zhou Feng felt bewildered. So this was how things worked? Today he'd seen it firsthand. No wonder those old hands always called Xiaozi a scoundrel and a rogue. But the state has its laws, and families have their rules. These principles cannot be easily broken. Dean, this matter will be reported truthfully. While you still have the chance, please do not resist the law. Xiaozi declared he'd wait right here to see if that old codger dared come forward. Tensions flared, the atmosphere freezing over in an instant. Lu Feng had already steeled himself for a fight to the death today, but Xiaozi showed no urgency to strike, instead ordering him to return and summon reinforcements. What's the point of fighting such a minor figure? It'd be laughable if word got out. Whoever came, he would protect Leng Ningshuang today. Not even the heavens themselves could stop him. After the enforcers had all departed, Xiaozi brought Leng Ningshuang into his office and gave her a stern lecture. What can I even say? Now that everything's out in the open, what should we do? Leng Ningshuang spoke up, why not just hand me over? This left Xiaozi speechless, unable to counter her argument. He'd intended to give her a proper lesson to teach her a lasting lesson, but now he found himself completely caught off guard. How was he supposed to play this game now? It was utterly hopeless. Handing Leng Ningshuang over? Out of the question. In less than 3 months, she'd attained the strength of the second realm, 6th tier, coupled with the essence blood of an ancient dragon. Without exaggeration, this girl's future was limitless. The enforcement squad? That place devours people whole. What if something really does happen? This is the perfect chance to test the waters. Alright, as a student of the Heavenly Path Academy and my disciple, I'll certainly risk my life to protect her. A person needs their dignity, a tree needs its bark. If those fellows really took her away, the ridicule would kill me. You truly saw nothing within the forbidden grounds. Xiaozi stared intently at Leng Ningshuang, searching for any crack in her facade. But from start to finish, Leng Ningshuang's disguise was flawless, not a single crack to be found. Ah, truly nothing. After entering, for some reason, the ceiling formation broke and vanished. A flash of white light appeared, and then I just stood there. I know nothing of what happened afterward. Xiaoyaozi's brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that Leng Ningshuang truly knew nothing? Things were getting more and more interesting. Where had that dragon's soul gone? Alright, let's return and rest for now. Don't worry about Miao Hongshan, this old man is handling it. Leng Ningshuang murmured a thank you before turning to leave. I must hurry to cultivate my cultivation. I absolutely cannot let others lead me by the nose. Those from the enforcement squad wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Tiandao Academy was the most formidable among the 10 great Beastmaster academies. For years, it had persistently challenged the law enforcement squad's authority, long stirring their resentment. The animosity between the two sides runs deep, each side itching for a chance to strike back. Now that they've latched onto the Mu Hongshan incident, they won't let it rest. Let the chaos erupt, the louder the better. Power, that's what he needed now. That evening, as Xiao Yaozi was processing documents, a voice suddenly echoed from the academy gates. Xiaoyaozi, come out here. Enforcement Squad 112 causing trouble? Handled it with ease. Zhao Pengchao was seething with rage. As the leader of the enforcement squad, everyone should show him proper respect. To be provoked like this now, how would others perceive it if word got out? The enforcement squad stood for justice. The Tiandao Academy had repeatedly pushed the boundaries. Such behavior demanded severe punishment. We must demonstrate through action that the price of open defiance is certain death. Xiaoyaozi insists on protecting them? Let's see what he can do about it. Want to fight? Simple. Step over my dead body first. Guardian Array, activate. A massive barrier slowly materialized, while countless bolts of lightning erupted across the sky. The Heavenly Path Academy's dominance over the illusory birth realm stems from its vast array of trump cards. This grand formation has claimed the lives of many second realm 9th tier powerhouses. Even Zhao Pengchao standing before them would have to think twice before attempting to force his way in. As it turned out, the formation did indeed intimidate Zhao Pengchao. Life is precious, and he wasn't about to throw it away. Ahem, we should sit down and have a proper discussion. The 10 great Beastmaster Academies recruit students from the lower realms every year. After such a serious incident occurred, aren't you prepared to offer an explanation? What would others think if such incidents recurred? Any clear-eyed observer could see Zhao Pengchao was scared, afraid to push things to the breaking point. But now, Xiao Yaozi has become even more brazen. No, what can we do? Anyone who disagrees, come on in and we'll have a good little chat. Some people seriously guard the courtyard. The formation's no good, useless. Today, I'd like to see if it actually works. Zhao Pengchao noticed the entire enforcement squad staring intently at him. Zhao Feng couldn't help but say, Dad, what are you waiting for? We'll give the order and storm in to arrest them. Zhao Pengchao kicked him right in the face. How could he have such a rebellious son? Did that even sound like a human speaking? The Heavenly Dao Academy possessed terrifying foundations, far beyond what ordinary Beastmaster Academies could hope to match. Those lower-ranked Beastmaster Academies could be bullied at will. But how many hidden cards the Heaven's Way Academy still held up its sleeve? No one knew. Precisely because of this, no one dared to act outright, only tentative probing. When the protective array activated earlier, the terrifying killing intent was palpable. He knew that continuing to clash head-on would inevitably lead to heavy losses. After weighing the pros and cons, he thought if he could offer a way out, today's incident could be put to rest. It would only cost him some cultivation resources and a public apology. Yet Xiao Yaozi refused to budge, leaving him utterly helpless. In the face of true power, all that nonsense truly proved useless. Ahem. People have died, after all. An explanation must be given. At the very least, we need to understand exactly what happened. The balance of bloodshed heaven had been shattered. The 9 kings were slain, and the hard-won order collapsed. Fortunately, our forces arrived in time to prevent a bloodbath. Xiaoyaozi knew the enforcement squad wouldn't compromise easily on today's incident. He turned to Leng Ningshuang beside him and gave earnest instructions. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Say whatever you need to say. An upright person has nothing to fear. Our Heaven's Way Academy's protective instincts are every bit as fierce as those of the Frenzy War Academy. Say whatever you need to say. Be bold. Leng Ningshuang found Xiao Yaozi unusually talkative. Having endured every hardship imaginable in her past life, she would never back down in such a situation. And with someone backing her up, her confidence was sky high. Watching Leng Ningshuang walk toward him with neither servility nor arrogance, Zhao Pengchao felt a flicker of envy. The name Leng Ningshuang was known to every soul in the entire Fantasia heaven. Possessing terrifyingly gifted talent, barring unforeseen circumstances, she was destined for the immortal realm. Yet right now, this person gave him an overwhelming sense of pressure, utterly unbelievable. Don't you intend to offer this old man an explanation for today's incident? Leng Ningshuang demanded. Explanation? What explanation do you need? It was clearly Miao Hongxian who openly provoked me, forcing me to retaliate out of necessity. These days, it's either you die or I perish. Are you suggesting that those with higher rank can act with impunity? Zhao Pengchao was rendered speechless. His words were impossible to refute. The man had a point. How could it be acceptable for officials to set fires while forbidding commoners to light lamps? In just a few words, Miao Hongxian's actions were transformed from active aggression into passive self-defense. The difference between the two was like night and day. The power of interpretation lay entirely with the other side. How could he possibly win? The problem was, if no punishment followed, the scandal would spread and he'd be laughed to death. No, they had to regain their dignity. What about the descent symbol? Such an important artifact, stealing it is a capital offense. Leng Ningshuang spoke up. Who created the lower realm symbol? At that question, Zhao Pengchao was utterly at a loss. The entire Huanqing Tian knew full well that the descending realm talisman existed only at the Tian Dao Academy, and now they were on the same side. Great. He was completely stuck in a dead end, unable to even come up with an excuse. Consider today's incident a warning. We're leaving. Zhao Feng was deeply displeased with the Heavenly Dao Academy and had been planning to use today's incident as an opportunity to teach them a harsh lesson. Father, we can't leave. With so many people watching outside, we must bring Leng Ningshuang to justice. Zhao Pengchao couldn't believe his son was being so foolish. The real question was, could they even arrest her? Xiao Yaozi's combat prowess was on par with his own. Against an equal opponent, he naturally felt no fear. But now? He hadn't grasped just how dire the situation was. The Heavenly Dao Academy had so many hidden cards up its sleeve. To rashly burn bridges now would only lead to his own demise. How could someone so brilliant and capable have sired such a fool? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he turned and walked away without looking back. Seeing their leader gone, the remaining enforcers saw no point in lingering and hurriedly departed. Xiao Yaozi patted Leng Ningshuang on the shoulder. Rest assured. You're my disciple, Xiao Yaozi's disciple. Anyone who dares lay a finger on you had better think twice about whether they have the guts. Don't worry about Miao Hongxiang's matter, I'll ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. As for that Li Hu, if he wants revenge, this old man will give him a chance. When you reach the 8th stage of the second realm, it'll be a life or death battle. I can't guarantee much, but within the Heaven's Path Academy, he's unmatched. Leng Ningshuang nodded in satisfaction. This stepmaster wasn't half bad, no hidden agendas. Though minor friction had arisen between them, it was largely inconsequential. With Miao Hongxiang's matter successfully resolved, she could now focus solely on her cultivation. As for Li Hu, that deputy dean of the Mad Warrior Academy? He didn't give him a second thought. With all those cultivation resources backing him, advancing from the 6th to the 8th tier within 3 months would be a breeze. With the experience from his past life, there was no bottleneck to his breakthrough. He was actually curious to see if that guy would dare to avenge his brother-in-law. 113 Cooperation Negotiations, the Blazing Academy scheme. Li Hu was now completely shattered, ever since learning that Leng Ningshuang was the one who killed Miao Hongxiang. He was now torn between seeking vengeance and biding his time. There was no way around it. Tian Dao Academy's power was among the most terrifying and elite forces in the entire Huanqing heaven. Now that the truth was out, his suspicions had been confirmed. Yet the disparity between their sides was simply incomparable. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to take a gamble and see if he could find an opportunity for revenge. He went straight to the principal's office and laid out his plan. Upon hearing Li Hu's plan, Li Zhantian nearly had a heart attack. Good grief, how much had he drunk to spout such nonsense? Everyone knew those guys were untouchable across the entire Huanqing Tian. Doing this was clearly suicide. Bro, we could team up with the enforcement squad. The enforcement squad lost so much face today, they're bound to be seething. Li Zhantian found this suggestion intriguing. Perhaps it was worth a shot. For years, they'd been suffocated under the suppression of the Heaven's Path Academy and the Blazing Flame Academy. Any promising talent would naturally gravitate toward the higher-ranked factions. Now that an opportunity was right before them, they absolutely had to seize it. But then he recalled Xiao Yaozi's terrifying power, plunging him into deep turmoil. Two voices battled within him, swinging back and forth between agreement and refusal. This dilemma weighed heavily on him. How much chance of victory would there truly be in a direct confrontation? If the Heavenly Dao Academy discovered someone was scheming behind the scenes, they'd surely unleash a furious onslaught. The academy he'd worked so hard to build would likely vanish in an instant. He dared not gamble, nor could he afford to. Hearing this, Li Hu grew frantic and began pleading desperately. Brother, you're being foolish. Can you bear to be pushed around by others day after day? Your brother knows your greatest wish in life is for the Frenzy War Academy to become the top academy among the 10 great Beastmaster academies. All these years, you've worked tirelessly, climbing from 5th to 3rd place. How much effort did that take? Now, to take that next step, you must pay an even greater price. Hesitation leads to defeat. Listen to your brother, charge forward. Li Zhantian had made up his mind. What's a lousy life worth? He'd seen every storm life could throw at him over the years. The fiercer the storm, the pricier the fish. This is his only chance. He turned to Li Hu beside him and solemnly instructed, remember, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Keep a low profile. See what the enforcement team is up to. If necessary, we can cede some of the profits. Li Hu swore solemnly upon hearing this, vowing to complete the mission without fail. Truth be told, the Way of Heaven Academy was indeed too arrogant. Why could such a place produce such powerful individuals? With formidable innate talent and endless cultivation resources, success was practically guaranteed. Once this is done, we must ensure the Heaven's Way Academy becomes the lowest of the low. Destroying them would be too easy. Let them live in agony, wishing they were dead. And that Leng Ningshuang, she's been riding high lately, practically begging the whole world to know her name. Very well. I'll grant her that opportunity. Let's see who has the last laugh. Under cover of night, he crept toward the law enforcement squad building. After meeting Zhao Pengchao, I laid out my intentions directly. Learning that the Frenzy War Academy was plotting to bring down the Tian Dao Academy nearly scared the living daylights out of me. These fools are madmen. If Xiao Yaozi ever finds out, they'll likely all go down together. No way, he'd never agree to that. He wanted to live a few more years, after all. Zhao Feng beside him began to exaggerate the situation. Dad, take a gamble. It's like turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. What's there to fear? Do you know what they're saying about us out there? Cowards, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The authority the enforcement squad worked so hard to establish is being dragged through the mud. You have no idea how terrifying that scene was. Zhao Pengchao wanted revenge too, but the problem was how to get it. He couldn't beat them in a fight. Upon learning of Zhao Pengchao's hesitation, Li Hu immediately offered a plan. Aren't the 10 Great Academies competitions coming up soon? When the time comes, we'll secretly send people to take control of the Heaven's Path Academy members. Without the protection of the Academy's defensive array, those people won't be able to stir up much trouble. We can do whatever we want. Those theorists won't dare to fight back. Hearing this, Zhao Pengchao immediately gave him a thumbs up. Exactly. How did I not think of such a simple solution? Tian Dao Academy is indeed impregnable, unbreakable from the outside, but vulnerable from within. Noticing Zhao Pengchao's wavering stance, Li Hu began to embellish his persuasion. Think about it, we all agreed that the enforcement squad and the 10 Great Beast Master Academies would maintain a balance of power. But the way the Tian Dao Academy has been acting lately, they clearly don't hold you in any regard. They're acting with total impunity. Not avenging this wrong would make you no gentleman. Do you really want to be suppressed for the rest of your life? Recalling the scene from earlier that day, Zhao Pengchao's anger flared, and he crushed the teacup in his hand. Alright, I'm in on this. Li Hu and Zhao Feng exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes twinkling with a mysterious smile. Before meeting Zhao Pengchao, they had secretly coordinated with Zhao Feng. Learning of Zhao Pengchao's vulnerabilities, power and reputation, they decided to strike at these points. They aimed to instill a sense of crisis in him. Tian Dao Academy could strike anytime, anywhere. The enforcement squad was nothing but a figurehead. In time, fewer and fewer would trust the enforcement squad, leaving them ultimately powerless. The facts proved that everything they'd done so far was worth it. Now that Zhao Pengchao had been successfully persuaded, they could proceed to the next phase of their plan. Li Hu spoke up, tomorrow, my boss will personally pay a visit. We'll have a proper chat then. After seeing Li Hu off, Zhao Pengchao slapped Zhao Feng across the face. You good for nothing. What use are you? You're nothing but an embarrassment. All you do is think about those stupid things day in and day out, not even realizing you're being used. Staring at his precious son before him, he was at a loss for words. What a disgrace. Zhao Pengchao, who had always been so sharp, how could he have fathered such a son? With such a major incident, he didn't even think to secure more benefits for himself. Honestly, the Heaven's Path Academy will definitely move to eliminate him. Now you're worried about the fishermen reaping the benefits while the clam and the mussel fight. Their enforcement squad and the Tian Dao Academy have been locked in a battle, but now the Fierce Battle Academy has suddenly emerged out of nowhere. What are we supposed to do? And Blazing Flame Academy is watching from the sidelines. For now, we can only form an alliance. There's much to handle later. Every step must be carefully considered. We can't afford to throw away our lives for nothing. This foolish child just complete the cooperative mission properly and all will be well. The real test has only just begun. Many challenges lie ahead. You little brat, don't you dare breathe a word of this. We must maintain absolute secrecy. Once Xiao Yaozi leaves the Tian Dao Academy with his men, send someone in covertly. Once we gain control of the protective array, even if we ultimately fail, we won't face retribution. Got it? Zhao Feng held immense admiration for his father. Impressive to have spotted the breakthrough point like that. Truly remarkable. Seems there's still much to learn. Tian Dao Academy, just you wait. The real show is only just beginning. 114 Beastmaster Academy Championship Tournament, application to compete. Leng Ningshuang had been frantically advancing her cultivation these past days, leaping directly from the 6th stage of the second realm to the 7th stage. Truth be told, such rapid cultivation progress owed much to the assistance of the ancient Dragon Emperor. That dragon's soul essence and vital blood were truly potent elixirs, containing terrifying energy within. It's a pity I can't absorb the dragon bones completely now. Doing so would make breaking through to the 3rd realm far too easy. During the blood slaughter heaven phase, one must solidify their foundation step by step. Her foundation is exceptionally solid now, so there's no need for such tediousness. Drawing on her past life experience, she could reach the 3rd realm in no time. When Xiao Yaozi entered and saw Leng Ningshuang's cultivation level, he was so shocked he couldn't speak. This is too incredible. He seriously doubts whether she's been possessed. This shouldn't be possible. How could her cultivation progress so rapidly? After a thorough examination confirmed her body was intact, he finally relaxed. Having secretly observed her for so long, he confirmed Leng Ningshuang was indeed a promising talent with no issues. This little one would surely achieve greatness in the future. The pressing question now is whether the disappearance of the dragon soul is connected to this. To safeguard both the Celestial Path Academy and the entire illusory birth heaven, he resolved to take a gamble. There was no other choice. This matter was too crucial. The Celestial Path Academy had sealed it with a Forbidden Land array, tightly controlling it to prevent any mishaps. He knew Leng Ningshuang would be displeased by this, but there was no better alternative at present. I wish to probe your memories. Relax, it will be over soon. You were present during the Dragon Soul incident, and your recent cultivation progress has been exceptionally rapid. I must exercise caution. Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang refused without hesitation. This was no joke. If the secrets she carried were exposed, it might just scare Xiao Yaozi to death. When faced with absolute stakes, human nature proves most fragile. There were simply too many things she couldn't bring herself to speak of. Cold Ningshuang's face was etched with wariness as she deliberately shifted backward. Maybe we should just drop this whole thing. I know what you're worried about. I swear to heaven the dragon's soul hasn't entered my body. If you insist on probing, then our connection ends here. Xiaozi sighed deeply and began to persuade her. Better safe than sorry. What if something goes wrong? Just listen to me for a moment. I swear to heaven, I won't reveal what I learn. With the heavenly oath as witness, it should be fine, right? Leng Ningshuang would never agree to this. This isn't a joke. Adopting a stance of mutual destruction, she forced Xiao Yaozi to abandon his pursuit. He knew this young girl held many secrets and had intended to probe deeper. Then he could address the issues one by one. But judging by her behavior, she clearly didn't trust him. Enough. This old man was being too hasty. Focus on your cultivation. In a few days, during the 10 Great Beastmaster Academies tournament, I intend to send you into battle personally. Seeing Leng Ningshuang's bewildered expression, clearly clueless, Xiao Yaozi patiently began to explain. It's like this, every year, the 10 Great Beastmaster Academies hold a competition to select the strongest newcomers. Don't worry, it won't be particularly troublesome. Our Tian Dao Academy's representative gets a direct pass to the semi-finals. You don't need to waste time worrying about those nobodies below. As for the championship prize next year's resource allocation, I'll give you a 30% cut. How does that sound? Leng Ningshuang nodded immediately upon hearing this. Why pass up free rewards? With her current strength at the 7th stage of the second realm, it's no exaggeration to say she'd be among the absolute elite in the championship tournament. Those minions wouldn't have time to compete, so securing a spot in the top 4 seemed like a decent guarantee. There was no other way. Leng Ningshuang was desperately short on resources. As her cultivation level kept rising, the supplies in her storage ring wouldn't last long. And Zhou Xuan was a bottomless pit, consuming resources at an alarming rate. To enhance cultivation and combat prowess, more resources were always better. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's agreement, Xiao Yaozi burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, this was the prodigy he knew. He must show those people with concrete actions that the Heavenly Dao Academy is the Heavenly Dao Academy. It would always hold its dominant position. The Blazing Flame Academy and the Frenzy War Academy were itching to seize the top spot. Sorry, but it's futile, a complete waste of time. I've specifically inquired among the freshmen, there's not a single one who's reached the second realm, 7th stage. He's the only one in the entire world. Leng Ningshuang is an anomaly, absorbing so many treasures without any side effects, her aura steady and profound. This girl harbors many hidden secrets. At first, Xiao Yaozi intended to probe deeper. An overly aggressive, confrontational approach would backfire, causing more harm than good. Facing his own imposing aura, Leng Ningshuang showed no sign of panic and effortlessly neutralized it. One could only imagine how terrifying his combat prowess truly was. Even those at the 8th tier of strength likely wouldn't stand a chance. It was as if he intended to crush them all, using sheer force to make a statement. The Way of Heaven Academy would always remain the Way of Heaven Academy. For others to dream of shaking its status was nothing short of delusional. They clearly hadn't weighed their own worth. After brief pleasantries, Xiao Yaozi departed immediately, as he had other matters demanding his attention. Zhou Xuan hurriedly offered a warning. That old codger was cunning, every word was a test. You must have felt that pressure earlier. Looks like I need to step up my cultivation efforts. And now he wants to inspect my soul? How about he just go to hell? Zhou Xuan had nearly lost his temper earlier, but managed to restrain himself. He'd already reached the absolute limit. If that old man dared probe his soul, Zhou Xuan would tear off the mask of civility. Leng Ningshuang assured him not to worry. The Beast Master Academy tournament was the priority now. After all, securing 30% of the cultivation resources was no small matter. He absolutely had to find a way to claim them. His recent progress had slowed considerably. He needed to find a way to break through this impasse. Zhou Xuan shot Leng Ningshuang a disapproving look. Sigh, why bother bullying weaklings? It's utterly pointless. If you ask me, just go find that Li Hu and take him out. With his brother-in-law dead, he's bound to be seething with pent-up rage. Leng Ningshuang didn't dwell on it. With her current lack of strength, she felt insecure. Enough of these messy thoughts. After refining the Dragon Emperor's soul, have you gained any new insights? Zhou Xuan manifested his true form, now towering as high as a small mountain. A single, effortless swing unleashed devastating power. What do you think? Leng Ningshuang nodded with satisfaction. Truly, a demonic dragon with 3 attributes possessed terrifying combat prowess. Let the 10 great Beast Master Academies witness who the true prodigy is. As the two settled into their cultivation, they suddenly sensed someone spying on them. Leng Ningshuang, quick as a flash, rushed to the doorway to investigate. The peeping Tom had vanished without a trace, leaving only a note behind. The competition has traps. Danger. Run. 115 Mysterious note, Zhao Pengchao's handiwork. Reading the note's contents, Leng Ningshuang still felt caught off guard. After all, this was the Heaven's Path Academy. For ordinary people to gain entry here was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Unless someone inside was tipping them off, but who could it be? The Beast Master Academy Championship Tournament, what dangers could it hold? Everything was shrouded in too many unknown mysteries. After informing Xiao Yaozi, he too found it hard to believe. When did the Celestial Path Academy become a place where anyone could come and go as they pleased? No matter what, we must uncover the truth. This is nothing short of a slap in the face, utterly humiliating. After voicing his thoughts, Xiao Yaozi nodded approvingly. Very good, very good. Your analysis makes perfect sense. Perhaps it really was someone from within their own ranks. But with so many possibilities, who could it be? No, they absolutely must find a way to get to the bottom of this once they returned. A storm was brewing. Who knew how this whole affair would ultimately unfold? Zhao Pengchao looked at Zhao Feng before him, feeling deeply satisfied. This was more like it. While being elusive had its uses, once the note was delivered, he was confident it wouldn't be long before the entire Tian Dao Academy shifted its full attention to the Beast Taming Academy competition. By then, the Heaven's Way Academy will be left wide open, the perfect opportunity for them to strike. From start to finish, they were the only true victors in this affair. Zhao Feng gave him a thumbs up from the side. Dad, you're awesome. Even someone at the level of a vice dean is willing to help. Zhao Pengchao burst into laughter, admitting he still had much to learn. The vice dean of the Tian Dao Academy was a pawn Zhao Pengchao had painstakingly concealed over the years. His plan was to strike from behind when the time was right, seizing control of the entire Tian Dao Academy. Just then, Wang Liyan's sudden appearance left Zhao Feng utterly bewildered. He turned to his father beside him, desperately seeking answers. Seeing his own son looking so pathetic, Zhao Pengchao was utterly speechless for a moment. Old Wang, the opportunity is right before us, seize it firmly. After the tournament concludes, I'll engage the Mad War Academy directly. When both sides are evenly matched, that's when you strike. Our target isn't just the Celestial Path Academy, it's the entire illusory birth heaven. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call him Uncle Wang. Zhao Feng realized that when it came to manipulating people, his father was undoubtedly the most cunning. First he forged an alliance with the Frenzy War Academy, now he's teaming up with the Blazing Flame Academy. When it comes to breaking promises, father has mastered the art to perfection. Most crucially, no one in the entire Fantasia realm could possibly imagine the grand scheme unfolding behind the scenes. Wang Liyan snorted coldly and immediately voiced his thoughts. I only want Xiao Yaozi's head. All that other messy business? Not interested in the slightest. What if something goes wrong? If that bastard puts up a fight, we could suffer heavy losses. Zhao Pengchao chuckled, assuring him everything was accounted for. Tell me everything except for the matter involving the Vice Dean of the Heavenly Path Academy. With the Flaming Academy, the Frenzy War Academy, and the Enforcement Squad joining forces, those 3 factions would guarantee that Xiao Yaozi would suffer terribly. Don't ask why we're tipping him off, just know it's to drain his strength as much as possible. Teacher, what trump card do you hold that makes you so reckless? Zhao Pengchao swept his hand, and the shut-in bell materialized before them. Gazing at the divine artifact before him, Wang Liang's eyes burned with excitement. This was a third-tier secret treasure. Even with Xiao Yaozi's terrifying background, he'd be severely suppressed for a while. Upon leaving the shut-in bell, he discovered the disciples of the Tiandao Academy had been slaughtered to the last man. When that news reached him, he would surely lose his mind. My dear daughter, Daddy will avenge you. Excellent. Ha ha. All these years of endurance are finally about to pay off. Rest assured, once this is accomplished, I shall hand over the Blazing Flame Academy to you. Then, the Zhao family will reign supreme over the illusory birth realm. To dispose of that Li Zhantian so effortlessly, one must admit, that was a brilliantly calculated move. After finalizing their plans, Wang Liang hurried back to prepare. The sudden turn of events caught Zhao Feng completely off guard. Dad, can we count on you? Wasn't the deal just to screw over the Berserker Academy? What's with this Blaze Academy? Revenge? What revenge? Why doesn't this son know? Zhao Pengchao kicked him hard, demanding answers. Truthfully, he'd only learned this news recently himself. His shock back then was no less than Zhao Feng's. Wang Liang's own daughter had died in an accident during the Celestial Path Academy entrance exam. This caused Wang Liang to harbor a deep, unforgiving grudge against Xiao Yaozi. No matter the cost, he must kill him to avenge her. But the gap between them was too vast. A direct confrontation would be hopeless. After learning the details, Zhao Pengchao devised a plan to lure Wang Liang into his own faction. Years of pent-up resentment had driven Wang Liang to utter madness. The enforcement squad frequently received reports of young girls vanishing without a trace. Investigations revealed they had all been secretly held captive by Wang Liang. He sought to compensate for his longing for his daughter, while the other party knew that exposure would ruin his reputation. Through Zhao Pengchao's persistent persuasion, Wang Liang successfully joined their faction. Zhao Feng realized his father was truly formidable. His intricate schemes were meticulously interlocked. This was the mark of a genuine hardened operator. He had once thought his father timid and indecisive, but now he witnessed the true depth of his terrifying capabilities. If the plan succeeded, the illusory heaven would belong to the Zhao family. No one could halt the final march toward unification. Those who resisted were doomed to perish. Zhao Feng spoke up. Father, I was wrong. I will study diligently from now on. Zhao Pengchao patted Zhao Feng's shoulder and began to impart his wisdom. Fomer, remember this, everything your father possesses now is yours. Why did I establish the enforcement squad? To ensure we have the means to protect ourselves in these chaotic times. As time passed, we discovered that graduates of the Beastmaster Academy were gradually turning against the enforcement squad. That simply cannot be tolerated. The final say rests with us. If we deem you righteous, then you are righteous. Those who self-proclaim themselves as righteous judges, what kind of nonsense is that? Zhao Pengchao actually found those Beastmaster Academy people particularly irritating. What gave them the right? The law enforcement squad firmly controlled everything. Even ordinary citizens obeyed at the mere mention of our name. But the Beastmaster Academy graduates, backed by powerful connections, kept stirring up trouble. Now the scale of their disturbances is growing larger and larger. We must act swiftly to nip this danger in the bud and absolutely cannot allow it to continue spreading. In the entire Huanqing Tian, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be himself and only himself. Any who dare challenge or trample upon our authority will inevitably pay a bitter price for their recklessness. 116 consecutive strikes, their speculation. The moment Leng Ningshuang arrived at the competition venue, she spotted an old acquaintance Yanson. He was surrounded by several underlings, making it look like they were about to start a brawl. Long time no see, old friend. You know what level I'm at now? Second realm, 5th tier. In less than half a year, I've risen from first realm, 8th tier to second realm, 5th tier. You can imagine the effort it took. Kneel down now, kowtow, and admit your mistake. I guarantee I'll spare your life. Leng Ningshuang hadn't expected Yanson's cultivation to advance so rapidly, but upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. Yanson was, after all, a soul stealer. Over the years, he must have amassed quite a few hidden cards. And Blazing Flame Academy was the second-ranked institution. The benefits it offered were undoubtedly substantial. Alas, the gap between them was simply too vast. Leng Ningshuang couldn't bear to shatter his pride. Revealing her true cultivation level felt like it might shatter someone's spiritual resolve. Seeing Leng Ningshuang offer no rebuttal, Yanson's smile grew even broader. Who else? I ask you, who else? All this time, I've been in seclusion, training day after day, waiting for this very moment. Just wait, don't let me catch you in the preliminary rounds. Leng Ningshuang wore an innocent expression. What? You're still participating in the preliminary rounds? Sorry, but I've already secured a spot in the top 4. The moment those words left her lips, Yanson, who had been strutting around arrogantly just seconds ago, went completely speechless. Wait, did you hear that? Is that even human speech? A subordinate patiently explained from the sidelines. It turned out that the reigning champion academy was entitled to one guaranteed spot in the top 4. This time, Cold Frost was the only participant from the Heaven's Path Academy, so the spot naturally went to her. Upon learning the truth, Yanson reluctantly retorted. It's just luck. The final victory will definitely be mine anyway. Leng Ningshuang patted Yanson on the shoulder. Fine, the championship is yours. Rest assured, no one will challenge you for it. If there's nothing else, head back and rest. The preliminary rounds are full of hidden talents, don't get eliminated. Yanson clenched his fists, seething with frustration. If not for all the people watching, he would have challenged him right then and there to see who was stronger. But how much better could they be? I'm finally standing tall now. The next second, he bumped right into Zhang Lingyan. Yanson's temper flared instantly. He'd been ranked 3rd before, but after entering the Blazing Flame Academy, his strength had undergone a complete transformation. He had to find a way to salvage his pride, or else he'd be laughed to death if others found out. Get out of the way. Zhang Lingyan retorted, that line should be mine. Before I lose my temper, get out of my way. Just as Yanson prepared to strike, he realized Zhang Lingyan's strength had reached the 6th tier. Great. He'd intended to intimidate her, but instead found himself thoroughly overpowered. Just you wait. He spat out the threat, but as he turned to leave, he found himself firmly restrained. Apologize. You're not leaving today without an apology. Just as Yanson was about to retaliate, he was stopped by his henchman. Learning that Zhang Lingyan had also made rapid progress recently, he realized he wouldn't gain any advantage in a direct confrontation. Better to avoid trouble than stir it up. It would be far better to crush him on the battlefield later, without revealing their true combat strength. Yanson nodded in satisfaction. The subordinate's reasoning made sense. When two fish fight over a shrimp, the fisherman profits. At such a critical juncture, he absolutely couldn't drop the ball. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Losing a bit of reputation was no big deal. Sorry. Zhang Lingyan said nothing and walked away. Yanson desperately wanted to confront her and argue his case, but he knew he couldn't win a fight right now. There was truly nothing he could do. From her elevated platform, Leng Ningshuang surveyed the hundreds of prodigies before her, each one a terrifying force capable of dominating a region in the bloodshed heaven. Yet here they were, fighting fiercely over a single spot. Such was competition. Zhou Xuan couldn't resist teasing. What? Have you suddenly become sentimental? Don't forget, this world has always been a jungle where the strong prey on the weak. To survive, you must be ruthless enough. A general's triumph comes at the cost of countless lives. Success inevitably demands sacrifice. Having lived a second life, Leng Ningshuang gradually came to understand many things differently. In her previous life, she'd been consumed by obsession. She'd been fixated on growing stronger, determined to stand atop the world. But in the end, reality slapped her in the face. Stuck at the 8th realm, 9th tier for so long, unable to break through to the 9th realm. This bred inner demons, slowly trapping her in a downward spiral. Genius is merely the threshold to my doorstep. The distance to the future will only grow ever wider. Seeing Leng Ningshuang like this, Zhou Xuan said little. Some things needed to be understood gradually. Others could only play a supporting role. True strength came from within. Suddenly, he sensed over a dozen terrifying auras nearby, all uniformly around the 8th stage. He hurriedly relayed this information to Leng Ningshuang. It seemed the contents of that note were indeed real. Interesting. Very interesting. Zhou Xuan surveyed the scene before him and then inquired, how's the situation with the dean? Have they identified the mole yet? Leng Ningshuang shook her head slowly, indicating she truly had no clue. The mole was hiding too deeply, causing the dean immense headaches. This time, he had brought nearly 80% of the academy's strongest fighters. Anyone who dares to step forward and cause trouble will be killed without mercy. No explanations will be given. Tiandao Academy needed a decisive victory in battle to establish its dominance. Through concrete action, they would show everyone that they were untouchable before, and would remain untouchable afterward. Leng Ningshuang knew the real show was just beginning. She wondered whether they would cause trouble during the competition or after it concluded. When she asked Zhou Xuan, he shared the same view. Both believed the attack would come after the award ceremony, when everyone's guard was down, the perfect moment to strike. Now it was a matter of waiting for the enemy to slip up. Who do you think will be the one to make the move? Leng Ningshuang began her careful analysis. Currently, the enforcement squad appeared most suspicious. Their recent actions had caused them to lose face in the eyes of the common people. They'd surely be seething with resentment, and plotting revenge behind the scenes would be perfectly natural. Beyond that, there's Li Hu from the Frenzy War Academy. That bastard is ruthless and merciless. Word is he dotes on his brother-in-law. Taking him out would settle the score. These two factions demand close scrutiny, especially the law enforcement squad, which has operated within the entire Huanqing Tian for so long. A direct confrontation wouldn't be advantageous. Zhou Xuan sighed deeply and immediately added. Could it be that every faction actually wants the Heavenly Path Academy destroyed? A school monopolizing both prodigies and resources has long stirred resentment. The only reason it hasn't erupted yet is because it's been suppressed. The day the Tiandao Academy falls, it will be devoured until not a single bone remains. Leng Ningshuang nodded. It was indeed possible. The monopoly had lasted too long, and everyone was growing weary of it. I'm eager to see who will have the last laugh. 117 advances to finals, Sword shocks the heavens issues challenge. After 3 days, the final 4 contenders were swiftly determined. As expected, Yanson and Zhang Lingyan secured their spots. The only thing that left Leng Ningshuang utterly baffled was that ordinary-looking man Jian Jingtian. Hailing from the bottom-ranked Rainstorm Academy, his combat prowess was utterly terrifying. No matter who he faced, he struck with a sword first, never hesitating or dragging his feet. His combat prowess was truly terrifying. Facing such an opponent demanded utmost caution. Impulsive actions were strictly forbidden. The first match pitted Yanson against Jian Jingtian. Who could have predicted it would end in an instant? The moment the referee declared the match open, the long sword was already pressed against Yanson's throat. He disposed of Yanson with such ease. Consider that Yanson's strength was undoubtedly among the top ranks of the freshman class. Yet now, he's been reduced to this. Just how terrifying was this guy's true combat prowess? Why had such a dark horse suddenly emerged from Rainstorm Academy? The expressions of the many bigwigs in the stands varied wildly. After all, Yanson was the favorite to win the championship. A prodigy painstakingly cultivated, only to be instantly annihilated by the bottom-ranked Rainstorm Academy. If word got out, they'd be laughed to death. That's exactly how Wang Liang felt right now. Utterly pathetic. What good are you? Enough, enough. Let these geniuses live a few more days. Once the plan begins, their doom is certain. The headmaster of Rainstorm Academy approached Li Liang to offer consolation. It's fine. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. These are minor matters, no need to worry. After the competition ends, let's go out for a drink and a bite. No need to be down. Wang Liang's face was dark as storm clouds, seething with rage that could tear the man before him to pieces. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. Never imagined suffering such humiliation. Once back, I'll teach Yanson a lesson he won't forget. After stepping down from the stage, Yanson still found it hard to believe. Fast. It was just too fast. In the blink of an eye, before he could even react, he was completely overwhelmed. A true monster. Against someone like this, how could one possibly win? It was utterly impossible. Leng Ningshuang's brows furrowed deeply. How could that Jian Jingtian possess such overwhelming power? Worst of all, his cultivation base remained utterly inscrutable. The pressure was truly immense. This dark horse that had suddenly burst onto the scene was destined to become a shining new star. As for Yanson, the blow he'd just taken was bound to be devastating. He was on the brink of collapse. And this so-called soul stealer? Utterly useless. When Leng Ningshuang stepped onto the stage, she observed the second realm, 6th-tier cultivation radiating from Zhang Lingyan and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. Only such talent is worthy of being my opponent. As for that Yanson fellow? Never heard of him. The two arrived at the arena but didn't rush into combat. Instead, they began discussing Jian Jingtian. That man who appeared out of nowhere is actually the most dangerous. If we had to reveal all our trump cards, what percentage of our strength could we actually muster? Zhang Lingyan admitted honestly, only 30%. Leng Ningshuang shared a similar view. The most critical point was that this person was exceptionally well disguised, leaving no trace of weakness to be detected. They start with a plain, unassuming strike, leaving you utterly baffled about the situation. Enough, enough. Why waste time overthinking it? To claim ultimate victory, one must first overcome this immediate challenge. Leng Ningshuang rubbed her hands together, eager to see who would have the last laugh. The moment Zhang Lingyan released his spirit pet, Zhou Xuan immediately suppressed it, rendering it completely immobilized. Zhang Lingyan nearly broke down. Logically, this shouldn't be possible. His spirit pet had undergone so many enhancements its bloodline power was incomparable to its former self. Why was it being so thoroughly suppressed by Zhou Xuan? There was only one possible explanation: the opponent possessed combat prowess that ranked among the absolute elite in the entire spirit pet realm. That terrifying dragon's aura was something no one dared to provoke lightly. It was simply too overwhelming. Without the support of her spirit pet, her strength would be drastically weakened. Zhang Lingyan certainly wouldn't compromise easily. If his spirit pet couldn't fight, he'd step into the fray himself to see who was stronger. Grabbing his weapon, he charged forward to kill. Just as Zhou Xuan prepared to forcibly suppress him, Leng Ningshuang intervened. He knew this man's pride ran deep. To resort to such methods using a spirit pet to slay him felt somewhat unsettling. Head-on confrontation, let's see who's superior. Zhang Lingyan's intentions were noble, to fight to the death, to carve a bloody path through. Alas, the gap in cultivation was simply too vast to bridge. After battling for some time, Zhang Lingyan could distinctly feel her strength dwindling. Truly, he was the top talent of their cohort, incredibly formidable. Both resorted to the most primitive method, a head-on clash, to see who would emerge victorious. Cold Ningshuang emerged with a bruised and battered face, having fought to the bitter end, while Zhang Lingyan collapsed unconscious from sheer exhaustion. Zhou Xuan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Why bother? There was a far more reliable way to deal with her. Now look at this mess. The goddess and the tomboy. It won't be long before the nickname Violent Girl spreads like wildfire through every street and alley. Leng Ningshuang shot Zhou Xuan a withering glance, signaling him to shut up if he couldn't speak sensibly. Leng Ningshuang hadn't wanted to fight hand-to-hand either, but Zhang Lingyan was simply too fierce, a complete madwoman. How did that saying go? To succeed, you must first go mad. Today, he'd witnessed the terrifying truth of that. For a split second, her competitive spirit flared up. She had to test who was stronger and ended up winning by the skin of her teeth. Jian Jingtian approached Leng Ningshuang and issued a direct challenge. Tomorrow, I will sign a life or death contract with you. Do you dare? Without hesitation, Leng Ningshuang accepted the challenge. She was just as eager to see how much of a surprise this sudden rising star could bring. Truthfully, she'd heard rumors of sword cultivators possessing terrifying combat prowess, but those who truly reached the pinnacle were almost non-existent. In the 8th world, a powerful figure once declared he would challenge all the strong, only to be ambushed and killed within 3 days. In a realm dominated by beast tamers, sword cultivators faced significant disadvantages, their fragile physiques being the most fundamental limitation. May I see what your spirit pet is? Jian Jingtian waved his hand, and the long sword in his grasp transformed into a tiny mouse. This is my spirit pet, the sword spirit rat. What do you think? Fancy a fight? Taking down a peerless prodigy like you would be a real thrill. Fighting others is utterly boring, a complete waste of time. The moment these words left his mouth, murmurs erupted from the surrounding crowd. Who would have thought this kid would be so arrogant? It's beyond words. Cold Frost stared at his sword spirit rat, her heart filled with shock. Such a creature was exceedingly rare. It was the spirit pet every sword cultivator dreamed of, capable of transforming beasts into swords, greatly enhancing combat power. Yet it possessed one fatal flaw: it required vast amounts of vital energy to sustain itself. No wonder Jian Jingtian looked so pale. This was the reason. After signing the life and death pact, both parties returned to prepare. Tomorrow, one of them was destined to die. 118, Xiao Yaozi's concern, the puppet master. Xia Yaozi entered Leng Ningshuang's room and berated her. How foolish. Why act so impulsively? That Jian Jingtian clearly isn't someone to be trifled with. What if something goes wrong? He's unleashed such terrifying combat power all along the way. How could you dare to underestimate him? Leng Ningshuang hastily assured him that victory would be theirs tomorrow. We've found a way to break the stalemate, stall. Each attack by the sword spirit rat drains the user's vital energy. Why did Jian Jingtian always seek quick victories? He clearly didn't want to be dragged into a prolonged battle. The stronger the opponent, the greater the drain. Leng Ningshuang planned to first withstand Jian Jingtian's initial assault before seeking an opening. Even if ultimately defeated, a hard-fought stalemate would suffice. Seeing his disciple so confident, Xiao Yaozi hurriedly placed the intelligence he'd gathered on the table. Take a look. This guy isn't as simple as you imagine. Why would someone with such extraordinary talent choose an ordinary academy like Rainstorm? All that talk of making a stunning debut is just a facade. His target from the start was you. He wants to kill you. Don't you see how complicated this situation is? Seeing the situation turn dire, you must learn to walk away. Save your life first. The rest will be handled by others. Leng Ningshuang insisted there was no need to worry. After all, you fight fire with fire. Victory must be earned with honor. Never let others look down on you. Xia Yaozi knew Leng Ningshuang was fiercely proud at heart. Arguing further was futile. Alright, I'll defer to your judgment on this matter for now. So, what exactly do you plan to do? Leng Ningshuang chuckled. Heh, don't fret. Just watch me perform. Xia Yaozi shook his head helplessly. Whether this brings fortune or misfortune, it all depends on fate. I've done my best to fulfill my duties as a master. Just don't disappoint your teacher's expectations. Zhou Xuan burst out from within his body. What the hell is going on here? A sword spirit rat? You encounter one maybe once every 100 years. Cultivating it is incredibly complex. Virtually every master ends up drained of vital energy and dies. Judging by Jian Jingtian's condition, he's already severely depleted at such a young age. Something feels terribly off here. We must proceed with utmost caution tomorrow. Leng Ningshuang nodded eagerly. It had been ages since she found such an intriguing opponent. She was definitely going to stretch her legs. While Jian Jingtian slept, Zhao Pengchao suddenly appeared, handing him a crimson pill. Remember this, no matter what happens tomorrow, that bastard Leng Ningshuang must die. Got it? Jian Jingtian coldly demanded, what about my sister? Release my sister, or I won't act tomorrow. Who'd have thought this bastard would try to bargain? Zhao Pengchao kicked him without hesitation. Remember, you're a dog kept by the Zhao family. If you want your sister to live, you'd better complete the task obediently. Any more unrealistic ideas, and you'll face the consequences. Jian Jingtian stared at the elixir in his hand, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had once possessed a happy and harmonious family, only for the enforcement squad to appear and slaughter his loved ones. Just as they were about to kill him, the sword spirit rat suddenly appeared, successfully forming a contract. To the sword spirit rat, those ordinary enforcement squad members were nothing, merely fodder to be effortlessly slaughtered. But plans change unexpectedly. Just as he was preparing to leave with his sister, disaster struck. Zhao Pengchao led his men to block their path. Jian Jingtian burned his vital energy to save his sister, only to be utterly overwhelmed. There was no way around it before true power, everything else seemed utterly helpless. He refused to accept defeat, but when he tried to fight back, he realized he was no match for his opponent. Staring at the crimson pill before him, he couldn't help but ask, what does this pill do? Zhao Pengchao explained, the blood-igniting pill. After taking it, you'll unleash the power of the second realm, 9th tier, but you'll only live for 3 days. Combined with the sword spirit rat, it will be more than enough to eliminate Leng Ningshuang. Then your sister will be safe. Zhao Pengchao's words left Jian Jingtian deeply unsettled. You think we'll just go down together? Zhao Pengchao burst into laughter. No way. Only I know your sister's location. Jian Jingtian was now completely at their mercy, unable to muster any defiance. Those with vulnerabilities are destined to be ruthlessly exploited. He'd once considered trading Zhao Feng for his sister's safety, but it ended in failure. No choice. For his own hegemonic ambitions, he'd do anything. Zhao Pengchao's words from back then still ring clearly in Jian Jingtian's ears. A son dies and is reborn, what's the big deal? Against such a man, you have absolutely no recourse. To achieve his goals, he'd stop at nothing. If they came to blows, his sister would surely be the one to die. All those years of hard work and sacrifice were destined to make him nothing more than a pawn. After wrestling with his thoughts, Jian Jingtian had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Remember what I said earlier, if anything happens to my sister, I won't let you off the hook, even if it costs me my life. After Jian Jingtian departed, a figure in black suddenly appeared. Excellent, excellent. See how the young master's plan is about to succeed. Remember, at this critical juncture, you must not falter. Keep the Shutian bell close, it will prove vital when the moment comes. Once the plan is complete, Huanqing Tian will be yours. No one will interfere. With the Jun family backing you, everything will be handled. Zhao Pengchao was so excited he was jumping up and down. With the Jun family's backing, it was all worth it. Transforming from an ordinary expert into a major figure in the realm, that was all thanks to the Jun family's backing. So what if he was a puppet? What if he was a pawn in someone else's game? These were minor issues. The territory won't change. If the Jun family wants to govern it, they'll need my help. As for dispatching powerful warriors? Utterly preposterous. A third realm expert entering the blood slaughter heaven would be brutally suppressed by its laws. The Tao itself would never permit such an intrusion. The black-clad figure possessed second realm, 9th tier strength much like himself. Their power levels were comparable. My lord, once Leng Ningshuang perishes tomorrow, it will spell the end for the Way of Heaven Academy. When that old codger, Xiao Yaozi, comes into play, I'll need your guidance. The black-clad figure waved dismissively, indicating these were minor concerns, scarcely worth worrying about. A mere mortal from the lower realms couldn't stir up much trouble, especially when he'd gathered so many experts, this time clearly aiming to take his life. Xiao Yaozi is nothing but a clown. Remember, young Master Jun demands Leng Ningshuang's head on a platter. Is the man you assigned reliable? Zhao Pengchao swore solemnly that he would complete the task. With her weakness in hand, the world was his for the taking. The man in black looked puzzled. And your sister? You actually kept her alive? Zhao Pengchao retorted, impossible. She was sent to hell long ago. Besides, after tomorrow, Jian Jingtian will die too. The two shared a knowing smile, as if this were a trivial matter to them. 119 Jian Jingtian's demise, the enforcement squad arrives. Jian Jingtian gazed at Leng Ningshuang before him and bowed deeply. My apologies, but I have reasons I cannot afford to lose this battle today. Leng Ningshuang retorted, same here. You won't leave here safely, no matter what. Tension mounted between them, neither willing to yield. None were happier than Storm Academy, the weakest of the 10 great Beastmaster academies. In just a few short days, its reputation had skyrocketed. Many new students even held Jian Jingtian as their role model, aspiring to become such towering figures themselves. Yet the events that followed made the headmaster of Storm Academy feel as if the sky itself had collapsed. Jian Jingtian knew that in this situation he had to fight with everything he had. His all-out strike pierced straight through, and spectators outside the arena could distinctly sense the murderous intent within it. Cold Frost stood there, offering no resistance. The instant Jin Jingtian approached, she shifted slightly to the side, effortlessly evading the attack. Sorry, you're too slow. Hearing this, Jin Jingtian felt particularly annoyed. Want to fight? Then let's see who's better. Attack after attack followed, yet Leng Ningshuang chose to evade each one, never striking back. As time passed, the power within her body slowly diminished. Knowing that continuing like this would inevitably lead to defeat, he tried to provoke Leng Ningshuang into a direct confrontation. A direct confrontation might offer a sliver of hope. Now was not the time to lose her composure. Coward! Why won't you fight me head-on? If you're afraid, just surrender. The Heaven's Path Academy isn't all that impressive anyway. Leng Ningshuang remained unprovoked, continuing to evade relentlessly. This left Jin Jingtian increasingly agitated. Kill her. He must eliminate Leng Ningshuang. That person had issued a death order. If Leng Ningshuang didn't die, his own sister would be the one to perish in the end. He seethed with hatred for his own incompetence. He drew the elixir he carried with him. Today, Leng Ningshuang would die for certain. When that happened, Xiaozi would surely intervene to finish him off. Why dwell on it? A worthless life is just that, worthless. After swallowing the pill, his strength surged to the 9th tier. The sudden turn of events caught Leng Ningshuang completely off guard. Damn, so that's how it's done. Without a second thought, she scrambled to evade. But against a 9th-rank powerhouse, everything felt utterly futile. Die. Leng Ningshuang lay gravely wounded on the ground, barely clinging to life. Oof. Did you really think you could hide forever? Against true power, all those tricks are just flashy nonsense, utterly useless. Leng Ningshuang sighed deeply. What was the point? To achieve final victory, such a tremendous price had to be paid. Using that forbidden pill did indeed boost her cultivation temporarily. But from now on, I'll be utterly crippled, a puppet at others' mercy. To eliminate me, they'll stop at nothing. The more this happened, the more she wanted to know who was secretly orchestrating all of this behind the scenes. I'm dying anyway. Can you tell me who sent you? As far as I know, such forbidden elixirs are few and far between across the entire illusory heaven. Don't tell me you found it yourself. Jin Jingtian murmured, my apologies. A colossal aura surged from the long-faced man, its terrifying presence palpable to everyone present. Xiaozi knew that striking now would surely cause trouble. Just as he reached the stage, he saw the long-faced man lunging toward Leng Ningshuang. Still unable to do it? When the smoke cleared, the scene before them left everyone speechless with shock. Leng Ningshuang bore not a single scratch, while Jin Jingtian lay beside her, barely clinging to life, with little time left. Jin Jingtian's face twisted with bitter resentment. Why? Leng Ningshuang replied coldly, if you're not good enough, practice more. The words struck Jin Jingtian like a blow to the heart, sending him into a sudden faint. Witnessing the scene before them, the crowd was too stunned to speak. No way, that's just too incredible. The legendary sword prodigy, instantly defeated. Who could have imagined? Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, a loud shout erupted from the distance. Where are the enforcers? Arrest him! Countless powerful enforcers surrounded the entire arena. This sudden turn of events caught them off guard. They knew today's incident wouldn't end without consequences. Zhao Pengchao spoke up. Leng Ningshuang, you committed murder in broad daylight. You must provide a reasonable explanation for today's actions. The law enforcement team is handling this case. All non-essential personnel, clear the area immediately. Leng Ningshuang knew the real battle was yet to come. Jin Jingtian's appearance was merely an appetizer. She hadn't expected the enforcement team to act so brazenly in front of so many witnesses. She was prepared to burn all bridges. Xiaozi unleashed his cultivation energy and slowly approached Zhao Pengchao. Well. Bullying others has now extended to our Tian Dao Academy. How do you wish to die today? Zhao Pengchao kicked out innocently, insisting he'd come today solely to uncover the truth. The murder of such a prodigy demanded answers, both publicly and personally. Gazing at Jin Jingtian's lifeless body on the ground, Zhao Pengchao's rage boiled over. Useless fool, what good are you? Originally, he thought that with the forbidden elixir's boost, the power gap between them shouldn't be that great. But now he'd been utterly humiliated. If word got out, he'd be laughed to death. A waste of space is a waste of space, never amounting to anything. Everyone listen up. Stay seated in the stands and keep your hands to yourselves. Before he could finish speaking, the troublemakers started causing chaos. A fat man, relying on his status, tried to flee. What are you doing? My father is the head of the Han family. I'm leaving now. What can you do about it? Zhao Pengchao shot a glance at his henchman beside him, who understood immediately. He moved in and struck him down with ease. This served as a warning to everyone to behave themselves and not make any rash moves. This time, the enforcement squad had mobilized all their combat strength, determined to go all out. After all that careful planning, how could they possibly lose? Ha! Everyone, relax. Today, you're merely invited to watch the show. Zhao Pengchao rattled off a litany of mistakes committed by the Celestial Path Academy over the years. Any clear-eyed observer could see the two factions were already at loggerheads. That incident only made their mutual animosity all the more palpable. For now, they could only stay quiet, avoid leaving any evidence, and play the role of establishing authority. Xiaozi hadn't expected all this to be true. It seemed the person who'd passed him the note must have inside information. He couldn't tell whether this full-scale mobilization was a blessing or a curse. Glancing at the other deans beside him, Xiaozi knew he had to find a way to step forward. Everyone, we all know what the enforcement squad is up to. Today it's the Celestial Path Academy, tomorrow it could be any other academy. What if we unite and drive them out completely? Li Zhantian flashed a mysterious smile. I think this proposal is excellent. 120 targets, Xiaozi, executing consecutive strikes. But I believe the one who truly resists should be Xiaozi. All these years of oppression by the Heavenly Way Academy, could any of you endure it? I swear on my honor, those who do not act today will be forgiven for past transgressions. The major Beast Master Academies are all seasoned veterans, they understand the implications. Let them fight it out if they wish. In the end, they'll side with whoever survives. They'll bend whichever way the wind blows. With combat prowess that terrifying, if it comes down to the wire, they won't even know how they died. Best to stay out of it if possible. Seeing events unfold this way nearly drove Xiaozi to his grave. Fools. Utter fools. What good are these idiots? They're gloating over the disaster unfolding right at their doorstep. The law enforcement squad and the Berserker Academy had joined forces, waiting to wipe them all out. There was no way he'd let that happen. To catch the thief, catch the king, focus attention on Zhao Pengchao. If they could control him, today's battle would end swiftly. The ideal was beautiful, but reality was stark. The moment they approached Zhao Pengchao, a sudden force gripped them, holding them fast. Haha, old friend, do you like this gift? The Shutian Bell, it took me quite some effort to acquire this treasure. Rest assured, it's harmless, merely rendering you immobile. After speaking, Zhao Pengchao fixed his gaze intently on Leng Ningshuang. Whoever kills Leng Ningshuang shall be promoted to deputy captain of the enforcement squad. At these words, the crowd perked up instantly. For the position of deputy captain of the enforcement squad held immense importance throughout the entire Fantasia heaven. Previously, following Zhao Pengchao's autocratic rule had caused everyone immense suffering. Advancing further would bring greater benefits in the future. A second realm, 7th tier brat, they were eager to see if he could survive unscathed amidst such a massive pursuit. Just as Leng Ningshuang prepared for battle, Xiaozi informed her to hurry back to the Tiandao Academy. With the protection of the formation, those fellows wouldn't dare make a move. Yet before she could take a few steps, Li Hu and Zhao Feng blocked her path. Their target was the person before them. Eliminating her would fulfill their mission and avenge their grievances. Zhao Feng selflessly offered Li Hu the first shot. The tangled history between Li Hu and Leng Ningshuang was quite intriguing. Victory would be ideal, but even a fight would help drain some of her stamina, making it easier to act later. Alas, Li Hu was now blinded by hatred, utterly oblivious to the situation at hand. Young lady, why would you kill my brother-in-law? Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but wonder if these so-called big shots had lost their minds. Wasn't that obvious? Who kills without reason? It's all about self-preservation. I feel like it. Who are you to tell me otherwise? That single remark nearly shattered Li Hu's resolve. He had always cherished his brother-in-law dearly, treating him almost like family. Now this had happened, it was nothing short of a disgraceful humiliation. No way. He had to find a way to restore his dignity. Fine. Murder demands retribution, it's only natural. Come and get it. Without another word, he lunged at Leng Ningshuang. Zhou Xuan appeared just in time to intervene. Li Hu showed no mercy. As the vice principal of the Mad Warrior Academy, he certainly possessed formidable skills. Summoning the ghostly white tiger, his longtime comrade in arms from years of battle, he intended to show everyone through action that offending him meant certain death. Ah! Come and take my life. The two quickly clashed, but Leng Ningshuang had recently absorbed the essence and soul of an ancient dragon, greatly enhancing her power. To put it bluntly, such a minor opponent was scarcely worth mentioning. A few punches sent him reeling back, step by step. Li Hu stubbornly persisted in head-on combat, only to be sent straight to meet his brother-in-law. The most devastated person right now was undoubtedly Zhao Feng. He'd thought he might gain some advantage, but now look at him, he was likely about to become someone else's prey. Cough. Keep calm. Can we sit down and talk this out? Staring at the man before her, Leng Ningshuang formed a plan. She gripped Zhao Feng's neck tightly and issued her threat. Young Master Zhao, if you want to live, call for help immediately. Zhao Feng was terrified. Seeing the scene before him, he was already scared out of his wits. Father! Save me! Zhao Pengchao nearly choked on his anger. What good is a son like this? To screw up at such a critical moment. Everything had been proceeding according to plan, yet he hesitated. After all, he was his own flesh and blood, his only son. The Li family still needed an heir to carry on the line. Now that this unexpected incident had occurred, should he save him or not? Captain Zhao, release the director. Let's pretend today's events never happened. If this continues, the outcome will surely be mutual destruction. What good would that do? Let's exchange hostages and live in peace. Zhao Pengchao slowly shook his head, signaling his refusal. Exchanging his son's life for Xiao Yaozi? He knew exactly which was more precious. Leng Ningshuang frowned deeply, sensing something was amiss. Everyone said Zhao Pengchao cherished his son above all else. Why was he showing no reaction whatsoever? No, she had to find a way to force him to compromise. She squeezed his arm hard, causing Zhao Feng to yelp in pain. Dad, save me. I don't want to die yet. Zhao Pengchao spoke up, despicable. Leng Ningshuang burst into laughter. Everyone should know who the real villain is. So, are you willing to make the exchange or not? Think it through carefully. Just as Zhao Pengchao hesitated, a shadowy figure appeared and struck Zhao Feng dead with a single blow. Seeing the situation turn dire, Leng Ningshuang turned and fled without a second glance. Damn it, another expert. They came straight for the kill, not even giving a chance to explain. Witnessing his son's death, Zhao Pengchao grabbed the black-clad figure and demanded answers. What do you think you're doing? That was my own son. The sole heir of the Zhao family. Believe it or not, we'll both go down together. The black-clad figure warned coldly. Remember, if we fail to complete the mission today, we all die. Young Master Jun's patience is running thin. Don't throw your life away for nothing. Suppressing his inner rage, he reluctantly chose to compromise. Glancing at his subordinates nearby, his anger flared. He immediately began berating them. What are you standing around for? Chase him. Bring back the living or the dead. This little brat thinks he can escape my grasp? Not a chance. Leng Ningshuang, if you think you can escape my grasp, just wait to be brutally tortured. Under the pressure from the Mad War Academy and the enforcement squad, the spectators in the stands dared not make a move. All eyes turned to Wang Liang of the Blazing Flame Academy, only to find him holding his breath and focusing intently, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. Xiao Yaozi chuckled gleefully. Little did he expect certain parties would end up shooting themselves in the foot, sacrificing their own son for nothing. Zhao Pengchao snorted coldly. What's so funny, old man? Let me tell you another secret this time, Leng Ningshuang is as good as dead. For some reason, hearing Zhao Pengchao's words sent a flicker of unease through Xiao Yaozi's heart. 121 The Vice Dean's Betrayal, Layered Encirclement. Leng Ningshuang watched the relentless stream of pursuers behind her and had no choice but to pick up the pace. Who could have imagined that this time, the Frenzy War Academy would choose to collude with the law enforcement squad? The law enforcement squad was already terrifying enough. With the Beastmaster Academy's backing, it was blatantly clear they intended to annihilate the Celestial Path Academy. Once back, he must find a way to unite others and eliminate every last one of those bastards. Racing at full speed to the academy gates, she found Vice Dean Lu Yinfeng observing the unfolding events before him. Vice Dean, deactivate the formation and let me through first. Lu Yinfeng began feigning ignorance, deliberately stalling for time. I cannot open the gate now. Please go elsewhere for the time being. If the enforcement squad gets in, the entire Tiandao Academy will face utter destruction. Hurry to another location, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Hearing this, Leng Ningshuang grew frantic. She quickly recounted the recent events and insisted she must enter first. Who could have imagined Lu Yinfeng would be so adamant, refusing to open the door no matter what? Zhou Xuan quickly sensed something amiss in the unusual situation unfolding before him. Logically, upon learning the dean had been arrested, the vice dean should have opened the door without resistance. Why was this happening? Could it be that he had already betrayed them to the enforcement squad, that they were in cahoots? After sharing his theory with Leng Ningshuang, he nearly scared himself to death. If that were true, Zhao Pengchao had hidden his true colors far too deeply. It was utterly unforeseeable. To have even the second in command of the Celestial Path Academy under his control, how long must he have been plotting this? Open the door. Open it now. Students nearby tried to intercede, but Lu Yinfeng cut them off with a stern rebuke. Remember, at this critical juncture, only the dean, Xiao Yaozi, is permitted entry. What if the current Leng Ningshuang is an imposter? Or what if the enemy slips in during the array activation? Can you shoulder that responsibility? After all this back and forth, you lot better get your heads together. The ordinary students from the Heavenly Dao Academy fell instantly silent after being scolded. What can they do? With the dean absent, they have no choice but to obediently follow the vice dean's orders. There was truth to the saying, with the protective array activated, it was utterly impossible for outsiders to enter. As for Leng Ningshuang's fate, it was regrettable, but taking risks was strictly forbidden. That was the rule. Even if something did happen in the end, they could simply shift all blame onto the vice dean, no real loss to them. Lu Yinfeng urged, take my advice, find a place to hide immediately. The dean is all-powerful, he'll be back soon enough. Leng Ningshuang was furious. Great. I never imagined Tian Dao Academy would actually have a traitor. Deputy Dean, tell me how much did the enforcement squad pay you to be so loyal? Lu Yanfeng remained completely unfazed. After all, you have no evidence. Empty accusations won't hold water. Produce evidence of my bribery, a single witness or piece of proof will suffice. The public sees clearly, they understand the situation perfectly well. It's nothing more than resentment over not opening the gate. The issue is, as Vice Dean, I must prioritize the safety of all Academy students. No matter how much you plead today, I won't agree to let you in. Give up that hope. Lu Yanfeng's strategy now boils down to one word: stall. Drag it out as long as possible. The enforcement team is closing in anyway. All I need to do is wait for Leng Ningshuang to meet her end. You little brat, thinking you can take me on without knowing your own limits? Leng Ningshuang tried to force her way through the formation, but Zhou Xuan stopped her. Hold on. In this situation, we absolutely cannot act impulsively. Breaking the formation would endanger innocent people. If the enforcement squad enters, no one will survive. We should look for other solutions first, see if there's any new way out around here. Leng Ningshuang scanned the area carefully but found nothing. This is bad. Every possible escape route is blocked. Spotting Lu Yanfeng munching on melon seeds while watching the commotion, Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but warn him. Don't forget the dean is still here. How will you explain this later? Lu Yanfeng dismissed her concern. Everything he was doing was legal and compliant, no one could find fault with it. Even if the dean returned, he could talk his way out of it. Frankly speaking, whether Xiaozi would make it back alive was still uncertain. This time, Zhao Pengchao had spared no expense. No matter what, they had to eliminate him. So what if that guy was formidable? Two fists couldn't fight four hands. With countless experts attacking, each landing a blow, they could wear him down to death. Today was a battle of sheer force. Let's see who had the last laugh. Judging by the current situation, the one who'll die is definitely Leng Ningshuang. The enforcement squad is closing in. Are you sure you won't run? Leng Ningshuang wanted to flee too, but after being held back for so long, escape was impossible. In this predicament, there's only one option: fight to the death and see who emerges victorious. Su Haizhou was utterly shattered, staring at Leng Ningshuang with a rage that could tear him limb from limb. Everyone knew Zhao Pengchao had raised Zhao Feng like his own son, and his trusted confidants were supposed to reap endless benefits. Who could have predicted such a catastrophic turn of events? Zhao Pengchao's state was clearly off. If Leng Ningshuang wasn't captured now, they feared he might snap at any moment. Men, move out. Surround her. Every one of us is risking our necks here. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Got it? The enforcement team members said nothing, steadily tightening the encirclement. They all knew this murderer, Leng Ningshuang, had to be handed over to the captain personally. Leng Ningshuang tried to resist, but found no escape. They had him surrounded like a sealed barrel. Ha! Surrender now, girl. Don't even think about running, it's useless. A trap has been set all around. Escaping is impossible, it's a complete waste of time. You can either surrender peacefully, or let us gentlemen give you a little help. Su Haizhou gripped his weapon tightly. Should Leng Ningshuang make any sudden move, he would sever her hands and feet without hesitation. Their enforcement squad prided itself on its torturous methods. Without exaggeration, they were top tier in this regard, guaranteed to make her wish she were dead. Leng Ningshuang assumed a fighting stance. What if I refuse? Su Haizhou hadn't expected this woman to remain so defiant even as death approached. The critical issue now was that the Heavenly Path Academy refused to intervene, and Xiao Yaozi was imprisoned, leaving them utterly isolated and helpless. In such a dire predicament, seeing someone actually smile was utterly unbelievable. You think you have everything under control? You couldn't be more wrong. Old Wang, come out. 122, the hidden hand emerges, breaking through the 9th rank. The moment the white-haired elder appeared, everyone present couldn't help but clench their fists. This was a true formidable figure. Especially Lu Yanfeng, he nearly scared himself to death. Master Wang, why have you come? The forbidden grounds need your supervision. The white-haired elder slapped him across the face. Shut up, you traitor. You just stand by and watch the enforcement squad bully our people, huh? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation for today's incident, you'll face the consequences. Lu Yanfeng had nothing left to lose. With the dean's token in his possession, no one else could enter. Wang, what do you think you are? Have I given you too much face, that you can't tell the difference between the king and the jack? Before this young master loses his temper, get down on your knees and apologize. Otherwise, you'll never set foot inside here again. The courtyard's protective array is now at full power. If you really want to come in, you'd better weigh whether you have the ability to do so. The white-haired elder had assumed the man possessed some extraordinary skill, only to discover it was all about the dean's token in his hand. With a sweeping gesture, the token that had been in Lu Yanfeng's grasp now appeared in the white-haired elder's hand. Caught off guard, Lu Yanfeng panicked. He wasn't ready to die. Without a word, he dropped to his knees and began desperately begging for mercy. Master Wang, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and deceived by others. Please give me another chance. The white-haired elder delivered a powerful strike, instantly slaying him. As for the remaining enforcers, the protective courtyard formation quickly eliminated them all. Upon learning the truth, Leng Ningshuang gave a thumbs up. It must be said that the dean truly excelled at anticipating every possible scenario. When Elder Wang left the Forbidden Grounds, only a handful within the entire Tian Dao Academy knew of it. This became the crucial turning point. Through hidden pawns, they had successfully turned defeat into victory. Leng Ningshuang recalled how Xiao Yaozi was still under siege by countless attackers. Just as she was about to lead her men to the scene, she was stopped by the white-haired elder. Rest assured, we needn't worry about the dean's safety. These days, those puny few wouldn't stand a chance against the dean. They're just wasting their time. Our task now is to wait for the dean's signal. Following the white-haired elder into the secret chamber, Leng Ningshuang soon spotted the ancient dragon bone. This is the gift the dean gave you. While you have time, absorb it quickly. In 3 days at most, the dean will have to break ties with them and engage in a decisive battle. Before the real showdown, you must elevate your strength to the 9th rank. 3 days, 2 ranks. Do you have the confidence? Only then did Leng Ningshuang realize how cunningly calculating the dean truly was. They say Zhao Pengqiao is a sly fox, but compared to him, there's a world of difference. No comparison, no hurt. The depth of his scheming became painfully clear in an instant. Gazing at the ancient dragon bone before him, Zhou Xuan's eyes burned with desire. It must be said that with the enhancement of essence, blood and soul, the absorption process felt remarkably effortless. As the immense power merged into his body, his strength surged instantly, successfully breaking through to the 8th tier. But it wasn't enough. Far from it. As he forced the two energies within him to fuse and absorb each other, he felt as though he were caught between ice and fire. Both the dragon soul and essence blood were incomplete, yet these dragon bones were different. They carried a terrifying will that refused to yield. It took Zhou Xuan an immense amount of time to forcibly suppress it. Now I finally understand why that old fox sent you to handle this. Such a thankless task, utterly ridiculous. We knew full well this thing was complicated and no one else could handle it, so they dumped this hot potato on us. This has worn me out. I need a few days of proper rest. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Zhou Xuan was furious this time. After all, he was a demonic dragon, a noble demonic dragon, yet he'd been ambushed. The resentment hidden within that dragon bone, no exaggeration, was beyond the reach of minions like Huanqing Tian. It was nothing short of a pipe dream. Attempting to absorb its energy would only result in immediate backlash. The gap between them was as vast as the heavens. Upon learning the dragon bone's terrifying power, Leng Ningshuang was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, gaining strength always comes at a cost, didn't it? It all made sense. As for now, it was time to settle accounts with someone. When she first emerged, the white-haired elder had burst into laughter upon seeing Leng Ningshuang's cultivation level. He never imagined it was all true. This girl could indeed absorb the dragon bone. Master Wang, I demand a proper explanation for this. You had no idea how perilous the situation was just now. You nearly met the Grim Reaper. And this is how the headmaster treats his disciples. Leng Ningshuang was seething with frustration. While her power had indeed surged dramatically, a deep sense of resentment gnawed at her. Once she met Xiao Yaozi, she would properly thank him. So, what's the plan? With my current strength at the 9th level of the 2nd realm, dealing with opponents at the same level is a breeze. The white-haired elder had just one word: wait. Don't rush. Get some rest. Tomorrow will likely be the most critical moment in the struggle between the two sides. That's when we'll catch all those old foxes in one net. Leng Ningshuang had no other choice but to grit her teeth and agree. But she felt deeply uneasy. This feeling of being manipulated was truly unpleasant. The white-haired elder understood Leng Ningshuang's thoughts. The issue was that not telling her was actually for her own good. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The dean had said that Leng Ningshuang held many hidden secrets, and uncovering them gradually would require various opportunities. The dragon bone at hand was precisely such a rare opportunity. As it turned out, it was all worth it. The current Leng Ningshuang was clearly more formidable than he had been. The thought made his hands itch. He wanted to test his skills against her. Come on, let's have a fight and see who's stronger. Leng Ningshuang hadn't expected someone to take advantage of her vulnerability, and she didn't mind. With a belly full of pent-up fury needing an outlet, this was the perfect chance to test her against him and see who truly reigns supreme. The white-haired elder chose not to strike with lethal force, but Leng Ningshuang was in a particularly foul mood. She engaged in all sorts of close-quarters combat, using the most primitive methods to vent the resentment within her body. The white-haired elder didn't understand this either, so he let her hit him. It was better to let all that pent-up resentment out. Keeping it bottled up inside day after day must be unbearable. Without relying on her spirit pet's power, relying solely on her own strength, Leng Ningshuang's performance now could be described as surpassing her master. Among the seasoned veterans, only a handful could match her in combat. Upon reflection, this youngster truly possessed remarkable fortune. The ancient dragon emperor was originally intended for the Li family's descendants, yet it had been intercepted by a prodigy who had emerged out of nowhere. Judging by the current situation, it had all been worth it. Just then, fireworks erupted across the sky. The white-haired elder shouted loudly, "The final showdown is upon us. 123 Eternal Heaven, here I come." Xiao Yaozi was tightly surrounded by 4 second realm 9th tier powerhouses, Zhao Pengqiao, the black-cloaked man, Li Zhantian, and Wang Liang. Who would have thought they'd spare no expense this time? With so many forces mobilized, the situation instantly became extremely tense. Zhao Pengqiao burst into laughter. "Well, now you see the chasm between us. Even if you're powerful and unmatched under heaven, so what? Don't forget all these experts are here, killing you would be a breeze." Hearing this, Xiao Yaozi flashed a mysterious smile. The moment the white-haired elder and Leng Ningshuang appeared, the tension in the air thickened. Zhao Pengqiao rubbed his eyes carefully, making sure he wasn't seeing things. What was going on? How had things come to this? He recalled that just days ago, Leng Ningshuang had clearly possessed only 7th tier strength. How had she transformed into this? Glancing at Xiao Yaozi beside him, everything became crystal clear. That old codger had another trick up his sleeve. This situation was indeed tricky. The reason Tian Dao Academy had risen to become the foremost among the 10 great beast master academies was precisely because it boasted 2 9th rank powerhouses. Who could have predicted this one would suddenly appear? In an instant, the situation turned passive. Li Zhantian and Wang Liang held off Xiao Yaozi, while the black-clad figure stalled the white-haired elder. Zhao Pengqiao personally dealt with that little brat Leng Ningshuang. "Where are my law enforcement squad members? Where are they?" Leng Ningshuang retorted, "Can't you tell just by looking at it?" The remark nearly drove Zhao Pengqiao to fury. After all, these were trusted lieutenants, geniuses cultivated at the cost of countless cultivation resources. Honestly, who could feel good about this happening now? With not a single reliable person left by his side, how could this be tolerated? No matter what, vengeance must be exacted. "Kid, come and get me." A fist slammed down with brutal force. Leng Ningshuang didn't flinch, countering with another strike of her own. The two clashed head-on, neither willing to yield. Soon, Zhao Pengqiao sensed something amiss. This shouldn't be possible. Leng Ningshuang had only recently broken through to the 9th rank. At this stage, her cultivation should be extremely unstable. Why was she so powerful? Impossible. "Who are you, exactly?" Leng Ningshuang patiently explained, "My apologies, I forgot to mention it earlier. The dragon bone of the Heavenly Dao Academy has been completely refined by me. Do you still wish to continue?" At those words, Zhao Pengqiao, who had been so arrogant in overbearing moments before, turned tail and fled. No way, he wasn't about to throw his life away. Others might not know the terror of ancient dragon bones, but he had experienced it firsthand. Run as far as he could possibly run. To Leng Ningshuang, however, this was nothing but a waste of time. In no time at all, she was right in front of him. Why bother? He wanted answers today. How much longer did he plan to run? "Rest assured, I'll send you straight to meet the King of Hell." With a forceful squeeze, Zhao Pengqiao was instantly killed. Seeing the situation turn dire, Li Zhantian tried to flee, but Xiao Yaozi seized the opportunity to finish him off. Looking at Wang Liang before him, Xiao Yaozi was genuinely baffled. Why had the other suddenly attacked? Logically, there was no grudge between them. It shouldn't have required such a heavy price. When facing the initial attacks from several opponents, Xiao Yaozi had managed to hold his own. Who could have anticipated Wang Liang striking him from behind? Forced to alter his plans, he waited for old Wang's news. Fortunately, the plan succeeded in the end. He had nearly become the eternal villain of the Celestial Path Academy. "Do you remember Lin Huahua? That young woman who died unexpectedly while accompanying the Tian Dao Academy. Her real name was actually Wang Huahua. This grudge has never left my mind. Zhao Yaozi, dare you claim this wasn't your fault? Answer me." Zhao Yaozi was momentarily rendered speechless. Truth be told, that incident really was an accident. Who could have foreseen Wang Huahua venturing deep into the spirit pet forest? Combined with the teacher's oversight, it led straight to disaster. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. To serve as a warning, all the teachers responsible for safety were expelled on the spot. They were banned from ever setting foot in the Celestial Path Academy again. When I tried to compensate their families, I found I couldn't get in touch with them at all. In the end, with no other options, he had no choice but to let it go. No wonder they harbor such hatred toward me. It's completely understandable. His own daughter had been murdered. Revenge was inevitable. Since the incident was ultimately their fault, Xiao Yaozi decided to let the other party off the hook. "Leave now, and today's incident will be forgotten. But if I ever catch you committing any crimes or misdeeds from now on, I won't let you off the hook." Wang Liang burst into laughter. He had schemed so painstakingly for so long, never expecting to leave alive. No matter the cost, he would send the murderer to hell. He prepared to detonate his cultivation directly, ready to take the killer down with him. Fortunately, Leng Ningshuang reacted in time and saved him. The black-clad figure never imagined that after all that painstaking scheming, he would end up losing. Gazing at Leng Ningshuang before him, he felt profound disgust. Young Master Jun awaits you in the eternal heaven. With that, he bit his tongue and took his own life. Leng Ningshuang finally grasped the situation unfolding before her. So it was that bastard Zhou Xuan behind all this. No wonder he could suddenly unite so many powerful figures. It all made sense now. Xia Yaozi inquired, who is this Jun young master he mentioned? Why haven't I heard of him before? After Leng Ningshuang explained the entire sequence of events, Xiao Yaozi couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. This little girl was quite something to have offended a powerhouse rivaling the Eternal Heaven's dominance. One could only imagine her formidable strength. But it didn't matter. Their Tian Dao Academy had powerful backing as well. He produced a token he carried with him and handed it directly to Leng Ningshuang. This is my escort token. Once you enter Changxing Tian, crush it and the Li family will receive you. Upon learning Xiao Yaozi's true identity, Leng Ningshuang was genuinely surprised. Then again, it made sense. The ancient dragon emperor, such a terrifying being, could only be slain by a true powerhouse. Even if their descendants had fallen into decline, they shouldn't have only one second realm 9th tier powerhouse. It must be said the Li family was quite clever. Sealing the dragon's soul within the second world ensured any incidents remained entirely separate from the third world. That was the most prudent approach. Leng Ningshuang awkwardly scratched her nose. This doesn't seem right. There's only one summoning token. What if you want to return to the upper realm? Xia Yaozi reassured her not to worry. They'd accumulated plenty of backup plans over the years. Moreover, with the 100 revival era in its infancy, they were indispensable to the realm's reconstruction. Returning anytime soon was simply impossible. Rest assured, the Li family will spare no effort in providing assistance. By then, the Jun family won't dare to make any rash moves. After all, I'm the current family head's own brother. Having sacrificed so much for the Li family, I've earned this much authority. Leng Ningshuang gathered her strength, bringing her body to peak condition. After exchanging brief greetings with her friends, she crushed the summoning token. The Eternal Realm, here I come. 120 for the Jun family appears. Li Ruhai rescues the day. The moment Leng Ningshuang arrived at the Eternal Heaven, she found herself surrounded by countless people. Jun Xuanhu had been waiting for quite some time, determined to capture the person before him and bring them back. Truth be told, Zhou Xuan had now become the young master of the Jun family, wielding considerable power within the clan. That she dared disrupt the Jun clan's interests in both Bloodshed Heaven and Illusion Heaven, for this alone, the woman must die. Leng Ningshuang, is it? Our young master has been waiting for you. These days, openly opposing the Jun family only leads to one outcome, death. Leng Ningshuang clenched her fists. What if I refuse? Zhou Xuanhu felt as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Are you kidding me? A lowly minion who just entered the third realm? His strength is so pathetic. Crushing him in the Eternal Heaven would be child's play. If it weren't for the young master's orders to spare him, keeping him alive for future use, we would have disposed of him long ago. Humph, looks like you're choosing to drink the punishment wine instead of the offered wine. Zhou Xuanhu unleashed the aura of his third realm, 8th tier cultivation, relentlessly suppressing Leng Ningshuang. Just as Leng Ningshuang could hold on no longer and was about to kneel, Li Ruhai appeared in time to intervene. Old friend, why bother? Bullying a little girl? How about we spar a few rounds instead? The moment Li Ruhai appeared, the Jun family members grew tense. For this man was a true force to be reckoned with, a killer who never blinked. After years of feuding between the Li and Jun families, the title of God of Death belonged solely to Li Ruhai. This second master of the Li family had been utterly ruthless since birth. Those who obeyed him thrived, those who defied him perished. He was a ruthless man through and through. For a moment, Zhou Xuanhu dared not act too brazenly. A direct confrontation would yield him no advantage. But the young master had specifically ordered that the man must be brought back at all costs. To ensure a safe return to the Jun estate, they resolved to take a gamble. This man has repeatedly disrupted our Jun family's plans. We cannot let him escape. Li Ruhai spoke up. I know. So what? His words held no fault. It was common knowledge that the Jun family were madmen, but the Li family were madmen among madmen. If they don't like you, they'll pick a fight. They consider it a success only when they beat you so badly you don't even recognize your own parents. The problem is, they have the guts to do it. The title of second master of the Li family isn't just for show. Second Master Li, I urge you to think carefully about the terrifying consequences of crossing our Jun family. Li Ruhai shook his head furiously, refusing to believe any of that fancy talk. He'd weathered every storm imaginable. How could he be intimidated so easily? Remember that guy who talked so big? He ended up dying a miserable death. You believe that? Zhou Xuanhu panicked. If we keep fighting, we might truly be trapped here. Let's save our lives first and figure out other ways back home. Brothers, retreat. Just as they prepared to leave, Li Ruhai spoke up. Hold on. Think you can just walk out? Not so fast. Now, kneel down and apologize properly. Otherwise, this matter won't end today. Zhou Xuan, who was seething with rage, and blurted out, Second Master Li, we're military men. Li Ruhai burst into laughter. Quite right. Today's beating was for your Jun family. Got that? With no other choice, Zhou Xuan who bowed his head in apology before slinking away in disgrace. Watching them retreat into the distance, Li Ruhai quickly reassured the child. Don't worry, little one. Everything's been sorted out. Stay with the Li family for now. The Jun family won't dare make any rash moves. During his conversation with Li Ruhai, he learned that the Jun and Li families had been locked in a bitter feud for many years. Previously, the Li family had held the upper hand, but for some reason, the Jun family's strength had surged dramatically in recent times. Clashes erupted frequently between the two sides, with constant open and covert struggles making the situation extremely complicated. Li Ruhai inquired, the ancient dragon bone and dragon soul should be on your person, correct? Leng Ningshuang nodded solemnly. That is correct. Li Ruhai grew increasingly satisfied. Back then, the three Li brothers had suppressed the entire younger generation of the eternal heaven, leaving them gasping for breath. To keep watch over the forbidden lands of the illusory heaven, someone was needed to maintain control, so they sent the third brother down. All these years, he had worked tirelessly without complaint, truly deserving of praise for his arduous service. Learning the dragon soul matter was finally resolved, he could finally breathe easy. It was no exaggeration to say Leng Ningshuang was a benefactor to the Li family. Without her assistance, countless clan members who could have cultivated in the eternal heaven might have been forced to spend their entire lives in the illusory heaven. Rest assured, with this old man here, no one in the eternal heaven dares to make a move. Leng Ningshuang wanted to know about Zhou Xuan, that defeated foe who had fled in disarray after being beaten by her. How much had he grown? Li Ruhai thought of that young master and felt a headache coming on. Originally, with so many rivals within the Jun family, Zhou Xuan's chances of success were slim. Who could have predicted that one day, the Jun family's ancient ancestor would suddenly appear and publicly endorse Zhou Xuan? This instantly stripped the rivals of their advantages. All their faction building proved utterly futile. Within 3 months of the clan patriarch's announcement, all obstacles were ruthlessly eliminated. And you couldn't even fight back. To confront them head-on would be nothing short of slapping the Jun family patriarch in the face. The young master of the Jun family, Zhou Xuan, has become a household name. Most crucially, possessing strength at the 7th stage of the third realm, he stands out as an absolute standout among the younger generation. Upon learning of Zhou Xuan's cultivation level, Minglian Shuang could distinctly sense something amiss. Logically, this shouldn't be possible. How much time has truly passed? She clearly remembered him being at the 4th stage of the third realm back then. To advance 3 stages in such a short time, there must be secrets behind it. This must be thoroughly investigated. Li Ruhai cautioned earnestly, remember, do not act impulsively. The Jun family is currently dominant, and our Li family's patriarch is gravely injured. We truly dare not openly confront them. These minor figures would have been wiped out outright in the past. The greater good must take precedence. I hope you understand. Li Ruhai was seething inside, having been thoroughly humiliated by the Jun family's oppression lately. Upon learning the details, Leng Ningshuang remained largely silent, though she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. With such formidable enemies, it seemed inevitable that war would erupt between the two sides before long. The Eternal Heaven was jointly governed by the great clans, with the Li and Jun families being the most formidable. Now, there was no way out. He had to focus on advancing his cultivation. Upon arriving at the Jun residence, Li Ruhai stated he had other matters to attend to and asked her to wait there for a moment. He would arrange for the steward to escort her to her quarters shortly for some rest. Leng Ningshuang nodded in agreement. With nothing else pressing, she settled down to prepare for cultivation. It must be said that the spiritual energy in Changsheng heaven was significantly higher than that in Huanqing heaven. Facing such formidable future adversaries, she must strive even harder. A sudden voice nearby startled Leng Ningshuang awake. Where did this little thief come from? Daring to enter the Li family estate, what audacity! Where is he? Seize him. Bring him before me for brutal interrogation. 125 The Li family's schemes and future concerns. Li Chengru frowned deeply, feeling thoroughly disheartened after being scolded by his father. Having finally caught someone stealing, how could he possibly let such a golden opportunity slip away? No matter what, they deserved a proper lesson. Leng Ningshuang swiftly knocked all of them to the ground in no time. He couldn't fathom what these kids were thinking, accusing innocent people of theft without a second thought. They deserved a proper lesson. Who could have imagined they'd be knocked flat in no time? The sudden turn of events caught everyone present completely off guard. Just as Li Chengru was about to devise a plan to salvage his dignity, he was suddenly kicked out. Just as he was about to see what happened, Li Ruhai unleashed a torrent of furious scolding. You little brat, trying to pick on someone again? Come on, why don't you spar with your second uncle? Terrified, Li Chengru didn't hesitate, he turned and ran. Li Ruhai hurriedly explained to Leng Ningshuang. Turns out that kid is his eldest brother's son, always up to no good, never doing any real work. He promised to discipline him properly once they returned home, guaranteeing no more trouble. Leng Ningshuang replied, Ha! No problem. Li Ruhai handed over a pile of cultivation resources to Leng Ningshuang, urging her to use them to advance her cultivation swiftly. Knowing that spirit pets were special, he had specifically brought several items that could enhance bloodline power. Once back in his room, he immediately summoned Zhou Xuan. Faced with the countless treasures before him, Zhou Xuan was momentarily speechless with astonishment. Celestial stargrass, crimson bloodflower, snow spirit rasher, these were all rare and precious treasures. That Li family was willing to part with all of them now showed just how much they'd invested. We'd better hurry and absorb all these things before time runs out. Zhou Xian's eyes gleamed with greed. He was certain they could accomplish the task. After setting up an array to ensure no disturbances, they began their operation. Meanwhile, in the Li family's secret chamber, the brothers were engaged in urgent deliberations. Li Ruhai slammed his fist hard on the table. Brother, to not avenge this wrong would be ungentlemanly. We can't keep swallowing our pride like this. What will others think? So what if the Jun family is powerful? If we tear off the mask, we'll cripple them too. Li Rusheng looked at his younger brother, at a loss for words. Such reckless impulsiveness was simply unacceptable. The Li family faces so many challenges ahead, we mustn't throw caution to the wind now. Calm down, young master. Why such haste? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Don't panic. The most crucial thing now is to build strength and secretly cultivate more talented individuals. By the way, have you handed over the items yet? Li Ruhai swore solemnly that he would complete the mission. Li Rusheng gazed at Xiao Yaozi's letter, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Who could have imagined Leng Ningshuang was so terrifying? So young, yet she already possesses a Dragon King level spirit pet. No wonder the Jun family spared no expense, dispatching such powerful forces to deal with her. Such a tremendous price must be paid to capture her. The current Leng Ningshuang was no longer the person she once was. Possessing so many treasures from the ancient Dragon Emperor, she might even evolve that spirit pet into a Dragon Emperor in the future. Precisely for this reason, Li Rusheng chose to curry favor with her. Even if the Li family were to perish someday, this favor owed would surely earn them some measure of assistance in return. Having just entered the third realm, Leng Ningshuang's current power was severely limited. The real value lay in the long-term investment. This, in essence, was Li Rusheng's true calculation. Keep a close watch on her. Under no circumstances must anything happen to her. Especially when she leaves the Li residence, arrange for 7th rank experts to provide covert protection. Ever since Jun Xiong became the young master of the Jun family, he has relentlessly targeted the Li family, inflicting devastating losses. Learning of Leng Ningshuang's whereabouts will only fuel their fury further. We must proceed with utmost caution. Li Ruhai hastily nodded in agreement, admitting he had already noticed something amiss. Lately, numerous strangers had appeared near the Li residence, likely all spies from the Jun family. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. He couldn't fathom what the Jun family head was thinking, handing over all the current affairs of the Jun family to that greenhorn Jun Xiong to handle. This had caused immense friction between the two sides. If not for his elder brother's restraint, a bloodbath would have erupted long ago. Sensing his brother's murderous intent, Li Rusheng quickly urged him to calm down and not act rashly. By the way, how is Cheng Ru? After that scolding earlier, he didn't throw a tantrum, did he? After recounting the entire incident, Li Rusheng was so enraged he stood up abruptly. That ungrateful son. He never cultivates properly, yet he's so quick to bully ordinary people. This won't do. Today, I'll teach him some manners. Li Rusheng quickly restrained his elder brother. Just moments ago, he'd been advising against impulsive actions, yet now he was acting this way himself. There really was no better solution at the moment. He could only grit his teeth and try to reason with him. Brother, the boy is still young and inexperienced. Give him some time to adjust. The more Li Rusheng thought about it, the angrier he grew. Time? Does the Li family even have time now? Day after day, he just loafed around. Anyone watching would think he was some street thug. I have only this one son, yet he's so disappointing. Not long ago, he got into a fight with a distant relative from the Jun family. Who would have thought he'd lose? What use is such a disobedient son? If I'd known he was such a good-for-nothing from the start, I should have never had him. What was I thinking? Now Li Rusheng was truly furious. He had only this one son, destined to become the family head someday. With internal and external troubles mounting so severely, he still dares to pull stunts like this. Losing the fight is one thing, but then he had the nerve to slander and frame others? He's brought utter disgrace upon the Li family. Punishment is necessary. 50 lashes heavy once to teach him a lesson he won't forget. Luochen couldn't help but vent his frustration. Are you really willing to do that? Luochen realized his own brother was truly capable of undermining him. Truth be told, I'd like to live a few more days in these old bones. Here's what we'll do, once Leng Ningshuang emerges from seclusion, send that ungrateful son straight to her. One demand only: mold him into an obedient child. Any means necessary. Luochen had no choice but to take this action. The Li family needed a suitable successor, and Li Qingru's current performance fell far short of the mark. Under these circumstances, the only way to break the deadlock was to take drastic measures. From the Blood Demon Heaven and the Illusion Heaven to the current Eternal Heaven, Leng Ningshuang possessed exceptionally rich combat experience. Having her help cultivate Li Qingru would surely allow him to gradually develop. As for cultivation resources, they were certainly not lacking. The Li family was a formidable clan, descended from ancestors who had produced 7th realm powerhouses. Had they not gradually declined over time, would the Jun family dare to act so recklessly? Even now, with the Li family under constant pressure, the Jun family dares not swallow them whole. Leng Ningshuang holds many secrets. Binding Li Qingru to her is a surefire win. Gazing at the map of the Changxing Tian clan before him, he wondered how much longer it could hold out. 126 Li family merchants guild, Scarface causes trouble. After half a month of absorption, Leng Ningshuang's strength had reached the 4th stage of the 3rd realm. No wonder everything given to her was top tier. Her absorption was exceptionally swift, aided by special secret techniques that caused almost no side effects. The moment she stepped outside, she spotted Li Qingru waiting at the entrance. His reluctant demeanor immediately alerted Leng Ningshuang to something amiss. Young Master Li, what brings you here to see this petty thief? Li Qingru felt so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a mouse hole. How humiliating. Absolutely mortifying. Worst of all, father had issued an ultimatum. Either endure 100 lashes or become Leng Ningshuang's loyal subordinate from now on. After his father's threats and bribes, he reluctantly agreed. It wasn't like he'd lose a piece of flesh. What could he do? So, here's the thing, I want to be your underling. Shouldn't we talk this over properly? Leng Ningshuang nearly laughed herself to death. Was this really the Li family's young master she knew? Why so groveling? Interesting. She carefully touched her forehead to make sure she wasn't feverish. Why was she spouting such nonsense? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave and rest. Hearing this, Li Qingru panicked. That was out of the question. Father had given a strict order. Failure meant brutal punishment. Weighing the pros and cons, he clung desperately to Leng Ningshuang's leg. These days, to get things done, you had to have thick skin. Just agree to it. If you don't, I'll cling to you forever, see what you can do about it. This left Leng Ningshu at a loss for words. Wow, playing these games, the little guy's pretty clever. Taken by the hand, bound by the mouth, she'd just used up so much of the Li family's resources. She really did owe them a favor. Fine. I'll take you on as my little brother. Li Qingru finally relaxed. Life was truly tough these days. The young subordinate rushed over, shouting, "Young master, it's bad. The Jun family has started smashing up our merchant guild again. You'd better go check it out right away. If this keeps up, who knows what those bastards might do next." Li Qingru's fiery temper flared instantly. Tell the brothers to grab their weapons. If a tiger doesn't roar, they'll think I'm a sick cat. Leng Ningshuang also wanted to see what was happening and decided to go take a look. Upon arriving at the Li family's merchant guild, she was stunned by the scene before her. Everything was smashed to pieces, not a single intact item left. Scarface, if you want to die, just say the word. This young master will grant your wish. Scarface approached Li Qingru and gave his right cheek a light slap. What are you barking about? Did I give you permission to speak? The Jun family ransacking their own merchant guild, what business is it of yours, an outsider? Li Qingru erupted into a torrent of curses. You despicable scum, you truly disgust me. Once the Li family's main force arrives, I'll tear you to pieces. Scarface remained utterly unfazed, glancing at Li Qingru before him without a shred of concern. He has the nerve to call himself a Jun family scion? Why not just fly to the heavens? He's nothing but a fool. The Li family merchants guild was a vital economic pillar for the Li clan. The Jun family had expended countless manpower and resources, yet still couldn't breach it from the outside. Who could have imagined that little lucky charm Li Qingru would insist on gambling it all away? He'd gotten so carried away that he didn't have enough cash on him, so he'd handed over the entire Li family trading house to the Jun family. That's precisely why Scarface could now provoke them with such brazen impunity. Li Qingru pointed at Scarface, cursing his ancestors 18 generations back. Humph. If you hadn't set that trap, this young master wouldn't be held so hostage. Mark my words, this deal is null and void. The merchant guild will pay every last penny in compensation. Scarface produced the contract he carried with him. It's written in black and white as the young master. Could you possibly not understand this? Why bother? Today I'll show you with cold, hard reality that wrongdoing always comes with a price. Scarface had spent years perfecting the art of shamelessness, becoming a true master in the field. A mere greenhorn couldn't stir up much trouble. If the Li family takes action, they'll exaggerate the story to ruin his reputation completely. I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. Everything must be clearly laid out in black and white. Repay the debt, and the Merchants Guild will hand over the assets willingly. Otherwise, nothing is negotiable. According to the contract, young Master Li has 1 more month. After that, the Li family Merchants Guild will belong entirely to me. Silly boy, be more careful next time. Consider this an early interest payment. Li Chengru desperately wanted to beat the other man to death, but he found himself surrounded by onlookers watching the spectacle. He was a tiger, not a fool. He knew he couldn't make a move in this situation. Fine. I'll repay the debt when the time comes. Now, please leave. Scarface hadn't expected Li Chengru to be so patient. That wouldn't do at all. Before leaving, he'd made a solemn vow before the young master to ruin the Li family's reputation. He would show every family supporting the Lis what happened to those who crossed the Jun family. Top-tier families like the Lis and Juns had countless vassal families beneath them. Over time, the Jun family's territory had expanded, drawing more and more vassal families to pledge allegiance. Yet some vassal families remained ignorant of the rules, daring to confront the Jun family head-on, convinced they wouldn't dare act. After careful consideration, Zhou Xuan set his sights on the Li family trading guild. As one of the Li family's most vital pillars, the Merchant Guild brought in vast profits year after year. It was their true money bag. To severely cripple the Li family, he successfully lured Li Chengru into a trap, compelling him to sign a contract. 3 months. That much money would be enough to cripple them. Originally, he planned to boil the frog slowly, gradually dismantling the Li family Merchants Guild. But the young master wanted a swift resolution. He had major matters requiring manpower elsewhere. Stop dithering. I'm laying it out plainly today. If you wish to purchase goods, go next door to the Jun family. They guarantee a superior experience and have recently launched discount services. Scarface now wore the expression of a dead pig fearing no boiling water. The contract is right here. They can do whatever they please. If the Li family makes a move, we'll publicize it immediately and seize the opportunity to arrest Li Chengru. Use his life as leverage. He doesn't believe Li Russian would stand idly by. As the Li family's sole heir, this kid's life is worth its weight in gold. If you're a real man, make your move now. Don't make me look down on you. Just as Li Chengru prepared to strike, Leng Ningshuang stopped him from the side. She had figured it out. This scar-faced man was provoking him by every means possible just to get Li Chengru to strike. The more he played this game, the more she refused to let him succeed. Besides, she was bored lately, might as well have some fun with him. Leng Ningshuang fixed her gaze on the scarred man. Come on, let's have a little chat. 127, you asked for it. Zhu Xuan's attention. Who the hell is this little brat? Can't you see Grandpa's got serious business to handle here? Get out of the way, or I'll take you down too, believe it or not. Cold Frost approached Scarface and without a word, sent him crashing to the ground with a shoulder throw. Enjoy the unique thrill of that. The scarred man stared at the woman before him, a sense of familiarity washing over him. This isn't the lowly commoner the young master put a bounty on. Well, what luck to run into you today. Don't blame me for being ruthless. So it's you. No time to waste. Men, move in. Whoever captures Leng Ningshuang will receive a generous reward from the young master. Hearing this, the men perked up. It's no secret that young Master Zhu Xuan has been spending a fortune lately, desperate to track down Leng Ningshuang's whereabouts. This person had just broken through to the third realm, and his strength was nowhere near as formidable as theirs. Rumor had it he was under the Li family's forced protection, yet here he was, daring to stir trouble again. Perfect, let's capture him and claim the reward. Leng Ningshuang released the aura of a third realm, fourth stage cultivator, freezing the thugs in their tracks. Wasn't he supposed to be a newcomer to the third realm? How could he possess such power? They weren't about to take a beating for nothing, so they all hid behind Scarface. Seeing these useless fools before him, Scarface nearly choked on his anger. Useless pieces of trash. What good are you? As Leng Ningshuang drew nearer, he immediately began threatening her. Stop. Don't come any closer. I'm under Lord Jun's protection. If anything happens, the Jun family won't let you off the hook. Leng Ningshuang had no time for nonsense. She snatched the contract and tore it to shreds. Go out onto the street and tell everyone this contract is worthless. Got it? Scarface looked troubled. After scheming for so long, he thought he could blackmail the Li family. But now this unexpected obstacle had completely thrown off their rhythm. This contract really won't work. We paid real gold and silver for it. We can't do something that harms others. Leng Ningshuang couldn't care less about such considerations. You have two choices now, surrender and compromise, or die. Scarface's heart ached. To reach the 4th tier in cultivation within a month? That was a once-in-a-century genius. No wonder the young master went to such lengths to find him. His potential is truly terrifying. Here's the deal, I'll destroy the contract if you come with me to the Jun family estate. What do you say? Rest assured, young Master Jun has been longing to see you. You can have a proper chat. Cold Frost wasn't buying that nonsense. With a fierce squeeze, she crushed the scarred man's entire arm, rendering it useless. The sudden turn of events caught everyone completely off guard. I'm impressed. From now on, I won't meddle in the Li family merchants' affairs. After publicly announcing the decision and confirming there were no issues, they finally let him go. Watching them scurry away, Li Chengru felt uneasy. Boss, we should have killed them all just now. What if they spread the word? Leng Ningshuang didn't believe they'd survive. Others might not know Jun Xiong, but he knew him well. That guy was a complete lunatic, stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. He was capable of anything. Now that Scarface was operating under their banner and had actually failed, the only outcome for him was death. Jun Xiong would never tolerate such trash lingering around to annoy him. He looked at Li Chengru with the frustration of someone disappointed in someone they cared about. Learning of the things they'd done lately, he really wanted to beat the crap out of them to vent his anger. How could someone be this stupid? Utterly brainless. Walking right into a trap, and such an obvious one at that. What's next, flying to the moon? Thankfully, Li Chengru was the only legitimate heir of the Li family. Had it been anyone else, the outcome would have been death. Overprotective to the point of insecurity. Remember this, from now on, behave yourself. If I catch you causing trouble, you'll face the consequences. After witnessing Leng Ningshuang's terrifying power, Li Chengru immediately agreed, vowing never to make another mistake. In recent times, Jun Xiong had been riding high on a wave of success. Who could have imagined the patriarch would suddenly intervene, bringing an end to the chaos within the Jun family? All those brothers and sisters who had looked down on him were executed. Even his father, the current head of the Jun family, had to toe the line. It was no exaggeration to say that now, across the entire Changsheng heaven, no one dared to make a move against him. Seeing Scarface scrambling over, Jun Xiong frowned deeply, clearly displeased. What's the rush? Have you forgotten the rules? Do I need to teach you again? Scarface knelt and frantically bowed his head, begging for forgiveness. After learning the details, Jun Xiong's expression darkened considerably. Useless fool. You can't even handle such a simple task. What good are you? Old Zhang, dispose of him. Scarface knelt begging for mercy, hoping for his life to be spared, but old Zhang executed him without hesitation. Jun Xiong kept no useless people under his command, especially not someone defeated by Leng Ningshuang. What use was such a person? Keeping him around was a complete waste of time. I'd assumed that fool would hide away in the Li family for the rest of his life. It's good he finally emerged. After all this time plotting, the harvest is finally here. Old Zhang spoke up. Young master, I sense that Leng Ningshuang is no ordinary being. That dragon king of hers, perhaps in the near future, she truly could become a dragon emperor. Our pawn in the heaven of illusions relate intelligence before dying. Leng Ningshuang possesses the dragon bones and dragon soul of an ancient dragon emperor. The failure of our plan is connected to this very matter. One can only imagine how terrifying it is. We must strike swiftly. We cannot let others discover this opportunity. Jun Xiong has endured this long wait solely for vengeance. With opportunity now at hand, we must seize it without delay. Old Zhang's analysis earlier was spot on. It's only been a little over half a year, yet someone has managed to leap from the first realm to the third, a gap of several realms. That spirit pet is certainly no ordinary creature. Anything this young master sets his sights on can't possibly be simple. By any means necessary, it must be secured. Right now, Zhou Xuan was undoubtedly the most suitable spirit pet. With proper cultivation, he could help it evolve into a dragon emperor. Then, a small place like the Eternal Heaven would be utterly useless. We could venture into higher realms and seek ways to become the world's supreme ruler. Changsheng Heaven is too small, it's merely the third world. There are several realms above it. No time to waste, we can't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Gather the troops, we're heading to the Li family estate. Today, we'll make them hand over that Cold Frost fellow. That guy hides so many secrets. If we can uncover everything about him, the future rewards will be immense. Old Zhang hastily nodded in agreement, knowing the young master was seething with pent-up frustration. Using Leng Ningshuang as a sacrificial offering would be the perfect way to break through his inner demons. 128. Paying a visit to renew old ties, mutual exploitation. Jun Xiong arrived at the Li family's gate with great fanfare. Seeing the scene before him, Li Ruhai's fiery temper flared instantly. Halt! This is the Li family's territory. Who gave you permission to cause trouble here? Leave before I lose my temper. Jun Xiong looked at the second master of the Li family before him, not giving him a second thought. A brute who relies solely on muscle and lacks any wit won't amount to much. Call Leng Ningshuang out here. This young master wants to have a little chat with him. Don't be so impatient, I'm just here to see an old friend. Li Ruhai snorted coldly. Sorry, but the person you wish to see isn't here. At this remark, old Zhang beside him immediately reprimanded him. How dare you? Say another word and see what happens. Li Ruhai said nothing and refused to let him in. He was just stringing people along anyway. We'd already sent someone specifically to warn them under no circumstances should they come here. Today, Zhou Xuan's target is Leng Ningshuang. If we drag this out, there's still a sliver of hope. The Jun family dares to show their true colors now? We'll dodge the bullet for as long as we can. Jun Kong stared at Li Ruhai before him, clearly sensing his displeasure. Move aside, you hear me? Li Ruhai was like a dead pig fearing no boiling water. Say whatever you want. You want me to move out of the way? Sorry, no way. Why should I? This is my home. Jun Xiong spoke up as a reminder. Count to 3. Think it through before you speak. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, he remained unmoved, which really annoyed Jun Xiong. Kill him. Several Jun family experts lunged at Li Ruhai, and battle seemed imminent. Fortunately, Leng Ningshuang appeared in time, averting the conflict. Alright, everyone return to your posts. His target is me. I don't want to involve others. Gazing at Leng Ningshuang before him, Jun Xiong felt an intense surge of excitement. It was this little brat who kept making him look like a fool time and again. Li Ruhai tried to say something more, but Leng Ningshuang silenced him with a stern look, signaling him to keep quiet. Only after confirming no Li family members remained nearby did Leng Ningshuang finally relax. She didn't want to involve those who weren't important. There were some things she had to face. With so many powerful experts present, what if someone suddenly attacked? Naturally, one had to be cautious. Long time no see. What happened in the illusory birth heaven is still fresh in my mind. I must admit, you truly are a rare genius. Hand over the Dragon King. From now on, whatever benefits you desire, just ask. By now, you should have witnessed the immense influence the Jun family wields in the eternal heaven. Prolonging this struggle is a waste of time. Why bother? Leng Ningshuang couldn't care less about such trivialities. Thinking she could simply hand over Zhou Xuan? That's rather naive. After absorbing the dragon bone not long ago, he has already fallen into a deep slumber. Who knew how long it would take for him to awaken? One thing was certain: when he did, Zhou Xuan's power would be even more terrifying. As his spirit pet's master, Leng Ningshuang would reap greater rewards. As the Empress of the 8th world, she never compromises. You think you're worthy? Come on, let's have a proper talk. This is how one converses with others. Believe it or not, I could bite my tongue and end it all right now. Then you wouldn't get the Dragon King either. Hearing this, Jun Xiong's previously playful expression darkened. Good heavens, to openly propose such a compromise truly unparalleled in the world. Yet you have no way to refute it, leaving both sides in a delicate stalemate. If it came down to a direct confrontation, with the powerhouses under my command, taking action would be a breeze. But the real fear was some unexpected incident giving him the chance to take his own life. Remember, when a spirit pet's master dies, the spirit pet vanishes too, returning to its rightful place. Finding another dragon-level spirit pet then would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. The question now is how to eliminate this troublesome nuisance as swiftly as possible. Speak. What do you want? Leng Ningshuang presented a list. Glancing at the items listed, Jun Xiong nearly choked on his own blood. Did she really think he was a sucker? All these treasures, why not just ask for the moon? Several items were priceless treasures beyond market value. He'd have to empty a portion of the Jun family treasury. As the young master, he certainly had the authority to make such demands, but how would he explain this to the rest of the family? Staring at Leng Ningshuang, who remained calm and composed before him, Jun Xiong felt a surge of pent-up frustration. No way. He had to find a way to save face. He couldn't possibly agree to this today. If she wanted to die, she should just say so. This young master would gladly help her. Leng Ningshuang had long seen through the person before her. The simplest way to deceive him was to let him see the truth. With a sweeping gesture, Zhou Xuan's body materialized before the crowd. Observe carefully. Is the Dragon King not gradually transforming into the Dragon Emperor? Gazing at the slumbering demonic dragonling before him, Jun Xiong's eyes burned with fervor. If this is real, this guy is incredibly lucky to evolve to such an absurd extent. He could already envision the future dominance this creature would command. No matter the cost, this thing must be his. Good. 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 Only a spirit pet of this caliber is worthy of my status. It's nothing short of perfect. Jun Xiong laughed heartily. In recent times, he had employed thunderous methods, eliminating all those who dared to defy him. Yet whispers behind his back were inevitable. Many harbored resentment deep within. Why should a spoiled scion of the Jun family, backed by the support of the ancestral patriarch, be allowed to act with such impunity? With a Dragon Emperor tier spirit pet, who would dare to speak nonsense then? The conditions on this list are acceptable. Deliver it within 3 days. Then it's cash for goods. Leng Ningshuang interjected, this isn't for me, it's for him. Young Master Jun should know that each bloodline evolution of a spirit pet requires astronomical resources. Once the matter is settled, I'll personally explain everything to the little demon dragon. Then I'll voluntarily dissolve the contract so you two can sign it. There's a huge difference between passive and active control. Could it be you don't want a perfect dragon emperor spirit pet? Zhou Xuan was already so thoroughly bamboozled by Leng Ningshuang he couldn't find his bearings. Some people really are that easy to fool. Using an enemy's resources is always more satisfying than relying on your own cultivation resources. Once everything is settled, I demand the Jun family guarantee my safety. Plus, I want another decent spirit pet. How about it? Zhou Xuan pondered briefly before hastily agreeing. This deal was a surefire win. Once he bound the demonic dragonling, his power would surge dramatically. The Jun family would be completely under my command. As for Leng Ningshuang, that little brat, I could kill her whenever I pleased. A direct confrontation was too risky. They'd find another way to resolve the issue. The two shook hands in reconciliation, their bond growing so close that outsiders might mistake them for siblings. 129 Li Chengru becomes disciple, offering essence blood. After brief pleasantries, Zhou Xuan led everyone directly away from the Li family. After all, their goal had been achieved. Once he possessed a dragon emperor tier spirit pet, who would dare look down on him? As for worries about being deceived, those were minor concerns. If things went south, he could always eliminate the threat. To demonstrate sincerity, he even returned part of the Li family territory he had previously occupied. Leng Ningshuang was also satisfied with the current outcome. 3 months would be ample time to accomplish much. By then, with superior cultivation, the final outcome remained uncertain. Li Ruhai had already prepared for battle. Who could have foreseen this turn of events? The Jun family retreated? He rubbed his eyes carefully, confirming he hadn't seen wrong, and felt utterly incredulous. After all, Zhou Xuan's rule over the Jun family was characterized by ruthless decisiveness. The entire clan operated as his personal fiefdom. Anyone who dared to disobey was sent straight to hell. What on earth had transpired between those two to lead to this outcome? Glancing at Leng Ningshuang beside him, he couldn't shake the feeling that this young girl still held many unresolved mysteries within her heart. With someone like her by their side, how could the Li family not prosper in the future? Second Master Li, the Jun family harbors wolfish ambitions. They won't last long, 3 months at most. I hope you'll prepare early. Li Ruhai nodded solemnly. To be blunt, this very scenario had long been anticipated by the two brothers. After years of open and covert struggles between the Jun and Li families, sitting down for a proper conversation was simply impossible. It was merely a matter of when one would fall, but neither side could bear to accept it. Had their patriarch not been gravely wounded, such events would never have unfolded. No, upon returning, I must find a way to secure more elixirs for longevity and injury recovery. Alright, I'll make sure the Yi family stays safe. Upon learning Leng Ningshuang had sacrificed the Dragon King's spirit pet, Li Ruhai immediately gave her a thumbs up. This was a debt they owed her. For a young girl to go to such lengths was nothing short of astonishing. Seeing Li Chengru staring blankly beside him, anger welled up inside him. How could the gap between people be so vast? And yet, his eldest brother had to be such a disappointment, siring this good-for-nothing brat. He kicked him hard, venting his frustration first. Ouch, what are you doing? Uncle Li, she's just a child. If not for the people around, Li Ruhai would have torn him to shreds. Listen to this, is this even human speech? How can there be such a huge difference between people of the same age? Go back and reflect on your actions. You are not to leave without my orders. Li Chengru looked at Leng Ningshuang with hurt eyes, knowing she was his only hope now. Leng Ningshuang spoke up, don't worry. Li Chengru's rise has only just begun. Upon hearing Leng Ningshuang's words, Li Ruhai hastily nodded in agreement. Beat him or scold him, whatever you want. That brat wouldn't dare resist. Li Ruhai was overjoyed, for Leng Ningshuang held many secrets. He urged his nephew to cultivate a good relationship with her. It might open doors to greater opportunities in the future. To put it bluntly, as the sole legitimate heir of the Li family, his safety must be guaranteed. Despite the various punishments he and his elder brother had meted out, it was all to bring the boy to his senses. But the kid just doesn't get it. What can you do? Spare the rod, spoil the child. Maybe we haven't been strict enough. Take whatever cultivation resources you need from the treasury, don't be shy. Contact me anytime if you need anything. Li Ruhai must now report to his eldest brother promptly to strategize the next move. Once everyone had departed, Li Chengru clung desperately to Leng Ningshuang's leg. Damn, this is just too damn awesome. With her as my protector, even father and second uncle wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. Master, from this day forward, you are my true master. Kill or torture me as you please. Whatever you command, I'll obey without question. Leng Ningshuang frowned deeply. I'm not your master. We're the same age. If word got out, we'd be laughed to death. Besides, with such low cultivation and poor talent, it would only bring shame upon me in the cultivation world. Leng Ningshuang truly had no desire to take this disciple. As the Empress of the Eighth World, countless geniuses had sought her tutelage, only to be rejected. None met her standards. Now this little brat, whose cultivation relied entirely on potions, whether he could come out on top remained an unknown. No, you should just give up. Li Qingru knew this was his only chance, he couldn't let it slip away. It was clear that Leng Ningshuang was the classic type, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. She wasn't a bad person at all. Her earlier actions were clearly meant to intimidate and scare him. Now was the time to be thick-skinned. Big shot, please take me in. Leng Ningshuang was left utterly speechless. First she'd acknowledged him as her boss, now she was calling him master. What else could she do? Resignedly, she urged, remember, you only have 3 months. After that, whether you survive is anyone's guess. Choose between cultivation or business. Business lets you live longer, perfect for a cowardly little fox like you. Think it through before deciding. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Qingru chose cultivation. Business was useless anyway, a complete waste of time. These days, power trumped wealth. Leng Ningshuang nodded earnestly, drew a drop of essence blood from her body, and handed it to him. Cultivate diligently. I believe it won't be long before you become a 9th-rank powerhouse. Li Qingru instinctively swallowed hard. For some reason, a single thought dominated his mind: devour it. After offering the essence blood, Leng Ningshuang's aura visibly weakened. There was no other way. Essence blood was the very foundation of her body. Giving up even a single drop was only because of the immense favor the Li family had done for her. She didn't want to owe such a huge favor. Problems that could be solved with treasures weren't problems at all. Once the essence blood was refined, even a pig would undergo a revolutionary transformation in its innate talent. Most crucially, Li Qingru's spirit pet might even experience an enhancement in its bloodline, perhaps even reverting to an ancestral form. This deal was a surefire win for the Li family. They just hoped that brat wouldn't squander such a precious gift. Of course, she had prepared a genuine surprise for him as well. Remember, my essence blood isn't something easily refined. Survive this ordeal, and you'll soar to new heights. Fail, and you'll explode. This is your final chance. Think carefully before you decide. Li Qingru couldn't afford to dwell on such thoughts now. He needed to grow stronger, strong enough that no one would dare lay a finger on him. He would protect his loved ones from harm with his own hands and safeguard everything he held dear. Gazing at the figure before her, Leng Ningshuang found herself at a loss for words. Well, whether it's a blessing or a curse depends on the kid's luck. Remember, it's best to absorb this thing in front of your elders. It might just save your life when it counts. With that, Leng Ningshuang hurried away. She had urgent matters to attend to. To break the deadlock now, the best course was to help him break through to Dragon Emperor rank and seize a sliver of hope. 130 Li Russian shocked the Jun family's hope. When Li Qingru placed the essence blood before Li Russian, the latter nearly died of fright. Good heavens! Everyone said Leng Ningshuang possessed extraordinary talent, but today he witnessed the full extent of her terrifying power. This essence blood alone could transform a worthless talent into a peerless genius. To produce such a thing revealed the immense sacrifice made. In such a tense situation, the slightest misstep could spell eternal ruin. The loss of a single drop of essence blood could require years, even decades, to recover. It seemed that little brat didn't want to owe anyone a favor. With this in hand, even a pig could break through to the 4th realm. Li Qingru stared in disbelief at the shock in his father's eyes. Could this thing truly be that terrifying? After careful consideration, he decided to bring it out first. Father, the Li family now faces a tremendous crisis. Absorb this, and your strength will surely reach new heights. Li Qingru's words delighted Li Russian. His once carefree son, who knew only how to eat, drink, and play, finally understood what truly mattered. No. This belongs to you. It's yours. No one else has the right to interfere. Before absorbing it, I'll ask you one last time, are you certain? The process will be excruciating, a pain worse than death that will leave you utterly addicted. Li Qingru nodded solemnly. Taking this gamble might offer a sliver of hope for survival. Refusing it meant simply waiting for death. Seeing his own son confront such hardship with such resolve, Li Russian felt immense joy. He slowly began absorbing the essence blood's power. The Jun residence. The moment Zhou Xuan entered the room, he saw Zhou Xuan sitting in his usual spot, his gaze fixed intently on him. You ungrateful son! Who gave you permission to cause such a commotion today? The Li family had been laying their groundwork in the eternal heaven for so many years, hiding countless hidden cards. No one knew how many. And you dare to openly provoke them? Think you're not dying fast enough, do you? Come. Let's have a proper talk, the two of us. Zhou Xuan paid him no mind whatsoever. Old man, this young master will handle this personally. Why not have a few more beauties sent your way? Have a few more brothers and sisters. Wouldn't that be better than stewing in anger here? Zhou Xuan was so enraged he nearly spat blood, yet the other's words left him utterly speechless. Though he was the head of the Jun family, few truly obeyed his commands. Under the protection of the ancestral patriarch, all other potential heirs had been eliminated. Through iron-fisted rule, he proved to the clan, those who obey thrive, those who defy perish. Anyone daring to scheme met a grim end. Witnessing Zhou Xuan's ruthlessness, the Zhou family patriarch laughed heartily and urged him to continue. With his tyranny escalating to such extremes, Zhou Xuan's authority within the Zhou family became unchallenged. This rendered the current head a mere figurehead, ignored by all. When news reached the Zhou family that their elite warriors were heading to the Li family, they expected a complete breakdown of relations. Who could have imagined that not a single Li family member was killed, and instead, they were sent such vast quantities of cultivation resources? These were genuine supreme-grade spiritual herbs, priceless treasures beyond market value. Looking at the prodigal son before him now, his anger flared. Spill it. What the hell is going on? Zhou Xuan shot him a withering glance. This young master does as he pleases. What business is it of yours? That single sentence left Zhou Xuan speechless. He slammed his fist on the table and immediately reminded him. Don't forget you're my own flesh and blood. A son obeying his father is only natural. Zhou Xuan sat back in his chair, legs crossed, looking utterly unconcerned. Shu, don't be so impulsive. Let's sit down and talk it out. Why rush things? Frankly speaking, rushing won't help. It's just a waste of time. Zhou Xuan clenched his fists tightly, infuriating me to no end. All these years, I've weathered every storm imaginable. How could I possibly cave in so easily? No, I must find a way to reclaim my honor. Tomorrow, I'll pay the Li family another visit. When they're least expecting it, I'll strike and finish them off. Upon learning his father's plan, Zhou Xuan shook his head in refusal. This was tantamount to courting death, utterly impossible. He was counting on obtaining a Dragon Emperor tier spirit pet in 3 months. Everything was progressing smoothly. How could he let anyone ruin it? Father, you needn't concern yourself with this matter. Understood? Zhou Xuan was furious now, and the consequences would be severe. As the tension between them escalated, Uncle Zhang reluctantly explained. Upon learning that the Li family had recruited a Dragon King as their new genius spirit pet, one that might even evolve into a Dragon Emperor, Zhou Xuan instantly calmed down. Why has the Li family maintained such a formidable standing in the Eternal Heaven all these years? It's all thanks to their reputation as dragon slayers. The Li family's ancestor had slain an ancient Dragon Emperor. For centuries, they had guarded the Dragon Emperor's corpse, trading it for resources and amassing great wealth. Learning that the dragon soul suppressed in the illusory heaven had been absorbed by that little girl left him speechless with shock. The world was vast and full of wonders. Today he had witnessed something truly remarkable. No matter what, he must claim that spirit pet as his own. Observing Zhou Xuan before him, he thought, not bad, quite clever. He knew that forcibly breaking the contract would easily incur the spirit pet's displeasure. If he could get the spirit pet to recognize him as its master during that critical period right after its transformation into the Dragon Emperor, the future of the Zhou family would only grow brighter. Sometimes I really can't figure out what this kid is thinking. Son, is that girl reliable? What if she takes the money and runs? We must think this through carefully. Zhou Xuan remained utterly unfazed. He had already set up a tight surveillance net around the Li family. Any news regarding Leng Ningshuang would be reported promptly. Run? Where would she run to? Zhou Xuan realized his son was growing increasingly clever. The patriarch's eyes were indeed sharp. There had been some misunderstandings before. Perhaps, under his guidance, the entire Zhou family might ascend to new heights. Very well. Truly worthy of being my offspring. Take as many cultivation resources from the treasury as you need. You must secure the Dragon Emperor. That was the Dragon Emperor. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become a formidable power in the future. When that day comes, one ascends, and all benefit. All the Zhou family members could then ascend to higher realms to live. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Zhou Xuan waved his hand dismissively, assuring him there was no need for concern. It would all be over soon enough. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, he hurriedly departed. He had important matters to attend to. Zhou Xuan would need to soak in medicinal baths daily for the coming period to strengthen his body. His goal was to forge an even more formidable physical body and gain greater power. Zhou Xuan was overjoyed, dancing with delight. His son's past misdeeds now seemed insignificant. Raising a true prodigy was what truly brought prestige. As for all that messy nonsense? Utterly useless. The Zhou family had always prioritized profit above all else. Ancestor, one must admit your discernment truly surpasses all others. His gaze fixed on the distant shadow as he issued solemn instructions. Remember, protect the young master's life at all costs. Failure means presenting your head. 131. Breaking through the Dragon Emperor. Prepare for a final stand. 3 months later. With the abundant cultivation resources provided by the Zhou and Li families, Leng Ningshuang's strength surged dramatically, quickly reaching the level of 3rd realm, 8th stage. She owed a debt of gratitude to Zhou Xuan. The items he provided were genuine treasures that brought immense benefits to Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan had now fully ascended to become the Dragon Emperor, his combat prowess undergoing a revolutionary transformation. Upon awakening and learning of Leng Ningshuang's actions, he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Man, when it came to being ruthless, she was practically unbeatable. Who could have imagined such a tactic? It was simply unbelievable. Arming oneself with the enemy's resources was indeed a brilliant strategy. Pity there wasn't quite enough of it. If only there were twice as many, he could have broken through to the 9th tier. Those minions before him would be utterly insignificant, easily slaughtered. No way, this is killing me. Aren't you afraid those guys will go berserk and unleash a massive slaughter? Especially that bastard Zhou Xuan, he's been eyeing me for ages, itching to claim me as his own. Once he learns the truth, he'll be furious. A fierce battle is inevitable. Leng Ningshuang shot Zhou Xuan a withering glance. What else could she do? It was truly a desperate measure. To break through quickly, she needed all kinds of cultivation resources. The Li family had already scooped up so much, continuing to do so felt inappropriate. And just when a sucker appeared, she couldn't resist taking advantage of him. Don't forget, we've signed a life and death contract, we rise and fall together. If she truly agreed to the other party's terms and severed contact, it would damage her primordial power. Zhou Xuan nodded earnestly, fully agreeing with her words. Leng Ningshuang continued analyzing the current situation. We're dead either way, sooner or later. Might as well take a gamble and see what happens. Who knows, we might actually pull it off. If you hand him over, how will we ever get revenge? Just thinking about what Zhou Xuan did before makes me sick. That bastard would be here within days. They needed to solidify their strength as much as possible during this period. Zhou Xuan reassured her not to worry, these were minor issues, scarcely worth mentioning. With the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, he could unleash techniques previously beyond his reach, effortlessly dominating opponents of higher tiers. His bloodline alone could immobilize other spirit pets, and even high-quality ones would see their power drastically weakened. Those who had previously held back due to weakness had undergone a transformation. Who would emerge victorious in the end remained uncertain. Those fellows knew nothing of true power, it was entirely understandable. Cold Frost frowned deeply, an uneasy feeling gnawing at her. This situation felt far more dire than she'd imagined. The Jun family's rise had been too rapid lately, someone was undoubtedly paving the way for them in the shadows. The only uncertainty now was who was orchestrating it all behind the scenes. Upon entering the Li family's main hall, she found all the high-ranking members present. Luochen looked at Leng Ningshuang and directly invited her to take the seat of honor. Young friend, regarding Changru's matter, the Li family owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Rest assured, the Li family will fight the Jun family to the bitter end. We will never surrender. Through conversation, it was learned that Li Chengru's strength had surged dramatically, his innate talent undergoing a profound transformation. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he had been sent to the Celestial Path Academy, effectively safeguarding the family's future. With no worries about the future, they could fight with even greater determination. It must be said, this is indeed the best solution available at present. Even if it ends in mutual destruction, preserving the flame means all possibilities remain. As they chatted, Li Ruhai rushed back in a panic. Brother, it's hopeless. Those vassal families are all maintaining neutrality now, refusing to break ties with the Jun family. These cowardly bastards, seeing the Li family's decline, are playing dumb. Why don't I send men to eliminate a few of them first, just to scare them into submission? Hearing this, Li Rusheng immediately spoke up to stop him. In these critical times, it's better to avoid trouble. The Li family can still hold out for a while with their formations. The Patriarch, how is the Patriarch faring? Li Ruhai sighed deeply, utterly helpless. Severely wounded, he dared not make any rash moves, forced to guard against a covert attack from the Jun family's ancestor. Li Rusheng felt bitter resentment. After all these years of painstakingly building up the Li family, why had things come to this? The Jun family, however, was thriving. Young friend, this is our family affair. You'd best leave at once. There's another secret passageway that could lead us out of the Jun family's encirclement. Leng Ningshuang shook her head slowly, refusing. After all this time of entanglements with Zhou Xuan, it's time to settle the score. Now that Zhou Xian's bloodline had reached Dragon Emperor level and she herself had broken through to the 8th stage of the Third Realm, the outcome of their final confrontation remained uncertain. The moment she unleashed her cultivation, shock washed over every face present. How could such a transformation occur in merely a few months? Even with abundant cultivation resources, such rapid progress seemed improbable. By all logic, cultivation required a gradual process of refinement. Why did he seem to bypass it entirely? Luochen examined him closely and found his aura steady and his foundation solid, not at all like someone who had just broken through. Are you human or demon? None present had ever witnessed such terrifying cultivation talent. Cold Frost shot him a glance. Luochen understood immediately and promptly dismissed the Li family members to rest. Head of the Li family, let's be frank. The matter between me and Zhou Xuan has gone round and round for so many years that it has long become a situation where either you die or I perish. Where could I possibly go now that I've left the Li family? Is there truly no place left for me in the entire Changsheng heaven? Luochen's heart was filled with 1,000 emotions. To think that the Li family, once the dominant power in the eternal heaven for so many years, had now been driven to this. What difference does Leng Ningshuang's 8th tier power make? To those people, it's meaningless. Once a warrant is issued, it's no exaggeration to say the entire eternal heaven mobilizes instantly. Any whisper of movement is reported without delay. Leng Ningshuang's predicament now mirrors that of the Li family. Beyond a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble, there is no other way out. Perhaps it's all fate. The Li family had prospered for so long that heaven itself grew weary of their dominance, insisting on delivering punishment. Leng Ningshuang didn't buy into such nonsense. Destiny was meant to be shattered. As the Empress of the 8th world, she had weathered countless perils and emerged unscathed. The Zhou family was destined to become a blade on her path to becoming stronger. Luochen couldn't help but admire Leng Ningshuang. To possess such cultivation at such a young age was nothing short of a miracle. Perhaps one day in the future, that child Changru would also find his revenge. The ideal was beautiful, but reality was stark. While the others discussed their plans, Zhou Xuan had already arrived at the Li family's doorstep. Clan Lang, the time has come. Hand over the Dragon Emperor immediately. 132 Zhou Xuan's collapse, Yan's shadow. Zhou Xuan observed Zhou Xuan beside Leng Ningshuang, his physical form undergoing significant transformation. It seemed he had transformed into the Dragon Emperor. All the cultivation resources provided over such a long time had not been in vain. Everything was worth it. Ha! Success! Finally, success. Mr. Lang, you've done well. Quickly, hand over the Dragon Emperor. Leng Ningshuang remained in combat stance. Want it? Come and get it yourself. Zhou Xuan realized some people were truly despicable and shameless, thinking they could do whatever they pleased just because they had a little backing. Sorry, but this time, victory is mine. With a clap of hands, over a dozen 8th rank masters closed in, surrounding him completely. To prevent any mishaps, they deliberately brought so many experts along. This moment was precisely what they'd been waiting for. Not only must Leng Ningshuang die, but not a single soul of the Li family would be spared. Attack! Cripple that girl, just keep her alive. As for the spirit pet, no need to worry, we'll figure out a way to restore it later. The most critical issue now is how to seize the Dragon Emperor. Zhou Xuan unleashed his dragon aura, affecting each of the masters in turn. Seizing this opening, Leng Ningshuang swiftly broke free from the encirclement. To catch the thief, first catch the king. From the start, Leng Ningshuang had only one target, Zhou Xuan. She had previously learned that the young generation of the Zhou family had been nearly wiped out by him. Only a few collateral branches remained, insignificant in the grand scheme. Capturing Zhou Xuan could still offer a glimmer of hope. Just as success seemed within reach, Zhou Xuan flashed a mysterious smile. He suddenly struck out, delivering a powerful kick that sent her flying backward. Did you really think this young master would be caught completely unprepared? Come on then, let's settle this one-on-one and see who's the stronger fighter. Leng Ningshuang and Zhou Xuan exchanged blows relentlessly, neither willing to yield. As time passed, Leng Ningshuang gradually noticed something unusual. How could this guy's defense be so astonishingly tough? Every strike she landed seemed to be silently absorbed, even countered. The scene before her caught Leng Ningshuang completely off guard. No wonder he's been so confident. With a trump card like this, he can act with complete impunity. Too bad he didn't know about his fatal weakness. You like absorbing power, huh? Well, I'll let you absorb your fill. Endless power surged into Zhou Xuan's body, granting him strength he'd never known before. But the human body could only endure so much. Such an immense influx of power soon backfired. When his body reached its limit, he suffered severe injuries. If not for his life-saving artifact, he would have been dead already. Even now, Zhou Xuan still found it hard to believe. Why? Why, exactly? Now, completely drained of power, he refused to accept defeat so swiftly. Leng Ningshuang snorted coldly. Trash is trash. Power that doesn't belong to you can never truly become your own. The more Zhou Xuan thought about it, the angrier he grew. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Surrender your body to me. I will avenge you. Zhou Xuan asked, is this real? Are you sure it's safe? The dark shadow assured him it was absolutely safe and the mission would be completed smoothly. With that assurance, Zhou Xuan resolved to cease resistance, allowing the intrusion into his remnant essence. Just as Leng Ningshuang prepared to strike down her opponent, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Zhou Xuan was enveloped by the shadow, his eyes shifting from white to black as a torrent of negative emotions surged forth. Seeing the situation turn dire, Leng Ningshuang was about to retreat when Zhou Xuan suddenly lunged forward, clamping his hand tightly around her throat. You smell so sweet, little girl. You must be a rare delicacy. And with such a perfect Dragon Emperor's spirit pet? This deal is practically a surefire win. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Yan. Upon learning his true identity, Leng Ningshuang grew tense. Within the beast ruins, besides the native creatures of the 9 layers world, there were also some invaders. Their objective is simple: to destroy the entire beast ruins. Millions of years ago, the mighty beings of the ninth world intervened and successfully sealed it away. Why would it appear in a place like the eternal heaven? After possessing him, the abnormality was palpable. Zhou Xuan hid within the beast control space, too afraid to emerge. We must flee now. If we're captured, it's certain death. Leng Ningshuang couldn't help but ask, what about those Li family people? Zhou Xuan found this empress rather unreliable. Was this really the time to be worrying about such matters? You must understand that Yan's situation is complex. He enhances his power by absorbing the bloodlines of various spirit pets. Their current combat strength? Not even enough to fill a tooth gap in a direct confrontation. They must find a way to obtain Earthfire. Only Earthfire could completely suppress the Yan's attacks. Leng Ningshuang refused to accept defeat. She still wanted to take one last gamble. With a violent jerk, she tore free of her restraints, grabbed her weapon, and charged straight at the nightmare. Yet to the nightmare, those attacks were mere pinpricks, even replenishing its nourishment. Little one, truly, my resurrection wouldn't have been possible without your help. All that time I possessed Zhou Xuan's body, I couldn't make him relinquish control. It was only through the immense power you provided that I regained some strength. With that power, I finally succeeded in subduing Zhou Xuan. Rest assured, this will all be over soon. Leng Ningshuang knew something sinister was afoot here. She could sense something was terribly wrong. Spill it. What's your scheme? Zhou Xuan burst into laughter. I'll tell you, the key to breaking our clan's seal lies with the Li family. Once we've slaughtered every last one of you, final victory will surely belong to the Yan clan. Leng Ningshuang felt her mind explode. No wonder the Li family has such a long-standing connection. It turns out they're deeply intertwined with the Yans. She had heard whispers before that the Yans were sealed away somewhere within the beast ruins, with guardians specifically tasked with protecting the key. In her past life, she dismissed this rumor as false and paid it no mind. Now it was clear, they must protect the key at all costs. If the Yans obtained it and released those beings, the beast ruins would be plunged into eternal darkness. Zhou Xuan, possessed by the nightmare, had become nothing more than a walking corpse, devoid of any independent thought. Little girl, rest assured. This will all end soon. Zhou Xuan clenched his fist around Leng Ningshuang, determined to wring the life out of her. At the critical moment, the Li family patriarch suddenly intervened, sending Zhou Xuan flying. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Seizing the opportunity, the Li family patriarch swiftly escorted Leng Ningshuang back to the Li estate and activated the clan's protective formation. For now, delay was the only option. Every moment bought was precious. No anger flickered in Zhou Xuan's eyes, only excitement. He had clearly sensed the key's aura earlier, no doubt about it. The key was on the Li family patriarch's person. Surveying the array before him, he immediately ordered his men to launch a fierce assault. Upon returning, he would gather all the useless members of the Zhou family and put them to work breaching the formation. Once the great formation vanished, the dying old patriarch of the Li family wouldn't last much longer. Ultimate victory would be mine, ha! 133 Perilous situation, fighting side by side. Li Shiji, the patriarch of the Li family, looked at Leng Ningshuang before him and handed her the key he carried with him. My chi has become severely chaotic from clashing with Yan earlier. I likely won't survive much longer. Now, listen carefully to what I say next. As for what will happen afterward, even I cannot foresee it. Leng Ningshuang nodded earnestly, promising to listen attentively. It turned out the Li family had been chosen by the Great Being as successors precisely to prevent Yan's emergence. Everyone believed the sealing array's key lay within the ninth world. After deliberation, the great sages chose to defy expectations. They secretly arranged for it to be placed in the eternal heaven. The third world was precisely where those fellows would never expect it to be. Alas, plans cannot keep pace with change. After Zhou Xuan returned from the blood demon heaven not long ago, he became utterly brutal and merciless. During one outing, he was ambushed by the Zhou family, actually a covert attack by the Yans, and returned to the Li family severely wounded. This creature was a hot potato. Keeping it would invite endless trouble, yet they couldn't hand it over either. Li Shiji waved his hand decisively, handing over the earth fire he carried with him to Leng Ningshuang. The path ahead is yours to walk alone. I entrust it to you. With those words, the Li family patriarch closed his eyes forever. Staring at the array key and earth fire before her, Leng Ningshuang felt momentarily at a loss. She truly didn't know how to handle this now. Should she agree or refuse? Upon emerging from the beast taming realm, Zhou Xuan gazed at the items before him and let out a long sigh. He never imagined that despite all his precautions and attempts to evade it, this heavy burden would ultimately fall upon his shoulders. The enemies beyond the domain were a reality we must confront. There was no escaping them now. Truly, there was no other way. First, he must focus on cultivating the earth fire. Once he broke through to the ninth tier, he would seize the moment to leave this troubled place. Survival itself would be a stroke of luck in misfortune. Don't act impulsively. Leng Ningshuang snorted coldly. In this day and age, what kind of young person isn't impulsive? Seeing Leng Ningshuang speak thus, Zhou Xuan felt utterly powerless to argue. The nightmare's existence was terrifying. This earth fire could destroy at most one of them. As for whether other nightmares lurked in the shadows, no one knew. The most crucial thing now was to find a way to protect the key. If the formation couldn't be activated, there was still a chance to turn the tide. But once all the nightmares emerged, everyone would die. Take my advice, get out of here fast and hide. The Li family's mission was to guard the key. Now that the secret was out, continuing to hold out was a complete waste of time. Why persist? Are you determined to throw your lives away? Leng Ningshuang's gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. Until the very last moment, no one could know what would happen next. I'm going to take a gamble. Even if there's only a sliver of a chance, I want to try. Zhou Xuan realized Leng Ningshuang had truly lost her mind. This young girl hadn't lived through that era and didn't understand the sheer terror of the nightmares. Those were merciless demons who killed without blinking, holding life and death entirely in their hands. Most crucially, they possessed countless life-saving tricks and tenacious vitality. Continuing this reckless behavior meant certain death. Little darling, please stop this madness, okay? Leng Ningshuang couldn't care less about the consequences. At this point, taking a gamble was her only option. Seeing Leng Ningshuang so stubborn, Zhou Xuan had no choice but to grit his teeth and try. When they found the head of the Li family and learned of the patriarch's death, Li Rusheng felt as if the sky had fallen. With the Jun family's experts attacking their formations from outside, they'd all be dead within a month at most. But with the patriarch gone, they stood no chance if it came to a real fight. Leng Ningshuang spoke up, head of the Li family, we have two paths before us. First, surrender the key and gamble for a sliver of hope. Second, resist to the bitter end. Everyone will die, and the entire beast ruins will never know peace again. Li Rusheng knew his family had guarded a secret for generations. He never imagined this seemingly ordinary object could hold the fate of the entire beast ruins in its grasp. After weighing the pros and cons, he made a startling decision. Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, we'll fight our way out and clear a path for you to escape safely. Run as far as you can and never come back. Li Rusheng's decision shocked Leng Ningshuang. She had hoped they could negotiate with the Yans, perhaps even save their lives. Now, the debt owed to the Li family only grew deeper. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Rusheng. Something crucial came to mind. Right, once you're out, take the descent symbol to the Celestial Path Academy. Rumor has it they possess a treasure capable of slaying nightmares. This is the only downworld talisman left. I will have all others destroyed to buy you as much time as possible. Rest well tonight. I'll prepare some cultivation resources for you. Leng Ningshuang waved her hand, indicating it wasn't necessary to go to such trouble. Having troubled the Li family so many times, she felt it would be awkward to take so much with her now that she was leaving. Truthfully, Li Rusheng had his own motives for sending her to the illusory birth heaven. Their only direct descendant, Li Qingru, was still at the Heavenly Dao Academy. He could look after him then. As long as Yan didn't obtain the key, the lives of these people were utterly insignificant. The Li family had enjoyed years of benefits and resources. It was time for them to make a sacrifice. Leng Ningshuang understood the Li family had pinned all their hopes on her now. She absolutely could not betray that trust. As for reaching the fourth world, boundless heaven to put it bluntly, it was utterly impossible. Even if they truly wanted to storm in, it was merely a matter of time. Early death or late death, it was death either way. Hiding any longer served no purpose. When Li Rusheng handed the storage ring to Leng Ningshuang and urged her to leave, she suddenly decided she wouldn't go. She would fight the Li family until the very end, to see who would have the last laugh. If the nightmare beast Yushu dared to interfere, it would have to measure its own strength first. Upon learning of Leng Ningshuang's resolve, Li Rusheng sighed deeply but said nothing more. He instructed her to retreat into seclusion and focus on breaking through to the 9th rank. He then summoned Li Ruhai for a series of instructions. Second son, he said frankly, it's time to act. Eliminate every pawn the Jun family has planted. As for those disloyal family members, they're useless to keep around. Once our Li family patriarch is gone, it won't take the Jun family long to make their move again. Li Ruhai nodded in agreement. He knew the odds of the Li family escaping this calamity were slim. Taking a few others down with him before his end wouldn't be a bad deal. The situation across the entire Changsheng heaven has become exceptionally tense. While the Li family still clings to the Grand Formation, the remaining territories have all been seized by the Jun family. It is no exaggeration to say that the Li family is now finished. Li Rusheng gazed at the Jun family's elite forces assaulting the array in the distance. It seemed the feud between the two clans was finally coming to a decisive end. 134 The Jun clan patriarch's surrender, Jun Zhouyang's hidden ace. Jun Xiong returned home and immediately pinned Jun Zhouyang to the ground. He issued orders, in 3 days, all powerhouses above the 8th tier were to be assembled to break the formation. Anyone who disobeys? Kill them. Observing his unusually affectionate son before him, something felt terribly off. Who are you, really? Jun Xiong spoke, others like to call me Yan, but I dislike that name. I prefer to be known as the Outer Heavenly Demon. Upon learning the other's identity, Zhou Xuan nearly choked on his anger. That was his only son. How could he allow someone to possess his body? Just as he prepared to attack, the Jun family's patriarch, Jun Zhanhai, suddenly appeared. He slapped Zhou Xuan across the face, forcing him to calm down. Stop! How dare you show disrespect to the elder? Zhou Xuan tried to protest, but a warning glance from Jun Zhanhai silenced him. Yan was thoroughly satisfied with Jun Zhanhai's display. With a sweeping gesture, he granted him a massive surge in power. He had already faintly touched the threshold of the fourth realm. Were it not for the constraints of the rules, he would have broken through long ago. Feeling this surge of power, he became intensely excited. The legends were true. After all, the power wielded by the heavenly demons beyond the realms was terrifying. He hadn't believed it could be so formidable before, but today he had witnessed its dreadful might firsthand. That they chose the Jun family as their slaves was an honor for the clan. Remember, breach the formation swiftly. Should even one person escape, you bear full responsibility for the consequences. Jun Zhanhai bowed solemnly. I will accomplish this mission and not disappoint your expectations. Jun Xiong closed his eyes. Earlier, during the battle with the Li family patriarch, he had been wounded by the earth fire. Let those minor foes wear them down first. It won't be too late to strike at the crucial moment. Wait and see, the Yan clan will return soon. What doesn't kill us only makes us stronger. Jun family secret chamber. Jun Zhuoyan couldn't help but voice his frustration. Ancestor, we can't listen to him. The younger generation of the Jun family is already completely gone. If we keep clashing head-on with the Li family like this, we'll both be left battered and bruised. Even if we somehow scrape out a victory, the cost will be devastating. Jun Zhanhai realized Jun Zhuoyan was a complete fool. His brain must be malfunctioning. Was this really the time for revenge? Survival itself was still uncertain. Those are the heavenly demons from beyond the realm's mighty beings we dare not offend. They've just bestowed such immense power upon us. We should be scrambling to curry favor with them. Rebellion? Only fools would choose rebellion in these times. Clinging tightly to powerful allies was the wisest course. Looking at this worthless descendant before him, he couldn't fathom what they were thinking. Making him the family head, what a blind decision that was. He can't tell good from bad. What use is someone like that? Jun Zhuoyan's heart ached bitterly. These were the legendary demons from beyond the realm, clearly documented in ancient texts. They are the true invaders, bent on destroying everything belonging to this world. The Jun family is now merely a sharp blade in their hands, used to clear obstacles. What comes next? Once the Jun family loses its utility, whether they'll be exterminated to the last is anyone's guess. The most critical task now is to dissuade the patriarch. Continuing down this path could very well lead the Jun family to its doom. Ancestor, what if they pull the rug out from under us? Looking at the descendants before him, he felt a surge of anger. Why are you so timid? Stand tall and hold your head high. From now on, they are the foremost family in Beast Ruins. Anyone who dares to look down on them can be killed outright. With the support of the Yanzu, the Jun family's future is the entire world. Now all they need to do is unlock the ceiling formation and release all those Yanzu powerhouses. Who would dare make a move? What's wrong with being a lackey? These days, others don't even get that chance. Seeing the elder ancestor sinking deeper into trouble, Jun Zhuoyan quickly revealed what the Yanzu had done earlier. Killing the donkey after using it to grind the grain, that was their standard tactic. Jun Zhanhai dismissed this entirely. That Yanzu elder acted with such magnanimity. How could he possibly stoop to such deeds? To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the big shots, they were no different from ants. Crushing them was effortless. What use was there in killing something that posed no threat? Stop overthinking it. Remember, our job is simply to execute the mission. Contact the powerful ones and the array-breaking masters immediately. No matter the cost, we must break through the Li family's defenses without delay. Prove your worth, and you'll live longer. Got it? Jun Zhuoyan knew the old patriarch was now utterly crippled. He'd been so thoroughly brainwashed he'd lost all capacity for independent thought. This couldn't go on. Who knew what trouble he might stir up next? Summon Jun Shuanghu. Prepare him to secretly steal the key. With that item in hand, we'll hold the upper hand in negotiations. The Jun family was now as insignificant as ants before the nightmare summoned at will, dismissed at a wave. Only after gaining confidence in a direct confrontation would he consider other options. Jun Shuanghu was uneasy. After all, this was the patriarch. Disobeying his orders could easily get him killed. He wanted to live a few more years. Master, are you certain about this course of action? If the patriarch finds out, he'll surely come after us. Jun Zhuoyan understood the risks involved, but with no better options at hand, he had no choice but to push forward. What do you know? This is strategy. You should be able to see that the Yan clan are a bunch of demons who devour their prey whole. Faced with such a situation, one must know how to keep something in reserve. Having something to bargain with gives us greater leverage. Do you truly wish to bring utter ruin upon the Jun family? Zhou Xuan hastily nodded, vowing to do his utmost. Seeing his trusted subordinate's dejected expression, he couldn't help but feel infuriated. What do you mean do your best? You must complete this mission. Do you hear me? The future of the Jun family rests on your shoulders. You absolutely cannot fail at this critical moment. These words weighed heavily on Zhou Xuan. Should anything go wrong and the patriarch discover it, death would be certain. Head of the family, perhaps you should assign someone else to handle this? I'm naturally timid and afraid of trouble. I doubt I can accomplish this task. Zhou Xuan's temper flared instantly. What use is a confidant like you then? Just be sharp once we break the formation. When the job's done, you can have whatever you want. You'll be the Jun family's greatest hero. Zhou Xuan solemnly vowed to complete the mission. Only after confirming his promise did Zhou Xuan finally relax. He handed over the secret treasure prepared in advance, instructing him to bring it out at the critical moment when it would prove invaluable. Zhou Xuan's brow furrowed deeply. Plans couldn't keep pace with changes. What had seemed a sure thing was slowly shifting with the appearance of the upper nightmare. To make matters worse, their strongest combat force, the ancestral elder, had been so thoroughly deceived by the nightmare that he was completely disoriented and easily manipulated, leaving Zhou Xuan with no choice but to grit his teeth and seek the key from you to break the deadlock. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, there's no escaping it. Who could say how this final battle would end? 135 Cold Frost's escape, the real and fake keys. The Jun clan dispatched elite fighters to assault the Li family, who put up desperate resistance. Yet all their efforts proved futile. There was no way around it. The gap between the two sides was as vast as the heavens. The moment the formation shattered, countless warriors swarmed in, instantly surrounding the area so tightly not even a drop of water could pass. Li Ruhai watched the scene unfold, his heart pounding with agitation. He refused to accept it. So many clan members had fallen so easily, and the thought alone made his heart ache. Soon, the vast Li family was decimated to a mere dozen survivors, huddling together for warmth. The Jun family patriarch wore an expression of absolute confidence, convinced that ultimate victory was already in the bag. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Li Rusheng had specifically duplicated an identical backup key. It was meant to draw fire and create an escape opportunity for Leng Ningshuang. Jun Zhanhai burst into laughter. My dear nephew, what good will struggling do? Take my advice, lay down your weapons. Today's events can be forgiven and forgotten. My patience is wearing thin. Don't even think about haggling. Got it? Li Rusheng clutched the fake key tightly. Sorry, I didn't catch what you just said, sir. I'm a particularly timid person. Loud shouting easily clouds my judgment. Jun Zhanhai was getting a first-hand look at just how thick the other guy's skin was. Anyway, the Li family compound is completely surrounded now. There's no way out. My dear nephew, I offer you one final chance. Surrender the key, and you may yet live. Li Rusheng said he needed time to consider, requesting half a day to make his decision. Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Zhanhai agreed to the terms. A group of trapped ants crushing them would be effortless. He doubted they could stir up much trouble. Li Rusheng urged, soon I'll signal my clan to scatter and flee. Use that moment to hide in a safe place and head to the lower realm. Remember, you must act swiftly. Time is extremely limited. Leng Ningshuang frowned deeply, reluctantly agreeing. He knew the disparity in strength between them was vast, and today had shown him just how terrifying it truly was. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. His power was still too weak to protect the lives of his people. Just you wait, she vowed. I will find a way to return. Those people will get there. Just deserts. Zhou Xuan cautioned, above all, do not act impulsively. We cannot predict how many nightmares lurk in the depths, and the earthfire is a one-time resource. Do not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Leng Ningshuang nodded in agreement. There was no choice. Their disadvantage was too great. During the earlier battle, the Jun family had only sent minor minions, failing to inflict any serious damage. On the Li side, only Li Rusheng and herself, both 9th rank, were present. She couldn't directly reveal her strength, leaving all the pressure on the enemy. Once preparations were nearly complete, Li Rusheng appeared before Jun Zhanhai with the fake key. Elder, if you wish us to hand over the keys, there is one condition: eliminate those ungrateful traitors. All these years, they've eaten from our Li family, drunk from our Li family, yet in the end, they think to betray us? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Upon hearing Li Rusheng's demand, Jun Zhanhai was torn. Should he agree or refuse? If he agreed, killing those vassal families would mean their deaths. Who would then willingly follow the Jun family afterward? But if he didn't kill those madmen from the Li family, they wouldn't agree. Now, with nothing to lose, they were especially terrifying. Seeing an opening, Li Rusheng decided to fan the flames. If they could betray the Li family today, they could betray the Jun family tomorrow. At these words, the once reckless strongmen of the vassal families fell into panic. Noticing something off in the Jun family patriarch's gaze, they scrambled to kneel, begging for mercy and pledging their loyalty. Yet the more they pleaded, the more palpable Zhou Xuan's murderous intent became. A fleeting thought struck him: leaving these men alive would only breed endless trouble. Guards! Move! Seeing the situation turn dire, Zhou Xuan urgently warned. Ancestor, do not act impulsively now. We must guard against falling into the enemy's schemes. There's no rush to kill them. We'll deal with them after the Li family is destroyed. Zhou Xuan couldn't afford to think about that now. He had to complete the mission as quickly as possible. Lord Yan might be watching from the shadows. In this situation, proving our worth is paramount. Kill them all. Ignoring Zhou Xuan's protests, the Zhou family's elite swiftly slaughtered all the vassal clans. Every last one of them, mostly families that had ties to the Li clan back in the day. Luochen grinned with satisfaction. Those cowardly, life-loving scoundrels had finally gotten their just deserts. If only they'd known this would happen, why did they ever try to betray us in the first place? Those who seek to survive by treachery will never succeed. Little brat of the Li family, hand over the item. Now! Luochen let out a cold laugh, unleashing his 9th-tier cultivation. Without another word, he sprinted toward the distance. The sudden turn of events caught the Zhou family off guard. Most of them rushed after Luochen. Leng Ningshuang seized this chance to break free from the encirclement. She quickly activated the lower realm talisman, heading for the Tiandao Academy of Huanqing Tian. There was no other choice. Every moment bought now was precious. Li Ruhai, covering Leng Ningshuang's retreat, was cut down by a flurry of blades. Indeed, after Leng Ningshuang's departure, Luochen finally breathed a sigh of relief. All their painstaking planning over such a long period had finally paid off. Hiding within the ruins, surrounded and pursued by so many, he bore wounds of varying severity. The Zhou family patriarch gazed upon the barely breathing Li Rusheng before him, feeling utterly refreshed. The Zhou family had been suppressed by the Li family for so many years, and now they had finally found an opportunity to destroy the Li family. Day after day, they had relied on their powerful backers to act with utter recklessness in the eternal heaven. So what? The final victory would undoubtedly be theirs. My dear nephew, continuing this fight is futile. Hand over the key willingly. Zhou Xuan gave Zhou Xuanhu a meaningful glance, signaling him to watch for the right moment to step in. Zhou Xuanhu felt uneasy. So many eyes were watching. This was his first time acting under the ancestral patriarch's gaze. But what the hell, you'll never know how strong you are unless you give it your all. Luochen clutched the forged key tightly and declared, do you realize how dangerous this thing is? It could bring earth-shattering changes to the entire Changsheng heaven, even the whole beast ruins. You must consider the consequences carefully. Zhou Xuan paid no heed to these words. Since ancient times, the victor reaped the rewards while the vanquished faced ruin. Whoever emerged triumphant would seize the upper hand. Reputation? It's worth next to nothing. Staying alive unscathed is the ultimate strategy. Yan's power was terrifying. So many powerful figures in the beast wasteland had failed to kill him, forcing them to seal him away instead. The human race was no longer as united as it once had been. Luochen tossed the forged key into the air. Just as Zhou Xuan moved to catch it, Zhou Xuanhu suddenly intercepted it, plunging the situation into confusion. 136, infighting, you incompetent fools. Zhou Xuan was furious now, and the consequences would be severe. Gazing at the stolen key, he nearly lost control and wanted to kill someone. Hand over the key, do you hear me? Zhou Xuanhu reluctantly handed the item to Zhou Xuan. This was their struggle, it had nothing to do with him. Seeing the task completed, he turned and fled without another word. The patriarch was a ruthless man who never hesitated in his actions. Returning to the Zhou family now meant certain death. He thought he could escape this calamity by fleeing quickly. Yet to a true powerhouse, killing him was as easy as crushing an ant. A simple squeeze was all it took to end him. As Zhou Xuanhu lay dying, he fixed a pleading stare on Zhou Xuan, begging him to intervene. Alas, his hopes were naively misplaced. From start to finish, he was merely a pawn in the Zhou family's game, used and discarded. Zhou Xuan, the patriarch of the Zhou family, wore a deeply displeased expression. With the mission nearly complete, this unexpected incident had erupted. Frankly, who could feel good about this? This was a blatant slap in the face. How could he possibly maintain control over the entire Zhou clan after this? Turning to Zhou Zhuoyang beside him, he spoke up with a warning. Remember this, I can make you the head of the Zhou family, and I can just as easily turn you into a corpse. Before I lose my temper, hand over the item immediately. Do you hear me? Zhou Zhuoyang realized the patriarch had reached a state of utter madness. Why was he thinking so naively? Wouldn't it be better to use the key as leverage to gain more advantages? Why must he act like a lapdog? The future of the Zhou family is at stake. We absolutely cannot hand over the item. Ancestor, I'll heed your every word except on this matter. Relations between the Zhou clan and the Nightmare are extremely tense. Handing over the key without securing sufficient benefits will only lead to a miserable end. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan wanted to tear this ungrateful descendant limb from limb. Those who haven't lived through that era cannot comprehend the nightmare's terrifying combat prowess. Immortality isn't something to be trifled with. The fact that the Yan tribe, sealed away, appeared in the eternal heaven speaks volumes. To survive now, one must be exceedingly cautious. After demonstrating sincerity, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Openly provoking the Yans now would certainly not end well. Seize this chance while you still can hand over the item immediately. But Jun Zhouyang, with his devil-may-care attitude, refused to budge. Just then, a dark shadow materialized behind Jun Zhouyang. With a swift swing of the blade, it struck him down. The Yans had earned their reputation as the most fearsome presence in the Beast ruins through their relentless, unparalleled assassination techniques. If they wanted someone dead, they ensured that person wouldn't live to see tomorrow's sun. The moment I picked up the key, I sensed something was off. It was a fake. He squeezed it hard, crushing it into a pulpy mess. Gripping Li Rushen's collar tightly as he lay before him, severely injured, Yan demanded. "Where is it?" he demanded. "Where did you hide it?" Li Rushen sneered coldly. "Want to know? Kneel and kowtow." Without showing some sincerity, how could it be acceptable? Realizing Li Rushen was toying with him, Yan knocked him unconscious and took him back to be treated properly. This man would prove useful later. Now, the one trembling with fear was Jun Zhanhai. Who could have imagined his own men would cause such chaos? Now he was stuck with a mess he couldn't even explain away. Yan patted Jun Zhanhai's shoulder and reminded him, "Dig to the depths of the earth if you must get that key. Remember, you have only 3 days." These words sent a cold sweat down the old patriarch of the Jun family's back. A clear ultimatum. The meaning was clear: find the item within 3 days, and past transgressions would be forgiven. Fail to prove your worth, and you'll be meeting the king of hell. He had no use for such useless trash, a complete waste of time. After Yan departed, Jun Zhanhai nearly exploded with rage. Search! Search immediately! Do you hear me? Soon, everyone was thoroughly searched, yet no clues were found. The situation felt deeply off. To survive, they couldn't afford to be picky. At great cost, they finally obtained a crucial lead. 50 miles from the Li family estate, someone had used a nether realm talisman to flee Changsheng heaven. This intelligence was crucial. It seemed the key had been taken by Leng Ningshuang, who had secretly fled to the illusory heaven to hide. Jun Zhanhai suddenly had a flash of insight and realized. No wonder wasn't the third son of the Li family serving as the dean of the Heavenly Dao Academy in the illusory heaven? So that was his plan to evade capture. What a pity everyone leaves traces behind. He summoned his subordinates and instructed them, hurry and gather as many netherworld talismans as possible. His subordinates inwardly groaned, frantically shaking their heads to indicate those things truly didn't exist. It must be said, the Li family was ruthless. They had already destroyed every single lower realm symbol. Everyone in the eternal heaven knew the descent symbols were the Li family's trump card, never to be entrusted to others lightly. Upon hearing this, Jun Zhanhai couldn't help but vent his frustration. What good are you lot? Can't even handle a simple task like this. Offer a hefty bounty. No matter the cost, that thing must be found. His subordinates shook their heads frantically, indicating they had found nothing. The Li family's monopoly on the lower realm symbols in Changxing Tian hinged entirely on their mastery of this core technology. Now, aside from Li Rushen, no one else could produce new ones. Jun Zhanhai was utterly defeated. Having just slaughtered the Li family, Li Rushen would never compromise. The problem was that without the lower realm symbol, reaching the illusory heaven had become extremely difficult. They'd been thoroughly outmaneuvered, yet had no grounds to argue. With no other choice, he sought out Yan and began reporting the situation, only to be met with a torrent of scathing criticism. Useless fool! What good are you? Now, what do you plan to do? Jun Zhanhai stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss. Truthfully, he had no idea what to do. The situation was incredibly complex, and the slightest misstep could plunge him into an irreparable abyss. Stay calm. Absolutely stay calm. We can't afford any mishaps. Lord Yan, perhaps we should give them more time to develop. Then we could send people to search again. Maybe we'll find some left behind lower realm talismans. Yan desperately wanted to unleash a bloodbath, but his power hadn't fully recovered yet. He needed others to run errands for him. Jun Zhanhai was his only option. He'd just have to endure it. There really was no one else suitable right now. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Jun Zhanhai scurried off, his quick reaction saving his life. Without restored power, forcing entry into the illusory heaven would drastically weaken one's strength. Rules suppressing his abilities meant many of his techniques were rendered useless. Gazing at the corpses of the fallen experts on the ground, Yan began to absorb their essence without restraint. He needed more power. Leng Ningshuang, huh? Just you wait. I'll be coming for you soon. Once the Yan clan breaks the sealing formation, it will be the end of the entire Beast ruins. No one will survive. 137, Perilous Situation, Mysterious Jade Pendant. Tian Dao Academy. Li Chengru was cultivating in the courtyard when Leng Ningshuang plummeted urgently from the sky. He immediately summoned Xiao Yaozi to examine her injuries. Fortunately, it wasn't serious, just a period of rest would suffice. After regaining consciousness, Leng Ningshuang recounted everything that had transpired in the upper realm. Xiao Yaozi was aware of the Yans, but had assumed the Li family could hold out for a while. He had underestimated the true horror of the Yan tribe. Now, the Li family was destroyed, with only a handful of clan members remaining. The situation had become extremely dire. Xiao Yaozi spoke up with a reminder: rest well during this time. Don't rush. Opening a passage between two worlds demanded immense resources. For now, remain in a state of safety, conserve your strength, and prepare to face the enemies that will inevitably emerge. Xiao Yaozi knew that Yan would certainly not let this matter rest. The existence of the key determined the lives and fortunes of countless people. The most critical task now is to safeguard the key. Fortunately, through recent annexations, the Celestial Path Academy had achieved complete unification. Those who obeyed were kept, those who defied were executed outright. As for the enforcement squad, they were disbanded entirely. Those who had committed crimes were dealt with decisively. All that had been achieved owed much to Leng Ningshuang's assistance, though alas, her ability to help was limited. Upon returning, he must urgently pore over ancient texts to see if he can find a way to break the deadlock. Learning of his father's arrest and his second uncle's death, the series of upheavals within the Li family nearly shattered Li Chengru's resolve. Master, do you think we can win in the end? That's a nightmare, the most terrifying creature in the entire world. Even the most powerful figures can't eradicate it completely, let alone us lowly minions. Leng Ningshuang knew Li Chengru had lost his anchor at this moment. She had to step up courageously. She delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. Remember, this battle has only one outcome: victory. Failure is not an option. Why overthink it? We've only got one lousy life to live, just do it. Think of all the Li family members who died. I refuse to let their deaths be in vain. From now on, focus on your cultivation. If you have any questions, reach out immediately. If there's nothing else, you may leave. I need to calm down. After Li Chengru left, Leng Ningshuang felt her mind spinning. The constant tension had been sustained by sheer willpower alone. When she finally awoke, it was already the afternoon of the third day. That nap had been incredibly restful. She hurriedly roused Zhou Xuan. Now, she could only seek a breakthrough through him. Is there any way? Having lived through the era of nightmare invasions, surely he had a strategy to break the deadlock? Zhou Xuan shook his head slowly. He didn't want to crush my confidence, but the truth was, some problems were simply unsolvable. Earthfire could eliminate a single nightmare, but now the unknown was how many more lurked in the shadows. If it were just that one, there'd be no need for such tension. The real fear was the sealing array weakening. The Yans appearing now were merely the weakest. The real trouble lies in the stronger Yams already infiltrating other worlds. Sigh. The situation was dire, but at least the status quo could hold for a while longer. During this period, advancing cultivation to break the stalemate will be extremely difficult. You should already sense the anomaly, right? The rule energy of the beast ruins is fading away. The moment it vanishes, the 9 great worlds will merge. What awaits us then is nothing but a desperate battle to the death. Upon hearing this news, Leng Ningshuang sighed deeply, unsure of what to do. Thus far, there was no means to halt the Nightmare Clan's overwhelming assault. What could be done? Could it truly be that the beast ruins must become nourishment for the Yanzu? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is the homeland upon which he relies for survival. Whoever dares to act must first consider the consequences clearly. At any cost, those intruders must be dealt with. What foreign celestial fiends? They aren't even worthy of lacing this empress's shoes. Yet Zhou Xuan's next words crushed her pride like a stone. Give up. As things stand, no one can truly eliminate the nightmares. The geothermal fire they fear can only eliminate the low-level Yans capable of possessing others. Don't forget the high-level Yans still exist. This is the fundamental reason why the 9th world has suffered a generational gap for so many years. No one has been able to break through to the 10th realm. The legacy is lost. Even giving everything you have won't be enough to overcome it. Zhou Xuan recalled the old foxes of the 9th world back then. Each possessed formidable strength, their every move earth-shattering. Yet in the end, they were still crushed under the Nightmare Clan's oppression, gasping for breath. One could only imagine how terrifying those creatures were beyond words. Having lived through that era, Zhou Xuan knew the only way to break the stalemate was to break through to the 10th realm. Only then would there be a chance to stand against the Nightmare Clan. It seemed simple enough in theory, but putting it into practice proved exceptionally difficult. They were all part of the beast ruins, constantly suppressed by its relentless pressure. The 9th realm's 9th-rank powerhouses, each one a genius among geniuses. Yet what was their ultimate fate? Death. The heavenly demons from beyond the realm were like ticking time bombs ready to explode at the slightest touch, yet impossible to eradicate completely. Now, with danger looming, the Beast Realm chose to unite them to fight the outer heavenly demons. This battle was never fair from the start, yet there was no way to argue against it. Looking at Leng Ningshuang before him, brimming with confidence, he wondered how long she could hold out. Could it be that the Beast Ruins truly refuses to let anyone break through to the 10th realm? Leng Ningshuang's mind was racing, conjuring countless strategies, only to realize none would truly work. The influence of those celestial demons from beyond the realms was terrifyingly pervasive, deeply embedded within. Their methods of disguise were masterful. They exploited the weaknesses of human nature, gradually shifting from defense to offense. This was a real headache. Xiaozi paid a midnight visit, holding a jade pendant in his hand. This treasure was left by the founding ancestor of the Li family. I hope it proves useful to you. Child, don't burden yourself with excessive pressure. What's meant to be yours will come to you. What's destined to be misfortune cannot be avoided. We'll do our best. For now, the illusory heaven remains relatively safe. Should any real danger arise, grab the key and leave immediately. This object is of utmost importance. It must never fall into the hands of the Yanson. Leng Ningshuang nodded in agreement, fully understanding the stakes involved. No, she absolutely couldn't betray this trust. Gazing at the jade pendant before her, she suddenly sensed an immense power emanating from it. If she could unlock the jade pendant's secrets, perhaps there truly was a chance to break the deadlock. It was common knowledge that the founding ancestor of the Li family possessed terrifying combat prowess. Holding the key to the sealing formation, he must have been closely connected to the people of the Ninth World. When they sealed away the main force of the Nightmare clan back then, they must have considered how to prevent such a situation. Now, she had to find a way to unlock the jade pendant. They tried every conceivable method, but all attempts ended in failure. Finally, prompted by Zhou Xuan's suggestion, he dripped a drop of his essence blood onto the jade pendant. A colossal force then pulled both of them into a mysterious space. 138, breaking through the 10th realm, slaying the Nightmare Demon King. Grand finale. Gazing at the shadowy elder before her, Leng Ningshuang instinctively asked, "Might you be the legendary progenitor of the Li clan?" The phantom elder slowly shook his head. "My name is Chaos." Before Leng Ningshuang could grasp the meaning behind those two characters, Zhou Xuan beside her was scared half to death. Holy crap! Who would have thought a jade pendant could conceal such a terrifyingly powerful being? This was Chaos, the pinnacle powerhouse of the entire Beast Ruins. Back then, he single-handedly divided the world into 9 realms. As the sole peak 9th realm master in the entire Beast Ruins, his combat prowess was beyond imagination. Alas, he was later reported missing during the battle against the Nightmare clan, presumed dead. With this being present, perhaps the current predicament could truly be broken. A human powerhouse capable of clashing head-on with the rules of the Beast Ruins possessed truly terrifying combat prowess. Upon learning the true identity of this shadowy elder, Leng Ningshuang was so overcome with excitement she began dancing and waving her arms. Indeed, the heavens wouldn't let them lose so easily. Why do you carry the aura of the Yans? Could it be that the Yans have awakened? Leng Ningshuang immediately recounted everything that had transpired during this period. Upon learning that the Nightmare now controlled the eternal heaven and that the sealing array was gradually weakening, Chaos sighed deeply. He never imagined the most dreaded outcome would still unfold. All these years, who knows if the Nightmare Demon King has grown stronger? Ah well, since I'm free today, I'll tell you about the Yan clan. Originally, the Nightmare clan had voluntarily sealed themselves away. Only later, upon discovering the constant depletion of the Beast Ruins' primordial power, did they realize the enemy's scheme. But they presented a scheme so seemingly unbreakable that we had no choice but to continue sealing them away. Recalling how the Nightmare clan had outmaneuvered them, Chaos felt a deep sense of unease. How humiliating. A peerless powerhouse like him, yet he couldn't even see through such a basic trap. When those celestial demons from beyond the realms arrived at the Beast Ruins, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides. At that moment, the Nightmare Demon King, the strongest of the Nightmare clan, suddenly launched an attack. Chaos engaged him in battle for a time, only to discover the creature was indestructible. Seeking the safest course, he resolved to resolve the matter peacefully. Alas, plans often go awry. After exhausting every effort to finally seal him away, Chaos realized his grave mistake. It turned out that the Nightmare clan, suppressed by the Beast Ruins, could not unleash their full combat power. During their sealing, they had gradually assimilated into the Beast Ruins, becoming part of it. The consequences were terrifying. They could now harness the power of this world and transform it for their own use. Realizing the catastrophic consequences of their actions, they consulted with the 9 realm masters and prepared to use their own flesh and blood to find a way to permanently seal the Yans. To evade detection, they arranged the sealing formation in the eternal heaven, yet fate still caught up with them. Heaven had calculated everything, eager to witness humanity's next move. This is the Blood Spirit Orb. After absorbing it, one would attain the strength of the 10th realm, never again needing to fear being manipulated by others. Gazing at the Blood Spirit Orb before her, Leng Ningshuang knew this was her only chance. As the power within the blood spirit orb slowly seeped into her, she ascended through the 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way to the peak of the 9th realm. Leng Ningshuang was stuck there, unable to break through the legendary barrier. At that moment, chaos directly surged its soul into Leng Ningshuang's body, instantly breaking through to the 10th realm. This colossal power instantly sent tremors rippling through the entire beast ruins. Yin and yang exist in balance as light grows stronger, darkness slowly takes root. Before the ceiling formation, Yan suddenly sensed a colossal force. Their leader, the Nightmare Demon King, had returned. Xiaoyaozi stared in disbelief at Leng Ningshuang, who had suddenly reached the 10th realm before his eyes. Originally, he had thought that with the human race driven to the brink of despair, this turn of events was nothing more than a desperate attempt to prolong their existence. He silently prayed for ultimate victory, vowing to slay every last foreign demon and restore peace to all. The nightmare-possessing Zhou Xuan slowly opened its eyes. His sole mission now was to block Leng Ningshuang, buying time for the leader to recover to peak strength. Halt! This is the domain of our Yin clan. Little girl, don't think your 10th realm strength grants you free reign. The Nightmare Demon King is also a 10th realm powerhouse. Leng Ningshuang replied coldly, nonsense. With a light flick of her finger, the nightmare, who had just broken through to the 4th realm, was instantly slain. Arriving before the ceiling formation, the enormous shadow looming ahead made it clear this battle would be a formidable challenge. The Nightmare Demon King slowly opened his eyes. With a sweeping gesture of his massive hand, the sky instantly turned pitch black. Boy, surrender peacefully. In this world, I am invincible. Know what a domain is? Today, I'll show you what true terror looks like. Cold Frost remained utterly unflappable, summoning Zhou Xuan forth. With the aid of the Blood Spirit Pearl, Zhou Xuan gained immense benefits, successfully evolving from Dragon Emperor to Dragon God. As the first divine pet in the history of the Beast Ruins, his combat prowess was equally formidable. The two clashed like needles against straw, neither willing to yield. Each attack from the Nightmare Demon King was effortlessly parried. Leng Ningshuang, drawing upon her past life's experience as an empress, combined with Zhou Xuan's aid, wielded terrifying combat prowess. The Nightmare Demon King refused to accept defeat. Having fought so hard to resurrect, he would not die so easily. As he began to absorb the power of the beast abyss in an unending stream, Leng Ningshuang let out a cold laugh. You wanted to smoke, didn't you? Today I'll make sure you get your fill. Without a word, he handed it all over to the Nightmare Demon King. At first, it felt fine, but as time passed, something felt off. When he tried to stop, he found he couldn't. Cold Frost saw the moment was ripe. She drew the token she carried and directly channeled the power of heaven and earth. Today, certain people must die, not even the Heavenly King himself could stop it. The Nightmare Demon King couldn't withstand such immense power and exploded into oblivion. As for the remaining Yao minions, Leng Ningshuang sent a single thought their way, and they were all wiped out. The farce was over. With a sweeping gesture, all who had perished alongside the Li family were resurrected. After the darkness faded, the Illuminati endured. Beyond the heavens, clad in imperial robes, Leng Ningshuang gazed at the distant sky, her mind filled with countless thoughts. Now the master of the entire beast ruins, he felt an inexplicable loneliness. Invincibility was such a lonely state. He refused to stagnate forever. Only by stepping out of his comfort zone could he grow stronger. He turned to Zhou Xuan beside him and sought his opinion. What do you think? Interested in venturing out into the wider world? The beast ruins are too small. There are many powerful beings in the cosmos, and I long to test my strength against them. Zhou Xuan replied, it would be an honor. With a sweeping gesture from Leng Ningshuang, a massive rift in space-time appeared in the distance. The two exchanged a knowing smile and stepped directly into the rift. The future held even greater challenges awaiting them.